In the depths of the Valley of Yama, the ethereal beauty known as Meng Po gazed into the mirror, her increasingly pronounced dark circles and wispy white strands of hair serving as a reminder of her unbearable plight. Unable to endure any longer, she resolutely marched to the Hall of Yanluo to resign. Yet, as she perused the book of life and death, she stumbled upon the tragic tale of her former life, a once promising celestial maiden destined for ascension, only to be exploited by a heartless master, betrayed by her peers, and ultimately abandoned to languish in the underworld as the eternal soup maker. How could she swallow the resentment that had festered for centuries? She resolved that this time, she would repay kindness with ingratitude and seek vengeance without hesitation. The lady intended to tread carefully, reclaim her path to ascension, and make the beings of the three realms who had wronged her understand that she was not to be trifled with. Chapter 1. A Request for Ascension. In the heart of the Valley of Yanluo, Meng Wuxia held a prized spiritual fruit she had just gathered, presenting it with utmost reverence to her master. "Please, master, partake of this fruit swiftly. Its efficacy diminishes with time. Consuming it will alleviate the fatigue from our recent endeavors." In addition to the exquisite fruit for her master, Meng Wuxia had prepared fine Qingxin pills for her fellow disciples. Their recent excursions to locate the entrance of the beast forest in the valley, which opened only once every decade, had left them all quite agitated by the oppressive aura of the place. "Wuxia, when the moon rises high in the sky, we will locate the entrance to the beast forest. Ensure everyone conserves their strength. Once we enter, we must immediately seek the Qinya Yao Lian and the Baishou Meng, without wasting a single moment." Acknowledging her master's words, Meng Wuxia promptly relayed the instructions to her fellow disciples, who were meditating and focusing their energies. They responded in unison, affirming their understanding. "Wuxia, you should also take a moment to rest. Once we enter the beast forest, there will be no time for respite." He Chi, a fellow disciple from a different master within the 100 Immortals sect, kindly offered his water flask to Meng Wuxia, wishing to quench her thirst with refreshing spring water. Though she expressed gratitude for his thoughtful gesture, she coldly disregarded the advances of this ever-obliging individual. "Once we enter the beast forest, we will use a diversion spell to lead these scheming individuals away. Let us send that old man, who secretly exploits disciples for his gain, into the misty marsh, where he will meet his end." Meng Po, having been reborn through the vessel of Meng Wuxia, decided to exercise caution and devise a plan, determined not to fall prey to the manipulations of her master and the treachery of her peers as she had in her past life. For many years, she had devoted herself to her master and the sect, only to find that her reward was merely a good reputation and a dismal fate. Having been granted a second chance, she resolved to formulate an optimistic strategy for herself. Achieving immortality was merely a small goal. Her true aspiration was to ascend to the divine realm and become a leader. She had no intention of toiling endlessly in the underworld under the watchful eye of Yanluo Wang. Meng Po believed that while kindness could go unreturned, settling scores was a hallmark of her character. Having rehearsed her intentions for entering the beast forest, a subtle smile graced Meng Wuxia's lips as she lifted her gaze to the moon, which had begun to rise. Her plan was unfolding seamlessly as the moon ascended. Her master, who had been patiently awaiting, produced a jade slip and unveiled the map of the Valley of Yanluo. Under the moonlight, a distinct red dot emerged, marking the entrance to the beast forest. Without delay, her master issued the command to depart, and with Meng Wuxia at the helm, the disciples of the 100 Immortals sect hurried towards the entrance, aware that its location could change at any moment. Just as they reached the entrance, a cacophony of barking erupted behind them. The members of the Qinsho sect, having tracked their movements, were closing in. Without waiting for her master to speak, Meng Wuxia urged her master and the other disciples to enter the beast forest swiftly, emphasizing the importance of their mission. She would remain behind to confront the Qinsho sect. Although her master was initially hesitant, he recognized Meng Wuxia's confidence. Considering she was the first disciple of the current generation to approach the foundational stage, he was concerned about the Qinya Yao Lian falling into the wrong hands. Reluctantly, he retrieved a brilliant explosive talisman from his storage ring and bestowed it upon her, instructing her to resolve the situation swiftly and join them in the beast forest. Meng Wuxiao respectfully accepted the explosive talisman, assuring her master that she would not bring shame upon the 100 Immortals sect. However, once her master and the others departed, leaving her alone to face the formidable Qinshou sect, Meng Wuxia felt no fear. Standing tall, she addressed the leader of the approaching group decisively. My master has declared that this entrance was discovered by him after much time spent. As the saying goes, time is equivalent to spiritual stones. Thus, we charge 10 low-grade spiritual stones per person, regardless of age, while spiritual beasts may enter for free. Her unexpected proclamation caught the elder of the Qinshou sect off guard. After confirming with his disciples, he quickly waved his hand, agreeing to the transaction with Meng Wuxia. Once she received the spiritual stones, Meng Wuxia performed a courteous bow to the elder of the Qinshou sect before promptly making her way to the entrance of the beast forest. Observing that Meng Wuxia had not resorted to underhanded tactics, the elder led his disciples swiftly toward the entrance point. 1, 2, 3. Close the door. After mentally counting to 3, Meng Wuxia heard an enraged roar from behind. Shameless disciples of the 100 Immortals sect, we will not let this matter rest. Only a few disciples from the Qinshou sect managed to enter, and the elder seethed in frustration as he gazed at the now vanished entrance. With the freshly acquired spiritual stones in hand, Meng Wuxia retrieved a formation brush from her storage bracelet, sketching a hidden, cloaking barrier before concentrating her energy to draw a tracking formation that I can share my bounty with you, yet I have never even tasted such exquisite spiritual fruits myself. After completing the tracking formation, she remained vigilant, and after several breaths, her master's location materialized before her. Just as recorded in the Book of Life and Death, her master was headed to the Wudu cave to seek the Wudu worm, intending to use it against her. His aim was to stage a dramatic rescue, thereby winning her loyalty and securing a position of power within the 100 Immortals sect. Calculating the timing perfectly, Meng Wuxia entered the tracking formation, closed her eyes, and silently chanted the activation command. Her master, having consumed an antidote beforehand and wielding the Baidu pearl obtained from a black market transaction, cautiously entered the Wudu cave, where he sought the Wudu worm. His intention was not to take lives, but to poison his disciples and peers, subsequently offering the antidote to gain the benefits he desired. Perhaps he envisioned a future of unbridled success within the 100 Immortals sect, achieving the highest status and basking in the respect of others who would address him as mastered. In the depths of the poisonous cave, he couldn't contain his laughter. Just as his laughter echoed, a melodic voice joined in. Master, your laughter is rather lewd. Yet is this not your true self? Meng Wuxia, arms crossed and head tilted slightly, regarded the man she had called master for many years with a playful smile. You, what are you doing here? Her master's eyes widened in shock at the sudden appearance of Meng Wuxia, his formerly gentle demeanor replaced by one of disbelief. Why am I here? The reason, you ask? Meng Wuxia deliberately paused, allowing her next words to catch her master off guard. I have come to request your ascension. With that, she produced a formation talisman, a precious item for which she had sacrificed all her wealth. As the talisman glimmered, a high-level confinement formation emerged beneath her master, for ethereal chains ensnaring his limbs with unyielding strength. Meng Wuxia, you dare to kill me. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven or the consequences of such treachery? Should this be uncovered, you will be condemned for your insubordination and cast into the depths of hell. Hell? I am quite familiar with it. I have acquaintances in every layer. Meng Wuxia had no time for idle chatter with him. After all, he was a revered master and possessed formidable prowess. The confinement array could not hold him for long. A peculiar melody resonated, causing all toxic creatures in the Wudu cave to stir restlessly. The master, having just escaped the confinement array and yet to summon his life sword, was suddenly engulfed in darkness, his body racked with excruciating pain. In light of the many gifts you've bestowed upon me, I shall allow you a dignified departure. These little creatures are quite endearing. Under the multitude of poisonous affections, the master, still yearning to struggle and retaliate, met his demise. Chapter 2. Aftermath and embracing the heavenly Tao's foundation, Meng Wuxia waited patiently until all the toxic creatures had vacated before slowly approaching the lifeless body of her master. She cast a cold gaze upon him, whose form was rendered unrecognizable by the venomous bites, her eyes betraying a profound indifference. She had often heard it said that those who take lives shall themselves be slain, that the cycle of cause and effect is inescapable. Having crossed the threshold of bloodshed, her future would only see an increase in such deeds. To sever these grudges and conflicts, she, Meng Wuxia, must ascend to immortality, must become a deity, distancing herself from the underworld, and never become Meng Po. Adorned in white silk gloves, she utilized her favored defensive artifact, the Wujigan, to extract her master's storage ring and secret pouch. To kill without amassing wealth is to labor in vain. Alas, such is the disparity of status. The pills required for cultivation were beyond her current reach. This is the secret realm map that her uncle brought back from Tsanyan Mountain. How did it end up in her master's possession? And this Migu branch, said to guide cultivators to hidden treasures. The Xianmin heart method. How did her master acquire these? No wonder he was able to command the Elder Council and secure a stable position within the Baixian sect. He was indeed adept at utilizing those around him. His cunning and stratagems were extraordinary. After thoroughly collecting all the items, Meng Wuxia hastened to execute her plans. There was much yet to be accomplished. As she quietly departed from the Wudu cave, Meng Wuxia ensured to erase all traces of her visit, collecting her master's remains and swiftly making her way to the Misty Marsh. Her fellow disciples were likely still diligently searching for the items entrusted to them in the Beast Forest. This forest is the most comprehensive habitat for beasts in the Zhangzhou continent, hidden within the Yanluo Valley, with its entrance appearing once every decade at unpredictable intervals. Where there are beasts, there are often heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for cultivation. This time, the Baixian sect dispatched at least 10 teams to gather the required herbs and beasts. Her team was particularly focused on acquiring the Qinyaoyan and Baishou. Meng, relying on the information gleaned from the Book of Life and Death, after dealing with her unscrupulous master, her next task was to handle his remains and seize those too. Treasures before others could act, planning to exchange them for her desired benefits upon returning to the Baixian sect. However, seizing treasures requires not only cunning but also strength. It was time to elevate her cultivation and prepare for foundation establishment. In her haste, by the time Meng Wuxia arrived at the Misty Marsh, she had expended a significant portion of her spiritual energy. It was prudent to establish an invisibility barrier and rest for a moment. Otherwise, encountering beasts or members of other sects could be quite detrimental. Meng Wuxia was resolute in her actions. Once the invisibility barrier was set, she began to meditate and restore her energy. Having cultivated the habit of reading while serving as Meng Po, during her leisure, she would discreetly peruse the Book of Life and Death, striving to absorb as much information as possible about this world. Alas, fate is beyond human control. This world, seemingly prosperous, had allowed her to ascend to the pinnacle of the Baixian sect's elite ranks through hard work and her master's diligent nurturing. After venturing out, she brought unparalleled glory and resources to her sect and master during the grand competition of the Zhangzhou continent, pouring all her efforts into studying at the Jiuzhou Academy. Yet, after her successful foundation establishment, her master secretly planted a heart demon within her, which tormented her during the crucial moment of her tribulation, nearly leading to her demise. Meng Wuxia closed the Book of Life and Death, reflecting on its contents with a sigh, to strive for immortality and divinity. Anyone who dares to obstruct her shall be left with naught but ashes. Once her spiritual energy had been restored, she dispelled the invisibility barrier and approached the outskirts of the Misty Marsh, contemplating the layers of fog enveloping her. As long as I can traverse this area, I shall uncover the spirit wood infused with the fortune of heaven and earth, drawing forth its spirit body and borrowing its energy to achieve the foundation of the heavenly Tao. With this thought, Meng Wuxia felt her spirits lift. Had she not been relegated to the sect's library to organize the records after her usefulness had waned, she might never have learned that one of the rising stars among the younger generation had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity here, gaining the coveted chance for foundation establishment. Now, it was her turn. After suppressing her cultivation for so long, she had awaited this day. Meng Wuxia tirelessly set up formations near the misty marsh, utilizing all the spiritual talismans she had appropriated from her master. Had she not exhausted her modest savings prior to this endeavor, she would not have needed to exert such effort in these arrangements. Once these tasks were completed, Meng Wuxiao officially entered the misty marsh, the first act being to discard her master's remains into the marsh. She observed as her master's body slowly sank into the soft mud, disappearing from view. Meng Wuxia gathered her spiritual energy, steadied her mind, and patiently awaited her next opportunity. Indeed, where her master's body had vanished, a path emerged, leading directly to the other side of the misty marsh. This is why one should diligently read. The records of the Baisian sect were not merely for show. The accounts from the younger generation provided her with immense benefits. Meng Wuxia stepped onto the path, venturing into a grove rich with spiritual energy. If she could cultivate here for a few months, not only would her cultivation steadily rise, but she could also harness the spiritual energy to refine formations, develop talismans, and enhance her mental fortitude. In less than a quarter of an hour upon entering, she felt the comforting nourishment of the spiritual energy, and the suppressed cultivation within her began to show signs of breakthrough. Yet, it was prudent not to dwell on such pleasant thoughts. She must first locate the wood spirit. As Meng Wuxia utilized her spiritual power to scan her surroundings, she suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of a cow mooing. Following the sound, she indeed found a lively azure bull. What left her speechless was that this azure bull began to converse with her. I knew it. My melodious voice would surely attract a beautiful maiden. And here you are. Seeing the azure bull speak, beaming with delight, Meng Wuxia felt compelled to return the courtesy, clasping her hands in salute and greetings, esteemed elder. Greetings. This is the first time someone has addressed me in such a manner. I might finally forge a benevolent connection, the azure bull exclaimed, circling around Meng Wuxia, even taking a moment to sniff her. You are a cultivator, not a maiden? The disappointment in the bull's eyes made Meng Wuxia suppress an eye roll. May I inquire? Esteemed elder, I have heard there is a wood spirit possessing the fortune of heaven and earth. Might you guide me to its whereabouts? Upon hearing that Meng Wuxia sought the wood spirit, the azure bull's demeanor brightened instantly, shaking its large, leaf-adorned horns and inquiring why she sought the wood spirit. Was it out of admiration? What a nonsensical notion. Admiration? What was so remarkable about two words, wood spirit? She had encountered all sorts of beings on the Naihe Bridge. Even celestial beings had grown tiresome. What was so special about a wood spirit? Yet, faced with the azure bull's eager and expectant gaze, she reluctantly nodded in affirmation, her feelings of admiration genuine, as heaven could testify. After speaking, Meng Wuxian nervously glanced skyward, fearing that a falsehood might provoke divine retribution. But lo and behold, the sky began to shimmer with golden light, and the trees in the grove transformed into countless spiritual orbs, cascading towards her. Not good. She is on the verge of a breakthrough. How can she establish her foundation without the Zhuji Dan and the Muling? Heaven, are you jesting with me? Do you wish for my story to end here? As Meng Wuxia prepared to make a desperate attempt, a melodious voice echoed through the air. Thank you for the witness of heaven and earth. I can finally shed my demonic form and ascend to the heavens. Golden rays of light illuminated the area where the great green bull stood, and under their radiance, a man adorned with branches and dressed in green appeared before Meng Wuxia. Though the man was strikingly handsome, Meng Wuxia's attention was fixated on the exquisite spiritual pearl he wore around his neck, a treasure of immense value. Noticing her gaze fixed on the spiritual pearl rather than his face, the man felt a twinge of embarrassment but resolved to act. He removed the pearl and bestowed it upon Meng Wuxia. This Shui Lingzhu is a gift of gratitude, perfectly suited to assist you in establishing your foundation and opening the Tianji Linghai. The moment the Shui Lingzhu entered her body, Meng Wuxia felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy crashing against her, enveloping her from head to toe in a fervent warmth. Akin to being immersed in boiling water, a towering pillar of transparent light erupted in the beast forest, startling all the creatures within, who emerged to gaze toward the mist's marsh. Some beasts howled in alarm, while the cultivators and numerous hunters in the forest were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden manifestation of heavenly might, halting all actions. Chapter 3. A Big Fish Beneath the Lotus. Meng Wuxia had not anticipated that the Tao of Heaven's foundation establishment would unleash such a tremendous influx of spiritual power, far surpassing her initial experience at the Bai Xianmen when she underwent the process of sinew severing and marrow cleansing. Every meridian in her body was reshaped by this potent force, enhancing her mastery and control over spiritual energy immensely after successfully establishing her foundation. At the very least, she felt that her vision and perception had transformed dramatically. She could hear countless beasts growling beyond the forest and perceive the scenery before her as merely a corporeal illusion. When she concentrated her mental energy to probe for potential traps, she was thrilled to discover that her spiritual power had ascended to the Jingfen realm. The Bai Xianmen primarily cultivates spiritual power, excelling in alchemy, artifact refinement, and talisman crafting. Most disciples, apart from a few martial cultivators, pursue the path of literary cultivation with clearly defined levels and relatively strict requirements for spiritual power. Training. Meng Wuxia, blessed with extraordinary innate talent, possessed a phoenix bone, a golden jade spiritual root, and hidden bloodline heritage. Had she not been discovered by her wandering master, who promptly took her as a direct disciple, she would have either become the Doormaster's closed-door disciple or a legacy disciple of a reclusive elder. To elaborate. While entering the realm of spiritual power is relatively straightforward, advancing is fraught with challenges. It is categorically divided into stages: entry, concentration, Jingfen, and discerning spirit, where each level's advancement is independent and not influenced by one's overall strength or cultivation. It is a seemingly simple yet profoundly intricate practice. Meng Wuxia could not have foreseen that after establishing her foundation through the Tao of Heaven, her long-stagnant spiritual power cultivation would experience such a remarkable leap. Now, her progress in alchemy and array drawing would accelerate significantly, elevating her capabilities beyond comparison. Ecstatic, she bounced around in place, filled with anticipation for the spirit sea she had begun to form. The spirit sea also has its levels. Sometimes, her senior brothers and sisters at Bai Xianmen would quarrel, using each other's spirit seas as fodder for their arguments. The Tianji Linghai looks down upon the DG Linghai, and the DG Linghai scorns the Xiren Linghai. In the heat of their disputes, they would mercilessly criticize each other's shortcomings. Ah, heaven has truly opened its eyes, Meng Wuxian mused, with a phoenix bone, a golden jade spiritual root, alchemy, array drawing, talisman puppetry, and spiritual power at the Jingfen realm. Her literary cultivation is exceptional, making her a paragon of beauty and strength among her peers. Now, with the Tao of Heaven's foundation establishment and the Tianji Linghai, how can one not feel envy? Once she stabilized the circulation of spiritual energy throughout her body, Meng Wuxia took out a jade slip to inquire about the whereabouts of her junior disciples and contacted the other teams from Bai Xianmen. Junior brother He Qi quickly replied that they were pursuing the Bai Shou Mang and had clashed with people from Yin Tianmen and Luo Xia City, thankfully without any casualties. Meng Wuxia urged them to exercise utmost caution, advising that if they could not handle the Bai Shou Mang, they should promptly contact nearby disciples to ensure the task's completion. She received responses from other teams, relieved to find that no one had yet located the Qian Yao Lian. She had just succeeded in establishing her foundation and needed spiritual materials and herbs to consolidate her realm. Furthermore, she was currently in dire financial straits, with nothing of value in her storage bracelet. If she did not seize this chaotic moment in the beast forest to replenish her supplies, it would be a disservice to herself. Meng Wuxia stored away the jade slip and hurried toward the location of the Qian Yao Lian. She recalled that this treasure was hidden in a spring, where any beast that came to drink would be devoured. Through continuous growth and absorption of the essence of sun and moon, its leaves had divided into 1,000, with the lotus yet to bloom, exuding various beastly auras, making it a substitute for many medicinal ingredients and possessing remarkable healing properties, a rarity indeed. Fearful of being outpaced by others, Meng Wuxia exerted herself to locate the Qian Yao Lian. Despite her haste, she was still a step too late, witnessing several individuals wielding large axes attacking 3 one-horned pig demons. The hide of the one-horned pig demon and its horns were quite valuable, and if they reached maturity, they could yield demon cores, excellent for medicinal use. Unexpectedly, she encountered members of the Jew Axe sect. Judging by their cultivation levels, they were all at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, robust in stature. Setting aside their strength, the massive axes they wielded were all exquisite spiritual artifacts weighing over 100 pounds. Merely being struck would be painfully jarring. Facing multiple opponents at once would certainly be a daunting challenge for her. Meng Wuxia decided to observe before making a move, adopting a strategy of non-action amidst chaos. It is often said that one should not confront those wielding great axes directly. The 3 one-horned pig demons, unable to break free, charged into the axes and were swiftly dispatched. The burly man at the forefront, wielding a silver axe, dismembered the one-horned pig demon, extracting its core and horns, then casually tossed the remains into the spring. "Brother, how could you? I wanted to drink some of that spring water, but now it's ruined." As Meng Wuxiao listened closely, the speaker's voice sounded vaguely familiar. Where had she heard it before? As she pondered, she noticed a one-eyed giant python slithering toward the spring to drink. This cannot happen. If the Jew Axe sect members see the one-eyed giant python being consumed by the spring, it would surely pique their curiosity, and the Qin Yao Lian would know. Longer be a secret, be careful. There's a giant python. Meng Wuxiao resolved to stage a one-woman act to deceive these individuals. After shouting this, she saw a glimmering silver axe hurtling toward her, swept aside by a gust of wind. As the axe circled around her, it fiercely embedded itself before the one-eyed giant python, poised to drink. The one-eyed giant python seemed taken aback. It had simply come for a drink and nearly lost its head to the axe. Ignoring the python, Meng Wuxia continued to shout that this one-eyed giant python had swallowed a rare 5-colored Hihuan flower, and if they could locate its lair, they would surely uncover its hidden treasures. They must not kill it. "Senior Sister Wuxia, is what you say true? I will go fetch the 5-colored Hihuan flower for you. Wait for me here." Meng Wuxiao was startled when someone called her Senior Sister Wuxia, but upon recognizing the speaker, she regretted her decision to act. The burly man who had thrown the axe had previously sent her love letters and gifts, which she had politely declined. Yet he was particularly earnest. Whenever he saw Meng Wuxia, he would go out of his way to impress her. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and several individuals dashed off in search of the one-eyed giant python. Now that the Jew Axe sect members had followed the giant python, she needed to seize the opportunity to obtain the Qin Yao Lian. Meng Wuxia leaped into the spring, swimming towards its profound depths. From the surface, the water appeared deceptively shallow, yet upon plunging in, she discovered an abyss of darkness with no visible end. Time slipped away unnoticed as she consumed the elixir procured from her master, for her spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. At last, when her strength waned, she broke through the barrier and arrived at the realm of the Qin Yao Lian. True to its name, it should have been a magnificent treasure, yet from a distance, it resembled a mere lotus flower cultivated in a water tank. Doubts crept into Meng Wuxia's mind, questioning whether she had mistaken her destination, perhaps having found an entirely different flower. Having lingered in the water for an extended period, she should have felt fatigued. However, she soon realized that the fluctuations of spiritual energy here rivaled those she had sensed in the misty marshes forest. If one were to engage with it attentively, the energy here was remarkably soothing to absorb. She decided to restore her spiritual energy before attempting to harvest the Qin Yao Lian, uncertain of any formidable entities that might reside here. Yet, to her astonishment, the more she absorbed, the more spiritual energy surged within her, causing her spiritual sea to pulsate vibrantly, awakening with a life of its own. As Meng Wuxia's body gently ascended, she was drawn towards the Qin Yao lotus, radiating layers of luminous brilliance in the distance. Simultaneously, the unblossomed lotus bud began to unfurl, revealing exquisite and fragrant petals, each imbued with the purest essence of heaven and earth. At that moment, Meng Wuxia's spiritual sea blossomed forth a vibrant Qin Yao lotus, beneath which a resplendent golden carp emerged, already showing signs of transformation into a dragon. Watching the grand carp swim gracefully within her spiritual sea, Meng Wuxiao was suddenly reminded of how long it had been since she had savored steamed fish. Such a sizable fish would indeed require a large pot for preparation. Chapter 4. Sister's Might. Yet stricken with poverty, as Meng Wuxiao contemplated the delight of savoring steamed fish, the junior brothers and sisters, who were in pursuit of the ferocious Bai Shou Mang, were far from indulging in such fanciful thoughts. The Bai Shou Mang was one of the most formidable beasts in the beast forest, known for its penchant for devouring other demonic creatures to enhance its own cultivation. It spared nothing but lifeless matter. He Chi and the others had encountered the Bai Shou Mang, only to have it elude them, leaving them in a state of disarray as they attempted to contact their master and sister Meng Wuxia, yet received no response. He Chi, with his agile mind, began to ponder whether their master had encountered misfortune or if sister Wuxia had found herself in dire straits. He suggested reaching out to other team's uncles and elders, reasoning that capturing the Bai Shou Mang would fulfill their sex task and mitigate any severe repercussions. However, Sister Qianshang promptly dismissed this notion. We have already wounded the Bai Shou Mang. If we can track its movements and set up a trapping formation in advance, we can control it. Contacting other teams would only benefit them, which is inadvisable. Sister Qianshang, a scion of the Qian family, a distinguished lineage within the Bai Xian sect, was a formidable disciple, second only to Meng Wuxia among the female practitioners. With no other recourse, He Chi resolved to make another attempt to contact their master and sister Wuxia. Meanwhile, Meng Wuxia, having absorbed ample pure spiritual energy to nourish her body, dozed off within the heart of the Chinya lotus. You truly possess the gift of slumber, albeit your sleeping posture is rather unbecoming. Upon awakening, she was greeted by the sight of a large carp, the very fish she yearned to consume, engaging her in conversation. Its head bore resemblance to various mythical creatures, Qilin, the head of a dragon, or a lion's visage, while its long whiskers resembled something else entirely. You foolish woman, you claim to be a cultivator, yet know not of the fish dragon? I am a fish dragon, with a millennia of cultivation. With that declaration, it splashed water all over Meng Wuxiao with its robust tail. Startled, she brandished her Wuji stick, ready to duel with the audacious fish dragon, vowing to steam it if necessary. I do not engage in conflict with women. Were it not for the favor of Brother Qingmu, I would not deign to converse with you. The fish dragon, swift in the water, leaped onto the Chinya lotus in a moment of desperation. Meng Wuxia, holding her Wuji stick aloft, demanded clarity. Who is Brother Qingmu? It turned out that the great azure bull she had encountered in the Misty Marsh was an incarnation of the ancient Qingmu tree spirit, who, upon her utterance of the heavens bear witness, had transcended its demonic form to ascend to the celestial realm. The fish dragon, a friend of Qingmu, was entrusted with a task to form a contract with anyone possessing the water spirit pearl, assisting them in fulfilling their desires in exchange for its own opportunities to leap into the dragon gate and become a golden dragon, roaming the heavens. Meng Wuxia scratched her head, pondering the implications. Indeed, if ancient trees can transform into sheep and millennia-old tree spirits into bulls, what a fool I am. How would I top the mixed discourse examination with such ignorance? As she beheld the Chinya lotus and the fish dragon in her spiritual sea, she inquired, "What brings you here? Revel in your amusement, for I, on the verge of becoming a golden dragon, shall not neglect you." This Chinya lotus, born from the celestial realm, harbors pure spiritual energy and treasures galore, medicinal properties, healing, and culinary potential. Do not be ungrateful. Meng Wuxia, a figure of poise and integrity, renowned for her remarkable strength and heralded as one of the next generation's prodigies, rarely faced such chatter, as no one dared to engage her in such a manner. Should you continue to prattle, I shall haul you out and coat you in salt for roasting. Meng Wuxia believed this would intimidate the loquacious fish dragon. However, the creature leapt, its fins transforming into blades, scales hardening into armor, and with a proud toss of its head, it brandished its claws, spraying water at her. Roast me? You overestimate yourself. I am a fish dragon tempered by heavenly thunder and fire. I fear no flame save for the true fire of heaven and the infernal fire of hell. Should you wish to consume me, be wary of your teeth. Meng Wuxiao vowed with fervor that she would acquire the 2 types of fire to roast this large carp to perfection, testing whether her teeth could withstand the challenge. After exchanging heated words with the fish dragon, she took a moment to admire the rare Qingya lotus, its fragrance delicate, leaves elegant, and the layers of petals exuding endless spiritual energy, dancing in her spiritual sea like a graceful sprite. If only I could obtain phoenix fire. This Qingya lotus would attain a spiritual form, its power further purified, perfect for medicinal concoctions and healing. The fish dragon swam around the Qingya lotus, creating a harmonious tableau of fish and lotus. Finding joy in their companionship, Meng Wuxia decided to bestow names upon them as a gesture of camaraderie. After thoughtful consideration, she named the fish dragon Longting, wishing it a swift ascent to the Dragon Gate and a place in the celestial court. The Qingya lotus was named Lianhua, a name embodying the essence of enlightenment and divine opportunity. Let us cherish our bond and strive together for ascension to the celestial court, transforming into immortals, Meng Wuxiao proclaimed, raising her Wuji stick in a grand oath. Yet, upon finally surfacing from the depths of the spring, she discovered her jade slip inundated with messages from her fellow disciples. Distress signals indicating they were locked in a fierce battle with the Baishou Mang and the formidable King Kong Demon Bear, both tenacious and relentless, pushing them to their limits. Stowing the jade slip, Meng Wuxiao retrieved her array pen, preparing to draw a teleportation array to hasten her arrival at the Baishou Mang's lair. Alas, how arduous it is to craft an array without spirit stones, she lamented as she observed her hastily drawn array diagram. Nevertheless, she eventually reached her intended destination. The Baishou Mang, known for its gluttony, hoarded treasures within its lair. By emptying it of valuable items and spiritual materials, she could obtain a considerable sum of spirit stones, essential for her alchemical furnace, spiritual herbs, talisman papers, and the special materials required for crafting puppets, all of which were precious commodities in the competitive realm of cultivation. Soon, Meng Wuxia had collected every item from the Baishou Mang's cave, not sparing even the low-grade grass leaves. She clapped her hands in self-congratulation, delighted with her bountiful harvest, believing she could finally alleviate her financial woes. Meanwhile, the Baishou Mang, engaged in combat with the King Kong Demon Bear, suddenly halted, sensing a tumultuous beating of its heart, as if something dreadful were occurring. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Meng Wuxia descended from the heavens, striking the Baishou Mang's head with her sword, unleashing a brilliant azure light that radiated with potent spiritual energy. Is Sister Wuxia's Dingkuan sword. The disciples of Baixian's sect, once weary and drained, were invigorated upon realizing who had joined the battle against the Baishou Mang, prompting He Qi, who had been preparing to signal for help, to hastily withdraw his distressed talisman. Sister Wuxia had established her foundation and advanced her cultivation to the 3rd layer of foundation building. How could this be possible? Upon hearing the astonishment of her fellow disciples, Qianshang, who was orchestrating the confinement formation, cast a chilling gaze upon Meng Wuxia, her hands stained with fresh crimson liquid. Meng Wuxia, how splendidly you shine, drawing all attention to yourself. Once we have dealt with the Baishou Mang, I shall challenge you in this beast forest. Oblivious to the challenge being issued, Meng Wuxia remained focused on capturing the Baishou Mang alive, intent on her own plans. Chapter 5. Sister, listen to me. I shall help you earn spirit stones. Meng Wuxia, mindful to conserve her strength, refrained from delivering a fatal blow, for she had just thoroughly ransacked the creature's lair. To strike it down now would be an act against her own principles. This creature is a fierce beast listed on the combat ranking of the Yaoshou Lin, one that is specifically sought after by my sect. Aside from its formidable strength, it possesses an exceptional talent for locating rare and extraordinary beasts. If I can capture it alive and bring it back to the sect, it would serve as a valuable ally for my endeavors. As Meng Wuxia observed her junior brother He Qi and junior sister Qianshang placing the unconscious Baishou Mang into the beast confinement bag, her mind began to devise a plan. Congratulations, Wuxia, on successfully establishing your foundation. You are the first disciple among us to achieve this milestone. Upon returning to the sect, Our master will surely reward you. Meng Wuxia graciously accepted the praise and congratulations from He Qi and the others. Everyone enjoys hearing flattering words, even if few of them are sincere. She took it as a moment of joy, dismissing the need for scrutiny. After the congratulations subsided, Meng Wuxia lowered her head, biting her lip, and sorrowfully announced that their master had perished in the misty marsh. Upon hearing this devastating news, He Qi and the others were taken aback, and after a brief silence, they clamored to understand how their master could have fallen. Their master was on the verge of reaching the Yuaning stage. How could he have succumbed so easily? What had brought him to the misty marsh? Meng Wuxia's heart harbored a cold smirk. Yuaning? He had been at the Jin dance stage for quite some time. If it were not for his cunning and hidden treasures, along with his daily consumption of elixirs, he would not have allowed Meng Wuxia to seize this opportunity. Even Qian Shang, who usually refrained from speaking with her, was eager to know what had transpired, urging her to clarify at once, each one more anxious than the last. Meng Wuxia pinched herself hard, tears streaming down her face as she feigned a sorrowful appearance, embarking on her performance. It was all for my attainment of the Dao Foundation, for the chance to find the legendary Yao Hua. Our master sacrificed himself for my sake. I am useless. I failed to protect my master. The Dao Foundation? Meng Wuxia had actually achieved this rare opportunity. No wonder their master was so desperate, sacrificing himself in the perilous misty marsh. Any sect or family in the realm of cultivation would expend everything for a chance to obtain the Dao Foundation, willing to trade a powerful cultivator for a disciple capable of such an achievement, and no one would raise an objection. He Qi bowed his head, concealing his enthusiasm, and none noticed the shadow of despair lurking in his eyes. Qian Shang, upon hearing Meng Wuxia speak of her attainment of the Dao Foundation, rushed to her side. Her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion as she brandished her fateful sword, testing whether Meng Wuxia spoke the truth. Everyone retreated, and Meng Wuxia urged, "Do not move." Just as she endeavored to conjure tears, the chief leader of this expedition, Elder Wuya, arrived with a group of disciples. Oh dear! The 100 Immortals sect is renowned for its fairness, and their elder Wuya commands tremendous respect. I must remain vigilant and ensure my performance does not falter. Elder Wuya, my master is gone. I am worthless. I failed to protect him. Before Elder Wuya could utter a word, Meng Wuxia knelt and clung to his leg, weeping profusely while blaming herself. The sight of her sorrow caused Elder Wuya to feel distressed as well. After allowing her to cry for a while, he began to inquire gently. Fortunately, Meng Wuxia had rehearsed her responses countless times in her mind. Regardless of who asked, she had seamless answers ready. You are your master's only disciple, and you have not disappointed him. Your strength is undeniable among this generation of disciples within the 100 Immortals sect. Your master's sacrifice was not only for you, but also for the benefit of our sect. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain. Elder Wuya helped Meng Wuxia to her feet and began to probe her spiritual energy. Meng Wuxia did not hide anything, allowing him to assess her abilities. A radiant surge of spiritual energy emanated from her, quickly enveloping those present in astonishment. Excellent. Your master has indeed contributed to the 100 Immortals sect. After a hearty laugh, Elder Wuya commanded Meng Wuxia to refrain from acting alone in the Yao Lin, insisting she remain by his side until their return to the sect. Meng Wuxia was reluctant. She wished to gather valuable beasts and spiritual herbs and seek treasures. The Yao Lin would not always be accessible, and another opportunity might not arise for another decade. Thank you, Elder Wuya, for your care. I assure you, for the sake of my master, I will not act recklessly. However, I cannot cower behind you seeking protection. Please allow me to hunt beasts and fight for the glory of my master. Meng Wuxia's earnestness and fervor were palpable, seeing her determination and the strength in her reddened eyes. Elder Wu Yu reluctantly nodded in agreement, permitting her some freedom of action, but still retrieving 2 items from his storage ring to present to her. One was a spatial talisman that would allow her to escape perilous situations, and the other was a phantom beast jade pendant, capable of summoning a powerful phantom beast in times of struggle, whether to continue fighting or to flee swiftly. Meng Wuxia regarded the two items with a slight frown. How much did he doubt her? These were all exceptional treasures meant for escape and survival. She accepted them with heartfelt thanks, having successfully captured the Baishou Meng, completing one of the tasks assigned by her sect. Elder Wuya, recognizing they were all disciples without a master or elder to lead them, permitted them to join his group in search of the Qian Yi Yaolian. Meng Wuxia did not object. Instead, she respectfully requested that He Qi and Qian Shang accompany her to the northern mountain of the Yaoshou Lin, where precious spiritual herbs abounded. She wished to gather more to bring back to the 100 Immortals sect, benefiting many of her fellow disciples. Elder Wuya looked upon Meng Wuxia with satisfaction, advising her to take good care of her juniors and to avoid danger, doing her utmost. He Qi was surprised that Meng Wuxia wanted him to join, quickly expressing his eagerness not to lag behind, while Qian Shang remained reluctant, casting skeptical glances at Meng Wuxia, unsure of her intentions. However, Meng Wuxia merely outlined their route, which would take them through a secret path where they could not fly on swords or utilize teleportation arrays. The area rich in spiritual herbs was protected by restraints, and they would need to rely on their physical strength to enter. What a troublesome place. This is not acceptable. Nor is that. Does the 100 Immortals sect not have the Yaoxing Peak? Why venture elsewhere? Qian Shang protested, venting her frustration while scrutinizing Meng Wuxia's reaction. Eager to see how she would respond, Meng Wuxia urged her to be patient, assuring her that this path was not without merit. Although they would not encounter fearsome beasts, there were spiritual creatures over a century old, such as Dan Xiongling Ji and Shi Jiaoshou, which could be exchanged for valuable spirit stones. These sought-after spiritual beasts were not easily found outside, but the Yaoshou Lin had plenty to offer. This trip must not be in vain. One could not predict when they would have another chance to return. Meng Wuxia took Qian Shang's smooth, fair hand, coaxing her gently, insisting they were sisters within the 100 Immortals sect and there was no need for rivalry. While she had achieved the Tao Foundation, in terms of beauty and lineage, none could rival Qian Shang. Rest assured, I present you with this phantom beast jade pendant as a token of my sincerity. As Qian Shang gazed at the treasure offered by Meng Wuxia, she softened slightly. Reflecting on their lack of personal grievances, it seemed only natural for them to be competitive as fellow disciples. It had not escalated to the level of life and death. If you feel uncomfortable accepting it, I will shamelessly ask Elder Wuxia for one myself. I may lack your strength, but having a protective treasure would be most beneficial. He Qi reached out to take it, but the proud Qian Shang swatted his hand away, seizing the jade pendant from Meng Wuxia with a glare aimed at He Qi. He Qi recognized Qian Shang's nature. She often looked down upon others. However, after being rebuffed, he felt a sting to his pride. Meng Wuxia glanced at He Qi, who was waiting behind her with indifference, and noticed that Qian Shang, the young lady, had also relaxed, ceasing her troublemaking. She promptly suggested they set off, eager to see how they would escort the two of them to the path of the underworld. In Chapter 6, Beautiful Women Cannot Be Trusted, Meng Wuxia had studied the records of the Baisian sect for several years, which mentioned a restricted area in the northern mountains of the monster beast forest. Once the barrier was breached, it revealed an abundance of spirit beasts and spiritual plants, a hidden treasure within the forest. However, this location forbade the use of flying swords, the casual utilization of spiritual power, and demanded a respectful demeanor, requiring one to enter like an ordinary person, calm and collected. After a considerable journey, Meng Wuxia, accompanied by He Qi and Qian Shang, finally arrived at this place. As soon as they entered, they sought a spot to rest, for the long trek had been wearisome. Meng Wuxia found a towering tree and settled down cross-legged, while the delicate Qian Shang laid out a golden silk blanket before sitting down. He Qi, ever eager to please, mentioned he had spotted some spiritual fruits and could fetch some for his two senior sisters to taste. Meng Wuxia acquiesced, while Qian Shang insisted he wash them before bringing them over. Otherwise, she would refuse to eat them. He Qi agreed with a smile, but once he was a distance away, his expression turned cold as he spat on his palm before proceeding to pick the spiritual fruits. After he had wandered off, Meng Wuxia discussed with Qianshang their plan to take a hidden path, urging her to remain vigilant. He Qi, having barely qualified for the inner sect from the outer sect, appeared humble and courteous, yet Meng sensed a significant ambition beneath the surface. He would not easily accept a subordinate role. Qianshang, still brimming with pride, dismissed Meng Wuxia's warning. She believed that as long as her cultivation level surpassed his and her master was more formidable than his, there was no need for caution. If he dared to provoke her, she would not hesitate to take his life. This led to a discussion about the disciple system of the Baixian sect, which was strictly hierarchical and rife with competition. Were it not for her master having only one direct disciple, allowing her to devote herself to cultivation and advance her skills uninterrupted, she might have been embroiled in the same fierce struggles for resources and favor that other disciples faced. Disciples of the Baixian sect were divided into outer and inner sections. Only those who reached the inner sect could receive teachings from masters and elders. Each master or elder could have direct disciples, personal disciples, and named disciples, as well as closed-door disciples. Although they were all considered disciples, their actual treatment varied considerably, most noticeably reflected in the monthly distribution of spiritual stones and pills. Direct disciples typically had familial ties to the masters and elders. In addition to the spiritual stones distributed by the sect, they received additional resources from their masters. The treatment of closed-door disciples was somewhat comparable, while named disciples were akin to half attendants, serving the masters and receiving guidance from the direct and personal disciples. Their treatment, beyond the sect's regulations, depended on individual effort in the master's favor. In her previous life, Meng Wuxia had harbored disdain for such a system, yet she had not delved deeply into it. Focusing solely on her cultivation and never taking on any disciples, merely following her master's directives to guide a disciple from a prominent family connected to her master. When He Qi returned, arms laden with spiritual fruits, he found both senior sisters absent. Meng Wuxia was exploring the surroundings, while Qianshang, disinterested in waiting, followed Meng Wuxia to see what she was doing. Meng Wuxia showed her a communication talisman she had left behind, which relayed He Qi's voice. Initially respectful and harmonious, his tone grew impatient and cold when they failed to return, laced with genuine curses. This infuriated Qianshang, who, brandishing her sword, declared her intent to teach He Qi a lesson for his duplicitous behavior, daring to disrespect her. Meng Wuxia urged her to temper her impatience and not let herself be angered by a mere child, suggesting that there would soon be an opportunity to teach him a lesson. When Qianshang inquired about this opportunity, Meng Wuxia assured her that she would reap the benefits, combining retribution with gain. Meng Wuxia summoned He Qi to the hidden path, assuring him they had already scouted it and that it was safe for passage. In reality, they had hunted several monster beasts along the way, sharing the spoils, ensuring He Qi was not at a loss. When He Qi presented the spiritual fruits, both Meng Wuxia and Qianshang turned away, flatly refusing to partake. He Qi was momentarily taken aback, feeling awkward, yet he restrained himself from voicing any complaint, stowing the fruits away and suggesting they could eat later. Just eat them yourself. You bring useless things to curry favor, showing a lack of discernment. Qianshang's biting words left no room for kindness. Meng Wuxia continued ahead, ignoring the exchange. He Qi lowered his head, clenching his teeth in silence, but soon raised his head again, donning his usual eager demeanor. On this hidden path, there were indeed many spirit beasts. After cautiously probing with her spiritual power, Meng Wuxia confirmed the absence of monster beasts, her face lighting up with a greedy smile as she encouraged He Qi and Qianshang to seek out the spirit beasts freely, as they could gather much. He Qi quickly spotted several red-tailed beasts whose bodies contained spiritual pearls beneficial for nourishing the meridians. Many sects raised them. He also found white spirit birds, ideal for delivering messages, sought after by female cultivators for their beauty and reliability, often commanding high prices, enough to fill his coffers for months. He Qi became enthusiastic, relentlessly searching for the desired spirit beasts, filling his storage bag to capacity. Qianshang, however, merely played along, observing rather than actively collecting spirit beasts like Meng Wuxia and He Qi. when they reached an area abundant with spiritual herbs. Meng Wuxiao instructed them to gather the herbs required by their sect, emphasizing the need for high-quality plants and urging them to hurry, as this was not unguarded territory. The golden-winged bird demon kept watch. Golden-winged bird demon? Surely not. Didn't Tu say this place was safe, filled only with harmless spirit beasts? How could a golden-winged bird demon appear? Qianshang chastised Meng Wuxiao upon hearing about the demon. Notorious for its protectiveness of treasures and relentless pursuit of those who sought to steal from it, its feathers could transform into formidable feather swords. As long as they remained undetected and collected the herbs swiftly, they could avoid alarming the golden-winged bird demon. Only excessive noise would attract its attention. Ignoring Qianshang's dissatisfaction, Meng Wuxiao opened her storage wristband and began to gather herbs with urgency. He followed closely behind, quietly selecting herbs he had long coveted but had been unable to obtain. Your shabby storage bag can hardly hold anything. Place your gathered herbs in my storage treasure. Qianshang commanded imperiously, having observed He-Chi's tireless efforts, realizing he had only limited space in his bag. He-Chi, having exerted considerable effort to collect his items, was unwilling to part with them. He considered pleading with Qianshang to spare him, but before he could voice his thoughts, she snatched his storage bag, unceremoniously dumping its contents into her own storage treasure and disdainfully tossing the now empty bag at his feet, instructing him to pick it up and continue gathering herbs. He-Chi's gaze darkened as he looked at Qianshang. The eager smile that had adorned his face vanished. Meng Wuxiao pretended to see nothing, glancing at the golden-winged bird demon perched among the golden branches and jade leaves, noting that it was time to leave quickly, as the demon would soon sense their presence. However, as Meng Wuxiao urged the two to follow her departure, He-Chi turned with a sly grin, his smile cold and devoid of warmth. This should indeed be his genuine smile, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. He-Chi retrieved a fire talisman from his bosom and, without any forewarning, hurled it at the Jinji tree. The talisman not only summoned a raging inferno, but also unleashed a thunderous roar. At this point, the golden-winged avian demon had no choice but to reveal itself, and not just one, but a pair. Finally, it emerged. He-Chi still possessed a hint of masculine spirit, retaliating against such bullying. The golden-winged bird demon, known for its beauty and loyalty, takes but one mate in its lifetime. As He-Chi retreated, he cheekily remarked for the two senior sisters to appreciate this moment. Do you think I fear this golden-winged demon? Once I deal with these two birds, I shall rend you to pieces. Qianshang, undaunted, drew her life sword and engaged the golden-winged demon in combat, not holding back in her strikes. However, she neglected a crucial truth. The enemy before her, no matter how formidable, could not rival the cruelty of the foe lurking behind her. As Qianshang battled the golden-winged demon, Meng Wuxiao darted straight towards He-Chi, engaging him in combat. Fortunately, even after consuming a pill that temporarily boosted his cultivation, he was no match for her and was swiftly dispatched with a single blow, his eyes widening in disbelief at his demise. After eliminating He-Chi, Meng Wuxiao did not pause but swung her Wuji staff, delivering a stunning blow to Qianshang. During her years as Meng Po, she had dealt with disobedient spirits and souls reluctant to drink her soup using nothing but a staff and a brick. She wondered whether Yanluo Wang feared such tactics as well, observing that these two had conspired against her in a previous life. Nearly tarnishing her reputation and expelling her from Bai Xianmen, she felt compelled to warn them. Remember, do not easily trust the words of beautiful women, lest you meet a similar fate. Chapter 7. Return to Bai Xianmen. First, gather wealth after knocking Qianshang down. Meng Wuxiao turned her attention to the golden-winged demon. Rather than confronting it directly, she dashed toward the golden-winged demon's abode, the Jinji tree. This dwelling was far more opulent than her current residence. Had her little courtyard boasted such a resplendent golden tree, she would have built a treehouse there, dreaming joyfully each day. What do you think you're doing, aiming your sword at me? Do you wish to pierce me? Watch as I retaliate. After being grazed by the feathered sword of the golden-winged demon, Meng Wuxiao leapt upon the branches of the great tree, wielding her Wuji staff to strike at the golden branches. One blow proved insufficient, so she struck again. If that failed, she would switch to her sword for a few slashes. The Wu Ji staff was ineffective, but she also possessed the life sword Ding Kuan, determined to bring down this golden branch. The golden-winged demon, with its penchant for extravagance in all aspects of life, would not remain if its splendid tree were to be felled, especially as such trees were rare. As Meng Wuxia relentlessly attempted to sever the golden branch, the golden-winged demon's fury transformed into desperate cries, eventually circling around Meng Wuxia in lament. Realizing her might, she discovered that while the golden branch appeared beautiful, it was indeed resilient, causing her hands to ache from the effort. Noting that the golden-winged demon had ceased its onslaught, Meng Wuxia raised the Ding Kuan sword and inquired if the two avian beings were open to negotiation. The two golden-winged demons, flapping their radiant wings, indicated their willingness to converse. Meng Wuxia had no lofty demands. She merely sought half of the rare treasures hidden within, dangling from and growing upon the tree. Should they agree, she would depart immediately, never to return. If they refused, she would continue her assault upon the golden branches with the Ding Kuan sword. The two golden-winged demons exchanged glances, conveying their reluctance to part with their treasures. Recognizing their hesitance, Meng Wuxia lifted the Ding Kuan sword. A surge of spiritual energy emanating forth, creating a tempestuous wind of sword chi as she engaged in battle with the obstinate golden-winged demons. Having yet to acquire any combat experience post her foundational cultivation, Meng Wuxia practiced a rarefied secret technique taught only to a select few disciples of Bai Xianmen. The Yin Shui Jin Shan Ju, a classic method combining mental discipline, swordplay, spiritual energy, and formations. This evoked both surprise and envy from her master. The Ding Kuan sword, summoned upon her entrance into Bai Xianmen, had caused quite a stir, dark clouds gathering and the earth trembling, shattering half of her master's courtyard. As Meng Wuxia swung the Ding Kuan sword, augmenting its power with an explosive talisman, the ensuing detonation produced a cacophony and a cloud of acrid smoke. Was this explosive talisman a counterfeit? The smoke was overwhelming. After a prolonged skirmish between her and the two birds, the chaos finally dissipated, leading to a ceasefire. With disheveled hair and a face smeared with soot, her garments tattered from the feathered sword, Meng Wuxia appeared like a ragged cloth dancing in the wind. Yet she remained utterly unconcerned, grinning like a fool. She had acquired a new storage bracelet. Upon recognizing its owner, she explored its depths, discovering not only ample storage space, but also a vibrant spiritual spring within. Its utility was boundless. No wonder, when she first revealed the bracelet, one of the golden-winged demons attempted to obstruct her, but was quelled by the Ding Kuan sword. Ha ha! Meng Wuxia's laughter startled the surrounding wild grass into retreat, as if they wished to avoid her gaze. She had seen the notification in the jade tablet. The spirit beast forest would close today, and all must vacate by day's end. Stretching languidly beneath a towering tree, she bid farewell to the grand trees that had accompanied her in stabilizing her cultivation. After engaging the golden-winged demon in battle, she realized she could manage one-on-one confrontations, but in larger groups, she would inevitably falter. Fighting in a group was indeed a skill. Solitary combat often led to disadvantage, requiring allies for future encounters. Meng Wuxia had pondered this matter for days, aware of the potential pitfalls and the need for precaution. While distant worries may be overlooked, immediate concerns loom ever closer. As she contemplated the dragon court, a fish dragon within her spiritual sea insisted she refer to him as Big Brother and suggested finding a formidable spiritual beast as an ally, crafting a spirit puppet for swift cultivation, and helping him leap through the dragon gate to become a golden dragon, her steadfast companion. I truly wish to thank you. This great carp, once you become a dragon, soaring through the skies, capable of summoning winds and rain, will you still remember me? Perhaps I should devise my own strategies. Meng Wuxia's words prompted the dragon court to leap, its elongated whiskers nearly tangling. Are you implying I am ungrateful? Let me tell you, it all hinges on your conduct. Should you lack conscience and treat me poorly, ever contemplating my demise, I shall indeed become ungrateful. Conversely, if you treat me well and assist me in becoming a dragon, I will reveal to you that within a certain secret realm resides a great elder. If you possess the ability to locate him, you will have achieved half of your prowess." Meng Wuxia feigned agreement and emerged from her spiritual sea, glancing at the time as she hurried towards the assembly point of her fellow disciples. To avoid redundancy, she devised a particularly daring plan to seek out the two golden-winged demons and request a few strikes from them, having previously encountered those wishing to capture them as pets, those who stealthily sought treasures from them, and even engaging in a life-and-death struggle against them. What was her current situation? Asking for a few strikes? Had this cultivator truly lost her wits? Meng Wuxia found it impossible to clarify the situation to the two great birds, noting their incredulous gazes, questioning her sanity. She too began to doubt her own reasoning, approaching them for a confrontation. Left with no choice, Meng Wuxia summoned the Ding Kuan sword, brandishing it toward the two golden-winged demons. Had she known words were futile, she would have acted sooner, sparing herself the waste of breath. In this moment, Meng Wuxia truly finds herself embroiled in unnecessary trouble, relentlessly pursued and attacked by two golden-winged bird demons, with both new grievances and old resentments to settle. Her already tattered garments and disheveled appearance have become even more pitiful, a sight scarcely bearable. However, this is precisely the effect Meng Wuxia desires, and she swiftly makes her way to the assembly point of Bai Xianmen. As she brandishes the Ding Kuan sword and presents her disheveled self before the gathered members of Bai Xianmen, she skillfully seizes the opportunity, feigning unconsciousness and falling into a warm embrace, enveloped by a subtly alluring fragrance. Meng Wuxia silently praises her own cleverness, having departed with her companions. Returning alone would undoubtedly invite a barrage of inquiries, leaving her with much to account for. In the chaotic realm of the beast forest, where rumors abound, the potential for being exploited by those with ulterior motives loomed large. It would be wiser to momentarily retreat into obscurity, addressing matters upon her return to Bai Xianmen. After all, she had accomplished everything she set out to do. A significant weight lifted from her heart as a new chapter of her cultivation journey was about to commence, one that she would navigate on her own terms. Everything else could be resolved in due course. Yet, as she lay there, her brow furrowed in contemplation of the future, a figure beside her observed her intently for an extended period. Chapter 8. No rest even at home with her mind preoccupied. Meng Wuxia feigned unconsciousness, enduring the confines of a room aboard the spiritual vessel until their return to Bai Xianmen. She felt compelled to remain hidden, firstly, due to her injuries, secondly, to contemplate the matter she would need to address upon her return, and thirdly, due to a perplexing thought regarding the new elder of Wuyu Peak, Shi Wentao, who lingered in her room. When she finally roused from her slumber, a fervent gaze was cast upon her. Had she not known she was aboard her own sex vessel, she might have instinctively summoned her life sword for protection, fearing she had encountered an unusual individual. Shi Wentao, the first elder in Bai Xianmen's history to be appointed directly by the sect leader without the elder council's approval, was a natural talent with a butterfly bone physique and a woodstone spiritual root. He was also the heir of the secret method, Wen Xian Jiutianju. Though he appeared cultured and gentle, he was one of the foremost martial cultivators within Bai Xianmen, wielding the Shura sword and concealing the Qianlu whip as a hidden weapon. Meng Wuxiao recalled his notorious entry in the Death Ledger, having slaughtered his wife's entire family, fallen into demonic cultivation after breaking his sword, and perished in the desolate realm of Luhuan. He was a hypothetical adversary of her master, often fixated on competing with the young elder for a place in the Elder Council, while in reality, his singular focus was on martial cultivation and the promotion of Wuyu Peak, with no time for trivial matters. Upon noticing Meng Wuxia had awakened, Shi Wentao inquired about her well-being, asking if she felt any discomfort. Meng Wuxia was tempted to retort that his presence was the greatest discomfort, yet she lacked the audacity to disrespect an elder, fully aware of Bai Xianmen's regulations that dictated severe repercussions for disrespecting those above her. Meng Wuxiao had maintained a good record in terms of etiquette, at least never having attracted trouble. Observing her aloof demeanor, Shi Wentao smiled gently and explained that he had been entrusted by Elder Wu Ye to protect her, as she was seriously injured and required healing. He mentioned that the Qian Shoumen had been seeking trouble with her, particularly due to her master's actions that had invoked considerable enmity. Qian Shoumen is causing me trouble? Why? Meng Wuxiao pondered, recalling that she had never offended anyone from that sect. Shi Wentao patiently elucidated the reasons, explaining that her master had facilitated her attainment of a heavenly foundation and had plotted against them at the entrance of the Beast Forest, which had generated significant resentment. Elder Wu Ye had negotiated with them, but the animosity persisted, as neither side could tolerate the other. The history between Bai Xianmen and Qian Shoumen was fraught with conflict. Despite their shared lineage, both founded by brothers from the same mother, tensions had never ceased, with both sides perpetually seeking to outmaneuver the other, a long-standing enigma on the Zhangzhou continent. Moreover, a disciple from the Jew, Su Min, had sent a few bee specimens, claiming to have personally hunted them for her. This revelation startled Meng Wuxiao, prompting her to quickly refuse, insisting they be returned. Indeed, they have already been sent back. Shi Wentao jested. Meng Wuxiao could not shake the feeling that Elder Shi had ulterior motives for being in her presence, perhaps investigating her. After all, during her recent expedition to Yanluo Valley, none of her companions had returned alive, making her the prime suspect. It was only logical for him to scrutinize her closely. While Meng Wuxiao was lost in her thoughts, contemplating these matters, the youngest elder of Wuyu Peak had entirely different plans in mind. He envisioned inviting Meng Wuxiao to cultivate at Wuyu Peak, pursuing the path of martial cultivation. A disciple with a heavenly foundation was a rare occurrence. And should she join his peak, the long-sealed supreme secret techniques could finally see the light of day. Meng Wuxiao's cautious smile, rooted in decorum, contrasted starkly with Shi Wentao's earnest enthusiasm for the potential of Wuyu Peak. Each remained oblivious to the other's true intentions. As they approached Bai Xianmen, Shi Wentao posed the question, "What do you think about training at Wuyu Peak?" Meng Wuxiao was taken aback. Why would she wish to go to Wuyu Peak? Shi Wentao's reasoning was straightforward. Your master has fallen, leaving your peak without a leader, and with the elders in seclusion, you stand alone. It would be more advantageous to train elsewhere. Meng Wuxiao had previously encountered disciples from Wuyu Peak during competitions and perceived them as singularly focused martial cultivators. In Bai Xianmen, they were a minority representing a unique faction. Reflecting on Shi Wentao's invitation, which was both elegant and commanding, Meng Wuxiao politely declined. Shi Wentao felt no offense at her gentle refusal. Wuyu Peak was a small faction within Bai Xianmen, albeit with remarkable strength. Yet it paled in comparison to the larger, more thriving literary factions. Nevertheless, he bestowed upon her a token, a Tong Feng jade pendant, encouraging her to contemplate his offer and assuring her that she could seek him out at any time. He promised to provide her with resources to further her martial cultivation. Acknowledging his sincerity, Meng Wuxiao accepted the jade pendant, expressing her gratitude for his invitation. Upon witnessing the towering tree of Bai Xianmen, Meng Wuxiao inhaled deeply, aware that a significant trial awaited her. The stability of her future would depend on her ability to navigate this challenge. Overcoming it would lead to a path of tranquility, while failing would result in a continuous cycle of difficulties and self-inflicted woes. When would she ever enjoy a life of ease? Each day was a struggle, and her hair was turning gray under the strain. Was there any hair dye available? It seemed that once things settled down, she would need to dedicate time to alchemy, creating hair-nourishing elixirs or new products. After all, this was a rare opportunity for cultivation, and she could not afford to be complacent. The spiritual vessel came to a halt at the grand entrance of Bai Xianmen, and as everyone disembarked, they began to enter in an orderly manner beneath the colossal tree, passing through the entrance's spiritual array to gain access to Bai Xianmen. As Meng Wuxiao entered, the ever-silent steward, a loyal aide to the sect leader, appeared and exchanged a few words with Elder Wu Ye before heading directly to her side, instructing her to follow him. This steward, true to his name, was sparing with words and handled matters with remarkable efficiency, always prioritizing the sect leader's will. Meng Wuxiao had seen his record in the death ledger, noting his unwavering loyalty in protecting the sect leader's disciples from perishing. He was also known for his fondness for smoking, rarely parting from his long pipe, which he would light with special tobacco leaves during idle moments. It was rumored that his pipe was a treasured artifact, named the Long Yu pipe, capable of summoning a smoke dragon. Meng Wuxiao was led by him to a secluded courtyard surrounded by a protective barrier. After placing a vial of restorative elixir, he instructed her to stay there until his return. Meng Wuxiao respectfully acknowledged his command. As the silent steward was about to depart, she requested his assistance in procuring a set of plain garments and items for a ritual. Having been preoccupied in the demonic beast forest and unable to escort her master, she now wished to pay her respects and pray for her master's well-being. The silent steward neither assented nor declined her request, but merely repeated, "Return home," before leaving her in the courtyard and drifting away. This small courtyard was fortified with a confinement array, featuring a strong barrier that would prevent anyone from entering easily. Inside, Meng Wuxiao remained composed, refraining from foolishly attempting to escape. Her sole focus was on maintaining stability and composure. With her astuteness, she was prepared for any challenges that might arise, having faced numerous trials on her path of cultivation. She gazed at the sky, contemplating the death ledger, hoping to uncover new tales. Chapter 9. The significance of performance dressed in plain attire. Meng Wuxiao set up a table at the center of the courtyard, dedicating 3 days to prayer and remembrance for her master. The observers from the Shadow Hall were deeply moved by her solemn dedication, providing an honest account in their report to the silent steward. While others perceived Meng Wuxiao's genuine sorrow and respect for her master, she privately chastised him for his shortcomings. Fortunately, her time as a guide for the deceased had acquainted her with various curses, which she had learned well. In anticipation of leaving with a favorable impression, Meng Wuxiao refrained from eating or consuming any sustenance, enduring 3 days of hunger. Upon returning to her domain, she would indulge in all the delicacies available. During these days, she offered incense thrice daily and engaged in deep contemplation at her master's altar, investing her thoughts sincerely. On the 10th day of her return to Bakshaman, the silent steward finally escorted her to the assembly hall. From its inception, Bakshaman had dedicated itself to the pursuit of cultivation and enlightenment, instructing disciples to focus solely on their path and eschew worldly desires. Hence, the aesthetics and furnishings of the sect remained modest and uncomplicated, devoid of the opulence characteristic of other sections. The assembly hall was a spacious room adorned with flowers and plants, with tables and chairs crafted from exquisite jade. Upon entering, Meng Wuxiao observed the presence of the sect leader, several peak masters, and the heads of the 4 most powerful clans. The gravity of the occasion thrilled her, as such influential figures would not gather without significant events. However, she tempered her excitement, adopting a demeanor of solemnity and respect, presenting herself with grace and elegance. "You are Meng Wuxiao, are you not? My daughter, Qian Shang, accompanied you to gather medicinal herbs. Why have you returned alone?" A man, bedecked in numerous spiritual treasures, questioned her with barely contained fury. This was Qian Yeqiu, the head of the Qian clan, known for his sharp judgment and formidable strength, as well as his 3 outstanding children, renowned talents within Bakshaman. Meng Wuxiao did not respond immediately, but instead performed the customary greetings, her attitude a blend of respect, self-assurance, and fearlessness. This display garnered significant attention and respect from the prominent figures present, and the sect leader recalled the silent steward's report, recognizing the potential of this young woman. After completing her salutations, Meng Wuxiao stood with dignity and poise, yet still refrained from answering Qian Yeqiu's inquiry, which incited visible irritation on the clan leader's face. "Meng Wuxiao, your master perished in the midst of the demonic beast forest to ensure your attainment of the heavenly Tao foundation. Do you have anything to say regarding this matter?" The sect leader's questioning rendered Meng Wuxiao momentarily speechless, as the pressure of his presence weighed heavily upon her. "My master did not sacrifice himself solely for my foundation. He did so for Bakshaman to secure the resources we require in the grand competition. Otherwise, the opportunity would be seized by others, to the detriment of our sect. Clenching her fists, Meng Wuxiao felt the overwhelming disparity of strength threatening her foundation. She mentally noted the sect leader, who would later become a monument of failure in his ascension, vowing to seize her opportunity when the time was right. The sect leader and the others observe her unwavering stance amidst the overwhelming spiritual pressure, and her words resonated with conviction, prompting them to await her next statement. My master revealed to me before his demise that the hidden realm, shrouded in secrecy, can only be unlocked by those who have attained the heavenly Tao foundation. Otherwise, the seal shall remain unbroken. The hidden realm? This revelation sent ripples of excitement through the assembly, as countless individuals had attempted to access this enigmatic domain over the centuries. Yet none had succeeded. My master sacrificed everything to ensure my attainment of the heavenly Tao foundation, thus granting Bakshimen the opportunity to enter the hidden realm, securing a stronger position in the Zhangzhou continent. I ventured to collect herbs to present to Qianjin Peak and Yaosheng Peak, so that my fellow disciples might gain valuable experience. As her fervor grew, Meng Wuxiao began to resist the sect leader's imposing spiritual pressure, emanating a pure and assertive force from her being. Despite the blood surging within her, she advanced 3 steps forward. Witnessing her resilience, the sect leader finally withdrew his oppressive aura, allowing her body to regain its freedom. Elder Wuyo had already dispatched individuals to the mists of the swamp, which had transformed into a toxic wasteland, evidently bereft of spiritual energy. The sect leader instructed Elder Wuyo to present a recorded memory, and upon viewing it, all present recognized the place had become inhospitable for cultivators. This confirmed that Meng Wuxiao's master had not even retained a corpse, sacrificing everything for his disciples and Bakshimen. The sect leader and several peak masters briefly discussed the matter, expressing their condolences to Meng Wuxiao and remarking that her master was a paragon of Bakshimen, deserving of remembrance in the annals of the sect for future generations. Tears welled in Meng Wuxiao's eyes as she loosened her tightly clenched fists, knowing the struggle it took to keep her emotions in check. It was fortunate that the Qian clan leader was not overly fixated on her. You are your master's only disciple. If you do not fight for him, who will? Well, my daughter, Qianshang, what has happened to her? Why did she not return with you? Despite standing tall and unyielding before the sect leader, Meng Wuxiao suddenly knelt before Qian Yeqiu. Qianshang has been ambushed in the demonic beast forest. What? My Qianshang has been ambushed? Upon hearing this news, Qian Yeqiu erupted in fury, directly attacking Meng Wuxiao. Meng Wuxiao closed her eyes, fearing the consequences and the blood she might have to shed. At this moment, a captivating figure materialized before Meng Wuxiao, and with a resounding crash, a formidable protective shield enveloped her. What is happening? Why has Shi Wentao emerged so powerfully before her? Patriarch Qian, please restrain your grief. It is rather unbecoming to act so harshly against the junior. Shi Wentao wielded the Shura sword. His intervention startled everyone present. Even the peak master of Wuyu Peak widened his eyes, casting wary glances at Meng Wuxiao and Shi Wentao. No one expected Shi Wentao to block Patriarch Qian's advance. Wasn't Wuyu Peak solely focused on martial cultivation, typically disinterested in other matters? Could it be that he has taken an interest in this girl? Meng Wuxiao is one of the few disciples of Tiandao Foundation establishment from Bakshimen. Wuyu Peak has set its sights on her, wishing to take her as a closed-door disciple. Does Patriarch Qian intend to oppose Wuyu Peak? Huh? You have taken an interest in me? When did this happen? This revelation rendered all present from Bakshimen restless. Regarding Shi Wentao's intention to recruit Meng Wuxiao into Wuyu Peak, it was not entirely surprising. With her master's demise, Meng Wuxiao had few supporters in the upper echelons. And according to Bakshimen's customs, she could choose a new master and train elsewhere. She was the only disciple of Tiandao Foundation establishment within Bakshimen, the first among her generation to reach the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment. With such a disposition, she exuded strength, understood decorum, and was an exemplary candidate, blessed with rare talent and potential. Old Shi, does Wuyu Peak not have many female disciples? Your peak master has no female disciples of his own. If Meng Wuxia goes to Wuyu Peak, wouldn't it be rather dull? Come to Zhentian Peak instead. I shall take her as my closed-door disciple. I believe her late master would be satisfied. The words of the peak master of Zhentian Peak revealed the thoughts of several other peak masters, who hastily expressed their desire to take Meng Wuxia as a disciple, offering excellent conditions, ensuring that resources would not be a concern. I implore you, Wuxia, to join Wuyu Peak. I shall take you as my direct disciple. You may recognize me as your adoptive father, and I shall regard you as my adopted daughter. From henceforth, I will no longer take in disciples. You and Elder Shur can even form a brother-sister bond. His cultivation is among the finest, making him an excellent elder brother for you. As the peak master of Wuyu Peak made this declaration, even the usually silent sect master slightly furrowed his brow. The peak master of Wuyu Peak was indeed quite ambitious. To come up with such a scheme to attract talent was rather absurd. Meng Wuxia, do you wish to join my sect as my closed-door disciple? The sect master had not taken a disciple for many years. The disciples he had previously accepted were already capable individuals, contributing to the sect's strength through their training and studies. Should Meng Wuxia become the sect master's closed-door disciple, the benefits would be immense. However, Meng Wuxia remained kneeling before Patriarch Qian, showing no interest in this sudden contest for her allegiance, now or in the future. It was no wonder she felt so confident. She was about to become Beiximen's most promising disciple, unafraid of the death of Qianshang, able to handle the situation with ease. Seeing Meng Wuxia become the coveted prize of Beiximen, Patriarch Qian feared that once she became a disciple of one of the peaks, he would no longer be able to assert control over her. He immediately launched a series of scornful remarks at her, pressing her mercilessly. Meng Wuxia, having returned to the script, continued her performance. She maintained her kneeling position and retrieved a crystal coffin from her storage bracelet. Inside lay the deceased Qianshang. Upon seeing his daughter in the coffin, Patriarch Qian was momentarily stunned before he lunged forward, teetering on the brink of rage. Shi Wentao, understanding the protective tendencies of the devoted Patriarch Qian, could sense his murderous intent directed at Meng Wuxia. He shielded her closely, setting up a protective array around her. The young elder had some skill, as he could establish a protective formation without drawing array pins. Meng Wuxia felt little regarding Patriarch Qian's sorrow. It was merely Qianshang's fate to encounter her, a calamity from which there was no escape. Yet the performance must be profound, with the requisite emotions displayed. Patriarch Qian, I have kept all of Qianshang's belongings safe. They are all here for your inspection. Meng Wuxia respectfully laid out Qianshang's possessions before Patriarch Qian for him to collect. Seeing his daughter's belongings arrayed before him, Patriarch Qian was overcome with grief, his eyes reddening as he demanded that Meng Wuxia explain in detail how his daughter had been ambushed, insisting she recount every word. Meng Wuxia closed her eyes in anguish, appearing to contemplate for a long while before recounting the events. Of course, this narrative was crafted by Meng Wuxia, drawing from countless dramatic scripts, captivatingly intertwining sorrow with intrigue. She attributed Qianshang's demise to He Qi and the golden-winged bird demon, painting herself as the tragic elder sister who failed to protect her junior. Enough of the tears. You have done your utmost. Once you join Wuyu Peak for your training, your strength will surely increase, and you'll be able to protect your fellow disciples. Shi Wentao's words elevated Meng Wuxia's performance, drawing forth silent tears that transformed into audible sobs, stirring the emotions of those around her. Jin Kai, He Qi is your disciple. Your disciple has harmed my daughter. I will not let this go. Patriarch Qian directed his wrath towards He Qi's master, Elder Jin Kai, causing the elder, who had been listening to Meng Wuxia's account, to feel a shiver of apprehension. Did this imply that Patriarch Qian's anguish over his lost daughter would fall upon him? Calm down, Patriarch Qian. He Qi is merely a named disciple. To claim him as my disciple is somewhat exaggerated. Do not lose your composure. Elder Jin Kai attempted to explain, but Patriarch Qian was deaf to his words, launching a fierce attack. Do not let yourself be swayed by a single disciple's words. If she claims He Qi was behind it, what if she is merely playing tricks? Everyone could be deceived. It is often said that a disciple reflects their master, and thus, the matter was pushed onto Meng Wuxia. This was precisely what she had been waiting for. Upon hearing doubts cast upon her, she suddenly rose, summoning her life sword, Ding Kuan, and with a commanding presence, she declared her oath. I, Meng Wuxia, swear by the honor of my fallen master that I have not spoken a single falsehood nor concealed any truth. To prove my integrity, I willingly submit to the interrogation of the Shadow Hall. The Shadow Hall? That was the clandestine organization within Baekshimon, tasked with monitoring the behaviors and words of its members and dealing with traitors. The Hall's master, upon assuming the role, remained within the sect indefinitely, often concealing their identity so much so that even the sect master might not know who they were, an absolute force for stabilizing Baekshimon both internally and externally. Meng Wuxia was aware of who currently governed the Shadow Hall. It was the old sage who distributed items and messages throughout Baekshimon, a hidden master of profound capabilities, and quite amiable towards her. Meng Wuxia feigned respect towards this harmless elder, pledging to assist him within her means, while the old sage, appearing to be merely at the foundation establishment stage, was, in reality, nearing the Yuan Ying stage. The combination of surprise and unexpected developments gave Meng Wuxia greater confidence in her performance. As she boldly invoked the Shadow Hall, the sect master shifted his gaze between Patriarch Qian and Elder Jin Kai. There is no need for the Shadow Hall. I believe you. Wu Yu Peak will protect you. Protect me? Why should I rely on you for protection? Could you refrain from speaking? Meng Wuxia felt speechless towards Shi Wen Tao at this moment. Yet she still expressed her gratitude for his goodwill, emphasizing that she was willing to do this for the sake of her and her masteress reputation. Master Qian, I have failed to protect junior sister Qianshang, and I feel remorseful. I am willing to promise you one thing. Provided it is within my capabilities, does not contravene moral principles, does not violate the sect rules, and does not place me in a difficult position, I am willing to do something for your family, so that junior sister Qianshang's spirit can rest in peace. As she spoke, she drew a line on her palm, swearing a blood oath. This revelation led the prominent figures of the Baixian sect to gain a new understanding of Meng Wuxia, significantly increasing their fondness for her and prompting the other three families, who had remained silent, to regard her with newfound respect. I say, Master Qian, this junior has shown you the proper etiquette and sincerity. This Lioli coffin is no ordinary item. It was seized by Meng Wuxia from the golden-winged bird demon with great effort, intended to ensure the safe return of your daughter and to appease you as well. Her master sacrificed for the Baixian sect, and even in death, we must consider their dignity. At this moment, it was Shi Jiazhu, the head of the Shi family, who spoke. Master Qian cast a cold glance at Shi Jiazhu, letting out a disdainful snort, and turned to Meng Wuxia, firmly stating, I await the results from the Shadow Hall. Ultimately, with a nod of the sect master, the silent steward led Meng Wuxia to the Shadow Hall. Chapter 11. What matters cannot be purchased with money. Meng Wuxia was escorted by the silent steward to a place known as the Silent Corner within the Shadow Hall. Why was it called the Silent Corner? This was a nickname bestowed by the disciples of the Baixian sect. The Shadow Hall is an independent establishment within the sect, located in an inconspicuous corner, having no connection to the other factions of the Baixian sect. As long as it does not pertain to the survival of the sect or involve excessively egregious events, the Shadow Hall exists in utter silence within the Baixian sect. Just look at the entrance of the Shadow Hall, if one did not mention this as the feared Shadow Hall of the Baixian sect. Meng Wuxia might have mistaken it for a neglected courtyard used for storing odds and ends. It appeared far too inconspicuous and unremarkable. The silent steward instructed Meng Wuxia to enter on her own, assuring her he would wait here and advising her to take care. His tone suggested that once she entered, she might not return, yet his demeanor offered no clear indication of what lay ahead. After bowing respectfully, Meng Wuxia strode confidently through the grand doorway of the Shadow Hall. Upon entering, an invisible pressure surged towards Meng Wuxia. She unleashed her spiritual power to counter it, with each step closer to the indistinct entrance of the Grand Hall. The weight of the pressure intensified. By the time she reached the door, she had to swallow several mouthfuls of blood. This was the Shadow Hall's method of establishing dominance over newcomers. Meng Wuxiao was not easily intimidated. Such theatrics were merely a waste of vitality. As she stepped into the hall, 4 masked figures suddenly appeared, surrounding Meng Wuxiao. Assessing their strength, she noted they were all Foundation establishment cultivators, their cultivation level surpassing her own, brandishing half-drawn spiritual swords, stern and silent as they encircled her. The Shadow Hall certainly maintained an imposing presence. It should be even grander. Without giving them a chance to interrogate her, Meng Wuxiao tossed her head back, raising her voice. "Please summon your hall master to speak with me. Otherwise, I will expose his true identity to the entire Baisian sect, along with his greatest secret." The 4 masked individuals, upon hearing this, exchanged glances. Certain that Meng Wuxiao was merely bluffing and speaking nonsense, they were unaware of who their hall master truly was. Seeing their disbelief, Meng Wuxiao pretended to cough, using a secret communication technique to call out, "Old Holy Head, are you there? If so, come out and talk. I brought you a great gift." She repeated this 3 times, yet received no response. Truly, they were not following the script. Their silence only intensified her desire for acknowledgement. With no one responding, the 4 figures coldly instructed Meng Wuxiao to follow them into the interrogation room of the Shadow Hall, adhering to the hall's protocol of questioning before examination. She was led into a chamber filled with intricate formations and barriers, where another masked individual gestured for her to sit comfortably. There was but a single chair. How about you sit freely? The walls bore a striking phrase. Confessing does not guarantee leniency, but resisting will certainly lead to severity. This was quintessentially the style of the Shadow Hall. Meng Wuxiao seated herself and declared, "I wish to see your hall master and discuss matters with him." Every person entering the Shadow Hall typically uttered this phrase, seeking the hall master for a conversation, unaware of what could be so significant to warrant such a meeting. The voice that responded was androgynous, possessing a somewhat sharp timbre. Meng Wuxiao carefully observed the figure while they scrutinized her in return. "I say, Hall Master, do you truly despise having your true visage seen? The rules of your Shadow Hall are in dire need of reform. Merely hiding in the shadows does not instill fear. A change of appearance is all that is necessary. Just your status as the chosen successor of the previous Hall Master is enough to instill dread." Her words caused the other individual to visibly startle, scrutinizing her anew from head to toe. She felt their probing into her spiritual body and spiritual sea. "There is no need to ponder how I discerned your identity. As long as we can converse amicably, you may allow me entry into your Shadow Hall and grant me safe passage out, and I will present you with a gold mine." Meng Wuxiao retrieved a wooden box from her storage bracelet and handed it to the masked figure. Upon opening it, they discovered a scroll crafted from the finest silk, depicting a map that concealed the location of a gold mine. Typically, cultivators favored spiritual stones, spiritual treasures, spiritual materials, medicinal herbs, and magical artifacts. Yet the Hall Master of the Shadow Hall had a peculiar fondness for mundane gold and silver, particularly gold, to the point that his private treasury was overflowing with it, sufficient to establish a kingdom in the mortal realm. This information had been recorded in the death ledger that Meng Wuxiao had seen, and the scroll was a precious find she had sought for a long time, all for this very moment. "I have accepted your offering, but do you not fear that I will still proceed according to the rules of the Shadow Hall and subject you to torture if the interrogation yields no results? Since the establishment of Shadow Hall, regardless of innocence or ulterior motives, individuals have either walked in, been helped out, or been carried out. This is hardly a rare occurrence." In response to the other's probing, Meng Wuxiao chuckled softly, for in her view, what matter could not be resolved with money? If negotiations faltered, it was merely a matter of insufficient funds. If they succeeded, it required not only accounting skills, but also some preparation. A puppet talisman appeared in her hand as she flashed a cunning smile. "This is a puppet talisman. I have placed one in many locations within our Baisian sect. Each talisman contains a small puppet that repeats a single phrase. Once I ignite this talisman, within half an hour, everyone in the Baisian sect will learn that the old holy head, responsible for delivering goods and messages daily, is none other than the elusive Hall Master of the Shadow Hall, who possesses considerable wealth in his little treasury. Before Meng Wuxia could finish, the Hall Master of the Shadow Hall acquiesced to her request. Meng Wuxia pocketed the puppet talisman, bowed gracefully to the Hall Master, and expressed her gratitude. As the saying goes, excessive courtesy breeds no offense. With a smile directed at the now-revealed old holy head, she addressed him. I have brought you many treasures from the beast forest, including spiritual chickens paired with the Baisian sect's Lingquan wine, along with several medicinal herbs suitable for culinary use that will provide significant nourishment. Old Holy Head, observing Meng Wuxia's transformed appearance, realized he had underestimated her. Thus, they began a delightful conversation. As the assembly hall witnessed the entrance of the unspoken steward, accompanied by the unscathed Meng Wuxia, a ripple of commotion ensued. Everyone was aware that those who entered the Shadow Hall either emerged supported by others or were carried out. No inquiries were made regarding those who did not return. The leader of the Baisian sect presented the jade tablet delivered by the unspoken steward to every attendee, with the head of the Qian family inspecting it particularly closely. To his surprise, Meng Wuxiao emerged from the Shadow Hall seemingly unperturbed, and the jade tablet, personally inscribed by the hall's master, explicitly stated that there were no issues. Meng Wuxia, observing the head of the Qian family's incredulous gaze, felt an urge to strike him. The master of the Shadow Hall was truly unscrupulous. Not only had he seized the gold mine, but he had also taken the spiritual chicken she had captured from the monster beast forest, claiming it was to be prepared as a delicacy, while insisting she regularly provide him with fine accompaniments. He had even specifically requested the puppet talisman from her, having learned a technique to use puppets for intimidation. Chapter 12. Inquisition of Souls. Once all present had perused the jade tablet penned by the Shadow Hall's master, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the hall, with the most elated being Shi Wentao from Yufeng. The head of the Qian family was asked by the sect leader if he was satisfied with this outcome. This was a conclusion drawn by the master of the Shadow Hall, and Meng Wuxia had indeed spoken no falsehood. The sect leader turned towards the head of the Qian family, who clutched the jade tablet tightly, and posed a question. Master, I wish to request Steward Heishui to conduct a soul inquiry on Meng Wuxia. Upon hearing the request from the head of the Qian family, several peak masters who wished to take Meng Wuxia as their disciple expressed their discontent. They had all visited the Shadow Hall, emerging without incident or issue. Yet now they were to disturb the steward managing the Blackwater prison to interrogate Meng Wuxia, which clearly indicated a grudge against her. Head Qian, the jade tablet from the master of the Shadow Hall cannot be falsified, nor would anyone dare to. If you recklessly inquire into the soul of a disciple already at the foundation establishment stage, and there are still no issues, what price will your family pay? Are you fully aware of the consequences? The sect leader's words left the grief-stricken head of the Qian family devoid of rationality. After glaring fiercely at the elders, he knelt before the sect leader, expressing his lingering doubts regarding his daughter Qianshang's demise and asserting that it was only natural to question Meng Wuxia, the sole witness present. He declared that should the steward Heishui conduct the inquiry and Meng Wuxia still exhibit no issues, he would publicly apologize and offer a substantial compensation of spirit stones. The head of the Qian family's love for his daughter surpassed the family's regulations and the prospects of the Baisian sect, igniting envy among the disciples for Qianshang, who had such a father, leaving her without regrets in death. Meng Wuxia indicated to the sect leader her acceptance of the soul inquiry, yet requested a condition to be honored post-inquiry, reminding the head of the Qian family of his prior statements. The peak master of Yufeng attempted to intercede on Meng Wuxia's behalf, but was swiftly restrained by Shi Wentao, who urged him to remain calm. Observing that Meng Wuxia displayed no fear whatsoever in the face of the Qian family's intimidation, he concluded that she was resolute in her integrity and did not require anyone's assistance. Nevertheless, Shi Wentao stepped forward, standing before Meng Wuxia and infusing her with a surge of potent spiritual energy. The individual undergoing a soul inquiry experiences immense energy depletion, and there are instances where one may exhaust their energy and suffer a decline in cultivation during the process. Rest assured, should anything happen, Wai Yufeng will accept you. What does anything happen imply? It sounded like a comforting concern, yet it felt oddly peculiar. Meng Wuxia stifled a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Thanking Shi Wentao once more and requesting he refrain from speaking on her behalf and remain quietly aside. This is a unique spiritual energy talisman from the Yu family. I gift you one. The soul inquiry can harm your cultivation, but this talisman should provide you with some protection. The head of the Yu family, the newly appointed young lady Yu Shiwedding, had entered the later stages of the Golden Core period and was once among the top 3 on the Baixian Sect's fairy rankings. Meng Wuxia found herself unable to resist the charm and eloquence of this capable elder sister, accepting the talisman with a grateful, "Thank you, Shiji." The term Shiji elicited laughter from Yu Shiwedding, who had not encountered such a bold and youthful junior sister in years. After serving as the head for several years, no one had addressed her so freely and without hesitation. To entirely dispel any lingering suspicions about Meng Wuxia, the sect leader instructed the already arrived steward Heishui to conduct the soul inquiry within the assembly hall. He had set up a spatial formation to separate himself from Meng Wuxia. Steward Heishui, a seemingly amicable figure, differed from the Shadow Hall's covert operations. The Blackwater prison was a visible institution, administering punishment and discipline to errant disciples of the Baixian sect. He approached Meng Wuxia with a serene smile, explaining the process of the soul inquiry, which involved summoning the inquiry formation, binding her soul with 8 chains, and employing a Huajiao beast to discern her heart's righteousness or malevolence. The procedure would not take long if there were no hidden truths. The Huajiao beast would depart on its own. Should there be concealed matters, the beast would consume her soul, revealing the images of what she concealed. This process could be rather intense, and whether or not she could emerge from the inquiry formation would depend on her own fortune. Upon completing his explanation, Steward Heishui summoned the inquiry formation, binding Meng Wuxia with 8 jet-black chains inscribed with peculiar symbols, suspending her in midair. Who devised this torturous contraption? Why not use 100 chains to bind someone like a pretzel? It would be easier than having to ask. Meng Wuxia seethed with resentment towards the head of the Qian family, vowing to make him weep later. As the Huajiao beast emerged, it unleashed a cacophony of cries directed at Meng Wuxia. Fortunately, after a while, it shook its head and retreated. Just like that, it vanished without a trace, leaving even Steward Heishui momentarily stunned. This Huajiao beast merely made an appearance and then disappeared. How peculiar indeed. Meng Wuxia inwardly cursed Steward Heishui, realizing that had she not been somewhat prepared, she would never have consented to this inquiry. The stewardess' reputation was far from favorable, and the outcome could be dire. Ultimately, when Meng Wuxia emerged from the inquiry formation, the assembly of Baixian sect members was rendered speechless, their doubts about her completely dissipated. The head of the Qian family wore a solemn expression, left without words. This situation had stirred the forces of both the Shadow Hall and Steward Heishui, and should he continue to nitpick, it would not only express his grief over his lost daughter, but would also be tantamount to confronting the Baixian sect, which would yield no benefits. Head Qian, you have witnessed the conclusion of the soul inquiry. There are no issues. Are you satisfied? The sect leader and the others from Baixian sect turned their gazes towards the head of the Qian family, while the other 3 family heads from the 4 great families awaited his response. Please forgive me, master. I wish to return with my daughter's glass coffin to the Qian family for her burial. I take my leave. Ah, how abrupt. It was as if no one else mattered. His demeanor was indeed grand. Head Qian, after catching her breath on the ground, Meng Wuxia struggled to rise and called out firmly to the departing head of the Qian family. The sensation following the soul inquiry was far from pleasant. Had it not been for the Tianji Linghai sustaining her and the Lianhua aiding in her recovery, her spiritual energy would be rapidly depleting, leaving her weak and better suited to lie down. The head of the Qian family, momentarily halted by Meng Wuxia's call, did not turn to face her, but attempted to continue walking. However, Meng Wuxia did not grant him the opportunity to depart, brandishing her life sword, Ding Kuan, and commanding him to halt. Do you dare to point your life sword at me? Who possesses such audacity? The head of the Qian family glared at Meng Wuxia, who could barely stand, his own spiritual energy swirling as he prepared to strike. How could the head of the Qian family be so duplicitous, forgetting his own words so swiftly? How could future juniors trust anything said by him? Meng Wuxia's words were grounded in truth, leaving the head of the Qian family unable to refute her. He had not anticipated her swift recovery of spiritual energy, allowing her to rise and obstruct him with her life sword. The head of the Qian family was utterly grief-stricken, having lost his beloved daughter. Although he failed to remember his own words, it could be understood. You are the younger generation and should not stoop to the level of the elders. Be cautious not to let others say you act with disrespect, lacking decorum. The words of the head of the Shi family, though directed at Meng Wuxia, were clearly a veiled mockery aimed at the head of the Qian family. What do you wish to achieve? The head of the Qian family was aware that he was in the wrong. Should Meng Wuxia pursue the matter seriously, he, the dignified head of the Qian family, would be left vulnerable to public scorn, risking his reputation and being labeled as unreasonable. What do I want? I merely request that you apologize to my master and seek forgiveness from the sect leader. Meng Wuxia spoke with solemnity and conviction, her gaze unwavering, showing no sign of retreat. The head of the Qian family furrowed his brow. Apologize to her master? And to the sect leader? Why? I am the sole disciple of my master. To doubt me is to doubt the teachings of my master. Furthermore, I am a disciple of the Bakshaman, and your continued disrespect towards the sect leader is not only unbecoming of an elder, but also a violation of sect rules. Please take responsibility for your words and actions, lest you bring the reputation of the Qian family into question. Meng Wuxia praised herself internally for her eloquence, as her words were so well-reasoned and articulate. A true exemplar of rhetoric. Her statements resonated with the remaining members of the Bakshaman, who were present, and the sect leader, seated above, emanated an aura that was both gentle and unassailable. Indeed, how eloquent! The head of the Qian family apologized to Meng Wuxia, word by word, and approached the sect leader once more, seeking his forgiveness. Upon witnessing the head of the Qian family's bowing, Meng Wuxia felt a cold smile form within her, cursing this detestable individual. Chapter 13. I wish to become the peak master. Meng Wuxia's profound affection and unwavering loyalty towards her master, as well as her dedication to the sect and its leader, garnered the admiration of the members of Bakshaman. They eagerly extended olive branches, vying to accept her as a direct disciple. The peak master of Yufeng and Elder Shi Wintao exhausted all means to entice her to join Yufeng as a martial cultivator. Meng Wuxiao expressed her gratitude for the esteem shown by the various peak masters, elders, and seniors. However, her resolve was unwavering. She had only one master in her heart and would not waver. As long as she remained, the Xiangshang peak would endure. Meng Wuxiao's proclamation was resolute, leaving those who had hoped to win her over in stunned silence, uncertain of her next words. She respectfully bowed deeply to the sect leader and continued, addressing him. Earlier, you assured the peak masters, elders, and seniors that as long as I passed the questioning of souls without issue, you would grant me a condition. Have I misrepresented your words? The sect leader gazed at Meng Wuxiao with calm composure, slowly nodding in affirmation, indicating for her to continue. With courage, Meng Wuxiao requested the sect leader's consent for her to assume the position of peak master of Xiangshang Peak. Ah, the peak master of Xiangshang Peak. How could a disciple who has just established a foundation possibly take on such a role? Who would accept this? Who would agree? It would undoubtedly provoke immense controversy. Upon hearing Meng Wuxiao's declaration of her desire to become the peak master, the onlookers stared at her in disbelief, as if they no longer recognized her. Except for Shi Wintao, the murmurs of the crowd were incessant, akin to the clamor of a bustling market. Yet, the sect leader exhibited no surprise. Quietly listening to the discussions, his clouded gaze fixed upon Meng Wuxia, attempting to discern something within her. Her eyes were resolute, her spiritual energy circulating endlessly, hinting at a potential breakthrough in her cultivation. Though her figure was slender, it stood resilient like a spiritual tree, embodying the demeanor of a cultivator. Amidst the surrounding murmurs and doubts, she remained steadfast, embodying both respect and unwavering resolve, her demeanor impeccable. However, the position of peak master within Baeksuman has always been held to stringent standards and traditions, each requirement a testament to one's qualifications and strength. Any candidate must be an undeniable force, capable of representing the prestige and dignity of Baeksuman. Many of those who ascended to become immortals within the sect began their journey as peak masters before attaining their rightful place among the celestial ranks. Hence, appointing a newly established disciple as the peak master contradicts the sect's regulations and would be untenable to justify, both internally and externally. As the discussions among the attendees subsided, the sect leader encouraged Meng Wuxia to explain her rationale for aspiring to the position of peak master. Given her current qualifications and strength, was it not premature, perhaps even overly audacious? The sect leader's words were couched in politeness, reflecting the sentiments of everyone present. Some were inclined to mock her, urging her to recognize her own limitations. Even though she was a rare talent who had just established her foundation, rushing to ascend could lead to a fall, inviting ridicule and scorn. In response to the sect leader, Meng Wuxiao expressed her earnest desire to contribute to Baeksuman's legacy and ensure its continued prosperity. Honoring her master's teachings and sacrifices, she emphasized that her request to become the peak master was not born of arrogance, but from a genuine commitment to her sect and her master's dying wishes. Her words were sincere and heartfelt, articulating her determination and reasoning for seeking the position. This young woman possesses remarkable ambition and resilience. Though still young, she considers the welfare of her sect. Anyone can speak grandly, boastfully, but achieving such aspirations is far from simple. The role of a peak master is not easily attained. Just look at the current masters, each a formidable golden core cultivator. To survive even a few exchanges with them would be a remarkable feat. The head of the Shi family expressed his support for Meng Wuxia's aspirations. Yet should it come to her actually becoming the peak master of Xiangshan Peak, he would likely be among the most determined to obstruct her. After all, that position represents a significant force within Baeksuman, with resources and spiritual stones that rival his own family. With people and benefits at stake, who would not be tempted? Allowing a disciple to ascend to such heights, especially one who is not from his family or faction, would be inconceivable. Meng Wuxia understood that merely voicing her desire to become the peak master would stir the entire Baeksuman. With her master's passing, the position of peak master at Xiangshan Peak lay vacant, and with no substantial backing, she stood alone. This was a coveted position that many would envy, but would not desire it. Meng Wuxiao refused to allow others to benefit at her expense. Protecting one's resources and advantages is indeed a skill of a cultivator, and she vowed to defend her interests fiercely. My master sacrificed his life for the Baeksuman to secure priority over the unnamed secret realm and to pave the way for our sect's future. As his only disciple, I will give my all to safeguard Xiangshan Peak. This position of peak master is one I, Meng Wuxia, shall claim. No one else shall sit upon it. With that, she gripped the Dinkuan sword firmly, her spiritual energy surging forth, her mental strength erupting, and countless puppet talismans materializing, creating a tidal wave of puppets. The cacophony of their cries shook the entire conference hall. I have established my foundation. The phoenix bone can summon the ancient phoenix ancestor Zhuke. My golden jade spiritual root allows me to practice hidden techniques, and I have made progress in puppet manipulation. My mental prowess has reached a critical stage. With breakthroughs in formations, talismans, and elixirs, those present, once the pride of Baeksuman, must consider whether my qualifications and potential merit a place on the list of prodigies, and whether I am capable of ascending to the peak master position. Is it too ambitious for me to represent Baeksuman at the Jojo Academy in the future? Meng Wuxiao raised the Dinkuan sword high, and the soaring sword energy surged forth. In that moment, her Yinshui sword art reached its pinnacle. With great determination, she had diligently practiced her sword techniques through countless meditations, refining her skills in various secret realms and challenges. As her comprehension deepened, her mastery of the Yinshui sword art progressed rapidly, unbeknownst to her. Speaking with these individuals paled in comparison to showcasing her strength, for she intended to ascend as the peak master through her own prowess. At this rate, in just a few years, her power would become astonishing, and she might very well become the youngest female cultivator to achieve the Jiadan stage in the history of the Baisian sect. This remarkable aura was rare and stirred anticipation. The head of the Yu family held a favorable view of Meng Wuxia, offering her a fair compliment. Observing her ability to skillfully wield puppet talismans even at the foundation establishment stage left an impression on those present. After all, puppet masters held a unique status in the Zhangzhou continent, and their numbers dwindled. Many sects once boasted practitioners of puppet arts, with numerous puppet masters traversing the Zhangzhou continent. However, during a great calamity in the Jiuzhou region, many puppet masters perished in the pursuit of peace and power distribution, leading to the loss of numerous puppet techniques. Renowned families specializing in puppet arts gradually faded away, leaving puppet masters as a respected but rare symbol of strength in the Zhangzhou continent. The master of Baisian sect, who specialized in spiritual power, possessed the inherited puppet arts from ancestors. However, the number of disciples capable of mastering these techniques was limited, and while many entered the sect, only a few truly grasped the intricacies of puppet arts. Meng Wuxia recognized this and dedicated considerable effort to her studies, secretly refining her skills under her masteress guidance. You claim you can unlock the nameless secret realm. Your use of puppet talismans is indeed commendable. It seems you will soon be able to inscribe your own puppets and summon spirit puppets. The sect master did not permit Meng Wuxia to further display her abilities. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he ignited all her puppet talismans, confining her within a meditation formation. Meng Wuxia, not foolish, understood that this was the sect master providing her a way out, and she gladly acquiesced. Once you achieve the peak of foundation establishment and ascend to the top of the Tianjiao ranking, bringing glory to our Baisian sect in the Jiuzhou Tianjiao competition and gaining admission to the Jiuzhou Academy, the position of peak master shall not be beyond your reach. Your master is fortunate to have a disciple like you. The sect master ultimately announced that the position of the peak master of the upper peak was vacant, allowing Meng Wuxia to lead it as she deemed fit. Chapter 14. Beginning a reclusive life after receiving the sect master's approval. Meng Wuxia departed the council chamber with an air of pride, her steps light as she made her way to the upper peak. Accompanying her was the persistent Shi Wentao. In a good mood, Meng Wuxia politely inquired about his destination. Shi Wentao smiled and replied that he wished to visit her for a cup of tea. Ah, there. Is there no tea at the Waiyufeng? She recalled that Waiyufeng had a spiritual spring with exceptionally sweet and refreshing water, beloved by the disciples of Baisian sect. Particularly, those tasked with missions would often request their fellow disciples from Waiyufeng to fill their containers with the spring water, claiming that a sip after completing their tasks would greatly uplift their spirits and mental clarity. Meng Wuxia was inclined to refuse him, for now that she had returned to Baisian sect, she could finally attend to matters at the upper peak. There was much to accomplish, and time was of the essence, crucial to her cultivation plans and future path. However, considering his efforts to speak on her behalf in the council hall and his earnest invitation to visit Waiyufeng, she hesitated. As she would soon be navigating the challenges of Baisian sect alone, having an elder for companionship might not be such a bad idea. Responding with indifference to Shi Wentao's insistence, he remained undeterred, eager to witness her solitary life at the upper peak. In Baisian sect, even with support and influence, one could still face oppression. Now, alone at the upper peak, she would encounter numerous hidden challenges. If you find it stifling here, you are always welcome at Waiyufeng. We will ensure your safety. Under Meng Wuxia's cool reception, Shi Wentao, having consumed a large pot of tea, finally stood to take his leave, sincerely promising to keep an eye on her. Meng Wuxia merely wished for him to depart quickly, nodding repeatedly as she mentioned that after organizing her master's belongings and establishing a memorial tablet for him, she would visit Waiyufeng to express her gratitude for his protection in the council hall. Unbeknownst to Meng Wuxia, her polite words were taken to heart by Shi Wentao, who upon returning to Waiyufeng instructed the guarding disciples to grant her immediate access whenever she visited the upper peak, without the need for prior notification. This surprised the disciples guarding the gate of Waiyufeng, for Shi Wentao, a dedicated martial cultivator and an elder personally promoted by the sect master, was typically focused on the development of Yufeng. Despite many female cultivators expressing affection for him, he remained indifferent, though the third miss of the Ning family, Ning Qingcheng, held a particular fondness for him. If this news reached her ears, one could only wonder how she would react to Meng Wuxia at the upper peak. Meng Wuxia, however, had no time to dwell on such matters. Having finally returned to Baixian sect, to her own territory, she resolved that from now on, the upper peak would be dictated by her will. All resources and spirit stones of the upper peak were now hers, as she had struck gold. She first changed into a new outfit and began to inventory all the items at the upper peak. Previously, her master had instructed her to focus solely on her cultivation and not to concern herself with other matters. With so few people at the upper peak, there were indeed numerous valuable items accumulated over time. She meticulously selected and categorized the treasures she remembered, placing precious and rare items into a new storage bracelet, including the spiritual herbs and plants her master had collected. This storage bracelet contained a unique spiritual spring capable of nourishing these herbs and plants. Indeed, to live prosperously, one must learn to accumulate resources. Her master's private treasury held a significant amount of spirit stones. Truly, the possessions of the powerful were not for a mere disciple to claim. The more Meng Wuxia organized, the happier she became, her spirits lifting as she began to hum a tune. She wished to embrace these treasures and dream of them. Waking up with joy, after several days of inventorying, she became thoroughly acquainted with the items at the upper peak. Not overly greedy, she stored only the most valuable and useful items in her storage bracelet, while categorizing many others for future use. Since her arrival, these few days have been the happiest for Meng Wuxia. Besides cultivating, she delighted in discovering treasures, often smiling foolishly at her storage bracelet. She had been so content that she paid little attention to the developments outside, nor did she wish to. With the Tianjiao ranking challenge approaching, she had yet to secure her position as peak master. She was determined to claim the top spot. After returning to the upper peak, Meng Wuxia activated the protective formation, isolating herself from the outside world. She could neither leave nor allow anyone to enter. Apart from perusing the jade slips to stay informed about Baixian sect, she ignored everything else. The aforementioned Ning Qingchang sent several individuals to the upper peak inquiring about the status of the protective formation. They reported that the formation had been activated, sealing off entry and exit, leaving them puzzled about Meng Wuxia's activities inside. Ning Qingchang, doubting the reports, decided to come personally. Upon witnessing the entire upper peak shrouded by the protective formation, she realized entry was impossible and grew frustrated, wondering about Meng Wuxia's reasons for activating the formation, especially when there were no enemies present. Keep a close watch here. The moment her protective formation is lifted and free passage is restored, notify me immediately. I want to see what this Meng Wuxia is like, to have captured Shi Wentao's attention so thoroughly. After leaving behind some spirit stones as a reward for those guarding the entrance, Ning Qingcheng stormed off in anger. All those monitoring the upper peak believed that Meng Wuxia would not remain within the protective formation for long. With the imminent Tianjiao ranking challenge, it was inconceivable for her to rely on the protective formation indefinitely. As per tradition, she must consecutively challenge 3 members of the Tianjiao list before gaining the qualification to enter the final competition. Upon learning of her ambition to become the leader of Xiangshang Peak, many of her peers, feeling discontented, sought to test her abilities and ascertain whether she possessed the strength befitting such a position. However, capability is not merely a matter of words. It is ultimately reflected in tangible results. I, Meng Wuxia, may not be the most talented, but I do possess strength. How infuriating is that? From the very first day of her return to Xiangshang Peak, Meng Wuxia activated the protective formation surrounding the peak, trapping herself within while preventing anyone from entering. She chose to immerse herself in solitude, embracing a reclusive lifestyle, even requesting a delay in the distribution of resources assigned by her sect, stating that she would collect them once she ventured outside. The members of the Shadow Hall observed her for a time, discovering that she truly remained inside. refraining from deliberate contact with her fellow disciples of Baekshimon, living quietly and contentedly in her own world. Upon hearing of Meng Wuxia's self-imposed seclusion, the leader of Baekshimon shook his head with a smile, intrigued by the actions she might take upon her eventual emergence. He instructed the steward Wei to convey a message to Meng Wuxia, informing her that an investigation into the entrance of the nameless secret realm had been arranged, with frequent communications ongoing with other sections. She was advised to prepare herself, as the opening and exploration of the nameless secret realm would soon be underway, and she would not be allowed to hide away. Meng Wuxia succinctly replied in the affirmative. For now, she relished in the joy of her hermit life, realizing that each day was fleeting. She remained industrious, engaging in verbal sparring with Long Ting in the Spirit Sea, absorbing the spiritual energy of Qin Yin, chatting with Lianhua, and observing the daily transformations of the spiritual herbs and medicines within her storage bracelet. She diligently practiced her cultivation, crafting life-preserving talismans and elixirs. Her days were indeed busy. Chapter 15. Stretching her limbs, Meng Wuxia spent 6 months within the protective formation of Xiangshang Peak, leading a carefree existence as a little hermit. She explored every nook and cranny of the peak, enjoying her freedom without supervision. Eventually, she conducted a rigorous training regimen within the cultivation arena and the secret realm of Xiangshang Peak to enhance her abilities. It is said that the founding ancestors of Baekshimon had remarkable foresight in selecting this location. Baekshimon truly is a treasure trove of feng shui, abundant in spiritual energy and adorned with stunning scenery. The 7 main peaks and the 4 prominent families occupy unique geographical positions, each flourishing independently, with distinctive characteristics surrounding the central area of Baekshimon. Each main peak is equipped with its own cultivation arena and secret realm for their disciples to train and compete. However, these facilities are not solely for private use. With permission from the respective peak and the payment of certain spirit stones and items as required, one can access the cultivation arenas and secret realms of others. Yet, one must be cautious not to stir up trouble, as excessive ostentation may lead to restrictions being placed by the other party, barring further access to their training facilities. In the nameless secret realm, Meng Wuxia reinforced her practice of the Yinshui Jingxianshu, steadily advancing to the mid-stage of cultivation. After mastering the Yinshui sword technique, she recognized the necessity of acquiring new secret techniques. Apart from a Yinshui sword technique, she was less inclined to learn the Hanzhan palm technique or the Piamiao Wuing body technique. Upon mastering the Yinshui sword technique, she made a new discovery regarding the Wujigan, realizing that it could summon thunder and cause the earth to tremble, providing her with a powerful means to intimidate and strike her adversaries. Having endured numerous strikes and falling into deep pits countless times within the nameless secret realm, she finally learned to manipulate the Wujigan at her will, summoning thunder when desired and causing the ground to collapse at her command. Indeed, no weapon could compare to a sturdy staff in her hands. However, relying solely on the Yinshui sword technique for combat was not advisable, as every disciple of Baekshimon possessed multiple techniques at their disposal. Upon reviewing the Yinshui Jingxianshu, she discovered an inconspicuous technique called Qinsi Rao, which required the combination of the Piamiao Wuing body technique for effective learning. This technique involved channeling spiritual energy through her 10 fingers, transforming it into threads that could ensnare an opponent's weapon. If executed properly, it could manipulate the opponent's movements, allowing for a decisive strike when they were unable to break free. How had she overlooked such a cunning and formidable technique before? Mastering it would not only infuriate her enemies, but would also enhance her control over her puppets. After all, once she inscribed her own spiritual puppet, in addition to using her mental energy to control it, should her spiritual strength wane, she could still utilize the threads to maintain control. The more she contemplated her brilliance, the more focused Meng Wuxia became on studying the Qinsi Rao technique. Yet, what seemed simple proved to be quite taxing in practice. After several exhausting attempts, she depleted her mental energy, managing only to conjure a few thread-like wisps. The Piamiao Wuing body technique was exceptionally dynamic, being living beings individuals moved differently, and each technique varied in attributes and offensive capabilities. Meng Wuxia paid a steep price for her initial disregard and attempts to take shortcuts, spending half a day with little to show for it. No, this cannot be. I am the protagonist, Meng Wuxia, destined to become a legendary Tianjiao, to ascend to immortality in Bakshimen and achieve divinity in the Tsangzhou continent. How could I fail to master a mere technique and a new skill? Watch me break through and surprise everyone. Meng Wuxia entered her own Tianji spirit sea, where Long Ting swam aimlessly, unaware of his own purpose. She requested a few petals from Lianhua that would nourish her entirely and began her studies anew. Ah, how exhausting. How many times had her clumsy hands caused her to stumble? The petals Lianhua provided were being wasted. Perhaps she should lose some weight. A lighter body might aid her in mastering the Piao Wuing body technique. Wouldn't it be better if those threads in her hands were a bit longer? Unable to contain herself, Meng Wuxia attempted to catch Long Ting, who had tormented her several times, as she and Long Ting played a game of chase. She noticed her form beginning to change, allowing her to sense his movements. Long Ting, a dragonfish, moved swiftly, his long whiskers serving as weapons, continuously teasing her. Sensing the opportunity, Meng Wuxia began to apply the principles of the Piao Wuing body technique, aligning her body with her heart's intent. Just as Long Ting attempted to slip away, she seized his large fish tail. Ah, I'm going to catch you. You shall be struck by lightning. I intend to become a golden dragon, not a meal. Delighted by her newfound understanding of the Piao Wuing, Meng Wuxia laughed heartily, tossing Long Ting beside Lianhua, where he could find lotus seeds to eat. She plucked a lotus pod and departed from her spirit sea. It appeared that to master these two techniques, she would need to find someone to practice with and enhance her proficiency. Finally, emerging from the protective formation, Meng Wuxia replaced it with a barrier that allowed only those from her peak to enter, transforming Xiangshang Peak into her personal domain. Currently, she wished to avoid encounters with others, waiting until she successfully ascended the Tianjiao list and claimed the top position to bring attention to Xiangshang Peak. Upon her exit, Meng Wuxia made her way directly to Tianhe Peak, where the disciples engaged in a myriad of studies, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Every 7 days, a small market was held, and a larger one once a month, allowing all members of Bakshimen to trade and exchange cultivation resources and items, facilitating swift communication. The disciples of Tianhe Peak emphasized harmony and diligence, lacking the arrogance and aggression found in other peaks. They also offered free access to cultivation arenas, earning a commendable reputation. After paying the required spirit stones for entry, Meng Wuxia headed straight for the cultivation arena of Tianhe Peak. Today marks the monthly Grand Marketplace, bustling with a throng of people, leaving no vacant training grounds. After a brief inquiry, Meng Wuxia discovered a platform where she could engage in a duel. Upon learning the rules and the stakes, she offered some benefits to the participants ahead of her and ascended the stage. Fate intervened, for the one she encountered in combat was none other than Ning Qingsheng, the cherished disciple of the Qianjin Peak Master, who had been searching for her. Unbeknownst to Meng Wuxia, this renowned third young lady of the Ning family sought her due to the machinations of Wu Yufeng's Shi Wentao. She had merely come out to stretch her limbs when she stumbled upon this encounter. As she stepped onto the training ground, she introduced herself in accordance with the customary protocols for dueling, yet her opponent wasted no time and immediately drew her sword to engage. Ning Qingsheng had patiently awaited Meng Wuxia for half a year. Today, alongside her senior brother, she had come to Tianhe Peak in search of Lingjie grass, essential for concocting a medicinal pill to nourish the meridians, as well as spiritual talisman paper required by the talisman masters. Upon noticing an elder had set up a prize duel, with the reward being a box of superior spiritual talisman paper, she eagerly stepped forward to compete. However, upon hearing Meng Wuxia introduce herself as Meng Wuxia of the Xiangshang Peak, Ning Qingsheng felt a surge of indignation and disregarded the formalities of the duel. Launching an immediate attack, Meng Wuxia was taken aback by the abrupt onset of hostilities, having not sparred with anyone for quite some time. The lack of verbal exchange ignited her competitive spirit, and within mere exchanges, her meridians and bones felt invigorated. The sword, Ding Kuan, sensed its master's excitement and thirst for a formidable opponent, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that harmonized with Meng Wuxia's Yanshui sword technique. Each strike brimmed with potent sword intent, revealing the stark disparity between her and Ning Qingsheng, who sought to teach her a lesson. At the moment Ning Qingsheng displayed a slight opening in her swordplay, Meng Wuxia swiftly dislodged the veil she wore. Indeed, she was a breathtaking beauty. After a moment of astonishment, chastised Meng Wuxia for her perceived rudeness. Unfathomably perplexed, Meng Wuxia pondered where her supposed impoliteness lay, questioning whether complimenting someone was deemed disrespectful. The enigma of a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Thus, she opted to continue her physical exertion in the duel. Chapter 16. A visit to each peak. After triumphing over Ning Qingsheng, Meng Wuxiao engaged in a series of duels with several fellow disciples eager to test her foundational prowess. Leveraging her mastery of the Yanshui sword technique and her recent advancements in puppet manipulation, she showed no signs of retreat when faced with opponents in one-on-one combat, allowing her long-dormant abilities to flourish before the audience. Her fellow disciples marveled at her prowess, acknowledging her solid foundation and decisive strikes that left no room for her opponents to catch their breath. They mused about her imminent participation in the upcoming elite competition, speculating on her potential ranking among the top 10. Having been defeated by Meng Wuxia, Ning Qingsheng lingered nearby, observing as Meng Wuxia continued to best one disciple after another. She listened intently to the discussions around her, feeling a mix of resentment and an accelerated heartbeat. The unique and unparalleled third young lady of the Ning family could not help but feel a sense of urgency as she reflected on her unexpected defeat at the hands of Meng Wuxia. Meanwhile, her senior brother, Yu Shang, found himself perplexed by her half-complaining and half-pouting remarks about not finding Lingjia grass. "Did you find the Lingjia grass, senior brother?" Ning Qingsheng redirected the conversation, eager to conceal her unease. Yu Shang shook his head, expressing his lack of success in locating the desired superior Lingjia grass. Concerned for her brother's condition, Ning Qingsheng felt an impending crisis. Without the Lingjia grass, the concoction of the medicinal pill for nourishing the meridians would remain unattainable, posing a significant risk to her brother's health with the elite competition on the horizon. As the siblings contemplated alternative methods, Meng Wuxia concluded her bout and descended from the training platform, clutching her prize. To her surprise, it was high-quality spiritual talisman paper, enabling her to create superior puppet talismans, thus saving her a considerable expenditure of spirit stones while preparing her for the elite competition. Today's venture to Tianhe Peak had proven fortuitous. Meng Wuxiao felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy, realizing there was still time to peruse the grand marketplace of Tianhe Peak, gathering information and perhaps testing her luck. She needed a superior array drawing brush, as her current one had become unusable. Without it, venturing into the nameless secret realm would be impractical. However, just as Meng Wuxiao intended to head to the marketplace, she was intercepted by several individuals with dubious intentions. These individuals were disciples from Huangquan Peak, also practitioners of puppet manipulation. Meng Wuxiao contemplated calling them senior brothers, but opted to ignore them, dismissing their status as mere first-layer foundation disciples, likely novices in puppet manipulation, lacking her impending skill in crafting spirit puppets. These individuals sought to claim the spiritual talisman paper Meng Wuxia had just acquired, claiming it would enhance their techniques in using puppet talismans, hoping she would part with it. "I shall dismember you into 8 pieces," Meng Wuxia retorted bluntly, refusing their unwarranted demands and asserting her need for the paper, suggesting they could purchase their own from the Baixian sect, presenting their sect as permit for entry. Upon her refusal, the group ceased their pretense of politeness and directly attacked Meng Wuxia with their newly crafted puppet talismans. The so-called new puppet talismans are symbols drawn on spiritual talisman paper by practitioners using their own spiritual energy, serving as a test for those studying puppet manipulation. A contest of new puppet talismans? Had I known, I would have practiced several in my spare time, Meng Wuxia mused, having utilized a considerable amount of spiritual talisman paper in her training. aware of Meng Wuxia's fourth-layer foundation strength. They had observed her performance in the duels and realized they stood no chance in a direct confrontation. Knowing she was adept in puppet manipulation and could skillfully employ puppet talismans, they conspired to collectively overpower her for her hard-earned spiritual talisman paper. Yet, to their astonishment, Meng Wuxiao adeptly combined her newly crafted puppet talismans with her existing ones, obliterating their newly created talismans, leaving them in ashes. As the remnants disintegrated, she urged them to clear the way and not waste her time. Humiliated, one of the individuals, harboring malicious intent, tossed a snake toward Meng Wuxiao in an attempt to frighten her. Meng Wuxiao regarded the act with incredulity, thinking it foolish to try and scare someone of her maturity. "Be cautious, junior sister Wuxiao," a voice called out, capturing her attention. A hero saving a damsel in distress, or perhaps ulterior motives. She hoped it was a brother of some charm. As Meng Wuxiao prepared to demonstrate her skill in catching the snake barehanded, Yu Shang, who had been departing with Ning Qingcheng, noticed the impending ambush and kindly intervened, swiftly severing the snake with his sword. What a pity. It could have provided amusement for a while, but now it would likely become mere charred remnants. Recognizing Yu Shang and Ning Qingcheng, the assailants quickly retreated. Realizing their plan had failed, Meng Wuxiao, visibly displeased, lamented, "Was my brother's intervention too abrupt?" Seeing her regretful gaze upon the dismembered snake, Yu Shang tentatively inquired, "Did I act too hastily? Your good intentions in coming to my aid were met with disdain. Truly, you are ungrateful," Ning Qingcheng remarked, her tone laced with irritation as she faced Meng Wuxiao, who had yet to respond. Meng Wuxiao was at a loss for words. She had not provoked this beauty. So what was the reason for her vexation? Her sentiments were not of ingratitude, but rather a wistfulness for the spiritual snake. For had it lingered within the Baixian sect for centuries, it could have transformed into a formidable serpent, a creature that could indeed frighten others when unleashed. After being earnestly explained by Meng Wuxiao, Ning Qingcheng felt an even greater surge of anger. "All right, Qingcheng, let us return to Qianjin Peak. We can devise a plan to seek the superior Lingjia grass upon our return." Yu Shang, coming from a prestigious lineage, was undoubtedly an admirable scion with cultivated demeanor. Noticing Ning Qingcheng's inexplicable aversion towards Meng Wuxiao, he decided to take her away. "Superior Lingjia grass? Is that for refining the pulse pill to nourish the meridians?" Yu Shang was surprised to find that Meng Wuxiao was aware of the pulse pill, nodding in acknowledgement. "I happen to possess a vial of pulse pill. I shall gift it to you as a token of gratitude for your kind reminder." With that, he retrieved a small white vial from his storage bracelet, inscribed with the characters Xiangshang Peak. It appeared to be a premium pill distributed by the Baixian sect, likely procured from the pill pavilion. Yu Shang recognized the vial as superior pulse pill and was astonished by Meng Wuxiao's generosity, for such a vial commanded a considerable number of spirit stones, making this gesture rather magnanimous. "Please do not feel burdened. This is a legacy left to me by my master. Presenting it to you is merely a token of my appreciation. Additionally, I would be grateful if you could escort me to the training grounds at Qianjin Peak, where I wish to consult with fellow disciples. I also seek your assistance in applying for entry into the Four Seasons secret realm for future cultivation." Upon hearing Meng Wuxiao's request, Yu Shang accepted the pulse pill, assuring her that it was no trouble at all. Like the other main peaks, as long as you comply with the regulations and pay the spirit stones, you may access the training grounds and enter the secret realm on designated dates each month. Then let us proceed without delay. Time is precious. I have other peaks to visit after leaving Qianjin Peak, Meng Wuxiao urged, taking Yu Shang's hand to lead the way. Ning Qingcheng, witnessing Meng Wuxiao's boldness towards her senior brother, interjected, "Aren't you going to the Grand Market? If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month." Only then did Meng Wuxiao recall that she had yet to purchase the formation drawing pen. "I need to buy a formation drawing pen." "Oh, you wish to acquire a drawing pen? I happen to have one that was gifted to me by my family. My skills in formations are merely at the initial stage, and my spiritual power is limited, so I would rather you have it." Initially, Meng Wuxiao intended to decline. It felt improper to take something from someone she had just given a gift. However, Upon seeing the drawing pen Yu Jushang produced, her eyes lit up. It was a mid-grade drawing pen crafted by a master artisan, precisely what she required. Without pretense, Meng Wuxia took the pen from Yu Jushang's hand, visibly enamored by it. How have you never encountered such a fine item before? It is merely a drawing pen. Ning Qingsheng teased Meng Wuxia, but rather than becoming upset, Meng Wuxia proceeded to demonstrate her skill with the pen, sketching an array formation. She then produced a piece of talisman paper, inscribing it in conjunction with the formation she had drawn, urging both to step into the formation swiftly. It turned out that Meng Wuxia had created a short-range teleportation array, guiding the three of them to a high platform near Qianjin Peak. At that moment, they could see birds soaring above in a beautiful rainbow shower. Although the scenery was fleeting and could not compare to the beauty of Qingcheng, the sight of a beautiful woman amidst such beauty evoked pleasant memories. Yu Jushang noticed Ning Qingqing's cheeks flush and her small fists clench, perplexed by her reaction, instinctively distancing the two of them. Chapter 17. A fool who does not take spirit treasures after allowing Ning Qingsheng and Yu Jushang to admire the beautiful sights she was familiar with. Meng Wuxia accompanied them to Qianjin Peak. Truly, Qianjin Peak, as the foremost of the 7 main peaks, was a sight to behold. The splendid scenery and fragrant breezes, accompanied by enchanting melodies wafting through the air, were captivating. The disciples of Qianjin Peak were a sight for sore eyes, comprising some of the most attractive male and female cultivators of the Baixian sect. When the scions of noble families chose where to study, they would first visit Qianjin Peak, which served as a hub for such elite individuals. Each year, external disciples aspired to be selected by Qianjin Peak, necessitating exceptional appearance and formidable capabilities, for the chances of selection were slim without such attributes. The peak was notoriously selective, often dismissing those deemed unworthy. Upon her initial entry into the Baixian sect, the peak master of Qianjin Peak had even sought to recruit her, but her master intervened, resulting in a prolonged cold war between them. Meng Wuxia gazed at the Bainiao tree she had always admired, counting the spirit birds flitting about it. Her earnest and innocent demeanor caused Ning Qingsheng to roll her eyes, while Yu Jushang, captivated by her exquisite profile, felt a tinge of shyness, but refrained from telling her to stop counting. Instead, he remarked, "There aren't that many spirit birds in the Bainiao tree. It merely appears that way." You are mistaken. The roots of the Bainiao tree entwine around a rich vein of spiritual energy, which attracts spirit birds. The Baixian sect possesses the most diverse range of spirit birds here, exceeding 100 varieties. If one looks closely, there are also bird eggs that can hatch into spirit beasts. Meng Wuxiao recalled having once found a bird egg here, successfully raising a Hong Yin bird that had accompanied her for many years, delivering messages and items, a memory she cherished dearly. If you enjoy spirit birds, I can procure several varieties that are easy to care for, Yu Jushang offered. Would you like any? Absolutely. I have heard that the Yu family cultivates a spirit bird that can communicate with people's thoughts. I once saw it. It is both beautiful and amusing. May I have that kind of spirit bird? It was not Meng Wuxia's character to turn down a gift, and seeing Yu Jushang's willingness, she seized the opportunity to request one of the Yu family's cultivated spirit birds. Yu Jushang, noticing the sparkle of hope in Meng Wuxia's eyes, felt a wave of shyness wash over him, turning his head away to cough lightly before agreeing to her request. Ning Qingcheng watched in astonishment as her senior brother, who possessed a rare spirit bird cultivated solely by the Yu family, had once gifted her one after her breakthrough. Now, Meng Wuxia had effortlessly obtained it with a mere glance, inciting her ire. Regardless of Ning Qingqing's sulking expression, Meng Wuxia was eager to reach the training ground at Qianjin Peak for sparring with her fellow disciples, so she could practice her Qianxi Rao and Piao Miao Wuing diagrams. However, upon arriving at the training ground, they found it fully booked, and they would have to wait until the next opening. Must we wait a whole day? Meng Wuxiao expressed her disappointment, lamenting not having attended the Grand Market at Tianhe Peak and now being unable to access the training ground at Qianjin Peak. Wuxia, how about cultivating in the Four Seasons Secret Realm? I have a quota available. You may use it. As soon as Yu Jushang finished speaking, Meng Wuxia eagerly grabbed his hand, leading him towards the entrance of the Four Seasons secret realm, promising him a basket of unique lingua from Xiangshang Peak upon her return. Delectable and visually appealing, their fragrance filling the room, a delight to behold. With Yu Zhushang's blessing, she entered the Four Seasons secret realm, where suddenly her dragon companion, Long Ting, began to call out, urging her to venture deeper, for treasures awaited within. "Oh, you foolish fish head, can you really sense treasures here? You're not merely trying to amuse me, are you?" Meng Wuxia teased Long Ting, yet her body obediently moved towards the depths. This Four Seasons secret realm corresponded with the 4 seasons of the year, constantly shifting. To heighten the cultivation challenge, various levels of demon beasts and hunters would manifest in alignment with the seasonal transitions, forcing the disciples who entered to confront them. Despite being mere illusions, carelessness could lead to injury, and frequent failures could even jeopardize one's life. Furthermore, once a disciple entered, a teleportation array for exit would not manifest until their designated time had elapsed. Thus, beneath the serene surface of the 4 seasons, many hidden dangers lurked. In no time, Meng Wuxia had engaged with several demon beasts, sparing no effort to eliminate them without leaving a trace. Encountering those ferocious hunters, Meng Wuxia felt a sense of joy, as it presented an opportunity to test whether her Qinsi Rao and Piaomiao Wuying Tu could be applied in actual combat. After enduring through 2 cycles of the 4 seasons, she still had not reached the depths promised by Long Ting. "Are you forcing me to steam you? How long have I been walking deeper into this place? My spiritual energy is nearly depleted, yet I still haven't arrived at the location you mentioned. Am I heading in the wrong direction?" Meng Wuxia complained to Long Ting as she discovered a hidden cave, where she decided to rest momentarily and adjust her state. "You have arrived. If you venture into the cave, is there not something particularly special within?" Long Ting observed as Meng Wuxia regained her strength after consuming a stamina-replenishing pill and drinking a considerable amount of spiritual spring water. He encouraged her to continue progressing deeper into the cave, which had previously been quite concealed and unnoticed by anyone. He wondered about Meng Wuxia's remarkable fortune that allowed her to stumble upon it. With her Wuji stick in hand, Meng Wuxia cautiously explored the aura within, confirming her findings with her mental energy before proceeding. "You are quite meticulous, truly valuing your life," Long Ting remarked. "Of course, attention to detail is paramount. I only have one life, and my lifespan is limited. Who would take risks with their life?" In response to Long Ting's jest, Meng Wuxia intended to add that she absolutely could not perish before attaining immortality, lest she return to the role of Meng Po. She would rather be obliterated. After several explorations, Meng Wuxia discovered a withered, yellowing tree. "This is strange. There are no signs of depleted spiritual energy here. Why is this tree in such a state?" She pondered aloud, beginning to examine the withered tree. "Do you not see? It is an illusion, obscuring the eyes. It has taken you this long to notice. Yet even my motionless fish eyes have discerned it," Long Ting reminded her, his tone growing urgent as he witnessed her lingering confusion. "Oh, I see now," Meng Wuxiao exclaimed. Tapping her head, she took out her newly acquired formation pen and began sketching a formation to dispel the illusion, placing a few talismans nearby, just in case. As she used the formation to break the illusion, she noticed the withered tree starting to regain vitality, sprouting new branches and buds. Recalling that she had read in a book that watering trees with spiritual spring water could alleviate the loss of spiritual energy, Meng Wuxia, inspired, drew a spiritual formation and poured the remaining spiritual spring water into it. Soon, a surge of spiritual spring water gushed forth. Although it was not abundant, it should suffice. After ensuring all the spiritual spring water had been applied to the withered tree, Meng Wuxia was elated to find that the book's accounts were indeed credible. The tree, now sprouting new branches, began to exude spiritual energy. Suddenly, without any warning, the tree toppled backward, its roots chaotic and facing the bewildered Meng Wuxia, who noticed a talisman glowing within the roots. "I must break this talisman as well," she thought, closing her eyes to gather her resolve before retrieving her talisman drawing pen from her storage bracelet. Unfortunately, this pen had reached the end of its usefulness. She would need to replace it, which would be a significant expense. Meng Wuxia felt the weight of her expenses throughout her cultivation journey. With her meticulous nature in mind, she cautiously began to break the talisman. It was a talisman drawn by an elder, truly difficult to dismantle. After exhausting her efforts, she finally succeeded. By the heavens, what a treasure! An extraordinary spiritual treasure. Meng Wuxia gasped as she beheld the enticing spiritual treasure before her. The Feixing Gua, a fruit that could grow once more. To possess such a treasure was foolishness. This magnificent spiritual treasure, which she had only seen in illustrations, was now hers, Meng Wuxia's. Chapter 18. Collecting waste pills at Yaosheng Peak. With the acquisition of the spiritual treasure, Meng Wuxia joyfully absorbed the spiritual essence from the Feixing Gua within the cave. Longting, not one to be polite, also requested a share of the fruit, as he too sought enhancement. Fortunately, the Feixing Gua exhibited signs of regrowth, prompting Meng Wuxia to promptly place it into another storage bracelet filled with spiritual spring water, watching as it began to take root and sprout within. After counting, she realized it would yield 6 more Feixing Gua. Even if she decided not to utilize them herself, exchanging or selling them would bring in a substantial income. It was no wonder that the golden-winged bird demon nearly bled from the heart at the thought of her taking away the storage bracelet containing spiritual spring water. Following thorough observation and inquiry, Meng Wuxia discovered that the spring water within her bracelet possessed the ability to nurture spiritual plants and cleanse waste pills from alchemy, potentially restoring their original efficacy, though it could not enhance their new medicinal properties. Such a phenomenon was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the reason the Feixing Gua was referred to as a spiritual treasure was due to its unique properties. It required no processing or refinement. Simply absorbing the spiritual essence from the fruit at the moment of obtaining, it could help stabilize a cultivator's cultivation and allow them to break through shackles. Devoid of any side effects, it was far safer and more effective than spiritual pills and other enhancement elixirs. However, the Feixing Gua was exceedingly difficult to bear fruit. Even when the sapling matured, it could produce no more than 6 to 8 fruits, and if any one fruit encountered issues, none could be used. To have obtained a Feixing Gua capable of yielding 6 fruits was a stroke of fortune beyond imagination. Meng Wuxia consumed 2 of the fruits and gifted the remainder to Long Ting, who was profoundly touched. Had it not been for your discovery and reminder, I would have remained oblivious to such a treasure. Consider it my token of gratitude. Who are we to each other? We must collaborate more in the future. As our journey is long, Meng Wuxia calculated that Long Ting, who was on the path to becoming a golden dragon, possessed an innate sensitivity to spiritual treasures in the world. His motivations were not solely for his own cultivation and enhancement. He also wished to assist her, albeit without openly stating it. Those 2 Feixing Gua had allowed Meng Wuxia to break through the 4th layer of foundation establishment in the heavenly Tao, solidifying her cultivation. When encountering disciples of higher cultivation, as long as they were not predecessors in the Golden Core stage, Meng Wuxia now felt a surge of confidence, unafraid in battle. After experiencing several arduous confrontations, she believed she could become even more formidable. Meng Wuxia waited until the teleportation array of the secret realm appeared before reluctantly departing from the Four Seasons secret realm. The elder guarding the Four Seasons secret realm was astonished to see Meng Wuxia's advanced cultivation at such a young age. She had already reached the stable stage of the 4th layer of foundation establishment, leaving a profound impression on him. Meng Wuxia intended to bid farewell to Yu Jushang, but upon hearing that he had entered seclusion after leaving behind a bottle of Qingxin Lian Dan, she chose to depart without delay, heading straight for Yaosheng Peak. Due to its geographical location, Yaosheng Peak boasted numerous herb gardens and spiritual plants, making it an excellent place for alchemy and self-cultivation. With a plethora of unique spiritual herbs, it engaged in trading with other sects, not only for self-use, but also for substantial external sales, rendering it a wealthy main peak. Upon entering Yaosheng Peak, Meng Wuxia was enveloped by the scents of various pills and spiritual herbs. Disciples bustling about carried spiritual herbs and alchemical furnaces, or wielded tools for harvesting and cultivating spiritual plants. They were either studying the properties of spiritual herbs or exchanging insights on alchemy, leaving no disciple idle. Each time Meng Wuxia visited, she was invigorated by this bustling atmosphere, her pace unconsciously quickening as she strove not to lag behind. Today, her timing was fortuitous. It was a day for internal testing at Yaoxing Peak, a competition among peers to showcase recent discoveries, innovations in alchemy, or newly conceived pill formulas. These tests would not be conducted in vain. Participants would receive encouragement based on their achievements, and the top disciples would receive consolation prizes, ensuring no one left empty-handed. Meng Wuxiao expended a portion of her spiritual stones to secure a prime viewing location, one that afforded her a comprehensive perspective of the proceedings. She yearned to assess her progress in alchemy over the recent period and discern her shortcomings in comparison to her adept peers. The first round involved a rigorous examination of the properties of spiritual herbs and the commonly employed alchemical formulas, with participants demonstrating utmost seriousness. Their responses flowed effortlessly, both in speech and action, akin to a serene stream, eliciting sincere admiration from their fellow disciples. The realm of alchemy is fraught with peril. A careless practitioner could face dire consequences, not to mention wastage. The second round tested patience and the mastery of flame control, with several disciples employing a unique, transparent flame, indicative of high-grade alchemical fire, likely procured from an auction house. Meng Wuxia inquired about the identities of these individuals, only to confirm her suspicions. They were indeed individuals of considerable means. There was no need for envy once one acquires Tiandi Linghua, a coveted and exquisite flame among alchemists. It surpasses even theirs. Such a flame would enable a more precise control during the alchemical process, enhancing the efficacy of the herbs and minimizing the creation of wasteful elixirs. If paired with a Tianji furnace, perfection would be within reach. The items Dragon Ting spoke of were currently beyond her grasp, causing her considerable distress as she pondered their unattainability. As Meng Wuxiao observed the varying intensities of flame control and the distinct furnaces each disciple employed, she felt a mix of envy and frustration. She noticed that not all the potions they concocted were viable. Many substandard elixirs lay discarded nearby. A spark of inspiration struck her, and she inquired of a nearby disciple regarding the disposal of these failed potions post-competition. The disciple informed her that they were typically discarded due to their uselessness, either destroyed collectively or left in the alchemical chamber awaiting processing. After ascertaining the location of the alchemical chamber, Meng Wuxia noted it down, her mind racing with plans to collect these discarded potions and cleanse them in her storage bracelet's spiritual spring. The prospect of an unexpected fortune thrilled her, controlling her excitement. Meng Wuxia continued to observe. The third round involved the actual crafting of potions, requiring participants to produce elixirs based on their cultivation levels and abilities, with a time constraint that emphasized quality and practicality. The top 10 would receive corresponding rewards. Meng Wuxiao's eyes were drawn to the array of prizes on display, particularly a purple furnace said to originate from a renowned alchemical family, a truly formidable treasure. She noticed a consolation prize furnace that seemed oddly familiar. Dragon Ting cautioned her to pay close attention to the one who would claim that seemingly unremarkable furnace, urging her to find a way to acquire it. Unfazed by its lack of distinction, Meng Wuxia approached several disciples who had won commendable awards, inquiring if they had any thoughts on trading their items. As anticipated, her inquiries were met with polite refusals. She then feigned interest in alchemical apparatuses to engage the less approachable disciple who had won the inconspicuous furnace, asking about its grade and the possibility of a trade. Surprisingly, he handed her the furnace outright, requesting only spiritual stones in return. Meng Wuxiao saw this as fortuitous and attempted to negotiate, but he remained firm on his price. Under Dragon Ting's persistent urging, she reluctantly agreed, offering a single stone, which he refused. With eyes closed, she purchased the unassuming furnace and carelessly stowed it away in her storage bracelet before seeking out the disciples responsible for handling the discarded potions. One of the leading disciples, wary yet curious about Meng Wuxiao's intentions, questioned her desire for the failed potions, warning that they could be troublesome if consumed or given to others, as it might attract unwanted scrutiny from the sect. Meng Wuxia discreetly explained her own studies in alchemy, expressing a wish to learn from the failures of her peers. A rationale that resonated well, as many alchemists often examine their own failed creations to identify flaws. After receiving a discreet offering of spiritual stones from Meng Wuxia, the disciple acquiesced, providing her with the rejected potions he was responsible for. Thus, Meng Wuxia amassed a collection of failed potions at the Yaosheng Peak, categorizing them within her storage bracelet's spiritual spring, patiently awaiting their cleansing. Finding little of interest thereafter, she hastily proceeded to her next destination, Zhentian Peak. Upon her arrival at Zhentian Peak, Meng Wuxia noticed a bustling crowd in the entrance square, their attention inexplicably directed towards her. She quickly realized their gaze was not upon her, but rather upon Shi Winta, the elder from Wuyu Peak. What brought him to Zhentian Peak? Was it a friendly exchange? Yet, Meng Wuxia recalled that Elder Shi was deeply devoted to martial cultivation and rarely ventured beyond Wuyu Peak, let alone attend gatherings at other peaks. As she approached, Meng Wuxia respectfully stepped aside to greet Shi Winta with the appropriate courtesies. But he passed her by with an icy demeanor, ignoring her entirely as he entered Zhentian Peak with his welcoming party. Confusion washed over her. Had she inadvertently offended this young elder? What warranted such disdain? Once Shi Winta was out of sight, Meng Wuxia proceeded to enter Zhentian Peak. After completing her transaction involving spiritual stones, she inquired of the gatekeeper disciple about the unusual commotion. She learned that it was a momentous occasion. The Peak Master was receiving a close disciple, having invited other Peak Masters and elders to partake in the ceremony, resulting in a more festive atmosphere than usual. Understanding now the reason for Shi Winta's presence, Meng Wuxia recalled that the Master of Zhentian Peak was nearing the Yuanying stage of cultivation, a venerable figure with profound knowledge in formations and talismans, as well as a fondness for sword techniques. During her training in the Yun Shui sword technique, her master had brought her to seek the Peak Master's guidance, emphasizing the importance of heeding his advice. The Peak Master's close disciple, whom Meng Wuxia had glimpsed on the life and death roster, was the offspring of the Peak Master, an immortal woman, brought to Bai Xianmen under the guise of a disciple. This arrangement was known to few, having received the sect leader's approval, reflecting a hint of the Peak Master's personal desires. This disciple possessed an exceptional innate spiritual sea and an earth-based spiritual root, destined for cultivation and destined to become a formidable figure at the Jiuzhou Academy. Recognizing the significance of a Peak Master receiving a close disciple, Meng Wuxia felt compelled to uphold the necessary courtesies as the sole representative from her own peak. After a moment of careful consideration, she offered a century-old ginseng as a congratulatory gift, duly registering her gesture. Regarding the ceremony for the closing door disciples, Meng Wuxia harbored no particular desire to witness it. Instead, she hurried to the Qihai secret realm of Zhentian Peak to practice the formation diagrams contained within. After receiving her entry token, she swiftly ventured inside. The reason the secret realm is named Qihai is that it resembles a vast ocean, its expanse a deep blue and magnificent, dotted with numerous small islands. Each island is sustained by distinct formation diagrams, creating unique illusions. Some are more intricate than others. It is said that to become the Peak Master of Zhentian Peak, one must enter a specific formation illusion and retrieve a spiritual treasure. Successfully obtaining this treasure allows for the ceremonial succession to Peak Master, thus becoming the Lord of a Peak. Meng Wuxia has always been intrigued by the rumored spiritual treasure and yearns to discover its nature. Having heard from her master that only through fate can one acquire such a treasure, she approached the nearest small island to commence her practice in diagram drawing. Fortunately, she possessed a new drawing brush. Otherwise, her visit would have been in vain. Aside from admiring the beautiful ocean scenery and observing the islands, her trip would have been a waste of spirit stones. Focusing intently, she began to decipher the formations that manifested here, subsequently redrawing a new formation based on her interpretations. A mistake or inability to draw correctly would result in her being expelled from the island and cast into the sea. Not wishing to swim in the ocean, Meng Wuxia diligently adhered to the rules, but alas, she made an error and was unceremoniously ejected. However, instead of being thrown into the water, she landed in the arms of another person, specifically a kind-hearted individual who caught her. After expressing her gratitude, Meng Wuxia was taken aback upon recognizing the identity of her rescuer. She wished she had been thrown into the sea instead. Unexpectedly, Shi Wentao had entered the Qihai secret realm. He was not an expert in formations. What was his purpose here? To enjoy the ocean? To practice breaking formations? None of these seemed fitting. I am here to seek materials for refining weapons. I intend to forge a treasured artifact, Shi Wentao remarked, looking at her as if she were simple-minded. Refining treasured artifacts? Indeed, aside from excelling in formations, Zhentian Peak boasts numerous elders and disciples skilled in weapon crafting. Wuyu Peak focuses on martial cultivation, but possesses exclusive techniques in weapon refinement as well. Oh, you seek materials for crafting treasured artifacts? This place is vast. You will need to search diligently. I shall not disturb Elder Shi's significant endeavors. I take my leave. With that, Meng Wuxia swiftly departed, eager to find another nearby island, as the way Elder Shi regarded her felt unsettling, as if she owed him a substantial debt. Yet, upon entering a new island, she discovered that Elder Shi had followed her. What was the meaning of this? Meng Wuxia forced a smile at him, who indicated a small path beside her, signifying his intent to proceed that way. She had no preference as long as they did not encounter each other again. Meng Wuxiao chose to walk in the opposite direction. This island was replete with numerous caves, filled with ores, essentially a treasure trove of refining materials. Having perused various texts on weapon crafting, Meng Wuxiao wandered, recognizing that the materials found here could produce commonly used items for cultivators. However, for crafting treasured artifacts, the quality of these materials was likely insufficient. What was he thinking? If he aimed to forge treasured artifacts, the materials would need to be of at least upper-grade quality. The requirements were stringent, and these materials were merely mid-grade, which would not meet the criteria. Meng Wuxiao's knowledge of weapon crafting was rudimentary. She had not mastered it, but had read extensively, especially while organizing the records of Baixian men, where she encountered numerous accounts of weapon refinement. To better compile her notes, she had even consulted specialized ancient texts, memorizing many techniques and methods. These mid-grade materials may not fulfill the requirements for crafting treasured artifacts, but through integration and dissolution, they could yield substitutes of upper-grade materials, serving as excellent models for her studies. Suddenly she thought, my heart, does he walk without making a sound? In her surprise, Meng Wuxia dropped the colorful stones she had intended to collect. Were it not for his status as an elder, she might have been tempted to retaliate. The abrupt intrusion was startling and quite vexing. I am grateful for your teachings, and I have taken note. If there are no further matters, my time is limited. I must proceed to the next island, she declared, avoiding Shi Wentao's increasingly grim expression as she hastily retreated. Am I so detestable or frightening to you? Is your reluctance to visit Wuyu Peak related to me? Just as Meng Wuxia was on the verge of escape, Shi Wentao's words halted her in her tracks. Did he still expect her to visit Wuyu Peak? Surely not. What could he possibly find appealing about her? Her hesitation to go to Wuyu Peak was purely a matter of personal preference. She simply did not wish to change her surroundings. Regarding Elder Shi's invitation to Wuyu Peak, my reluctance has nothing to do with you. I have merely become accustomed to staying at Shangshang Peak and do not wish to relocate. Please do not overthink this. Only then did Meng Wuxiao raise her gaze to Shi Wentao's face, noticing the incredulous look in his eyes. Why was he so pleased? His expression shifted like that of a child, changing in an instant. Chapter 20. Reluctantly going to Wuyu Peak, Meng Wuxia had not anticipated that the reason for Shi Wentao's displeasure stemmed from her failure to visit Wuyu Peak first after departing from Shangshang Peak. She had clearly stated her intention to visit him at Wuyu Peak. What a mere formality. How could he take it seriously? Lacking the courage to be blunt, she resorted to assuring him that she would indeed visit Wuyu Peak and that she would not arrive empty-handed. There is no time like the present, Since you expressed your intention to visit Wuyu Peak, why not today? Ah, so urgent. Meng Wuxiao paused in surprise, hastily waving her hands. I have not yet reached the time to exit the secret realm. I have only traversed 2 islands. It would be rather inappropriate to rush out like this. I see how you feel. Then it is settled. I shall accompany you until your time to exit arrives. You need not concern yourself with me. Simply focus on your refining as if I were air. As if you were air? This young elder truly left her at a loss for words. She could neither speak her mind nor take action. When had Meng Wuxia ever felt so oppressed? She channeled all her frustration towards the formation drawing, nearly exhausting the new brush she had just acquired. This drawing brush appears commendable, yet under such intense drawing pressure, it may not endure. I did not expect your studies in formations to have progressed to the stage of formation assembly. If you continue your diligent practice, you will soon be eligible to participate in the Formation Master Association's entry examination and become a junior formation master. The cultivation of formation masters is categorized into stages: entry level, initial stage, formation breaking stage, and ultimately assistant stage. However, to become a powerful and imposing formation master, one must continue their training and enter the Formation Master Association for evaluation. This entails levels of registration: Junior Formation Master, Intermediate Formation Master, Advanced Formation Master, and, ultimately, the esteemed Grandmaster. Among the reclusive elders of Baisian Men, there exists a Grandmaster-level Formation Master, one of the strongest pillars safeguarding Baisian Men. Shi Wentao was already a Junior Formation Master. The Formation Master Association, he mentioned, serves as the regulatory body for all cultivators aspiring to become formation masters on the Sanzhou continent. Once a cultivator attains the formation assembly stage, they may participate in the association's entry examination. Those who succeed are designated as junior formation masters, receiving corresponding credentials and access to training resources. Shi Wentao's motivation for taking the examination was not to ascend within the association, but rather due to a challenge posed by a friend, who insisted that if he wished to spar with him, Shi Wentao must first qualify as a junior formation master to demonstrate his skills. Otherwise, he would not engage. The outcome was that Shi Wentao indeed returned as a junior formation master, astonishing the disciples of Wuyu Peak. Even senior elders from Zhentian Peak came to Wuyu Peak to verify his credentials, ultimately presenting him with a precious drawing brush, hoping he would continue his studies. Use this drawing brush and see how it feels. Thus, Shi Wentao offered this valuable brush to Meng Wuxia for her try. Wow! This brush is not only capable of drawing formations, but can also inscribe symbols on talisman paper. It can be regarded as a treasure for both formation masters and talisman masters, eliminating the need to switch brushes back and forth. Using it simultaneously is no issue at all. Meng Wuxia contemplated acquiring such a brush from the master of the nameless secret realm before having to spend exorbitantly at the Baibao Pavilion. However, she also wished to purchase the spirit knife for carving spirit puppets and spirit wood, which would require even more spirit stones, possibly necessitating the exchange of other precious items. Now that she possesses this drawing brush, it is an item she desperately needs. Focusing her mind and calming her spirit, Meng Wuxia began to redraw the formation and break it. The quality of this brush is sure to bring astonishment. It is remarkably efficient. In truth, drawing and breaking formations necessitates the assistance of a brush, but once one attains a certain level of cultivation, such external aids become optional. It relies on one's comprehension and mastery over spiritual energy, enabling one to draw formations and break them in midair, although it still requires formidable mental strength, which she currently lacks. Meng Wuxia was earnestly practicing the newly learned formation when Shi Wentao's remark about her inexperience distracted her, resulting in her being thrown into the sea by the small island. This time, there was no kind soul to catch her. Silly girl, don't rush to swim up. Wait a moment and swim towards the bottom of that small island. Quickly. Meng Wuxia often called Longting a foolish fish head, to which Longting retorted with silly girl. The two were just a word apart. Meng Wuxia was fairly adept at swimming. During her time as Meng Po, she occasionally relaxed by the river god, who personally taught her to swim. Her attention remained fixated on the small islands, and no one paid heed to what lay beneath them. As she swam closer, she discovered an inverted maze at the seabed. Cautiously, Meng Wuxiao explored her surroundings, carefully entering this reflection. Lo and behold, within this reflection lay an alternate landscape. What appeared as reflections from the outside were filled with bewildering, identical objects inside, as if someone had incessantly copied the same item. Try using a puppet talisman to test for authenticity. There are fine treasures hidden among these identical objects. Though Meng Wuxia felt a twinge of regret for the newly made puppet talisman, she knew she couldn't be stingy at this moment. One must invest to reap rewards. She threw forth a puppet talisman, causing the surroundings to become chaotic. Summoning her life sword, Ding Kuan, Meng Wuxia began to combat the fish and shrimp. In the end, she resolved that once she had the opportunity to leave the Baixian Gate, she would definitely find a seafood restaurant to indulge in these sea delicacies. After a fierce struggle, Meng Wuxia found herself somewhat oxygen-deprived, feeling exasperated. "Don't be angry. Look over there." Longting urged her to look forward. After Meng Wuxia dispatched the seafood, a colossal sea clam emerged before her. After all that effort, it was merely a large clam. She had no interest in using pearl powder for skincare. So what was the purpose of this? Look closely. This is the Tianhai pearl. Wearing it wards off evil and prevents contamination. No malevolent spirit dares to approach you. Aren't you looking to cultivate puppet techniques? The spirit puppets can have backlash. This pearl can help you mitigate that. When you possess intelligent puppets, even a puppet king, it can suppress them. It absorbs the essence of heaven and earth daily in the deep sea, embodying the spirit of the ocean, making it exceedingly precious. Longting remarked that such treasures are rare and hard to come by. He wondered why the people of Zhentian Peak had not sensed the presence of the Tianhai pearl. Had they known, they would have gone mad. However, as Meng Wuxia Pride opened the giant clam and retrieved the Tianhai pearl, the small island began to collapse. In the formation maintaining, it started to disintegrate. Meng Wuxia was rescued from the water by Shi Wintao, who had been searching for her, just as she nearly succumbed to the seawater. The people of Zhentian Peak had already received word of the incident at the strange sea secret realm and promptly activated the teleportation array to extract all disciples within. The Peak Master of Zhentian Peak hurried over to ascertain what had transpired. Many disciples were cultivating on the small island that Meng Wuxia inadvertently caused to collapse, which startled everyone. The Peak Master immediately dispatched someone to Yaosheng Peak for assistance, along with healing elixirs and spiritual herbs. This elder took the disciple away first, bidding farewell. Shi Wintao cradled the somewhat breathless Meng Wuxia in his arms and hurriedly said goodbye to an elder of Zhentian Peak before, without soliciting her opinion. Swiftly took her to Waiyufeng. He was eager to bring her to Waiyufeng without delay, not pausing for a moment. Before Meng Wuxia could decline, they had already entered the grand entrance of Waiyufeng. This speed surpassed that of the teleportation array. Meng Wuxia gazed around the room, filled with various spiritual tools, techniques, secret arts, and books, letting out a long sigh. After all this time, they couldn't even offer her a drink of water. Was there nothing else in this room besides these items? Meng Wuxia yearned to return to her own territory, but she dared not. Uncertain of what peculiar action Shi Wintao might take afterward, especially with that child's face of his. It turned out he had sought a physician skilled in healing to examine her, bringing along numerous spiritual medicines to determine which one she could consume. Meng Wuxia had not anticipated that this elder would be so attentive toward her. However, once the physician declared her to be fine, Shi Wintao immediately relaxed, instructing Meng Wuxia to prepare to accompany him. Ultimately, he led her to the courtyard, activated a protective formation, and challenged her to a duel. Is there no semblance of an elder in you? You are in the golden core stage, while she is merely in the foundation establishment stage. A golden core elder challenging a newly established foundation disciple. Wouldn't that be a source of mockery if it got out? Let us begin. I wish to see what level your Tao of foundation establishment and current cultivation can reach. Shi Wintao urged her to unleash her full strength without hesitation, treating him as an adversary. Meng Wuxia, feeling helpless and furious, glared at Shi Wintao, who awaited her attack, and resolved that today would not end until she had knocked him down. Chapter 21. Who Needs Your Permission? Meng Wuxia summoned her life sword, Ding Kuan, channeling her entire spiritual energy, her eyes gleaming with an air of invincibility. As Ding Kuan responded to her determination for a full-scale battle, the sword emitted a resonant hum, infused with an eager battle intent. As Meng Wuxia charged forward, Shi Wentao, poised to confront her, wielded his life sword, Shura, while simultaneously retrieving a talisman. A flash of light revealed a phantom beast that let out a deafening roar. Meng Wuxia had not anticipated that Shi Wentao would employ a phantom beast talisman as his opening move. This beast could serve as a partner, attacking in tandem with its master, its strength only surpassing that of the talisman's wielder. Yet, Meng Wuxia felt no fear. Just as she had faced inquiries in the conference hall, she accepted every challenge without hesitation. As she prepared to clash with the phantom beast, she simultaneously launched an explosive talisman directly at Shi Wentao. You wanted to engage me? Then let us engage. To use such a formidable phantom beast against me, I shall make you aware of my prowess. Shi Wentao observed Meng Wuxia's fierce and unyielding assault, noting her lack of any inclination to retreat or evade. As she struck back at the phantom beast with Ding Kuan, she unhesitatingly retaliated with an explosive talisman, her moves forceful. Shi Wentao leaped into the air, deftly evading the explosion, yet amidst the smoke, he heard the phantom beast's anguished cries. Meng Wuxia unleashed a series of swift attacks with the Cloud Water Sword technique against the visibly agitated and powerful phantom beast, utilizing the newly comprehended ethereal shadow technique to obscure her movements, ensuring the beast struggled to discern her form. The flurry of attacks from her Ding Kuan sword continued unabated, repeatedly striking the phantom beast. Observing that the phantom beast could withstand her intense assaults, Meng Wuxia ceased her probing. After deploying several explosive talismans, she concentrated a surge of potent spiritual energy into Ding Kuan. As the phantom beast opened its massive jaws and roared, Meng Wuxia thrust her sword deep into its mouth, delivering a decisive blow. This is not all. A blazing fire talisman was also hurled into the fray by Meng Wuxia, who shouted ignite. As a result, black smoke began to emanate from the mouth of the illusionary beast. The creature attempted to bite down on Meng Wuxia's Ding Kuan sword, but little did it expect that she would toss a fire talisman into its maw, igniting a fierce conflagration within. The illusionary beast spewed flames into the sky, performing a dazzling fire-breathing act reminiscent of street performers at a bustling market. Unfazed by the potential of the beast being singed, Meng Wuxia withdrew her Ding Kuan sword, twirled it gracefully, and swiftly directed her blade toward Shi Wentao, who stood there, one hand behind his back, watching the beast's fiery display. His eyes brimming with murderous intent, Shi Wentao remained stationary, tilting his head back, his Shura sword emitting a faint hum, with the sword spirit Shura King appearing even more exhilarated. Faced with an imminent and formidable onslaught imbued with ferocious sword energy, the Shura sword exhibited an intense eagerness to engage. The Ding Kuan sword, known as the Sword of Righteousness among life swords, harnessed the essence of a universe and embodied an indomitable spirit of combat, making it a formidable rival to his Shura sword. With her Ding Kuan sword firmly grasped, Meng Wuxia summoned her spiritual energy, rising like a phoenix ablaze, embodying the fiery spirit of relentless retribution as she clashed with Shi Wentao's Shura sword. As Shi Wentao moved and danced with his sword, a brilliant light erupted when the Shura sword collided with the Ding Kuan sword, unleashing a powerful surge of sword energy that created monumental waves. Meng Wuxia's Ding Kuan sword was nearly knocked from her grasp by the force of the Shura sword, causing her to stagger backward, a surge of warmth rising in her chest, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Shi Wentao, gripping the Shura sword, stepped back twice before finding his balance, his eyes gleaming as he observed Meng Wuxia preparing to strike again. It appeared that her foundation in the Tao was quite solid, and her cultivation techniques were undergoing continuous refinement. He recalled that her Yinshui sword technique had already reached great mastery, judging by her recent attacks on the illusionary beast. Her comprehension of sword intent seemed even more profound than his own. Elder Shur, since we have commenced this battle, do not remain idle. I sense you possess more than just talismans and the Shura sword. Feel free to reveal your other abilities. I, Meng Wuxia, am ready to face them. The implication was clear. There was no need for restraint. Let us engage in earnest combat. Wiping the crimson from her lips, Meng Wuxia sheathed her Dinkuan sword and, with her array pen spinning in her hand, retrieved several high-grade talisman papers from her storage bracelet. Focusing her mental energy, she meticulously inscribed symbols upon them, infusing them with spiritual energy, resulting in the creation of numerous thunder talismans. Meng Wuxia challenged Shur Wentao to witness the power of her thunder talismans. The thunder talisman was a fundamental talismanic technique for talisman masters, testing the practitioner's ability to control the infusion of spiritual energy into talisman paper. If executed correctly, its power would be formidable. As the talisman papers encircled Shur Wentao, Meng Wuxia shouted break. The thunder talismans erupted with brilliant lightning, accompanied by a stunning force that could incapacitate anyone caught within its blast. This was a unique thunder talisman she had perfected through extensive experimentation. If I do not stun you, I shall surely dazzle your eyes. Prepare to be struck down. As Meng Wuxia unleashed these thunder talismans, she secretly intended to summon the Wujigan for a thorough thrashing. However, when the thunder talismans failed, Shur Wentao, who had been surrounded, was nowhere to be found. Having evaded the attack by utilizing a stealth formation, gritting her teeth at the sight of Shur Wentao observing her from above, Meng Wuxia wasted no time. Summoning her puppet talismans, concentrating her spiritual energy in her fingertips, slender threads of spiritual energy emerged, forming delicate strands. Delighted by the initial success of her chintzy ropes, Meng Wuxia gradually entwined the strands around the puppet figures emerging from the talismans, attempting to exert control over them. Though the fine strands were somewhat unruly and reluctant to obey her commands, she refined her finger movements, amplifying her control over the spiritual energy. Discovering that manipulating the strands was easier than controlling the talisman papers amidst Shur Wentao's onslaught of puppets. As Meng Wuxia utilized the spiritual threads to command the puppets for the first time, she found the process remarkably effortless. After Shur Wentao had dismantled his puppets one by one, she finally uncovered the secret to controlling them with her chintzy ropes. Pleased with this newfound mastery, she also conceived another idea. Elder Shur, today's duel has been exhilarating. Let us continue our contest tomorrow. Shur Wentao, sheathing his Shura sword, observed Meng Wuxia's radiant smile as she gazed at her hands. He initially assumed that after he had vanquished her puppets, she would be incensed and eager for another bout. Yet, seeing her in such high spirits, he was baffled. Why not enjoy a cup of tea before departing? Our Yufeng's spiritual spring water is the finest for brewing tea. He mused to himself as he watched her vanish from sight. Chapter 22. The addiction of battling Elder Shur. The disciples of Yufeng had become particularly fond of visiting Elder Shur's courtyard these past few days, not merely to seek his guidance on cultivation or inquire about various matters, but rather to witness the duels between him and Meng Wuxia from Xiangshang Peak. Following her initial clash with Shur Wentao, Meng Wuxia had nearly made daily pilgrimages to Yufeng for further sparring sessions. Her newly devised technique of controlling puppets with spiritual threads, combined with various talismans and formations, yielded increasingly impressive results with each encounter. The disciples who witnessed these duels marveled at Elder Shur's astonishing combat prowess, demonstrating no mercy against a foundation-building disciple, always having contingencies in place. Meanwhile, Meng Wuxia, who had been consistently engaged in combat with him, had not suffered excessive defeats, continuously unveiling new techniques to challenge Elder Shur. The number of onlookers grew steadily, and many disciples found themselves enriched by these encounters, gaining insights from the battles. Had it not been for the rare influx of disciples coming and going at Yufeng, the Peak's master might have considered charging a fee for the observing disciples. Thus, Unbeknownst to Meng Wuxia, she had engaged in battles with Shi Wintao for a continuous 30 days. At last, I can thoroughly control these puppets. The new puppet talismans are proving to be even more formidable in combat. When facing a strong enemy, I can evade momentarily using a stealth formation. While enhancing the binding formation is essential, I cannot maintain control for too long. I am profoundly grateful for Elder Shi's guidance. Meng Wuxiao respectfully bowed to Shi Wintao, feeling highly satisfied with her progress over the past few days. This young elder possessed unfathomable strength, exhibiting resilience in every aspect of combat. Were it not for her relentless cultivation and unwavering dedication to enhancing her abilities, she feared she would have been subdued by Elder Shi long ago. Meng Wuxiao's frequent visits to Yufeng had convinced her that these intense duels with Shi Wintao were far more rewarding than any training within a secret realm. With the upcoming Tianjiao Grand Competition of the Beijing sect on the horizon, she decided to make a swift trip to Huangquan Peak. Having received word from the sect leader that following the competition, they would embark on an expedition to the unnamed secret realm, leaving little time for further cultivation. In appreciation for Shi Wintao's tireless assistance during their bouts, Meng Wuxiao bestowed upon him the Hanshan Palm technique from her Yinshui Jinshanju. As a martial cultivator, he would surely find interest in such a direct offensive technique. Upon recognizing the rarity of the Hanshan Palm, a technique only a select few in the Beijing sect could practice, Shi Wintao gazed at Meng Wuxia in astonishment. She reassured him that the sect leader had already granted permission for him to learn it, so there would be no issues. Observing the delighted expression on Shi Wintao's face, Meng Wuxiao was confident in her ability to please him in this regard. Meng Wuxiao arrived at the final main peak, Huangquan Feng. Unlike the other peaks, this place was not characterized by tranquility and bustling activity. It lay far from the other primary summits, on the edge of Baishamen, surrounded by deep canyons and dense forests, along with the perpetually misty and damp Anyalin. Legends spoke of a powerful clan that once betrayed Baishamen, now imprisoned within. Their fate remained unknown, as no living being had ever emerged from it. Meng Wuxiao was somewhat familiar with this area, having befriended a senior sister from Huangquan Feng who often took her into the forest for training. These woods were abundant with unique spiritual wood, ideal for crafting spiritual puppets, and home to formidable spiritual beasts that could be hunted for essential resources. Most disciples of Huangquan Feng practiced talisman crafting and puppet techniques, along with a few sword cultivators and a minority of sinister practitioners. Each time the Tianjiao Grand Competition unfolded, an unconventional and terrifying figure from Huangquan Feng would inevitably emerge, a fact that was quite predictable. Upon arriving at the entrance of Huangquan Feng, Meng Wuxiao presented her identity jade token and a jade slip, stating her purpose of seeking out senior sister Jingran before being granted entry. The procedure for entering this peak differed markedly from that of the others. Verification of identity was mandatory, and only those with recognized connections could gain entrance. Even if the sect leader were to arrive, entry would be denied, reflecting a peculiar rigidity. Each time Meng Wuxiao visited, she felt as though she stood upon a desolate peak devoid of human presence. From her ascent to her arrival at the main peak, not a single figure graced her path. Occasionally, she would encounter puppet-like figures that merely waved at her with a wooden expression. In truth, there were many disciples of Huangquan Feng, but they were engaged in training at nearby secret realms or within protective isolation arrays in various courtyards, resulting in an eerie stillness. Meng Wuxiao approached a small hill, entering a disordered courtyard surrounded by felled trees. The protective array in the courtyard was continuously active, lest it harm innocent passers-by. Senior Sister Jingran, a sword cultivator wielding a remarkable broken blade, had earned the admiration of many peers due to her immense strength and exceptional talents in forging weapons. With a holy fire spiritual root, she had refined her skills profoundly after establishing her foundation. Had it not been for an injury sustained during a great battle, which led her to miss the Tianjiao Grand Competition in Zhangzhou, she would have possessed the strength to attend Jiuzhou Academy for further cultivation. Currently, Senior Sister Jingran was diligently recuperating, striving to achieve the pinnacle of foundation establishment, aiming for a successful advancement into the Jindan stage. However, Meng Wuxia felt a pang of regret, knowing that her sister bore hidden injuries that would ultimately lead to her untimely demise as her lifespan drew to a close in the Jindan stage. This visit was to assess her sister's condition. After scouring the private treasury of the upper peak, Meng Wuxia had found several spiritual herbs that, nourished by the spiritual spring within her storage bracelet, had become top-grade elixirs capable of aiding her sister's recovery. Senior Sister Jingran, what are you doing? Not refining weapons again? I hope. Senior Sister Jingran had taken it upon herself to assist her fellow disciples in crafting spiritual artifacts, although her injuries limited her to producing only low-grade spiritual weapons. In the past, she had been capable of forging mid-grade artifacts and even near-top-grade pseudo-artifacts when her abilities were stable. Wuxia, you have returned from the upper peak. I thought you would be guarding your Master-S spirit for several years, she remarked, surprised by Meng Wuxia's presence, as it seemed she had not ventured from Huangquanfeng in quite some time. I have long since left, searching for training grounds and secret realms among the main peaks. Soon, I intend to seek spiritual wood near Anyalin for the purpose of practicing my puppet carving. Hearing this, Senior Sister Jingran was astonished. She noted that Meng Wuxia had already reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. With further consolidation, she was certain to make a name for herself in the upcoming Tianjiao Grand Competition, while Senior Sister Jingran felt both envy and joy for her. She also recognized her own limitations due to her injuries, which made her feel distant and helpless in supporting her junior sister. Wait for me. I shall enhance this protective array and add a few defensive formations. If your forging creates too much commotion, it should not disturb the surroundings, Meng Wuxia offered. Senior Sister Jingran smiled brightly, encouraging her to proceed freely, as there were few visitors to her secluded abode, unlike the spacious and tranquil environment she once resided in. With a drawing pen in hand, Meng Wuxia began to lay down layers of protective formations around the courtyard, even establishing a teleportation array connecting to her upper peak, instructing Senior Sister Jingran to keep it confidential. A warmth spread through Senior Sister Jingran's heart. In a world where kindness seemed scarce, it was comforting to know that in times of adversity, one could still find support. After discussing each other's recent circumstances, Meng Wuxia guided her sister into the room to examine her injuries. The severity of the injuries had affected her meridians, hindering her cultivation progress. After inspecting her sister's condition, Meng Wuxia retrieved a box from her storage bracelet, urging Jingran to listen attentively. This box was a legacy left to me by my master. It contains 3 layers. The first layer holds Tian Lingzi for reconstructing meridians. The second layer features Tian Halian for revitalizing the spiritual sea. And the third layer contains various elixirs to assist in enhancing your cultivation and breaking through stagnation. Senior Sister Jingran was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "Enhance my cultivation? What do you mean?" Meng Wuxia insisted that she accept the box, emphasizing the importance of recovering her health and resuming her cultivation. "This is far too precious. How can I accept something given to you by your master?" Despite Jingran's refusals, Meng Wuxia pressed on, asking, "Are you content with this? You suffered grave injuries to protect your fellow disciples and safeguard our sect's treasures, now languishing in silence, uncertain of when change may come. Why not seize this opportunity to regain your strength and cultivate anew?" At the mention of rebirth, a spark ignited in Senior Sister Jingran's eyes as she regarded Meng Wuxia and then the box before her. With newfound determination, she declared, "I want to be reborn." Chapter 23. The Spiritual Wood in Anyalin. Meng Wuxia urged Senior Sister Jingran to focus on her cultivation, advising her to remain within her small courtyard unless necessary. Time was on their side, and the path of cultivation held infinite possibilities. Jingran solemnly nodded, aware of Meng Wuxia's intent to seek spiritual wood on the periphery of Huangquanfeng. Once confirming the absence of any lurking presences, she whispered a few words into Meng Wuxia's ear. "I heard from the Peak Master that near Anyalin there flows a blood river, beside which stands a rare blood spirit wood, capable of crafting the elusive, soul-calling spiritual puppets. If you manage to locate it, It would be an extraordinary opportunity. However, be warned, as Yanluo is a forbidden zone. Many have ventured there, only to vanish without a trace. With a meaningful glance, senior sister Jing Ran discreetly handed Meng Wuxia a handkerchief, urging her to store it in her bracelet. Understanding her sister's intent, Meng Wuxia confessed that her own strength was insufficient for a solitary expedition into Yanluo. She preferred to wait until she could venture with her sister. After bidding her farewell, Meng Wuxia hastened toward the forest surrounding Huangquanfeng. It was truly perplexing how Huangquanfeng was designed. Endless protective arrays, deceptive formations, and a multitude of puppets meant to intimidate. This was not Zhentianfeng, renowned for its mastery of formations. What was the purpose of all these arrays? Having entered this realm for some time, Meng Wuxia found herself constantly dismantling arrays with each step, pondering whether she might be misled by illusions. She was there to seek spiritual wood, not to study formations or develop clairvoyant vision. After persistently probing with her spiritual energy, Meng Wuxia discerned that these paths bore the essence of fellow disciples. She resolved to steer clear of them to avoid any unpleasant encounters. In the vastness of the forest, all manner of creatures could be found, but now was not the time for such distractions. She was preparing for the Tianjiao Grand Competition, and the top spot on the Tianjiao leaderboard must belong to her. Just as Meng Wuxia contemplated leaving on her sword, a distant scream and a deafening roar halted her in her tracks. The individuals ahead, please make way. Be cautious lest you be trampled by the wild boars. At that moment, Meng Wuxia sensed a tremor beneath her feet, reminiscent of an earthquake. Turning around, she was taken aback to see a shimmering figure rushing towards her, closely followed by a stampede of wild boars. Just as Meng Wuxia prepared to ascend with her sword, allowing her to evade the airborne boars, she felt a pang of sympathy for the glimmering figure shouting for her to dodge. With a swift motion, she unfurled her fingers, summoning 5 ethereal threads that ensnared him, lifting him and hurling him against a sturdy tree, thereby escaping the frenzied boars. Oh my, she thought, relieved to have avoided a fatal collision. Seeing that the person was unharmed, she intended to depart on her sword, only to have him call out from the branches, expressing a desire to introduce himself and repay her kindness. Meng Wuxia, indifferent, declined the offer, eager to leave, and soared into the air. However, she had not anticipated that her small act of assistance would lead to being entangled with him. The individual was none other than the esteemed heir of the Sheng family, Sheng Zongbao, the only legitimate son of the previous family head. Unlike other noble families, the Sheng family permits only the legitimate son to inherit the family business and title. Daughters are excluded from succession. Currently, the head of the Sheng family is the 3rd legitimate son of the former patriarch, and he has only 1 legitimate daughter and 1 illegitimate son, with no legitimate heir. According to clan rules, Sheng Zongbao, as the sole legitimate offspring of the previous family head, is destined to inherit the title of family head and become the Sheng family's young master. Meng Wuxia scrutinized Sheng Zongbao, noting the extravagant treasures adorning him. The jade belt upon his head could transform into a whip, the earrings could deflect attacks from peers. The collar he wore was a precious artifact with defensive capabilities, and each hand bore a golden storage ring filled with valuable items. The outer garment he donned was unmistakably a costly protective robe from Luyan Pavilion, worth a fortune. Wherever he went, he was a walking target for robbery. Meng Wuxiao pondered how someone so lavishly adorned could be pursued by a herd of wild boars. I am Sheng Zongbao of the Sheng family. May I inquire your esteemed name, Fairy? He inquired politely. Meng Wuxia, not in a rush to introduce herself, responded nonchalantly after safely landing at the outskirts of the Anya forest. I am Xiang Shangfeng, Meng Wuxia. Ah, so you are the Meng Wuxia who aspires to become the peak master? I must say, you are entirely different from the rumors. Not only are you warm-hearted, but you also possess a lovely countenance, Sheng Zongbao remarked as he recounted the tales he had heard about her. He had heard that after she established her foundation in the Tao, she had become aloof and indifferent to others, monopolizing Xiang Shangfeng and forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Neglecting her sex tasks, and persistently clinging to the elder of Yufeng, making appearances at various main peaks, leaving many to speculate about her intentions. The gossip had begun circulating after Meng Wuxia secluded herself in Xiang Shangfeng, transforming into a topic of idle chatter among the Baixian men. Meng Wuxia, intrigued by such idle gossip, encouraged Shang Zongbao to share more, inviting him to elaborate on any details he might have missed. Seeing her unbothered demeanor, without frowning or rushing to defend herself, he continued, amused, while also seeking to understand her perspective, his gaze keenly observing her. Senior Sister Wuxia, do not mind such talk. Rumors are ever-changing, evolving daily. Take me, for instance. They say I am a delicate young master, afraid of the wind and rain, and only know how to play. Yet here I am, thriving, diligently cultivating, and learning to manage family affairs. While the delicate part is indeed true, hardly anything else they claim is accurate. Meng Wuxia regarded the incessantly chattering Shang Zongbao, recalling the record from the death book regarding him. After a moment of reflection, she remembered that he was indeed the next head of the Shang family, though he relinquished the position to the current head's legitimate daughter, Shang Haidang, his elder sister, and set off to explore beyond the 9 provinces. Despite his seemingly unreliable and talkative demeanor, he possessed a remarkable strength and disposition befitting a family leader. Meng Wuxia allowed Shang Zongbao to accompany her as she consulted the handkerchief map given to her by Sister Jingran, seeking clues about the spiritual wood in the Anya forest. The map was not particularly detailed. It appeared hastily drawn, lacking precise locations. Meng Wuxia relied on her investigative instincts to navigate through trial and error. What are you searching for? We've circled this area several times. The inner part is the forbidden Anya forest, extremely perilous. One should not venture there, Shang Zongbao kindly cautioned. Yet his eyes remained curiously fixed on the handkerchief. He trailed closely behind her, showing no intention of leaving. How is it that a young master from a prestigious family is wandering alone at Huangquan Peak, without any companions? Meng Wuxia asked as she discovered a less obvious route. Conversing with the future head of the Shang family. His noble status was significant, yet he had yet to reach the foundational stage of cultivation, which seemed unusual for someone of his standing. Well, I'm not leaving Baixian men. This is our territory, and we are surrounded by fellow disciples. So there is no need to trouble others, Shang Zongbao replied nonchalantly. However, upon receiving Meng Wuxia's discerning gaze, he realized she had deduced the truth. He was either lost or had carelessly wandered out alone. Having been seen through, Shang Zongbao candidly admitted that he was in search of the Daihan fruit for his second uncle. His uncle had been afflicted by a toxin during a family mission, and the antidote required the Daihan fruit. The Daihan fruit is a rare fruit that grows in places where unfortunate cultivators have fallen, containing the essence of their powers and serving as an antidote. Your Shang family is a prominent clan with its own apothecary and physicians. Surely, you must have a Daihan fruit? Meng Wuxia inquired. Shang Zongbao shook his head in resignation, explaining that while they had one, he had used it during his own poisoning incident. Meng Wuxia perceived a hint of jest in his words. Yet she understood that life for the young master of the Shang family was not as easy as it seemed. Incidents of poisoning were not uncommon among the legitimate offspring of noble families. With no time to offer him consolation, Meng Wuxia, after traversing numerous wrong paths, realized that she had been circling the same area. She halted and began to scrutinize the reason for her disorientation. Utilizing her mental energy, she sensed an elusive barrier behind her, summoning her sword, Ding Kuan, to strike at the obstruction. Indeed, there was something amiss. Shang Zongbao, intrigued by her actions, gazed at her sword with admiration, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Your life sword, Ding Kuan, is truly remarkable. It is a guardian sword of great prowess. While my life sword, Qijia, is formidable, it lacks the overwhelming aura of yours. I have heard from my third uncle that your Ding Kuan sword is a rare and righteous sword. The very life sword of our Bai Xian Min, as first ancestor who ascended to immortality. Shang Zongbao summoned his own life sword, Qijia, as if introducing friends, while Meng Wuxia regarded his innocence. She prepared to break through the barrier using her drawing pen. Meng Wuxia heightened her mental energy to a stable level, channeling her spiritual power to its peak. The drawing pen emitted a radiant glow as she commenced the barrier-breaking process. This barrier presented layers of resistance. Meng Wuxia gripped the drawing pen with unwavering determination as she sensed an unusual rebound from the barrier. Every time she made progress, new resistance emerged, thwarting her attempts. Each endeavor seemed promising, yet just as success appeared within reach, the barrier retaliated with a jarring blow. Meng Wuxia focused intensely, channeling her spiritual energy with unprecedented concentration. The energy within her was swiftly depleting, and were it not for the support of the Lianhua in her spiritual sea, she would have been compelled to halt, suffering injury from the backlash of the barrier. This barrier was undoubtedly a forbidden setting. She endeavored to locate its center, hoping to concentrate her efforts to dismantle it. Sheng Zongbao, anxious for Meng Wuxia, proposed his idea after a brief moment of concern. Upon realizing the futility of breaking the formation, Meng Wuxia retrieved a multitude of explosive talismans from her storage bracelet, adhering them to the barrier. Just before detonation, she swiftly retreated, seizing Sheng Zongbao, who was momentarily stunned, and removing the collar from his neck to establish a defensive stance. The power of the talismans was undeniable. Following a violent explosion, a fissure, wide enough for a person to enter, was created in the barrier. Sometimes, such forceful measures were the only way. An explosive talisman could breach even the most formidable walls. Meng Wuxia reassured the astonished Sheng Zongbao, instructing him to acclimate to such situations as they were merely minor occurrences. Concerned that the fissure might self-repair, she hastened to enter, with Sheng Zongbao closely following, fearful of being abandoned. Upon entering, Sheng Zongbao gasped, overwhelmed by the stench of blood that permeated the air, akin to stepping into a slaughterhouse. Meng Wuxia covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, furrowing her brow at the dark and grim setting, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. She recognized this as the blood river mentioned by her senior sister Jingran. Having found the blood river, she anticipated that the spirit tree would soon be located. However, as Meng Wuxia prepared to advance, a massive figure emerged, lunging menacingly towards her. Not again. Without a second thought, Meng Wuxia tossed the uncertain Sheng Zongbao into a tree, instructing him to remain there and avoid causing chaos. She summoned her sword, Dingkuan, to confront the looming threat, setting explosive talismans around the shadow to gauge its strength. The shadow was remarkably agile, its enormous limbs delivering strikes comparable to a perfected Qi refinement practitioner. Relentlessly, it attacked Meng Wuxia, and as she deployed the explosive talismans, the smoke cleared to reveal that the shadow had only grown larger. Meng Wuxia thrust Dingkuan towards the shadow's hands and feet, yet her attacks seemed ineffectual, akin to mere tickles against its form, leaving her perplexed. Determined to stop dragging things out, Meng Wuxia activated the elusive movement technique of the Qiaomiao Wuying II, concentrating her spiritual energy to ensnare the massive shadow with her 1,000 threads binding. As the ethereal threads began to wrap around the shadow's limbs, she was met with a chilling, mocking laughter. It managed to break free from her bindings, unleashing a gusty attack towards her. Seeing this, Meng Wuxia's expression hardened. She soared into the air on her sword, resembling a phoenix engulfed in flames, and unleashed a powerful command as the confinement formation she had set beneath the shadow activated. 4 iron chains ensnared the struggling giant, securing in place. Observing the writhing creature from above, Meng Wuxia began to probe its essence with her mental energy. In the midst of battle, she discerned that the shadow's movements were not those of a wild beast, nor did it possess the agility of a spirit beast. Its relentless attacks were devoid of logic, resembling a marionette lacking control. Sensing an unusual aura near the blood river, she dashed toward it, and as she approached, the Wujigan materialized in her hand, wielded with fierce determination. That hurts! After striking, Meng Wuxia beheld a child, roughly 8 or 9 years old, lying on the ground, clutching his injured head. To her surprise, he exuded an aura of dark energy, leading her to question whether she was indeed bullying a child. Stop pretending. What are you? Speak the truth, or I shall strike you again. Meng Wuxia poked the child with her wujigan, rolling him about for a moment before demanding he rise, insisting he cease his charade. You remain still? Watch how I deal with you. She produced several puppet talismans, summoning puppets to bind the still motionless child, intending to transport him to the blood river for a rude awakening. Ah, bullying a child is inhumane. I was minding my own business when you intruded. You struck me without reason. The child's loud lament fell on deaf ears as Meng Wuxia commanded her puppets to toss him into the blood river. Don't throw me. I'm a spirit wood. I'm an extraordinary spirit wood. The blood river is full of vengeful spirits that will bite. Spirit wood? What kind of spirit wood is this child? Is he deceiving me? Meng Wuxia scrutinized the child anew, probing his essence with her spiritual energy. Despite his childlike appearance, the dark energy emanating from him and the peculiar heart within were not characteristics of a human. I am the wood heart of the spirit wood, nourished by the blood river for years. The dark energy surrounding me is vengeful spirit energy. If I could be cleansed with spiritual spring water and receive pure spiritual energy, I could regain my original form. I am a formidable spirit wood. The child, bound and uncomfortable, exerted all his strength to loosen the ropes, even managing to make a grotesque face and mimic fierce gestures akin to the enormous shadow's earlier movements. Ah, so this little one is the master of that giant. Meng Wuxia's eyes widened, and her spiritual energy surged forth, intimidating the child into submission. You claim to be a spirit wood, but do you have proof? Should I simply take your word for it? As Meng Wuxia brandished the wujigan, the child gulped nervously, shrinking back. Soon, a towering tree, radiating a soft, dark light appeared before her. Truly an exceptional spirit wood. Without hesitation, Meng Wuxia soared to the top of the tree and broke off a branch, dripping her blood onto it. The tree emitted a series of gentle glows, and the branch vanished from her grasp, returning to its original place. This was the method of spirit wood recognizing its master. Once it acknowledged her, no one else could seize it, lest the wood wither, and those attempting to forcibly take it would be met with spiritual backlash. Seeing that the spirit wood had accepted her as its master, Meng Wuxia felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing her objective had been achieved. Chapter 25. I shall strike 10. Meng Wuxia gazed at the spirit, which she had finally located with satisfaction. However, her contentment soon turned to concern. She had sought a spirit wood capable of crafting high-quality spirit puppets, yet this mischievous, powerful little spirit child was a source of distress. Would he allow her to carve the spirit knife upon him as she desired? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Furrowing her brow, she regarded the child before her, beginning to harbor disdain for him. If it were known that this coveted Xueling Mu had transformed into a humanoid form through the fortuitous blessings of heaven and earth, she would have no desire for it. The ominous aura emanating from it was enough to make one question whether it truly was a spirit wood or merely a nefarious entity that had attained sentience. Master, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? She inquired. You should bask in the sun and absorb the spiritual energy here. You will feel better soon. That is what I do when I am unwell. With a call of master, the small Ling Mu roused Meng Wuxia from a reverie. She swiftly asked, if I were to carve you into a formidable spirit puppet using a special spirit knife, how would I go about it? In response to Meng Wuxia's inquisitive nature, the Ling Mu shook its little head, indicating its ignorance. Frustrated, Meng Wuxia, without a moment's thought, kicked it into the blood river. Soon a shrill cry echoed, Something is biting my bottom. Someone is grabbing my foot. Master, help! Help! Glub, glub! To her astonishment, the Ling Mu could not swim. As it began to sink, Meng Wuxia swiftly extended her Wu Ji staff to rescue it. I will tell you everything. As long as you possess the spirit puppet knife, you can continuously carve 12 spirit puppets for me, creating a dozen small spirit puppets, it proclaimed. Upon hearing that 12 spirit puppets could be carved, a radiant smile graced Meng Wuxia's lips. Typically, a single spirit would could yield 3 to 6 spirit puppets. Each additional puppet would diminish the power of its predecessors. To preserve the unique offensive capability of each puppet, Most puppet masters would carve only 3 from a single spirit wood. Meng Wuxia patted this little creature, which she would frequently engage with, and decided to place it in her storage bracelet to familiarize it with new companions. You must coexist harmoniously, avoid quarrels, and certainly refrain from mischief. With that, she entrusted the little creature to Long Ting and Lian Hua for supervision. Considering the spirit puppet knife, Meng Wuxia resolved to visit the Bai Baogu promptly. It was likely that the coveted knife could only be found there. When she recalled that there was still a Sheng Zong Bao, she discovered that the young master had already suspended a hammock in the tree and had set up protective formations around it, where he leisurely slumbered. Ah, one cannot compare. You truly know how to enjoy life. Meng Wuxia used her Ding Kuan sword to awaken him. Wuxia Shiji, you have returned? I thought you would be delayed. To avoid causing you trouble, I waited here patiently in the tree until your return, the earnest and obedient Sheng Zong Bao explained, causing Meng Wuxia to question how he had attained the position of head of the Sheng family. The leadership of the 4 great families could not be claimed without family and by Xianmen's acknowledgement, a process far more rigorous than selecting the peak master of a single mountain. Here, take this to help your second uncle with his detoxification. You should be cautious of those around him. It is always wise to be careful. Upon seeing the Baidu Chao, which required the blood of over 100 poisons for its growth and harbored extraordinary toxicity, Meng Wuxia recognized its potential. If refined, it could neutralize over 100 poisons. This was a rare high-quality spiritual herb, capable of fetching a considerable sum in spirit stones at auction, making it a valuable asset for exchanging other cultivation resources. Consider it a token of my affection and as a gesture for your unwavering loyalty to your Shiji. There is no need for burden. Meng Wuxia had often harvested Baidu Chao in the Wudu cave. Giving him one incurred no loss and would serve as a favor in the future. Thank you, Wuxia Shiji. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I, Sheng Zong Bao, shall remember. Meng Wuxia merely nodded, urging him not to linger. This place felt amiss, and staying too long could lead to unforeseen issues. It was best to depart swiftly. Meanwhile, the fissure they had forcibly opened began to heal slowly. If they did not leave soon, they might find themselves trapped. Indeed, as Meng Wuxia and Sheng Zong Bao exited, a concealed formation emerged, teleporting the pair to Huang Quan Peak, unexpectedly arriving at the venue for the Tian Jiao Grand Competition. The challenge matches were ongoing, allowing any disciple of Bai Xianmen wishing to enter the Tian Jiao list to challenge the individuals listed there. A consecutive 3 victories would grant them entry into the preliminary rounds of the Tian Jiao list. In the preliminary rounds, disciples could challenge one-on-one or opt for consecutive bouts. Defeating 10 opponents in succession would secure a place in the top 10 of the Tian Jiao list. Numerous challengers were already present, though most targeted the latter 30 places on the list. Some bolder individuals might challenge those ranked 50 to 70, while the top 50 Tian Jiao were somewhat more lenient. Although there were many challengers, they were not as densely packed. A single loss would result in disqualification from the Tian Jiao list. In her past life, Meng Wuxia had fought valiantly to maintain her position on the list, even ascending to the top, thus earning her eligibility for the 9 provinces Tian Jiao Grand Competition. Finding a quiet spot beneath the platform, she began to meditate. Sheng Zong Bao, eager to return to the Sheng family, expressed his gratitude once more before departing on his sword. The competition venue was alive with intense battles. A disciple from Qianjin Peak was engaged in combat with a disciple from Wuyu Peak, while fellow disciples cheered them on. Amidst the enthusiastic cries from the spectators, it appeared that the Wuyu Peak disciple was on the verge of victory. To her surprise, this senior from Wuyu Peak was exceptionally formidable, successfully defending his title against numerous challengers. If he won this match, he would no longer need to face further challenges and could directly enter the contest for the Tian Jiao list after the preliminary rounds. The Tian Jiao list of Bai Xianmen comprises 100 slots divided into 3 tiers: the upper 20, the middle 30, and the lower 50. The top tier enjoys individual courtyards in Bai Xian Yuan, while the middle tier shares courtyards, and the lower tier consists of 5 disciples per courtyard, with the same elders instructing them, albeit with differing cultivation resources. Meng Wuxia had resided in the upper courtyard of Bai Xianyuan, a splendid place that rivaled any main peak in terms of environment. Each courtyard boasted unique protective and isolation formations and included training rooms, secret technique rooms, and spirit pools for cultivation, offering exceptional benefits. Oh my, this senior from Wuyu Peak has succeeded. Congratulations on defending your title. Once she had centered her spiritual energy, Meng Wuxia meticulously checked her prepared combat items, ensuring everything was in order. With a confident and steady stride, she approached the challenge bell at the center of the arena. Should anyone wish to issue consecutive challenges, they could strike the bell, the number of strikes indicating how many consecutive opponents they intended to face. Good heavens, who is this? Striking the challenge bell 10 times. This is audacious. As Meng Wuxia struck the bell 10 times, a dozen figures soared towards her, summoned by the challenge notification. Due to her bold declaration, 3 elders arrived to supervise and assess the proceedings. Elder Wuya, Shiwen Tao, and Elder Jinwen. Upon seeing Meng Wuxia at the bell, Shiwen Tao greeted her warmly, while Elder Wuya scrutinized her, nodding slightly. In contrast, Elder Jin maintained a stern demeanor, questioning whether Meng Wuxia truly intended to challenge 10 opponents in succession. Only with a perfect record can one directly enter the top 10 of the Tianjiao competition. A single loss would forfeit your qualification for the Tianjiao Grand Competition. You must consider your decision carefully. You may still withdraw and continue challenging later. Observing Elder Jin Wen's icy explanation and caution, Meng Wuxia brandished her Ming Jian Ding Kuan, pointing it towards the competition stage. With pride, she declared, "I shall challenge 10 individuals consecutively. Witness this, esteemed elders." This proclamation ignited a fervor in the Tianjiao Challenge Arena. Disciples of Xianmen, captivated by Meng Wuxia's commanding presence and her audacious declaration, erupted in cheers. Many quickly retrieved their jade slips to relay the news to their fellow disciples, urging them to witness this momentous event. As Meng Wuxia, with unyielding determination, struck the challenge bell 10 times, she prepared to face 10 Tianjiao in succession. What would unfold next? Stay tuned for the outcome. Chapter 26. Continuous victories. As the 10 disciples from the Tianjiao list approached to answer the challenge bell, their expressions varied upon seeing Meng Wuxia, some cold, some skeptical, some arrogant, some inquisitive, and others earnest. Each response reflected their individual perspectives on Meng Wuxia's audacity. The first to step forward was a masked genius who casually saluted Meng Wuxia and proceeded to announce his identity and ranking. Huangquan Peak, Lung Lai, ranked 40th on the Tianjiao list. Heavens! The first challenger is the 40th ranked on the Tianjiao list, and it's Lung Lai from Huangquan Peak. Known for his ruthless strikes, he never holds back against any opponent, always going for the kill without mercy. Meng Wuxia recognized the familiar mask and recalled Lung Lai's cruel mockery of her sister, Jingran. With a cold smile, she wielded her sword, Dingkuan, releasing a powerful sword aura that cleaved a deep chasm between them, as if drawing an impenetrable divide. Xiangshang Peak. Meng Wuxia. As Meng Wuxia asserted her dominance, Lung Lai tilted his head, peering at her through his mask. Not wishing to die, just as Lung Lai contemplated issuing a warning, Meng Wuxia swiftly struck, igniting Dingkuan with a radiant light, which she hurled directly at the hesitant Lung Lai. As the dazzling light flashed before his eyes, Lung Lai found his limbs ensnared by iron chains. When he attempted to summon his sword to sever the chains, Meng Wuxia was already upon him, delivering a powerful blow that sent his sword flying, and just as the binding formation began to lose its effect, she pressed Dingkuan against his neck. Lung Lai felt the warmth of something pressing against his throat. In that instant, the person behind the mask caught a glimpse of the coldness in Meng Wuxia's eyes. "You have lost. You may leave." With that, Meng Wuxia retracted Dingkuan, saluted the 3 elders, and coldly inquired who would challenge her next. To the astonishment of all, Meng Wuxia concluded the first challenge so swiftly. After a brief silence, some disciples began to cheer for her. "I shall step forward." The second challenger was a veiled woman, distinctively wielding an empty fan. This fan was not for decoration or to create a breeze. It was a treasured artifact capable of summoning spirit beasts for combat. Qianyin Peak, Luo Lingia. Ranked 49th on the Tianjiao list, Luo Linger was known for her eloquence and fondness for spirit beasts. She had once quarreled with Meng Wuxia over a bird's egg, deliberately shattering it, and had faced defeat at Meng Wuxia's hands, even resorting to underhanded tactics. I wonder how large your spirit bird has grown? If my Dinkuan strikes it down, do not shed tears or demand compensation. Meng Wuxiao regarded her with a provocative gaze, causing Luo Linger to take a slight step back in surprise. How did Meng Wuxia discern that she had a formidable spirit bird hidden within her fan? Sister, you jest. If you are defeated and cast down, it will be you who cries for compensation. As her words fell, a spirit bird soared from the fan, letting out a piercing cry before launching a fierce assault on Meng Wuxia. Meng Wuxia leaped into the air, choosing not to evade but instead landing upon the spirit bird's back, gripping Dinkuan and delivering a powerful thrust. The spirit bird began to sway violently, emitting anguished cries in an attempt to throw Meng Wuxia off, but she adeptly flipped off its back and, in one fluid motion, delivered explosive talismans to it. With a resounding bang, the newly summoned spirit bird was reduced to ashes. Haha, the spirit bird has become roasted bird. Only Sure Wentao dared to laugh aloud in the arena, where silence reigned. Meng Wuxia found his remark amusing. Sister truly possesses remarkable skill, so adept with explosive talismans. You must have used them often. Luo Linger, caught off guard by the loss of her spirit beast, hastily stowed her fan and summoned her sword, preparing to engage Meng Wuxia directly. However, she soon realized that her legs were immobilized. A binding formation with merely 2 chains had manifested as Meng Wuxia's parting gift during the explosion. Is that all you've got? Only this one formation? Luo Linger swung her sword in an attempt to sever the chains, but as she did, Meng Wuxia soared before her, engaging in close combat. After a flurry of exchanges, she managed to dislodge Luo Linger's veil. Indeed, a beauty. It is a pity that your sword skills are lacking. Such a waste of a treasured blade. Meng Wuxiao emerged victorious in the second challenge. Without pause, the third challenger stepped forward. Jindian Peak, Lian Shi, ranked 45th on the Tianjiao list. This individual was a formation master, well-versed in battle formations, and was determined to fight for the honor of Jindian Peak. Your binding formation is quite impressive. How about a contest of formations? If you can replicate my formation and enhance it, I will concede. Meng Wuxia noted that Lian Shi approached with a formation brush in hand, recognizing his inclination for formation duels over wielding his sword or hidden weapons. Acknowledging his challenge, she agreed. Lian Shi swiftly sketched 3 intricate formations, all of which were easy to comprehend yet difficult to execute. Meng Wuxiao recognized these as formations he had perfected through extensive study of ancient texts, now renowned and taught to many fellow disciples. Brother, this formation merely conveys the concept. It lacks the inherent power of a true formation. A formation without power is akin to a tiger with dulled claws. Meng Wuxia produced her own formation brush and began to replicate his designs, directly enhancing and refining them, eliminating potential pitfalls, and ultimately rendering the 3 formations into their perfected states. Remarkable. How did I not consider this improvement? This adjustment will enhance the subtlety of the formation's eye. Not only I, but others can also utilize it without waste. Excellent. Lian Shi collected the perfected formations from Meng Wuxia, conceding her victory before gracefully departing. Meng Wuxia was astonished at how Lian Shi had ascended the Tianjiao list, for his demeanor was certainly peculiar. It was no wonder the Peak Master of Jindian Peak cherished him, as he had a passion for research. Having triumphed in 3 consecutive battles, Meng Wuxia captured the attention of all present, prompting them to reassess her capabilities. The 4th challenger was a robust man, towering and brawny, capable of equaling 10 of Meng Wuxia's stature. She had to look up to meet his gaze. Yaoxing Peak, Chen Dali, ranked 50th on the Tianjiao list. His brother Dali. He had once nurtured a life-saving spirit herb for her, and was a model disciple of Yaoxing Peak, renowned for his dedication to cultivating spirit plants and excelling in alchemy. Later, he ventured to the Dan Pavilion, earning respect as a prominent officer. I wield the giant spirit sword, which weighs over 100 pounds. It would be unfair to compare against you. Instead, let us compete in alchemy. I have dozens of spirit plants, and if you can concoct a superior elixir or formula, I shall concede. As soon as Chun Dali finished speaking, a cough interrupted the voice of Elder Jinwen. This is the venue for the Tianjiao competition, not the training grounds of Yaoxing Peak. The contest is to measure each other's swordsmanship, offensive capabilities, and the mastery of secret techniques, not formations or alchemy. Elder Jinwen regarded the two challengers with a stern expression, revealing no other emotion. Meng Wuxia glanced at Elder Jinwen, who remained cold and unyielding. She respectfully invited Brother Chun to engage in a duel, noting that each person possessed their own life sword. And outside of Bai Xianmin, she would not find a brother as considerate as him. Very well, let us fight. As the giant spirit sword made its appearance, Meng Wuxia's Dinkuan buzzed with excitement, eager for combat, employing a strategy of soft overcoming hard. Meng Wuxia utilized the mysterious shadow technique combined with the cloud water sword technique to combat Brother Chun. The dueling sword is indeed a rare encounter with the Dinkuan sword, resulting in a fierce clash between a colossal sword and a sword of unwavering justice. As Chandali succumbed, the words of Elder Wuya had barely left his lips when Meng Wuxia deftly disarmed Chandali of the dueling sword. A thunderous sound echoed as the dueling sword embedded itself deeply into the arena. In this battle, Meng Wuxia triumphed due to her mastery of the Yunshui sword technique. Although her senior swordplay was robust, it lacked the essence of sword intent to become what one envisions. Wielding a sharp sword serves as a formidable aid. Upon hearing Meng Wuxiao's sincere counsel, Chandali murmured to himself, pondering the sword intent of the dueling sword. After several breaths, he clasped his fists in farewell to Meng Wuxia. His gaze brightened with newfound understanding. Chapter 27. Sister skills extend beyond these if one were to attribute Meng Wuxiao's consecutive victories to mere luck. The admiration from her peers grew exponentially after she successfully faced the disciple ranked 30th on the Wuyu Peak's Tianjiao list. Observing her raise the Dinkuan sword to challenge her next opponent, the enthusiasm among her fellow disciples ignited fervently. Heavens, if Sister Wuxia wins 3 more matches, she will be eligible for the top 10 of the Tianjiao list. Even a loss now would be a noteworthy feat. It has been ages since anyone has achieved 7 consecutive victories in the challenge matches. Meng Wuxia steadied her mind, allowing her spiritual energy to flow optimally as she focused on her next opponent, Qian Wuxuan, the disciple ranked 25th on the Tianjiao list. He was the child brought back by the head of the Qian family, rumored to be the unacknowledged illegitimate son. Gifted with extraordinary talent and poised to become the next family leader. Yet, this individual was also a tragic figure. His family had been utterly destroyed by the Qian clan, despite his remarkable abilities leading him back to the Qian family for training and devoted service. He faced a grim fate as he approached the Yuan Ying stage, being secretly dealt with by the family. Meng Wuxiao regarded Qian Wuxuan with a glimmer of compassion, recognizing that the most loyal were often those bound by enmity. The disciple of Qian Jinfeng, now facing her, drew the Maoan sword and initiated their duel. Meng Wuxia had previously employed the Dinkuan sword in combat, skillfully utilizing formations and talismans. However, at the moment of confrontation with Qian Wuxuan, she summoned the Wuji staff to engage him. Among the cultivators of Bai Xianmin and throughout the Zhangzhou continent, it was customary to possess a hidden weapon or treasured artifact as a secondary means of protection, often reserved for life and death struggles. Noticing Meng Wuxiao's use of a different weapon, Qian Wuxuan remained unfazed, maintaining his composure as he wielded the Maoan sword against her. After exchanging several strikes and gaining a preliminary understanding of each other's skills, they began to unleash their most proficient techniques. Meng Wuxia approached Qian Wuxuan with utmost seriousness, relentlessly seeking his strongest points. She recognized that his Maoan sword technique, like her own Yunshui sword technique, had reached a pinnacle, imbued with a potent sword intent. The Qian family had demonstrated remarkable discernment by raising a child born of a family feud, showcasing both courage and an eye for talent. Qian Wuxuan's prowess was anything but ordinary. As they exchanged blows, Meng Wuxia increasingly felt the pressure mounting, her Wuji staff being repeatedly forced back by his sword energy, suppressing her offensive. A sense of threat loomed over her. This young disciple of the Qin family had significantly improved, and Meng Wuxia had encountered a formidable adversary. Sure, Wen Tao watched with great interest, and rather than encouraging his own disciples upon witnessing their defeat, he cheered for Meng Wuxia, causing those around to begin believing the rumors surrounding him and her. Unwilling to remain under such pressure, Meng Wuxiao retrieved a puppet talisman from her storage bracelet, directing her meticulously controlled puppets to engage Qian Wuxuan. This was her first time employing the puppets in battle. Through several trials, she discovered that as long as she continuously infused her spiritual power into the puppets, their attacks would remain swift, serving as a form of disruptive offense, though at the cost of considerable energy. After Qian Wuxuan dispatched the first of her puppets with a single stroke of his Maoan sword, he became entangled with the remaining puppets. While their individual strength was minimal, their collective interference proved troublesome. Upon witnessing her puppets dismantled by Qian Wuxuan's sword, Meng Wuxia acknowledged his prowess. Just as the words of commendation escaped her lips, her spiritual threads ensnared his Maoan sword. As he attempted to break free from her binding threads, a confinement array emerged beneath him. Meng Wuxia had toiled for this moment. Qian Wuxuan's strength was not to be underestimated, and she intended to employ cunning to subdue him. Raising her Wuji staff, she concentrated her spiritual energy, unleashing its power as thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Regardless of who he was, the sensation of being struck by such thunder was far from pleasant. Qian Wuxuan severed the chains of the confinement array with his sword, channeling his energy to evade the impending lightning strikes. Undeterred, Meng Wuxia seized the opportunity to strike at his Maoan sword with her Wuji staff, simultaneously casting a fog talisman to envelop them both in a shroud of mist. Meng Wuxiao's intent was straightforward. She aimed to remind him of the origins of his Maoan sword, a weapon passed down from the family that had been annihilated. Only members of that family possessed the fated sword Maoan, and a thorough investigation would reveal vital clues. With the mist dissipating, Qian Wuxuan soared away on his sword, while Meng Wuxiao remained on the arena, now focused on the two remaining challenges ahead for her advancement. However, the battle against Qian Wuxuan had drained her spiritual energy significantly, and after such a prolonged confrontation, she felt fatigued apart from her mental fortitude. Can you continue to fight? If not, concede. Losing to me is already commendable, spoke Hong Lai, a disciple of Huangquan Peak, known as the evildoer, whose methods were somewhat peculiar and ranked 20th on the Tianjiao list. Meng Wuxia twirled her Wuji staff, which unexpectedly elongated, transforming into a long spear that glimmered with an ominous black light. Surely not. Sister Wuxia can wield the Dinkuan, and now the Wuji staff has become the Wentian spear. I can hardly believe it. What other weapons does she possess? Meng Wuxiao's proficiency with the Dinkuan stemmed from her skill and talent. Her affinity for the Wuji staff was born of passion, and the Wentian spear was the result of arduous practice, infused with dedication and hardship, now at a minor level of mastery. Observing Meng Wuxiao switch to a rare spear, Hong Lai scoffed, perceiving her actions as deliberate ostentation. He drew forth a black jade flute, a soul flute capable of summoning malevolent spirits. Meng Wuxiao recognized the instrument. She had encountered it while serving as a fairy woman, where the king of hell would occasionally play it to pass the time, inducing a drowsy stupor in her. However, the spear, being a sacred object, was perfectly suited to counter a flute steeped in wickedness. Meng Wuxiao brandished the long spear, boldly challenging Hong Lai as he summoned his most formidable evil spirit. Unfazed, she launched into a fierce confrontation, and as the spear struck, the evil spirit howled in terror. Ignoring the cacophony of the summoned spirit, Meng Wuxia focused on thrusting her spear with fervor, channeling the pure spiritual energy from the lotus in her spiritual sea into the weapon, allowing it to absorb the essence radiating from the lotus. Emerging from the muddy waters untainted, the exquisite purity of the lotus serves as the bane of malevolent spirits. When the ethereal energy of the lotus accumulates to its zenith within the spear, Meng Wuxia exclaims, "Break!" Countless rays of spiritual light burst forth, obliterating the howling evil spirits, leaving no trace behind, vanquished by this untainted essence. Indeed, Meng Wuxia possesses remarkable prowess, managing to persist until the final challenge. A fleeting, barely perceptible smirk of disdain flickers across the elder's otherwise indifferent visage. Meanwhile, the onlooking disciples begin to applaud and encourage Meng Wuxia, chanting, "Go, senior sister Wuxia." Clutching her spear, Meng Wuxia stands proudly on the challenge platform, preparing to gather her strength for the ultimate battle. Chapter 28. I need a rest without hesitation. Meng Wuxia deftly dispatches the malevolent spirit Hong Lai, leaving not even a shadow behind. Observing Hong Lai clutching his soul flute in disbelief, she dismissively waves her hand, signaling her indifference. Finally, they have reached the last challenge. Meng Wuxia awaits the appearance of the final contender, who should be one of the 20 illustrious figures on the Tianjiao ranking. However, to everyone's astonishment, the 15th ranked contender, Chen Wan, a disciple of the Yao Sheng Feng, declares his surrender before even introducing himself. Meng Wuxia pauses for a moment, tilting her head in confusion, wondering if he truly uttered the words "I concede." Disciples from Yao Sheng Feng are known for their temperaments. Such an admission of defeat before combat seems rather unwise. "My surrender is conditional," he states. "If you can best me in alchemy, I shall acknowledge you. Otherwise, I shall consider my concession a mere reflection of my ill fortune today." The three elders, amused, remind him that a surrender is a surrender, irrespective of subsequent contests. It is not subject to negotiation. "Very well," Meng Wuxia replies. "I have dabbled in alchemy myself. Whether I can surpass you depends on my mood today." Chen Wen agrees, offering her a newly acquired alchemical furnace, the Qingyi Ding, for her use. The Qingyi Ding, a supreme furnace passed down by a renowned alchemist, boasts an exceptionally high success rate. However, when Meng Wuxia receives this exquisite furnace, she feels a pang of reluctance and returns it to Chen Wen, stating that it is too precious for her to use. Instead, she retrieves her own unremarkable furnace, commonly found at the market of Tiana Peak, along with some ordinary spiritual herbs from the Baixian sect. Chen Wen's expression shifts subtly as he realizes the furnace and herbs she presents are mere trifles, commonplace among the disciples of Baixian sect. Since they are to compete in alchemy, Chen Wen asks Shi Wintao to propose a challenge. As he had previously taught fire control techniques and herbal identification at Yao Sheng Feng, Shi Wintao, having diligently studied the relevant knowledge to reclaim a disciple from Yao Sheng Feng, consults Elder Wuyo, who permits him to devise a question. He chooses the Guyang Dan, a commonly distributed elixir among disciples, intended to solidify cultivation and nourish meridians. Although it is familiar, its preparation is far from simple, requiring stable mental fortitude and familiarity with herbs and fire control, imposing strict demands on the alchemist. Chen Wen invites Meng Wuxia to commence, and she accepts without hesitation, selecting her herbs and beginning the alchemical process. However, as she and Chen Wen proceed, it becomes evident that Meng Wuxia exercises meticulous caution. Her methodical approach to inspecting the herbs and furnace contrasts sharply with Chen Wen's more straightforward technique. Observers note that her sequence of herb addition differs from Chen Wen's, and she includes several herbs previously unutilized in the process. As Chen Wen methodically prepares the Guyang Dan, he occasionally glances at Meng Wuxia, appreciating her carefulness. After Chen Wen successfully creates the elixir, Meng Wuxia remains focused on controlling her flames. The hue of her furnace shifts with the intensity of the fire, resembling a chameleon. From a moment the flames ignited, she sensed the furnace's peculiar nature. Though her control was not yet masterful, the furnace seemed to assist her, autonomously regulating the fire. Indeed, this furnace is a treasure. You foolish woman have stumbled upon something magnificent. Compared to Long Ting's exhilaration, Meng Wuxia's feelings toward the furnace grow increasingly perplexing, perhaps due to her continuous battles heightening her sensitivity. It takes Meng Wuxia half a day longer than Chen Wen to successfully produce her Guyang Dan. Yet, when her elixir emerges, an unprecedented fragrance wafts through the air, captivating all present. Meng Wuxia presents Her Gu Yangdan, which differs in both color and luster from Chunwen's. The three elders request an explanation for this divergence. Meng Wuxia candidly reveals that, after thoroughly researching the records of Baixian's sect, she discovered that a predecessor had learned of an elixir similar to Gu Yangdan from a wandering practitioner. The effects of this elixir are significantly more potent, aiding not only in stabilizing cultivation and nourishing meridians, but also facilitating breakthroughs, surpassing the efficacy of the original Gu Yangdan. The predecessor's account lacked a particular herb, leading to its oversight. Meng Wuxiao recalls encountering this record in the Baixian sect's annals, documenting how a disciple from Yao Shengfeng meticulously researched ancient formulas, improving and restoring many. Elder Wuyo inquires if any disciples are willing to sample Meng Wuxia's new elixir, and hesitation fills the air until Shi Wentao steps forward, exclaiming, "I am willing to try it. Hand it over." Meng Wuxiao wishes he would speak less, but his determination is beyond her control. She hands him the Guyongdan, and amidst the crowd scrutiny, Shi Wentao begins to consume it. Ha ha ha! I never expected this new elixir would unleash the cultivation I have been suppressing. I am now at the late stage of Jindan. Witnessing the miraculous effects of Meng Wuxia's elixir, others begin clamoring to partake. Chunwen samples one of her new Guyongdan and feels his meridians become increasingly comfortable, sensing a hint of a breakthrough. He sincerely praises Meng Wuxia's achievement, declaring her successful. Meng Wuxia has triumphed in 10 consecutive challenges, now eligible to compete among the top 10 on the Tianjiao ranking. As she gazes at the jade medallion bestowed by Elder Wuyo, a contented smile graces her lips. All she desires now is to return to the peak for a well-deserved rest, ideally indulging in 3 days of deep slumber. Chapter 29, it is time to summarize. Upon receiving the jade token for the top 10 competition from the esteemed Elder Wuya, Meng Wuxia immediately soared back to Xiangshan Peak, swiftly rejecting the friendly inquiries from Shi Wentao like a gust of wind. The first thing Meng Wuxia did upon her return was to indulge in a blissful 3-day slumber in her cozy abode. Had it not been for the jade slip notification from the steward Wu Yin, instructing her to depart for the Wuming secret realm in 7 days, she would have cherished 2 more days in the embrace of her plush pillow. Previously, during her stay at Shi Jingran's courtyard, Shi Jingran had remarked on her sleeping posture, expressing concern about what would happen if she were to have a partner, worrying for her image with such a lack of grace. Meng Wuxia, however, relished her deep slumber, undisturbed by thoughts of her appearance, believing there was no need for such scrutiny once her eyes were closed. After waking fully refreshed, Meng Wuxia felt all fatigue dissipate. Stretching, she began to tend to her garden. In times of difficulty during her cultivation, she would often find solace in watering her flowers, which required daily attention to thrive. Contemplating the news from the jade slip about her impending journey to the Wuming secret realm, she pondered her chances of survival given her current strength. Meng Wuxia delved into her spiritual sea to observe the interactions between Longting and the spirit wood. After absorbing the ascension fruit, Longting's scales had grown more resilient, and his whiskers were elongating, almost tangling him up. Signs of a dragon's claws were beginning to emerge from his tail, hinting at the presence of a golden dragon. "Master, you finally came to see me. This fish is bullying me to death," Longting exclaimed as Meng Wuxia entered, witnessing the spirit wood chasing after the blooming lotus, with Longting's large tail joyfully flapping behind. "Do not speak such nonsense. I do not bully you. It is you who cannot decipher my riddles and willingly accept punishment. You, a mere spirit wood, should not slander a fish dragon," Meng Wuxia retorted playfully, allowing them to frolic while she inspected the new lotus bud. Previously, she had fully absorbed the energy from the lotus blooms to enhance her cultivation, and now she was eager to see what the new bud would yield. "Lachuo, I have yet to express my gratitude for your continuous provision of pure spiritual energy. Without your support, I would have suffered severe injuries during those 10 challenges. Thanks to your assistance, I can face any battle without fear of depleting my energy," she said, caressing the ever-growing Qianyilian. This visit was to collect several lotus leaves for alchemy and absorb some of the pure spiritual energy to stabilize her cultivation, as she needed to strengthen her power further. The lotus gently swayed in response, releasing a fragrant aroma, as if encouraging Meng Wuxia to strive onward. You currently require external support. This spirit wood is a rare 12th spirit puppet wood, and you need a special spirit puppet knife to carve it. Additionally, you require medicinal pills to enhance your cultivation. I have thought long about the alchemical furnace. It is a 7-colored alchemical furnace capable of autonomously controlling fire, which is not from the Sanzhou continent. If you wash in that spirit spring, it will be perfect for alchemy. Longting also gifted her a piece of his hardest scale, capable of defending against a single attack from a golden core stage expert, advising her to be cautious. Meng Wuxia accepted it and informed him that new fruits from the ascension fruit were soon to appear, adhering to their old custom of sharing equally. Following Longting's instructions, she placed the alchemical furnace into her storage bracelet for cleaning. After numerous washes, the furnace emerged, revealing itself as a crystal-clear vessel adorned with vibrant colors and intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, Meng Wuxia discovered that the patterns were composed of countless characters. She began to explore the layers of patterns with her spiritual power, realizing each pattern represented an alchemical formula. Among the delicate designs, she recognized the formula for the new nourishing pill she had crafted a few days prior. Could it be that this 7-colored alchemical furnace recorded the formulas of the pills it produced, transforming them into these patterns? If so, it might provide her with numerous formulas. Longting mentioned that this furnace was not from the Sanzhou continent. Could it be a precious artifact from elsewhere? Meng Wuxia attempted to memorize the formulas inscribed, following the instructions to begin her alchemical process. Fortunately, the furnace's autonomous control over the flames relieved her of the need to adjust them constantly. After the duration of an incense stick, she successfully crafted a nourishing pill that enhanced spiritual power. Purchasing such a pill at the Yaoxing Peak would have cost a significant amount of spirit stones based on its ingredients and efficacy. But now she had saved a considerable sum through her own successful alchemy. As long as Meng Wuxia could conserve spirit stones, she would be content to invest her efforts. After securing the 7-colored alchemical furnace, she retrieved the discarded pills she had collected from the Yaoxing Peak. Upon counting, she nearly fainted from joy. Providence had indeed aided her. These discarded pills, having been soaked in the spirit spring, had regained their efficacy. Even the least effective clear heart pill would suffice in typical misty or toxic areas. Meng Wuxia meticulously sorted and stored the pills, preparing to visit the market nearby Xianmen to exchange them for urgently needed items. Although she possessed a fair amount of pills and spirit stones, she lacked adequate supplies to aid her in battle and perilous situations after the challenge. She needed to prepare a stock of life-saving items that could guarantee her survival while ensuring her opponents met their demise. First, she would collect the jade tokens from the Steward Hall and simultaneously claim the resources she had yet to retrieve. The Steward Hall of Bai Xiamen managed various affairs, with 3 halls arranged in a character shape. The upper hall handled resource allocation and personnel distribution. The left hall managed tasks and personnel movements, while the right hall addressed complaints, disputes, and organized various events and ceremonies. Meng Wuxia had previously helped at the left hall, where the daily workload was as taxing as cultivation, filled with fresh happenings, making it the most gossip-laden place in Bai Xiamen. From her arrival to departure, the attention upon her did not wane. After placing her collected resources into her storage bracelet, she noticed several ambiguous figures stealthily following her. Ignoring them, Meng Wuxia temporarily rented 3 spirit birds, one for Shi Jingran, another for her senior brother Chenwen at Yaoxing Peak, delivering a letter, and the last for the old sage, promising to bring him fine wine. Watching the 3 spirit birds take flight, she departed from Bai Xiamen, unaware that a few individuals continued to stalk her. Not wishing to lead these individuals to the market, she veered towards a dense forest after exiting the gate of Bai Xiamen. Taking a detour, she lured them to an isolated spot. "If you have business with me, come forth and speak. Following me from behind is quite uninteresting," Meng Wuxia called out, summoning her sword Dingkuan and addressing the shadows behind her. Soon, several individuals with disingenuous smiles emerged. Their garments revealed they were not disciples of the same peak, but rather a mixed group. It seems that Wuxia's spiritual power has improved again. We merely wish to seek your guidance, wondering if you have made any breakthroughs in these past few days. The leader, a considerably older man than Meng Wuxia, greeted her with his sword in hand. Meng Wuxia, unwilling to engage in trivial conversation, inquired about their desires. It was a matter of seeking knowledge, a mutual exchange to ascertain whether her junior sister had truly advanced after utilizing so many resources from the Shangfeng. A man, grinning insincerely at Meng Wuxia while brandishing a life sword, provocatively challenged her to a duel, eager to see whose sword was swifter. After surveying the group with a steely gaze, a cold smirk unexpectedly appeared on her otherwise expressionless face. "Do you truly believe you possess the life to spar with me?" she retorted. With that, Meng Wuxia turned and soared away on her sword, disregarding the astonished gasps behind her. "What is that? Where did this venomous creature come from? How could there be such a thing here? No, there are also so many soul-eating ants." Meng Wuxia, as the cries of despair echoed behind her. Meng Wuxia did not glance back. Each toxic entity from the Wudu cave was lethally potent, and without a detoxification pill, no one could evade their effects. Meng Wuxia could only think, "Serves you right." Chapter 30. The exchange at the market at the boundary of the Bakshiman's influence, near the Kainshiman. In a vacant lot of Luoxia City, many wandering cultivators had established a trading ground for cultivation resources. Through continuous expansion and diverse management, this place had become one of the most renowned trading markets in the Zhangzhou continent. After exchanging spirit stones for entry, Meng Wuxia donned a cloak and mask, beginning her leisurely stroll along the streets of the market. Each day, cultivators from various sects and other regions arrived for distinct exchanges. The market operated on a barter system, where exchanges were voluntary and final, devoid of regrets or obligations. Meng Wuxia frequently visited in search of desired items, not overly familiar with the place, but at least cautious enough to avoid deception. She hurried to the exchange counter, a location where individuals who preferred anonymity could deposit their items, posting what they sought in return, waiting for someone to arrive with the corresponding goods. The exchange personnel handled all transactions, requiring no direct involvement from the exchangers. The overseer of the exchange counter was a venerable elder of considerable repute and reliability. Upon entering the counter, Meng Wuxiao expressed her intention to deposit an item for exchange, producing the Xianmen heart technique acquired from her master, hoping to trade it for a spirit puppet sword. Upon seeing the Xianmen heart technique, the attendant promptly ushered Meng Wuxia into the reception room to converse with the overseer. After examining her trade item, the overseer advised her to consider carefully, for a highly sought-after Xianmen heart technique was being exchanged for merely a spirit puppet sword. From his perspective, it seemed Meng Wuxia was at a disadvantage. However, should she manage to acquire a spirit puppet sword from the esteemed puppet family, she would not find herself at a loss. Recognizing Meng Wuxia's youth and commendable cultivation, the overseer, not daring to treat her lightly, accepted her request and offered her complimentary accommodation at the inn managed by the exchange counter, available to all guests. Meng Wuxiao observed the elder's amiable demeanor and, without further ado, graciously declined the offer. The inn, while ostensibly operated by the exchange counter for the convenience of guests, served as a means to attract capable wandering cultivators and young practitioners, rendering it somewhat perilous. Departing the exchange counter, Meng Wuxia made her way to Yihuan Street to initiate her exchanges. This locale ensured that anyone possessing valuable items would not leave empty-handed. Meng Wuxia presented her various elixirs, bartering for talismans, formation diagrams, and an abundance of protective charms. Whenever she desired a talisman or spell, she readily exchanged her elixirs without hesitation. Esteemed friend, I have noticed your consistent exchanges of talismans and charms. I am in need of a foundation establishment pill. If you possess one, I would be willing to exchange these Qinji talismans in my possession. An elderly man obstructed her path, revealing himself as a fellow cultivator in search of a foundation establishment pill. Such pills were not common fare. They were typically found only within various sects, and wandering cultivators had to visit the Dantian Pavilion or Baibao Pavilion to procure one, relying on luck otherwise. Meng Wuxiao requested the elderly man to present a Tianji talisman for her inspection. Although the market boasted authenticity, there were still audacious individuals willing to deceive others. The elder produced 2 Tianji talismans for her examination. These were indeed authentic, capable of inscribing spells of any rank, and importantly, using such talismans would double the efficacy of the spells, making them indispensable tools for talisman masters. However, the cost of a single Tianji talisman was not trivial, and its value depended on the quality of the material. Meng Wuxia deduced that these talismans originated from the Baibao Pavilion, and the elder did not seem like someone who could afford such items. I acquired them incidentally and have no use for them. However, given your understanding of talismans, it seems you have studied the craft extensively, the elder stated earnestly. Meng Wuxia inquired how many such Tianji talismans he had, and expressed her desire to obtain them all. I have a foundation establishment pill to offer in exchange, but you surely possess more than just Tianji talismans, do you not? The elder, eager for the pill, beamed at her willingness to trade, contemplating what else he could contribute. After a moment of deliberation, he resolutely retrieved a box. Inside, there are not only Tianji talismans, but also several medium and low-grade talismans. Meng Wuxia had suspected the elder was concealing something. While the Tianji talismans were valuable, she was unwilling to trade a foundation establishment pill solely for them. The box brimmed with talismans, and with the addition of the elder's Tianji talismans, Meng Wuxia weighed her options, asking if he had nothing else hidden away. Seeing that Meng Wuxia still held back the foundation establishment pill, the elder gritted his teeth and produced a piece of white paper torn from an unknown source. I truly have nothing more. This was obtained from a senior. Though it appears to be merely a blank sheet, it is said that with the right infusion of spirit energy, one can discern the contents inscribed upon it. I have sought many to no avail. Perhaps you might have better luck. Meng Wuxia accepted the paper, inspected it briefly, and then handed over the foundation establishment pill to the elder. After successfully acquiring a substantial number of talismans in exchange for her elixirs, Meng Wuxia temporarily set up a small stall to trade for spiritual herbs, offering those exclusive to the bakeshaman. Upon recognizing what she had, passers-by commenced negotiations for exchanges. As she pondered what other items to procure, the Lingmu within her spiritual sea urged her to visit a stall where spiritual beasts could be exchanged. Upon arrival, she noticed the stall featured young spiritual beasts requiring several years of nurturing to mature. The proprietor sought several high-grade spiritual herbs in exchange, which seemed exorbitant for mere young spiritual beasts, as they demanded considerable care and resources to raise. It might be wiser to procure a suitable spiritual beast from the Kaishaman auction. Most individuals merely browsed without intent to trade, deeming the requested items unsuitable. Lingmu suggested that Meng Wuxia purchase a sleeping snow hare and a curled-up single-legged chicken. Meng Wuxia feigned seriousness as she observed the spiritual creatures, awaiting the approaching trader, who wore a tattered straw hat and clutched an old smoking pipe, glancing at the comings and goings of people. He appeared slightly older than Meng Wuxia, and his cultivation level was already at the foundation establishment stage. Good sir, what would be required to exchange for this snow hare? And what of this spiritual bird? Meng Wuxia had long harbored a fondness for spiritual birds, once aspiring to cultivate a spiritual bird tree to attract many of them. I seek a Yutsu and a minting. No negotiations. The trader likely desired a Qingyun pill, perhaps injured and unable to progress in cultivation. Meng Wuxia produced a vial of Qingyun pills, proposing the trade of 3 spiritual beasts. The bottle of Qingyun Dan was a reward bestowed upon her by the Shi Tong after she completed a task for the Bai Xianmen. She had not yet used it, and it remained with her until now. Little did she expect that a mere maid would discern its presence. The spiritual herb she intended to exchange was meant to request the alchemist's assistance in concocting another bottle of Qingyun Dan. After accepting the Qingyun Dan from Meng Wuxia, her elder brother allowed her to select any spiritual beast at her leisure. These beasts had been captured from the Bai Shaolin, and he had received them through a shared hunt, hoping to test his luck in the market. Meng Wuxia chose 5 spiritual beasts, and when it came time to select the final one, she feigned nonchalance and carried away a one-legged chicken. Having busied herself in the market for most of the day, Meng Wuxiao finally found a private room in the Pinglo Wu to rest as dusk approached. After setting up protective and soundproof arrays, she began to examine the items she had exchanged for in the market, while handling several bottles of elixirs capable of nurturing meridians and healing wounds. The one-legged chicken emitted a sound. Is this Lianxin Dan? Can I consume it? This startled Meng Wuxia. Could it be that she had encountered yet another peculiar creature? Chapter 31. More beasts to raise. Meng Wuxia gazed at the one-legged chicken that requested the elixir and commanded it to disclose its true identity. Should it dare to withhold information, she would stew it for soup. I am a Qingping bird of the Qingping clan. I was captured by a cultivator who intended to extract my inner core after I was discovered drunkenly asleep. I barely managed to escape, only to be caught again as a mere one-legged chicken. So, it is a Qingping bird, a sovereign among spiritual birds. Once it recognizes a master, it pledges unwavering allegiance, especially the six-winged Qingping, a true king among its kind. Meng Wuxia, holding the Lianxin Dan, inquired of the talking Qingping bird, "How many wings do you possess now?" The Qingping bird proudly raised its neck and claimed to have successfully manifested 6 wings. If it weren't for my moment of indulgence in drink, I would not have fallen to such a state. 6 wings? Do not dare to lie, or I shall not concern myself with whether you are indeed 6-winged. I shall snap you in two. Faced with Meng Wuxiao's skepticism, the Qingping bird became agitated, flapping its wings and stirring a strong wind that nearly blew the room open. Halt! Steady yourself. I cannot afford to pay for damages. You have no idea how difficult it is to earn spirit stones. I believe you are indeed a 6-winged Qingping bird now. Meng Wuxia handed it the Lianxin Dan and asked how long it would take for it to recover. It cannot remain in this state indefinitely. Can it? Not all. As long as I consume this Lianxin Dan, suited to our Qingping constitution, and find a spiritual spring to cleanse my wounds, I shall recover significantly in just a few days. If I can absorb pure spiritual energy to replenish what I lack, my 6 wings will fully extend, allowing me to soar through the skies. Meng Wuxiao regarded the Qingping bird's explanation with a hint of skepticism, doubting the veracity of its claims. She could fulfill its recovery requirements, as if tailored specifically for it. A spiritual spring, pure spiritual energy. Could it be that it could peer into her spiritual sea? I, a dignified 6-winged Qingping bird, would deceive a mere maid? If not for my injuries and being ambushed, I would not even converse with you cultivators. How tiresome. Observing its haughty silence, Meng Wuxia rolled her eyes. What a temper. I merely glanced at you. Is it worth such outrage? Meng Wuxia decided to ignore it for the time being. The snow rabbit had been watching their exchange with delight, its long ears and plump body adorably captivating. After tugging at its ears, she recalled how her senior sister Jingran adored such small spiritual creatures and thought it would be wonderful to bring one back for her. I shall take you back to the Bai, Xianmen, to accompany my sister. If not, you can serve as a cushion. Rabbit fur makes for the softest and warmest of padding. Upon hearing that Meng Wuxiao intended to use it as a cushion, the snow rabbit stood up abruptly, negotiating with her. Am I a dignified snow tiger spiritual beast to be made into a cushion? You must be jesting. I protest. Snow tiger? A spiritual beast? Surely not. I returned from the market with a Qingping bird, and now a snow tiger? What a farce. Meng Wuxia glanced at the irate Qingping bird and then at the snow tiger, which was arguing its case, and her head began to spin. What about the remaining 3? Speak up at once. I still intend to release you when I leave the market, but now it seems impossible. Confess. Meng Wuxia brandished her Wuji staff towards the remaining 3 spiritual beasts. After a moment of silence, no one reacted. I say, you little spiritual snake by the side, cease your charade, lest I sweat you flat. The snow tiger, feeling mischievous, roused the quiet, dim-witted goose. This is a little flower snake, adept at concealing its identity, capable of transforming into various animals. It is still shedding its skin. Do not be fooled by its ordinary name. It can live for a long time, nourished by various spiritual herbs and elixirs. Meng Wuxia pointed the Wuji threateningly at the goose, her eyes conveying that it ought to comply. Indeed, it was a flower snake, its skin new and adorned with intricate patterns resembling spiritual flowers and herbs, a sight to behold. As Meng Wuxia surveyed the Qingping bird, the playful snow tiger, and the silent yet somewhat daft flower snake before her, she lay her head on the table, feeling utterly drained. Her initial resolve remained. She ought to release them. She could not afford their upkeep. Please, my master. The Qingping bird is a rare six-winged specimen. Its combat prowess comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. The snow tiger can traverse 1,000 miles in a day, outrunning most spiritual birds, and this snow tiger is just too adorable. The flower snake will continue to shed its skin, eventually becoming a 1,000-spirit snake capable of traversing mountains and waters, leading you to many elusive spiritual herbs. Ling Mu patiently urged her to consider the benefits, while Longting reminded her that any one of these spiritual beasts could fetch a high price at an auction. A rare opportunity indeed. Now, having 3 at once was a stroke of fortune. But what are the expenses? Do they not require sustenance? Just the heavenly materials and earthly treasures alone would be a considerable burden. What if, suddenly, Meng Wuxia had an idea? She could send them to the auction. Her storage bracelet would soon overflow with spirit stones. The snow tiger thought Meng Wuxiao's gaze did not bode well. I'm a dignified snow tiger. I can cover 1,000 miles in a single day. Yet how many cultivators seek me in vain? To encounter me is your great fortune. The snow tiger waved its fluffy rabbit ears, continuing to charm Meng Wuxia, while the flower snake, having regained its true form, curled up on the table and drifted off to sleep. What a peculiar bunch. How shall I care for them? Meng Wuxia resolved to leave them be for the day. She needed peace. After being rendered speechless by the sudden appearance of 3 spiritual beasts, Meng Wuxia leaned against her chest, lying on her bed and sighing herself to sleep. When Meng Wuxia awoke, she found the 3 spiritual beasts snuggled beside her. The snow tiger had nestled into her embrace. The flower snake lay on her pillow, appearing as if it would never awaken, while the Qingping bird had transformed back from its one-legged form into a small spiritual bird, resting at her feet. Oh well, it seems fate has woven this encounter into my life. Whatever shall be, shall be. Meng Wuxiao retrieved some of her treasured spiritual herbs and the elixirs she had long hesitated to use, asking the 3 if they could partake. The snow tiger was the first to nod, affirming its ability to consume them. The Qingping bird, displaying a hint of restraint, pointed at the porcelain bottle, stating that after consuming it, it would recover fully within 3 days. Meng Wuxia generously divided the items into 3 portions, instructing them not to snatch from one another and to keep a close watch, lest one steal from the others. The snow tiger chimed in, "What about you? Do not bully the flower snake. He is the youngest and must be cherished. Once he grows, beware of him biting your backside." Meng Wuxiao rolled her eyes at the snow tiger. The flower snake slithered up to her, coiling around her wrist and transforming into a lovely floral bracelet. Regardless, we must learn to coexist harmoniously. Little Snow, Little Qing, Little Hua, those shall be your names. Easy to remember, easy to nurture. Chapter 32. Ling Kuei, Dao Meng Wuxia allowed them to enter her Lingquan storage bracelet to recuperate. She believed that as long as they remained still, they would not consume excessive amounts of resources, thereby conserving some supplies. However, she did not anticipate that once she released the 3 spirit beasts, she would regret their entry into the Lingquan. They grew too rapidly, depleting her food and elixirs. After spending an entire day in the market, Meng Wuxia successfully exchanged for various talismans she desired, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. The only item she lacked was the Ling Kuei Dao, the organizer of the exchange platform, demonstrating commendable efficiency, relayed that someone wished to trade his unique and precious Ling Kuei Dao for a profound-level cultivation method, requesting an additional bottle of superior pulsation Dan from Meng Wuxia. Upon hearing the desired items, Meng Wuxia was taken aback. The profound-level cultivation method was particularly tailored for those without extraordinary talents or spiritual roots, primarily aiding cultivators who faced innate difficulties in their practice. The pulsation Dan was an essential elixir for cultivators. Within the Dan Yao of Bai Xian Men, pulsation Dan was commonly available. However, superior pulsation Dan was typically possessed only by elders, stewards, and the exceptional talents within Bai Xian Academy. Other disciples had to rely on their own endeavors to acquire it. As the sole disciple of her master, Meng Wuxia had never been lacking in superior pulsation Dan, maintaining a supply within her storage bracelet. Meng Wuxiao insisted on inspecting the item before finalizing the trade. The organizer understood and urged her to arrive at the exchange platform swiftly. Upon entering, she nearly turned to leave, not expecting to encounter Shi Wentao there. It was truly astonishing. What brought him to such a place? As an elder, did he truly need to engage in exchanges? Meng Wuxia adjusted her hat and mask, hastily attempting to pass by Shi Wentao. Yet to her surprise, he followed her into the reception area, greeting her warmly without any semblance of elderly aloofness. How could he recognize her so easily? Are you curious how I identified you? He inquired, gesturing to her wrist. It was her storage bracelet. She wore 2 bracelets simultaneously. One was the finest Four Seasons flower storage bracelet from Bai Xianmen, and the other a circular storage bracelet obtained from a golden-winged bird demon. Those observant enough would certainly remember her. Elder Shi, it's quite the coincidence to see you here, Meng Wuxiao thought to herself, wishing she could drive him away with a single strike. However, physical confrontations were forbidden among cultivators. Otherwise, one would end up on the blacklist and barred from the market. I heard from a steward hall that you had left by Xianmen, so I came here. After a day and night of searching, I thought to come to the market for a change of scenery and unexpectedly ran into you, he explained. Meng Wuxia felt speechless. Was he truly seeking a change of scenery? He seemed to have followed her here, which heightened her vigilance. He had spent a full day tracking her. This was not a good sign. What are you looking to exchange? Meng Wuxia queried. Is there something you possess that an elder might not? Shi Wentao, being a member of the Shi family, typically had access to resources and connections within Bai Xianmen due to his family standing. I saw a particularly special, profound-level cultivation method and wished to exchange it for one of my disciples at Wu Peak, he replied. Meng Wuxia's eyes widened in disbelief beneath her mask. Was he joking? Did he truly possess a Ling Kuei Dao? She had never heard of him practicing puppet arts. As he was not from Huang Quan Peak, his ownership of such a rare item was beyond her comprehension. I am curious about the origins of the individual offering this profound-level cultivation method. I wish to inquire about its provenance, she remarked. Shi Wentao was oblivious to the fact that this cultivation method was actually her item for trade. Noticing his interest in the exchange, Meng Wuxia questioned why he cared so much. The rules of the exchange platform dictate that they will not provide information about the other party. This is fundamental to their operations, he explained. I once saw this cultivation method in the possession of a senior brother, but he kept it hidden from everyone. Its appearance here today surely indicates something amiss. I understand that the exchange platform 1T disclosed the other party's identity. So I propose an additional condition, a bottle of pulsation Dan, he concluded. Meng Wuxia silently applauded Shi Wentao's shrewdness. How had she not thought of that? Although pulsation Dan was common, each sect had its own formula, differing in materials while maintaining similar effects. Feeling fortunate for having conversed with Shi Wentao, Meng Wuxia requested him to wait for her as she needed to retrieve her exchange item. She moved to another reception room and instructed the organizer to relay her message. While she lacked pulsation Dan, she did possess a bottle of Baisho Dan, a commonly used elixir among disciples of Qianshoumen. She had discovered it while resolving an issue for one of their disciples and did not expect to utilize it in this situation. The organizer quickly sent word that the other party agreed to the trade. After handing over the Baisho Dan, Meng Wuxia patiently awaited Shi Wentao's Ling Kuei Dao. What a splendid knife! She beheld the neatly arranged Ling Kuei Dao within a box, noting with delight that it was unused, a brand new blade. Meng Wuxia felt that the item she had given Shi Wentao was somewhat insufficient and considered adding something more. However, the trade had already been finalized, adhering to customary practices. She mentally noted to compensate him at a later opportunity. With the coveted Ling Kuei Dao finally in her possession, Meng Wuxia swiftly departed the exchange platform, exiting through the back door to a bustling street market, eager to distance herself from the marketplace and head towards her next destination, Luoxia City. In Luoxia City lay a secret hideaway known only to Meng Wuxia, a location she had discovered without her master's knowledge, accessible only to her. Concerned that Wen Tao might pursue her, she deliberately took a convoluted route to create the illusion of heading elsewhere. After confirming that no one was following her, she changed her attire, concealed her storage bracelet, and paid the necessary spirit stones to enter Luoxia City. Rather than rushing to her secret dwelling, Meng Wuxia opted to visit the prominent Baibao Pavilion in the city. Owned by the Chun family, Baibao Pavilion was a place where one could find anything desired, provided they could afford it with spirit stones, whether it be elixirs, weapons, spiritual herbs, or talismans. The pavilion aimed to satisfy the needs of cultivators on their path of cultivation and ascension, as long as they had spirit stones to offer. Observing the bustling activity within Baibao Pavilion, Meng Wuxia confidently entered, presenting a jade token to the welcoming staff. Soon, she was escorted to the VIP room by a specialized representative of the pavilion. After revealing her identity, she was guided to the reception area by a cheerful elder. The esteemed senior puppet master, Elder Yin, a special guest at Baibao Pavilion. In the Zhangzhou continent, puppet masters were not uncommon. However, those who ascended to the ranks of advanced and special puppet masters were exceedingly rare. While many novice puppet masters existed, only a few reached the intermediate level, and advanced puppet masters were scarce, with special puppet masters often retreating to new realms. Elder Yin had been stagnating as an intermediate puppet master for years, but thanks to Meng Wuxia's guidance, he had the fortune to enter the ranks of advanced puppet masters, a kindness he would always remember. Addressing her as a fellow friend, "I have acquired an unsharpened Ling Kuei Dao and wish to seek your assistance in examining it." Meng Wuxia presented the Ling Kuei Dao, exchanged from Wen Tao, to Elder Yin for his appraisal. "A fine blade indeed," he exclaimed, "and the fact that it remains unsharpened is quite rare. Should you use this Ling Kuei Dao to sculpt your puppets, you could ascend to the ranks of mid-tier puppet masters." Seeing the unreserved admiration in Elder Yan's eyes, Meng Wuxia felt reassured. She then inquired about any recent notable events in Luoxia City. Elder Yin advised her to refrain from gossiping and suggested she observe the new puppets he had recently crafted, which not only wielded formidable power, but could also create avatars for unexpected assaults against adversaries. While your creation appears powerful, it may falter against those adept in strong attacks. It is far better to combine with spiritual talismans for a surprise strike, catching the opponent off guard and ensuring a swift victory. Meng Wuxia produced several prepared spiritual talismans, and, when used alongside the puppet, the effectiveness was undeniably amplified, devoid of any superfluous display. Elder Yin, upon witnessing this, burst into hearty laughter, expressing his gratitude and encouraging her to showcase any new technique she possessed, for he was unafraid of challenges. "But first, do enlighten me about the recent significant happenings in Luoxia City. At our age, we ought to be candid." Faced with Meng Wuxia's forthright gaze, Elder Yin would have dismissed anyone else, but he felt a hint of embarrassment towards her, having been preoccupied with discussions of puppetry to the detriment of other matters. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that the city lord's prodigious illegitimate son had been incapacitated by an unknown assailant and subsequently expelled from the city lord's residence. His whereabouts unknown. Furthermore, Luoxia City was set to hold a ceremony for the establishment of a new young city lord, inviting various factions to attend. This new young lord, the youngest son of the city lord, had just entered the foundation establishment stage and had caught the attention of the Baihu Academy of Jiuzhou. With promises of admission following the Jiuzhou Grand Competition, his future seemingly boundless. Upon hearing this news, Meng Wuxia's mind raced with thoughts, leading her to a decision. A beauty must save the hero. She presented Elder Yin with several spiritual herbs beneficial for his cultivation, urging him not to fixate solely on puppetry, but to visit Zui Chunfeng for leisure. Once you adopt the demeanor of a senior puppet master, the maidens of Zui Chunfeng will surely treat you as a golden goose. Elder Yin chuckled, chiding her lightly, and suggested she visit him before leaving Luoxia City, as he wished to introduce her to a friend. The more friends you have, the more support you gain. A few true friends suffice, he often reminded her. Following the records in the life and death book, Meng Wuxia sought out a downcast youth in a desolate manor outside Luoxia City. The search proved exhausting, as the seemingly unremarkable estate was more expansive than anticipated. As she pondered resting against a tree, she sensed the presence of a dozen individuals nearby. Could it be the downcast youth expelled from the city lord's residence? Employing her mental energy, she discovered a corner of the manor where a nearly breathless youth was being lashed by several individuals who were hurling insults at him. Unable to bear the sight of the youth's diminishing vitality, she seized the moment to act. Puppet talisman, arise. With her mask in place, Meng Wuxia adeptly wielded the newly drawn puppet talismans, connecting her spiritual threads to each emerging puppet, achieving a perfect fusion. The assailants, startled by the appearance of a puppet master, hastily formed a defensive formation against her. Meng Wuxia showed no mercy. Encircled, she dispatched them with a single stroke each. Observing the lifeless bodies strewn about, Meng Wuxia coldly inquired of the youth, "There remains one more person, the one who just lashed you. How shall we deal with him?" With barely enough strength to raise his head, the youth responded without hesitation, "Kill him." Meng Wuxia displayed a look of admiration. He was indeed worthy of being the hidden heir capable of reclaiming the city lord's position in Luoxia City, a legendary figure of the Chun family, destined for ascension. Her intent to rescue him stemmed from the knowledge that he harbored a thread of divine soul from an immortal, which could aid in his cultivation. A soul linked to the future Wuji Divine Emperor. The thought of the Wuji Divine Emperor stirred Meng Wuxia's desire for an autograph. For he was not only handsome, but had traversed the 6 paths of reincarnation, with each cycle a tale of inspiration. Perhaps he could lend her a hand in her own cultivation journey. Meng Wuxia provided Chen Wui with spiritual spring water and healing elixirs, placing him in an empty room. After surveying the manor and disposing of the bodies, she set up protective and isolation arrays. While awaiting Chen Wui's awakening, she took the opportunity to check on Long Ting, Ling Mu, Lian Hua, as well as Xiao Qing, Xiao Shui, and Xiao Hua. Observing their satisfactory recovery brought forth an unwelcome wave of concern. Long Ting had yet to transform, Ling Mu remained unrefined, and Lian Hua had not yet taken form. This was an intangible loss. Xiao Qing, though a 6-winged Qingpeng bird, still required elevation and cultivation, while Xiao Hua's dietary restrictions demanded exceptional nourishment for transformation. As for Shui Hu, he too was a source of worry. To become an exceptional spiritual beast, he needed to procure Tian Lei Gua to facilitate his evolution. The more Meng Wuxia pondered, the more disheartened she became. This was not her path of cultivation, but rather a selfless endeavor to provide others with shortcuts and assistance, while her own matters remained unaddressed. She felt as though the past few days had left her unable to eat or sleep, her skin lacking its previous luster. Just then, another group arrived at the manor, seemingly in search of the earlier individuals. Truly, even a tiger does not eat its own cubs, yet it does not signify benevolence. It was likely an arrangement from the city lord's residence to root out the threat completely. What a foolish lot. They would not realize how their fates would unfold. Meng Wuxiao watched as these individuals searched in vain before hastily departing with no results. Thus, it was apparent that quality equipment was essential. The protective array she procured from Elder Yin proved invaluable, concealing the presence of both herself and Chen Wui from those of lesser cultivation, ensuring their safety. By dawn the next day, Chen Wui would no longer be the same person. Chapter 34. The Unknown Secret Realm. As noon approached, Meng Wuxia began to question the accuracy of the life and death book when Chen Wui, with a frail physique, appeared before her. She regarded him coolly from behind her mask, inquiring, "Still alive? Can you breathe?" Chen Wui's complexion was as pale as parchment, his eyes glinting with suspicion as he assessed her, uncertain of her intentions. Not an enemy for now, yet neither a friend. She merely sought a moment of respite. Meng Wuxia's demeanor was quite convincing, her masked visage obscuring her emotions, and her tone remained aloof and composed. Chen Wui, lacking the experience to discern her facade, was easily swayed. "Who are you? Why did you save me? I have nothing to offer you." Chen Wui's deep-seated wounds had left him with a profound resentment. Yet there was also a fierce will to survive awakened within him. "I am a puppet master, known as Wuxia, and I am well acquainted with Elder Yin of the Baibao Pavilion. I merely seek peace and quiet. Benefits? None are required. Noticing Chun Wui's continued wariness, Meng Wuxiao advised him to rest and recuperate, for he had sustained serious injuries and had been stripped of his cultivation. You must mend your body first. The road ahead will be arduous otherwise. Being an ordinary individual is no easy feat, and now, having sustained such grievous injuries, your plight is bound to become even more arduous. Meng Wuxiao produced a vial of Lingquan water to alleviate your pain, alongside a bottle of revitalizing Huangjidan, which is of paramount importance to you at this juncture. This precious elixir is from the private reserves of her master. She has previously ingested it, enduring great suffering. Yet it possesses the ability to reconstruct the meridians of one whose cultivation has been impaired, granting them a chance at rebirth. A cultivator may only consume this elixir once in their lifetime. While its efficacy remains uncertain for you, it will certainly expedite your recovery. Life and death are fated. But if you resign yourself to a mundane existence, merely struggling to survive, that too is your destiny. Meng Wuxiao placed the elixir down and departed to another chamber for rest, secretly reveling in her own adept performance. This potion serves as a timely boon for you, and the individual before you bears no malice. Their cultivation is remarkable, marking them as a Tian Dao foundational cultivator. Chun Wui recalled overhearing discussions at the city lord's residence regarding a youthful foundational cultivator emerging from the Zhangzhou continent, seemingly benefiting the Baisian sect, which sought to gather intelligence on this individual. Chun Wui grasped the elixir and Lingquan water that Meng Wuxia had provided, retreating to his quarters to recuperate. Meng Wuxia silently guarded Chun Wui for 3 days, and upon receiving a jade slip from the Baisian sect urging her swift return, she went to check on him. It is indeed a remarkable feat to cultivate under such severe injuries, rendering one nearly incapacitated. Yet, with a renewed body and meridians, the arduous path of cultivation lies ahead. You are about to depart. Thank you for your protective vigilance and for saving my life. Chun Wui still required rest, and should ideally not be disturbed for the time being. Meng Wuxiao assured him that this place would remain undisturbed, as the most perilous locations often provide the greatest safety. With protective formations and isolation arrays in place, they would safeguard you for a while. To avoid incurring a debt of gratitude, one must possess the ability to protect oneself and embrace a new life. It all hinges on whether you accept your fate. Meng Wuxia left him several spiritual talismans, capable of preserving one's life in critical moments. Without life, there can be no future. Chun Wui committed the benefactor's words to memory, recognizing that while he is currently unable to repay the debt, one day he shall. He bowed deeply to Meng Wuxia, yet she graciously evaded his gesture. However, should fate align, I have aided you out of goodwill. The future remains uncertain, and if you prove capable, we shall see what transpires later. Meng Wuxiao mused that she would allow you to carry this great debt, hoping that when the time comes for you to repay it, you do so earnestly. After exchanging no further words, Meng Wuxia swiftly departed to complete an important task in the secret dwelling of Luoxia City, carving spiritual puppets. In the bustling heart of Luoxia City, Meng Wuxia discreetly acquired a small courtyard. Although situated in the lively market, it featured independent rooms at the front and rear, ensuring privacy. Should anyone approach, there would be avenues for retreat, making it a tranquil corner amid the commotion. Meng Wuxiao exerted considerable effort to secure this courtyard, strategically positioned neither too close nor too far from the Baisian sect, providing cover for her endeavors. After thoroughly inspecting the courtyard, she established prohibitive measures and began diligently carving her first set of spiritual puppets. As she wielded the spiritual puppet carving knife upon the Lingmu, she realized that with each puppet she created, a wisp of spiritual energy coiled around it. Once she completed the 12th puppet, a branch of the Lingmu remained. You shall toss this branch in, allowing it to absorb the pure spiritual energy here daily, to see if it can attain a spiritual form. Longting, after spending time with the Lingmu, took pleasure in teasing the simple-minded entity and, upon discovering the remaining branch, encouraged Meng Wuxia to offer it, hoping to instill new life into the Lingmu. Meng Wuxia beamed with joy as she admired the 12 newly carved spiritual puppets, feeling a sense of security for her upcoming venture into the nameless secret realm. Upon receiving a summons from the sect leader, Meng Wuxia prepared to return to the Baisian sect, accompanied by the silent steward, Wu Yin, towards the nameless secret realm. Not merely the Baisian sect, but all notable factions within the Zhangzhou continent had dispatched representatives. This nameless secret realm, having eluded discovery for years, was finally on the verge of being unveiled. Who would not wish to explore its depths and seize a share of its treasures? Even if the Baisian sect aspired for exclusivity, others would not allow them to monopolize the spoils easily. Contention was inevitable, and sharing the bounty would benefit all. Upon noticing Meng Wuxia's calm demeanor as she greeted him, Wu Yin appraised her thoroughly before discussing the mission at hand regarding their expedition to the nameless secret realm. It was imperative to secure benefits for the sect. The conditions within were unknown, and the very uncertainty represented an opportunity, as all sought fortune and adventure, with some aiming to eliminate rivals. Of course, safeguarding oneself remained paramount. They understood this, just as others did. The Baisian sect had recorded accounts of a spiritual herb known as wombing, which changes with the sun's light and features 9 leaves, guarded by small children. Should one encounter this herb, they must find a way to collect it, as it is essential for the sect. Meng Wuxiao immediately grasped the implication. They were in search of the Jialing Zhu, a precious entity that aids those in the Yuan Ying stage to transition into the Chuqiao stage, a spiritual artifact birthed by the heavens. The sect leader of the Baisian sect had utilized this artifact to successfully reach the Chuqiao stage, establishing a formidable reputation and significantly augmenting the sect's resources. However, it was also due to this that they clashed with the Qinshou sect, resulting in the annihilation of several disobedient minor sects and causing the sect to suffer considerable losses. Meng Wuxia could not help but ponder the true nature of the Baisian sect and the Qinshou sect. While they appeared discordant on the surface, they shared numerous amicable dealings behind closed doors. After a brief respite at the Baisian sect, Meng Wuxia, accompanied by Wu Yin and Elder Wu Ya, boarded the spirit vessel bound for the Boundary Forest, the site of the nameless secret realm. The Boundary Forest is a region that borders the Zhangzhou continent and others. Crossing through it and traversing the boundary sea leads to another continent. The nameless secret realm lies by a river at the edge of the Boundary Forest, where someone had once stumbled upon it and spent 3 days inside, equating to a single day outside. It is said to contain many rare treasures and is rich in spiritual energy, a sanctum for continuous cultivation breakthroughs. However, since then, this enigmatic realm has remained closed, with numerous individuals and sects attempting to breach its confines, all to no avail. Meng Wuxia had the fortune to gain entry into the nameless secret realm during one of the Baisian sect's expeditions, where she encountered an opportunity to transcend the Yuan Ying stage. Gazing at the clouds drifting by, she contemplated how she would collaborate with her esteemed seniors to unlock the entrance to the secret realm, and whether she should seek the Jia Lingzhu. Currently, her cultivation stood at the 5th layer of foundation establishment, and if she devoted herself to training within, she hoped to ascend to the 7th layer, becoming the first among her peers to approach the Jindan stage. As Meng Wuxia pondered, a gentle tap on her shoulder startled her. She turned and instinctively stepped back, greeting Elder Shi with a cordial salutation. Puzzled, Meng Wuxia noted that she had not seen Shi Wentao board the spirit vessel. How had he managed to join them? So absorbed was she in her thoughts about the nameless secret realm that she failed to notice that this particular expedition consisted predominantly of elders and prominent figures from various clans, with only a handful of disciples. Upon reaching the Boundary Forest, she would engage in discussions with the esteemed seniors about how to access the nameless secret realm. In their presence, she need not be overly compliant. Her strength would serve as her backing, and the Baisian sect would support her. Meng Wuxiao expressed her gratitude to Shi Wentao, and, as she prepared to take her leave, he produced a red porcelain vial from his storage ring and handed it to her. Upon seeing the red vial, Meng Wuxia felt a surge of excitement. It contained the Xiangyang Dan, an elixir reserved for those of elder rank and above within the Baisian sect. The Xianyang Dan possesses the remarkable ability to enable severely injured cultivators to preserve their heart meridians and channels, facilitating a timely recovery from devastating blows. Such a pill is rare, its concoction laborious and demanding of one's vitality. In the outside world, a single vial of Xianyang Dan could exchange for an entire volume of Xian-level martial arts or enlist the service of a loose cultivator for a task. Not to mention the substantial amount of spirit stones it could procure. Meng Wuxia, with her honest hands, immediately accepted the red porcelain vial, politely expressing that it was too precious for her to accept. If you come to Wai Yufeng, rest assured that you will have access to the same cultivation resources that I do. Upon your return from the Wuming secret realm, you may consider joining Wai Yufeng, he suggested. It turned out that he wished for her to become a disciple of Wai Yufeng and practice martial cultivation. Meng Wuxia genuinely admired his persistence, believing him to possess keen insight. After a month of travel, they finally arrived at the border forest. Upon disembarking from a spirit vessel, they discovered that the territories of various sects had been distinctly demarcated, each possessing its own independent area. However, when the members of the Baisian sect arrived, all eyes turned towards them, as they were the ones who had orchestrated the opening of the Wuming secret realm. The Baisian sect had disseminated news stating they had discovered the method to open the secret realm and urged everyone to unite their efforts to unlock its mysteries. The silent steward, Wen, began to engage in discussions with the leaders of the various sects regarding the Wuming secret realm. Meng Wuxiao accompanied him, for she was the key to unlocking the secret realm. It was a clever move for the Baisian sect to withhold such significant news until the last moment, especially with a disciple who had achieved the Tian Dao Foundation. A certain elder from the Qinshou sect, Elder Lingyun, fond of ferocious beasts, harbored a grudge against the steward. Meng Wuxia, why not share your thoughts with the esteemed elders present on how to unlock the entrance to the Wuming secret realm? He challenged, ignoring Elder Lingyun's provocations. Wu Yuan pushed Meng Wuxia forward. With unyielding composure, she greeted all the elders present, exuding confidence and grace. This demeanor left a favorable impression on the assembly, who began to regard her, the disciple of Tian Dao Foundation, with renewed interest. Without unnecessary elaboration, Meng Wuxiao articulated the method she knew for opening the Wuming secret realm's entrance. It required 18 array masters of varying levels to continuously break the formation, thus allowing access to the secret realm. Once the entrance was breached, an additional 18 intermediate array masters would need to safeguard the critical nodes of the formation to maintain the opening for as long as possible. This necessitated the collaboration of 36 array masters to successfully unlock the entrance. Among those present was the president of the Array Master Association, the esteemed Rongjin, a high-level array master. The humble junior, will focus the collective strength of all when the last formation appears, for it is the key to unlocking the secret realm, Meng Wuxia declared. After her explanation, queries arose regarding how she had acquired knowledge of the method. Her response was simple. It was imparted by my master. How he came to know it, I cannot say. I merely follow his teachings and remember this method. Isn't your master deceased? Using him as an excuse. Who can contest that? Who would argue with a ghost? Elder Lingyun retorted. Meng Wuxiao recognized him as the same verbose elder. If you do not believe me, you can choose not to enter the Wuming secret realm when it is opened, should I fail to unlock the entrance. My abilities are limited. I only know that my master never spoke idly. Trust or distrust is your choice. Her words ignited discussions among those present, with a mix of skepticism and support. After years of failed attempts, a successful venture would benefit everyone. Following opinions from Wu Yuan and others, the topic shifted to entering the Wuming secret realm, focusing on resource allocation and team composition. For safety and personal interests, each sect would send 2 small teams of 10, each heading in different directions to see what they could harvest, forbidding any conflict. As Meng Wuxia listened to the tedious deliberations, she found it disingenuous to speak of possessing treasures without seeking ways to attain them. After extensive discussions, it was unanimously decided that the 18 array masters would be chosen from various sects to ensure fairness. If Meng Wuxia could not unlock the secret realm's entrance, The Baisian sect would owe an explanation to the other sections. What explanation does the Baisian sect owe? We have done all that is necessary. Those with the capability should step forward. Do not swarm for benefits and then create trouble when nothing is to be gained. The Baisian sect is not easily intimidated. Faced with such blatant provocation, Meng Wuxia unsheathed her Mingjian Dinkuan, unleashing a formidable aura of sword energy as she confronted the assembly. Observing her boldness, Wu Yuan interjected, suggesting she take a moment to reflect and humbly learn from the elders, advising against any rash actions. Meng Wuxia sheathed her sword, acknowledged his words, and departed without looking back. Just as she was about to enter the territory of the Baisian sect, a strikingly beautiful female disciple called out to her, accompanied by a magnificent white tiger. She was from the Chincho sect. Confused, Meng Wuxiao wondered what this disciple wanted from her. Are you the disciple of Baisian sect with the Tian Dao Foundation? You seem rather ordinary, nothing particularly special, the female disciple remarked disdainfully while stroking her white tiger. This incited Meng Wuxia's displeasure. Having already encountered trouble from the elder upon her arrival, she was not inclined to endure criticism from an unknown disciple. I find you ordinary as well. A beast deserves a plain mistress. Nothing remarkable about that, she retorted, successfully reddening the disciple's face with embarrassment. They say the Baisian sect has struck luck by having a disciple of Tian Dao Foundation. Today, I shall see what exceptional qualities you possess. The female disciple brandished her weapon, a 1,000-section whip capable of transforming into dual swords, a treasure comparable to a magical artifact. Her white tiger roared in alliance with its master, shaking the ground. While you possess a beast, I have a spirit beast that you can only dream of. Meng Wuxia summoned her six-winged Qingpong bird, commanding, toss that woman aside. She simply held her Dingkuan sword, observing the unfolding spectacle. Oh my, it's a six-winged Qingpong bird. Truly magnificent. Onlookers began to gather around the two, marveling at the sight of Meng Wuxia's rare spirit beast. Spirit birds were commonplace. Yet even those from esteemed cultivation families would be captivated by such a rarity. The six-winged Qingpong bird, nurtured by spirit springs and Meng Wuxia's generous supply of elixirs, had fully regained its strength and now exuded an imposing aura with its 6 wings spread wide. The Chincho sect members, observing Meng Wuxia's extraordinary spirit beast, began to scrutinize the 6-winged Qingpong bird with newfound seriousness. The provoking female disciple, witnessing the bird's relentless assault, unleashed the full power of her 1,000-section whip while her white tiger defended her, launching fierce attacks against the formidable opponent. Meng Wuxia was taken aback by the prowess of her Qingpong bird, realizing it was indeed a formidable adversary. Considering the imminent convergence of various sects to explore the enigmatic Wuming Mijing, Meng Wuxia, after successfully maneuvering her opponent to a corner with the assistance of Shaoqing, beckoned him back and, with a graceful wave, departed. This act, while infuriating her adversary, simultaneously provoked a challenge for a life-and-death duel. Meng Wuxia advised her opponent to retreat and diligently enhance her cultivation, noting that her who had already sustained injuries and required prompt healing. This minor episode rapidly spread among the sects, portraying Meng Wuxia as a figure of formidable presence. Wielding a powerful spirit beast that rendered the disciples of Qian Shoumen powerless without direct confrontation, leading them to seek a life-or-death battle with her. Throughout this time, Meng Wuxia remained within her resting tent, diligently cultivating to stabilize her mind and bolster her spiritual strength in preparation for the forthcoming challenge. Upon reaching the site of the Wuming Mijing, the 18 pre-selected array masters of various levels commenced dismantling the formations sequentially. Meng Wuxia observed intently as they employed their array brushes to meticulously draw the disassembly diagrams, while some exceptionally powerful masters dismantled formations without such tools. The entrance to the Wuming Mijing was cleverly concealed, and it was only after the collective effort of the Baisian men, along with numerous allied forces and countless talented predecessors, that the flaw in the entrance was discovered, revealing the true point of entry. Meng Wuxia's gaze was fixed on the myriad of formations that continuously emerged, while the 18 elder array masters were wholly absorbed in their meticulous task. As the layers of formations were systematically unraveled, a faint glimmer appeared at the center, finally revealing a complex, tiered formation. With her array brush in hand, Meng Wuxia leapt into the air, channeling her entire spirit power to focus on unlocking the newly revealed formation key. Although it appeared simple, the formation was intricately complex, comprised of an unending series of interconnected arrays. Breaking one would simultaneously give rise to another. Meng Wuxia remained vigilant, her brush nearly ceaselessly sketching one formation diagram after another. Her proficiency in array techniques was nearing that of a mid-level array master, which upon the conclusion of this endeavor would likely necessitate her recruitment into the Array Master Association. The president of the association, overseeing several array masters, noted Meng Wuxia's adept application of the array brush and her unique insights into many complex formations. He began to ponder whether she could join the association, instructing those around him to pay closer attention to her actions. As Meng Wuxia approached the final formation key, she gradually infused her own spiritual energy to initiate the opening of the formation eye. Those who had reached the foundation of the heavenly Tao possessed pure fluctuations of spiritual energy, which was why only they could unlock the Wuming Mijing. As this pure energy was essential for breaking the entrance, combined with the energies of the array masters, showing signs of opening. Soon, the river before them transformed into an immense entrance, with spiritual energy wafting forth, igniting excitement among all present. The new cohort of 18 array masters stepped forward to stabilize the formation's eye and safeguard the newly opened gateway to the secret realm. After dismantling the final array diagram, the entrance to the Wuming Mijing was finally unveiled. Meng Wuxia had expended a substantial portion of her spiritual energy. With the entrance now accessible, various sects began directing their personnel to prepare. It was customary that the party that contributed the most effort would have priority in entering through the mysterious gateway, which had been opened under the aegis of Bai Xianmen. The disciples of Qian Shou Men patiently awaited their turn to enter after Bai Xianmen had gone first. After consuming a pill to restore her energy and taking a moment to recuperate, Meng Wuxia urged the steward Wu Yan to issue the command for entry into the Wuming Mijing. As the members of Bai Xianmen entered first, those who had been waiting for an extended period began to follow suit. Once Meng Wuxia observed one Tao leading a team into the Wuming Mijing, she subsequently followed another group of Bai Xianmen. Upon entering, she feigned fatigue, claiming the need to rest momentarily. The leader, reluctant to waste time, permitted Meng Wuxia to recuperate before urging her to quickly rejoin the group. Once the members of Bai Xianmen had departed, Meng Wuxia found a relatively secure location to restore her spiritual energy, intent on venturing to a particular spot where a valuable item awaited her. Chapter 37. Embrace freedom. Once Meng Wuxia had completely replenished her spiritual energy, she began her search for the spiritual spring. Guided by her recollections of a misty area within the Wuming Mijing, a location she had accessed following a fierce confrontation with the disciples of Qian Shou Men, she moved stealthily, determined to keep her pursuit discreet, as she intended to claim the treasure for herself, believing that sharing was a pastime for children. The spiritual energy within the Wuming Mijing was significantly denser than that outside. Upon entry, her entire being absorbed the surrounding energy. Meng Wuxia noticed that her companions within her storage bracelet were also absorbing the abundant energy. After surveying the terrain with her spiritual sense, she released Xiao Hua, marking him before instructing him to seek out edible spiritual herbs and grasses, cautioning him against frivolity and urging him to flee at the sight of any approaching individuals to avoid being captured. After sending Xiao Hua on his way, Meng Wuxia entered a dense forested area. Here, she established protective and isolation arrays, allowing her to freely absorb spiritual energy and make breakthroughs. She encouraged her companions, the Xuehu and Qing Peng Niao, to stretch their limbs and seize the rare opportunity to enhance their abilities. The Xuehu shook its snowy fur, narcissistically preening its naturally majestic visage, exclaiming that the ceaseless influx of spiritual energy made this a veritable paradise for cultivation. The Qing Pengyao, ever the diligent one, fluttered its 6 wings in the sky, eagerly utilizing the ambient spiritual energy to replenish its needs while embarking on the fusion of spiritual techniques. This was a method of cultivation for spirit beasts, transforming their innate strengths into offensive spiritual techniques to both deter foes and ensure self-defense. Meng Wuxia unleashed all 12 of her spiritual puppets to practice commanding them in combat, attempting to connect spiritual threads to control their movements seamlessly. These puppets, crafted from exquisite spiritual wood, had significantly enhanced their spiritual power after absorbing the local energy. Once Meng Wuxia connected them with her spiritual threads, their mobility became more fluid, allowing them to advance in attack or retreat in defense, making them her trump card. After fine-tuning her 12 spiritual puppets, Meng Wuxia commenced practice with the spear. She had always been puzzled by the transformation of her Wuji gun into a spear, and after diligent training, she discovered it was far less intuitive than wielding her Ding Kuan sword. Given that it was a rare spear, what harm could come from further practice? She had already achieved minor success and aimed to reach greater mastery. Holding the spear firmly, she focused her energy, allowing it to flow through the weapon. She instructed the Qing Pengyao to unleash its full might and attack her, eager to gauge her current proficiency with the spear. The Shuehu cheered her on from the sidelines, opting to refrain from direct confrontation, wary of damaging its splendid fur. The Qing Pengyao reassured her, emphasizing that her confidence and enduring spirit were the best indicators of her potential, suggesting that engaging in battles with spear experts would provide clearer insights into her strengths and weaknesses. After retracting the spear, Meng Wuxia summoned her by Hu and Qing Pengyao back into her storage bracelet, knowing she must hasten to her intended destination. Moreover, she sensed the approach of others. Without hesitation, Meng Wuxia swiftly vacated the area, as indeed, several individuals from other sects were closing in behind her. Meng Wuxia sought to avoid unnecessary complications as she directed her sword towards the direction of her memories. Perhaps her recollection was slightly skewed, for after searching diligently, she found herself unable to locate her desired destination, only to encounter the members of the Yantian sect. They were engaged in a fierce battle with a fierce beast guarding a twin flower. Upon witnessing the beast's formidable offensive power, Meng Wuxia noted that the 2 members of Yantian sect had to join forces to subdue its attacks, yet they had not managed to vanquish the creature. The twin flower was a rare treasure that could significantly enhance one's spiritual power, and there were scarcely a few to be found on Yaoxing Peak. Obtaining one would require fierce competition. Meng Wuxia gazed longingly at the flower, exclaiming that she was not indulging in falsehoods. Observing that only these 2 Yantian sect members were present, with no one else around, she began to concoct a clever plan. She produced a summoning talisman and, after a gentle touch, successfully called back her little flower. This little flower serpent had grown considerably, presumably due to its recent meals. Yet Meng Wuxia was confident that it could stealthily approach and retrieve the twin flower. She reminded it, "Remember, do not devour it all at once. Leave one for me, as I have use for it. If you perform well, there shall be rewards." After reiterating her instructions, she released the serpent at the opportune moment, allowing it to cautiously slither forward while the battle raged on, momentarily distracting everyone. Sensing the fragrant allure of the twin flower, the serpent expertly camouflaged itself, blending in with its surroundings as it stealthily approached the flower. After circling the exquisite plant, it unhesitatingly plucked it from the root. Upon successfully obtaining the twin flower, the serpent effortlessly made its way back, swaying its elongated tail in triumph. Meng Wuxia, feeling a mix of exasperation and delight, scooped up the little flower and fled. Having noticed the twin flower had vanished from sight, Meng Wuxia had her own methods for evading those she wished to avoid. And upon seeing her pursuers, the members of Yantian's sect and the beast, she scattered several missed talismans and began to flee on her sword, not pausing for a moment. After a frantic sprint, she finally halted beside a small stream to catch her breath. You could have quietly slithered away after gathering the flower, but instead, you waved your tail about, making a ruckus as if you wanted to attract attention. She chided the little serpent playfully. The serpent gazed at her in confusion, oblivious to her irritation, and soon curled up, feigning sleep in hopes of avoiding further reprimand. Meng Wuxia placed it within her storage bracelet to allow it to continue resting while she focused on absorbing the twin flower to enhance her spiritual power. Seated in meditation, she took out the twin flower and began to concentrate on absorbing its spiritual essence. Upon fully absorbing its energy, she immediately noticed a transformation in her vision. Her eyes became brighter and clearer than ever before. It appeared that the twin flower possessed additional benefits, not only enhancing her spiritual power, but also vastly improving her eyesight, allowing her to see through distant illusions. Her perception had dramatically changed by focusing on the horizon and probing her surroundings with her enhanced spiritual energy. She could now discern objects hundreds of meters away. This newfound ability provided her with a sense of security when traversing the outside world, as she would no longer be troubled by hidden dangers, enabling her to prepare for any impending crises. As Meng Wuxia continued to scan her surroundings, testing the limits of her enhanced perception, she noticed movement in the woods beside the stream. Alas, it seemed that fate had conspired to bring her face to face with those she wished to avoid. Rather than retreating, she resolved to confront the situation head-on. Chapter 38. Strike with resolve. Meng Wuxia had not intended to make contact, yet the other party had already sensed her presence, leaving her with no choice but to acknowledge them. Upon seeing their attire, she recognized them as individuals from Zijin City, adorned in luxurious garments embellished with exquisite patterns, and crowned with their distinctive golden headpieces. The people of Zijin City, known for their royal lineage, often carried an air of arrogance, their wealth and power renowned throughout the Zhangzhou continent. They frequently sent disciples to the Jiuzhou Academy, and their pride was indeed backed by substantial merit. Meng Wuxia harbored a deep-seated aversion towards the denizens of Zijin City for various reasons. To elaborate on her grievances, she recalled how the Grand Patriarch of Zijin City, Huang Zhenyan, had once sought her hand in marriage for his third son. At that time, in a bid to aid her master in achieving a breakthrough in cultivation, she had reluctantly consented to the proposal, only for them to later retract their offer in favor of a royal alliance. Aware of their misjudgment, Zijin City had offered her ample compensation and apologies, yet Meng Wuxia remained indifferent, viewing it as a mere transaction. However, the prospective bride of the royal family had since developed a profound misunderstanding towards Meng Wuxia, believing her to harbor ill feelings towards the royal family. Her disdain was further fueled by the fact that, after witnessing Meng Wuxia's continuous cultivation and her rising reputation as a formidable female cultivator, along with the prospects of her ascension, Zijin City had attempted to forge a matrimonial alliance with the Baisian sect, only to be met with a firm rejection from Meng Wuxia. Rumors circulated that she harbored feelings for Huang Zhenyan, unwilling to seek another partner. As Meng Wuxia focused on her cultivation in preparation for her ascension, she scoffed at such rumors, choosing to ignore them. However, after being ambushed and failing her ascension, Zijin City ceased to even mention her name. Thus, upon encountering anyone from Zijin City, Meng Wuxia could not help but feel a surge of disdain. She would either ignore them or pretend not to see them altogether. This time, she had come face to face with the eldest son of Zijin City, Huang Zhenxing, accompanied by the elders of the city lord's mansion. They appeared somewhat surprised to find Meng Wuxia alone. Meng Wuxia refrained from initiating conversation, merely observing them with a measured gaze. Huang Zhenxing was a man of considerable intellect, well regarded by the city lord of Zijin City, and he adeptly managed the affairs of the city, maintaining a delicate balance of power among the other young masters. His plan to unite with the royal family had been driven by the desire to strengthen Zijin City's future prospects. Miss Wuxia, I see you are alone. It seems you have great confidence in the Wuming secret realm. I wonder what discoveries you have made along the way, he remarked. Upon hearing him address her as Miss Wuxia, Meng Wuxia felt an involuntary discomfort and responded coolly, mentioning that the spiritual energy in this area was distinct, greatly benefiting those who entered. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm to engage with him, Huang Zhenxing decided to take his leave, bidding her farewell as he made his way upstream along the stream. Meng Wuxia contemplated following him upstream, but, upon observing the presence of Zijin city members, she swiftly altered her course and retraced the path they had taken. After walking for a short distance, she unexpectedly encountered the female disciple from Kainshimen who sought to engage her in a life-and-death battle. Accompanying her was a man with a lion king by his side. The man's cultivation surpassed Meng Wuxia's, and the lion king beside him was even more formidable. Should they join forces, Meng Wuxia would need to be on high alert. Upon their encounter, Meng Wuxia began to gather her spiritual energy, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. "What a fortuitous opportunity to meet you here," the disciple exclaimed, her enthusiasm starkly contrasting Meng Wuxia's demeanor, while the man beside her regarded Meng Wuxia with a decidedly unfriendly gaze. "Junior sister, refrain from acting. Allow your elder brother to handle this. Soon, I shall present her storage bracelet to you," he said with a smirk. Meng Wuxia let out a cold laugh and retorted, "What gives you the audacity to utter such foolishness, and to think you can give my storage bracelet to her? Should I offer her your life instead?" With that, Meng Wuxia brandished her sword, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy, determined not to let her adversaries escape unscathed. The opponent also harbored the intention of dealing with Meng Wuxia, directing the spirit beast by their side to launch an assault alongside them. The collaboration between the person and the beast was remarkably effective. Meng Wuxia opted to let her Qingpeng bird engage in a fierce struggle with the adversary, as its combat prowess was no less formidable than that of her opponent. Today, Meng Wuxia intended to have her adversary lie defeated before her, wielding the Dingkuan sword to strike at their vital points, while simultaneously unleashing explosive talismans against the female disciple with whom she was at odds. The female disciple had long been on guard against Meng Wuxia. Upon witnessing her use of talismans, she commanded her white tiger to launch a ferocious attack, transforming her thousand-section whip into dual swords to join forces with her senior brother and rain down heavy blows upon Meng Wuxia. Observing the two attacking in unison, Meng Wuxia swiftly retreated a considerable distance, instructing her Qingpeng bird to remain at bay and refrain from further engagement. She expressed her gratitude for their actions today, stating that she was eager to test something and that they were indeed fortunate to be the first to witness it. As Meng Wuxia sheathed her sword, a pitch-black staff appeared in her hands, her eyes dark with determination as she regarded them. The two summoned their spirit beasts back to their sides, preparing to launch another offensive against Meng Wuxia. However, as they prepare to act, 6 smiling spirit puppets emerge around them, each holding an explosive talisman and beaming at them enthusiastically. Behold what true enthusiasm looks like. Break! At Meng Wuxia's command, the 6 spirit puppets swiftly advanced, placing the explosive talismans before the two. As they attempted to evade, they realized that their spirit beasts had suddenly become immobile, writhing in anguish upon the ground. While engaging with the 2 spirit beasts, Meng Wuxia had set up a binding formation beneath them, rendering any escape impossible. For disciples of the Kainshimen, spirit beasts were akin to an extension of their very lives, indispensable companions and the strongest allies on their cultivation journey. The loss or injury of a spirit beast equated to a grievous wound to their very essence. Meng Wuxia dealt with their spirit beasts decisively and efficiently, employing the spirit puppets to obstruct their movements. When confronting enemies, one must act swiftly and resolutely. Pondering too much can lead to a premature end. Meng Wuxia commanded the spirit puppets to assault the two, coordinating with her Qingpeng bird in their efforts. The senior brother, witnessing the destruction of his spirit beast at Meng Wuxia's hands, was consumed by rage, unleashing his full strength against her. Meng Wuxia denied him any opportunity, swiftly cleaving him asunder with a single stroke of her sword. There was no possibility of mercy for the female disciple. Meng Wuxia instructed her Qingpeng bird to show no restraint and to resolve the matter expeditiously. Meng Wuxia regarded the 6 spirit puppets in her possession with satisfaction, pondering the spectacle that might unfold should all 12 act in concert. Chapter 39. Deception, followed by more deception after resolving the troubles posed by the Kainshimen. Meng Wuxia sprinkled a vial of decomposition liquid over her opponents, erasing all traces of their presence in short order. With a cold snort, she took to the skies on her sword, setting out to locate the spiritual spring. Meng Wuxia recalled a grove of bamboo nearby. Upon traversing it, she soon spotted the spring, its surface shimmering with layers of ethereal light. Curiosity piqued, she approached, only to be drawn into the radiance, where she encountered a great toad at the bottom of the spring. Within the toad's mouth, she discovered a precious jade stone, which catalyzed her entry into the out-of-body phase. I refuse to believe I cannot find it. I shall scour every inch until I do. Determined, Meng Wuxia pressed on. As she soared over a thicket, her storage bracelet's little flower began to chirp excitedly below. Initially thinking it was simply hungry and in search of spiritual herbs, she descended to investigate. Yet upon closer inspection, she marveled at her good fortune. After searching for so long, how had she stumbled upon it so easily? It turned out that Meng Wuxia had mistakenly believed it to be a bamboo grove. She had entered at night, and by day, the surroundings transformed into a tangle of underbrush. The little flower possessed a keen sense for spiritual herbs and treasures, and upon sensing something extraordinary, it urged Meng Wuxia to land and not miss out on rare finds. Meng Wuxia scooped up the little flower, showering it with praise, grateful for its guidance. Otherwise, she would have spent far more time flying above without finding anything. The little flower basked in the compliments, relishing the affirmation and eager for more praise in the future. As Meng Wuxia neared the spiritual spring she had worked so hard to locate, she joyfully splashed her face with water, scanning the area for onlookers. Confirming she was alone, she turned her attention to the spring, captivated by its enchanting hues that unfurled like fireworks. She set up a barrier formation around her, hoping to keep this place hidden, and laid down a binding array, allowing her to stall anyone who might approach, providing her with the advantage to defend herself. Having completed these arrangements, Meng Wuxia leapt into the spring. The depths of the spring were profound, and the space expanded as she descended. After swimming for a considerable time, she finally discovered a secluded area, a hidden space that appeared to allow one to walk upon solid ground. Summoning her sword, Dinkuan, she remained cautious, for she remembered that the spring was guarded by spirit beasts serving the great toad. As she advanced, she carefully scouted the few guarding beasts, hoping they would reveal themselves soon so she could deal with them and pursue the toad. Just as she wished, a long-tailed turtle emerged. Meng Wuxia observed the creature, its long tail remarkably agile and its shell exceedingly tough. She found herself engaged in a prolonged battle before finally driving it away. However, this time, she sought not to squander time or energy, opting to send her Shuehu to confront the long-tailed turtle. If you cannot handle this turtle, I shall send you to the auction house to see how much you are worth. Beware, someone might take a fancy to your pristine white fur and turn you into a cushion. Shuehu, feeling disgruntled at the notion of becoming a mere cushion, refrained from expressing its displeasure, directing its frustration instead at the long-tailed turtle before it. After encouraging Shuehu, Meng Wuxia pressed onward. There, she encountered a two-tailed snake, which she entrusted to her Qingpeng bird, one soared above, the other below, both equally matched in strength, promising an exhilarating confrontation. Caution was advised with the two-tailed snake, as it could unleash poisonous spikes targeting its head, its Achilles heel. Confident in her Qingpeng bird's capabilities against the serpent, Meng Wuxia hastened to the great toad's side, where she beheld a beautiful golden glow emanating from its mouth, the jade stone radiating a resplendent light. Meng Wuxia masked her inner excitement, her gaze unwaveringly fixated on the jade, fearful it might vanish. Who are you, staring at me like that? Huh? Where did that voice come from? Meng Wuxia glanced around, searching for the source of the sound. Right in front of you. You've been staring at me for quite some time. The great toad can talk. What is happening? Meng Wuxia blinked, and the great toad blinked in response. She shook her head, and the toad mirrored her actions. Realization dawned upon Meng Wuxia. This great toad was mimicking her. You can speak? When did you learn to talk? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired further. Oh, I've always been able to speak, but no one has ever engaged with me. You are the first to converse with me, the great toad replied, sticking out its tongue in a somewhat goofy manner. Meng Wuxia gazed at the jade stone in its mouth, her excitement bubbling forth. Possessing that jade stone would enable her to reach the golden core stage. A fool would hesitate, but she was no fool. She sought to obtain that jade stone, uncertain whether this suddenly loquacious great toad would allow her to take it. In this desolate place, the air has long been devoid of other presences, save for yourself, a snow tiger and a green phoenix. It appears that my two sentinels were no match for them and have been defeated. Upon witnessing this, Meng Wuxia, in a moment of sorrow, shed a few tears like a great toad, mourning the failure of her guardians. Echoing the toad's lament, Meng Wuxia joined in, weeping in imitation. The toad, amused by her mimicry, ceased its feigned crying and performed several charming antics. Observing Meng Wuxia's reaction, she applauded its adorableness, exclaiming how delightful it was. Was this truly a compliment? The toad burst into hearty laughter, reveling in the praise. Seeing the toad's playful demeanor, akin to a mischievous child, Meng Wuxiao retrieved a vial of elixir from her storage bracelet, claiming it was delectable and inquiring if it wished to taste it. The toad beckoned her closer, eager to sample the treat she described. Though it claimed to derive sustenance from the ambient spiritual energy and jade essence, its eyes betrayed a gluttonous desire for the offered elixir. Meng Wuxiao poured the medicine into its mouth, and the toad exclaimed with delight, "This flavor is exquisite. Do you have more?" Observing the toad's genuine enjoyment, she offered it another vial, to which the toad responded with fervent praise, declaring it truly delightful. However, after consuming several jars of elixir, the toad began to exhibit signs of spiritual resonance, indicating a breakthrough in its abilities. "How wonderful! I have finally reached this level. Your elixirs have greatly benefited me. How can I express my gratitude?" it asked. Ingyist. Meng Wuxiao pondered whether it could gift her the beautiful jade it held in its mouth, as she found it quite appealing. "This jade? I have gazed upon it daily and never found it beautiful," the toad replied, regurgitating the jade for her inspection. "Is it truly lovely?" Employing her persuasive skills, Meng Wuxiao lavished praise upon the jade, asserting that her modest supply of elixirs had been entirely consumed in her effort to delight the toad. "I am left with nothing. How pitiful!" she lamented. "You foolish woman, you are quite the deceiver. Your storage bracelet is brimming with more," Dragon Court interjected, rolling its eyes at her antics. Meng Wuxiao motioned for it to be silent. "Do you truly cherish this jade? If you take it, I will have nothing left to absorb," the toad lamented, torn between its desire to offer a gift and its understanding of the jade's value. "Then I shall reserve my remaining elixirs for you. Consume one every few days, and it will be akin to absorbing jade essence," Meng Wuxia suggested, presenting some of the elixirs the toad had just savored. The toad was intrigued. Meng Wuxiao felt that, with a little more persuasion, the precious jade would soon be hers. She displayed the elixirs one by one, advising the toad against consuming them all at once, emphasizing the importance of a plan to consume them gradually. "If you gift me this jade, it cannot be reclaimed. I have given you all my elixirs, leaving me with only this jade." She feigned vulnerability, her hand trembling slightly as she clutched the jade. The toad nodded, conceding that she could take it as a token of gratitude. "Oh, dear toad, I am truly fond of you. Should I have the chance to return to the Wuming secret realm, I shall bring you even better elixirs and spend time with you," Meng Wuxia assured, securing the jade and asking if the toad wished to see her again. She desired to witness its growth upon their next encounter. "Indeed, once I shed this golden skin and acquire spiritual skin, I shall leave this spiritual spring and delve deep into the Wuming secret realm to cultivate profound techniques," it responded. Curious, Meng Wuxiao inquired about the depths of the Wuming secret realm. The toad, recognizing her sincere interest, began to share its knowledge. The Wuming secret realm was once a trial ground for a mysterious sect from ancient times. Due to certain circumstances, the sect fell, and the trial ground was sealed. Over the years, it has evolved into a precious realm. The depths harbor the legacy of that enigmatic sect, the resting place of powerful predecessors, where one may find techniques for cultivation. As the spiritual energy here has remained sealed for so long, it is exceptionally pure, yet cannot be absorbed for extended periods. as those who have long cultivated outside may experience rejection. The spiritual herbs and beasts within are abundant, including rare creatures like myself, though they remain hidden from plain sight. To venture into the depths, one must possess formidable strength to be acknowledged. Otherwise, the techniques will not manifest. Even if one were to stumble upon them, they would be unable to cultivate without sufficient power. We coexist with the woming secret realm. Aspiring to acquire techniques for cultivation necessitates great strength. The toad's words ignited new thoughts in Meng Wuxia's mind, given that it was the resting place of the sect's predecessors. There must be remnants of their treasures that could be obtained without exerting significant effort, simply overlooked for ages. She had been here for a day, and time was fleeting. Once the teleportation array activated, she would have to depart immediately. It would be a wasted opportunity to leave without any benefits. After expressing her gratitude for the toad's insights and promising to meet again, she departed for another location. In this space, there existed a spring, a sanctuary for undisturbed cultivation. She needed to absorb the jade's essence quickly, as taking it with her might invite unforeseen complications. Little Shui, little Qing, I am about to embark on a breakthrough in my cultivation. I entrust you to guard me, she instructed before proceeding to a mist-laden area. Upon reaching the spring, Meng Wuxia withdrew the jade, harmonizing her spiritual energy and preparing her mind for elevation. She began to absorb the jade's emanating essence with full force. As the first wisp of jade energy coursed through her, she felt alterations in her meridians, an unforeseen transformation. Unlike her previous experiences during the Jindan and Chuqiao stages, where her meridians merely became purer, aiding in precise absorption of energy, this was an entirely new phenomenon. Meng Wuxia, wary of the changes, paid close attention to the alterations in her meridians. The Dragon Court and Lianhua within her spiritual sea were also influenced by the jade, beginning to undergo metamorphosis. The jade's essence is overwhelming. I am uncertain what will transpire within my fish dragon form under this influx of energy, Dragon Court remarked, thrashing within her spiritual sea. While Lianhua's thousand-leaf petals began to unfurl, encircling her, with signs of blooming from the previously closed buds. Steadying her heart and gathering her mental strength, Meng Wuxia moderated her absorption of the jade. Once her meridians had been thoroughly impacted by the essence, she could no longer contain herself and cried out as she felt her meridians begin to fracture. For a cultivator, having one's meridians shatter would mean losing all foundation, rendering the path ahead a dead end. With gritted teeth, Meng Wuxia hastily swallowed a Xiangyang Dan, awaiting its effects while stubbornly persisting in her absorption of the jade, determined to uncover the jade's true potential. After Meng Wuxia's meridians ruptured, the ethereal energy of the jade stone began to circulate within her, relentlessly probing her fractured pathways. Despite absorbing a considerable amount of jade energy, her meridians exhibited no response. She swallowed the second Xiangyang Dan. Foolish woman, hold on. This jade is reconstructing your meridians. As long as you endure, your pathways will reconnect, and this jade is aiding in the evolution of both me and Lianhua. Longting's words instilled great confidence and insight in Meng Wuxia. She continued to absorb the jade's energy, focusing intently on the restoration of her meridians. When she sensed a glimmer of improvement, she consumed the third Xiangyang Dan. At such a critical juncture, every elixir was essential. Otherwise, if her meridians faltered, she would be lost even to Meng Po. Meng Wuxia calmed herself and observed Longting in the spiritual sea as he began to shed his fish dragon form, his hard scales falling away, gradually revealing a human silhouette. Lianhua's bud slowly opened, unveiling the face of a girl with closed eyes. Goodness, could it be? The jade's energy has transformed Longting from a fish dragon into a human, and Lianhua has taken form, appearing as a delicate girl. Before Meng Wuxia could express her astonishment, her entire meridian system erupted with crackling sounds, akin to severed ropes being rejoined, each sound accompanied by immense pain. The agony was so intense that Meng Wuxia felt like cursing. After exerting herself to absorb the final remnants of the jade's energy, her body began to levitate. her once lustrous black hair gradually transforming into shimmering silver, radiant like the Milky Way. Her meridians were reconnected, fundamentally altered, now possessing enhanced capabilities for absorbing energy and increasing her physical agility, her cultivation continuously advancing. After an extensive period of meridian reconstruction, the exhaustion of her physical and mental faculties led her to a state of blissful unconsciousness upon confirming her meridians were intact. In her dreams, she found herself submerged in a spring, where the purifying waters transformed her silver hair into a spectrum of colors, only to revert to its original hue after a dazzling display. Meng Wuxia chuckled. The color of her hair was bewildering, akin to having used dye. But she preferred the black, as it complemented her attire more easily. Lost in her thoughts, she drifted back into slumber. Chapter 41. A dreamlike state, Meng Wuxia slept peacefully in the spring until she awoke naturally, discovering her jade tablet inundated with messages seeking her. Notably, Shi Wentao sent her a message nearly every quarter of an hour. She resolved not to respond. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly come searching for her. Meng Wuxiao inquired of her guardians, Xiao Qing and Xiao Shui, why they had not awakened her. Xiao Shui shook her head and splashed the spring water, urging Meng Wuxia to emerge, seemingly unconcerned about the risk of drowning. Xiao Qing, the dignified and honest Qingpong bird, explained that they had called to her, but she simply could not awaken. Her hair continued to change colors, and her body radiated a soft glow, causing both him and the snow tiger to hesitate in approaching her. Meng Wuxia examined her limbs, noting a newfound lightness, devoid of the previous sluggishness. After spinning in place a few times, the agility of her body astonished her. Her first instinct was the realization that she could wield her spear with greater finesse and strength, indicating a breakthrough in her technique. Meng Wuxia had always believed herself to possess an admirable figure and appearance, yet she lacked confidence in her ability to leap and twirl gracefully as if dancing. Your body has absorbed the energy from this spring, enhancing your sensitivity, allowing you to dance upon lotus leaves without fear of falling. As Meng Wuxia looked to her left, she noticed a youth with horns, flowing hair, and faint scales adorning his neck, his large, expressive eyes gazing at her with a hint of exasperation and disdain. Though his appearance was somewhat appealing, the small horns on his head gave him an endearing quality. Yet, his attitude was presumptuous. How dare he look down upon her when she found him less than impressive? Sooner or later, she would stew him. However, he had achieved a spiritual form. Hall of Yanluo. Why had she not emerged? Had she failed to attain her spiritual body? Just then, Lianhua appeared in a flowing green attire, her hair styled in two loose flower bud buns, holding a single lotus flower, looking somewhat bashful. How delightful! Who would have thought that a visit to the nameless secret realm would grant you both spiritual forms? This journey was certainly worthwhile. The jade's energy is indeed formidable. Meng Wuxiao patted Lianhua's head and cast a sidelong glance at Long Ting, the two of them bickering like children. You should boast less. It has been ages since this nameless secret realm opened. The time in the mortal realm is limited. You should utilize the remaining moments to search for something of worth. After circling around her, Longting greeted the snow tiger and Qingping bird, who showed him great respect, perhaps due to his impending transformation into a dragon. Meng Wuxiao instructed Longting not to bully the younger ones and encouraged him and Lianhua to continue their practice in the spiritual sea. Fear not, my dear companions. Where there is sustenance for me, there shall be for you as well. Together we shall ascend to immortality. Meng Wuxia declared fervently, yet no one responded. After reviewing the messages on her jade tablet, she realized she had lingered in the nameless secret realm too long and needed to seize the opportunity to find valuable items. Upon returning above the spring, Meng Wuxia noticed that dusk had fallen and the surrounding bamboo grove rustled gently. After a brief observation, she took flight on her sword. She decided to reunite with her fellow disciples from Baixianmen to see what treasures they had acquired. However, as she approached a valley, she heard the sounds of battle. She altered her course, descending to a concealed location to discern the commotion. It appeared that Yu Shang and several disciples had encountered a pack of ferocious beasts, along with a few unfamiliar individuals, all banding together to fend off the onslaught. It seemed that this conflict would soon resolve. Yu Jushang's strength had significantly increased since her time at Bai Xianmen, and the others were formidable as well, working in unison against the beasts, posing no threat to their lives. Meng Wuxia decided against intervening and quietly slipped away. Yet, just as she was about to depart, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent, a memory stirring within her. What was it? Foolish woman, it is the aroma of Wuhuan fruit. It seems that mature fruits have begun to ripen, and these beasts are guarding the Wuhuan fruit. Longting rushed out, urging Meng Wuxia to retrieve the Wuhuan fruit. Consuming it would allow one to resist the illusionary talismans of sorcerers. When refined into pills, the resulting Wuhuan Dan will be a mid-grade elixir capable of countering illusions. Having extensively studied various talismans, Meng Wuxia held a deep admiration for sorcerers capable of crafting illusionary talismans, their offensive capabilities nearly impossible to defend against, often leading enemies astray with a single blow. Currently, her ability to create illusionary talismans was not particularly strong. They could be effective against weaker foes, but not against those of superior strength. Meng Wuxia stealthily approached the cave entrance, waiting for the opportune moment to slip inside. After traversing a lengthy tunnel, she indeed discovered a Wuhuan fruit tree within. Observing the tree, she noted it appeared somewhat malnourished. Despite its size, it bore only a few fruits. Counting them carefully, she found just enough for her companions and spirit beasts to share. Meng Wuxia called everyone out, ensuring each received one. She was not partial. The fruits were ripe and ready to be enjoyed. She took a large Wuhuan fruit for Lianhua, while Longting, eyeing his own, attempted to trade with Lianhua only to receive a sharp rap on the head from Meng Wuxia. After consuming the Wuhuan fruit, Meng Wuxia contemplated the tree, formulating a plan. She used a talisman to cut off a branch, which she stowed within her storage bracelet alongside the spring's essence. In order to avoid attracting the attention and senses of the ferocious beasts, Meng Wuxia discreetly departed from the rear of the cave. After traversing a dark and narrow path, she emerged to find a serene lake behind the cave. Reluctant to enter the water again, Meng Wuxia took to the skies on her sword, soaring over the expanse of the lake. However, as she landed, an inexplicable voice resonated within her, and scenes from her past materialized before her eyes. She recalled her days as Meng Po, serving bowls of Meng Po soup to wandering souls on the Naihe Bridge, guiding them towards reincarnation. This was the deepest and most cherished memory nestled within her heart, a closely guarded secret that stirred tumultuous emotions within her. What is this? Am I being summoned back to my former role as Meng Po before I have even failed to ascend? I refuse. I shall resign and strive for the celestial realm. Aspire to become an immortal emperor and never again return to the underworld as Meng Po. With determination, Meng Wuxia summoned her sword, Ding Kuan, and began to strike the ever-flowing waters of the Wangchuan River. The trapped souls within the river awakened, unleashing their anguished cries. Who dares to disturb the peace here? Depart at once, and do not provoke me. The voice was strikingly familiar. Meng Wuxia raised her sword, unleashing a powerful surge of sword energy to greet the speaker, only to discover it was the ever-busy Judge Chui. Hadn't she heard that Judge Chui was on sick leave? He had previously complained about the lack of sick leave compensation, proving that even the king of the underworld could be rather petty. Meng Wuxia inquired if he still recognized her, as she was destined to become an immortal. She vowed to cut down anyone who dared to obstruct her path to cultivation. Are you lost and have inadvertently wandered in here? Depart quickly, lest you find it difficult to leave, Judge Chui warned, producing his pen of judgment to conjure a small ferry upon the Wangchuan River, urging Meng Wuxia to leave without delay, lest her obsessions lead her astray. Meng Wuxia, gazing at the swaying little boat, felt her frustration boil. Will such a tiny vessel even suffice? Just as she was about to shatter the boat with her sword, a deafening shout rang in her ears. Foolish woman, heed my words. If you do not leave this place, you shall remain trapped here forever. Meng Wuxia felt her spirit being squeezed. Chapter 42. Returning to pretend illness after consuming the illusion fruit, Meng Wuxia found herself ensnared in a dream. forcibly awakened by Long Ting. Upon awakening, she noticed a warning from a jade tablet. The mysterious realm was about to close, and the teleportation array had been activated, instructing any disciples who had not gathered to hasten their departure. Rubbing her aching temples, she had no time to quarrel with Long Ting and took to her sword towards the assembly point of Bai Xianmen. She was the last disciple to arrive, and Sure Wen Tao had been anxiously awaiting her. With a sigh of relief upon her arrival, he pulled her into the teleportation array, and they departed together. Upon returning to the border forest, Meng Wuxia felt unwell and was sent by Sure Wen Tao to rest in a tent. She was puzzled as to why she felt so unwell after exiting the mysterious realm. Using her spiritual energy to probe, she discovered that others were similarly resting and recuperating. Perhaps the pure spiritual energy within had overwhelmed their bodies, necessitating a period of adjustment. Meng Wuxia asked her companions how they were faring, and their reassuring responses alleviated her worries. Everyone was well except for her. With no alternative, she focused on recuperation, spending 3 days in the tent before feeling somewhat better. However, during those 3 days, various sects that had emerged from the mysterious realm began to quarrel, their discussions revolving around resources and future arrangements for accessing the realm. Now that they understood how to open the mysterious realm and were aware of the treasures within, no one was foolish enough to forfeit benefits or profits. They had barely entered this time. What would happen in the future? Meng Wuxia overheard her fellow disciples predicting that it would likely take 3 years to find the entrance again, and it was uncertain whether those who had reached the foundational stage would be needed to unlock the array. The elders and leaders were embroiled in heated debates. Eventually, a disciple arrived to summon Meng Wuxia to the discussion tent, as the silent steward wished to hear her opinion. What could Meng Wuxia possibly say? Based on her memories, the entrance to the mysterious realm changed every 3 years and required 36 array masters to unlock it. Ideally, someone at the foundational stage should open the array key. Otherwise, even if it were opened, it would not last long, typically around 5 days, with an additional 15 days outside. Meng Wuxia recounted the information she had gleaned from the Great Toad, omitting any details about the depths of the mysterious realm, intending to report back to the sect leader for a decision. The elders and seniors present noted that Meng Wuxia appeared unwell. Her cultivation had indeed grown, yet her tone betrayed fatigue. They insisted on further discussions, worrying that if there were no new foundational disciples in 3 years, they would still rely on her to unlock the array key. While you remain useful, you shall enjoy certain privileges, they remarked. Meng Wuxia stated her discomfort and expressed her desire to rest, making a graceful exit. However, the elder Ling Yun of Qian Shoumen called her back, inquiring whether she had encountered any disciples from his sect within the mysterious realm. Meng Wuxia did not conceal the truth. She admitted to having met one and engaged in a skirmish, during which the adversary had fled, injured. In truth, they had been reduced to dust, impossible to find. Elder Ling Yun was aware that he had asked in vain, as all other sects had returned from the mysterious realm, yet his 2 disciples remained missing, inciting his ire. Upon Meng Wuxia's admission, he accused her of having harmed his disciples, demanding an explanation from Bai Xianmen. The silent steward urged Elder Ling Yun to remain calm, asserting that Meng Wuxia's account indicated that the adversary had fled due to their own shortcomings, not due to any fault of the Bai Xianmen disciples. Elder Ling Yun, growing more enraged, prepared to take action against Meng Wuxia. However, the silent steward inhaled deeply from the dragon jade rod, conjuring a protective smoke dragon around Meng Wuxia, shielding her from Elder Ling Yun's spiritual beast attack. Your Qian Shoumen lacks sportsmanship. If you cannot win, do not throw tantrums. If you expect Bai Xianmen to assist in opening the mysterious realm in 3 years, show some grace and intelligence, spoke the president of the Array Master Association. Master Rongzhen. Meng Wuxia was taken aback. She had not expected this elder to speak on her behalf. Meng Wuxia of Bai Xianmen, I observe your adept use of the array drawing pen while deciphering the final array key. It seems you are quite familiar with the art of array crafting. If you're interested, you may come to my Array Master Association for an assessment. Upon passing, you shall be recognized as an Array Master, enjoying numerous conveniences. Master Rong's words snapped Meng Wuxiao back to reality. She recognized this as an attempt to recruit her into the association. However, she was currently focused on preparing for the upcoming competition of the Bai Xian men as prodigies and was not inclined to pursue this opportunity just yet. After explaining her reasons, Master Rong smiled knowingly, assuring her that she could participate in the assessment at any time and presented her with a jade token. This token would grant her direct access to him, and he would personally arrange her assessment. Meng Wuxiao felt pleased to have such a token, as it signified a VIP privilege. On her way back, she noticed a spirit bird flying toward her tent, piqued by curiosity. It was Yu Zhu Shang delivering a spirit bird, a unique treasure of the Yu family. Upon seeing this highly coveted spirit bird within by Xian men, Meng Wuxiao was overjoyed, momentarily forgetting her discomfort. After expressing her gratitude to Yu Zhu Shang, she placed the exquisite spirit bird on the table for closer inspection. It was truly beautiful, with smooth, delicate feathers and wings adorned with tassels. It flew swiftly and steadily, making it the ideal companion for delivering messages and gifts. Capable of communicating with its owner, indeed, a gem among spirit birds. Seeing her fondness for him, the ethereal bird felt a tinge of pride, flapping its wings to showcase its beauty. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Mei, a name easy to remember and nurture. Come to me at Xiang Shangfeng, and you shall enjoy a life of leisure. I will treat you as a dear friend. Here, dear one, take a medicinal pill, let us become acquainted. Meng Wuxiao's actions amused Yu Zhu Shang, who found her genuinely interesting. Unlike other female cultivators who merely admired the exquisite bird for its beauty and value, she truly cherished it. Yu Zhu Shang informed her that the Jingju's spirit bird exclusively drank from spirit springs and consumed spiritual herbs along with some ordinary pills. Should there be facing fruits, they could aid in its evolution. His family possessed a Jingju's spirit bird that had already transformed into a Jingju bird saint. Upon hearing that facing fruits were required, Meng Wuxiao realized she had an ample supply. I must tell you, you presently require facing fruits to regulate your body and stabilize your cultivation. Do not let a mere bird jeopardize significant matters. Long Ting emerged to remind her about the distribution of the facing fruits, as well as to caution her that her body still needed recuperation. Meng Wuxiao pondered this, recalling that since her emergence from the Wuming secret realm, her body and meridians had faced issues. Perhaps she ought to reflect on the reasons behind this. Simultaneously, she resolved that upon returning to Baishamen, she would feign illness to avoid going out. Otherwise, being alone at Xiang Shangfeng would prove troublesome. She sought a leave from the sect leader, intending to remain indoors until she restored her health, for soon would come the Tianjiao Grand Competition. As for feigning illness, Meng Wuxiao had ample experience. She could pale her complexion, speak in a subdued tone, appear somewhat disoriented, and walk with a slight unsteadiness, thus preparing her external appearance. The silent steward had visited her, advising her to rest before returning to Baishamen. Sure, Wen Tao came to provide her treatment. Upon noticing her wink at him, he understood instantly that she would publicly claim to have been affected in the Wuming secret realm, with unstable spirit energy absorption, necessitating tranquility and undisturbed rest. Nevertheless, he left her with several restorative pills for her use, which made Meng Wuxiao envious. Indeed, the privileges of an elder were commendable, as they could casually bestow pills upon others. Her illness persisted until the eve of the Tianjiao Grand Competition, only receiving word from her sect that the competition was officially commencing. Chapter 43. A prelude to the drawing of lots upon receiving the notification for the Tianjiao Grand Competition. Meng Wuxiao meticulously prepared herself. She required little adornment, for her natural beauty rendered her a breathtaking sight. The biennial Tianjiao Grand Competition served as a crucial means for Baishamen to nurture new talent and a platform to showcase the strength of the main peaks. It offered many disciples an aspirational goal. Not only could they enter Baixianyuan for study and access unique resources, but it also marked the beginning of their esteemed identity within Baishamen, envied and respected by all. Baishamen has always placed great emphasis on cultivating the decorum and self-discipline of its disciples, besides the sect's standard attire and ceremonial robes for various occasions. Those on the Tianjiao ranking received specially tailored garments and identity tokens. For instance, the disciples eligible for the Tianjiao Grand Competition were provided with competition attire. Male disciples donned azure outer robes with matching inner garments, while female disciples wore crimson dresses with jade-colored sashes, resembling a clear sky and beautiful clouds, captivating all who beheld them. It is apparent that Bakshiman has put considerable thought into this. They indeed exude a spirited elegance. Since acquiring a spirit form, Long Ting sought opportunities to wander daily, sometimes dragging Lianhua along, flitting around Meng Wuxia and incessantly commenting on everything in her vicinity. Meng Wuxia, focused on adjusting her breath and nurturing her meridians, paid him no mind, allowing him to roam about Zhang Shangfeng, reassured by the protective formation that kept outsiders at bay. Once she donned her attire and checked her storage bracelet, she departed Zhang Shangfeng. Instead of heading directly to the competition stage, she made her way to Tianhe Peak to meet with her senior sister, Jingran. Before leaving Bakshiman, she had sent her some pills beneficial for cultivation and enhancement, wondering how much Jingran's injuries had healed after their long separation, and whether she could fend for herself on Huangquan Peak. Concerned for her senior sister, Meng Wuxia arranged to meet her at Tianhe Peak. Upon arrival, she found Jingran engaged in conversation with a somewhat familiar senior brother on the trading street of Tianhe Peak. When Jingran spotted Meng Wuxia in her competition attire, her outstanding condition alleviated Jingran's earlier concerns, and she sincerely wished for her to secure a place in the Tianjiao Grand Competition and attend Baixianyuan for further studies. Meng Wuxia, observing the increasingly familiar senior brother beside Jingran, nudged her to introduce him. Jingran smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten, and quickly stated that this was senior brother Qianyan from Huayufeng. From the Qian family? Meng Wuxia scrutinized him carefully, noting he lacked the vulgarity typical of the Qian family head. I am indeed a member of the Qian family. However, I am not from the main branch, but a disciple of a subsidiary branch, affiliated with Huayufeng. There is no need for you, Wuxia, to regard me with undue significance. I have known Jingran for many years. She has helped me immensely, and I consider her my closest friend. His tone bore the hallmark of a Huayufeng disciple, openly stating his identity without reservation. Given Jingran's familiarity with him, their bond appeared to be quite profound. Meng Wuxia made a mental note of senior brother Qianyan, intending to peruse the life and death register later to uncover his backstory. Should he prove less than virtuous, she would find a way to deal with him. After all, it was a welcome diversion from her idle time. Meng Wuxia noticed that Jingran's cultivation was steadily improving, her injuries nearly healed, and after a few months of recuperation, she could participate in the advancement competition on Huangquan Peak, which would afford her better opportunities. Wuxia, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Were it not for your encouragement and pills, I might have remained in that small courtyard, unsure of how to emerge, unable to stand again. Thank you. Meng Wuxia urged her senior sister to focus on her cultivation and achieve breakthroughs soon, for she had a surprise to share today. Meng Wuxia resolved to gift Jingran the snow tiger. The snow tiger had consented as well. Having a powerful spirit beast by Jingran's side would offer her protection and peace of mind. Furthermore, Jingran would likely facilitate the snow tiger's cultivation better than Meng Wuxia could. The snow tiger was rather delicate and needed a resolute and nurturing master to guide its training. Additionally, the environment of Huangquan Peak was conducive to the spirit beast's growth. Upon receiving such a rare spirit beast from Meng Wuxia, Jingran was astonished yet somewhat embarrassed, having already benefited from Meng Wuxia's generosity. Accepting the spirit beast would seem greedy. Senior sister Jingran, you understand my disposition. I cannot devote much thought to caring for a spirit beast. Zhang Shangfeng lacks the suitable environment for spirit beasts to cultivate as Huangquan Peak does. This snow tiger requires training, and you are the most suitable match for it. It would benefit you, and in turn, it would flourish under your guidance. Please accept this snow tiger on my behalf. After Meng Wuxia's earnest entreaty, Jingran agreed to accept the snow tiger, fully aware of Meng Wuxia's heartfelt intentions. After exchanging a few more words, Meng Wuxia bid farewell to the two and proceeded to the competition stage to confirm her identity and draw lots. According to the competition arrangements, All participants were to be gathered the day before the Tianjiao Grand Competition to confirm their identities and explain the competition rules, ensuring everyone understood the competition's content while allowing them to meet one another. Furthermore, participants were to draw lots to determine their respective matchups, with particular attention on the matches involving the top 10 on the Tianjiao ranking, as they would be the focal point for all of Baekshimon, eagerly anticipating who would emerge victorious in the final contest. As Meng Wuxia surveyed her surroundings, she noted that even before the official competition had commenced, divisions had already formed, with each participant regarding the others as rivals. Not a single friendly glance exchanged. On the surface, they are comrades, yet in reality, they are fierce rivals, all vying for limited resources on the arduous path to transcendence. Meng Wuxia submitted her competition jade token, announcing her identity. Upon realizing she was the renowned Meng Wuxia from Xiangshang Peak, the gazes of those present began to revolve around her. She had entered the top 10 of the Tianjiao ranking competition after winning 10 consecutive matches, which alone was sufficient to grant her notoriety. Moreover, it was rumored that her return from the Wuming secret realm had left her in poor health, with her cultivation damaged, leading many to speculate that she would be swiftly eliminated from the competition. Unfazed by the scrutiny and skepticism of those around her, Meng Wuxia accepted their gazes with equanimity, aware that their eyes were theirs to use as they pleased. Are you truly Meng Wuxia, the girl who monopolizes an entire main peak? As she sought a tranquil space to contemplate her strategies, she was interrupted by a fellow disciple clad in blue, whose demeanor radiated provocation. He appeared to be a descendant of a prominent family. Meng Wuxia regarded him silently, her eyes conveying an unmistakable message. She acknowledged his presence and awaited his purpose. Feeling slighted by her lack of courtesy, the young man expressed his discontent, asserting that without the guidance of their master, she had forgotten the etiquette among peers. Deeming her quite rude, occupying an entire main peak alone seems rather wasteful. Why not relinquish it and allow the sect leader to reassign it? You could easily choose a new master, especially since Weirdy Peak has always invited you to join. Such disregard for the rules would suit your studies there perfectly. For his words, Meng Wuxia discerned the underlying challenge. He was blatantly attempting to humiliate her in front of everyone. Should you manage to defeat me in the Tianjiao competition, I shall relinquish Xiangshang Peak to you. However, should you fail, given your current disrespect towards me and my master, I will take your life to honor my master's spirit and teach you the consequences of your reckless words. A wave of spiritual energy surged from Meng Wuxia, her cultivation manifesting with a formidable presence that left the onlookers in silent awe. She was nearing the 8th level of foundation establishment. Her rapid ascent towards the golden core stage at such a young age was indeed hard to believe. Yet, she compelled them to accept this reality, ready to impart a lesson to those who underestimated her. After showcasing her extraordinary aura, the doubts surrounding her dissipated, and she was now regarded as a contender to watch closely. Unwilling to let this provocateur off lightly, Meng Wuxia made it clear that her words were carefully weighed and intended to be remembered. It would be prudent to settle this in the Tianjiao competition. If we do not meet there, I shall ensure a resolution on the life and death stage. It seemed that speaking recklessly yielded no benefits. Yet, it became evident that many had their eyes on the coveted position atop Xiangshang Peak, curious to see if Meng Wuxia could maintain her hold over it. Another loquacious individual approached, and Meng Wuxia merely cast him a sidelong glance, a cold smile gracing her lips. She did not inquire about his identity, but reiterated, "If you have business with me, feel free to come forth. Speak if you can. If not, I have my sword at hand." Each observer's thoughts diverged as they regarded her assertive demeanor. While some saw her as a solitary figure attempting to seize control of a main peak, others wondered why they should covet a position that the sect leader had not yet contested. They were aware of the rewards that came with such a position, yet they failed to consider whether they possessed the strength to claim it themselves. With her presence, Xiangshang Peak would not yield to anyone. Who would be foolish enough to allow a newcomer to disrupt a long-standing balance? At that moment, the Peak Masters arrived to witness the drawing of lots for the Tianjiao competition. They were eager to see which disciples from their peaks would face off and whether they could secure a spot on the rankings. Every disciple who made it onto the list would not only gain unparalleled honor, but also elevate their peak S status, earning rewards from their sect. When the steward Wu Yin arrived and announced the commencement of the drawing, he called for the divine vessel. The divine vessel of Bai Xianmen was said to be a treasure left behind by an ancient ancestor who ascended to immortality, capable of arranging the order of combatants' names inscribed on jade tokens. Meng Wuxiao was not particularly intrigued by the vessel. It merely facilitated the arrangement of order. As the vessel appeared, Wu Yin placed all the jade tokens inside, and under the watchful eyes of the peak masters, it began to reveal the order of the contenders. Meng Wuxiao scanned the list, but found her name absent. A flicker of thought crossed her mind. Could she truly be so fortunate as to have drawn a lucky lot? This divine vessel had granted her a fortunate draw, allowing her to bypass the preliminary round and advance directly to the semi-finals of the competition. Delight blossomed within her, though she maintained a facade of calm, merely acknowledging the news with a composed demeanor. Observing her good fortune, those who had previously attempted to provoke her were left gnashing their teeth in frustration, unable to counter her luck. Upon reviewing the combat order and matchups, Meng Wuxiao reflected on the diligence of the disciples from Bai Xianmen. Not a single one appeared complacent. Aside from the stringent rules and the chosen disciples' innate talents, the ample resources and encouragement provided by the sect were key reasons for Bai Xianmen's formidable strength. Each main peak employed distinct paths for cultivation, yet all embraced a degree of inclusivity and various motivational systems. As long as one devoted themselves to their practice without sloth, they would surely find the path that suited them best. The competition among peers was fierce, as everyone strove to excel and attain the finest rewards. Meng Wuxiao found a secluded spot to meditate, preparing for the official commencement of the Tianjiao competition the following day. She was determined to secure the top position and gain entry to Bai Xian Academy to access the sect's most prestigious cultivation resources. After the combat order and matchups for the Tianjiao competition were revealed, Tianhe Peak initiated a traditional betting event. This involved predicting the names of the new Tianjiao rankings. Particularly focusing on the top 10, one could wager on an individual or multiple contestants, provided they possess spirit stones. This betting activity had been a long-standing tradition at Tianhe Peak, attracting not only the stewards but also several elders. It was a beloved pastime within Bai Xianmen, allowing participants to showcase their foresight and predictive abilities, ensuring a profitable return with accurate bets while risking their spirit stones on incorrect guesses. Meng Wuxiao produced a substantial amount of spirit stones, wagering on her own victory while also betting on several others likely to make the top 10. She calculated that she would stand to gain significantly, enriching her modest treasury. In her mind, she recognized that the contestants in the Tianjiao competition had all been meticulously cultivated by their respective main peaks, each possessing varying strengths and solid foundations. Among them were at least a dozen disciples whose capabilities matched hers, all notable within Bai Xianmen. Though she was fortunate enough to bypass the preliminary round, she knew that the semifinals would present formidable opponents. There was Yuling from Qianjin Peak, a young healer at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, who had recently gained fame by defeating a disciple ranked in the top 20. Zhentian Peak's Chiga was her equal in cultivation, a talented formation master. And then there was Shi Yong from Weidi Peak, a highly favored disciple expected to rank among the top 5. Lastly, the youngest outer disciple on the Tianjiao rankings was aiming for a spot in the top 50, serving as a role model for others. Meng Wuxiao incessantly reminisced about the illustrious lives of her exceptionally skilled disciples, contemplating their distinctive traits and shortcomings, the weapons they wielded, and their final rankings on the Tianjiao list, all while meticulously arranging her thoughts. Foolish woman, what good does all this pondering do? Rather, let go of your hesitations and face the challenges head-on. Treat every opponent with the seriousness they deserve. Do not overestimate or underestimate them. Engage your utmost strength in battle. Long Ting encouraged her to open her heart, to cease her overthinking, for change is the only constant, and who can foresee the unforeseen? When soldiers meet, let them block. When water comes, let the earth cover, he advised. Counter every move, regardless of who stands before you. Raise your sword to meet the enemy. One must not lose their spirit. Until the final moment, the outcome is not decided. Meng Wuxia grounded her cultivation, repeatedly refining and mastering her meridians. While her insights into the Yin Shui, Jingshuando, were profoundly influenced by her concentrated mental energy, leading her to attain an optimal state. She remained composed, exhibiting no signs of panic. And her rapid progress did not disappoint. Her future was indeed promising. Observing the combat list on the Tianjiao list, a sly smile crept across the face of Lao Sheng, the master of the Shadow Hall, as he considered the several elixirs before him. Meng Wuxia had urged him to wager on her victory, assuring him she would secure the top position, prompting him to await the counting of gold beans. Naturally, she expected some benefits in return, specifically a background investigation on a disciple. Chapter 45. A certain victory in the first battle. Fortune smiled upon Meng Wuxia as she drew a lucky ticket, allowing her to spectate the entire tournament for 3 days, during which she bet on multiple victories, each match a guaranteed win. A rough estimation of her earnings in spirit stones proved to be considerable. If only they could continue fighting for another 3 days. The spirit stones amassed would enable a visit to the Jojo auction house, a place where one could only gaze longingly without sufficient spirit stones to purchase. Meng Wuxia, a fervent shopper, used to indulge in the Jojo auction house and buy bouge whenever she received rewards or spirit stones. Throughout the preliminary rounds, Meng Wuxia not only secured spirit stones and envisioned delightful shopping sprees, but also meticulously recorded information and gossip about each participating disciple. Numerous details warranted her attention. Although all were engaged in combat, many had yet to reveal their ultimate trump cards. Long Ting frequently emerged to observe, critiquing the disciples while expressing his lack of interest in any of them. Among them, a disciple named Yi Yin stood out, being the only outer sect disciple to successfully challenge the Tianjiao list this year. With commendable aptitude, possessing water and sky spiritual roots and a Jiao long bone, his destiny's sword, unyielding, resonated well with his formidable spirit. Upon witnessing Yi Yin confront a disciple from Zhentian Peak, Long Ting noted his determination to fight valiantly despite the odds, enduring fierce assaults repeatedly, rising again and again to meet the challenges with unwavering resolve. However, upon sensing the murderous intent from the opposing side, Meng Wuxia's heart sank. As Yi Yin collapsed under a devastating blow, she swiftly employed Qinci Rao, using spirit threads to ensnare his body and guide him safely down, preventing further injury. Noticing his pallid complexion and uneven breath, she retrieved a bottle of Shaoyang Dan from her storage wristband and administered it to him, examining his meridian pathways for hidden injuries. It would be a grave loss if he were to suffer lasting harm. He was a disciple of considerable potential with a bright future ahead. As the physician carried Yi Yun away, the indomitable warrior managed to lift his head with great difficulty, softly expressing his gratitude. However, Meng Wuxia remained engrossed in the ongoing battle above, oblivious to his faint words of thanks. Following the 3 days of preliminaries, the top 50 spots on the Tianjiao list were largely confirmed, yet the vital positions within the top 20 remained undecided. Meng Wuxia was brimming with confidence for the upcoming 3 days of semifinals, determined to secure her place among the final 3 in the ultimate showdown. She had invested significantly, urging her senior sister Jingran to place all bets on her victory, striving with all her might for the prestigious courtyard of Baixian Yuan and the spirit stones she had wagered. In her first match, Meng Wuxia faced Shi Yong from Wuyu Peak, who wielded a massive Hunyuan sword, its weight and sharpness formidable enough to numb an opponent's arm upon impact. Meng Wuxia planned to employ a strategy of soft, overcoming hard, utilizing Qinci Rao and talismans to counter him. Shi Yong's initial strike forced Meng Wuxia back several steps. Hier den Console emitting Resins Vibrations. Against such a seemingly refined yet ruthlessly aggressive opponent, her Ding Kuan sword radiated formidable sword energy. Meng Wuxiao evaded the Hunyuan sword's lethal edge, engaging in a test of stamina with her agile and elusive body technique. The weight of Shi Yong's sword would drain his energy, Every strike required a significant output of spiritual energy, which could not be sustained indefinitely. As Shi Yong prepared to launch his next attack, Meng Wuxia's Qinsi Rao had been brewing for some time, her hands gathering enough spiritual energy to firmly ensnare his fateful sword. What is this? Can it control my fateful sword? Shi Yong exclaimed in frustration as he found his sword ensnared by layers of spirit threads, exerting all his strength to break free. Though the sword might escape the threads, his body became ensnared, particularly his feet. What is this? Damn it, break free. Shi Yong was no ordinary foe, recognizing Meng Wuxia's delicate threads attempting to hinder his movements. He unleashed his internal spiritual energy to shatter the bindings. Within mere breaths, Meng Wuxia had strategically placed numerous talisman papers around them, each capable of summoning different columns of spiritual fire. Shi Yong, if you can sheathe your Hunyuan sword and leave the Tianjiao platform now, you may walk away unscathed. Otherwise, I assure you I will send you away injured, she declared, her hands forming seals ready to activate the talisman array to ensnare him. Shi Yong, resolute, did not yield, charging at Meng Wuxia with his sword. How stubborn, she thought, exclaiming break, as several columns of fire erupted, each moving incessantly. Though the spiritual flames lacked the searing intensity of real fire, contact would still cause considerable discomfort. This girl had indeed mastered talisman techniques, inheriting her master's renowned talent. Her master was a distinguished talisman master within by Xianmen. The peak masters observing the duel were captivated by Meng Wuxia's performance. Her record of 10 victories had already spread throughout by Xianmen, and these masters had learned from their disciples that Meng Wuxia could wield the formless and gradeless Wuji staff and the Wentian spear, making her a rare talent. As Shi Yong shattered her columns of fire and continued his relentless assault, Meng Wuxia understood he was fighting with reckless abandon. Even the king of hell fears a desperate man. She resolved not to exhaust herself, but to ensnare him within a formation. Leaping into the air, she produced a formation brush, concentrating her mental energy to swiftly and accurately draw the array. When activating the key to the nameless secret realm, Meng Wuxia maintained her focus, ensuring she did not deplete her spiritual energy as she continued to draw the formation. Upon her return, she reflected on her previous experiences with breaking formations and resolving arrays, realizing her skills had significantly improved. The combination of talisman techniques and formations demanded a high level of proficiency from cultivators. Meng Wuxia's current cultivation and her relentless refinement of mental energy tested her resolve and determination to secure victory. Regardless of anything else, for the spirit stones I wagered. I must win this duel, she vowed, imbuing her drawn formations with a fierce intent. When Yong realized he was ensnared within a peculiar formation, he had already shattered all of Meng Wuxia's fire pillars, preparing to send her tumbling down from the Tianjiao platform. However, his frustration mounted as the formation was laden with numerous traps. His spiritual energy had significantly waned from their recent fierce battle, causing his hand, which gripped the sword, to tremble slightly. Yet, he would not concede easily. This was his opportunity to advance, a chance to demonstrate his prowess at Yufeng, and he could not afford to relinquish it. Meanwhile, Meng Wuxia wasted no time, directly employing talismans to afford herself the time to draw the formation. Just as he approached her for a final strike, Meng Wuxia successfully completed her formation. Defeated, Yong found himself trapped, unable to escape, and utterly drained of spiritual energy, leading him to surrender. Thank you, senior brother Yong, for your guidance. Wuxia will remember it, Meng Wuxia said respectfully, bowing to the vanquished opponent without a trace of mockery or arrogance. She acknowledged his unwavering determination to fight back, recognizing that in battle, the outcome remains uncertain until the very last moment. Meng Wuxia feigned attentiveness, but once she descended from the Tianjiao platform, she immediately contacted Sister Jingran via a jade slip, inquiring about her betting situation. Sister Jingran informed her that many were placing their bets on her, and her spiritual stones had doubled. This was the news Meng Wuxia yearned to hear, even more gratifying than a victory. Chapter 46. The blossoms of the Tianjiao competition once the semi-finals concluded. The rankings for the 11th to 20th spots on the Tianjiao list became virtually certain. This year, a plethora of talents emerged, with the new disciples from various peak sects striving fervently, avoiding a scenario where one peak overshadowed all others or where a peak had no representatives. The peak masters of several sects, devoid of the usual disputes and dissatisfaction, watched with glee as their disciples strived to showcase their skills. When the Silent Steward announced that the top 10 competition would officially commence the following day, the peak master of Tianhe Peak stepped forward holding scroll. Meng Wuxia nearly forgot that prior to the top 10 competition of the Tianjiao list, a spiritual pool from one of the main peaks would be selected for the 10 participating disciples to prepare, allowing them to receive a spiritual pearl and a vial of spiritual liquid for a pre-competition breakthrough, thereby adding an element of suspense to the final contest. This year, they were to visit the spiritual pool of Tianhe Peak, which had been reportedly renovated and was now superior to its previous state. Bathing within it promised immense comfort, supplemented by Tianhe Peak's spiritual fruits, which were more abundant than those of Xiangshang Peak. Once we reach Tianhe Peak, I shall treat you all to spiritual fruits. The fruits from their estate are always in high demand, cultivated from the finest spiritual trees, and one must queue in advance to obtain them, Meng Wuxia declared, encouraging Long Ting and Lian Hua to indulge without hesitation, lest they miss this opportunity. Xiao Qing and Xiao Hua, you should also come out to savor these spiritual fruits. They make for delightful snacks. Meng Wuxiao would not forget her companions, and she intended to bring a share for Sister Jingran and Shui Hu, ensuring nothing went to waste. The peak master of Tianhe Peak instructed Meng Wuxia and the other disciples to take note. The entrance to the spiritual pool was depicted within a painting. The time inside was limited, and a spiritual bird would signal when time was up. The female disciples would occupy one area, while the male disciples would be in another, with each individual in a separate zone, ensuring no disturbances. Even if one wished to interfere, the area was fortified with isolation and protective formations set by seasoned elders. Their current powers were insufficient to breach the formations. Spiritual pearls and liquids have been prepared for you all. Engage in your cultivation diligently. Do not disappoint the expectations of your sect. Strive for your own honor and that of your respective peaks. The peak master of Tianhe Peak jested, adding that the spiritual fruits were plentiful, cautioning against squabbling over a single fruit, lest they find themselves deprived of it in the future. With that, the peak master unfurled the scroll, allowing the 10 disciples to enter. Meng Wuxia proceeded in an orderly fashion into the scroll. This was a teleportation array, transporting them from the Tianjiao platform to the spiritual pool of Tianhe Peak, urging them to prepare for the competition. It was well known that Tianhe Peak was unorthodox and relished in enjoyment. Its disciples were a diverse mix, practicing a variety of skills. While their backgrounds varied, they shared a harmony and unity, collaborating on issues, including the renovation of this spiritual pool, which boasted numerous enhancements beneficial for cultivation and exuded a welcoming atmosphere. Upon surveying her designated area, Meng Wuxia found it neither too large nor too small, just sufficient for one. So many spiritual fruits, how delightful. Everyone, hurry out to share, or I might eat them all myself. She urged Xiao Qing to distribute the fruits fairly, reasoning that if Long Ting were to divide them, he would surely indulge excessively. Meng Wuxia examined the spiritual pearl and liquid, confirming their high quality. The steward's hall only provided such provisions to all disciples of Bai Xianmen every quarter, with the outer sect receiving the same treatment, a rare instance of unified distribution between the inner and outer sections. However, Meng Wuxia chose not to partake for herself, but instead bestowed them upon Long Ting, upon realizing he had received everything without any share for others. Long Ting felt elated yet curious as to why he was singularly favored. Your spiritual body has formed. It appears you have made significant progress, finally manifesting a corporeal form. Yet, upon closer inspection, your spiritual body lacks stability. If you encounter an attack now, your cultivation may withstand it, but your spiritual body will not, resulting in vulnerability. Long Ting recognized this shortcoming and contemplated that the facing fruit could aid in stabilizing his spiritual body. However, the spiritual pearl and liquid Meng Wuxiao provided were the ideal, stabilizing agents he currently needed. Foolish yet kind-hearted woman. I shall remember this, he mused. After seizing a handful of spiritual fruits, he returned to the spiritual sea to cultivate alongside Meng Wuxia. Lianhua, possessing her own Qinya Lotus spiritual energy to maintain her spiritual body, found the items less crucial, viewing them as optional. Meng Wuxia commenced circulating her spiritual energy within the pool, examining the transformations within her meridians, aiming to enhance their smoothness. Immersed in the pool, her body finally alleviated the fatigue that had accumulated and the discomfort endured since emerging from the unnamed secret realm. She retrieved several spiritual herbs, previously untouched within her storage bracelet, and upon inspection, Meng Wuxiao was astonished to find they had transformed into premium spiritual herbs. Heavens, these could fetch a considerable price. Her heart raced at the prospect, recognizing this as a lucrative opportunity for acquiring spiritual stones, facilitating her cultivation, and exchanging for other resources, hastening her ascendance to the golden core stage, thereby elevating her status and granting access to higher secrets of Baixianmen. Meng Wuxia shared several other types of spiritual herbs with Shaoqing and Xiaohua for their absorption, confident in the protective array surrounding them, ensuring they could cultivate without concern of external disturbance. I've always said, with me, there's food, drink, and battles. We must all progress together. I cannot be the only one striving. We shall all strive to ascend, and in the celestial realm, we will have each other, preventing solitude. Having consumed an abundance of spiritual fruits, Xiaohua appeared round and plump, while Shaoqing, receiving the high-quality spiritual herbs Meng Wuxiao provided, focused intently on his cultivation. In his heart, he had already viewed Meng Wuxia as a master to protect, vowing never to abandon her. After a night of adjustment in the spiritual pool, each of the 10 disciples experienced varying breakthroughs. However, in comparison, it seemed Meng Wuxia's cultivation did not visibly advance. Nonetheless, her vigor was palpable, her gaze increasingly radiant, and her crimson attire accentuated her clarity. Her cultivation has become more solid, with spiritual energy constantly circulating around her body. The flow of her meridians is distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals. If she can successfully overcome the trials and tribulations associated with reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, entering the golden core stage will not be overly challenging. Should she succeed, she would become the youngest female golden core cultivator in the history of Baixianmen, a truly commendable achievement. Upon contemplating Meng Wuxia's remarkable talent for cultivation, the peak master of Wu Yu Feng grew increasingly appreciative of Shi Wentao's foresight. If Meng Wuxiao were to truly join Wu Yu Feng, it would bring immense benefits to the sect, potentially unlocking long-hidden secret techniques that had remained untouched for years. Meng Wuxiao awaited the announcement of the combat sequence and participant list, reflecting on the intense battle for the top position on the Tianjiao list, which had lasted an entire day and night without a clear victor. Had her opponent not suddenly aggravated an old injury, she would have faced a grueling struggle. This time, she had prepared extensively, bringing along all necessary items, talismans, formations, and the 12 spirit puppets. Meng Wuxia was determined to claim the top position on the Tianjiao list, viewing it as an essential stepping stone on her path to immortality. As she looked at the list of opponents she was to face, she raised her head proudly, ready to engage in battle. In Chapter 47, acting ruthlessly, avoiding future troubles, Meng Wuxia gazed at the smirking Zhan Tianfeng disciple, Qige, with disdain. She held no fondness for him. Qige was a well-known underdog disciple of Zhan Tianfeng in recent years, merely a named disciple of an elder. Yet he had experienced an unexpected stroke of fortune, rapidly advancing in all aspects. He had surpassed numerous direct disciples, becoming a junior formation master with considerable strength. He had also shone brightly on the Tianjiao platform, bringing great honor to Zhan Tianfeng, much to the delight of its peak master. During the battle between her senior sister and Shi Yong, Qige demonstrated a profound mastery of formations, exhibiting precise arrangement and impeccable timing. Curious, Qige began to speak, expecting Meng Wuxia to continue his thought. However, Meng Wuxiao promptly summoned her sword, Ding Kuan, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, launched into combat. Internally, Meng Wuxiao scoffed at Qi Ji's apparent attempt to feign mystery and sophistication. Little did he know, she was the true master of pretense. With a fierce momentum, Meng Wuxiao directed her sword toward his face, exuding an intent to seriously injure him. Her sword energy was potent, and her strikes came in rapid succession without any intent to gauge their strengths first. In response to her aggressive onslaught, Qi Gu chose to retreat strategically, occasionally launching counterattacks that lacked the finesse of Meng Wuxiao's technique. After exchanging dozens of blows, Meng Wuxiao had successfully suppressed his sword, forcing him to continuously retreat. Just as Meng Wuxiao prepared to deliver a decisive blow to his sword, Qi Gu suddenly unleashed a mist talisman, enveloping them both in a shroud of fog. Recognizing his strategy, Meng Wuxiao was somewhat grateful for Qi Ji's use of talismans. After her eyes were cleansed in the spiritual spring of the Wuming's secret realm, she could see further than ordinary people, allowing her to perceive movements obscured by obstacles. Soon within the mist, Meng Wuxiao discerned Qi Ji's actions as he utilized the cover to draw formations against her. Without hesitation, she retrieved her formation drawing brush to counter his tactics. She thought to herself that if he wished to play tricks, she would show him her true abilities. As the mist dispersed, she would see who would prevail. As she concentrated on drawing formations, she did not forget to prepare a thunderbolt talisman. This talisman, crafted from heavenly lightning, would not only fail to kill her opponent, but would also leave him charred. When Meng Wuxiao successfully completed her formation, the mist cleared to reveal that Qi Gu was now surrounded by her intricate formations, which he would have to navigate to launch an attack. Meng Wuxiao was not an easy opponent to deal with. Each formation was tailored to counter Qi Ji's defenses, imbued with the formidable aura of its creator. As Qi Gu activated all his protective formations and attempted to retaliate against Meng Wuxiao with talismans, she unleashed her thunderbolt talisman. The sky erupted with thunder, sending bolts of lightning directly toward Qi Gu, forcing him to concentrate his protective formations to shield against the onslaught. However, Qi Gu remained composed, stabilizing his mind and reorganizing his formations to counterattack. Would Meng Wuxiao allow him such an opportunity? Without hesitation, she scattered explosive talismans, each crafted from high-quality talisman paper, their detonations shaking the very ground. The peak master of Jin Tianfeng could not help but rise from his seat, anxious to see if Qi Gu would be sent flying. Meng Wuxiao observed with satisfaction as Qi Gu managed to withstand the onslaught, still standing defiantly with his sword drawn. He had survived the thunder and endured the explosive talismans. He was indeed a brave warrior. Regardless of his current thoughts, Meng Wuxiao charged forward, targeting Qi Ji's weaknesses. Her Yun Shui sword technique had reached great mastery. Her sword intent was profound, and her strikes were swift. Within mere breaths, she had completely sealed Qi Ji's sword, rendering him unable to retaliate. You truly strike with ruthless precision, leaving no openings for your opponent, he remarked as he retreated, maintaining his distance. From her storage ring, she produced several pre-drawn formation talismans. As they spread out, she quickly used her brush to activate them, conjuring formidable formations designed to take lives. The Fiery Blaze Formation, the Cold Wind Formation, the Torrential Rain Formation, and the Frostfall Formation. Each formation possessed highly specialized attributes, and within them were various smaller formations. The four major formations would alternate, and breaking through them would drain the energy of anyone attempting to do so. It appeared that Qi Gu intended to exhaust her spiritual energy before launching his counterattack, believing that then he could defeat her with a single blow. Meng Wuxiao, seeing Qi Gu's infuriating smile, responded with a dismissive eye roll. His strategy was astute, but he underestimated her. She was not someone to be easily manipulated. Thinking that his drawing talismans were a trump card that would allow him to crush his opponents, he failed to recognize who he was up against. Today, she would provide him with a lesson on what true strength looked like. Meng Wuxiao stowed Ding Kuan and brandished her formation brush, standing tall and unwavering as she began to dismantle his formations. She did not tackle one formation after another. Rather, she inscribed the symbols for breaking formations onto each formation, harnessing the power of the heavens to aid her efforts. The brush danced in her hand like a soaring dragon, her figure resolute and agile, devoid of fear. Her spiritual energy flowed freely, showing no signs of depletion. Amidst the gasps of onlookers, the four major formations trembled and then shattered, vanishing into nothingness. Meng Wuxia, holding her brush, regarded Qi Gu with cold eyes as the backlash of the formations hit him. In Qi Ji's gaze, astonishment mingled with reluctance as he collapsed. Unable to rise again, his spiritual energy dissipated, rendering him powerless. The power of the formation talismans was indeed remarkable, capable of incorporating prearranged major formations. Their formidable force resulted in significant backlash, and without the immediate application of spiritual energy and mental focus to draw formations, the backlash from a broken formation would be minimal. However, once the formations were shattered, the unleashed power would deliver a direct and devastating counterstrike against the formation master. Your ability to utilize formation symbols to summon the prepared grand formation is indeed surprising. However, you seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. Should your opponent's mastery of formation surpass your own, you may find yourself on the receiving end of a counterattack or even suffer a backlash. If you are unprepared for such eventualities, I would advise caution in your approach. Meng Wuxia has triumphed over Qi Gu, inflicting considerable injury upon him. Following her strategy, she intended to defeat him decisively. But while attempting to dismantle the formation, she discovered that each of these formations harbored malicious traps. Should Meng Wuxiao exhibit even a moment's carelessness and fall prey to these traps, not only would she face failure, but her life could also be at stake, thus rendering her unable to continue in the Tianjiao Grand competition. Observing Qi Gu being assisted away by the physician, she harbored no affection for him. This individual concealed numerous deadly tactics. Her failure to retaliate forcefully would result in her being carried away, never to rise again. As Meng Wuxia scrutinized the ongoing competition, she recognized that each disciple ascending the Tianjiao platform harbored profound intentions, their strikes increasingly ruthless, awakening her to the reality of the situation. Those capable of securing the top position are invariably fierce individuals. To occupy such a rank, one must possess not only the will, but also genuine strength. Without that ferocity, it is not only the position that remains insecure, but future troubles abound. As the final three combatants for the Tianjiao Grand competition were confirmed, Meng Wuxia found herself calculating her newfound wealth. She was undeniably a small fortune in her own right, ready to indulge in a lavish shopping spree at the Jiuzhou auction. The adage, better to be wealthy than ill, rang true, for her surroundings were now brimming with spirit stones, their allure rendering even her two competitors less nerve-wracked. When the silent steward announced that the final day of the Tianjiao Grand competition would take place at the Yuxing Plaza of the Baixian sect, the trio, vying for the top position, exchanged puzzled glances. The Yuxing Plaza, a venue for various celebrations within the Baixian sect, stands as its most prestigious location, meticulously maintained throughout the year. Traditionally, the competitions have been held on the Tianjiao platform, making this change of venue unprecedented. The sect leader proclaimed that the top three victors of this competition would represent the Baixian sect in the Jiuzhou Tianjiao selection, with the champion destined to venture into the Jiuzhou secret realm to bring glory to the sect. Meng Wuxiao found the sect leader's intentions intriguing. Was it merely a facade to present to the Elder Council? Would not the Jiuzhou secret realm's trials select elders for various sects? Why, then, were disciples chosen this year? The Jiuzhou secret realm is the sole ancient relic share between Cangzhou and other continents, filled with remnants of long-fallen sects and numerous hidden treasures, diverse and beyond description. Such a valuable site cannot be monopolized by a single continent. Thus, the elders of the Jiuzhou continent agreed to open the realm to cultivators from various sects, allowing them to seek treasures without interference. This event occurs biennially, with 5 representatives from each faction permitted entry. However, while entry is relatively easy, exiting poses significant challenges, relying on both luck and skill. Meng Wuxia's own master had entered once, returning to the Baixian sect after a year of recuperation. Historically, Only elders or family heads have been sent, never disciples, as the realm is fraught with peril. Without strength, one is merely walking to their demise. Talent is the most precious treasure, and no faction can afford to lose it. Meng Wuxia's confusion and inquiries remained unanswered as her two competitors withdrew from the Tianjiao platform to rest and prepare for the impending final battle. Their resting quarters were individual courtyards within the Baixian Academy, and upon the commencement of battle, spirit birds would arrive to summon them. The proximity to Yuxing Plaza allowed for swift travel via sword flight. Stretching languidly, Meng Wuxia endeavored to relax. Although her participation in the competition had been limited, her fame had surged, and her spirit stones had multiplied. The old sage who facilitated her was undoubtedly profiting handsomely, having shared valuable information with her. This included a comprehensive list of current Elder Council members and the backgrounds of various elders within the Baixian Academy. Much of this information was publicly accessible, known to most disciples, yet she sought additional details without arousing the sage's suspicions. Her focus was on one elder, Yan Buyu, an outsider who had once conspired with her master to exploit her remaining cultivation after her unsuccessful ascension. Had it not been for his subsequent misfortune, her fate could have been dire. This incident remained etched in her memory, but now as a disciple with limited strength, she could not confront him. Presently, he served as an elder at the Baixian Academy, responsible for instructing the Tianjiao on certain subjects. It seemed prudent to devise a strategy to thwart his advancement before he could further entrench himself. In her contemplation, she resolved to act decisively, eliminating troublesome individuals as swiftly as possible. After a brief respite, Meng Wuxia began to survey her surroundings, noting that her competitors were diligently cultivating to achieve their optimal states. However, she conceived another plan. She yearned to visit the library within the Baixian Academy. The library housed numerous legendary tales and biographies of formidable predecessors, which piqued her interest. Typically, entry to the library is restricted to those not on the Tianjiao list, and during her previous tenure, she had focused primarily on cultivation, seldom indulging in reading for pleasure. Yet, this was an opportune moment, as ample time remained before the final battle commenced. Resolute in her intent, she departed her courtyard and navigated her way to the library with ease. Nonetheless, Meng Wuxia remained discreet and cautious. As a mere participant in the Tianjiao Grand Competition, she lacked the sex attire and identification token, making encounters with others potentially problematic. After meandering through various paths, she successfully entered the library. True to form, it appeared unchanged. She could only observe from the outside, as restrictions barred her entry. The texts were scattered across different shelves, and after selecting several volumes, she settled into a secluded corner to read. Meng Wuxia chastised herself for her lack of focus. This was the final battle, and rather than enhancing her cultivation, she was indulging in idle reading. Should word of this circulate, others would surely question her judgment. As she delved into the legendary tales of ancestors who had successfully ascended, she found their extraordinary feats both exaggerated and amusing. The more she read, the more she chuckled, becoming engrossed in the narratives. Such an interesting young lady. Finding delight in the stories of these ancient beings, a clear voice remarked, yet Meng Wuxia could not discern the source. Could it be a legendary secret transmission, allowing only speech without visibility? Please shift aside. In the bottommost compartment lies a chronicle of Qin Ying's legendary exploits. Perhaps you could delve into it, for it may prove beneficial to you. This voice prompted Meng Wuxia to look downward, and indeed, there was a compartment, somewhat concealed from view, containing ancient tomes that had evidently not been perused for ages. After some searching, she discovered a slender volume. Meng Wuxia dusted off its cover and began to read. Qin Ying, the last patriarch of the Qin family from the Baixian men, valiantly led his clan in a desperate battle against calamities and tribulations that beset the Baixian men. He sacrificed his clan's existence to safeguard numerous disciples, ensuring the survival and resurgence of the Baixian men. As Meng Wuxia absorbed this account, her smile faded, replaced by profound respect for this long-forgotten predecessor, prompting her to scrutinize the details of his life. The secret technique that this predecessor practiced was akin to her own, with the addition of two characters. The Yun Shui Jin Shan Ju had transformed into the Yun Shui Jin Shan One Tian Ju, with the added words signifying to inquire of the heavens. This indicated a means to glimpse the secrets of the cosmos and aspire to ascend the path of immortality. It became evident that this lost Wen Tianju was once practiced by Qin Ning, the last practitioner before the demise of the Bai Xian man. According to the records, had Qin Ning not met an untimely end, he would have undoubtedly ascended to the celestial realm. Meng Wuxia felt that her presence here to peruse this tome was serendipitous, as she had stumbled upon a long-lost Wen Tianju. Was it not infuriating? Chapter 49. Whom will you bet on? After thoroughly studying the biography of Qin Ning, Meng Wuxia noted the numerous obscure elements that were left unarticulated, with many sections merely glossed over, leaving behind vague notations. Had it not been for the protective enchantments within the Bai Xian Yuan's library, preventing her from removing the books, she would have eagerly borrowed this volume to delve deeper into the succinct passages. Upon returning to her courtyard, she was reminded by a spiritual bird, frantically searching for her, that the preliminary rounds of the Tianjiao Grand Competition were about to commence. Upon her appearance, the bird chirped joyfully. Realizing the time, Meng Wuxia hastily summoned her sword to soar toward the Yusheng Plaza. She indeed arrived late. The other two participants were already present. Meng Wuxia quickly apologized for her tardiness. The sect leader waved his hand, indicating that the timing was fortuitous and that the battles would commence immediately. After declaring the start, the three exchanged formal bows, officially initiating the contest for the top position. The trio was to draw lots, with 3 jade tokens. The individual who drew the white jade token would receive a bye in the first round, awaiting the victor of the other two to contend for the top spot. While this appeared to involve an element of chance, in the pursuit of immortality and divine knowledge, fate also played a significant role alongside one's efforts and talents. Factors beyond one's control. Meng Wuxia selected a jade token, revealing it before the sect leader and numerous fellow disciples. Could it be? Her fortune was indeed extraordinary. She had evaded the initial rounds with her first draw, and now she had drawn the white jade token for the final rounds. Such luck was unprecedented. After handing the white jade token to Elder Wuya, she stepped aside to observe the match. What if I am fortunate? I possess this remarkable luck. What do you do to me? Come forth and face me. I shall show you what I am capable of. Though Meng Wuxia's heart brimmed with pride, her visage remained composed, exuding an air of stability and decorum. The two competitors were Shi Feng from Huangquan Peak and Sheng Haidang from Tianjin Peak. As Meng Wuxia regarded Sheng Haitang, she recalled Sheng Zongbao. Surely he would be present. This marked the first time a member of the Sheng family had entered the top 3 of the Tianjiao rankings once more. A testament to the extraordinary prowess and courage of the current head of the Sheng family. Entrusting the family to such a capable individual was indeed a testament to discernment. Meng Wuxia scanned the vicinity, but failed to sense Sheng Zongbao's presence. It struck her as odd that he would miss such a significant event. The first time that the Bai Xian men had convened the top 3 matches at Yusheng Plaza, a departure from the traditional Tianjiao platform, allowing all Bai Xian men members to witness the spectacle. Returning her focus to the duel, from Meng Wuxia's perspective, both competitors were formidable, each possessing unique strengths. To discern a victor, it would depend on who could outlast the other, as the intensity of the battle would escalate. Were she in Sheng Haitang's position, she would unleash her most lethal techniques without hesitation, fully aware that both parties were evenly matched. At this juncture, one must be ruthless and leave no room for mercy. However, Shi Feng from Huangquan Peak was the first to gain insight, realizing that prolonging the melee was futile. He sheathed his sword and performed hand seals, invoking a puppet talisman. While disciples of Huangquan Peak typically trained in puppet arts, only a select few could master and inscribe unique spiritual puppets. The majority were limited to the fundamentals of this art. Yet, Meng Wuxia observed that Shi Feng's puppet talisman wielded considerable power, as the puppet was imbued with additional talismanic energy, far exceeding the novice level. He was evidently utilizing a novel puppet talisman, distinct from others, showcasing his refined mastery of the puppet arts. Sheng Haitang was no slouch either. Wielding the Qingyang sword, she engaged her opponent fiercely, each strike firm and unyielding, reflecting her complete comprehension of sword intent. As Shifeng's puppet confronted Sheng Haitang's Qingyang sword, the outcome hung in suspense. The clash erupted with a thunderous sound, shattering the air. To thwart Shifeng's continued use of the puppet talisman, Sheng Haitang unleashed a high-grade explosive talisman, obliterating his puppet and leaving him defenseless. It was about time. When facing an adversary, one must act decisively. Who cares who you are? When the moment calls for action, one must act without hesitation. Self-preservation is paramount. Meng Wuxiao applauded Sheng Haitang, recognizing this strike as an opportune moment. As she intently watched the ensuing battle, she noticed Long Ting flitting about, leisurely examining the surroundings. How brazen! What business does a spirit have wandering aimlessly? If discovered, it would not only be disastrous for him, but also for her. Meng Wuxia urged him to remain still, threatening to incapacitate him if he persisted. Foolish woman, do you think I am merely out for a stroll? I have made a new discovery. There are numerous puppets controlled by talismans in the vicinity. Does Bai Xianmen possess a grand talisman master? Their ability to control so many simultaneously is astonishing. Long Ting's revelation startled Meng Wuxia. A grand talisman master? Puppet-controlled individuals? If that were the case, it would spell trouble. Puppet-controlled individuals are those whose actions are manipulated by talisman paper, rendering them obedient to the controller. As long as the talisman remains intact, the controlled individual will follow commands without question, a situation ripe for chaos. Meng Wuxia had previously read about such occurrences in the records of Bai Xianmen, where a master talisman user had incited unrest among disciples of lesser cultivation, only to be quelled by a more powerful talisman master, preventing disaster from unfolding. Meng Wuxia intended to investigate further, but the outcome of the match was already determined. Sheng Haitang had narrowly triumphed over Shifeng. Next, it would be her turn to face Sheng Haitang for the top position. Upon receiving the signal to commence her duel, Meng Wuxia drew her Ding Kuan sword and leapt forward. Who could have anticipated witnessing a clash between the Ding Kuan sword and the Qingyang sword today? Which of these unparalleled divine swords would emerge victorious? We are fortunate to bear witness to this spectacle. The peak master of Yao Sheng Peak nodded approvingly at the sight of Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haitang, brimming with anticipation for this battle, rather than rushing into combat. Meng Wuxiao inquired whether Sheng Haitang had placed any bets at Tianhe Peak and whom she had wagered on to win. Sheng Haitang proudly lifted her chin, unreserved and straightforward, declaring that she had bet on herself to win. Meng Wuxiao nodded in agreement, admitting she too had wagered on her own victory, although she had also placed a bet on Sheng Haitang's triumph, simply not on her being the top contender. Meng Wuxiao intentionally engaged in light conversation with Sheng Haitang, not as a mere prelude to their duel, but with the sincere hope of aiding her recovery. The recent battle had drained a significant amount of Sheng Haitang's spiritual energy, and even with the aid of medicinal pills to recuperate, it would take some time for her to regain her full strength. Meng Wuxiao's actions earned her silent admiration from the onlookers. Although it was a fierce contest for the top position, the principle of fair play was well understood by all. Since both had placed their bets on their own victories, let them engage in a grand battle. Meng Wuxiao raised her Ding Kuan sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy. After a flurry of sword flowers, she executed the Yin Shui sword technique with a fluid grace, launching fierce attacks against her opponent. Sheng Haitang steadied her resolve, drawing her Qingyang sword, and faced her adversary with unwavering determination, showing no signs of retreat as she unleashed a barrage of sword strikes. Their clash was a riveting spectacle, surpassing the intensity of their earlier encounter, capturing the attention of all present. No one could discern who held the upper hand, and discussions began regarding who would ultimately claim the coveted top position. Chapter 50, Phoenix Flames, igniting the ascension platform from a young age. Sheng Haitang had diligently cultivated her skills, emerging as an unparalleled prodigy of the Sheng family. As the legitimate daughter of the clan leader and a renowned disciple at Qianjin Peak, she had never faltered in her training or experienced any retreat. Yet today, On the ascension platform, she found herself forced to concede twice to Meng Wuxia, leading her to question whether she had been negligent in her practice over the past few days. The frustration was overwhelming. Throughout her life, aside from the illegitimate child, the precious gem known as Shengzongbao, she had never felt such vexation. Meng Wuxia took great delight in witnessing the beauty's irritation. After their swordplay, she skillfully employed her expertise in formation techniques to ensnare Sheng Haitang, nearly compelling her to abandon her sword. Furthermore, she utilized the chintzy ropes to control the puppets within her talismans, preventing the explosive talismans from shattering them, surrounding Sheng Haitang with a relentless display of claws and fangs, refusing her any respite. The clan leader of the Sheng family was indeed fortunate to have such a daughter, one who could potentially rise to the pinnacle of prodigious talent. Observing the possibility of a new champion emerging from the Sheng family, some began to engage in conversation with the clan leader, their motives cloaked in subtlety and innuendo. The clan leader gazed upon his indomitable daughter, filled with pride, yet also a sense of resignation. If only Haitang were a son, the clan leadership could be passed down to her without external contention, sparing them the uncertainty of the aimless Shengzongbao becoming the heir apparent. As the clan leader stroked the obsidian ring on his finger, he began to contemplate other matters. Meng Wuxia found herself increasingly impressed with Sheng Haitang. Even at this juncture, she was capable of mounting a counterattack. Beyond her exquisite swordsmanship, her talismanic skills and mental fortitude were commendable, marking her as a worthy contender for the top position. Meng Wuxia's spiritual energy was replenished by the power of the Lianhua within the Linghai, allowing her to utilize formations and puppets without concern. Noticing Sheng Haitang's continued resistance, Meng Wuxia resolved to deploy her spiritual puppets, although she intended to limit their number to three. Three exquisitely crafted puppets, each exhibiting near-perfect spiritual energy flow, materialized around Sheng Haitang. The sight of Meng Wuxia commanding spiritual puppets was indeed surprising. The agility and responsiveness of these puppets indicated they could synchronize seamlessly with her. Meng Wuxia focused intently, using the chintzy ropes to direct the three puppets in a relentless assault against Sheng Haitang, capable of both offensive maneuvers and defensive threats. This was Meng Wuxia's urgent aim, to create usable spiritual puppets, as one could never have too many means of self-preservation. The puppets moved with supernatural speed, akin to phantoms, while Sheng Haitang countered with her talismanic skills. The nimble bodies of the puppets evaded her strikes, and Meng Wuxia, employing an unknown technique, showcased an extraordinary synergy with her puppets. It seemed that the top position on this year's prodigy list would ascend to the upper peaks, as Meng Wuxia's exceptional talent marked her as a promising figure for the future of Baixian men. Elder Wuyo observed Meng Wuxia's performance in the duel with satisfaction. As Sheng Haitang became entangled by the three puppets, Meng Wuxia seized the opportunity to wrest the Qingyang sword from her grasp, solidifying her claim to the top position. Your Qingyang sword is no match for my Dinkuan. When we next duel, I shall bet on your victory. Do not let me down, for I have a fondness for collecting spiritual stones. Meng Wuxia teased as she handed the defeated Sheng Haitang her prize sword. Sheng Haitang received her cherished weapon with a cold huff, tossing her long hair defiantly, declaring that she would not allow herself to be bested by Meng Wuxia again. Meng Wuxia reassured her, "Fear not. Do not be disheartened. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. You shall grow accustomed to losing to me." She chuckled. Elder Wuyo presented a jade token of identity to Meng Wuxia, congratulating her on becoming the top contender of this session. This token signifies your position. Guard it well, for if lost or damaged, it shall not be replaced. As Meng Wuxia gazed at the jade token inscribed with her name, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. After all these years, the design remained unchanged, a vibrant display of blooming flowers, with the peony reigning supreme. She mused that perhaps a more contemporary design featuring a phoenix or golden dragon would be equally splendid. Just as the sect leader was about to deliver a speech, a commotion arose among the disciples at the Ascension Square, many of whom began to move forward, brandishing their swords. It was customary for no one to wield weapons here. not even guests, who would respectfully sheath their swords when entering by Xian men. Yet these disciples, undeterred by the admonitions of the silent attendants, disregarded the strict rules of the sect and surged forward. Meng Wuxiao watched in astonishment as their gazes fixated on her atop the platform, as well as the exalted position of the sect leader. She discerned that Long Ting had been correct. A grand talisman master had manipulated these disciples, turning them into talismanic pawns to create chaos. How lamentable it was that just as she was crowned champion, they chose to disrupt her moment of glory. Rather than summoning her Dingquan sword, Meng Wuxia opted to wield the Wentian spear, eager to test the extent of her marksmanship and whether she could vanquish 100 foes with a single strike. Foolish girl. The talisman paper on these individuals is no ordinary paper. It has been crafted through arcane methods into bizarre talismans that cannot be breached without substantial spiritual power. If not dismantled in time, these controlled talismanic beings will continue their assault until they are utterly exhausted, she chided herself. Meng Wuxia harbored a strong aversion to the sinister schemes lurking behind this situation, feeling a deep disdain for those who resorted to underhanded tactics when they could not prevail openly. Upon observing the disciples under talismanic control, she noted that most were outer disciples, with only a few from the inner circle and none of them exceptionally skilled. The peak leaders and elders above, witnessing the multitude of disciples ensnared by talismanic control, erupted in fury. The silent attendants initiated a protective formation, instructing some disciples to retreat while the elders deliberated on how to resolve the dilemma and whether the talismanic bindings could be undone. The peak leader of Zhen Tian took the initiative, discovering with astonishment that Meng Wuxia had already plunged into the throng of talisman-controlled disciples, armed with a formation brush in an attempt to decipher and dismantle the talismans. He shouted for her to refrain from acting recklessly and to withdraw, cautioning that the talismans laid by a grand talisman master were beyond the capabilities of a mere novice like her to dismantle. Meng Wuxiao endeavored to unravel and comprehend the complexities of the talisman, discovering its intricacies were indeed exquisite and malevolent. Only a grand talisman master or someone of master-level proficiency could hope to break such bindings. It is not that the situation cannot be resolved, but rather that there are no individuals capable of doing so. The intricate runes of the Grand Rune Master are exceedingly complex, containing numerous hidden symbols. Without a mastery of runes surpassing that of one's opponent, one can only rely on external forces to dismantle them. Longting urged Meng Wuxia to observe her fellow disciples, who had been unwittingly exploited as they began to lash out at each other like madmen. Those under attack could only retaliate, and if they failed to dispel the runes affixed to their bodies, they would likely perish here. To quell the chaos and safeguard the remaining disciples, the sect leader instructed the peak masters to lead their disciples away from this place, while the elders united to eliminate the rune practitioners. Meng Wuxiao watched as the once serene plaza transformed into a battleground, her blood surging with fury. A boundless stream of pure spiritual energy emanated from her spiritual sea, and a shadow of a phoenix manifested around her. As a descendant of the phoenix, she harbored a hidden trace of phoenix blood within her, which typically lay dormant, but would awaken in moments of life and death. Who dared to disrupt her presence and throw the Baisian sect into disarray? How could she pursue her path to immortality if the sect were destroyed? She was destined for ascension. Anyone who obstructed her journey would face her wrath. With this resolve, Meng Wuxia's phoenix bloodline erupted forth, enveloping the rune practitioners in her phoenix flames. Upon contact with her flames, the runes on these individuals began to dissipate, and many gradually regained their senses, frantically questioning the origin of the phoenix flames that engulfed the Yushang platform. To her astonishment, Meng Wuxia discovered that her inadvertently summoned phoenix flames could unravel the intricate runes set by the Grand Rune Master, filling her with both surprise and delight, and deepening her admiration for her own abilities. Enough, Meng Wuxia, the sect leader cautioned. Refrain from further conjuring your phoenix flames, or the Yushang Plaza of the Baisian sect will be lost. Upon hearing the sect leader's warning, Meng Wuxia felt a chill run through her. This leader was pragmatic. If she burned it down, Would she be forced to compensate with spiritual stones? With this thought, she quickly subdued her flames and awaited the sect leader's further instructions. Chapter 51. A call for disciples from the upper peak. The chaos was quelled by Meng Wuxia's phoenix flames, inciting rare fury from the sect leader, who ordered the Shadow Hall to exert all efforts to investigate the matter, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of the perpetrator who dared to disrupt the Baisian sect. If indeed a Grand Rune Master had tested the sect's strength, the Baisian sect must remain vigilant and prepared. The tales of cultivation sects being disrupted and annihilated were not mere stories, but grim realities with blood-stained lessons. Meng Wuxia observed the sect leader's grave expression, thinking to herself that she did not care who was responsible, as long as it did not hinder her cultivation. If it did, she would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. After awakening her phoenix bloodline, the sect leader gifted her a bloodline elixir to facilitate her integration with this newfound power, which would aid her future cultivation. Meng Wuxia nearly embraced the sect leader in gratitude. Her generosity was precisely what she needed. Due to the sect leader's need to address the incident involving the rune practitioners, the ceremony for the top talents entering the Baisian Academy was postponed for 7 days. Everyone returned to their respective main peaks, awaiting the enrollment ceremony. Meng Wuxia felt little curiosity about the event. It merely involved receiving clothing and identity tokens. The sect leader would present gifts to everyone based on their ranking on the talent list, followed by introductions, after which they would head to their respective courtyards to commence their rigorous and competitive training lives at the Baisian Academy. Aside from her interest in the sect leader's gifts, Meng Wuxia was eager to reach the top courtyard of the Baisian Academy, which was comparable to the Elder's Quarters, not only due to its scenic views, but also because it housed training rooms and spiritual pools, immensely beneficial for her cultivation. After consuming the bloodline elixir, Meng Wuxia began to focus on stabilizing her bloodline power, merging the fiery phoenix with her surrounding spiritual energy and connecting it to her spiritual sea, allowing the fiery phoenix to coexist with her and serve as both a tool and a protector in her cultivation. The fiery phoenix was undeniably formidable, akin to walking through flames on a volcano, nearly overpowering her. Fortunately, the pure spiritual energy of the lotus flower enabled her to contend with it, bringing it under her control. After 3 days of rigorous training with the fiery phoenix at the upper peak, she finally subdued it, transforming it into a significant asset. In future confrontations, the emergence of the phoenix flames would serve as a lethal weapon, capable of instilling fear in her adversaries. After changing into a new outfit and resting briefly in the spiritual pool, Meng Wuxia began to organize her belongings for her journey to the Baisian Academy. She had little to arrange, having previously collected everything from the upper peak that would aid her cultivation. Some items were stored in her storage bracelet, while others were placed in a secret location known only to her, and a small portion was entrusted to an old friend at the Baobao Pavilion, a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. A person without foresight is bound to face immediate troubles. Even a rabbit knows to create multiple nests for safety. Her current strength and cultivation had yet to reach the golden core stage, necessitating careful vigilance. If not, she could easily become someone else's stepping stone before achieving immortality. Meng Wuxia was determined to ascend to immortality, to be placed among the celestial ranks, refusing to become a Meng Po or anyone's ladder. She was resolute in her quest for immortality. After a period of quiet contemplation, Meng Wuxia headed to the Steward Hall, where she issued an announcement regarding the Upper Peak's public recruitment. Recruitment announcement, as Meng Wuxia prepares to embark on her focused studies at the Baisian Academy. She wishes to express her gratitude to the fellow disciples of the Baisian sect. Therefore, she hereby initiates a recruitment process. Those who pledge to care for every blade of grass and every brick of the Upper Peak, ensuring that nothing is destroyed or damaged, are welcome to enter freely from this day forth. If any fellow disciple is interested in taking on the role of caretaker, Meng Wuxia is willing to open her private treasury and offer rewards. Interested individuals are encouraged to come forth promptly. This announcement piqued the curiosity of many, as the Upper Peak was one of the main peaks and possessed enticing resources. However, It had remained largely unoccupied and closed off by Meng Wuxia for an extended period, leading to speculation about her true intentions. A sign was also erected at the entrance of the upper peak, proclaiming that entry was free of charge, inviting all to embark on the path of immortality together. This initiative attracted numerous disciples as the secret realm and training grounds of the upper peak, along with its spiritual fruits, materials, and springs, were now freely accessible to the disciples of the Baisian sect, provided they did not cause destruction. After 3 days of free access, some beneficiaries approached to inquire about the management role. They were to assist in maintaining the upper peak and ensuring that no disturbances occurred. In return, the resources allocated to the upper peak would be evenly distributed among the caretakers, and items from the private treasury could be claimed by those in need. If someone felt uncomfortable accepting such generosity, they could assist with a task at the upper peak, such as organizing supplies or distributing items. Any contribution would suffice. Meng Wuxiao's explanation was straightforward and unembellished. A few disciples who were overlooked at their main peak and had limited access to resources were intrigued. After witnessing Meng Wuxiao's private treasury, they decided to give it a try. Meng Wuxiao allowed them the freedom to make their own decisions. As her word was always her bond, there was no need for jest. As Meng Wuxiao prepared to leave the upper peak, she was unexpectedly approached by Shengzong Bao, who had heard about her recruitment and wished to see if he could be trusted to assume the role of caretaker. He requested only a few spiritual talismans in return. Seeing his keen interest, Meng Wuxia encouraged him to invite more friends, assuring him that as long as they did not cause destruction or engage in deceit. The upper peak was open for all disciples of the Baisian sect, regardless of their inner or outer sect status. Meng Wuxia, after bidding farewell to him, waved her hand and departed, wishing him a joyful time. Just as she exited the entrance towards Xiang Shangfen, someone who seemed to have waited for her for a long time caught up and called out loudly, "Wuxia Shiji." Upon seeing him, Meng Wuxiao recognized it was the outer sect disciple Yi Yun. After a period of recuperation at Yaoxing Peak, he had fully recovered. His relentless efforts had earned him a place on the Tianjiao list, making him the only outer sect disciple to achieve this honor. The classification of the Tianjiao list is meticulously structured. During the first year of being listed, competitions are held every 3 months. As long as one possesses strength and ambition, victories in these competitions can lead to ascension on the list or cause rivals to drop off, thus making the competition among these prodigies both realistic and ruthless. For an outer sect disciple like Yi Yun, gaining entry onto the Tianjiao list is an unparalleled honor. However, the true challenge lies in the rigorous study and cultivation at Baisian Academy, which becomes increasingly demanding. It remains uncertain whether he can endure the first year of studies, as the first competition in 3 months poses a daunting challenge. Have your injuries healed? Do not be careless. Be cautious of potential complications, Meng Wuxia genuinely reminded him. His cultivation was not particularly high, appearing to be at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage. If his cultivation is unstable, he may find it difficult to remain at Baisian Academy for long. Shiji, rest assured, I am on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. I encountered an elder skilled in healing internal injuries at Yaoxing Peak, who used a Jingmai pill to help me stabilize my meridians. I am fine now, and I appreciate your timely assistance that day. If it weren't for you giving me the pill, I might still be recuperating. Yi Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. In response to Yi Yun's sincere appreciation, Meng Wuxiao encouraged him not to dwell on it, but to study diligently at Baisian Academy, honing his skills and striving not to bring shame to the outer sect, but rather to uplift himself. Observing his earnest nodding, she recalled the records on the death ledger. Yi Yun, the strongest outer sect steward in history, had governed the outer sect for many years, earning respect and fostering unity. The disciples he educated, upon entering the inner sect, became renowned direct disciples, leaving a legacy that would endure through the ages. Meng Wuxiao looked at this resilient and ambitious junior brother, nodding in approval. What a good child. Chapter 52. A good academy is truly good upon arriving at Baisian Academy. Meng Wuxia and Yi Yun found that the newly inducted Tianjiao disciples had already begun to gather at the academy's entrance. when they spotted Meng Wuxia, the top-ranked disciple. Their gazes were filled with admiration. Most of these individuals were fresh entrants to the Tianjiao list. According to convention, those who can maintain their position on the list for 2 consecutive terms may choose to remain at Baixian Academy for further study or intern at the Elders' Council, or they may opt for independent development. Typically, disciples choose to stay for further learning, availing themselves of the Academy's cultivation resources and support from their sect. Venturing out for training is common. The vastness of the world means that remaining in one place can lead to complacency, akin to a frog in a well, with a limited perspective. While some Tianjiao disciples may intern at the Elders' Council, such cases are rare. After all, these prodigies are part of the sect. Running errands for the elders does not guarantee a transition to a formal elder position, whereas independent development offers more advantages. Meng Wuxia did not deliberately seek closeness with these Tianjiao. Their relationships were starkly competitive, each harboring their own ambitions and schemes. To feign camaraderie would be futile, as they would rather pull her down from her position than engage in pretense. Look at the top-ranked Shiji. Even before stepping into Baixian Academy, she has already garnered a following. We, on the other hand, are ignored. Perhaps we should learn from her and recruit a little brother for some entertainment. Remarked a disciple ranked within the top 20 upon seeing Meng Wuxia accompanied by the outer sect disciple Yi Yun, casting a cold ridicule towards the pair. Yi Yun, being young and impassioned, found it difficult to restrain himself upon hearing such direct remarks about him and Meng Wuxia. However, Meng Wuxia quickly steadied him, advising him to ignore the provocations and instead inquire if Yi Yun was aware of the behavioral norms and penal regulations for Tianjiao disciples at Baixian Academy. Yi Yun shook his head, admitting his ignorance. Although the prestige of Baixian Academy was well known, he had never heard of such rules, especially since today was his first visit to the academy. All Tianjiao disciples on the list are expected to conduct themselves with integrity, exhibit a measured confidence, and interact with others in accordance with sect regulations, serving as role models for fellow disciples. Moreover, the top-ranked individual possesses the privilege of guiding and correcting other Tianjiao. Meng Wuxia's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated clearly for the fellow Tianjiao she would be cultivating alongside. As her words settled, she cast a calm, yet commanding gaze towards the brash Tianjiao, emanating an aura that startled those present. Although Meng Wuxia's cultivation appeared to be at the 7th level of foundation establishment, she was nearing a breakthrough to the 8th level. Compared to other disciples at the same cultivation stage, her presence was even more imposing, marking her as one of the closest to the Golden Core stage. Her impressive performance during the Tianjiao competition had left a profound impression on everyone, as she demonstrated no mercy in her actions. The techniques of puppetry, talismans, and arrays, along with her cultivated secret methods, were strikingly formidable and far from superficial. With her genuine strength, she instilled awe among her peers, conveying her stance through action rather than words. She was neither overly affable nor particularly fond of silence. It should not be forgotten that she was the top-ranked disciple in this Tianjiao competition, warranting the attention of all. This unspoken rule at Baixian sect dictates that the top-ranked individual, regardless of age or background, must be respectfully addressed as Shiji or Shixiao, a sign of reverence towards the strong. As Meng Wuxia offered this reminder, the sect leader, the silent steward, Elder Wuya, and the head of the Yu family, Yu Xueding, arrived, accompanied by the venerable Shengtu, who bore numerous items. Upon seeing Meng Wuxia, his eyes narrowed with a broad smile. She had enabled him to earn considerable gold beans, and witnessing her ascend to the top of the Tianjiao list led him to re-evaluate her capabilities. The arrival of the sect leader marked the official commencement of the Tianjiao disciples' tenure at Baixian Academy. After delivering a series of encouraging and motivational remarks, the sect leader began distributing items to the Tianjiao: clothing, jade tokens, and pre-prepared gifts. Upon inspection, Meng Wuxia found her gifts to be medicinal pills, talisman paper, and an ancient book devoid of a title, personally handed to her by the sect leader, with instructions to study diligently and not to disappoint the sect's investment. Today marks your first day at Baixian Academy. After settling into your quarters, take the time to adapt to your surroundings. Starting tomorrow, you will commence intensive study, with the first competition occurring in 3 months. Those who falter must be mindful of the opportunities for personal cultivation. After 1 year, those with unsatisfactory performance will lose their positions on the Tianjiao list. The silent steward's words instilled a sense of seriousness among the Tianjiao, who silently absorbed his message. Merely entering the Tianjiao list does not guarantee a permanent position. Complacency and laziness will lead to elimination. Gaining entry into Baixian Academy is no easy feat. While leaving is far simpler, a moment of carelessness could result in expulsion, requiring the return of all distributed items, forcing one to return from whence they came. A fate harsher than any challenge faced before. Survival of the fittest dictates that the strong will always enjoy more resources than the weak. One's strength is intrinsically linked to the resources one receives. This principle has been a long-standing tradition at Baixian sect, acknowledged by all. Although Meng Wuxia perceives some unfairness in this, she knows better than to challenge or question it. The only path forward is to grow stronger, to possess the requisite strength, to pave her own way towards transcendence. To avoid lagging behind, one must seize every opportunity to advance, and to ensure visibility, one must demonstrate their worth. Here, fame and fortune are tangible and attainable, not mere dreams or empty motivational phrases. Meng Wuxia held her prestigious jade plaque, guided by a spirit bird assigned to her, and arrived at a secluded and tranquil courtyard. After placing her jade plaque, her identity was confirmed, revealing this as the place where she would hone her skills in the future. Upon entering, she was astounded by the exquisite decor, the richness of spiritual energy, and the meticulous details present in every corner, including pavilions, towers, protective formations, isolation arrays, and soundproofing formations, all crafted by high-ranking array masters, undoubtedly of superior quality. The rooms within were equipped with everything necessary for cultivation, prompting Meng Wuxia to designate spaces for elixir refinement, array, and talisman studies, as well as rooms for practicing swordsmanship and spear techniques, organizing them with remarkable extravagance. The thoughtful design of this courtyard was comprehensive, catering to her current cultivation needs without the necessity of venturing outside. Particularly noteworthy were the training rooms and the spirit pool, which she intended to utilize diligently. Additionally, the study connected to the bedroom offered a wealth of books for her perusal, promising great benefits. Long Ting had even allowed the usually silent Lianhua to explore, reassured by the absolute security of the isolation array protecting them from the outside world, granting him the freedom to play within this spacious and scenic environment, suitable enough for several inhabitants, were it not for the rules and restrictions in place. Meng Wuxia would have eagerly invited her senior sister Jingran to stay as well, but alas, she was destined to inhabit the courtyard alone. Shaoqing and Xiaohua also emerged to familiarize themselves with their new home, as they would be refining their skills here for the foreseeable future. Meng Wuxia allowed the Qingpeng bird and the flower snake to roam freely, as the abundant spiritual energy was ideal for their cultivation. They could fly and climb without restraint, enjoying the surroundings far more than being cooped up in the spirit sea or storage bracelet. Even the spirit spring seemed to encourage a more active lifestyle, suggesting that regular flights were essential. This place was indeed marvelous. After surveying the environment, the Qingpeng bird offered a succinct evaluation, while the flower snake searched for edible spiritual herbs within the courtyard. Seeing Xiaohua feasting, an idea struck Meng Wuxia. She could cultivate some spiritual herbs for refining and alchemy right here. She had mature spiritual herbs ready in her storage bracelet that she could plant. Observing her little family in joyous play, Meng Wuxia felt a heavy sense of responsibility and pressure to maintain her top position. Otherwise, Long Ting, with his discerning nature, would surely prefer to remain in this courtyard, and she herself was reluctant to leave. Chapter 53. A time for study. Meng Wuxia leisurely spent half a day in her prestigious courtyard, watching Long Ting chase after the flower snake in search of edible spiritual herbs, while the Qingpeng bird perched on a lotus leaf, beginning its focused cultivation. Truly a diligent and earnest bird. Lianhua accompanied her as they explored each room, examining the furnishings. In a corner, She noticed a pile of lumber accumulated in the storage room. It dawned on her that a swing had once been constructed in this courtyard, which was later dismantled to plant a spirit tree. Thus, this lumber must be remnants of that swing. Meng Wuxiao inspected the quality of the lumber, recognizing it as excellent material for constructing a swing. She turned to Lianhua, inquiring whether she had ever played on a swing. Lianhua shook her head. Long Ting, Xiaoqing, come quickly and lend a hand. Meng Wuxiao promptly lifted one of the posts and called upon Long Ting and Xiaoqing to join her in constructing a swing. With this swing, Lianhua would have an enjoyable outlet and would not remain cooped up in the spirit sea. Without hesitation, they set to work, and with collective effort, they transported the suitable lumber to the chosen site in front of the main house to build the swing. The location was ideal, harmonizing beautifully with the courtyard scenery, offering a delightful spot to relax and play. However, while lifting the materials was simple, the construction proved challenging. Meng Wuxia and Long Ting debated for hours on how to assemble the swing, feeling that something was amiss. Xiaoqing silently observed their discussion, wisely maintaining neutrality and simply contributing her efforts without voicing an opinion to avoid conflict. Lianhua, watching the disarray of dismantled materials, finally voiced her thoughts. Surely, the Baisian sect has individuals skilled in this area? Should we not seek someone knowledgeable about swing construction? Upon Lianhua's sincere suggestion, Meng Wuxia and Long Ting exchanged glances, followed by mutual realization as they noted the approving nod of the Qingpeng. Indeed, they both exclaimed. Meng Wuxia used a jade slip to contact the steward's office at Baisian Academy, inquiring whether they could arrange for someone to install a swing in her courtyard, as she already had the necessary lumber. Before long, several servant disciples arrived at her courtyard, adeptly assisting in the installation of a sturdy and aesthetically pleasing swing. After inspecting the finished product with Long Ting, they could not help but applaud, recognizing the vast superiority of professional craftsmanship over their own efforts. Sister Wuxia, feel free to summon us for any future tasks. We will certainly execute them diligently. Meng Wuxiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she admired the newly erected swing, genuinely impressed by the quality of their work. Seeing her sincere appreciation, the servant disciples felt a bit flustered, for although the Baisian sect prohibited oppression and disrespect, the servant disciples often faced bullying and disregard among the many prodigies and elders present. Sister Wuxia, you jest. This is merely our duty. No thanks are necessary. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Respectfully, they departed, yet Meng Wuxia continued to express her thanks, indicating that she would need their assistance again in the future. Her attitude and respect towards them quickly earned her a positive reputation among the servant disciples at the servant office. With the swing in place, Lianhua was the most delighted, often playing on it, making it her favorite spot. Meng Wuxia took it upon herself to plant a variety of spiritual herbs and grasses within the courtyard, as the rich spiritual energy would aid in their growth while also nourishing Xiaohua, achieving two objectives in one effort. Venturing into the training room, Meng Wuxiao recognized why this was the prestigious courtyard. The training room was exceptionally well equipped, allowing for extensive practice. She retrieved the colorful alchemy furnace and attempted to refine several commonly used elixirs to replenish her supplies. She needed to find an opportunity to request some discarded elixirs from Shengfeng, as her recent usage had led to a shortage. The time spent on alchemy was considerable, and she prioritized enhancing her mental strength. There were still some new issues regarding the manipulation of the 12 spirit puppets that required her attention. She could not afford to be careless, lest it lead to future complications. While focusing on alchemy in the training room, Meng Wuxia began to outline her future cultivation direction. Noticing that the quality of the Yongdan she had refined still fell short of the superior grade, she grew dissatisfied with her alchemical skills. Compared to her senior brothers and sisters at Yaoxing Peak, her level was lacking, necessitating diligent practice. She wondered if the tome passed down by Senior Qining in the library was still available. She should borrow it for reference, as it would be conveniently inscribed on a jade slip for easy access. Meng Wuxiao instructed the Qingpeng bird to keep an eye on the house and care for Xiaohua and Lianhua while she stepped out for a moment. Why are you neglecting to mention my name? Am I so easily overlooked? Meng Wuxia asked Long Ting to accompany her, wherever she went. He followed. Was it necessary to mention it? Such redundancy was unnecessary. This time, Meng Wuxia walked through Baixian Academy as a distinguished prodigy, allowing her to take a direct route. Upon exiting her prestigious courtyard, she quickly reached the library. As she walked, she was greeted with Sister Wuxia, to which she responded, her demeanor calm yet courteous, acknowledging each greeting without a hint of arrogance or disdain. Upon reaching the library, she fortuitously encountered Yi Yun surrounded by several individuals, unsure of the unfolding situation. Drawing closer, she realized a few idle individuals were trying to undermine Yi Yun, while a female disciple, unable to tolerate their antics, remarked that their behavior was unbecoming of those on the prodigy list. What does this junior sister mean by the demeanor of the Tianjiao list? Perhaps she should demonstrate it for us to learn from? The speaker is a disciple ranked 50 places lower on the list, and beside him stands the disciple who struggled against Yi Yun at the Tianjiao platform, only managing to secure victory after a lengthy confrontation. This is clearly a deliberate expression of dissatisfaction. Those on the Tianjiao list must always be mindful of their words and actions, showing respect to their superiors, setting an example for their juniors, and fostering mutual respect and assistance among peers, thereby safeguarding the spirit of Tianjiao. What Meng Wuxiao refers to is the recorded conduct of the Tianjiao on the Baixian Academy's Tianjiao list. Her words are not a single character off, and there are records to verify this. Upon Meng Wuxiao's arrival, everyone present greeted her with respect. After exchanging pleasantries with a few individuals, she inquired if the one who had sought trouble had any further questions, offering to guide him on how to proceed. The individual remained silent, fully aware of his limitations, and dared not confront Meng Wuxia, knowing it would lead to reprimands from the elders. Senior Sister Wuxia, these individuals refused to allow Yi Yun into the library, claiming he is an outer disciple with limited cultivation and therefore unworthy of the library's secret techniques. They are truly bullying him. This perturbed junior sister, with her forthright nature, immediately began to criticize the others upon Meng Wuxia's arrival. However, Meng Wuxia did not engage with her words nor reprimand the disrespectful individuals. Instead, she asked Yi Yun if he possessed strength. Indeed, during my time as an outer disciple, I was responsible for the cultivation of spirit herbs and can carry water and stones, Yi Yun replied, unaware of the underlying intention behind Meng Wuxia's inquiry. She then turned to the resentful junior brother and asked if he had strength as well. He hesitated, uncertain of her motives, yet unwilling to appear weak. He affirmed that he too had strength. Excellent. I kindly request both junior brothers to accompany me. I need your assistance. Meng Wuxia led the two into the library. After explaining her request to the elder in charge, she had them each retrieve 50 books. This is the recorded conduct of the Baixian Academy's Tianjiao and the Academy's regulations. As the top-ranked disciple, I wish to ensure that everyone can focus on their cultivation without repeatedly asking childish questions regarding proper conduct. I will distribute these books for all Tianjiao to review and memorize. It is my expectation for all junior brothers and sisters. Meng Wuxiao instructed the junior sister who had spoken to her earlier to accompany the two and distribute the books, ensuring no one was overlooked. All Tianjiao were to review them, as she would consult with the elders on their learning and organize a related assessment. Those who did not meet the standards would be assigned to clean the study hall and library or the cultivation grounds, at their discretion. Meng Wuxiao observed the expressions of the gathered individuals with a cold smile. Having just entered Baixian Academy, they were already idle enough to cause trouble. Thus, she decided to give them something to do, memorizing books to see who would dare to seek trouble again. Chapter 54. The urgent special training trio after imparting a lesson to several unruly Tianjiao in the library. Meng Wuxia entered to search for the biography of Qin Ying that she had previously read. After some time, she approached the elder responsible for the Jade Slip recordings. However, upon seeing the book, the elder instructed her to seek out the elder in charge of the library, as his approval was necessary. The library elder, upon seeing the book, asked Meng Wuxia if she truly wished to record it. According to the library's regulations, certain books could only be recorded once and would not be lent out again to anyone who had previously recorded them. Meng Wuxia affirmed her request, expressing her desire to record the book and asking for the elder's assistance. Qining, indeed, is a remarkable heroine of our Baisian sect. Preserving our lineage through her family strength is admirable and worthy of respect. Young people should read the works of their predecessors. It is beneficial. The library elder handed the recorded jade slip to Meng Wuxia, who thanked him and prepared to leave. If you enjoy reading such texts, every room has cabinets filled with similar books. Take the time to read more. It is also a form of cultivation. Understanding the hardships faced by those who came before helps solidify your resolve, whether to proceed, retreat, or simply remain in place. It all constitutes a choice. Meng Wuxia noted the elder's patient guidance and did not feel annoyed. Instead, she sensed a deeper meaning in his words and wondered about his intentions. She thanked him once more before turning to depart. This elder of the library was no ordinary figure. He would later become a revered elder of Baisian sect. Safeguarding its rich heritage, Meng Wuxia felt that she should frequently visit the library to read, as the elder surely had his own agenda. Realizing she might be overthinking, Meng Wuxia decided to consume some walnuts to nourish her mind. On her way back, she made a visit to Sheng Haitang's courtyard. Not wanting to arrive empty-handed on her first visit, she retrieved a sapling from her storage bracelet, one she had discovered in the unnamed secret realm. After soaking it in the spiritual spring, it had grown into a small tree. How peculiar. I've seen many gifts brought by visitors, yet you present a spirit tree right away. Are you suggesting that we plant it together? Sheng Haitang's tone was less than friendly. She had already received the books Meng Wuxia had distributed and found it trivial to memorize them, feeling it was unnecessary for someone of her stature to be burdened with such tasks. It's simply to give some individuals something to do. Why be so upset? Meng Wuxia thought. This is no ordinary spirit tree. It has the potential to grow into a stunning spirit tree, its leaves changing with the seasons, a truly remarkable sight. When you tire from cultivation, you can gaze upon it to relax and rejuvenate. Meng Wuxia urged her not to block the entrance and prevent her from entering, as she was a guest bearing a gift. With a reluctant gesture, Sheng Haitang allowed her in and told her to make herself comfortable, as she was busy organizing her belongings and had no time to prepare tea. Not to worry, senior sister, I have my own provisions. Speaking of which, during my visit to Wuyu Peak, I collected quite a bit of the spiritual spring water from there, perfect for brewing tea. Meng Wuxia suggested to Sheng Haitang to find a spot where she could plant the spirit tree, promising that by this time next year, they would see its beautiful leaves. Eventually, under Meng Wuxia's insistence, Sheng Haitang begrudgingly pointed out a location for the tree. Though Meng Wuxia chose a spot by the window where it would receive ample sunlight and offer a view of the tree, without waiting for Sheng Haitang's objections, she promptly planted the spirit tree. Dear Haitang, please enjoy this tea. It is a new blend produced by the Baibao Pavilion. Though its flavor is light, it is exquisite and leaves a lingering aftertaste. Do sample it. The tea is not in abundance. Sheng Haitang, being the cherished daughter of the Sheng family and the apple of the current family head's eye, had encountered many fine gifts and teas. She found Meng Wuxia's incessant references to her as Haitang quite vexing, yet her upbringing instilled in her a sense of courtesy. So she accompanied Meng Wuxia in savoring the tea. The flavor was indeed delightful. It was no surprise it came from the Baibao Pavilion, with a guarantee of quality. Seeing that she enjoyed it, Meng Wuxia left a packet of tea and some remaining spring water for her, advising her to drink more, as it was beneficial for her skin. Sheng Haitang was not unreasonable. Despite her initial displeasure towards Meng Wuxia, the latter remained unfazed and naturally engaged with her, fostering a sense of closeness without holding grudges. You come here not merely for a casual visit and tea, do you? Speak your mind. There's no need for pretense. I, Sheng Haitang, am not one to harbor petty grievances. Meng Wuxia appreciated her candor and straightforwardness. She asked Sheng Haitang if she was familiar with Shifeng and if she had any prior encounters. Noticing Meng Wuxia's serious demeanor, Sheng Haitang did not conceal anything. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head, but recalled that just before the upcoming competition for the top 3 on the Tianjiao list, she had conducted some inquiries and found that this individual demonstrated remarkable resilience and patience. He hails from a branch of the Shi family and does not possess a particularly distinguished background. He had practiced in the outer sect before entering the inner sect and apprenticing under Huang Quan Peak. You have also observed that his puppet talisman is quite extraordinary. Although it did not reveal much on the Tianjiao platform, you may have sensed that he could be concealing his true prowess. Having mastered the sinister arts unique to Huang Quan Peak, Meng Wuxia, noting Sheng Haitang's reaction, was somewhat surprised but remained largely unfazed, suggesting she had an inkling regarding Shifeng's issues. Sheng Haitang inquired about the meaning of her words, questioning why she brought this up. Meng Wuxia candidly expressed her distrust of Shifeng, asserting that someone who deliberately conceals their abilities and refrains from showcasing their formidable techniques on the Tianjiao platform poses a significant risk. The sect leader had mentioned that the three of them were to represent Baekshunmen in the upcoming Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition. Securing a ranking in this prestigious contest would grant them access to Jiuzhou Academy, an institution renowned for its vast cultivation resources. A coveted destination for all cultivators across Sangzhou continent, with entry typically limited. Meng Wuxia's words led Sheng Haidang into deep contemplation. Only one participant could usually advance from the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition, and if Shifeng was indeed hiding something, she risked elimination in the selection trials. Naturally, everyone would have their own thoughts on the matter. I do not have many suggestions, but I hope you remain vigilant of him. One must never lower their guard. If possible, and I emphasize possible, consider joining forces with me to exclude him from the selection trials of the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition, ensuring he does not qualify. Meng Wuxia also mentioned the Jiuzhou Secret Realm, pondering the reasons for selecting disciples to venture there. It is a place fraught with danger, yet peril often heralds opportunity. For cultivators, besides relentless training, serendipity accompanies each one's journey. Sometimes, a single opportunity can irrevocably alter a cultivator's fate. Seizing such moments means grasping the chance for ascension. Sheng Haidang remarked on Meng Wuxia's articulate reasoning, stating she would consider further investigating Shifeng, though whether she would share her findings remained uncertain. The young lady certainly exhibits the temperament of a young mistress. I possess the death register, and there is no one whose information I cannot uncover. I merely wish to remind you that your adversary has been quietly amassing strength in the shadows, waiting to defeat you. Without preparation, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Following her return from visiting Sheng Haitang, Meng Wuxia received a message from a jade slip, instructing her to forego her studies at the academy and report directly to the sect leader the following morning. She perused the message repeatedly. It was a notification from the silent steward. Had something transpired? Was there no need to attend the academy, but instead to meet the sect leader? After pondering for a while, Meng Wuxia suspected it was related to the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition, though the selection trials were not scheduled for another 6 months. The timing seemed premature. However, upon her visit to the sect leader the next morning, she found herself in the company of Sheng Haidang and Shifeng. The three exchanged glances, unsure of the reason for their summons. The sect leader informed them that the selection trials for the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition would be held in 3 months, significantly earlier than anticipated. To ensure their successful participation, the sect had decided to form an emergency training group for the three of them, sending them to the Hidden Realm for intensive cultivation to enhance their strength in preparation for the trials. The leader's words astonished the trio. The selection trials were to be held sooner than expected, and they were to train in the Hidden Realm? Such an abrupt announcement early in the morning left Meng Wuxia feeling exasperated. Chapter 55. Do not rush. Savor a spirit fruit. Meng Wuxia and her companions followed the silent steward toward the back mountain of Baekshunmen, a sacred ground reserved for the sect leader and the elders, making their presence there a rare exception, indicative of the intense competition ahead. Meng Wuxia had previously entered this place once during her teacher's participation in the Elder Council, where numerous rare and exotic beasts, suppressed by Baekshunmen, were contained. The Hidden Realm served as a sanctuary for reclusive elders who had long since withdrawn from the world, and it represented the hidden treasures safeguarded by Baekshunmen. Usually, even the sect leader would not disturb this place lightly. Now, granting access to the three of them stirred different emotions within Meng Wuxia. Could it be that an elder on the verge of passing wished to select a successor, coinciding with the early occurrence of the selection trials to discreetly impart their teachings? Meng Wuxia speculated this based on her own experiences. What had been presented as an elder's assessment was, in fact, her entrance into the hidden realm for the purpose of receiving teachings, chosen due to her exceptional talent by an ancestor nearing their end, granting her the chance for ascension. Regrettably, her attempt at ascension failed, and after years of transcribing records, she became Meng Po of the Underworld. Upon entering the hidden realm, Meng Wuxia began to use her spiritual energy to discreetly probe the surroundings, soon discovering that several presences were observing them. Indeed, a group of gossiping ancestors, their curiosity more pronounced than that of children after such a long period of seclusion. Meng Wuxia relayed her findings to Sheng Haitang, urging her to be cautious in her actions and words to avoid leaving a negative impression on the ancestors. After her visit with Sheng Haitang, Meng Wuxia boldly requested a communication talisman, a token exclusive to the two of them, to facilitate information exchange. Sheng Haitang regarded her with skepticism, noting that such talismans were typically reserved for couples or close companions, and they had only known each other for a few days. Would anyone believe the top two of the Tianjiao list could be close friends? Meng Wuxia sincerely assured her that it was solely for the purpose of mutual information sharing and learning, with no ulterior motives, and that it would remain absolutely confidential. Only they would know, and no one else. Sheng Haitang, wary of Meng Wuxia's audacity, realized that refusing would only lead to incessant requests for her attention, and to maintain a peaceful cultivation environment, reluctantly agreed to the request. Consequently, Meng Wuxia frequently initiated communication, which, though irksome, also showcased her keen observational skills and acumen. With each remark devoid of redundancy, Shifeng trailed behind the two, speaking little, his demeanor inscrutable. His silence often rendered him unnoticed, a true harbinger of danger, as the threat posed by concealed enemies far surpasses that of overt adversaries. This will be your training ground for the next month. The exotic beasts have been released under the watchful eyes of the ancestors. Simply follow their instructions to hunt and capture. If you perform well, an ancestor may appear to impart teachings. Contingent on your performance, the silent steward informed the trio, handing each a signal jade token. This token could be shattered in the event of dire peril, but its use was limited to once. After activation, they would be teleported out, unable to return for further training. Meng Wuxia tossed the token into her storage bracelet, glancing at Sheng Haitang and Shifeng, both exhibiting a resolute demeanor. However, upon receiving the signal jade token, Shifeng cast a purposeful glance at Sheng Haitang before stowing it away. You should be cautious. Shifeng just looked at you, and he may have designs on your signal token. Meng Wuxia teased, sharing her insights with Sheng Haitang. The latter responded with a dismissive snort. After the silent steward departed, the three maintained a tacit understanding of distance, each standing apart and ignoring one another, especially Sheng Haitang, who refused to even glance at Meng Wuxia. In turn, Meng Wuxia averted her gaze, while Shifeng, intending to speak, found that neither of the two showed any inclination to engage. After a moment of hesitation, he decided it was best to remain silent. Are these two young ladies truly at odds with one another? Was it not said that Meng Wuxia took the initiative to visit Sheng Haitang? Although rumors suggest that Sheng Haitang did not even offer a cup of water to her, leaving Meng Wuxia feeling quite snubbed. While the three were lost in their own thoughts, a frigid voice emerged, instructing them to seek out the Baishou Mong and capture it alive. The treasures upon the creature would belong to whoever succeeded in the endeavor. Upon hearing the name Baishou Mong, Meng Wuxia felt a spark of excitement. After returning from the Yaoshu forest, she had intended to seek this creature, but was unexpectedly sent into the hidden realm by Elder Wuya, unable to enter at that time. After accepting the mission assigned by the ancestor, the trio dispersed to commence their search for the Baishou Mong. Meng Wuxia encouraged Sheng Haitang, who cautioned her to be wary of being swallowed by the creature. Though, she mused, being swallowed might actually simplify matters. Sheng Haitang vanished without a trace after her remark. Meng Wuxia, unperturbed, first wandered around the hidden realm before arriving at the spirit fruit forest. The The spirit fruits here had appeared simultaneously with the bakshimen and had been growing ever since. Typically, they were reserved for the master to entertain esteemed guests or for grand celebrations, served to the masters of the major peaks and the elders of the council. Rarely had she had the opportunity to savor them. Now that the chance had presented itself, she intended to indulge. As for the spiritual herbs, Meng Wuxia sought to gather seeds or small, sprouted ones, collecting them to toss into the spiritual spring within her storage bracelet, awaiting their growth. She mused that, rather than fulfilling the ancestor's task, she was merely here for leisure. Without the master's permission, nor the ancestor's allowance, using items from this place was indeed audacious. She wondered how the spirit fruits tasted. After some time, Sheng Haitong encountered the Baisho Mong, but as she attempted to capture it, the creature swiftly evaded her grasp. After all, a few fruits would hardly warrant the master's ire, and the ancestor would not burden them over such trivialities. Here, take this fragrant fruit, there's none like it outside, and you cannot even buy it with Hualing Shi. Hurry and try it. It's my first time as well, and who knows when the next opportunity will arise. Meng Wuxia shared a few with her, and after tasting one, Sheng Haitong confirmed its unique flavor, far beyond that of a mere fruit. Have you seen the Baisho Mong? I suppose you didn't even catch a glimpse of its tail. Meng Wuxia teased, earning a glare from Sheng Haitong, who retorted that she had indeed seen the Baisho Mong, unlike Meng Wuxia, who had not even caught a shadow of it. No need to rush. Shifeng will send us word. Once we receive his message, we can easily capture the Baisho Mong. Meng Wuxia offered her a reassuring glance, though Sheng Haitong harbored doubts about whether Shifeng would contact them after locating the creature. Nevertheless, upon reflection, she acknowledged the truth in this. The Baisho Mong was indeed powerful and adept at concealing its presence, making it difficult to confront alone. Yet, if they worked together, their odds of success would increase significantly. At that moment, Meng Wuxia's jade slip reacted, signaling a message from Shifeng, urging her to inform Sheng Haitong that he had discovered traces of the Baisho Mong and requested their swift arrival. Upon receiving this news, Sheng Haitong promptly followed Meng Wuxia to Shifeng's location. They found the Baisho Mong amidst a rocky outcrop, and upon realizing it was encircled by 3 individuals, the creature prepared for battle, launching itself directly at Meng Wuxia as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta against her. Shifeng quickly set up the binding formation to ensnare it. Sheng Haitong, use your talismans to subdue it. I will divert its attention. Remember, time is of the essence, and do not be careless. Meng Wuxia swiftly assigned tasks, summoning her Ming Jian to engage in combat with the Baisho Mong, which regarded her with fierce hostility. Chapter 56. A clash between 2 maidens, one must be wounded. This Baisho Mong had been severely injured by Meng Wuxia during its capture from the Yaosho forest, and it was entirely reasonable for the creature to be infuriated. Meng Wuxia initially intended to show some courtesy, merely capturing it, but the creature was relentless in its assault against her. She inwardly scoffed at the serpent's pettiness. How long had it been since their last encounter, and yet it still bore such a grudge. As the battle progressed, Meng Wuxia found herself at a disadvantage and led the Baisho Mong towards her companions to let them confront the beast. Shifeng's binding formation was ready. Once the 4 chains ensnared the Baisho Mong, Sheng Haitong's talismans were prepared, and with a resounding crack, the creature let out a pained cry. Its energy began to coalesce, and as it let out a fearsome roar, it strained against the binding formation and broke free, becoming even more enraged. Ignoring the creature's rampage, Meng Wuxia signaled Sheng Haitong to launch an assault, and their swords struck towards the Baisho Mong almost in unison. Yet, the creature focused all its might on retaliation, and their combined efforts failed to subdue it. Shifeng, it's your turn. Take down the Baisho Mong. After being flung aside by the creature, Meng Wuxia was thrown a considerable distance by the force of its energy, signaling Shifeng to act. The Baisho Mong had already expended much of its spiritual energy. If Shifeng was determined to avoid being devoured, he would have to employ his most effective techniques. Meng Wuxia conveyed to Sheng Haitong to hold her position, confident that Shifeng would take appropriate action. Seeing that the Baisho Mong had flung Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haitong aside, and with both of their energies depleted from the encounter, Shifeng found himself alone in battle. The creature was thoroughly enraged, and without employing extraordinary measures, he risked significant danger. After dodging a powerful strike from the Baishoumong, Shifeng summoned a black flag from his storage ring. Under the invocation of a talisman, countless tendrils of black mist poured forth from the flag, accompanied by a chilling wind that began to wrap around the Baishoumong. Indeed, he wielded dark arts. This was a Zhaohan banner. While these restless spirits appeared unremarkable, under the command of the Zhaohan banner, even golden core cultivators could not dismiss them lightly. Had the rampaging Baishoumong not posed such a challenge, Shifeng would have concealed this ability. Meng Wuxiao pointed out to Xing Haitong that practicing such dark arts could diminish one's lifespan. However, Shifeng wielded them with ease. Unlike a novice, the presence of entities more powerful than either of them guided these spirits, indicating that Shifeng's mastery of dark arts was certainly formidable. The once formidable Baishoumong, now tormented by Shifeng's Zhaohan banner, gradually lost its strength, its previously vigorous form now faltering. Now is the time. Bind it and secure it tightly. Meng Wuxiao produced a drawing pen and commenced the formation, having long mastered the binding array. She quickly completed 2 formations, while Xing Haitong produced golden and silver ropes, waiting for the opportune moment to secure the Baishoumong. Xing Haitong, you have the foresight to stockpile such items. These ropes are quite valuable and can effectively bind even golden core cultivators, proving extremely practical. Observing that Meng Wuxia and Xing Haitong had successfully subdued the Baishoumong, Shifeng retracted the Zhaohan banner and began to stabilize his energy, consuming a Qingxin Dan to calm his mind. The invocation of the Zhaohan banner consumed considerable spiritual energy and mental fortitude, making it unwise to use excessively. The Baishoumong had already been ensnared by Shifeng and lacked the strength to resist. Implementing multiple binding formations could risk its death, which would be difficult to explain to the ancestor. You cannot afford to make such a mistake. Do not implicate others. Xing Haitong stored the Baishoumong in her storage pouch and began chiding Meng Wuxia, criticizing her approach to the confrontation. Yet, Meng Wuxia countered that her strictness was unnecessary. Did they not successfully capture the Baishoumong? Thanks to Shifeng, the situation was manageable. She urged Xing Haitong not to be overly domineering in her opinions, as the resolution was what truly mattered. As the two began to exchange words, Shifeng closed his eyes, focusing on recuperation, choosing not to engage in their discourse. You see, you have rendered Shifeng shitty speechless. Simply speaking, a lot does not equate to being correct. Shifeng shitty seems reluctant to respond, as he cannot contend with the Baishoumong. So what is there to discuss? Meng Wuxia has always thought that if she were to argue irrationally, it would be an endless affair, but upon encountering Xing Haitong, she has indeed met her match. Shitty, how is your recovery progressing? If it is not sufficient, I have some high-grade Qingxin Dan for you. You should consume it. Why take Qingxin Dan? You need to take Xiaoyang Dan, Shitty replied. And both Meng Wuxia and Xing Haitong presented him with the pills, urging him to consume them. As Shifeng observed both senior sisters glaring at him with wide eyes, he felt the flow of spiritual energy within him ample. He extended both hands wisely, accepting the pills from each, but as he noticed their vigilant gazes, he tilted his head back and simultaneously ingested both pills. One could only say that he was acting in self-preservation. Neither of the two could be trifled with, especially during their discord. To attain tranquility and safety, it was best not to provoke either. How impressive, consuming both at once. What if there are adverse reactions? What'll we do then? Meng Wuxia remarked, observing him with an expectant gaze, her intentions somewhat mischievous. You are overthinking it. He consumed them separately. Merely a matter of perspective, Xing Haitong cautioned, advising her not to be deceived. This little trick had been employed before by Sheng Zongbao and was rather juvenile. It seems you have fallen for such tricks more than once. Given your experience, Meng Wuxia and Xing Haitong communicated silently, each letting out a cold huff before parting ways. Shifeng, relieved by their separation, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The task regarding the Baishoumong had been completed, yet after Old Ancestor merely acknowledged it with a grunt, no further words were exchanged. After a brief wait, they received a scroll, which upon opening revealed a secret technique designed for countering powerful adversaries with precise timing, a form of martial skill. The trio began to study together, and during their practice, Shifeng engaged in combat with both Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haidang. Initially, he managed, but soon recognized his shortcomings and sought to improve. However, after their bouts, Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haidang commenced a competition of their own. Shifeng was unsure how he became embroiled in their rivalry, alternating between combat with Meng Wuxia and then with Sheng Haidang. He even resorted to using his protective weapon, yet was inadvertently injured by Meng Wuxia's fateful sword. In response, Shifeng swallowed the 2 pills they had given him once more. He contemplated shattering the signal jade talisman, realizing that these two were formidable opponents, and his patience was waning. Old Ancestor then assigned them the task of locating the Shuanto Yaoyu, stating that the fish possessed an internal core, which was to be retrieved for medicinal purposes. Shifeng ventured forth first, while Meng Wuxia chose to seek out other spiritual herbs. "Why aren't you going?" Sheng Haidang inquired. "If we do not obtain the internal core, we will not fulfill Old Ancestor's task. The ultimate goal is to refine a pill. I know of a method to create that pill without the Yaoyu's internal core, so I shall not go there. I also do not wish to dive into the water to catch fish," Meng Wuxia replied. Intrigued, Sheng Haidang wished to observe Meng Wuxia's pill refining process. Meng Wuxia retrieved her colorful pill furnace, methodically placing the gathered herbs inside and commencing her alchemical work. However, while refining the pills, a ferocious beast appeared. As it lunged at them, the protective array set up by Meng Wuxia activated. "Sheng Haidang, show your prowess. Someone is observing us from the shadows." Unbeknownst to Meng Wuxia, Old Ancestor was indeed watching her alchemical process and was quite intrigued by the protective array she had established. In Chapter 57, Old Ancestor also enjoys gossip. Within her pre-established protective array, Meng Wuxia concentrated on refining the pill that Old Ancestor desired. Unperturbed by the beast's assaults from outside, with unwavering focus, she utilized the 7-colored pill furnace to control the delicate flames required for the alchemical process. Following the recorded sequence of herbs in the prescription, aided by her concentrated spirit energy, Meng Wuxia successfully refined the Xiang Dan just as the beast broke through the protective array. This pill could preserve the spiritual energy of those nearing the end of their lifespan, maintaining the pulse of their heart and delaying their decline, granting them a moment of clarity before their demise. Initially, Meng Wuxia was perplexed by the purpose of the Xiang Dan. Why prolong the inevitable? However, upon witnessing an elder who, in a desperate attempt to relay crucial information back to Bakshaman, consumed the Xiang Dan without hesitation, she understood that it was not merely about extending life, but fulfilling a wish, a form of obsession, a relentless determination to achieve one's goals. After securing the Xiang Dan, Meng Wuxia summoned her sword, Dingkuan, to confront the approaching beast. Sheng Haidang, who had remained by her side, engaged the beast fiercely with her Qingyang sword, striking decisively without hesitation. These beasts were of a higher level than the two, likely ancient creatures that had been confined in the hidden realm for a considerable time, harboring resentment from their imprisonment. "Break!" Meng Wuxia shouted, wielding Dingkuan as she fiercely clashed with the beast. From her storage bracelet, she produced a dozen explosive talismans and scattered them, allowing the beast to experience the sensation of being blown away. Meng Wuxia, upon witnessing her unleash a flurry of explosive talismans, Sheng Haidang quickly retreated, but still found herself affected by the residual force, compelled to retreat a significant distance. Sheng Haidang, who preferred offense, found herself repeatedly forced to retreat since encountering Meng Wuxia, and the frustration grew within her. Haidang Shimi is angry again. Wasn't this meant to deal with the beasts? Next time, I will definitely signal you, I promise, Meng Wuxia assured her with a somewhat perfunctory promise, before raising Dingkuan to dispatch the struggling beasts, using a binding array to ensure their compliance. Just as Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haidang concluded their skirmish, Shifeng returned, disheveled and unkempt, prompting Meng Wuxia's wild imagination. Had he been fishing, or what had transpired? He appeared rather unseemly, in a state of distress. The Shuanto Yaoyu seemed gentle, gliding leisurely in the water, but possessed a notoriously foul temperament. Should anyone disturb its tranquility, it would reveal its formidable teeth and pursue relentlessly, unwilling to relent until a piece of flesh was claimed. However, the Xuanto Yaoyu was swift in its cultivation and typically possessed an internal core, serving as a vital ingredient for many pills, although its habitat was scarce near Bakshimen, yet not impossible to procure. What happened to Shitty? Is it merely a fish? Why is it so difficult to manage? Meng Wuxiao inquired first, her tone brimming with curiosity. Shifeng cast her a glance, internally disliking her prying nature, though his expression remained neutral. Could it be that he encountered a beautiful fish? The rumor suggested that such enchanting creatures often lurked near the Xuanto Yaoyu, masquerading as humans to deceive and gain their trust, subsequently absorbing their cultivation to appear more human. Sheng Haidang had once encountered such a beautiful fish, which had disguised itself expertly, and a moment of carelessness could lead to being fooled. Beautiful fish. Meng Wuxia's eyes sparkled with heightened curiosity, making Shifeng feel increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny. This expression signified that there was undoubtedly a story, igniting her curiosity further. She was genuinely eager to learn of the thrilling events that had transpired. Yet, Shifeng merely stated that the Xuanto Yaoyu was difficult to capture, refraining from mentioning any encounter with a beautiful fish. After handing over the Xuanto Yaoyu, he sealed his lips tightly. He must have encountered a beautiful fish, otherwise he wouldn't wear such an expression, and his silence serves as the best evidence. Meng Wuxia holds a positive attitude towards the beautiful fish incident, but she is curious about what sort of beautiful fish Shifeng has encountered, as she has never seen one herself. I too harbor doubts. Beautiful fish can transform into the appearance that their counterpart desires, lulling them into a sense of security. I cannot ascertain what type of person he favors, and he remains tight-lipped. Sheng Haitang observes Shifeng with meticulous attention, yet despite her and Meng Wuxia's persistent inquiries, he remains taciturn, indicating that his disposition requires caution. Even while atop the Tianjiao platform, he refrains from employing his formidable dark arts, ultimately securing the third position on the Tianjiao ranking list, showcasing both cunning and strength. When the ancestor arrives to verify the results, he is drawn to the setting sun elixir concocted by Meng Wuxia. Upon verification, he inquires about the spiritual herbs Meng Wuxia used to substitute for the inner core power of the two-headed demon fish, leading to the conclusion that she must have employed various common spiritual herbs to formulate the setting sun elixir. Meng Wuxia graciously responds that the substitute comprises a dozen familiar spiritual herbs, which are not difficult to collect, provided one adheres to the precise sequence necessary for the alchemical furnace without making even the slightest error. This hidden realm requires items that the ancestors desire to utilize. Thus, discerning that the ancestor intends to refine the setting sun elixir is not overly challenging. The younger generation merely guessed correctly by chance. After hearing Meng Wuxia's explanation, the ancestor neither commends nor criticizes her, remaining silent instead. In truth, the several ancestors atop the hidden mountain have been closely observing the three, contemplating their actions during the two examination challenges, each with their own thoughts. However, as the trio has only recently entered, they wish to observe further. Once the trial concerning the two-headed demon fish concludes, the ancestor presents them with a scroll, this time detailing methods for stabilizing cultivation and coping with injuries during combat. Meng Wuxia proposes that the three of them recall past experiences of injury sustained during battles, share and analyze their experiences, and even engage in mental simulations of combat. By learning these coping strategies, they might achieve better outcomes in future encounters of a similar nature. Meng Wuxia believes her suggestion is reasonable, yet she cannot help but notice the peculiar looks from the other two. Your current mental cultivation must be nearing the pinnacle of the distraction realm, right? It is no wonder you can sense the fluctuations of aura within a certain radius. Should you successfully break through to the pinnacle, you will have the opportunity to enter the Ru E realm, enabling you to perceive your opponent's attacking patterns. How impressive! Sheng Haitang's tone lacked any congratulatory sentiment, and Meng Wuxia detects a hint of jealousy therein. She nearly forgets that the cultivation of mental power is subjective. Not everyone who practices it attains high levels of proficiency. She has diligently refined her mental power, inadvertently reaching an elevated dimension, gaining an intangible advantage in combat. This was an unintentional slip by Meng Wuxia, revealing her level of mental cultivation. The mental simulation of combat she mentioned is a common training method employed by Jindan stage cultivators to comprehend their battles against others. As she is currently at the foundation establishment stage, mentioning this training method indicates that her mental cultivation has indeed reached that level. The three of them stand as the top three on the Tianjiao ranking list, and their relationship is not one of friendly cohabitation, but rather one of constant competition. Knowing that one another possesses such high levels of mental cultivation is not a favorable development. Meng Wuxia gazes skyward in silence, realizing that she speaks too much and must exercise caution in the future. The subtle rivalry among the three has amused the ancestors observing them, reminding them of their own youthful experiences. Aside from their daily meditative practices, observing the gossip of these younger generations provides a significant source of amusement. Chapter 58. The Hidden Legacy. While Meng Wuxia and her companions tackle the challenges set forth by the ancestor, they simultaneously study the scroll provided by him. Unbeknownst to them, they have diligently cultivated for nearly a month. Through repeated challenges, Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haitang secretly collaborate, uncovering the true abilities of Shifeng. This individual possesses an extraordinary ability to conceal his strengths, revealing no flaws unless faced with life and death situations, which solidifies Meng Wuxia's resolve to find an opportunity to eliminate him from the Tianjiao selection competition. In comparison, the benefits of allying with Sheng Haitang are evident. The Sheng family is a traditional lineage within the Baixian sect, boasting both strength and status, which would only be advantageous for her. Shifeng is different from Shi Wentao. One hails from a branch family, while the other is a key focus of nurturing from the main family and has already ascended to the position of an elder atop the main peak. Additionally, the cultivation methods of Huangquan Peak differ significantly from those of Weidong Peak. One is rooted in victory, while the other emphasizes martial arts. One is subtle, the other fierce, representing the duality of the Baixian sect. The Shi family is the most widely distributed lineage among the main peaks, their presence felt everywhere. While they may appear low-key, they are capable of mobilizing family resources to eliminate their opponents quietly. Meng Wuxia has also probed Sheng Haitang's attitude. She responds ruthlessly to her competitors, valuing the honor of her family and her own advancement. She sees no reason to oppose the reduction of competitors, especially since Shifeng harbors a strong desire to retaliate against her. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Thus, the alliance between Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haitang is inevitable. During their final cultivation session, an ancestor manifests to impart teachings and address their queries, a rare opportunity. Meng Wuxia has the fewest questions, as she encounters only the challenges related to enhancing her cultivation. As the ancestor elucidates these matters, Sheng Haitang and Shifeng quietly absorb the knowledge. Their realms still differ from Meng Wuxia's, though Sheng Haitang's progress here is rapid, steadily advancing in her cultivation. Shifeng does not lag behind either, having directly ascended 2 levels at a swift pace. As Meng Wuxia reaches the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, her progress begins to slow. Nonetheless, she remains among the fastest advancing of her peers. Should she succeed in breaking through to the 9th level, it may arouse speculation among others. Meng Wuxia is not anxious. She prioritizes stability, preparing to advance steadily without rushing for breakthroughs. Following the reconstruction of her meridians, her cultivation has received significant assistance. The cloud water brocade mountain technique she practices has approached the realm of superior secret methods, with her comprehension deepening continuously. After the ancestors' lecture, they're surprisingly granted half a day's respite, allowing them to explore freely. This place is not the various main peaks or cultivation secret realms of Baixian sect. Typically, no one visits, and entry is not easily permitted. It is a rare opportunity to explore and failing to take advantage of it would be a pity. Meng Wuxia sincerely bows to the ancestor, overjoyed by this half-day break. It affirms that she can seek the spiritual herb she requires for cultivation and visit places she has yet to explore. After a month of relentless work, this sudden holiday comes at just the right time. Meng Wuxiao inquires about her companion's plans. Sheng Haitang expresses a desire to visit the medicinal herb garden, while Shifeng wishes to go to the spiritual fruit grove, where he has discovered fruits he has longed to taste, which are now ripe for picking here, unlike outside where they remain unripe. This revelation surprises Meng Wuxia, as Shifeng does not strike her as someone who would covet spiritual fruits. However, it is a natural inclination. There is nothing peculiar about it. Shifeng asks her where she intends to go. Meng Wuxia points and replies that she wishes to visit the hidden mountain to see where the ancestor resides. Sheng Haidang shakes her head, advising her to exercise caution and not disturb the ancestor's secluded meditation. No matter how lenient he may be with the younger generation, should she overstep, she would still face consequences, especially with the regulations in place. Elder Heishui's domain is not a kind one. Shifeng concurs, noting that the scenery here is serene and beautiful, with many places to explore. Why must they go to the hidden mountain? Meng Wuxia reassures them that there is no issue. She merely wishes to take a look and will return afterward, assuring them that she would not engage in any disrespectful actions and asking them to have faith in her. It is not a matter of lacking confidence in you. Rather, it is that the temperament of the ancestors varies greatly. Opportunities to visit them are rare. And even if one were to seek unique spiritual herbs or engage in battles with mystical beasts, it would yield more rewards than such a visit. Sheng Haitang conveyed a cautionary message to Meng Wuxia, urging her to tread carefully. Meng Wuxia responded with an understanding that she was not a child. She would not recklessly seek to irritate the ancestors. She intended merely to observe before descending the mountain, vowing to act with prudence. Upon entering the secluded mountain, Meng Wuxia was filled with curiosity, her beautiful eyes scanning every corner as if trying to absorb the entirety of this hidden realm. Eventually, she arrived at a small courtyard, where she took a moment to adjust her attire before stepping inside. There, she observed a spiritual tree adorned with numerous bird nests, each containing eggs. At this hour, the spiritual birds roamed freely, only returning at sunset to tend to their precious eggs. However, Meng Wuxia searched in vain for the eggs of the Hongyan bird, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Are you well acquainted with these spiritual birds? Do you merely admire their beauty, or do you know them personally? If you intend to steal their eggs, I shall throw you out, a languid voice chimed from behind. Meng Wuxia recognized it as the voice of the aging ancestor of the Yiting lineage, whose lifespan was drawing to a close. In the Baisian sect, elders of high standing, or those with considerable seniority, were often named according to the celestial principles established by the first-generation ancestor, adopting names such as Wu Yuan Jisha and Wu Ya Changlao, belonging to the Wu generation. The latest elder, Sherwin Tao, belonged to the Tian generation, while this Yiting ancestor was a fourth-generation elder and once the sect leader, possessing an exalted status. Yet, in this humble courtyard, he quietly meditated, safeguarding the foundation and future of the Baisian sect. Meng Wuxia held deep admiration for his past. He had chosen to forsake ascension to protect the sect's legacy, becoming a hidden ancestor within the secluded mountain. Now, as his time waned, he awaited his descent into oblivion. The disciples of the Baisian sect paid their respects. Greetings, Yiting ancestor. Meng Wuxia harbored utmost respect for him, but the elder seemed indifferent to such reverence. What brings you, a mere junior, to my presence? You do not truly wish to steal bird eggs, do you? The Yiting ancestor regarded her with a detached gaze, directly inquiring about her intentions. There are no eggs here for you to steal. I humbly request that you bestow a few upon me, as I cannot imagine you would be so stingy as to deny a few eggs. Meng Wuxia replied earnestly, yearning for a Hongyan bird that had accompanied her through many years. Speak of your intentions. The elder seemed primarily concerned with her purpose. Meng Wuxia, observing the frail and lifeless form of the elder, candidly expressed her reason for visiting, to seek his secret method of inheritance. The elder encouraged her to elaborate on what secret method she sought. It is the most clandestine technique of the Baisian sect, the Wenyang. I have revisited the biography of Senior Qin, which mentions the Wenyang and its connection to the hidden realm, as well as its origins in the selection of disciples by the elders, which later transformed into a forbidden zone for meditation by the hidden ancestors. This Wenyang was to be practiced alongside the Yinshui Jinshan Ju, but for reasons unknown, they diverged. Senior Qin Ying's biography alluded to a hidden ancestor who separated them, mastering the method and achieving ascension in the hidden realm. However, the Wenyang was passed down to a direct descendant of that ancestor, specifically to the Qin family, and only they could master it. Before Senior Qin Ying's untimely demise, he entrusted this secret to a young master of the Yiding ancestor. Since the fall of the Qin family, no one else had succeeded in mastering this method. Yet the inheritance remains, and Meng Wuxia had come for the Wenyang. That was her purpose. In response to Meng Wuxia's candidness, the Yiding ancestor regarded her anew, reflecting on the disciples of the Shangfeng, who were typically obedient, diligent in their cultivation, and dedicated to the path. They were stronger than those from the Tianna Peak and had been the backbone of the Baisian sect, producing numerous powerful beings and esteemed cultivators who had ascended, bringing honor to the sect. Was she now the sole representative of Shangfeng? Observing her cultivation level, the flow of spiritual energy around her, and her extraordinary demeanor, he found her worthy of the Wenyang. Do you know why the Wenyang is regarded as the most secretive transmission of the Baisian sect? It is not due to its mystery, but rather because no one has succeeded in mastering it. Despite being a powerful and profound method, its value and might remain unproven, worshipped yet lacking practical application. Alas, the Yiding ancestor sighed, his words filled with a profound melancholy regarding the Wenyang he had inherited. He too had attempted to practice it, but regrettably, he failed to comprehend its secrets. Is it truly the case that only the Qin family can practice the Wenyang? If so, how did Senior Qin Ying entrust this method to a master who was not of the Qin lineage? This question lingered unanswered, shrouded in obscurity. Elder, if someone were to successfully practice the Wenyang and restore its status as a remarkable secret method, would you pass it on to her? Meng Wuxia bowed respectfully, earnestly inquiring about the elder's intentions regarding the future of the Wenyang and to whom it would be transmitted. The Yiding ancestor chuckled softly, stroking his long white beard, and retorted, "You do not mean to claim that you are the one destined to inherit the Wenyang, do you? Disciples from Shangfeng have previously attempted to master it, but all have failed. That was because it was never passed down to me. I dare to assert that the Wenyang is meant for me. Only I can master it successfully. Just wait and see," Meng Wuxia proclaimed with unwavering confidence, her eyes gleaming with pride as she gazed directly at the Yiding ancestor, her expression conveying a message: "Deny me, and you shall regret it." Such boldness. It has been years since I encountered someone so audacious. The Yiding ancestor turned to observe the bird eggs nestled in the spiritual tree. After a moment, he asked, "Which spiritual bird's eggs do you desire?" "We have none. I seek the eggs of the Hongyan bird, as one once accompanied me for many years, and I wish for another now," Meng Wuxia replied, her tone softening with a hint of sadness as memories of her long-lost companion surfaced. "Perhaps it is mere serendipity. I happen to have a young Hongyan bird just ready to fly. However, if you want it, you must offer me something in return." "I have cared for this bird for quite some time," the Yiding ancestor said with a bemused smile. Meng Wuxia, still somewhat incredulous, watched as he waved his hand, summoning a stunning Hongyan bird that soared toward them, its sweet song resonating like music, its red wings unfurling gracefully in the air like a ribbon of vibrant celebration. "If you gift me this Hongyan bird, I dare to offer you a particularly suitable disciple, one who is sure to please you and ensure you have no regrets during this time," Meng Wuxia proposed, suggesting an exchange that caught the elder off guard. Intrigued by the notion of trading a person for a spiritual bird, the venerable ancestor of Yi Ting urged Meng Wuxia to share her thoughts. For the matter of accepting a disciple by the hidden patriarch of Yinshi Mountain is of great significance and typically remains shrouded from the outside world. The decision to take on a disciple is contingent upon the needs of the Baisian men, Indiscriminately accepting disciples may provoke instability and harbor potential dangers. With all due respect, the younger generation dares to assert that your lifespan is nearing its end. You are one of the earliest ancestors of Baisian men, and the stories and profound skills you possess are indeed a treasured legacy of the sect. Selecting a worthy disciple to inherit your will and carry on your exceptional abilities would provide an invisible safeguard for Baisian men in the future of the Zhangzhou continent. Your life has been devoted to the prosperity of Baisian men, and it is only fitting that someone should sing your praises. Meng Wuxia's sincerity was palpable, emanating straight from her heart. As she spoke of your unwavering commitment to Baisian men, the elder ancestor quietly closed his eyes. He had indeed dedicated his entire life to the great cause of Baisian men, and as his contemporaries dwindled, he took pride in the fact that his life was spent strategizing for the sect. It was unexpected that a young girl could strike a chord deep within him. He had forgotten the identity of his last closed-door disciple, a thought he had not entertained since it pertained to the transmission of the one Tianju. Before his impending demise, he wished to leave behind a direct disciple, both for himself and for Baisian men. The venerable ancestor inquired whom she wished to recommend as his disciple. Meng Wuxia boldly gazed into the elder's eyes and spoke the name of an individual. Yi Yun. The name was indeed unique, lacking connections to any prestigious family or illustrious lineage. I must examine his background closely. Upon hearing this, Meng Wuxia understood that the elder had consented, and she could take the Hong Yanluo with her. This individual, an outer disciple, possessed remarkable intellect and willpower. Regarded by Xian men as home, maintained a sense of propriety among peers, and was neither muddled in significant matters nor dismissive of trivial ones. Having such a person as a disciple would be a stroke of fortune for both you and Baisian men. Meng Wuxia held unwavering confidence in Yi Yun, for he was an outer disciple, free from the entanglements of any illustrious families or political factions. The sect leader would have his own considerations, and Yi Yun's character and disposition adhered to a set of principles that were upright and expansive. Should he become the disciple of the hidden patriarch, it would not incite suspicion from various factions and would serve as a valuable trial for him. As Meng Wuxia joyfully departed from Yinshi Mountain, the venerable ancestor suggested that Hong Yanluo accompany her, asserting that remaining in one place was rather dull. The sky outside was vast, and with a true admirer, joyful days lay ahead. Upon Meng Wuxia's return to Baisian Yuan with a beautiful spirit bird, Shanghai Tang teased her for being greedy, pointing out that she already possessed the exquisite spirit bird from the Yu family and the high-grade spirit bird from Baisian Yuan. Questioning whether she intended to host a spirit bird convention, Meng Wuxia inquired what Shanghai Tang had been doing during the half-day break, asking about Shifeng's absence. Has he been consuming the spirit fruit tree all this time? Who knows what he is doing? I'm not his mother to supervise him constantly. During this half-day, I was merely observing rare, spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden and ventured to the library, where the texts were exceedingly difficult to comprehend, and I soon found myself drowsy. Shanghai Tang playfully engaged with the Hong Yanluo that Meng Wuxia had brought back, reminding her that they would soon return to Baisian Yuan. In 2 months, they would participate in the Jiuzhou Tian Jiao selection competition, a grand assembly of prodigies from countless sections. Those who qualify for the competition are the finest talents from each state, and those who achieve notable results will receive admission notices from Jiuzhou Academy. Enjoying a meteoric rise, Meng Wuxia observed Shanghai Tang's radiant enthusiasm and her aspirations toward Jiuzhou Academy, filled with determination. She longed to convey that while imagination is splendid, reality often shatters such dreams, especially when the beauty of those dreams is ruthlessly dismantled. Jiuzhou Academy upholds a doctrine of survival of the fittest, where the weak face elimination and demise. To establish oneself there, strength is the only currency that matters. However, it is also a breeding ground for formidable talents. Those who traverse its halls will realize that Baisian Men is indeed a paradise for cultivation. 3 days before their departure from the hidden secret realm, an elder ancestor devised an unorthodox challenge, trapping the 3 of them in an illusion wherein they battled puppet warriors. They could not escape the illusion without defeating an overwhelming number of these puppet warriors, with the risk of remaining trapped indefinitely. Meng Wuxia and Shanghai Tang simultaneously cursed the absurdity of the situation, lamenting that such idle mischief was born from excessive leisure. Nevertheless, they had to engage vigorously, as these puppets were enhanced and formidable adversaries. After vanquishing an indeterminate wave of puppets, Meng Wuxia found herself mentally reciting every curse she knew. Frustrated that the elder had seemingly forgotten the physical limitations of the disciples and only continued to present one challenge after another, she disregarded her frustrations and summoned her 12 spirit puppets to combat the incessantly emerging foes, all the while practicing her own control over them. Otherwise, finding opportunities to harmonize the combat capabilities of her 12 spirit puppets would require fortuitous circumstances, which perhaps was destiny's design. Previously, she had employed 6 spirit puppets in battle. This would be the first time deploying all 12 together. Concentrating her spiritual energy in her hands, she began to transform it into spiritual threads, controlling the movements of the puppets with precision. This method proved more effective than using talismans and mental energy for control. Even after an arduous battle, the backlash would not impose a significant burden on her, allowing for continued engagement in the next confrontation. After repelling this wave of puppet warriors, Meng Wuxia began to notice signs of depleting spiritual energy. The threads in her hands had begun to fray, leading to errors in her control over the puppets. Continuous engagement would risk her energy depletion and further mistakes, creating a perilous situation that could easily cost her life, an outcome she could not permit. Thus, improvement and remedy were imperative. Meng Wuxia retrieved from her storage bracelet some medicinal pills that could restore her spiritual energy, along with a vial of spiritual spring water to alleviate her anxiety. After a brief respite, she regained control of her 12 spirit puppets, steadied her mind, and focused her mental energy to prepare for a renewed counterattack against the approaching puppet warriors. However, unwilling to prolong the battle further, she had each puppet armed with at least 2 flame talismans, newly conceived from her insights gained through her fiery phoenix form. She intended to reduce these endless puppet warriors to ashes, regardless of who had released them. After all, time was in ample supply here, and she could afford to take her time. Meng Wuxia executed her plans with resolute determination, deftly directing her 12 spirit puppets to strike. As the flame talismans were unleashed in a spectacular display, she commanded the puppets to retreat, savoring the beautiful fiery spectacle created by the meticulously crafted puppets. She wished for Long Ting and the others to witness the mesmerizing flames, though the exertion had drained her and caused her to squander so many talismans, which were ultimately costing her precious spirit stones she had painstakingly accumulated for her upcoming purchases at the auction. When the illusion shattered, Meng Wuxia found herself released, greeted by the sight of an elder ancestor who gazed at her 12 spirit puppets with palpable excitement. His threads were far more refined than hers. As he deftly controlled a lifelike puppet, the elder's puppet displayed considerable cultivation, likely requiring at least golden core level to manage. Your control of the spiritual threads requires further practice. Merely moving the puppets is not success. The true goal is to align them with your combat style, allowing them to serve as your strongest allies, rather than mere tricks to be forgotten. The elder demonstrated how he commanded his puppets, emphasizing the importance of synchronization and the ability to execute a natural, decisive strike against their adversaries. This is a small insight of mine, which you may consider applying to your Shire Lingue. In the past, one could control all 12 Lingue simultaneously for a counterattack. Yet it requires an immense capacity to withstand backlash. It appears that your secret treasure supports you in dissipating this backlash, which is indeed a fortunate circumstance. However, caution is advised, for it is not uncommon for Lingue masters to suffer severe injuries from such repercussions. The ability to further refine the art of puppetry hinges upon your determination. The insights of the ancestor are truly exceptional treasures, rare and invaluable, often sought after in the Baibao Pavilion and auction houses. Meng Wuxia respectfully accepted them with both hands, expressing her gratitude to the ancestor. She was the first to break free from the illusion, and she wondered when Sheng Haidang and Shifeng would emerge. At that moment, she was led by the Hongyan bird to the hidden mountain, where the Yiting ancestor wished to meet her. Accompanying the Yiting ancestor was the sect leader. As such, esoteric transmissions within the sect necessitate the leader's witness for proper documentation. The Yiting ancestor had already conferred with the sect leader regarding his intention to accept a direct disciple, intending to test Yiyun. He planned to impart the secret method, Wentiang, to Meng Wuxia for her cultivation, which she would subsequently pass on. The sect leader was not surprised by Meng Wuxia's recognition from the ancestor and raised no objections to her inheriting the Wentiang. However, he was perplexed by Yiyun's selection as the ancestor's direct disciple, especially upon learning that Meng Wuxia had recommended him, which deepened his confusion. Meng Wuxia and Yiyun had only met a few times as fellow top disciples. Meng Wuxia held the top rank, while Yiyun had merely managed to secure a lower spot on the list with great effort. There was a notable disparity in their status, leading the sect leader to question Meng Wuxia's motivations for her recommendation. The sect leader looked at Meng Wuxia and explained the requirements of Baixian sect for disciples inheriting the esoteric methods of the hidden ancestor. It must not be flaunted, nor can it be carelessly abandoned. One must be judicious when selecting successors to ensure that the methods remain unbroken. If you were to unfortunately perish, these methods must be preserved and returned to Baixian sect, as per the sect's founding regulations. The sect leader's words prompted Meng Wuxia to internally scoff. What use would there be in passing on methods to someone who is no longer alive? It would be rather comical to rely on dreams for such transmissions. At the ancestor's gesture, Meng Wuxia closed her eyes and accepted the inheritance of Wentiang in front of the sect leader, beginning her journey into a new esoteric cultivation. At the moment she embraced Wentiang, she perceived a fleeting shadow within her spiritual sea. Unsure if her eyes deceived her, yet she indeed glimpsed an apparition flickering within. Suppressing her doubts, she expressed her gratitude to the ancestor and the sect leader for their trust and support, vowing to master Wentiang and bring glory to Baixian sect. After departing from the hidden mountain, she encountered Sheng Haidang and Shifeng, who had also broken through the illusion. And the sect leader instructed the three of them to leave the hidden realm together and return to Baixian Academy. Sheng Haidang inquired about her purpose at the hidden mountain. Meng Wuxia invited her to guess, but Sheng Haidang merely huffed in response and fell silent. Observing the distance between Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haidang, Shifeng noted the smile on Meng Wuxia's face and deduced that she must have gained something beneficial at the hidden mountain, which only deepened his gloom. Upon returning to her top disciple quarters, Meng Wuxia commenced a month-long seclusion for cultivation, alternating between the cultivation chamber and the spiritual pool. She released Longting and Lianhua to remain outside for the time being, delaying their return to the spiritual sea as she focused on practicing the newly acquired Wentiang. She was particularly attentive to the shadow that had entered her spiritual sea, convinced she had not mistaken it, but was left wondering what it truly was, waiting for it to reveal itself. Wentiang is divided into 4 stages: entry, step realm, illusory sky, and true immortal, with each stage comprising 3 levels. Mastery requires absolute comprehension and practice, necessitating a stepwise progression along the path of inquiry, with no room for deviation. The rarity of successful practitioners likely conceals unspoken mysteries, prompting Meng Wuxia to peruse the records of notable figures to uncover possible reasons. Meng Wuxia remained in seclusion for a month, and upon her emergence, she found that Longting and Lianhua had grown taller. It was reported that during her seclusion, individuals had frequently approached her quarters seeking information, including Yiyun, who had come several times. Though she longed for a day of respite to rest and sleep, having devoted the previous 2 months to relentless cultivation, she received a message from Sheng Haidang inviting her to attend a banquet hosted by the 4 great families, promising an encounter with remarkable treasures. Chapter 61. The Banquet, a Feast of Delights. Upon receiving the invitation to the family banquet from Sheng Haidang via a spiritual bird, Meng Wuxia also received invitation from Shi Wentao and Yu Shang. The 4 great families, Sheng, Shi, and Yu, had all sent invitations to Meng Wuxia. While the proud Jia family leader ignored her completely, a rift now established. As far as she knew, this annual family banquet is a large event organized by the leading families of Baixian sect for family exchanges, matchmaking, resource sharing, and introductions of the younger generation, with limited invitations extended beyond family members. Generally, invitations are reserved for those with vested interests, and each invitation is issued after careful consideration and discreet communication among the families. Meng Wuxia's receipt of an invitation was not surprising, as she was the sole disciple of the upper echelon, ranked first on the Tianjiao list, and soon to participate in the selection for the 9 provinces Tianjiao competition, making her status beyond reproach. Nevertheless, Meng Wuxiao extended one of her invitations to Yi Yun and sent another to her senior sister Jingran, inviting both to accompany her to the family banquet. She had already communicated with Shang Haitang, who was aware that Meng Wuxia had received invitations from the Yu and Shi families. Since the invitations bore no names, anyone in possession of one could attend, a tacit understanding of the banquet's unwritten rules. Meng Wuxiao also provided the two with attire suitable for the banquet, agreeing to meet at Tianhe Peak before heading to the banquet venue together. Lanting questioned why she did not wish to attend alone, as making a grand entrance by herself would undoubtedly be impressive. Those who seek to flaunt often risk losing what they wish to showcase. No individual can outshine the heavens. Standing alone, one is vulnerable, while 3 together provide companionship. Have you not heard that 3 cobblers can equal Zhuge Liang? Meng Wuxia's invitation to Yun was also a means to bolster his reputation. Currently, he could not match her strength. But once he inherits the teachings of the Yiting ancestor, his potential would be immeasurable, likely becoming a significant force within Baixian sect's external affairs. Why not assist him while she could, with just a small effort? Senior sister Jing Ran already had a reputation for her contributions to Baixian sect, and through her recent diligent efforts, she had restored her strength to its peak, catching the attention of Elder Jinsheng from Huangquan Peak, who took her as a disciple. It is well known that Elder Jinsheng possesses a peculiar temperament and formidable abilities, yet he is reluctant to instruct his disciples, often disregarding even the sect leader's wishes. His acceptance of a disciple has stirred quite the excitement. In Baixian sect, aside from her own cultivation, Meng Wuxia also sought to surround herself with reliable allies, especially rare friends. Having faced the consequences of neglecting human relationships in the past, she now understood the importance of gathering trustworthy companions, which would undoubtedly benefit her path of cultivation. As the group prepared to depart for Tianhe Peak, Meng Wuxia noticed Yi Yun waiting at her gate, having expected he would go ahead to Tianhe Peak. After all, there were those who gossiped that he had latched onto her success, gaining a foothold and reaping benefits. And for someone so driven, self-esteem is paramount. As Meng Wuxia beheld the scene, she realized that attire plays a significant role in one's presentation. With such an adornment, a spirited young man emerged before her. Yi Yun, adorned in his striking attire, radiated vitality and charm. In a few years, after undergoing further refinement, he would undoubtedly become the object of admiration for many female cultivators. With eyes filled with admiration, Meng Wuxia gazed at Yi Yun and inquired whether he had been waiting long and why he had not entered to sit. She had brought back some exquisite tea from outside. There is no need for formalities next time, and do not overthink it. Do come in to sit. I invite you for tea and spirit fruits. She spoke with warmth and ease, akin to an elder sister conversing with her younger brother, devoid of arrogance or command, and without any pretense of flattery. Yi Yun, feeling somewhat shy, nodded in acknowledgement, mentioning that he had just arrived, and by his estimation, it was about time for her to depart. To be candid, when Yi Yun received the invitation from Meng Wuxia, he felt a burden. He was merely an outer sect disciple who had strived to secure a place on the Tianjiao ranking. Many viewed this as the pinnacle of his abilities, and his path appeared far less smooth than others. However, upon meeting Meng Wuxia, though they had not interacted much, her sincere assistance and the opportunities she provided him were invaluable. He had learned from the sect leader that she had recommended him to the hidden ancestors in the secret realm, an opportunity unattainable by his current strength. Although some mocked him for relying on her influence, he understood that Meng Wuxia was not merely trying to win him over, but was genuinely offering him a chance for advancement. Whether he could seize this opportunity depended on his ability to break free from his constraints. Senior Sister Wuxia, what will the family banquet entail today? Will the sect leader and others be attending? Yi Yun sought to gather more information to prepare himself, fearing unforeseen events that might leave him at a loss and potentially embarrass Meng Wuxia. The banquet will involve feasting, socializing, and enjoying performances. There will also be a competition in the middle. The sect leader will attend if he can. Otherwise, the silent steward or elder Wuyo will come. In any case, you can simply eat, drink, and enjoy the show without feeling anxious. Just attend a few more social gatherings, and you'll become accustomed to it. Meng Wuxia replied with great ease, presenting a relaxed attitude toward the banquet. Upon arriving at Tianhe Peak and meeting Sister Jingran, who exuded a vibrant and hearty aura, both of them comforted Yi Yun, assuring him that he need not worry and should simply be himself. The essence of the banquet was to enjoy good food and drink. Upon reaching the venue of the family banquet, Sheng Haitang, Shi Feng, and Yu Zhushang were already waiting for Meng Wuxia, all eager to invite her to their respective family territories for the event. After exchanging greetings and introducing Yi Yun and Sister Jingran, Meng Wuxia did not hesitate or decline and directly accompanied Sheng Haidang. However, midway, she discovered Shi Wentao blocking her path. Upon seeing Shi Wentao, Meng Wuxia's eyelids twitched slightly. There was no way to circumvent him, so she approached him to greet him. Shi Wentao invited her to visit the Shi family, stating that his uncle was present and could be introduced to her. Why would I need to know your uncle? This is utterly perplexing. Besides, I just declined Shi Feng's invitation, and now agreeing to yours would only make me look foolish, open to ridicule. Meng Wuxia mentally berated Shi Wentao for intercepting her. Yet outwardly, she politely declined, explaining that she had already accepted Sheng Haitang's invitation and intended to visit the Sheng family. She requested his understanding, believing he would take the hint and leave. To her surprise, he insisted on visiting the Sheng family, mentioning that one of his uncle's relatives had ties with the Sheng family, making it seem entirely appropriate. It was common for the four great families to have intermarriages and familial connections, but Shi Wentao's roundabout approach raised suspicions even in Sheng Haitang, who found his behavior questionable. Nonetheless, Shi Wentao held a high status as an elder, and his uncle was a significant figure in the Shi family, wielding considerable power and connections. Meng Wuxia recognized that refusing him in front of Sheng Haitang was futile, as she was merely a guest today. Is it true that Elder Shi has taken a liking to you? Rumor has it that he is quite infatuated and wishes for you to become his partner after your battle at Yufeng. Is this rumor accurate? Sheng Haitang's voice buzzed with excitement while relaying this gossip through a private communication. Meng Wuxia quickly clarified that he merely wanted her to become his disciple at Yufeng, and she had yet to agree, urging her not to misunderstand, as such misunderstandings could be perilous. However, Sheng Haitang's glance indicated that she should discern the underlying meaning herself. As Shi Wentao followed them into the banquet area of the Sheng family, all eyes turned toward them, particularly on Shi Wentao and Meng Wuxia. Meng Wuxia felt a strong urge to kick Shi Wentao away, knowing that this misunderstanding would cause her considerable distress. Chapter 62. Just want to enjoy the feast. Sheng Haidang led Meng Wuxia and the others to meet her father, the current head of the Sheng family. Upon seeing Meng Wuxia, Sheng Zongbao joyfully called out, appearing very familiar with her, addressing her as Senior Sister Wuxia with such warmth that it made Sheng Haitang frown. Shi Wentao, discontent, and Yi Yun puzzled, while Sister Jingran chuckled quietly. Senior Sister Wuxia, it has been a long time since you visited our Sheng family. As the young master of the Sheng family, I must extend my hospitality. Please allow me to host you here, so we can converse more and introduce you to some friends from other families. Sheng Zongbao's enthusiasm left Meng Wuxia both amused and perplexed. She realized that if she followed his arrangement and sat at the young master's table, engaging in conversation within moments, the nature of her relationship with the Sheng family would become the talk of the four great families, leading to speculation. The resources she possessed and her connections with the upper echelon would undoubtedly provoke envy among many. If she entangled herself with the families, could she truly focus on her cultivation? Perhaps it would be wiser to engage in intrigue, rather than focus solely on cultivation. Meng Wuxia graciously declined his invitation, expressing her intention to sit with Sheng Haitang, as they were both students of the Tianjiao ranking from Baixian Academy, making it more suitable for them to be together. After giving Sheng Zongbao a disapproving glance, Sheng Haitang guided Meng Wuxia and the others to her designated seat. Once seated, Sheng Haitang began to explain the banquet's proceedings. Soon, there would be performances by the younger generation, providing an opportunity for the young disciples of the four great families to showcase their talents, fostering recognition and connections among them, as it was essential to avoid ignorance among the families. This piqued Meng Wuxia's curiosity regarding whether Shi Wentao had also participated in such a presentation during his time. Shi Wentao took a sip of tea and remarked that he need not make an appearance. During his time as the champion of the secret realm trials among the four families, everyone already recognized him. The title of champion of the secret realm trials? Meng Wuxia widened her eyes, observing Shi Wentao calmly sipping his tea, and complimented him on his impressive achievement. The trials involved sending disciples of certain age to a perilous environment for about 7 days, during which they were not allowed to seek help or leave early. It was a tradition among the four families to test their disciples. Earning the title of champion signified that Shi Wentao had endured and triumphed over all the disciples from the families, gaining recognition from the heads of the four families. No wonder his actions deviated from convention. Having such capital, one must possess strength and status to act with audacity. Meng Wuxiao observed the various disciples from different families showcasing their talents, and noticed that the people from the Qian family seemed to regard her with a peculiar gaze. Given that this banquet was jointly hosted by the four great families, it was unlikely that the Qian family would openly challenge her in front of others. After all, she was the top of the Tianjiao ranking, and any attempt to provoke her would require careful planning. Following this performance, the banquet commenced, where everyone engaged in the convivial ritual of clinking glasses and lively discussions, fostering amicable exchanges. It was also a moment for eligible individuals to cast glances at one another, as families weighed their interests, seeking not merely partners, but equilibrium and prospects for future development. Caution was warranted as a figure approached. It was Jingran Shiji, who noticed Meng Wuxia laboriously focused on a platter of spirit fruits, while the nearby Yi Yun appeared to brace herself. A woman, exuding an air of arrogance and casting a disapproving gaze, approached. I am Qian Yuluo, a disciple of Qianjin Peak, once ranked 10th on the Tianjiao list. I see you possess considerable grace, Shimi, as you are the top of this year's Tianjiao list. I fondly recall my days at Baixian Yuan and seek your guidance. Might I challenge you to a friendly spar? This Qian Yuluo, already on the brink of entering the Golden Core stage, was no ordinary practitioner, having once held a prestigious rank. To Meng Wuxia, she appeared as a resilient rose, forged through countless trials, radiating an imposing aura. Engaging with her during such a grand feast seemed inappropriate. It would be more fitting to invite her for a quiet visit another day, where she could learn from the esteemed Shiji. Meng Wuxia, delightedly sharing spirit fruits with Yi Yun, was suddenly confronted by this challenge from the Qian family. Amidst the revelry, or were they proposing a duel? It seemed a mere pretext to settle a grudge, to assert dominance and reclaim face, perhaps to humiliate her. Seeing Meng Wuxia's reluctance to engage, Qian Yuluo smirked, though she refrained from pressing further, aware of the decorum required in the Sheng family's presence, where excessive rudeness could foster discord. Yet, the exchange was merely a spar, not a formal fight, and the banquet often featured martial displays. Wuxia Shimi, do not feel burdened. I assure you, there will be no mishaps for a champion like you. Meng Wuxia, still puzzled by this uninvited challenger, learned through Sheng Haidang that he was Sheng Yiming, a peculiar figure from the Sheng family, currently serving as a temporary instructor on Yaoxing Peak and an alchemist of Dantian Pavilion. Ah, Sheng Yiming, she mused, recalling the illustrious alchemist who eventually left Sangzhou for Jiuzhou after creating the legendary Wuxin Dan, which assists individuals in transcending to immortality, igniting considerable contention. It was surprising to learn he was a disciple of the Sheng family. Meng Wuxia chose to disregard Qian Yuluo and focused intently on Sheng Yiming, whose unkempt appearance and demeanor seemed unconventional for a Sheng family disciple. One could hardly believe he belonged to such a prestigious lineage, if not for the jade token he bore. The Sheng family, renowned for their mastery in talismans and sword techniques, upheld strict standards in all aspects of life. Sheng Yiming, a celebrated alchemist, was notably a disciple from Wayud Peak. Yet he appeared ill-suited for the role. If he aimed to enhance the banquet-esque color, Meng Wuxia had a proposal. Might you be willing to consent to my suggestion? Indeed, a banquet thrives on liveliness. I am eager to hear your proposal, Wuxia Shimi. It's been a while since I participated in such an event, he replied, sounding rather insouciant. His words resonated with a touch of irreverence, without Sheng Haitong's endorsement. She would find it hard to believe he was indeed a member of the Sheng family. Compared to Sheng Haidang and Sheng Zongbao, he hardly bore the hallmarks of a true disciple. Meng Wuxia proposed they compete in alchemy to see who could concoct a superior quality elixir within a set time frame. Sheng Yiming, narrowing his eyes, inquired about the stakes of victory and defeat. Meng Wuxia produced a rare millennium-old Huanling grass, renowned for aiding practitioners in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks, with an immeasurable market value. Upon seeing the Huanling grass, Sheng Yiming's eyes widened with eagerness, readily agreeing without a second thought regarding the consequences of losing. Yet, Meng Wuxia stipulated that the winner would claim the Huanling grass, while the loser would have to teach alchemy at Bai Xian Yuan for a month. This arrangement seemed to favor Sheng Yiming, who would either gain a precious herb or face a month of lecturing, making it a win-win scenario. A sense of resignation washed over Meng Wuxia as she observed Sheng Yiming's enthusiasm. She had merely wished to enjoy the feast in peace, yet found herself thrust into an impromptu engagement. Nonetheless, the opportunity to glean knowledge from a master alchemist was not without its merits. News of Meng Wuxia's challenge to Sheng Yiming quickly spread throughout the banquet, diverting the attention of those still seeking suitable partners. The head of the Sheng family, preoccupied with resource allocation for the younger generation, noted the challenge and wondered whether Sheng Yiming had instigated the confrontation, fearing he might stir trouble again. The head felt a mix of admiration and exasperation for Sheng Yiming, a child of the branch family who had lost his parents at a young age. Although sheltered by the family, he had endured hardships while exhibiting remarkable talent in alchemy, making him the most outstanding alchemist from the Sheng family in a century, and the only one recruited by Dan Tian Pavilion in recent years. However, his peculiar temperament often led to complications, leaving many uncertain of his true abilities. Yet his identity as an alchemist was a valuable asset for the family. Upon learning that Meng Wuxia had initiated the challenge, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in his usually calm eyes. Meng Wuxia's prowess was notable. She was consistently ascending in her cultivation, and according to Zongbao, she had a deep understanding of spiritual herb pharmacology, boasting a flawless record of victories on the challenge platform, having bested the disciples of Yaoxing Peak. It remained to be seen if she could replicate that success against Sheng Yiming. Sheng Foran's skepticism lingered as the head urged her not to underestimate Meng Wuxia. He had heard from his daughter, Sheng Haidang, about Meng Wuxia's performance in the Hidden Realms, and he held a clear perspective on her potential future standing within Bai Xianmen. These are some spiritual herbs I collected during my idle moments at Yaoxing Peak. In alchemy, aside from existing formulas, the essence lies in continuous research and innovation. Since this is our first competition, let us keep it simple. Let us see who can concoct a new elixir for cultivation using these herbs. True to his eccentric reputation, Sheng Yiming promptly readied his alchemy furnace and began examining the herbs, not appearing to be averse to the challenge. As he immersed himself in the process of crafting a new elixir, his alchemical techniques were refreshingly unconventional, lacking the rigidity typically associated with traditional practices. A closer inspection revealed meticulous arrangements in his blending of the herbs. Longting cautioned Meng Wuxia not to underestimate Sheng Yiming, for he was a talent actively sought by Dan Tian Pavilion, already an intermediate alchemist at such a young age. The elixirs he produced were destined for sale, soon to be auctioned at Bai Baoch. Yet, Sheng Yiming's peculiar disposition often led him to exchange his concoctions for spiritual herbs instead of accumulating wealth. Focusing solely on the pursuit of new elixirs, Meng Wuxia, however, found this mindset perplexing, Possessing such exceptional alchemical skills without leveraging them for profit seemed a waste of talent. She resolved to lure him to Bai Yuan, where she would impart valuable lessons, for with spiritual stones, one could achieve much in the Zhangzhou continent. Meng Wuxia produced her alchemical furnace and began to prepare for pill refining opposite Sheng Yiming, sorting through the chaotic assortment of spiritual herbs presented by him. An alchemist must possess unwavering mental focus and mastery over both the furnace and the herbs. All three elements are indispensable. As Meng Wuxia observed Sheng Yiming, she surmised that his mental prowess likely approached the first realm, showcasing precise control over the alchemical furnace and a profound understanding of the compatibility and properties of the herbs. It was rare for her to encounter such a formidable opponent, stirring a mixture of joy and concern within her. The joy lay in the presence of a strong contender against whom she could measure her own deficiencies and make timely adjustments, while the concern stemmed from the pressure to outshine him and reveal her brilliance as the protagonist, alongside the fruits of her relentless efforts. Today, however, she resolved to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing too much attention, as she was amidst the gathering of the four great families, where nearly all the disciples and members from various clans were present. She aimed not to overshadow others or steal their limelight. Meng Wuxia selected several necessary herbs and also retrieved some commonly used ones from the Baixian men, offering them to Sheng Yiming for his use. She intended to concoct a new Yang Dan, a formulation she had contemplated during her ascent to the peak. This pill was designed to address the latent injuries that cultivators often sustain during their advancements, particularly when reaching the golden core stage. Many, eager to break through without regard for the consequences, could initially succeed, yet they would encounter significant troubles in their future cultivation due to these hidden wounds. This preparation was also a covert strategy for Meng Wuxia as she approached the golden core stage. As she commenced the operation of the alchemical furnace, she infused it with a multitude of herbs, dedicating herself entirely to the task. The quantity of herbs she utilized was several times that of Sheng Yiming, and there was no apparent order to her method. It appeared as though she was incessantly feeding the furnace, which seemed to consume the herbs voraciously. Observers from the various clans began to scoff at her unconventional approach to alchemy. They questioned her methodology, likening her actions to throwing firewood into a fire rather than refining pills. In stark contrast, Sheng Yiming meticulously placed each herb into the furnace after careful consideration of their properties, expertly managing the flame's intensity, an evident hallmark of a skilled alchemist. Criticism of Meng Wuxia's technique emerged among the disciples of Yaosheng Peak, who expressed admiration for Sheng Yiming while questioning and perplexed by Meng Wuxia's operations. What is Sister Wuxia attempting to concoct with so many herbs? They mused, noting that she had yet to produce any pills while Sheng Yiming had already completed his. Yin expressed concern for Meng Wuxia and shared her worries with Sister Jingran, who had been attentively watching the pill refining process. However, Shang Haidang reassured her, stating that Meng Wuxia was shrewd and would not challenge Sheng Yiming unless she had confidence in her abilities. It was better to await the outcome. As Sheng Yiming completed his final pill, he looked towards Meng Wuxia, still engrossed in her alchemical process, puzzled as to why she had not yet produced a single pill despite her extensive use of herbs. Just as the onlookers began to assume Meng Wuxia had faltered, auspicious clouds began to form in the sky, and spiritual energy gathered around her, drawn towards her alchemical furnace, heralding the imminent manifestation of a pill. This phenomenon invoked astonishment among the spectators, and Sheng Yiming's spirit soared. Though he had experienced the aura of pills during his own refining, he had never witnessed such a celestial event. It was evident that a remarkable new pill was about to be unveiled, making his attendance at the family banquet worthwhile. Sheng Yiming intently focused on Meng Wuxia's furnace, and as waves of spiritual energy surged forth, he was undeterred and moved closer, eager to observe her control over the furnace. Following a powerful surge of energy, a pill of golden hue materialized before him. What a remarkable creation! This is truly unprecedented, he exclaimed, captivated by the alluring aura of the pill that seemed to radiate irresistible temptation. In a fit of exhilaration, Sheng Yiming took the pill without hesitation, much to Meng Wuxia's incredulity. How peculiar this person is, she thought. I must commend you, for you have managed to refine such a pill. After consuming the pill, Sheng Yiming approached Meng Wuxia, inquiring if she accepted apprentices, expressing his desire to become her disciple. Meng Wuxia stepped back in astonishment, questioning the sincerity of his request. Noting her youth and the fact that she had not yet reached the age stipulated by Xianmen for accepting disciples, Meng Wuxia spoke the truth. The rules of Xianmen prohibited the acceptance of disciples under a certain age and without corresponding strength, and she had no intention of taking on any apprentices. Unfazed, Sheng Yiming insisted that while she need not accept him as a disciple, she should at least allow him to observe the formulation of a new Yang Dan and study it, threatening to persistently pursue her until she yielded. Meng Wuxia, exasperated, recognized his obsession with alchemy and his genuine desire to study the new pill, interpreting his approach as an earnest pursuit rather than a demand. How shameless, she thought, as Sherwin Tao's voice echoed clearly, declaring that one should not expect to see the new pill's formula without demonstrating some humility. Sheng Yiming's insistence resembled that of a rogue, prompting Meng Wuxia to reconsider her view of him. He could potentially be a valuable collaborator. If you wish to know the formula for this new pill, you may come to buy Xianyuan to find me. However, we must agree beforehand that if you lose, you shall teach a month-long course on the pharmacological principles of pills to our talented disciples. Meng Wuxia utilized the formula for the new Yang Dan as bait to entice Sheng Yiming to buy Xianyuan, facilitating her subsequent plans. Had it not been for Sheng Yiming, she might not have conceived such an idea. Her visit had been fruitful, allowing her to indulge in delightful delicacies and encounter numerous prominent families, unexpectedly gaining a potential partner in collaboration, making the banquet worthwhile. However, Sheng Yiming was not one to comply without question. While he found the prospect of teaching at by Xianyuan untroublesome, he demanded that Meng Wuxia disclose half of the formula immediately for his preliminary review and research, lest he be misled. Meng Wuxia observed his peculiar nature, recognizing his cleverness and singular focus on the Yang Dan formula. With no ulterior motives, she generously handed over the complete formula she had meticulously developed over a long period, leaving the onlookers astonished. It was uncommon for someone yet to be recognized as an alchemist, or even for disciples with new formulas, to freely share their hard-earned research without expecting some form of compensation. For those from Yaosheng Peak or certified alchemists, their formulas held significant value. When Sheng Yiming beheld Meng Wuxia's unreserved honesty and willingness to share her new formula for his unrestrained study, he was taken aback. She invited him to provide any insights or suggestions, assuring him that she would consider them earnestly and was open to collaborating on the refinement of superior pills. In his experiences at Dantiango, Sheng Yiming had encountered numerous alchemists and revered masters, yet none had suggested collaboration or mutual enhancement of formulas. It was typically a solitary endeavor, with exchanges limited to close confidants, mentors, or disciples, a convention among alchemists. Sheng Yiming took the alchemical formula that Meng Wuxia had given him to a secluded corner to begin his research. Meng Wuxia reminded him not to forget to lecture at Baixian Academy, lest he be deemed an unreliable and untrustworthy alchemist. Sheng Yiming waved her off, indicating he was too busy to be disturbed. What a peculiar individual he was, truly out of place with the Sheng family, who showed him such tolerance and kindness. As Meng Wuxia conversed with Sheng Haidang, Yu Zhushang approached her, inquiring if she could visit the Yu family, as the family head wished to see her. Upon hearing this, Meng Wuxia recalled the new family head's chivalrous assistance during a meeting and decided to bring Yi Yun along to pay her respects. The Yu family head was delighted by Meng Wuxia's visit. After some courteous exchanges, she got straight to the point, expressing her desire to purchase the Huanling grass in Meng Wuxia's possession. A disciple of the Yu family was injured and required the grass for medicinal purposes, and she hoped Meng Wuxia would offer a price. If the Yu family wished to buy it, Meng Wuxia would not hesitate to oblige. However, instead of spirit stones, she preferred to exchange it for an item from the Yu family. Upon hearing the proposal for an exchange, the Yu family head asked what she desired in return for the Huanling grass. Meng Wuxia mentioned the Bingling flower, a unique spiritual herb found only in a secret realm of the Yu family. Although it was a single-use herb that did not hold much value, it thrived in cold environments, which the Yu family's secret realm provided. Noting that the item Meng Wuxia sought held no significant value and could be acquired elsewhere, the Yu family head did not hesitate to agree to her request. She stipulated that for the next 3 years, aside from the quantity the Yu family required, all Bingling flowers would be handed over to Meng Wuxia. Meng Wuxia presented the Huanling grass, along with an additional 7-night flower obtained from a hidden realm, encouraging the Yu family head to cultivate it well, as it would prove useful in the future. The Yu family head, pleased with the ease of the transaction and the bonus, warmly invited Meng Wuxia to stay the night at the Yu residence, offering her an abundance of spiritual fruits to enjoy. Before Meng Wuxia could politely decline, Shi Wentao arrived, calling for her to accompany him to the Shi family, as his uncle wished to see her. His loud summons drew everyone's attention, leaving Meng Wuxia to suppress her discontent, unable to voice her feelings under the watchful eyes of many. The Yu family head found the situation amusing, glancing between Meng Wuxia, Shi Wentao, and Yu Jushang, expressing a mix of regret and curiosity. She encouraged Meng Wuxia to pay her respects to Shi Wentao's uncle, noting that the uncle held a considerable status within the aristocracy. With no other option, Meng Wuxia followed Shi Wentao to the Shi family. Upon arrival, she was immediately surrounded by a throng of people, which also enclosed Yiyun. They began to bombard her with questions, resembling an interrogation. Yiyun responded to their inquiries, albeit feeling somewhat bewildered by the attention. After a round of questioning, Shi Wentao led Meng Wuxia to meet his uncle. The uncle's kind demeanor quickly put Meng Wuxia at ease, prompting her to share her background as if she were a shy daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws for the first time. Uncle, don't you think she is particularly suited for training at my Wu Yufeng? If she were to join, Wu Yufeng's secret techniques would surely thrive, Shi Wentao interjected, not deterred by Meng Wuxia's disinterest in Wu Yufeng. Meng Wuxia understood that as long as she did not join, he would persistently pursue her. The uncle praised her exceptional talents and potential, declaring her a rare find suitable for Wu Yufeng. Yet he acknowledged that one should not rush such matters. Shi Wentao, feeling dissatisfied with his uncle's words, attempted to persuade Meng Wuxia to consider Wu Yufeng, but she remained focused on conversing with the elderly gentleman. Since this is our first meeting, let me present you with a small gift. Please accept it and feel free to visit the Shi family often to engage in conversation with this old man, the uncle said, presenting a jade token that would grant her access to any territory of the Shi family, inviting her to seek their assistance whenever needed. Meng Wuxia felt elated. Each noble family had numerous shops and trading streets within their territories, and being able to enter freely would provide her with significant convenience. She graciously accepted the jade token, even taking a moment to boast about it to Shi Wentao, who was still preoccupied with persuading her to consider joining Wu Yufeng. Meng Wuxia assured him to observe Yi Yun's qualifications, emphasizing that this talented individual was poised to become the future pillar of Baekshimon. As Yi Yun was inundated with questions from the enthusiastic Shi family members, he sought Meng Wuxia's assistance when he noticed her speaking less with the smiling elder. In the following chapter, Meng Wuxia found herself unable to extricate herself from the Shi family due to Shi Wentao's insistence. While Yi Yun felt overwhelmed by the Shi family's exuberance, becoming increasingly reserved under their scrutiny, he was bombarded with inquiries about his marital status, with suggestions to help find him a suitable partner, which he found utterly inappropriate given his age, leading to stuttering and a display of bashfulness. With the jade token in hand, Meng Wuxia felt a surge of joy and resumed discussing training with Shi Wentao. She cautiously inquired about the Weniandu technique. Weniandu? Let me think. It seems to be a secret technique that Baekshimon has been passing down in secrecy, yet no one has successfully mastered it. Compared to other techniques, this one poses many questions and lacks practical effectiveness, Shi Wentao mused. Meng Wuxia, upon hearing this, became increasingly curious about the Wentiandu technique. Why had a certain predecessor chosen to separate it from the Yunshui Jingshan technique? What mysteries lay within that she had yet to uncover? Only the members of the Qin family could practice the Winiendu technique, and since the entire clan's downfall, no one had succeeded in mastering it. Why was that? As these enigmas swirled in her mind, she longed to unravel the answers one by one. Suddenly, the competition for the family banquet commenced, initially presented as a friendly exchange. But it was, in truth, a contest over valuable items. Shi Wentao noted the 4 family heads and 4 esteemed elders announcing the start of the competition. Each family would present 3 disciples, with victors receiving rewards while the defeated would forfeit theirs. Thus, the selected disciples would give their all to uphold their family's honor and secure necessary resources. Have you participated? Meng Wuxia inquired. Did you win? Shi Wentao shook his head, admitting defeat. This revelation surprised Meng Wuxia. How could someone of his caliber lose? Who had bested him? As Meng Wuxia sought answers, Shi Wentao disregarded her questions, urging her to focus on the competition. The disciples chosen from various families displayed fierce determination, with none yielding easily. The Shi family secured 2 victories and 1 withdrawal, acquiring a batch of spiritual herbs required for alchemy. The Sheng and Yu families ended in a draw, each obtaining their needs, while the competition unfolded with remarkable intensity. Meng Wuxia was overjoyed to see Sheng Haitang approaching, finally rescuing both her and Yi Yun from the throng. That evening would bring a night banquet, a gathering for exchanges among the noble families. As Sheng Haitang was not a minor heir, she was not obligated to attend, inquiring if Meng Wuxia wished to stay longer. One may visit her and continue to entertain her. It is a rare opportunity to be out. Why not come to my place for a while? After all, none of you have been to Zhang Shangfeng, have you? At the suggestion of Meng Wuxia, the group proceeded to her domain, Zhang Shangfeng. During the time they had been away, Zhang Shangfeng had remained open to all members of the Bakshaman. Its secret realms, training grounds, and private vaults were accessible to all fellow disciples of Bakshaman, and Meng Wuxia had never inquired about it. When Meng Wuxia returned to Zhang Shangfeng with her companions, the place appeared unchanged from their departure, save for the many disciples who had come to cultivate and seek resources for their training. Upon Meng Wuxia's return, everyone joyfully approached to greet her, asking whether she had come back for a short stay or simply to visit. Meng Wuxia instructed them to attend to their own matters while she brought her friends to see the place and check on their diligent cultivation. She cautioned them not to squander the resources of Zhang Shangfeng by neglecting their training. Fortunately, they all affirmed their commitment to hard work, expressing gratitude for Meng Wuxia's guidance. Zhang Shangfeng is catching up to the 2nd Tianhe Peak. Many disciples come here daily to train. Are you not worried about potential chaos? Is anyone trying to dominate this place? The one asking was Sheng Yiming, who insisted on following Meng Wuxia after she mentioned bringing a few people to Zhang Shangfeng. He had been engrossed in researching the Xinyang Dan that Meng Wuxia had provided, filled with curiosity about her formulas. What is there to fear? As long as everyone benefits and recognizes the advantages of training here. Even those with less discernment who seek to cause trouble will be restrained by those who wish to maintain their benefits. What chaos could arise? Meng Wuxia's words resonated with Yi Yun, who remarked that since Zhang Shangfeng had opened its doors to all, some outer disciples could now train here using their identity spirit tokens without fear of expulsion from inner disciples. After all, outer disciples lacking the qualifications to enter the inner sect would not seek discord here. Meng Wuxia told her companions to feel at ease. As there were no strict rules in her domain, convenience was paramount. Sister Jingran, already familiar with Meng Wuxia and having visited before, went to Meng Wuxia's study to read. Sheng Haitang, visiting Meng Wuxia's courtyard for the first time, greeted her before wandering around to explore her living quarters. Sheng Yiming, on the other hand, was preoccupied with pondering how Meng Wuxia refined her pills, persistently asking her to reveal more formulas for him to examine, confident that he could devise superior recipes. Yi Yun, feeling somewhat out of place as it was his first visit to Zhang Shangfeng in Meng Wuxia's courtyard, was uncertain about what to do. Meng Wuxia invited him to accompany her to her master's study. Upon hearing that it was Meng Wuxia's master who had fallen for Bakshaman, he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and tidied his attire before following her into the study. Meng Wuxia reassured him to relax and not feel burdened. noting that since her master had passed, there were fewer rules to adhere to. Here are a few books that are suitable for your cultivation. The heart method you practice shares some similarities with my master's teachings. However, your studies in the outer sect are still limited. Copy these texts for your practice. They will greatly benefit you and serve as means of self-defense, but do not make it known. Meng Wuxia instructed him to transcribe the materials into jade slips while contemplating his future training. Her visits were infrequent, and she would not always be able to bring him along, so it was wise to seize the time for cultivation. After entering Baixian Academy, Yi Yun felt his inadequacies keenly, especially with the upcoming first Tianjiao competition, where he was uncertain whether he could maintain his ranking. The subsequent challenge matches would present opportunities for new disciples to contest his position, consuming part of his training time and risking his expulsion from the Tianjiao list. Thus, these techniques and secret arts suitable for his cultivation were of utmost importance to him. Meng Wuxiao left Yi Yun in the study to focus on his techniques, while she engaged Sheng Yiming in conversation regarding matters related to Dantian Pavilion. Sheng Yiming, with an air of nonchalance, extended his hand, as if to say he would not divulge any information without receiving something in return. Without hesitation, Meng Wuxiao playfully slapped his palm, urging him to speak quickly, warning that there would be no future opportunities for collaboration otherwise. Sheng Yiming rolled his eyes and succinctly explained that Dantian Pavilion was currently adopting an elite approach, no longer accepting alchemists casually, and the entry requirements were significantly stricter than before. However, the corresponding benefits for alchemists had also increased, allowing them to harvest necessary herbs from Dantian Pavilion's spiritual herb garden. The spiritual herb garden of Dantian Pavilion. That was an enticing prospect, stirring Meng Wuxia's interest. She resolved to find time to participate in the alchemist assessment at Dantian Pavilion. Sheng Haitang, who had no prior interactions with Sheng Yiming, observed Meng Wuxia conversing amiably with him and, intrigued, surmised that Meng Wuxia intended to obtain the qualification of an alchemist. She discreetly conveyed to Meng Wuxia that the current head of Dantian Pavilion was a formidable individual from Juzhou Academy, whose reputation on Sangzhou continent rivaled that of the sect leader. Achieving recognition within Dantian Pavilion would not be an easy feat. Meng Wuxia replied that she had little interest in trivial challenges and was merely waiting to show off an alchemist qualification jade token that she would acquire. Chapter 66. The first lesson exploded the classroom after spending a night at Shangfeng. Meng Wuxia and her companions hurried back to Baixian Academy, as she had yet to attend a single class since entering. Sister Jingran had already received her task from Huangquan Peak and had to leave soon. Meng Wuxiao reminded her to be cautious and to let Xuehu assist her in battles, despite his penchant for vanity. He possessed formidable strength and could be a reliable partner in combat. Xuehu, flattered by Meng Wuxiao's praise, repeatedly assured her that he would protect Sister Jingran, urging her to remain at ease. After sending Sister Jingran off, Meng Wuxia, Sheng Haidang, and Yi Yun returned to Baixian Academy. Sheng Yiming, required a lecture at Baixian Academy for a month, begrudgingly followed them. Recently freed from Yaoxing Peak, he felt somewhat ambivalent about being surrounded by these Tianjiao. Yet he insisted on staying in Meng Wuxia's prestigious courtyard rather than seeking temporary lodging in the elders' quarters. If it weren't for his peculiar temperament, constantly roaming to gather spiritual herbs for alchemy, he might have been able to secure a position as a steward and await promotion to elder, but Sheng Yiming chose otherwise. Upon hearing that Sheng Yiming from Weiyufeng was coming to teach them about the principles of spiritual herbs, the Tianjiao disciples at Baixian Academy had varied reactions. Yet they held a degree of respect for his identity as an alchemist. After all, Sheng Yiming had been actively invited by Dantian Pavilion to take the alchemist assessment, a privilege not granted to everyone, a mark of honor. As per tradition, Sheng Yiming commenced his first lesson, entering with a large assortment of spiritual herbs and instructing everyone to document their properties, distinguishing which were singular herbs and which were composite herbs. Once he had finished, he took out a cauldron to begin refining pills, seemingly disregarding the disciples. It was no surprise that Sheng Yiming had an eccentric temperament. Even during his lectures at Yaoxing Peak, he would assign tasks and then immerse himself in his own affairs, indifferent to the students. Meng Wuxia raised no objections, focusing intently on identifying the properties and categories of the spiritual herbs, taking detailed notes. Observing that the foremost disciple was engaged in this manner, the others fell silent and began writing as well. Once they completed their documentation, Meng Wuxia requested Sheng Yiming to elucidate the changes that these spiritual herbs would undergo during pill refinement and to highlight any precautions, as well as the types of pills they could currently concoct. Sheng Yiming, however, was engrossed in examining the newly refined pills in his hands, his attention solely on his creations, unresponsive to Meng Wuxia's inquiries. Feigning a cough, Meng Wuxia attempted to draw Sheng Yiming's focus back to the lecture, urging him to concentrate on teaching. Alas, I have come to realize that the order of the spiritual herbs is incorrect. Sheng Yiming proposed a formula for a pill and sought Meng Wuxia's counsel. Upon inquiring about the nature of the formula, Meng Wuxia remarked that it resembled the Qingxin Dan. Indeed, it is the Qingxin Dan. However, utilizing top-tier spiritual herbs for its concoction would be excessively extravagant. If it were possible to create a Qingxin Dan with commonly used herbs that possessed exceptional effects, it would provide a safer option for cultivators venturing into chaotic realms. Sheng Yiming then asked Meng Wuxia for her opinion on the formula as potential success. After reviewing it, Meng Wuxia suggested substituting a few of the herbs, proposing to observe the new results. Ultimately, Sheng Yiming and Meng Wuxia began their collaboration on the pill, inviting other talented alchemists to join in their experiments to assess the progress of the modified formula, transforming the entire room into a bustling hub of alchemical activity. When the elder responsible for the next class arrived to impart his teachings, he found everyone engrossed in the study of alchemy. Rather than interrupting, he chose to withdraw to the outer courtyard, awaiting the conclusion of their endeavors. However, after several trials, they consistently fell short. Sheng Yiming, undeterred by Meng Wuxia's warnings, added several unstable herbs to the mixture. Observing this, Meng Wuxia noted his stubbornness. The addition of such volatile herbs caused the alchemical furnace to tremble, emitting a substantial rumbling sound. Sensing impending disaster, Meng Wuxia cautioned the other talented individuals to maintain their distance from Sheng Yiming and began to withdraw. Just as they retreated to a safe distance, a tremendous explosion echoed through the air as Sheng Yiming's alchemical furnace erupted. As the smoke billowed upwards and debris scattered, the onlookers felt fortunate for their hasty retreat. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The explosion drew numerous curious spectators, and once the smoke dissipated, two disheveled figures emerged. Sheng Yiming, covered in soot and with singed hair, clutched a glimmering pill in his hand. Meng Wuxia appeared somewhat better off, albeit with her hair in disarray and a soot-blackened visage. "Huh, I knew it. We have managed to devise a new formula for the Qingxin Dan, and, with these herbs, we can achieve effects rivaling that of the finest Qingxin Dan, saving a considerable amount of resources," Sheng Yiming exclaimed. Meng Wuxia regarded him, recognizing his eccentricity. Even after the explosion, he was still focused on safeguarding the pill. She felt particularly aggrieved, having been inadvertently entangled in his reckless endeavor. Why had she bothered to remind him to control the flames? One moment of inattention had led to this catastrophe, leaving them in such a state. Sheng Yiming truly is something. He has ruined this place on the first day of class. It will take several days to repair, one elder lamented. However, the silent steward observed the Qingxin Dan in Sheng Yiming's possession, contemplating its potential, and instructed the duo to tidy themselves before returning to see him. Meng Wuxia's heart skipped a beat upon noticing the stewardess' arrival, fearing that she might be liable for the cleanup costs. She had no intention of parting with even a single spiritual stone. If anyone were to pay, it should be this peculiar Sheng Yiming. When they eventually met with the steward, he had already calculated the costs of cleanup and repairs, presenting the figures for their review. Sheng Yiming glanced at the substantial amount of spiritual stones, as one would expect from the Baixian Academy, where resources were never inexpensive. Meng Wuxia glared at the bill, nearly incinerating it with her fiery gaze. She was well aware that Baixian Academy's resources came at a premium, but she was taken aback by the sheer amount required. These were indeed tangible spiritual stones. Bargaining in front of the steward seemed futile. He was exceptionally shrewd, particularly when it came to finances, and would not overlook even the slightest detail. Meng Wuxia directed a fierce glare at Sheng Yiming, pondering how he could remain so composed at such a moment. She was tempted to tap his head to see if he was mentally sound. "I'll cover it all. Not a single spiritual stone will be spared," Sheng Yiming declared, seemingly unfazed by the situation, as he casually accepted responsibility for the bill. Meng Wuxia's expression softened. He should indeed bear the full cost, for she was innocent. Yet, she began to wonder whether Sheng Yiming actually possessed such wealth in spiritual stones. He retrieved 2 items from his storage bracelet, presenting them to the steward as collateral for the payment. Meng Wuxia nearly fainted upon realization. This oddball was indeed something else. It was a jade token of identity from Dantian Pavilion, and a promissory note for a significant sum of spiritual stones owed to him by others. The steward assessed the items, confirming their worth, which equaled the amount owed. However, he did not accept them outright, but instead engaged Meng Wuxia and Sheng Yiming in discussion regarding their formula. Should they be willing to hand over the formulas for the Xianyang Dan and Qingxin Dan to the stewardess hall? The costs of the spiritual stones could be offset, eliminating their need to part with any stones. The steward explained that this arrangement would allow for the formulas to be sold under the name of Baixian sect, generating revenue for the sect. Sheng Yiming inquired what specific formulas were required. The steward reiterated the need for the Xianyang Dan and Qingxin Dan. However, as a pill master of Dantian Pavilion, Sheng Yiming was obligated to submit his formulas to the pavilion, a rule established for all alchemists in the pavilion. Yet, Sheng Yiming was not one to rigidly adhere to rules. He prioritized the interests of Baixian sect and would not act against its interests. This principle was a shared trait among disciples of Baixian sect, serving as the foundation for their standing in the Zhangzhou continent and a reason why other sects respected them. Sheng Yiming glanced at Meng Wuxia, communicating his thoughts through his gaze, silently inquiring her opinion. There was no need for a discussion, with so many spiritual stones at stake. She would not be the one to foot the bill. Meng Wuxia's stance was resolute. She possessed no spiritual stones, not a single one. After observing the exchange of glances between the two for some time, the steward cleared his throat and inquired whether they had reached a decision. Sheng Yiming generously handed over the formula to the steward, clarifying that while he was the reformer of the formula, it was Meng Wuxia who had genuinely developed it. Meng Wuxia cast him an appreciative glance. This was a partner with whom she could collaborate, and they should work together more frequently in the future. Thus, the matter concluded. But classes would be suspended for 3 days, during which the talented individuals would partake in training in the secret realms. Chapter 67. Prelude to the selection tournament. With a burden of spiritual stone expenses lifted, Meng Wuxia felt an immediate uplift in her spirits. However, upon observing Sheng Yiming's singed and chaotic hair, resembling a burnt scroll, and his unkempt appearance, she felt compelled to suggest he return to the spiritual pool for a thorough grooming. Such disarray tarnished his identity as a pill master. Sheng Yiming, indifferent to his appearance, was preoccupied with how to obtain Meng Wuxia's new formula, eager to witness her alchemical techniques and enhancements to the properties of the herbs. Meng Wuxia supported his artisanal spirit. Those with ambition inevitably possess quirks. Upon returning to her courtyard, Meng Wuxia sought a moment of rest, anticipating news of their secret realm training. She was uncertain which secret realms the talented individuals would be sent to. As she reclined in her chair, a message arrived via Jade Slip, revealing that she was to venture to the formidable illusory sea secret realm of Baixian Academy. No, this illusory sea was an enormous illusion array acquired by an ancient ancestor of Baixian sect, filled with treacherous waters and islands inhabited by unknown beasts. Those who entered typically emerged either defeated or drained of spiritual energy, requiring several days of recovery in the courtyard. Meng Wuxia longed to refuse this assignment, but the words eluded her. As the top student, she had to set an example and could not afford to lose face. She sent a sound transmission to Shang Haidang, inquiring about her assigned secret realm. Shang Haidang responded that she would be going to the Illusory Mountain, a training realm composed of numerous illusions. As long as one was not devoured by the illusions and charged through like a challenge, it posed no significant problem. Sheng Haidang also informed her that this time, the 4 secret realms would include elders from the major peaks, who would assess these talented individuals. Although the evaluation would not be fatal, receiving a low score from the assessing elder could leave a negative impression, which will be taken into account by Baixian Academy during the year-end evaluations, potentially affecting the resource rewards. Any individual who has been on the list of talents for a full year would receive a substantial resource gift package from Baixian at the end of that year. This serves not only as an incentive for the talents to strive and excel, but also as a means to assist them in enhancing their cultivation. Meng Wuxiao was quite looking forward to this year-end gift package, as her sect genuinely provided resources and would not deceive its disciples. Numerous valuable items would be distributed. Shifeng was assigned to another secret realm, the Huanlin City Secret Realm. This realm required competition against various cultivators, consuming both spiritual energy and physical stamina. Only those with formidable combat abilities would safely exit this place. Each of the 4 secret realms would host 25 individuals for a duration of 3 days, after which they would be released by a teleportation array and evaluations would follow. Meng Wuxia, upon reading the information on the jade slip, could not suppress her sighs. Foolish woman, you lack the spirit of Lianhua. That foolish boy you brought back is far more motivated than you, wasting spiritual herbs on a broken alchemy furnace. Does he aspire to open an alchemy shop? While Longting was mocking Meng Wuxia, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and approached Sheng Yiming, who was inspecting the elixirs, to engage him in conversation. I say, senior brother Yiming, have you submitted the elixirs you researched at Dantian Pavilion? Do you have any private connections with certain alchemy shops? Sheng Yiming did not ponder much on Meng Wuxia's probing, replying that he naturally submitted what was required. Any alchemist would have connections with some shops, who would turn down spirit stones. However, the connections he had were primarily with the Sheng family's alchemy shops, which offered better profits compared to collaborating with smaller stores. After all, he bore the Sheng surname. What if I propose to sell some of the elixirs I have concocted at your Sheng family, charging only the cost price? Would you be interested? Sheng Yiming glanced at her, noticing her serious tone. He mentioned that the Sheng family conducted their alchemy business with great rigor and did not accept elixirs from non-alchemists for sale. However, if she could show him the formula she desired, he would be willing to act as an intermediary to assist her in selling the elixirs, and the fees were negotiable. This was precisely the statement she sought. It freed her from the constraints of being a recognized alchemist while allowing her to earn some extra income. Meng Wuxia produced some elixirs that had long been washed in the spiritual spring and provided Sheng Yiming with the recorded formulas from her Qicai alchemy furnace for his study. Sheng Yiming, excitedly clutching the new formulas, urged her to focus on her cultivation in the secret realm and promised to settle the elixir costs upon her return. Despite his peculiar temperament, he was quite straightforward in business dealings, and having his assistance was a relief. Meng Wuxiao inquired about how Longting was managing this matter. Longting advised her to be more discreet, cautioning that the formulas from her Qicai alchemy furnace were unique to the Zhangzhou continent and advised against drawing unnecessary attention, as it could provoke unwanted disputes. Meng Wuxia found Longting's words reasonable and, disregarding other matters, prepared to report to the Huanhai secret realm, as the jade slip had already sent her a reminder. Upon her arrival, she found only a steward at the entrance of the secret realm. He instructed her to enter quickly, as she was the last one waiting. The steward conveyed a message, to train diligently within, as upon her exit, she would head to the selection for the Jiuzhou Talents competition, which posed significant challenges. She was urged to give her best effort and bring glory to Baixian. After acknowledging the steward's words, Meng Wuxiao was sent into the teleportation array, entering the Huanhai secret realm. Unbeknownst to her, several individuals were already awaiting her arrival for the preliminary test of the selection competition. In truth, she did not favor this secret realm and wished to exchange places with Sheng Haidang. However, the arrangements of Baixian Academy were not to be contested. Though the scenery was breathtaking, it was a vast expanse of ocean with countless islands, some real and others mere illusions. She had to fly on her sword to locate the genuine islands. Otherwise, she would simply be soaring over the ocean. Summoning her Qingpeng bird, she instructed it to guide her across the sea. The spiritual energy in this realm emanated from beneath the ocean. She wondered what treasures lay beneath to produce such abundant energy. The islands appeared remarkably real, yet many were mere phantoms. The Qingpeng's sensing ability continuously upgraded, its keen eyes scrutinizing the islands until it confirmed the authenticity of one before carefully descending with Meng Wuxia. This island was covered in dense foliage, and amidst the thicket, both Meng Wuxia and the Qingpeng sensed numerous ferocious beasts lurking nearby. As they landed, a multitude of fierce and hungry beasts emerged from the underbrush. Meng Wuxia urged the Qingpeng to unleash its might, seizing the opportunity to showcase its true strength. These beasts were not to be underestimated. If they were not eliminated, they would relentlessly pursue her. The Qingpeng, roused by the sight of the menacing beasts, felt its blood surge as it flapped its enormous 6 wings, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy at the creatures. Meng Wuxia summoned her Mingjian Dinkoan, channeling all her spiritual energy to join the Qingpeng in an intense battle against the beasts. Chapter 68. Discovering a Ginseng Dalomai, I am utterly exhausted. I knew it. This Huanhai secret realm is a tormenting place. Anyone who enters must shed a layer of skin. Oh, my back. Meng Wuxia allowed the Qingpeng to rest in her storage bracelet's spiritual spring for a while. They had been fighting for nearly a day, and the beasts were likely deterred from showing themselves again. Seizing the moment to catch her breath and restore her energy, she knew she had to be prepared for whatever might emerge next. Finding a sturdy tree trunk, she decided to rest against it and close her eyes. However, just as she did, she overheard 2 individuals approaching the base of the tree. "Senior brother, do you think that giant python is following us? All we did was collect a spirit herb. I warned you. The behaking was surely guarded by beasts. I told you not to go for it, yet you insisted. Now we're being pursued by that giant python." The voices of a man and a woman engaged in a heated argument below disrupted Meng Wuxia's attempt to rest. Just as she was about to intervene, a massive 2-headed python surged out, attacking the 2 individuals with reckless ferocity. From her vantage point, Meng Wuxia observed the 2, who appeared to be fellow disciples from the talent list, struggling against the python. Having already expended significant spiritual energy and stamina, they were at a disadvantage. The 2-headed python was indeed a formidable beast, not only possessing its own combat prowess, but also commanding lesser beasts to join its assault. As a result, the 2 were quickly surrounded by several summoned creatures. Seeing them back to back and preparing for a final struggle, Meng Wuxia sensed that their predicament was not merely due to the behaking. There must have been more to their encounter with the python that had provoked its wrath. "I must ask you too what you have done to anger this giant python so fiercely that both of its heads are aflame with rage?" Meng Wuxia's inquiry startled the pair, who looked up in surprise. Upon recognizing her, their expressions shifted to one of hope, as if they had found a potential savior. "Wuxia Shiji, we have inadvertently taken the behaking, and this beast has relentlessly pursued us. We implore you to extend your assistance. We would be immensely grateful and promise a substantial reward upon our exit from the Huanhai secret realm." Meng Wuxia, known for her patience with those who can articulate, found it prudent to clarify the situation, for this 2-headed serpent harbors a deep-seated grudge and can command demonic beasts to assist in its attack, making it a formidable adversary. She insisted that the 2 speak the truth. Otherwise, she would be unable to offer any help. As the foremost figure on the Tianjiao list, if she did not offer aid in the face of danger, how could she maintain her credibility upon returning to Baixianyuan? The implication was clear. If I assist you, you will acknowledge my authority. Do you believe I'm so easily swayed? Meng Wuxia demanded honesty from them. Otherwise, she could not intervene. Noticing the 2-headed serpent preparing to strike, one of the disciples quickly confessed that he had slain a young serpent that accompanied it. "No wonder it is so enraged. You killed its young one, and it would naturally retaliate against you. This predicament is quite troublesome. Present the behaking to the 2-headed serpent as a bargaining chip and seek passage in return." Meng Wuxia's suggestion sparked discontent in her junior sister. After all, it was not she who had slain the young serpent, and parting with such a precious behaking was unthinkable. If you refuse to relinquish it, then prepare for your demise. The 2-headed serpent and its minions will not relent. If you can resolve this, I shall await you ahead. Meng Wuxia, observing their reluctance to part with the precious herb at such a critical juncture, prepared to depart, prompting a mix of dissatisfaction and panic in the two disciples. They reluctantly followed her advice, placing the behaking before the two-headed serpent in hopes it would grant them safe passage. The serpent accepted the offering and, after a fierce roar, indeed allowed one of them to proceed. However, it seemed the serpent intended to hold back the one who had attacked its young. As the standoff continued, Meng Wuxia and the Qingpeng bird appeared before the two-headed serpent, urging it to take the behaking and depart swiftly. The young serpent was lost to it forever. What more could it desire? It would be wiser to retreat and seek another young serpent instead of wasting time here. Meng Wuxia raised the Dingquan sword, demanding the serpent hasten its departure, or else she would not hesitate to sever its head. Faced with the sword and the formidable Qingpeng bird, the two-headed serpent, with a reluctant roar, retreated in anger, and the surrounding beasts followed suit, vanishing into the depths. Meng Wuxiao instructed the two disciples to find a safe place to restore their spiritual power and quickly leave the island, for encountering the two-headed serpent again would bode ill. Having said this, Meng Wuxiao signaled for the Qingpeng bird to depart, as this place offered no benefits and was teeming with demonic beasts. Just as they prepared to leave, she noticed a swarm of beasts pursuing something below. Upon closer inspection, she realized it resembled a small child. Could it be? The figure was indeed a child sprinting for dear life, with a horde of ferocious beasts in hot pursuit. The child possessed remarkable speed. Yet it was only a matter of time before they caught up. Meng Wuxiao instructed the Qingpeng bird to take her to the child's location. Without hesitation, she scooped up the child and placed him on the Qingpeng bird's back, soaring high into the sky to evade the relentless beasts. What fortuitous luck! Just moments ago, she lamented the lack of opportunities, and now a treasure had literally fallen into her hands. It was a 1,000-year-old ginseng doll, adorned with 6 radiant ginseng seeds atop its head. Seeing the child sobbing pitifully, Meng Wuxia directed the Qingpeng bird to find a safe place to land. Lacking garments suitable for such a small child, she draped a soft cloth over him. Once he had calmed, she asked if he was indeed a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Upon hearing this, the child began to cry again, leaving Meng Wuxiao bewildered as to why he wept at her words. It was likely fright from the beasts. A ginseng that could transform into a child possessed the purest spiritual energy in existence, perhaps even a strand of celestial fate. Not only did the beasts covet him, but she too found herself tempted. The Qingpeng bird openly expressed its delight at the sight of the child. A 1,000-year-old ginseng was a treasure on the Zhangzhou continent, worth a mansion at the Jiuzhou auction. Meng Wuxiao recalled how a 1,000-year-old ginseng had once saved her life through a medicinal pill she had crafted. Thus, she felt an innate tenderness toward this ginseng doll. Enough of your tears. I swear, I shall not consume you, nor will I let others do so. As long as you cease crying, I promise to take good care of you, ensuring you remain whole and unharmed. Meng Wuxiao longed to shout, but seeing the tiny child and the 6 ginseng seeds atop his head, she restrained herself. Upon hearing her vow, the child, with bright, large eyes, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, as if to say he believed her. Meng Wuxiao entrusted the care of the ginseng doll to Longting and Lianhua. Longting's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing the doll, and he embraced it with unrestrained joy. However, Meng Wuxia sternly warned him, should you dare to bully this child, I shall stew you into fish soup. Surely not. This is a 1,000-year-old ginseng, a chance for celestial fate. If I consume it, I could leap over the dragon's gate and become a golden dragon. Oh heavens, how painful. Meng Wuxiao promptly delivered a reprimanding blow to Longting, entrusting the ginseng doll to the reliable Lianhua. If Longting dared to harass the child, he would find himself cast into a large iron pot for a stew. Longting gazed at the ginseng doll with longing, causing the child to cling tightly to Lianhua, who comforted him gently, assuring him there was nothing to fear. The Qingpeng bird then led Meng Wuxia to the next island, where numerous troubles awaited resolution. Chapter 69. Continue fighting until we emerge with the assistance of the Qingpeng bird. Meng Wuxia discovered a picturesque island, Upon her first glance, she thought it might be the secluded haven of an ancient master, for the feng shui here was truly enviable. The spiritual energy was far richer than on the previous islands, and the presence of numerous rare treasures filled the air, devoid of any dangerous beastly auras. The Qingpong bird praised the scenery, feeling a comforting sensation as the abundant spiritual energy flowed around it. Meng Wuxia quickly sought a relatively quiet spot, sitting cross-legged to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy without wasting a moment. As her meridians were flooded with this energy, she felt subtle changes within her body, gaining finer control over the spiritual energy and solidifying her mental acuity. The faint shadow within her spiritual sea began to take on a discernible outline, no longer merely an illusion. Meng Wuxia became increasingly intrigued by this shadow with form, continuing to absorb the energy and relentlessly impacting her meridians and the operation of her spiritual sea. With heightened concentration, the shadow began to reveal its true shape. Could it be a person? It certainly resembled a humanoid figure. What extraordinary discovery had I made? As Meng Wuxia absorbed more spiritual energy, the clarity of the figure in her spiritual sea increased. When the figure finally materialized, Meng Wuxia pinched herself, feeling pain and confirming she was not dreaming. A celestial maiden, ethereal as if painted, appeared within her spiritual sea. Simultaneously, a red mark resembling a seal manifested on her forehead. Meng Wuxia tentatively inquired of this celestial sister, seeking to learn her identity and name. The fairy sister gazed at the vast expanse surrounding her, observing the dragon court and lotus blossom within the spiritual sea, along with a bewildered little child. After taking in the scene, the fairy sister unexpectedly walked into the heart of the lotus blossom and laid down peacefully to rest. Meng Wuxia noticed that the fairy sister had fallen silent, choosing not to speak a word as she lay down to sleep. After a moment of speechlessness, Meng Wuxia resolved to let things be, waiting for the fairy sister to awaken before inquiring, as she did not dare to disturb her. On this small island, Meng Wuxia diligently absorbed the spiritual energy and, feeling satisfied with her intake, rose contentedly to ask about the Qingpong bird. The Qingpong bird flapped its 6 wings, expressing that it felt invigorated, even capable of confronting formidable beasts. Meng Wuxia decided to explore the interior of the island, intrigued by the dense spiritual energy, wondering what unexpected treasures lay within. However, upon entering the other side of the island, she was astonished to discover a stark contrast. This side was shrouded in heavy mist and riddled with swamps, requiring careful navigation to avoid perilous traps. Determined to leave swiftly with the Qingpong bird, Meng Wuxia was aware that the mist contained substances that could induce illusions, and the longer they lingered, the more unpredictable the consequences could be. Just as she instructed the Qingpong bird to take flight, a dark cloud appeared in the sky ahead, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings drawing near. Instantly, the Qingpong bird shielded Meng Wuxia, standing guard with heightened vigilance. A flock of one-eyed crows approached, known for their collective hunting prowess. Despite their singular vision, their hearing and perception were unparalleled, and when pursuing prey, they attacked as a unit until nothing remained. Meng Wuxia felt a degree of trepidation towards such organized beasts. Even the most ferocious creatures would avoid them. As the saying goes, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, no matter how formidable one might be. Facing a coordinated assault meant facing death. Resolute, Meng Wuxia stepped forward from behind the Qingping bird, wielding her sword, Ding Kuan, and channeling her spiritual energy to coordinate with the bird in battle. She aimed to scatter the one-eyed crows, ensuring they did not unite their strength. After all, a leader among the crows was surely present. She intended to eliminate the unfortunate commander to disrupt their organization. Without hesitation, Meng Wuxia charged forth, while the Qingpong bird unleashed its full power, launching a fierce offensive to prevent the crows from consolidating. The one-eyed crows approached aggressively, their presence unsettling and their cacophony grating. Targeting several crows that flew towards her, Meng Wuxia unleashed her sword energy, causing them to plummet lifelessly. Unyielding, she continued to search for the commanding crow amidst the fray. quickly realizing that the surrounding crows were under the direction of those hidden in the back. Those few crows, concealed from view, waved their wings and emitted eerie cries. Fixating intently on Meng Wuxia and the Qingpeng bird, though they appeared small and black, their cunning eyes betrayed their intelligence. And Meng Wuxia knew she had to strike before they could retaliate. Without hesitation, she summoned the Wujigan, channeling her spiritual energy to unleash a hidden dark lightning bolt. With the aid of the explosion talisman, a brilliant thunderclap erupted. Either she struck decisively or not at all, under the combined assault of the explosion talisman and the thunder. The commanding crows began to retreat, visibly wounded. They dared not flee. Meng Wuxia struck down one slow-flying crow with a powerful blow, watching as it plummeted into the swamp. Vanishing in an instant, without pausing, she swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 commanding crows. As the Qingpeng bird scattered the flock, the remaining crows sensed the threat and began to panic. Yet, as they fled in disarray, Meng Wuxia noticed ominous and eerie entities emerging from the woods and swamps. Exuding en ascension, she urged the Qingpeng bird to avoid further confrontation and ascend quickly. For this side of the island was a stark contrast to the paradise they had encountered earlier. One side was heavenly, while the other was hellish. After experiencing the sweetness of paradise, venturing deeper into the island felt like stepping into the unknown abyss. Prolonged engagement would deplete her spiritual energy, and the potential for unforeseen dangers loomed. Drawing upon the Qingpeng bird's strength, she soared higher, aware that even the heights were not entirely safe. Meng Wuxiao retrieved a recovery elixir from her storage bracelet for the Qingpeng bird, consuming several herself to prepare for any impending challenges. Little Qing, we must remain resolute. Let them come from above or below. Should any foolhardy creature dare to provoke us, we shall unite and fight our way through. Rest assured, I have enough elixirs to sustain us. With me here, no one can harm you. Her words brimmed with confidence as the Qingpeng bird, soaring toward the island's edge, nodded firmly, indicating readiness to cooperate and confront any obstacles in their path. Chapter 70. Breaking through cultivation after successfully departing from the island. Meng Wuxia did not seek another island for further trials. The recent battles had imparted valuable lessons and insights, and the pent-up urge to break through her cultivation felt increasingly insistent. During her time in the Hidden Realm, after receiving the Tian Ting, Lao Zu's inheritance, her cultivation had reached a point of near uncontrollable pressure. She had been forcefully suppressing her progression, reluctant to break through too soon. Although she felt somewhat unprepared for the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, the resources at her disposal were limited. Only a few elixirs could aid her in stabilizing her cultivation after the breakthrough. However, now within the Illusionary Sea secret realm and possessing the Millennium Ginseng doll, her inability to contain her cultivation urged her to seize the moment for a breakthrough. Meng Wuxiao recalled the Qingpeng bird's observation upon entering this realm, noting that the abundant spiritual energy was supported by supreme treasures within the sea, alongside powerful spiritual beasts maintaining the realm's integrity. The conditions for her needed spiritual energy and stabilization after the breakthrough here surpassed those in by Xian Yuan. Meng Wuxiao chose a central point in the Illusionary Sea secret realm, instructing the Qingpeng bird to guard her as she retrieved the breakthrough elixir and ascension fruit, preparing to challenge the great perfection of the Foundation establishment stage. Since acquiring the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, her cultivation had steadily progressed, bolstered by numerous elixirs and spiritual herbs. In the nameless secret realm, she had harnessed the pure spiritual energy and the assistance of spiritual pearls and springs, reshaping her meridians, distinct from the norm, allowing her continual advancement. As long as she remained diligent, her daily progress was meticulously calculated. To avoid drawing excessive attention, suppressing her cultivation had become a daily necessity. Yet here, in the Illusionary Sea secret realm, consecutive breakthroughs should not raise suspicion. As long as she did not abruptly enter the Golden Core stage, no commotion would ensue. It was essential to consider the state after a breakthrough. Only with absolute strength could she advance without trepidation. Following her expectations, Meng Wuxia began to circulate her spiritual sea in all her meridians, alongside the mental fortitude she had been diligently refining. After consuming the breakthrough elixir, she felt her spiritual energy circulate rapidly, each cycle reshaping her meridians. The challenge of achieving foundational perfection lies in establishing a profound connection between one's spiritual sea and the entirety of one's being. Progressing from a unified physical form to a harmonious mind-body connection, and ultimately linking one's mental prowess. Each step necessitates meticulous attention. Even the slightest miscalculation could render previous efforts futile. Meng Wuxiao approaches this endeavor with utmost seriousness, exerting every ounce of her strength to reorganize her essence. The Yinshui Jinshanju she practices serves as a comprehensive tempering of her body and spirit. Each cycle of the heart technique imparts a sensation akin to ascending a celestial ladder, with every advancement bringing her closer to perfection. Desiring rapid progress often leads to stagnation. As Meng Wuxia stands on the brink of the final step, where her physique, mind, spirit, and spiritual sea must align, she perceives images from a past life surfacing within her consciousness. At that moment, the flow of spiritual energy around her halts. This is a major taboo for cultivators striving for breakthroughs and signals impending danger. Yet, Meng Wuxia persists in absorbing spiritual energy, steadying her mind, and accumulating strength, executing the Yinshui Jinshanju to its utmost potential. She even calls upon the recently learned Wen Tianju to assist in her breakthrough. As both profound techniques manifest simultaneously, she senses fluctuations within her spiritual sea. It is the ethereal fairy who had been slumbering since her appearance. However, Meng Wuxia cannot afford to divert her attention to her. Her sole focus is on transcending her current limitations and fulfilling the requirements for foundational perfection. In a moment of impatience, memories of her past as Meng Po in the Underworld resurface, recollections long buried. Why do such thoughts arise at this critical juncture? Perhaps they represent a lingering psychological barrier she has long wished to overcome. Devoted to cultivating her immortal essence, ascending to the celestial realm, and becoming the supreme entity within the immortal domain, she adamantly refuses to become the Meng Po who toils daily in the underworld. Indeed, she has reincarnated for a purpose far grander than that of Meng Po. She aspires to ascend to immortality. Shadows begin to envelop her, symbolizing the psychological burdens she must transcend. What constitutes true perfection? It requires relinquishing inner shadows to embrace the light, persistently confronting obstacles and shackles to achieve completeness. Perhaps she has been overly stringent in suppressing her cultivation, as she now experiences a hindrance in absorbing spiritual energy, feeling a stagnation in her meridians. This is dire. It appears she may falter on the final rung of the ladder. Failure is not an option. What would the consequences of failure be? Exiting the 100 Immortals Academy and plummeting down the ranks of excellence, losing her status, unable to aid those around her, and potentially being forced out of the 100 Immortals sect, subjected to humiliation and oppression. Such dismal outcomes would chill her to the core. But who is she? She is Meng Wuxia, the future supreme of the immortal realm. Failure is simply inconceivable. As she relentlessly presses forward, Meng Wuxia awakens the inherent essence of the blazing phoenix within her, reborn from the flames, seeking light amidst darkness. The fiery wings of the phoenix encircle her, compelling even the Qingpeng bird that had been safeguarding her to retreat, lest it be scorched by the flames. Individuals with such resolute determination are indeed rare. The phoenix bone and the golden jade spiritual root she possesses are extraordinary, hinting at a future where she cannot help but ascend to immortality. A clear, ethereal voice resonates in her ears, and at that moment, the Chinya lotus that had been blossoming within her spiritual sea begins to unfurl its layers, emanating boundless spiritual energy. Countless lotus petals integrate into her body and meridians. As the lotus essence merges with Meng Wuxia, her spiritual form begins to transform. A lotus bud envelopes her, transporting her to the heart of the lotus. This celestial essence has finally entered her being, facilitating her breakthrough. The Wentianju now truly begins to pass on its legacy through her. Without the infusion of celestial energy, no amount of cultivation could yield success. She has genuinely crossed the threshold into the Wentianju, achieving its initial stage. Meng Wuxiao recalls Long Ting's explanation that the Qinya lotus is, in fact, a celestial lotus seed that fell from the heavens, cultivated over the years by absorbing spiritual energy to form its current essence. The essence of the lotus represents the manifestation of that celestial energy now bestowed upon her, requiring her to reform her spiritual body. In her heart, she silently acknowledges the grace of the lotus essence. She understands that the cultivation of the Wentianju necessitates a thread of celestial energy to enter its foundational stage, allowing for substantive cultivation. Previous inheritors merely carried on the secret techniques. Lacking celestial energy, they could not succeed. Now, having advanced to the threshold of initiation and successfully preserving her cultivation at the foundational perfection stage without incurring irreversible consequences, she recognizes it as the favor of the heavens. With little time to ponder, Meng Wuxia begins to consume the fruit of ascension, hastening to solidify her hard-won cultivation. If unforeseen circumstances were to render her a mere shell of her former self, it would be preferable to meet her end by colliding with a boulder. Grateful for the fairy's timely assistance, she silently vows to repay her kindness. Once her cultivation is stabilized, she does not forget to express her heartfelt thanks to the fairy. The fairy gazes at the budding Qinya lotus, remaining silent, merely gesturing for the ginseng doll to approach. Startled, Meng Wuxiao immediately interjects in protest. "Fairy, please forgive me. This little doll cannot be consumed. Though he is a rare millennium ginseng, I have promised him that I will not eat him, nor will I allow him to be eaten. I sincerely apologize. I implore you to spare him." This seems to be her first earnest plea. Who would wish to consume such an adorable ginseng doll? What a pity it would be to eat him now. If only he could disseminate his seeds in a century. He could become a precious spiritual herb. The fairy's words resonate deeply within Meng Wuxia. She shares the sentiment. Recognizing that sending the ginseng doll to the Yaoxing Peak could yield numerous ginseng seeds that would sprout and grow, an invaluable spiritual herb. She could also exchange a wealth of elixirs and spiritual medicines from Yaoxing Peak, reaping numerous benefits. Foolish girl, this sister is extraordinary, she muses, feeling hesitant to speak loudly in her presence. What is her true identity? Meng Wuxia senses a faint aura of the divine realm emanating from her. Could it be that this suddenly appearing fairy is a goddess from the divine realm? Meng Wuxia finds herself incredulous yet secretly elated at the thought. Chapter 71. Truly. So much to unravel. Meng Wuxia never anticipated that her emergence would be 3 days later than others. By the time she stepped out, other prodigies had already returned to the 100 Immortals Academy. Her jade tablet was inundated with messages from Sheng Haidang and Yiyan, inquiring after her well-being and urging her to exit soon. Otherwise, the teleportation array would become ineffective. What would be wrong? Everything is splendid. Who is she? The future supreme of the immortal realm. One must believe in her prowess. The silent steward, upon witnessing Meng Wuxia's arrival, was astounded to see her achieve foundational perfection in such a brief span. Nodding in approval as he directed her to the steward hall to select several elixirs for stabilizing her cultivation. He reminded her to remember that stabilizing her hard-won cultivation is not an easy task and to avoid impatience. After receiving the steward's permission, Meng Wuxia promptly made her way to the steward hall to collect elixirs for stabilizing her cultivation. While retrieving the elixirs, she noticed a highly coveted mission jade tablet prominently displayed on the task wall within the steward hall. All tasks reported to the steward hall are listed on the task wall according to the difficulty of the task and the amount of spirit stones one could earn upon completion, allowing disciples of the 100 Immortals sect to choose tasks suited to their capabilities. Meng Wuxia's gaze fell upon the highest-ranking task, Jade Tablet, which not only promised an impressive reward of spirit stones, but also a golden jade lotus as a token of gratitude. The golden jade lotus is a rare spiritual entity found only in the Boundary Forest, invaluable to Talisman's masters, aiding them in mitigating backlash from high-level talismans. Given her current cultivation level, Meng Wuxia could refine more intricate talismans. Thus, having a golden jade lotus would be prudent preparation. This task involves the Wu Sei Shi of Yin Wanggu, along with a substantial amount of Yin Wei Chao. This Yin Wei Chao flourishes beside the Wangchuan River in Yin Wanggu, and as long as one can reach the Wangchuan River, one can gather it. Wasn't the Wu Sei Shi already exhausted long ago? There used to be a mine of Wu Sei Shi, which has been thoroughly divided among various factions on the Tsangzhou continent. Now, one would only find dust if they sought it out. No wonder the reward for the spirit stones is so generous, and they even offer Jin Yulian. To acquire these two items, one might as well visit the Bai Bao Gu or the auction house, where everything can be reserved as long as one has sufficient spirit stones. Meng Wuxia reviewed this task and deemed it a waste of time. Feeling no need to accept it, she considered leaving. You should take on this task. I long to visit Yin Wanggu. The fairy sister suddenly interjected, urging her to accept the mission. This left Meng Wuxia perplexed by her intentions, as it seemed like she had been to that place and now wished to involve her in it. Since the fairy sister appeared in her spiritual sea, she had been leisurely resting, occasionally observing Long Ting frolicking or daydreaming while clutching a ginseng doll, occasionally glancing at the lotus flower bud holding Lianhua. Though she seldom spoke, when she did, it was always of significance. However, her guidance on Meng Wuxia's practice of the Wen Tianju was abundant and beneficial. Meng Wuxia inquired about her identity, asking if she had a name. The fairy sister simply rested her chin on her hand, contemplated, and responded, "I shan't tell you." It was perplexing that she could not recall her own name or identity. Why not simply admit it? Was it truly so difficult for the fairy to acknowledge these two simple facts? Meng Wuxia resolved to be magnanimous, reminding herself that the fairy sister deserved to be cherished. Since the fairy sister had spoken, she reluctantly decided to undertake this task. After a considerable time had passed since her return from Yin Wanggu, it was now her turn to accept the task from the Hall of Affairs. After sending a jade slip to Sheng Haitang and Yi Yun to report her safety, she grasped the task jade slip, took her exit token, and set forth toward Yin Wanggu. However, midway through her journey, she unexpectedly encountered Sheng Yiming. They exchanged surprised glances, neither anticipating to meet in this small town. Sheng Yiming coughed awkwardly a few times to greet Meng Wuxia and inquired about her destination. Mimicking his manner, Meng Wuxia coughed a few times and asked him the same. "Aren't you attending classes at Bai Xian Yuan in Yao Shang Feng?" Sheng Yiming shook his head, saying he was indeed attending, having distributed several textbooks he personally edited to his students. As long as they followed the notes within and recorded any questions, he would address them upon his return. He had even found a senior brother to substitute for him in class. Everything was manageable. Meng Wuxia developed a deep-seated impression of him as an eccentric individual, noticing the burlap sack he carried and several wine-gourd flasks. She speculated whether he was off to capture the blind-eyed demon monkey and water python to concoct Gui Shidan. Upon being so pointedly called out, Sheng Yiming was rather pleased, stating that a proficient alchemist could discern intentions with a mere glance, far superior to those who were only superficially knowledgeable. The blind-eyed demon monkey possesses eyes that forever remain shut, yet its tears serve as potent ingredients for several elixirs. The water python, a nimble beast residing in the river, is known for its carnivorous nature, and its inner elixir is a crucial component for crafting Gui Shidan. Sheng Yiming's intent to personally procure these two items for alchemical purposes reflected the adage that true knowledge comes through practice. Hands-on experience with medicinal ingredients is indispensable. Meng Wuxia advised him not to toil too hard just yet. If he was interested, she invited him to accompany her to Dan Tiange, as she wished to purchase some elixirs and sought his assistance for recommendations. Additionally, she intended to attend the Array Master Assessment, having received the annual notification from the Array Master Association. Since she had finally ventured out, she aimed to accomplish both tasks efficiently. Coincidentally, with her journey to Yin Wanggu, she could utilize the Array Master Association's teleportation array to reach her destination promptly, saving time and allowing for direct entry. This round trip would not consume too much time. She could not afford to fall behind in her courses by Xian Yuan, lest she attract grievances from other gifted individuals. After all, as a top contender on the genius rankings, failing to accumulate sufficient credits could lead to complications. Sheng Yiming readily agreed to assist her in selecting elixirs at Dan Tiangu, as it was something he was happy to do. Accompanying her to the Array Master Association for the assessment was merely a way to pass the time. You can't hide it from me. Aside from researching elixirs, you are also quite knowledgeable about formations, aren't you? The way you hold your brush resembles that of an Array Master drawing formation lines. Even if you try to conceal it, you can't fool me. Meng Wuxia urged him to consider taking the Array Master assessment. Passing it would grant him qualifications from the Array Master Association, affording him numerous privileges across the Zhangzhou continent. The benefits of being an Array Master were on par with those of an alchemist. If he desired to gather rare herbs or sought specific demonic beasts, revealing his identity as an Array Master would ease the burden of labor. If you accompany me to attempt the Array Master assessment, I shall divulge a secret elixir formula known solely to me, which could aid you in achieving excellent results in the alchemist test at year's end. Would you not wish to explore the Master's secret chamber? Upon hearing about the Master's secret chamber, Sheng Yiming, who had been contemplating rejecting Meng Wuxia's proposal, immediately nodded in agreement to accompany her for the Array Master assessment. He had previously had the fortune of studying under a reclusive Array Master, gaining considerable proficiency in formations, and returning as an Array Master would surely astonish the Sheng family. Seeing his compliance, Meng Wuxia's mind began to calculate. With an alchemist from Dan Tiangu by her side, not only could she secure discounts when purchasing elixirs, but she would also have the privilege of selecting new elixirs ahead of others, guided by a professional, far superior to relying on mere attendance. You must keep your word. If I am unable to enter the Master's secret chamber, prepare for my wrath. Sheng Yiming's skills at Dan Tiangu were commendable, yet not at the pinnacle. He needed further refinement in alchemical techniques and formulas to reach greater heights. The Master of Dan Tiangu insisted on demonstrating strength, conducting annual assessments for alchemists and herbalists, rewarding those with exceptional performance with access to the secret chamber for selecting skills or related items. Sheng Yiming had successfully advanced, yet he had never entered the Master's secret chamber. His curiosity and thirst for knowledge had long fueled his desire. Meng Wuxia reassured him that she would keep her promise, and they would attend the Array Master Association together for the assessment. In truth, Meng Wuxia merely wished to coax him into this endeavor. This diligent individual had already solidified his status as an exceptional alchemist. Observing Sheng Yiming's obedient demeanor, she could not help but chuckle inwardly. Chapter 72. The Birth of Two Intermediate Array Masters. Sheng Yiming kept his word, assisting Meng Wuxia in selecting elixirs at the branch of Dan Tiangu. These elixirs were staples found at Dan Tiangu. Any establishment bearing their insignia would guarantee availability. Only some superior and exceptional elixirs were sold at the headquarters of Dan Tiangu, while rare elixirs could only be found at quarterly auctions hosted by Dan Tiangu. Sheng Yiming elaborated on the sales of spiritual herbs and elixirs, explaining the classifications based on quality and efficacy. In certain aspects, Dan Tiangu stood as a benchmark on the Zhangzhou continent, with all elixir businesses interconnected to it. Even Bai Baogu could not avoid collaboration with it. To purchase elixirs crafted by specific alchemists, one must become a regular patron of Dan Tiangu and possess accumulated spirit stones. Otherwise, they would be unable to make a purchase. He had a clientele requiring his elixirs, receiving commissions from Dan Tiangu each quarter, an uncomplicated but lucrative income. Sheng Yiming devoted nearly all his time to alchemy, receiving no commissions and sometimes even having to pay the bills for Dan Tiangu. Fortunately, being part of the family allowed him to enjoy the benefits of accounting and commission deductions. Meng Wuxia, under Sheng Yiming's patient accompaniment, procured advantageous and economical elixirs. Upon seeing the numerous spirit herbs on display at the herb counter, she realized that they accepted many types of spirit herbs. She pondered whether she could exchange spirit herbs for elixirs. Meng Wuxia recalled the abundant spirit herbs in her storage bracelet, contemplating that instead of waiting to use them, it would be prudent to exchange them for elixirs, thus seizing the opportunity to stock up for future needs. This would not only serve her, but could also be beneficial for various exchanges in the future. I assure you, just find a spirit herb master for evaluation, and it will suffice. This way, she could obtain superior elixirs without restrictions. Sheng Yiming contacted a familiar spirit herb master using a jade slip. It was a female cultivator, truly beautiful. The moment Meng Wuxia laid eyes on her, she was taken aback, incredulously glancing at Sheng Yiming. Could this peculiar individual really know such a stunning female cultivator? Would she actually take an interest in him? Sheng Yiming, somewhat oblivious in such matters, failed to grasp why Meng Wuxia's expression suddenly brightened. Was she merely pleased at the prospect of obtaining better elixirs? Greetings, Sister Qing Qing. This is my junior sister. She wishes to exchange some spirit herbs for our elixirs. Would you be so kind as to assist her? Sheng Yiming's address to Sister Qing Qing was earnest and filled with genuine respect. Upon recognizing that Sheng Yiming had personally entrusted the matter to her, Sister Qing Qing invited Meng Wuxia into the meeting room. Aren't you returning to Bai Xianmin recently? Are you here to research new elixirs? She inquired. Recently, the new elixirs released by the pavilion have been few. The pavilion master wishes to hold an elixir competition, offering rewards of alchemy resources to any new elixirs that benefit Dantiange. Meng Wuxia observed Sister Qing Qing discussing recent happenings at Dantiange with Sheng Yiming. This was undoubtedly a caring reminder from Sister Qing Qing, and the concern reflected in her gaze ignited Meng Wuxia's curiosity. This was juicy gossip about Sheng Yiming, a rare find not available at Bai Xianmin. However, Sheng Yiming remained oblivious, his reaction leaving Meng Wuxia speechless. He appeared as wooden as ever, showing concern only for resource distribution while failing to comprehend Sister Qing Qing's genuine concern. Sister Qing Qing was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and remarkably patient, making Meng Wuxia feel at ease about her spirit herbs. She envied Sheng Yiming for having Sister Qing Qing's constant guidance. Meng Wuxia spoke sincerely, casting Sheng Yiming a look that conveyed how fortunate he was. He finally grasped this expression and hurriedly thanked Sister Qing Qing for her reminder, finally complimenting her. Sister Qing Qing is the direct disciple of the previous generation's master of spirit herbs at Dantiange. Her expertise is beyond question. Upon hearing this praise, Sister Qing Qing revealed a gentle smile. Though faint, it delighted Meng Wuxia. Sheng Yiming had indeed encountered a rare gem. Meng Wuxia retrieved the spirit herbs from her storage bracelet, causing Sheng Yiming's eyes to sparkle, while Sister Qing Qing was astonished, not expecting Meng Wuxia to produce such exquisite spirit herbs. After carefully identifying and counting them, Sister Qing Qing instructed her to go upstairs to choose elixirs, as the value of these herbs was sufficient to exchange for premium elixirs above. Should you acquire more fine spirit herbs in the future, feel free to come to Dantiange to find me. I will not only accept all, but also help you select elixirs from designated alchemy masters, ensuring you gain the maximum benefits. Sister Qing Qing's words brought great joy to Meng Wuxia. This trip to Dantiange was not in vain. Not only had she met an exceptional sister within the organization, but she also secured a satisfactory replenishment of elixirs. After Meng Wuxia completed her purchases, Sheng Yiming inquired about where she had collected those spirit herbs. The Yaosheng Peak and Xiangshang Peak at Bai Xianmin, as well as the Hidden Realms, and the Huanhai Secret Domain. How could I gather such a vast quantity of spirit herbs? You truly know me well. Besides these places, are you not aware of the Wuming Secret Realm? It was open for the first time, and I collected a variety of spirit herbs there. Using them to exchange for elixirs is quite reasonable, isn't it? Meng Wuxia anticipated Sheng Yiming's inquiry and mentioned the Wuming Secret Realm, knowing that it was her efforts that enabled access to it, where the diverse spirit herbs were collected. Had I known you possessed such spirit herbs, I would have bought some from you to refine higher quality elixirs, Sheng Yiming remarked. Meng Wuxia urged him not to say that, assuring him that when she obtained more of those spirit herbs, she would seek him out first, promising him the best deal. Comforted by Meng Wuxia, They arrived at the Array Masters Association. Meng Wuxia presented the jade token given to her by Zhang Jinjunrun, and a dignified individual escorted her to a room filled with the aura of formations. Seeing Meng Wuxia come to participate in the Array Master Assessment, Zhang Jinjunrun was delighted and personally arranged for her and Sheng Yiming's entrance examination. The assessment for Array Masters was quite rigorous, requiring passage through 3 stages: the entrance test, the formation drawing test, and the formation breaking test, all of which were mandatory. This was the assessment for junior Array Masters. For the intermediate level, the examination would take place at a designated location, requiring the breaking of a formation set by an elder or steward, and crucially, the candidate must draw a large formation as part of the assessment, which would only be validated after testing by Zhang Jinjunrun. Is it really that complicated? Compared to the tests for alchemists, this seems to require an entire day. Sheng Yiming contemplated giving up, as becoming an Array Master was of little consequence to him. In the vast Songzhou continent, there were not many cultivators possessing both alchemist and Array Master qualifications. Our sect leader was both an alchemist and an Array Master in his time. Meng Wuxia's statement astonished Sheng Yiming. The sect leader was truly remarkable. Rest assured and take the exam. If you pass, it will reflect your strength and cultivation. If you do not, it will still be a valuable experience, serving as a means of growth. If necessary, I can promote your elixirs for you and attract some customers. Meng Wuxia pressed him to fill out the registration form, obtained the jade token for the assessment, and headed to the accommodation arranged by the Array Masters Association, awaiting the commencement of the examination the next day. To ensure Sheng Yiming wouldn't flee midway, Meng Wuxia resolutely settled into his room, refusing to leave until he swore an oath not to escape, which finally prompted her to vacate the premises. However, Meng Wuxia clearly did not trust him, setting up confinement formations at his door to isolate him, with Long Ting occasionally checking in to ensure he could not escape. Focus on reviewing how to use the formation drawing pen. Once the Array Master Assessment concludes tomorrow, we will see the emergence of 2 intermediate Array Masters, which should create quite a stir in your Sheng family and by Xian Academy, right? Meng Wuxia encouraged Sheng Yiming, urging him to prepare earnestly for the assessment, as tomorrow represented a splendid opportunity for him to become an intermediate Array Master. Sheng Yiming gazed skyward, pondering the source of Meng Wuxia's inexplicable confidence. Chapter 73. The examination commences. Meng Wuxia stubbornly dragged Sheng Yiming into the examination area, observing that each participant in the Array Master Assessment was assigned a room. As long as they entered with their examination jade token, the first assessment would begin. You better take this seriously. If you dare to give up halfway or perform poorly without reason, be cautious about whether you can continue your career as an alchemist, she warned, watching Sheng Yiming enter the examination room before proceeding to her own. Upon entering, she was awestruck by the Array Masters Association's opulence. Despite appearing as an ordinary room, it housed a functioning array wheel, which required spirit stones to operate continuously. Given her current reserves of spirit stones, she could only afford a basic array wheel, prompting an involuntary sigh of her financial constraints. The formation released by the formation wheel is not particularly difficult. It encompasses the essential knowledge requisite for any formation master. As long as the foundation is solid, one remains calm and composed, and masters the application of the formation brush with the right amount of pressure. One can steadily decipher and adjust the flawed formations in accordance with the operation of the formation wheel. This introductory assessment is designed to evaluate whether those aspiring to be formation masters possess genuine skills and can proficiently wield the formation brush. A lack of foundational knowledge, merely skimming the surface, could tarnish the reputation of the Formation Master Association, and future assessments may pose dangers. Meng Wuxia focused her mental energy, addressing the issues of the formations on the wheel one by one. The brush in her hand moved fluidly, without a single error. Among the numerous formations presented on the wheel, she arranged them methodically in their correct positions, allowing them to serve their true purposes. When Meng Wuxia emerged, she realized that the entrance examination was not as straightforward as she had anticipated. A portion of the candidates had already been eliminated. Sheng Yiming exited after Meng Wuxia, appearing languid and disheveled, leaving her speechless. The formation assessment evaluates the ability to arrange and draw formations quickly in response to various situations and needs. Each participant entered a separate room to begin their evaluations. Upon entering her room, Meng Wuxia found herself engaged in a battle scenario. Although it was an illusion, its realism rivaled that of an actual confrontation. Meng Wuxia employed her expertise in the confined formation and isolation formation, and even set up a teleportation formation, hoping to escape the room. However, the room was fortified with a powerful protective formation, rendering the teleportation formation ineffective within this context. Undeterred, Meng Wuxia wielded her brush, not only to confront, but also to respond with formations, utilizing the formation talismans she had prepared in advance. These talismans allowed her to summon formations inscribed on talisman paper, a skill essential for a formation master, as there is seldom time to draw formations amidst sudden battles. Preparation is crucial. Meng Wuxia soon realized that she had effectively countered several scenarios, seamlessly transitioning from one to the next, which tested her adaptability, stamina, and the flow of her spiritual energy. Yet, she did not let herself falter. With the brush firmly in hand, she remained composed, regardless of the circumstances, for it was merely an illusionary formation, and she resolved to act boldly. When she finally emerged, somewhat breathless, she discovered she was the last to exit the room, concluding the assessment. Those who exited earlier observed Meng Wuxia's somewhat labored breath and assumed she had been eliminated or performed poorly, their expressions tinged with arrogance. Ignoring them, Meng Wuxia swiftly adjusted her spiritual energy to restore her state, overwhelmed by the chaotic illusions in the room and the plethora of required formations. She had nearly lost count of how many formations she had drawn, her wrist aching from the effort. Meng Wuxia's proficiency in formations was indeed remarkable. Her skills were evident when she unlocked the key to the nameless secret realm, displaying adeptness and a solid foundation, as well as a significant understanding of formations. The Grand Formation Master of the Formation Master Association, who closely observed Meng Wuxia's assessments, offered praise from a professional perspective, noting her exceptional performance and attention to detail. According to the customary procedures of the Formation Master assessments, if the initial evaluations yield outstanding results without flaws, candidates may choose the difficulty level for the third assessment focused on breaking formations. Meng Wuxia opted for a room with a higher difficulty level, requiring the supervision of a senior formation master for her safety, as failure could result in backlash from the formation. With her brush in hand, Meng Wuxia concentrated all her mental energy to break the formation. She sought to test her true capabilities and discern her limits, aiming to confront challenging formations with courage and strength. The formation she chose was indeed difficult, a protective array capable of maintaining a family's stability, intricate and fraught with dangers, boasting formidable attack power and numerous unforeseen complications. As the supervising formation master observed the slight tremor in Meng Wuxia's hand, indicating her waning spiritual energy, he contemplated advising her to withdraw. A retreat at this stage could still be considered a commendable effort, given the formidable difficulty of the formation. However, persisting could lead to injury and a failed assessment. Yet, Meng Wuxia gritted her teeth, meticulously searching for the formation's core, persistently attempting to breach the complex array. Having devised several strategies, giving up was not an option. Her goal was to obtain the Jade token, denoting her qualification as a mid-level formation master and the accompanying rewards. She would not leave without it, regardless of the obstacles faced. Who was she, after all? She was Meng Wuxia. As her spiritual energy rapidly dwindled, she began channeling the energy of the Qinya Lotus from her spiritual sea, with Long Ting offering her encouragement. The formation's core was a dual core, deceptively placed before her. She needed to identify and breach both simultaneously. The fairy sister, clutching a ginseng doll, provided Meng Wuxia with a crucial hint. Upon learning of the dual core, Meng Wuxia swiftly grasped the underlying principle and devised a plan to continue breaking the formation. It was surprising that she could discern the dual core of the formation. Her perseverance and continuous attempts led her to identify the critical points necessary for breaching the array. The Grand Formation Master considered taking her as his apprentice, recognizing that he had finally found a suitable heir for his brush. The Grand Formation Master placed great importance on the transmission of formation knowledge, and though he was selective in choosing disciples, he enjoyed mentoring. He had already accepted 3 disciples within the association and 3 more outside of it. You might as well forget it. I wish for this child to be taken under Elder Zhong's wing. He hasn't accepted a disciple in many years, and if he continues to refrain, his lineage will face extinction, remarked Zhun. The Grand Formation Master fell into deep contemplation, aware that Elder Zhong was a pillar of the Formation Master Association. His predecessor was a unique heir to the formation lineage, and the thought of losing that legacy pained him. After relentless effort, Meng Wuxia successfully breached the formation, feeling both fatigued and elated. It was indeed a cause for celebration that she could dismantle such a formidable array with her current strength, affirming substantial growth in both her character and abilities. Upon successfully breaking the formation, Meng Wuxia earned her qualification for the final assessment. Once she recuperated her spiritual energy, she could proceed to the president's courtyard for the final evaluation. Upon success, she would receive the Jade token symbolizing her identity as a formation master. Sheng Yiming also passed this assessment. He exchanged a glance with Meng Wuxia, who offered him encouragement, though he could only nod helplessly as they made their way together to the president's courtyard for the final evaluation. Chapter 74. Journey to Yanluo Valley. Those who could enter the president's courtyard were already few. Meng Wuxia surveyed her surroundings and noted that only a handful of individuals remained, significantly fewer than during the entrance examination. It appeared that this year, only a select few would join the Formation Master Association. Each faction now sought excellence, preferring to work with fewer but more capable individuals. Meng Wuxiao received a wooden plaque inscribed with the term Special Class and the character Zhong. After the distribution of plaques concluded, she was guided to another location, where she was informed that the plaque indicated both her assessment location and the individual who would evaluate her. As Meng Wuxia clutched the plaque, she felt increasingly as though she were delving deeper into the heart of the Formation Master Association. After what seemed like an eternity of walking, she was led to a teleportation array. Where would this take her for the final assessment? As Meng Wuxia gazed at the elderly gentleman before her, who was leisurely sipping wine and nibbling on peanuts, she momentarily questioned whether she had been mistakenly transported to a retirement haven for esteemed elders. The old man glanced at her and inquired if she could drink. Meng Wuxia replied affirmatively, claiming the nickname 100 Cups Down, for no matter the type of liquor, she would find herself intoxicated by the 100th cup, after which her memories faded. The old man erupted in laughter, having heard of those who could drink 1,000 cups without faltering. Yet this was the first time he encountered someone who could be down by merely 100. He invited her to partake in 100 cups to ascertain the truth of her claim, suggesting that if true, it would confirm her honesty. Meng Wuxia hesitated, mentioning her impending assessment and the inappropriateness of drinking at that moment. After some contemplation, the old man tossed her a painting pen, requesting that she illustrate a protective formation, as this would serve as a rigorous evaluation of her capabilities as a formation master. The strength of a protective formation correlates directly with the prowess of its creator. Holding the exquisite painting pen, Meng Wuxia gasped in delight, noting its superiority over her own, capable of crafting formidable formations. Elated, she contemplated purchasing one from the Baibao Pavilion, wishing the old man would part with it, even at a discount, thus saving her a significant sum of spirit stones. Determined not to squander the opportunity presented by the pen, she took a few breaths to attain her optimal state, channeling her spiritual energy to its peak, and began to draw the protective formation based on the surrounding terrain. The old man observed her with approval as she adeptly mirrored the recently breached protective formation, infusing her creation with her own insights and interpretations, a rare talent indeed. As she labored over the drawing, he focused intently, recognizing her exceptional aptitude. Meng Wuxia dedicated considerable time to the task, recalling only key elements while improvising with her understanding to complete the formation. The placement of the formation eye is crucial. It should not be approached with shortcuts or fears of being unmasked. Instead, it must serve the formation's requirements, balancing secrecy with the element of surprise. Seeing Meng Wuxia's remarkable talent and her composed, meticulous approach, the old man began to offer her guidance. Heeding his advice, she made adjustments and refinements, ultimately crafting a protective formation of considerable strength. The old man nodded appreciatively, neither commending nor criticizing, merely inviting her to join him for a drink and to sample his roasted peanuts. She offered to let him taste the peanuts from her sect, Bakshimen, particularly those cultivated on Tianhe Peak, which were always in high demand. When Meng Wuxia mentioned being a disciple of Bakshimen, the old man acknowledged knowing the former sect leader, a fellow wine enthusiast. He mused on whether that leader still resided in seclusion on a hidden mountain. This revelation surprised Meng Wuxia, indicating the old man's high standing, akin to that of the ancestral figures of Bakshimen. She refrained from probing further, choosing instead to enjoy the wine and peanuts, which secretly pleased the old man, who appreciated her laid-back demeanor devoid of petty flaws. As she neared the 100th cup, Meng Wuxiao received notification that her assessment time had concluded. She respectfully bid farewell to the old man, who returned the painting pen to her as a parting gift, acknowledging her evident affection for it and her skillful use. Overjoyed, Meng Wuxiao accepted the exquisite painting pen, her smile radiant. However, she did not leave empty-handed. Instead, she presented the old man with a box from her storage bracelet. Esteemed elder, this contains a sprig of purple grass and a purple grass pill cultivated on the Yaoxing Peak of Bakshimen, which effectively alleviates hidden injuries for formation masters. Though available elsewhere, its efficacy and quality cannot compare to ours. Please accept it, she stated, placing the items on the table and bowing respectfully before departing. The old man regarded the items on the table, nodding slightly, his face reflecting silent admiration for Meng Wuxia. Upon returning to the courtyard, Meng Wuxia found only about 10 individuals remaining, with Sheng Yiming appearing particularly fatigued, as if drained of spiritual energy. This indicated that the remaining participants had successfully passed the Formation Master assessment, qualifying them for that esteemed title. Rongzhen personally congratulated each of them and presented the jade tokens signifying their new status as Formation Masters, explaining that entry into the association was not a one-time affair. Each year, they would face corresponding task requirements, along with a biennial upgrade assessment. Failing 3 consecutive assessments would result in the revocation of their status. Meng Wuxia sought the jade token to enjoy the privileges associated with being a Formation Master while traveling, and whether she could upgrade was secondary. Tasks could be delegated, posing little concern. However, upon receiving her token, she noticed it was distinctly blue, unlike the white tokens held by the others. Could it be? The blue token denoted the status of an intermediate Formation Master, a rare achievement for someone newly inducted into the association. Your assessment was conducted at the level of an intermediate Formation Master, and you have excelled without flaw. Trust in your abilities. You have indeed become an intermediate Formation Master. Rongzhen's words solidified her belief in the authenticity of her blue token. The strength of her abilities was evident. Sheng Yiming had never considered becoming a Formation Master. Had it not been for Meng Wuxia's encouragement to participate, he would not have endured such hardship. Yet upon learning of the many privileges and considerations afforded to Formation Masters, he felt a sense of relief, realizing that as he sought to gather spirit herbs and frequently traveled, the jade token would facilitate accommodations and information gathering. Meng Wuxia urged him to cherish the jade token and practice diligently in his spare time, aspiring for advancement. Sheng Yiming reminded her to ensure her promise about gaining access to the Master's secret chamber and the alchemical formulas, emphasizing their importance. Meng Wuxiao patted the earnest aspirant, remarking on his remarkable memory, confident he would soon become a great alchemist and a competent Formation Master. With her preliminary tasks successfully concluded, Meng Wuxiao bid farewell to Sheng Yiming, encouraging him to rest while she ventured to Yanluo Valley to fulfill her mission. She could now utilize the association's teleportation array to reach Yanluo Valley without expending spirit stones or falling prey to deception. The mere display of her blue token would suffice. Reflecting on her surroundings as she approached the familiar setting of Yanluo Valley, Meng Wuxia felt a mix of emotions. This valley was renowned throughout the Jiuzhou continent, notorious for its perilous nature. Were it not for the concealed beast forest, only hunters and those with genuine need would dare enter. Exercising caution, she surveyed the area for any signs of human or beast presence before proceeding, her wujigan in hand, prepared to defend herself. Now transformed, she wondered if she could locate the fallen immortal feather. Since entering Yanluo Valley, the ethereal sister had been observing her every move within her spiritual sea, indicating she had indeed traversed this realm before. Meng Wuxiao pondered the nature of the fallen immortal feather when the ethereal sister cautioned her about approaching figures ahead. Meng Wuxiao quickly concealed herself. Those who ventured into Yanluo Valley were undoubtedly formidable opponents, and prudence was paramount. Chapter 75. Secrets within the depths. Having hidden herself just in time, Meng Wuxiao witnessed two injured individuals desperately fleeing, their wounds suggesting they had suffered attack from both beasts and the deadly sword. It appears that a disciple from a certain sect was seeking something here and fell victim to a treacherous ambush. Otherwise, given the considerable prowess of the two individuals, why would they be so desperately fleeing in such disarray? As Meng Wuxiao observed the unfolding drama, two ferocious beasts soon joined the fray, launching a relentless assault on the injured pair. Clearly, these beasts were trained and under the command of a master. Their ferocity was palpable. One of the fleeing individuals, unable to maintain his stamina, was caught and held fast by one of the beasts, while the other, witnessing the dire situation, chose to abandon his comrade and flee with even greater urgency. Ultimately, not far from their escape, both met their demise at the jaws of the beasts, falling silently in an instant. Following their demise, several masked figures approached. Meng Wuxia recognized the feral nature of the beasts and deduced that they belonged to Kanshimen. But why were they shrouded in anonymity? The masked individuals proceeded to ruthlessly scavenge the belongings of the two fallen, with a particular focus on their storage bags, meticulously searching through each item as though fearful of overlooking something. It was evident that their intent was to eliminate witnesses and seize wealth. Conducting their affairs in silence and maintaining their anonymity indicated that the members of Kanshimen were not entirely devoid of cunning. As Meng Wuxiao watched in irritation, the masked figures found nothing of value and, kicking the corpses aside, departed hastily. How foolish they were, fixating solely on the possessions upon the bodies, neglecting to consider other possibilities. Perhaps so preoccupied were they with the items on the deceased that they failed to notice one individual had hastily discarded a storage bag earlier. By mere coincidence, Meng Wuxiao observed the direction in which the storage bag had been thrown, landing in a shaded gorge where no one would think to search. Once she confirmed that the masked figures had retreated far enough not to return, Meng Wuxia swiftly approached, wielding her wujigan, and conducted a thorough search, ultimately discovering the storage bag nestled within a patch of grass. Upon recognizing the markings on the bag, she realized the two individuals hailed from Luoxiaking. It would be prudent not to open the storage bag hastily, as items from Luoxiaking typically bore special markings that often contain tracking spells and other hidden secrets. Those who came into contact with such items could be covertly monitored by Luoxiaking's practitioners, utilizing her spiritual puppets to open the storage bag, as they bore an inconspicuous aura. Meng Wuxiao proceeded carefully under the guidance of her fairy companion. To her surprise, she uncovered a map and a young spirit beast. After examining the contents, she understood the significance. The map depicted the entrance to a spirit herb garden fiercely contested between Luoxiaking and Kanshimen. While the spirit beast was the offspring of the guardian beast of that garden, essential for locating the entrance, she recalled that Kanshimen had never contended with Luoxiaking. The latter had successfully secured the spirit herb garden, yielding rare herbs that facilitated several elders in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks, ascending to the Yuanying stage and dramatically enhancing their strength, resulting in the emergence of several renowned prodigies from their ranks. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Wuxia summoned the Qing Peng bird, entrusting it with the map and the spirit beast, instructing it to return to Bakshinmen with utmost urgency. She emphasized the importance of delivering these items to the sect leader without delay, urging that they must act swiftly and discreetly. Following this, Meng Wuxia sent a message to the venerable Sheng Laotu, briefing him on the situation and requesting that he arrange for the Shadow Hall to provide covert support, ensuring that no unforeseen complications arose. Having completed her tasks, she returned the storage bag to its original location, erasing her traces before making a hasty exit. Now, her quest was to find Wisstone and Yanluo, both of which were notoriously elusive. The Wisstone had been claimed by various sects upon its discovery, with Bakshaman participating in a joint effort to acquire it, promptly returning afterward. What chance did she have of finding it now? The cave where the Wisstone once resided likely no longer existed. As Meng Wuxia pondered her predicament while shaking her wujigan, she recalled a time in the monster beast forest when she had ventured into the cave of the Baisho python, where she had collected numerous treasures, perhaps including the elusive Wisstone. Indeed, the Baisho python had a penchant for rare treasures, and its lair was filled with valuables. In her excitement, she had hastily gathered useful spiritual herbs and plants, discarding a multitude of mundane items into her storage bracelet. Suddenly, Meng Wuxia slapped her forehead, realizing she needed to find a secure location where she would not be ambushed. Once certain of her safety, she began rummaging through her storage bracelet. Fortune favored her as she unearthed a dusty object among a pile of stones. Upon cleaning it, she discovered it was indeed a Wisstone. It seemed wise to periodically organize her storage bracelet, considering how precious items could easily be forgotten amidst her collection. As she reveled in her discovery, her fairy companion teased her, suggesting that if she ventured deeper, she might find even more such stones. Unperturbed by the jest, Meng Wuxiao admitted it was merely a moment of absent-mindedness, lamenting that had she known about the stone, she would not have undertaken this journey. You should avoid the people here and head directly into the depths. There are far better places that promise greater rewards. Are you brave enough to go? The fairy's words ignited a flicker of intrigue within Meng Wuxia. After much contemplation, she decided to seize the opportunity, thinking that she might as well explore the depths since she had come this far. Without delay, Meng Wuxia chose a path less traveled, avoiding several groups of individuals until she neared the deeper recesses of Yanluo Valley. To her surprise, she realized that it had been cordoned off, a testament to someone's handiwork. She had anticipated this development. As she prepared to enter the depths of Yanluo Valley, her fairy companion cautioned her to remain vigilant, as the area was fraught with mist and traps, having long been isolated from intruders. The terrain of Yanluo Valley was notoriously intricate, with many who entered going missing or perishing. Were it not for the abundance of spiritual herbs and beastly entities, few would be drawn to this perilous location. The depths were perpetually enshrouded in illusions and mist. Without substantial cultivation and mental fortitude, few would dare to trespass. Meng Wuxiao remembered that the Yanluo Valley attracted various sects when it opened its gates during the monster beast forest season. Young and newly initiated disciples were often warned against wandering alone or delving too deeply into the valley's recesses. Even those who came for training typically traveled in groups to avoid recklessness. Swallowing a Qingxin Dan, Meng Wuxia cautiously ventured deeper. After navigating through the mist for some time, she stumbled upon a forest of swords, an array of lethal blades thrust into the ground, emanating an air of lethal intent. Meng Wuxiao exchanged her wujigan for the Wentian spear, feeling more secure with a weapon better suited to potential threats. It seemed her luck had held thus far, and if she could navigate this sword array, she would uncover the reason why so few dared to enter these depths. Meng Wuxiao was tempted to protest that she was not interested in uncovering the reasons behind the dangers, but rather wished to know what bounties awaited her. You think far too much. Perhaps you should exchange the weapon in your hand for the Ming Jian. Watch how we'll navigate through this. The fairy sister observed that Meng Wuxia was reluctant to take risks, prompting her to summon her Ming Jian, assuring that she would brave the formation. Upon hearing this, Meng Wuxiao realized such an approach was possible and swiftly replaced her weapon with the Ding Kuan Jian, curious to see how the fairy sister would respond. Before long, a radiant beam of light appeared, and a graceful figure, wielding her Ming Jian Ding Kuan, emerged, fearlessly entering the sword formation to engage in combat. Truly, the fairy sister was remarkable. Battling numerous swords with a single blade, she exuded an elegance beyond description. As Meng Wuxiao watched her deftly countering the attacks, she found herself unconsciously mimicking her movements, absorbing the essence of each strike. Although the swordplay seemed lacking in aggression, each maneuver was insidiously lethal, with unpredictable angles. Even when beset by the collective assault of these Ming Jians, the fairy sister exhibited no sign of retreat. Unbeknownst to Meng Wuxia, she was absorbing a sword technique that appeared even more versatile than the Yun Shui sword method. With a decisive slash, the fairy sister shattered the sword formation, returning all the Ming Jians to their original positions. Your Ming Jian is formidable. The sword method you just learned complements it perfectly. You must practice diligently. Do not let your efforts go to waste. The fairy sister did not hasten forward, but instead encouraged Meng Wuxia to engage her using the newly acquired sword form. No amount of study could replace the indelible memory of a real duel. Meng Wuxiao wielded the Ding Kuan Jian, eager to see how the fairy sister would counter. However, after exchanging numerous blows, the fairy sister suddenly unleashed her power, effortlessly disarming Meng Wuxia, causing her sword to clatter to the ground. This marked Meng Wuxia's first experience of having her weapon knocked away, leaving her momentarily stunned. Practice diligently. With your abilities, you will soon grasp this Qing Feng sword method. Just remember, there are always those stronger than you. Until you reach the pinnacle, you are not the strongest. The fairy sister urged her to continue onward, assuring her that the secrets of this realm would soon be unveiled. Holding the Ding Kuan Jian, Meng Wuxia felt a sense of dismay. The Yun Shui sword method she had honed was among the finest in the Baixian men, a product of her relentless dedication. Yet, in comparison to the Qing Feng sword method, she had not yet fulfilled the highest requirement of sword cultivation, the unity of heart and sword, rendering her a failure. With determination, Meng Wuxia clenched the Ding Kuan Jian, vowing to master the Qing Feng sword method, resolving to avoid failure in the future. As her thoughts wandered, she found herself at the edge of a precipice. Peering down, she saw nothing but an abyss of darkness. If only Qing Peng were here. He could leap down with me. Foolish girl, be cautious. I cannot discern what lies beneath this chasm. I cannot sense any presence. You must rely on your own fortune. Dragon Court advised, though his words were of little comfort. After much exploration and testing, Meng Wuxia cautiously took to the skies on her sword, feeling an unusual pressure emanating from below. The closer she approached the chasm's bottom, the more intensely her aura was suppressed. Is there something formidable down there defending itself? This pressure surpasses even that of the sect leader. Just as Meng Wuxia sought to evade the oppressive force, an abrupt wave of pressure struck her, leaving her unable to resist and causing her to tumble helplessly downward. Fortunately, she retained her consciousness, hastily retrieving a talisman inscribed with a protective array, which, though barely, shielded her from a fatal fall. Unable to contain her frustration, Meng Wuxia exclaimed, "Who is so bored as to set up such overwhelming pressure? It's merely a chasm. What treasure could possibly warrant such resistance to intruders?" After regaining her composure, she conducted a quick inspection for injuries, and after consuming a calming pill, she began to explore the chasm's depths, hoping for an unexpected encounter. Isn't this how tales are told? Treasures hidden at the bottom of chasms. Without them, one might as well have leapt into the wrong abyss, cursed by misfortune. Wandering aimlessly at the chasm's bottom, Meng Wuxia's initial excitement waned as she found nothing of interest, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. What a deceitful venture. I nearly harmed myself. And after wandering for so long, there is not even a small creature or spirit herb to be found. What a wasted trip. As she continued to grumble and complain, Meng Wuxia suddenly felt something unusual beneath her feet. The path she had traversed was composed of loose earth, yet this section felt inexplicably smooth. Glancing down, she was astonished to see an intricate array pattern beneath her feet. She promptly retrieved her array drawing pen, realizing she had unknowingly entered the center of a teleportation array. Just as Meng Wuxia remained vigilant regarding the array, a vibrant light enveloped her, whisking her away. When she opened her eyes again, she was astonished to discover a crystal coffin suspended in midair, radiant and resplendent. What sort of being could possess such a magnificent coffin? How many spirit stones must one sacrifice to acquire such a treasure? Who could be so extravagant? As Meng Wuxia admired the exquisite crystal coffin, the fairy sister emerged. Floating beside it, gazing at the occupant within and sighing gently, as if burdened by countless memories. It has been so long since we parted. I did not expect you to rest here. Is this the homeland you spoke of? I cannot believe I have the chance to see you again. The fairy sister whispered by the crystal coffin, and Meng Wuxia listened intently, piecing together the fragments of longing and search. It was clear that the occupant of the coffin knew the fairy sister, and she had been searching for this individual for quite some time, never anticipating this reunion in such a place. As Meng Wuxia craned her neck to listen, feeling the ache of her posture, she decided it prudent to survey her surroundings for anything of interest. Beneath the crystal coffin lay a jade inscription, briefly detailing the identity of its occupant. It spoke of the Xian Yushang Xian from the celestial realm, who had, in defiance of celestial law, imparted celestial essence to a mortal and exchanged her own celestial fate for a secret of the celestial realm, ultimately being punished and cast down, becoming a fallen celestial. The fallen celestial you referred to by the fairy sister must be the one within this coffin. Even in a state of downfall, the grandeur surrounding this individual was astonishing. Had the fairy sister not guided her, Meng Wuxia would never have arrived here. She could hardly believe that the depths of Yanluo Gu concealed such a magnificent fallen celestial tomb. Meng Wuxia continued her search, hoping for an unexpected surprise. Such an opulent coffin surely held additional treasures. She was not greedy, merely wishing for a few items that could enhance her cultivation. As she scoured the area, she found nothing beyond the crystal coffin. The spacious chamber held no other treasures. Meng Wuxia clenched her teeth in frustration. Surely, there could not be just this solitary crystal coffin? How disappointing it was that this fallen celestial had not prepared anything of value or significance for herself. The celestial being's situation seemed rather dismal. Unwilling to concede defeat, she persisted in her search, only to ultimately resign, her spirit dampened. Chapter 77. The surprise arrives too quickly. Meng Wuxia sat on the steps, idly toying with a Wu Ji staff, feeling particularly bored. In this vast fallen celestial tomb, aside from the lavish crystal coffin, she had discovered nothing else of interest. What kind of exalted being was this? Beyond a splendid resting place, it seemed there had been no effort to adorn this eternal abode. It appeared rather bare and ostentatious. Meng Wuxia vented her frustrations to Long Ting. Having thoroughly examined the area without uncovering anything that captured her interest, not even a hidden chamber, the foolish woman, seemingly unaware, harbors such thoughts. He is a fallen immortal, and while lacking accompanying burial items, it is somewhat acceptable. Logically, he ought to rest in the Xianling River, yet here he lies, which is rather irregular. Meng Wuxia, upon hearing of the Xianling River for the first time, pondered its nature. Observing her genuine ignorance, Long Ting felt inclined to display his knowledge, though it was merely secondhand. He explained that the Xianling River is a place where immortals, whose lifespans have reached their limit, deposit their celestial bodies, allowing them to await the opportunity for rebirth amidst the endless passage of time. Rebirth? Having already succumbed to eternal slumber, could it truly mean a return? Meng Wuxia speculated if it implied reincarnation, much like her own desire to revert to her past life and alter her unfortunate fate. There exists a chance for a strand of celestial consciousness to emerge, returning to the Jiuzhou continent, seeking a fateful connection and undergoing cultivation once more, potentially regaining entry to the celestial realm for a second ascension. However, this opportunity is exclusive to those from the Xianling River. Surely this fallen immortal lacks the qualifications to enter. Long Ting's words evoked a modicum of sympathy within Meng Wuxia for this celestial figure. Wondering what circumstances had led him to forego eternal rest in the Xianling River, relegated instead to slumber on this Sangzhou continent. After the celestial maiden shared a lengthy confidant with the individual encased in the crystal coffin, she gracefully approached Meng Wuxia. Indeed, she was a celestial maiden, her ethereal beauty evoking admiration with each glance. While Meng Wuxia was lost in admiration, the celestial maiden gently tapped her forehead, inquiring about her apparent lack of spirit, which was uncharacteristic of her. Could it be that she was discontent due to a lack of treasures? Meng Wuxia chuckled, explaining that she had never visited such a place and was uncertain of what to do. Longting rolled his eyes at her response. Did you not seek Yanluo? It grows beside the Wangshuan River, although there exists a variant known as Shantakeo, which is indistinguishable from Yanluo but lacks renown and recognition. Meng Wuxia observed that Shantakeo was abundant yet unremarkable, much like its name, ordinary and devoid of distinction. The more unassuming an object, the greater its potential to conceal secrets. Look how well the Shantakeo flourishes here. Have you noticed anything unusual? The celestial maiden's insinuation redirected Meng Wuxia's attention toward the Shantakeo, prompting her to scrutinize the grass with her spiritual energy. Something was amiss. The Shantakeo was not as it appeared. It was an illusion. As Meng Wuxia made this discovery, the celestial maiden waved her delicate hand, causing the Shantakeo to levitate, gradually forming intricate patterns in the air, which interconnected to create a vast array formation. The once grassy expanse transformed into a pavilion adorned with exquisite treasures. The celestial figure was adept in array formations, particularly skilled in illusions and concealment. If he wished to shroud something, it would likely go unnoticed, favoring the use of inconspicuous elements for disguise. The celestial maiden allowed her to select 3 items to take with her, explaining that many items were unsuitable for the mortal realm, as they belonged to the tomb's master. To take them carelessly would yield unfavorable consequences. Meng Wuxia gazed upon the resplendent pavilion and its shimmering treasures, her previous complaints forgotten, her heart now brimming with delight. With the prospect of such rewards, she felt elated, and those observing could sense her overwhelming greed. However, being permitted to take 3 items was already a tremendous opportunity. She needed to choose wisely, for such an advantageous chance would not come again. The celestial maiden encouraged her to select freely, for these treasures had been amassed over many years, unique in all realms. Like a reckless little celestial from the heavenly emperor's garden, Meng Wuxia found allure in everything. Her desire insatiable as she exclaimed in awe, grappling with indecision, picking up one item only to set it down in favor of another, comparing them repeatedly in her mind. Though the array of items seemed vast, consisting mostly of elixirs, secret techniques, and treasures beneficial for cultivation, very few were truly suitable for Meng Wuxia. Ultimately, she settled on a box of talisman paper capable of crafting more potent talisman spells, a piece of treasured clothing that could withstand attacks from those of higher cultivation, offering exceptional defense, and lastly, a tome on puppet mastery techniques. Surprised by the existence of such a remarkable book from this immortal, Meng Wuxia found it difficult to part with. It was far more comprehensive than what she had learned at the Baixian sect, detailing practical applications with greater depth. Once she finalized her selections, Meng Wuxia reluctantly approached the celestial maiden, informing her that she had completed her choices. The celestial maiden, amused by her transparent reluctance and affection for the treasures, smiled approvingly at her selections, guiding her away from the awe-inspiring pavilion. As they prepared to leave the tomb of the fallen immortal, the celestial maiden reinforced the area with layers of protection, stating that she would return to escort this celestial figure back to the Xianling River for eternal rest. I shall be residing by your side for a time. She introduced herself as Bai Ying, inviting Meng Wuxia to call her Yingjia. Bai Ying, Yingjia, Meng, Buyamusit. Enchanted by the celestial maiden's melodious name and her vast knowledge, convinced that she was a divine being sent to aid her in attaining immortality. With such a powerful celestial ally, her confidence in achieving celestial ascension soared. After securing a quantity of Shantakeo, Meng Wuxia departed with Bai Ying. Entering was fraught with challenges, yet exiting proved far simpler. Upon returning to Yanwang Valley, Her jade slip buzzed incessantly with messages. It was news from the sage elder and the sect leader. The sage elder informed her that upon receiving her message, he immediately dispatched personnel for assistance, discovering that the Qingpeng bird was under surveillance by the Yin Tian sect. Fortunately, the Qingpeng bird was no weakling, and his allies intervened just in time. Though the bird sustained minor injuries while protecting a spirit beast cub, she need not worry. The news had returned to Bai Xian's sect without incident. The sect leader conveyed that the information she provided was immensely significant for Bai Xian's sect. Previously, the Shadow Hall and the Steward Hall had unearthed similar intelligence, but their knowledge was limited, preventing them from seizing the initiative. Upon receiving the news from the Qingpeng bird, they had discreetly dispatched a team to secure the findings. Her contributions had greatly benefited Bai Xian's sect. Meng Wuxia felt a twinge of concern, fearing that the news of the spirit herb garden Wu Ti reached them in time. Bai Xian's sect, despite being one of the most formidable factions in Sangzhou, was not without peril, especially if confronted by a coalition of powerful sections. Meng Wuxiao relied on Bai Xian's sect for her aspirations, and ensuring its strength was tantamount to safeguarding her own resources. After storing the jade slip, she contacted the Array Master Association's teleportation array, eager to return. As the selection trials for the Jiuzhou celestial competition loomed near. Chapter 78, a pre-departure trick on her comrades. After utilizing the teleportation array of the Array Master Association to depart Yanluo Valley, Meng Wuxia hastened to Bai Xian's sect. Upon entering Bai Xian's sect, en route to the Steward Hall to hand over her tasks, she was intercepted by an envoy from the Silent Steward, who informed her that they had been waiting for her for several days and urged her to meet the sect leader without delay, postponing all other matters. Meng Wuxia followed the envoy at a swift pace to the discussion hall. There, the sect leader awaited her, inquiring how she had come to learn of the spirit Garden. Meng Wuxia recounted in detail her observations in Yanluo Valley, leaving nothing unmentioned regarding her handling of the evidence, eager to gauge the sect leader's reaction. It cannot be said that she was aware of this matter in advance. Rather, she shifted the blame onto her deceased master, concocting a tale that her master had previously investigated this medicinal herb garden, merely coincidentally recalling the moment. Upon hearing her account, the sect leader remarked that he had received news of considerable movements from both the Kaishaman and Luoxiaking. As both factions were in pursuit of the storage bag she had mentioned, particularly Luoxiaking, which was exerting immense effort to uncover who had taken the bag. Meng Wuxia felt a sense of relief in her heart, knowing that she had incinerated the storage bag, leaving no trace for the adversaries. It was Dragon Court who had reminded her that it was unwise to leave behind the storage bag after taking the items, hence she had thoroughly burned it. The sect leader advised Meng Wuxia to take some rest, as it would take at least half a month for the dispatch personnel to return with news. Simultaneously, the selection competition for the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Tournament was about to commence, and in 3 days, Meng Wuxia, Shanghaidang, and Shifeng would head to the venue provided by the Jiuzhou auction to participate in this election. Whether they would be chosen depended solely on their own strength. The Bai Xian sect had not selected any Tianjiao in the last competition, but this time the sect would fully support their selection, ensuring at least one individual would be chosen to bring glory to the Bai Xian sect. Thus they must not be negligent and should prepare to fight with all their might. After encouraging Meng Wuxia, the sect leader urged her to return to Bai Xian courtyard for rest. Meng Wuxia also needed to report her tasks at the Steward Hall and claim her rewards. While submitting the Wuz, Stone, and Shanwiko at the Steward Hall, she fortuitously encountered Chun Wan from Yaosheng Peak. Since the Tianjiao Challenge, they had not met, and now Chun Wan was a steward at Yaosheng Peak. Wholly engrossed in the study of ancient elixirs, having successfully restored several long-lost formulas, even attracting attention from the Dan Tian Pavilion for collaboration. Wuxia, it has been a long time since we last met. Where have you been? Is this Shanwiko? You managed to gather Shanwiko? It is said to be found only deep within Yanluo Valley, and rumors claim it can only be seen for 1 month each year. Meng Wuxia gazed at the Shanwiko she submitted, surprised that such an ordinary herb possessed this unique characteristic. Was it truly considered an ordinary herb? She mused that Bai Jie likely did not realize that Shanwiko was seldom found in this place. While waiting for her task rewards at the Steward Hall, she learned that the task had been issued by a senior from Yaosheng Peak, who happened to be Chen Wen's uncle. Chen Wen explained that he had been sent by his uncle to check if the task taker had returned, as his uncle was quite anxious, urgently needing was stones and Yanluo. Brother, please inform the senior that the Yanluo is indeed difficult to find, and that using Shanwiko would yield the same medicinal effect, as they belong to the same category. Meng Wuxia also inquired about what elixir his uncle was attempting to concoct in such haste for the Wisstones. It is for our peak master's hidden injury that requires Tianshang Dan, but this Tianshang Dan requires Wisstones as a medicinal guide for its refinement. Hence the urgency. Chen Wen and his uncle had repeatedly devised alternatives to Tianshang Dan, yet none had yielded satisfactory results. It still required Tianshang Dan, which was notoriously difficult to refine, as the necessary ingredients were elusive spiritual herbs. Hearing that Chen Wen was assisting his uncle in refining Tianshang Dan piqued Meng Wuxia's interest, and she wished to accompany him to observe, as she also sought to collect a batch of discarded elixirs from Yaosheng Peak. The last batch of discarded elixirs had already been used up, and purchasing them with Ling Ling stones would consume considerable time if she were to refine them herself. Chen Wen invited her to accompany him, saying his uncle would isolate himself in his courtyard while refining elixirs, only emerging once successful. He assured Meng Wuxia that she could freely roam within Yaosheng Peak, as he had already informed them, provided she did not venture into areas restricted to Yaosheng Peak disciples. Meng Wuxiao expressed her gratitude for Chen Wen's consideration, and as he prepared to report back to his uncle, she inquired if he had finished reading the ancient books she had sent him. Chen Wen slapped his forehead, realizing he had been so engrossed in following his uncle's elixir refinement that he had forgotten to thank her. The few books you provided have been immensely helpful. After thoroughly reading them, I realized my understanding of ancient formulas was somewhat narrow. Having corrected my misconceptions, I have made significant progress, thanks to your guidance, Wuxia. The books Meng Wuxia had lent him were merely old texts from the Baixian sect's library, unassuming, yet they contained the experiences of past seniors, which he had found and given to Chen Wen, proving to be of great benefit and saving him from many detours. If you wish to express your gratitude, could you take me to the elixir chamber at Yaosheng Peak? Rest assured, my intent is not to see how many new elixirs you have refined, but to observe how you store elixirs, as I wish to establish an elixir chamber at Xiangshang Peak as well. Chen Wen was somewhat taken aback by Meng Wuxia's desire to set up an elixir chamber at Xiangshang Peak, which was currently the most open and sought-after main peak among the disciples. Many disciples receive limited elixirs. I wish to share some of my own elixirs and those refined by fellow disciples to facilitate exchanges and communication, enhancing the understanding of elixir refinement and providing opportunities for those seeking elixirs. Meng Wuxia's idea resonated with Chen Wen, who felt she was far superior to those Qianjiao solely focused on their own interests. This approach would undoubtedly enhance Xiangshang Peak's reputation and prevent any undue difficulties. Chen Wen led her to the elixir chamber at Yaosheng Peak, a place accessible only to its disciples. After verifying her identity and registering, Meng Wuxiao followed Chen Wen into the elixir chamber. Her primary focus remained on the discarded elixirs, and while Chen Wen was called away by fellow disciples to assist in verifying a batch of elixirs, she struck up a conversation with a disciple responsible for handling discarded elixirs. This time, Meng Wuxia successfully acquired some high-quality discarded elixirs, and the disciple cautioned her to be careful, as consuming discarded elixirs could affect one's cultivation. If given to other disciples, it could lead to severe penalties from the sect. Meng Wuxia reassured him that she was merely researching to identify shortcomings in elixir refinement, and of course, both kept their dealings confidential, benefiting each other. After placing the discarded elixirs into her storage bracelet's spiritual spring, Meng Wuxia felt elated, prompting Chen Wen to believe it was her first time visiting. Just as Meng Wuxia was about to leave with Chen Wen, she noticed someone registering some particularly intriguing elixirs, those that could cause stomach issues, blindness, hallucinations, or paralysis. Chen Wen explained that these were elixirs concocted by disciples for amusement, some of which were sold to outsiders. Finding it amusing, Meng Wuxia asked Chen Wen if he could refine such elixirs. Chen Wen laughed heartily, casually producing several of these elixirs and inquiring if Meng Wuxiao wanted any. Of course, she exclaimed, already contemplating who she would use them on. Upon exiting Yaoxing Peak, she hurried back to Baixian Courtyard, where she found Qingpong Bird practicing diligently. This courtyard is quite pleasant, with an elegant environment and abundant spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation and recuperation, Bai Ying remarked while strolling around the courtyard, genuinely appreciating its charm. Meng Wuxiao encouraged her to move about freely. As long as she remained within the courtyard, she could do as she pleased. Currently, Meng Wuxiao only desired a good night's sleep and a relaxing soak in the spiritual pool. Once rested, she would contemplate how to eliminate Shi Feng on their journey to the Zhuzhou auction. Keeping Shi Feng around posed a hidden threat, and she needed to ascertain the list of escort personnel accompanying them to the selection competition. It would be best to remove him altogether. Meng Wuxiao took out the elixirs Chun Wen had given her and began to thoughtfully strategize how to act without arousing suspicion. Chapter 79. Quota. As Meng Wuxiao pondered how to eliminate Shi Feng, Sheng Haidang arrived, visibly upset and fuming. Meng Wuxiao was quite curious. Who in Baixian Courtyard would dare provoke this young lady to such an extent? My father, in his bewilderment, insists that I accompany Sheng Zongbao to the Zhuzhou auction. While I am here to participate in the Zhuzhou Tianjiao selection competition, not to embark on a leisurely excursion or amuse anyone. Why must I bring along that esteemed individual? Sheng Haitang, increasingly agitated, felt her energy surging with every word. Meng Wuxiao urged her to calm down, reminding her that she had only just settled into this courtyard and that it would be prudent to manage her emotions, lest her frustrations be unleashed upon her new abode. From Sheng Haitang's words, Meng Wuxiao learned that participants in the Zhuzhou Tianjiao competition were permitted to bring along 2 companions, fostering mutual observation and learning, while also providing an opportunity for the 3 of them to enhance their reputations. Meng Wuxiao inquired about whom Sheng Haidang would bring besides Sheng Zongbao. Who else could it be but my half-brother, Sheng Tingen? A sigh escaped Sheng Haidang as she mentioned her younger half-sibling, realizing she was tasked with traveling alongside 2 troublesome youths from the Sheng family, which inevitably fueled her ire. Sheng Zongbao, the young master of the Sheng family, held a prominent position, while Sheng Tingen's status was rather precarious, being the sole son of the Sheng patriarch, yet born of a concubine. The family adhered to strict traditions, favoring the legitimate line and imposing stringent regulations on branch families and illegitimate children, who found it challenging to assume significant roles or influence. The rules of succession dictated that only legitimate heirs could inherit the position of family head, thus consigning Sheng Tingen to a life of compliance, devoid of ambition, and bound to respect the future family head while heeding the directives of his legitimate elder sister. Thus, Sheng Tingen became a mere shadow within the Sheng family, practicing only alchemy and studying formations, eschewing martial skills and swordsmanship. He rarely ventured beyond the family estate, opting for Tianhe Peak rather than the main peaks favored by other young science. However, in Meng Wuxiao's eyes, Sheng Tingen was far from docile. He was amassing strength and concealing his true capabilities, once becoming the most influential figure within the Sheng family. Ultimately, he sought to challenge the family's regulations that barred illegitimate offspring from inheriting leadership, only to be exiled by Sheng Zongbao and forced into hiding in the desolate city. Meng Wuxiao advised Sheng Haidang to take a broader view. After all, they were siblings, not outsiders. They should regard this journey as a rare opportunity for growth. What about you? Who do you intend to bring along? Rumors have circulated that you will certainly take Yi Yun with you, and that the other spot will attract high bids. Surely, you aren't contemplating selling that position? Meng Wuxiao had already finalized her list of companions. Upon revealing her choice, Sheng Haitang gasped in surprise. Qian Wuxuan? Are you quite familiar with him? Why choose him? Qian Wuxuan, once a prodigy who lost to Meng Wuxiao, had largely been absent from the scene since the revelation of his origins. He possessed considerable strength, and his participation in the Zhuzhou auction would prove beneficial. Furthermore, the Qian family's defenses and protective capabilities represented the pinnacle of the Baixian sect, making his selection quite reasonable. Yi Yun's prowess was on a meteoric rise, and upon his return, he would be informed of the ancestral secret arts, paving the way for him to ascend as one of the strongest representatives of the Baixian sect. After Meng Wuxia announced her list of companions for the Zhou auction, the Qian family began rampant speculation. Upon receiving the news, Qian Wuxuan took considerable time to process it before hastening back to his family. The Qian patriarch summoned him privately, inquiring about any contact with Meng Wuxia. Qian Wuxuan replied succinctly, stating that since his defeat, there had been no communication between them. The patriarch pondered for a while before advising Qian Wuxuan to exercise caution, attend to his responsibilities, maintain a low profile, and avoid getting too close to Meng Wuxia. After all, it was well known within the Baixian sect that the Qian family and Meng Wuxia were at odds, and should any issues arise during this event, the Qian family would be the first to be scrutinized. Nevertheless, the patriarch entrusted Qian Wuxuan with a certain object, indicating that should the opportunity arise, it could pose a danger to Meng Wuxia. Qian Wuxuan accepted the item from his esteemed patriarch, hesitating to depart as he regarded the man who had nurtured and guided him. The patriarch inquired if Qian Wuxuan had any further matters to discuss, sensing there was more to be said. Yet, Qian Wuxuan merely asked if they truly intended to take action against Meng Wuxia. The patriarch patted his shoulder, advising him to act with discretion and for the sake of the Qian family, to avoid sentimentality. For the sake of the Qian family. Qian Wuxuan gazed at his respected patriarch, feeling shadows of doubt encroaching upon his heart. Meng Wuxia sent a message via a jade slip to Yi Yun, asking for his whereabouts. She suggested they meet in the library. However, to her surprise, he failed to respond and did not appear at the library. Meng Wuxia dispatched the Jingjua bird to locate him, only to discover he had left the Baixian Academy and returned to the outer sect. Without hesitation, Meng Wuxia made her way to the outer sect in search of him. After searching extensively, she finally found him in his former small courtyard. Yi Yun, taken aback by her visit, felt a twinge of embarrassment. This modest courtyard consisted of a single room, a spirit herb field, and a grove of bamboo. He had to submit the required items periodically to earn spirit stones. He diligently completed tasks, exchanging his efforts for resources. Had it not been for the recognition of an elder who had taken him to study in the inner sect for a year, enhancing his strength, he would not have qualified for the external competition and the opportunity to compete among the Tianjiao. Though simple, this place was his favorite, lacking the extravagance of Baixian Academy. Meng Wuxia urged him to prepare, as they were to depart for the Zhou auction the following day. Whether he could acquire knowledge there would depend on his own diligence. Yi Yin lowered his head, summoning the courage to ask Meng Wuxia why she had chosen him. The opportunity at the Zhou auction could yield substantial rewards, with some prodigies even offering high prices for the chance to take his spot. After meeting Meng Wuxia, he had received much care and support. Meng Wuxia encouraged him to observe the bamboo grove and the spirit herb field in his courtyard. They would continue to thrive regardless of their owner's presence or the favors received. They would grow robustly, destined for alchemy or medicinal use when mature, or to aid in acquiring necessary items. Meng Wuxia advised him that instead of dwelling on past favors, he should seize the opportunity to elevate his cultivation, striving to become increasingly formidable, capable of offering assistance and protection to others. Go visit the elder who has aided you. I have heard that since you entered Baixian Academy, he has been in seclusion and has not returned. Yi Yin met Meng Wuxia's encouraging gaze, seeking reassurance. His return to the outer sect was intended to realign his inner self. No one could truly remain disconnected from others. When he first beheld her upon the Tianjiao platform, he initially thought she would falter, yet she ended up delivering a remarkable performance. Though she faced defeat, her honor remained intact, etching her name in memory. Meng Wuxia urged him to hurry, as they would soon be departing from Baixian sect for an extended period, with their return likely taking considerable time. After uplifting Yiyun, Meng Wuxia visited Xiangshang Peak to observe its current operations. There was little for her to manage, as various disciples oversaw different aspects. Upon her arrival, many disciples came forth to greet her, and in the midst of exchanging pleasantries, Meng Wuxia spotted Qian Wuxuan. After a prolonged absence, Qian Wuxuan was on the brink of breaking through to the golden core stage, poised to become a golden core cultivator. At that juncture, he would enter the core circle of the Qian family, gaining substantial power and a genuine standing within the Baixian sect. Meng Wuxia waved to Qian Wuxuan, signaling him to join her in her courtyard for a discussion. Chapter 80. Jiuzhou Auction 1. Qian Wuxuan, eschewing pleasantries, directly inquired about Meng Wuxia's intentions. Why would she grant a spot to someone from the Qian family rather than to him? Meng Wuxia asked if he had just returned and whether he had uncovered any clues. Qian Wuxuan remained silent. But Meng Wuxia sensed from his demeanor that he had made some progress. It seems that the Qian family will soon be bustling with activity, as the secrets that the Qian patriarch wishes to conceal cannot remain hidden for long. Among those who have been defeated by me, only Qian Shixiang offered a courteous bow upon his departure, and during our battle, he was earnest and fully committed, devoid of arrogance or mockery. In this regard, you are distinctly different from those of the Qian family who pride themselves on their haughtiness. Meng Wuxia urged Qian Wuxuan to prepare well, for they were to set off for the Jiuzhou auction tomorrow, where he might encounter splendid opportunities. Qian Wuxuan smiled modestly, reminding Meng Wuxia that he is still a member of the Qian family, a fact she must not forget. Upon noticing his insinuation, Meng Wuxia felt a deep disdain for the Qian patriarch, who still harbored intentions to harm her and resolved to eliminate this significant threat. When Meng Wuxia, Shang Haitang, and Shi Feng arrived before the sect leader, he encouraged them as usual, urging them to fight with all their might and uphold the dignity of the Baixian sect, assuring them that he awaited their good news. The team leaders included the esteemed leaders of Qianjin Peak, Wuyu Peak, and Shi Wentao, alongside the leader of Zhen Tian Peak. It was said that 3 elders had already departed for the Jiuzhou auction, awaiting their arrival to convene. This event would allow them to witness the prodigies of various factions from the Zhangzhou continent, as each faction showcased the prowess of their disciples. After all, there would be a limited number of participants eligible for the competition 3 days hence. Success would depend on both fate and true capability, as achieving results would grant them access to the Jiuzhou Academy, a golden opportunity to ascend to greatness. Meng Wuxia introduced Yi Yun to Qian Wuxuan, emphasizing the need for peaceful coexistence during their journey. Qian Wuxuan, a prominent figure on the previous year's prodigy ranking, stood far above Yi Yun, and after their brief introduction, no further words were exchanged. To avoid Shi Wentao, Meng Wuxia dedicated herself to intensive cultivation within her quarters, preferring not to venture outside. However, Shi Wentao, unable to find Meng Wuxia, engaged in idle conversation with Yi Yun and Qian Wuxuan, seeking to glean information about Meng Wuxia's well-being. Qian Wuxuan, being a cultivator nearing the golden core stage, easily found an excuse to evade Shi Wentao, while Yi Yun, lacking such an advantage, could only comply and answer his inquiries obediently. Eventually, Yi Yun, too, retreated into solitude for focused cultivation. After several days of fruitless waiting for Meng Wuxia to emerge, Shi Wentao sighed heavily and resolved to seek her out after the Jiuzhou auction. Once Meng Wuxia was certain that no one lingered at her door, she felt relieved. She set up a barrier array in her room to discuss plans regarding the Jiuzhou auction with Long Ting and Sister Baiying. She had amassed a considerable number of spirit stones, intending to acquire items beneficial to her cultivation at the auction. Generously, she inquired if Long Ting and Sister Baiying, as well as Qing Peng, needed anything. Sister Baiying, embodying the wisdom of a senior, reminded Meng Wuxia that Long Ting, as a fish dragon aspiring to leap through the dragon gate, required the nourishment of rare treasures to withstand heavenly tribulations. Qing Peng, wishing to transform, needed the phoenix fire for rebirth, after which he could take on a form akin to Long Ting's. As for herself, she currently had no pressing needs, as what she sought might not be available here. Meng Wuxia observed that this family required too much, and it was likely that her carefully saved spirit stones and items would be entirely devoted to them this time. As she caressed her storage bracelet, it was undeniable that she felt a pang of regret. After a relentless journey, they finally reached the outskirts of the Jiuzhou auction. Here, they could no longer use their spirit boats and had to travel by carriage. Meng Wuxia noticed Shi Feng and the others preparing a horse-drawn carriage, and scrutinized his expression, finding no signs of distress. This was strange. Could it be that the elixir given by Chen Shixiang was of weak potency? She had carefully timed the administration of 2 doses of the discomfort-inducing elixir, yet he showed no reaction. Lost in thought about where the issue lay, Meng Wuxiao was interrupted by Yi Yun, who inquired if she was uncomfortable in the carriage, assuring her that they would reach the Jiuzhou auctions my city in no time. Qian Wuxuan remained in contemplative silence, refraining from engaging with Meng Wuxiao and Yi Yun. Just as Meng Wuxiao was lost in her thoughts, Shi Wentao knocked and entered. Yi Yun and Qian Wuxuan instinctively recoiled, hoping he would leave swiftly. Meng Wuxiao politely asked if he had business, to which Shi Wentao inquired about her health, urging her to report any discomfort promptly, assuring her he would arrange for a physician. Meng Wuxiao replied that she was well, expressing gratitude for his concern. Shi Wentao then turned his attention to Yi Yun and Qian Wuxuan, offering them similar admonitions to exercise caution while traveling. Shi Feng seemed to suffer from some discomfort, and his companions were undergoing inquiries. At the mention of Sheng Haitang's transmission, Meng Wuxiao smiled, realizing that the elixir from Chen Shixiang was indeed effective, as Shi Feng was merely attempting to conceal his condition. Shi Feng had chosen members from the Shi family and those designated by his master, indicating they were not united in purpose. Meng Wuxiao transmitted a message to Sheng Haitang, urging her to remain vigilant, along with Sheng Zongbao and Sheng Tingyan, advising against complacency. Following her communication with Sheng Haitang, Meng Wuxiao's spirits lifted. As they entered my city, she opened the small window of the carriage to admire the bustling scene outside. Reflecting on their arrival, the 3 elders of the Baixian sect awaited them at the estate's entrance, ready to greet the carriage as it arrived. To her surprise, Meng Wuxiao recognized the 3 esteemed elders of the Xian generation, Elder Xinyu, Elder Xianshang, and Elder Xianjun, all highly regarded within the Baixian sect. After the 3 peak leaders exchanged pleasantries with the elders, Meng Wuxiao and her companions hurried to pay their respects. Once everyone had gathered, Elder Xinyu promptly instructed them to enter, as there were many matters to discuss. The 3 elders had lingered here for nearly a month, gathering information, and with the arrival of Meng Wuxiao and her companions, they needed to expedite the process of information integration. Meng Wuxiao remained unfazed, recognizing that this year's Jiuzhou Prodigy selection was advanced due to the Jiuzhou Secret Realm, with each faction nominating their strongest disciples for the selection, allowing for relative preparation. Meng Wuxiao maintained a relaxed demeanor, neither servile nor overbearing, devoid of pressure. Sheng Haitang remained as proud and confident as ever, while Shi Feng displayed a mixture of composure and determination, showing no signs of retreat. After exchanging glances, Elder Xinyu retained Meng Wuxiao, sending Sheng Haitang and Shi Feng off to rest. Yi Yun and Qian Wuxuan were also retained for reasons unknown. Facing the 3 solemn elders, Meng Wuxiao felt that such gravity was unnecessary, as they merely needed to cooperate to acquire the jade tokens for the selection. This time, a new rule had been implemented. The prodigies participating in the selection must enter the auction at Xianjia Mountain together with their fellow disciples to obtain the tokens, which would determine their matchups. The 3 elders regarded Meng Wuxiao, stating that her choices would dictate the outcome of their performance in the selection. Should Baixian sect fail to have any disciples selected, they would find themselves at a disadvantage during the subsequent resource allocation for the Jiuzhou Secret Realm. Meng Wuxiao drew forth her fateful sword, Ding Kuan, assuring the elders of her commitment to collaborate sincerely with her fellow disciples, striving to select the jade token that would benefit the Baixian sect, and requested their support. Witnessing Meng Wuxiao's resolute spirit and the sword she wielded, the 3 elders nodded in affirmation, having made their decision. Chapter 81. Jiuzhou Auction 2. After expressing her determination before the 3 esteemed elders, Meng Wuxiao led Yi Yun and Qian Wuxuan to their designated resting area to begin strategizing. The Qianjia Mountain of the Jiuzhou Auction is, in fact, a celestial ladder composed of 1,000 steps. The jade pendant required for the selection competition is located in the building atop this mountain, and it is first come, first served. The earlier one arrives, the better the opportunity to choose one as opponent. This is a test for the exceptional talents participating in the selection competition, to see if they can overcome the obstacles on Qianjia Mountain and secure a remarkable head start. Selecting the right opponent and the order of challenges can earn one a significant advantage from the outset. This is precisely why the three elders entrusted this formidable task to Meng Wuxia. She dared not be careless and shared all the information she had about Qianjia Mountain with her companions, emphasizing that reaching the building atop the mountain as soon as possible to obtain the jade pendant would be beneficial for her upcoming challenges and similarly advantageous for Shang Haidang. The Baisian sect could not afford to lose this opening battle. They must not falter in the hands of the three of them. Wu Sun, your defensive capabilities are the best. I will ascend the ladder first, and you will provide protection from behind. Yi Yun's explosiveness and perseverance will serve as effective weapons against those who attempt to obstruct my ascent, no matter who it is, if they wish to hinder my progress. You must knock them down without hesitation. Remember, hold nothing back. Unleash your full power. Meng Wuxiao articulated her strategy to confront the adversaries who would also strive to acquire the jade pendant early, recounting it to Yi Yun and Qian Wuxuan. Yi Yun expressed no concerns and vowed to cooperate wholeheartedly, while Qian Wuxuan gazed at Meng Wuxia without voicing his stance, instead asking, "Did you already anticipate going to Qianjia Mountain, which is why you made such arrangements?" Meng Wuxia only inquired whether Qian Wuxuan would follow her plan, and if he had any additions to make. She would not elaborate further. Qian Wuxuan nodded, indicating his full commitment and assuring her that he would not be a hindrance. Merely trusting him would suffice. Then let us arrange accordingly. I will attract the fire. Yi Yun will handle the small fry, and, Qian Wuxuan, you will provide us with protection from the rear. As long as I ascend Qianjia Mountain, we shall not pause until I reach the final step. Meng Wuxiao extended her hand, urging Yi Yun and Qian Wuxuan to do the same, and they placed their hands together in solidarity. I say, Wu Sun, why are you so serious every day? It's not as though we are heading into a perilous situation. We are merely going to Qianjia Mountain. With our combined strength, reaching the summit and obtaining the jade pendant should pose no challenge. If anyone dares to provoke us, let them come. We shall show those short-sighted individuals the might of the three of us. Meng Wuxia's words resonated with confidence. Qian Wuxuan, feeling the warmth of her hand clasped firmly in his, showed signs of softening, and he conveyed to the two of them that he would give his all in the ascent tomorrow, not wishing to disappoint them. Meng Wuxia, assured by the two formidable allies she had chosen, felt no pressure regarding the impending battle at Qianjia Mountain. Shall we explore the auction today? Allow me to treat you to some exquisite wine. The wine-glutinous rice balls at the Zhuozhou auction are a delicacy not found elsewhere. The Baiwa wine is a local specialty. Let us savor it together. Meng Wuxia urged her companions toward the Zhuozhou auction. However, as they reached the entrance, they spotted Sheng Zongbao and Shi Wintao engaged in conversation. Sheng Zongbao was fanning himself with a fan, animatedly speaking to Shi Wintao, who nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with Sheng Zongbao's words. It was quite unusual for these two to find common ground. It felt ominous to Meng Wuxia. Are Sheng Zongbao and Elder Shi quite familiar? They seem rather engrossed in conversation at the entrance, she mused. Meng Wuxia sent a message to Sheng Haitang inquiring about the situation. Sheng Haitang advised her to get used to it, noting that Sheng Zongbao behaved this way wherever he went. Within 10 minutes of engaging someone in conversation, he could likely drag them into his schemes. Meng Wuxia asked why Sheng Haitang did not join them at the Zhuozhou auction. I have no intention of accompanying Sheng Zongbao. Everywhere he goes, he encounters acquaintances, which is quite bothersome. Moreover, he incessantly buys things and mingles with female cultivators from other sections. It's all just too much, she replied. Meng Wuxia then inquired about Sheng Tingan, noting that she had only seen him once when leaving Baishaman and had not encountered him since. He is probably indoors reading, painting, or crafting talismans and formations. He rarely emerges, and I cannot summon him. Even Sheng Zongbao has failed to do so. Meng Wuxiao felt a sense of helpless sympathy for Sheng Haitang, who was lively yet chaotic, while Sheng Tingan was quiet and unobtrusive. In the balance, neither could contend with the other. making it a difficult situation for both. Meng Wuxiao politely greeted Shi Wentao, which delighted Sheng Zongbao, who inquired whether they were headed to the Jiuzhou auction, stating that he had reserved a luxurious private room for them to enjoy wine together. Meng Wuxiao wished to decline, but Sheng Zongbao informed her that due to the selection competition for the Jiuzhou Tianjiao, the scattered seating and ordinary private rooms at the Jiuzhou auction were fully booked. If you wish to go now, you must have a reservation, or you will not gain entry. Upon hearing this, Meng Wuxiao immediately agreed to his suggestion. Shi Wentao reassured Meng Wuxiao that Bakeshaman had already reserved an appropriate private room at the Jiuzhou auction for their members' convenience. But who will use it? It does not concern a mere disciple like me. I shall accompany Sheng Zongbao. His lavishly reserved room will surely be spacious enough. As Meng Wuxiao settled into Sheng Zongbao's carriage, she marveled at the luxury, exclaiming how fitting it was for the young master of the Sheng family. Even with more people, it would not feel cramped. However, it also piqued her curiosity. Did the Sheng family truly possess such wealth and power? Sheng Zongbao spent freely without a care. The young master had lost his parents at a young age, and, as the sole survivor of his branch, his spending was understandable given the inheritance and allocations he received according to family regulations. As they approached the Jiuzhou auction venue, Shi Wentao deliberately slowed his pace beside Meng Wuxiao to enlighten her. She pondered how Sheng Zongbao had fashioned himself as a frivolous scion, engaging in pursuits far removed from cultivation, causing others to question his suitability as the family heir. Even the current head of the Sheng family held reservations about him. Yet they could not impose strictures, fearing accusations of being overly harsh and obstructing his inheritance of the family legacy. It was indeed true that the presence of many led to much gossip, with the interpersonal dynamics and intrigues within noble families resembling a tome of scandal. However, upon entering the luxurious private room reserved by Sheng Zongbao, Meng Wuxiao cast aside such gossip, taking in the spacious views, exquisite furnishings, and attentive service. Realizing that accompanying Sheng Zongbao was indeed a wise choice. Today, the Jiuzhou auction buzzed with the grandeur of the various forces gathered for the Jiuzhou Tianjiao competition, filling the venue to capacity. See, I told you so. There are no available seats in the scattered areas below, and the ordinary private rooms were booked long ago. I reserved this room 3 months in advance. It offers a clear view of the entire venue without attracting attention. My foresight is commendable, Sheng Zongbao exclaimed with evident delight. Seeking praise, Meng Wuxiao, not wishing to dampen his enthusiasm, generously complimented him, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to savor the unique delicacies here. Eager for the arrival of food and drink, she was momentarily distracted by the sounds of an altercation outside while introducing a yun to the situation at the Jiuzhou auction. It seemed someone was causing a disturbance. As Meng Wuxiao glanced toward the hall, she noticed a plain-looking young man being harassed, holding a basket in his hands. At first glance, she recognized him as Chen Wui, the boy she had saved outside the Luoxia city estate. After a considerable time apart, he appeared to have made significant progress in his cultivation, with his spiritual energy flowing more smoothly than before, indicating steady advancement. He must have come here not merely to listen to idle chatter or purchase items, but rather to participate in the preliminary rounds of the Jiuzhou Tianjiao selection competition. The preliminary competition serves as a battleground for scattered cultivators and those aspiring to participate in the renowned Jiuzhou Tianjiao Great Selection, where only 1 or 2 spots are available. The individuals who secure these coveted positions are undoubtedly fierce warriors, having fought their way through with genuine strength and cultivation. However, gaining entry does not guarantee exceptional performance in the selection. The likelihood of elimination remains high. Upon encountering Chen Wui, Meng Wuxiao's reaction was one of surprise, coupled with curiosity regarding his purpose for being there. Having restored his cultivation, he was at a critical juncture in his journey, perhaps seeking resources for his training. Those who mocked and shoved him seemed to be familiar with his past, seizing the opportunity to deride him. Weren't you driven out of Luoxia city? Now, a wandering cultivator without a home dares to show his face before us. I wonder how many lives you think you have to be so audacious. The speaker pointed at the silent Chen Wui, emboldened by his lack of response, their words growing increasingly disdainful. Look at your shabby appearance. Even the attendants here have more dignity than you. Are you here to beg? I can't fathom how the gatekeeper allowed you in. They might as well have a dog at the entrance, as even a dog would turn its nose up at your current state. Though their words were harsh, Chen Wui maintained an expression of calm detachment, resembling a statue, unmoving and unperturbed. Their taunts lost their sting in light of his indifference and the onlookers. Some indifferent and others sighing failed to create a stir. This only fueled the embarrassment of those intending to mock him. Yet the venue had strict regulations against disturbances. Unless provoked for a legitimate reason, any damage inflicted would necessitate full restitution. When Chen Wui swiftly incapacitated those petty individuals, his decisive actions earning glances of admiration, Meng Wuxia from above called out in approval. Attracted by her encouragement, Chen Wui looked up and recognized Meng Wuxia, who had previously aided him in evading the pursuers from Luoxia City without revealing her identity. A sense of familiarity washed over him, prompting a respectful gesture towards the encouraging figure. Meng Wuxia beckoned him, inquiring if he could join her, offering to assist in compensating for any damages incurred. Observing her interest in the unfamiliar youth, Shi Wentao leaned over the railing, noting that although Chen Wui appeared unassuming, his mature and sharp features belied his age, and his cultivation level was commendable for someone so young. In response to Meng Wuxia's invitation, Chen Wui did not reply, but instead summoned a nearby attendant, handing him his basket before departing with an air of nonchalance. Meng Wuxia felt a tinge of regret, wishing to inquire about his circumstances and offer some advice, only to watch him walk away. Upon receiving the basket from the attendant, Meng Wuxia opened it under the gaze of the crowd, revealing an unexpected bounty of crystal stones. These stones could be exchanged at the Jiuzhou auction for Baiwa wine, suggesting a gesture of goodwill from the young man. The quality of the stones was impressive, likely sufficient to procure 2 jars of Baiwa wine. Sheng Zongbao asked Meng Wuxia if she wished to exchange them, offering to summon someone to facilitate the transaction. Meng Wuxia smiled wryly at the basket of crystal stones, realizing that Chen Wui intended to exchange them not for his own indulgence, but for the spirit residing within him, leaving her to wonder if he would face reprimand upon returning. Setting aside her thoughts of others, Meng Wuxia focused on the delectable cuisine she had long yearned to savor. However, she soon realized she was being watched as she relished her meal. I didn't expect you to have such an appetite. You must not have eaten well at Baixian Courtyard, remarked Shi Wentao, who had long abstained from food. I see it has been a while since I've tasted something so delightful. Now that I have the chance, I will indulge, and later, I will pack some for my sister Wuxia. Sheng Zongbao waved his tattered fan, summoning the waiter to order additional servings to take away. Yi Yun, having little interest in food, only consumed as needed to sustain himself, but seeing Meng Wuxia enjoy her meal inspired him to partake a bit more. Qian Wuxian was astonished by Meng Wuxia's hearty appetite. Having never witnessed a female cultivator so fond of food, she seemed to monopolize the exquisite dishes laid before them. He found Baiwa wine to be as exceptional as its reputation suggested. As Meng Wuxia observed, the others had already drifted towards the railing to watch the performances. The Jiuzhou auction featured not only the traditional auction, but also captivating singing and storytelling acts, which were significant draws for attendees. Today, the esteemed storyteller Ling Shuzi from Zhangzhou was captivating the audience with tales of recent events, quickly garnering everyone's attention. He spoke of the heightened competition in this year's Jiuzhou Tianjiao selection, with top talents from various sects participating, each possessing remarkable cultivation levels. Even before the selection commenced, predictions about potential winners had begun, igniting fervent discussions among the audience about the odds and the possibility of winning their own fortune. Seeing Sheng Zongbao eager to place a bet, Meng Wuxia promptly advised him to consider carefully, as the selection had yet to begin and they had not even seen the competitors. She urged him to remain calm and avoid impulsive decisions. However, she quickly devised an alternative suggestion. You could bet on my victory. When I win the spiritual stones, you can treat me to a fine meal here. Understanding that Sheng Zongbao would be bored if he did not participate in the excitement, she proposed he bet on her success. With her confidence radiating, he readily produced a substantial amount of spiritual stones to wager on her victory, though he also sought to use Shi Wen Tao's name to bet on other competitors. I bet on Meng Wuxia to win. In this Tianjiao selection, she is bound to achieve remarkable results and bring glory to our Baisian sect. Observing Wen Tao retrieve a considerable sum of spiritual stones from his storage ring further solidified Meng Wuxia's resolve to swiftly advance to the Jindan stage and secure a promotion within the Baisian sect, where the elders enjoyed superior benefits. Aren't you betting on Sheng Haitang? You owe your presence here to her, Meng Wuxia noted, reminding Sheng Zongbao, who was engrossed in analyzing the leading contenders, yet had not mentioned his own familial connection to Sheng Haitang. After a brief silence, he feigned a cough and mentioned he would place a bet on Sheng Haitang too, but requested that Meng Wuxia not bring it up in her presence to avoid any misunderstandings. Meng Wuxia understood the complexities of familial dynamics, recognizing that even among those from the same lineage, individual motives could diverge. As they arrived at Qianjia Mountain, Meng Wuxia surveyed her competitors, all radiating confidence and accompanied by formidable aides, each poised and brimming with energy, determined to claim the top prize and establish their renown. The first place can only belong to one, and I, Meng Wuxia, have arrived. This title is rightfully mine. Others may strive behind me. In her heart, Meng Wuxiao instilled a robust confidence, while Yi Yun observed the high cultivation levels of those around her, clenching her fists as she silently encouraged herself. Qian Wuxuan, having experienced countless battles, appeared remarkably composed compared to the less seasoned Yi Yun. The Qinjia Mountain boasts 1,000 steps, with each ascent imposing an additional weight. The further one climbs, the greater the pressure becomes. If multiple individuals stand on the same step, the burden doubles. Therefore, it is imperative to seize the initiative early on, casting aside as many competitors as possible. Ideally, around the 600th step, one should leave opponents behind, as ascending alone to the dwelling atop the mountain is the most advantageous strategy. The president of a Jiuzhou auction house is a captivating and eloquent female cultivator, whom Meng Wuxiao recalled being a rogue cultivator. By a fortunate chance, she encountered the old steward of the Jiuzhou auction house, who introduced her to the establishment, leading to her nomination as deputy and subsequently becoming the new president. What was her name again? Yin Wushuang, a name that truly befits her, exquisite and dignified, a beauty unmatched across the Zhangzhou continent. After a barrage of encouraging words from President Yin, a gong sounded, signaling the selected prodigies to commence their fierce ascent. However, against the backdrop of those charging forward like a swarm, Meng Wuxia took her time. Only when the others had ascended over 100 steps did she step onto the first rung. Beside her, Yi Yun and Qian Wushuan remained unhurried, steadfastly guarding her. Who is this prodigy? Observing her extraordinary poise, the timing of her ascent seems meticulously orchestrated. President Yin watched as Meng Wuxia ascended step by step, the sword in her hand emanating an aura of sweeping force, while her surrounding guards displayed exceptional composure, closely following her. As Meng Wuxia steadily climbed, a ruthless scuffle ensued ahead, with those desirous of ascending striking down those obstructing their path. Some, blocked from climbing, resorted to force to clear their way. The Yintian Gate individuals were the most treacherous, while the Ju Axe Gate members wielded strength and formidable axes. The falling Sunset City cultivators devised strategies, and the Qin Beast Gate members showed no mercy to anyone. Observing the scene, only one path seemed viable, ascending through force. Meng Wuxia unleashed powerful sword energy as Yi Yun channeled her spiritual energy to forge a path, with Qian Wushuan providing protection from behind to prevent any falls. Throughout this journey, Meng Wuxia dealt with her fellow prodigies, while Yi Yun assisted in neutralizing their guards, and Qian Wushuan, with his vast combat experience, quickly identified and exploited weaknesses. Although the three appeared to communicate little, their coordination was remarkably seamless, balancing offense and defense, making them the most efficient team. As Meng Wuxia approached the 500th step, it became clear that ascending alone would be most suitable. Otherwise, the pressure of three would be overwhelming for anyone to bear. Yi Yun, consume this elixir to stabilize your spiritual energy. Qian Wushuan, Let us hasten to the 500th step together. Thereafter, we shall engage in a grand contest. With Meng Wuxia in front and Qian Wuxuan behind, the two relied on each other as they clashed with the prodigies ahead. Each swing of her sword demanded immense effort, for a single misstep could result in a fall. Neither side yielded an inch. Leave this to Yi Yun and me. The pressure on the upcoming steps will only intensify. You must maintain your focus and continue ascending. Even if we are knocked down, we will clear a path for you. With Qian Wuxuan's assistance in carving a way forward, Meng Wuxia pursued vigorously. Seeing competitors ahead hastening their ascent, she too quickened her pace, overtaking one after another, her steps growing increasingly swift and steady. Regardless of the fierce battles raging behind her, Meng Wuxia remained resolute. As long as she could reach the summit quickly, all preparations would not have been in vain. After several adjustments and pursuits, Meng Wuxia finally reached the 900th step. With continued effort, she would be the first to enter the dwelling and claim the jade pendant. However, upon reaching the 900th step, illusions began to surround her, with voices urging her to abandon her arduous climb, pleading for her help, and provoking her to engage in combat, all distractions impeding her ascent. With a stable mind and unwavering goal, it appeared she would be the first to enter the dwelling. However, how she would choose the jade pendant remained uncertain. President Yin grew increasingly intrigued by Meng Wuxia. Each seemingly steady step taken was meticulously planned, with her two guards synchronizing flawlessly, knowing precisely when to exert force and when to yield. Every 100 steps involved subtle adjustments, and Meng Wuxia's strategy was nothing short of brilliant. After overcoming the final 100 steps, Meng Wuxia achieved her objective, being the first to enter the dwelling above. Upon entering, she found only a rack bearing jade pendants, devoid of anything else that could capture one's attention. Meng Wuxia examined the pendants and unhesitatingly selected 3, turning to leave once satisfied. These 3 were sufficient for her to confidently enter the selection competition without the need for extensive preparations. Had she not been aware of this rule beforehand, she might have foolishly engaged in selecting opponents. The 3 jade pendants Meng Wuxia acquired were standalone, meaning no one else could match them. At the commencement of the Juzhou selection competition, she would be exempted from facing anyone and could advance to the final selection round, effectively allowing her to choose her opponents. These were 3 tokens of fortune, exceedingly rare to acquire, and all gathered together by none other than Meng Wuxia this time. Once all participants descended from Qinji Mountain, President Yin, alongside the Zhangzhou continent's rogue cultivator alliance leader and the seasoned steward in the Yuanying stage, verified the jade pendants chosen by the prodigies for matching. Upon seeing the 3 standalone jade pendants in Meng Wuxia's possession, President Yin chuckled, remarking on the rarity of one person obtaining all 3 tokens of fortune. The steward, stroking his long beard, nodded repeatedly, stating that this year's Juzhou Prodigy Selection Competition would be more intriguing than in previous years. The 3 tokens fell into the hands of the Baixian sect, and news of this spread rapidly, causing a flurry of visitors to the Baixian sect's estate. Everyone sought the surplus jade pendants, as Shifeng was unwell and unable to compete. A slot opened up, along with a jade pendant. According to regulations, the Baixian sect could transfer this extra slot and pendant, providing an opportunity and convenience for exchanging resources. This also granted the Baixian sect leverage in acquiring relevant resources, as the 3 elders regarded Meng Wuxia with the same reverence as a priceless treasure. Unfazed by it all, Meng Wuxia had secured her items and no longer needed to engage in a series of arduous battles with Shang Haitang. She could simply await the finals. Chapter 84. Who can blame luck? Meng Wuxia, holding the elixirs received from the elders, sought out Yi Yun. Yi Yun had sustained significant injuries during the tumultuous events on Qinji Mountain, but had also gained invaluable experience and insights from the numerous battles. Upon entering, Meng Wuxia observed Qian Wuxuan discussing Yi Yun's shortcomings during their confrontations, having brought unique healing elixirs from the Qian family. Had their friendship been forged in battle? Considering Qian Wuxuan's typically indifferent demeanor, it was surprising to see him analyzing effective combat experiences with others. Yi Yun, you must seize this rare opportunity to seek counsel from Qian Shixiao, whose combat experience far surpasses your own, having consumed more elixirs than you have sipped from the spirit springs. He can enlighten you on the crucial considerations during battles, far more beneficial than attending a dozen lectures by Xian Yuan. Meng Wuxiao entrusted Yi Yun with the elixir she brought, also handing over Qian Wuxuan's portion to him. This is the Xiao Yang Dan. Why did you give it all to me without keeping a few for yourself? Upon receiving the elixirs from Meng Wuxiao, Qian Wuxuan discovered they were the Xiao Yang Dan, reserved for elders and above, and was astounded by her generosity. The 3 elders provided these, so keep them well. They will undoubtedly be useful in the future. Those 3 old fellows have a vast stock in their private treasury, and it wouldn't be too much to ask for a few bottles. I have similar elixirs here, but I do not require them at present. Meng Wuxiao felt envious of the exceptional elixirs bestowed by the 3 elders, and once she breaks through to the golden core stage, she intends to secure an elder position for herself. She has been eyeing these advantageous resources for quite some time and must arrange for them promptly. As Meng Wuxiao discussed matters on Qianjie Mountain with Yi Yun and Qian Wuxuan, Sheng Haidang sent her a message, requesting her presence for a discussion. Sheng Haidang sought her out regarding the Jiuzhou Tianjiao selection competition. Although preliminary trials were not required, she still needed to observe the competitions of the various factions prodigies to prepare herself mentally. Otherwise, should she falter in her first appearance during the finals, it would be quite embarrassing. Meng Wuxiao advised her not to overthink it. Instead, she should focus on enhancing her cultivation within the confines of her room. Watching the competition through crystal stones will suffice. According to Meng Wuxiao's perspective, it would be wise not to reveal herself before the finals. She is already the subject of envy, and appearing publicly would only invite further displeasure. If she wishes to gauge her opponent's strengths, information will naturally circulate post-competition without her needing to inquire. Maintaining an air of mystery beforehand will exert psychological pressure on her adversaries. While she knows their capabilities, they remain unaware of hers. When the time comes for her to engage, their attempts to probe her strength will present an opportunity for her to deliver a decisive blow and secure victory. In her conversation with Sheng Haitang, Meng Wuxiao emphasized the importance of letting her strength speak for itself, avoiding revealing her true capabilities too readily, and leveraging this advantage to defeat her opponents. Ultimately, all cards will be revealed, and until one side falls, there will be no retreat. It would be more advantageous to incapacitate the opponent from the onset, thereby establishing psychological dominance over subsequent challengers. Meng Wuxiao persuaded Sheng Haidang not to leave the Baixian Min estate, and shortly thereafter, she donned a cloak and set out for the Jiuzhou auction. Currently, all eyes are on the Jiuzhou Tianjiao selection competition, which has led to various services tailored for the prodigies. Her purpose for attending was to seek items conducive to cultivation, as well as elixirs necessary for her impending breakthrough to the golden core stage. Moreover, she wished to gather useful information amidst the tense atmosphere preceding the finals. In exchange for spiritual herbs, she could offer items of equivalent value. Upon noticing a public announcement, Meng Wuxiao's spirits lifted. Her storage bracelet contained a significant amount of successfully grown spiritual herbs, which she could exchange for the ingredients required for the Huandan Wamaidan. Upon achieving the golden core, her meridians would undergo a transformation, necessitating the consumption of corresponding elixirs to nurture them. Such elixirs are essential, and preparing them in advance is prudent. She began inquiring about the required herbs for exchange, and whether she could offer spirit stones if equivalent herbs were unavailable. Foolish girl, swap for more of these strength-enhancing herbs, and this one too, quickly. Long Ting interjected as he observed Meng Wuxiao's eagerness to acquire a substantial number of spiritual herbs. He had recently experienced numerous breakthroughs and required an abundance of herbs. Do not think solely of yourself. Consider Baiying Jiejia, Qingpeng, and Huaxi. Why has Huaxi lost its appetite lately? It seems to be sleeping far more than before. When she was mentioned by Ying Jiejia teased her, remarking on the burden of supporting a large family. With Huaxi being particularly gluttonous, its appetite would only grow larger as it approached a breakthrough. Meng Wuxiao had already fed it a ginseng doll, which prompted it to fall asleep immediately after. This timid ginseng doll was afraid of being eaten. remaining obediently within the spiritual sea while Long Ting continuously teased it, eliciting tears and appeals for comfort from Baiying Jiejie. Eventually, a safe haven must be found for the ginseng doll, lest its treasures go to waste. After trading some spiritual herbs with Long Ting and Qing Peng, Meng Wuxia exchanged the remaining herbs for spirit stones, feeling her reserves of spirit stones had increased significantly. Do you still have Pan Long Chao? I see you possess some fine specimens. I would like to exchange some red phosphorus flowers for them. Meng Wuxia turned to see a young man, holding a storage bag laden with spiritual herbs, who appeared to be of low cultivation, not yet reaching the foundation establishment stage. I have only this amount of Pan Long Chao. How many red phosphorus flowers do you possess for exchange? Noticing the urgency and longing in his eyes, Meng Wuxia surmised he was likely preparing to refine pills. There are plenty here. If you relinquish all your Pan Long Chao, I can offer you more. But you must wait until tomorrow. The young man, in his haste, was still calculating the value. Pan Long Chao was worth more than red phosphorus flowers. Thus he could acquire more than what his storage bag held in exchange. As Meng Wuxia hesitated, she noticed Hua. She had awakened and was excitedly sniffing at the red phosphorus flowers in the storage bag. Could it be that it detected something unique? Should I proceed with the exchange? After deliberation, Meng Wuxia decided to part with the majority of her Pan Long Chao, obtaining the red phosphorus flowers in return. Upon inspecting her new acquisition, she discovered a flower that resembled red phosphorus but had distinct petals, the Tian Yihua. This rare flower, which grows among red phosphorus flowers, is seldom found, with only 1 in 1,000 plants surviving. Its rarity makes it a precious ingredient for crafting superior elixirs. To her astonishment, she encountered the elusive Tian Yihua here, which could be enhanced in the spiritual spring. If it were to bear seeds, it could be cultivated, proving invaluable for future elixir crafting. Elated with her find, Meng Wuxia sought to locate the young man to supplement the difference in value. But he swiftly departed with the Pan Long Chao. She could only hope for another chance to meet him. Possessing such a rare Tian Yihua made her feel fortunate. However, she recognized that good fortune is not something everyone experiences, and it would be unwise to squander it. Such matters are often left to fate, beyond anyone's control. Chapter 85. A debut fraught with perils. If only I had more spirit stones, I could purchase additional items. I never anticipated the cost to be so high. Meng Wuxia gazed at her storage bracelet, which now held a considerable amount of items. But unlike Long Ting, her joy was tempered by the realization that her spirit stones had diminished significantly. She needed to devise a strategy to earn more spirit stones, or else supporting her entire household would become untenable. While exploring the Jiuzhou auction, she discovered various tasks being posted, along with opportunities to procure spiritual herbs and treasures, as well as items for auction. Speaking of auctions, Meng Wuxiao indeed had something she wished to test the waters with. It was an item she stumbled upon while scavenging in the demon beast forest, specifically within the lair of the Bai Shomang. In a dusty corner, she found a box that the greedy Bai Shomang appeared to have overlooked. She had only opened it once on her way to the summit and found it contained a demon beast egg. Even Long Ting could not ascertain what type of demon beast it belonged to, but it was certainly an egg that had been sealed away for ages. Sealing one's monstrous beast egg is an ancient tradition among these creatures, though most have become extinct. The remaining eggs are often either lost or destroyed, and the success of hatching them remains uncertain, rendering them a rare treasure. At that time, Long Ting advised her to seek someone knowledgeable to examine the egg. If it could not be hatched, it might as well be roasted for consumption, though its flavor remained a mystery. Meng Wuxiao pondered this and realized that there was a master skilled in various crafts nearby who could potentially assess its value, which was preferable to leaving it to gather dust in her storage bracelet. She explained her situation to the front desk and discreetly offered a few spirit stones as a tip, soon being led into a room filled with numerous items. Inside was a female cultivator, bespectacled and examining something with a magnifying glass. This surprised Meng Wuxia, for those qualified to appraise treasures at the Jiuzhou auction house were renowned figures. Their assessments influenced the auction prices significantly. The female cultivator appeared slightly older than Meng Wuxia, and she wondered about her proficiency in this field. Had she given too little as a tip to be brought here? What do you wish to appraise? Show it to me without suspicion. I am the granddaughter of the old steward of the Juzhou auction house, having encountered countless treasures and exotic beasts. If I make a mistake, you are entitled to compensation, so you have nothing to lose. Upon hearing her claim, Meng Wuxia immediately recognized her as Jinjin, the first female steward of the Juzhou auction house and its second in command, known for her exceptional talent in appraisal and the creation of peculiar items. With her doubts dispelled, Meng Wuxia presented the box containing the monster egg, awaiting the results of the appraisal. My heavens, this is indeed a sealed monster egg. Such a large egg with intricate array patterns. Should it successfully hatch, it could yield a formidable beast. Master Jinjin picked it up, placing it down repeatedly while listening intently to the heart of the egg. Please wait a moment. I must ascertain whether the array upon it has failed. If it has not, we stand to earn some spirit stones. As she spoke, she began to tap and test the egg using an array disc repeatedly. What a lavish array disc to use for appraisal. If it were mine, I could engrave even more intricate arrays, undoubtedly useful in combat. This array disc was repaired after being damaged and serves this purpose only in my hands. It has no other use. As she spoke, Meng Wuxia was momentarily taken aback by her perceptiveness and eloquent manner, but recalling her lineage as the steward's granddaughter, she attributed this skill to her innate talent, not easily replicated by others. Well, it has not failed. It seems we are hiding a powerful entity within. If we can break the barriers of the array, we can awaken the beast's heart and nurture it to obtain a unique creature. This will be a lucrative venture for both of us. Master Jinjin took the egg and summoned someone to document and arrange the subsequent matters. Are you in a hurry for the spirit stones? While there is urgency, we cannot rush. Current auctions are being rescheduled to align with the Juzhou Celestial Selection Tournament. However, the benefit is that people from various sects will come to purchase items, making it more fruitful than usual. Please arrange accordingly, Master Jinjin. The higher the spirit stones, the better. Once we have results, I will claim my share. Meng Wuxia believed her words were clear and concise, devoid of any unnecessary chatter. Yet she noticed the warmth in the elder's gaze upon her. In light of your respectful address, I shall expedite the process. There is a large auction coming up in 2 days. I can place you towards the end. Participation in a larger auction offers greater opportunities and rewards than smaller ones. Meng Wuxia had not anticipated that her simple address would yield such benefits. Reflecting on how everyone desires recognition, after departing from a Juzhou auction house, she hastily returned to the Baixian sect's residence. Once everything was in order, she accompanied the Three Peak Masters and Shi Wintao to the tournament venue. This year's selection had been advanced by 3 months, with aspirants exerting every effort to secure a place in the Juzhou Celestial Tournament, a competition not limited to one state, but among the celestial figures of all 9 states, presenting a chance for fame and admission to the prestigious Juzhou Academy. Meng Wuxiao aspired to attend the Juzhou Academy to explore beyond the Zhangzhou continent and seek opportunities for transcending into immortality, believing that destiny would reveal itself. As Meng Wuxia and Shang Haidang walked ahead of the Three Peak Masters, they were constantly scrutinized by those eager to gauge their cultivation levels and spiritual energy. It was only through Shi Wintao's intervention that their prying was curtailed. Before their departure, the 3 elders summoned the 2, offering encouragement and presenting each with a bao Xian Dan, a life-saving elixir capable of pulling one back from the brink of death, heavily stocked by various factions. Evidently, the Juzhou Celestial Selection Tournament was a realm where danger and glory coexisted, and the elders wished for them to exert their utmost while preserving their lives. Meng Wuxia carefully stored the bao Xian Dan, recognizing its immense value, even considering it a worthy investment for others if she did not require it herself. Upon ascending the observation platform of the Baixian sect, she and Shang Haidang faced the scrutiny of numerous factions, having only just made their entrance. Remarks ranged from claims of arrogance to those suggesting they were deliberately enigmatic or merely lucky, yet no one acknowledged their prowess or cultivation. Meng Wuxiao was the first to take the stage, facing the young master of the Giant Axe sect, Bahai, a formidable opponent at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Wielding a unique divine axe inherited from his family, possessing natural strength capable of compelling surrender with a single strike. Meng Wuxia did not deploy her life sword, but rather 6 of her spirit puppets from the 12 spirit puppets. Could she be a puppet master? The onlookers whispered. To control 6 puppets simultaneously is quite a clever strategy. If they obey fully, the young master of the giant axe sect may be in peril. As the 6 spirit puppets engaged, Meng Wuxia prepared a binding formation coupled with explosive talismans for a swift assault. Regardless of his identity, he would fall. Observing the strands of thousand silk entwining her hand, she masked the subtle tremor in her palm. Victory was hers, unexpectedly swift and clean, leaving the audience in astonishment. In the aftermath of her triumph over the giant axe sect, Meng Wuxia silenced her critics with her unique puppet technique. As she descended from the stage, she seized the moment to consume 2 Xiao Yongdan to soothe her disrupted meridians. Bahai's strength was indeed formidable. Encountering her was unfortunate for him. She relentlessly attacked him with her 6 spirit puppets, using puppet talismans to disrupt his strikes and control his divine axe, thereby restricting his formidable power and creating an opportunity to set the binding formation. However, the pressure he exerted on her left tangible effects, causing significant vibrations in her meridians. Fortunately, Meng Wuxia's Wen Tianju was steadily ascending. The attire she donned possessed formidable defensive capabilities, allowing her to stabilize her mind and mitigate the impact of her opponent's powerful strikes. The spotlight now shifted to Sheng Haidang, who was pitted against the prodigy of Yintian Gate, Tang Lingyu, famously referred to as the Little Fox. Yintian Gate had a penchant for exploring unconventional paths. Its ancestors had ascended to immortality through various and scrupulous means, leaving behind legacies filled with treachery. Anyone who encountered a member of Yintian Gate would do well to remain vigilant, lest they fall victim to deception, which was often accompanied by sinister intentions. On the Tsangzhou continent, it was a well-circulated adage to guard against Yintian Gate, underscoring their notorious reputation. As Meng Wuxia concentrated on regulating her spiritual energy and recovering her meridians, she refrained from being distracted by the ongoing battle. Shi Wentao, noticing that she had consumed a medicinal pill to adjust her condition, silently stood guard beside her, earning her heartfelt gratitude. When Meng Wuxia restored her combat prowess, she observed that the clash between Sheng Haidang and Tang Lingyu had intensified, with relentless strikes exchanged, each one devoid of mercy. Sheng Haidang, already incensed, fought with a fierce determination, completely disregarding the potential consequences. What was transpiring? This did not appear to be a mere competition, but rather a desperate struggle. Did these two harbor animosity toward one another? Meng Wuxia had never witnessed Sheng Haidang in such a furious state, even more so than when she had contended against her, exhibiting an unyielding ferocity that disregarded the toll on her spiritual energy. One should never provoke a female cultivator, especially one in a state of fury, Meng Wuxia admonished herself, mindful of her intimidating demeanor before such a large audience. Just as her thoughts lingered, Sheng Haidang emerged victorious over Tang Lingyu by the narrowest of margins. Meng Wuxia rushed to the stage to support Sheng Haidang and quickly administered a heart pill to her. Upon presenting Sheng Haidang before the 3 peak masters, Meng Wuxia noted the blood trickling from Sheng Haitang's arm, a troubling shade of black. How treacherous! Fortunately, the timely ingestion of the heart pill had averted dire consequences. Without hesitation, Meng Wuxia set about purging the poison. Possessing the Bai Du Chao acquired from the 5 Poisons Cave within the Beast Forest, she knew it could neutralize various toxins, as typical poisons were rarely complex to resolve. The peak master of Yufeng berated the Yintian Gate disciple for their shamelessness, expressing a desire to confront them. Thankfully, the other 2 peak masters restrained him, asserting that such a confrontation would be futile and would only serve to provoke further ire, which was not conducive to rational discourse. Ultimately, Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haitang ascended to the top 6. The final contest would occur the following day, determining the top 3. Once it was clear that Sheng Haidang was unharmed, the 3 peak masters and Shi Wentao escorted the 2 back to Baixing Gate. While tending to Sheng Haitang in her chamber, Meng Wuxiao inquired whether she would be able to fight again the next day. Sheng Haitang fell silent, nodding before shaking her head. This indicated a readiness to engage in a life-or-death battle. Meng Wuxiao pressed further, asking if it would be feasible to opt out of the final showdown. This startled Sheng Haitang, who sat upright and firmly declared that it was not an option. Having relied on her luck with the talisman to bypass earlier contests, she had finally emerged victorious and could now vie for a top 3 position. How could she concede? If you are afraid, then you may relinquish your claim, but I shall never yield easily. Even in defeat, I will fight to the end. Sheng Haitang stated with unwavering resolve, a sentiment that Meng Wuxiao had anticipated. Rest assured, you will not be ridiculed. Even if you withdraw, your ranking will be preserved, and you may still participate in the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition. This selection process requires more than just the top 3, Meng Wuxiao reassured Sheng Haitang. The following morning, she would declare that she had been secretly injured by Yantian Gate and, regrettably, would have to withdraw, thus preserving their ranks. After the top 3 battles concluded, new regulations would be announced. At that moment, Meng Wuxiao was solely focused on earning honor and achieving remarkable results in the selection, hoping to assist her master. The top 6 prodigies would be sent to Jiuzhou Island for the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition, aimed at identifying more talents to expand the ranks of Jiuzhou Academy, thus allowing for more candidates. The announcement stipulated that the top 6 would be eligible to participate, rendering any desperate struggle for the top spot moot. Upon arriving at Jiuzhou Island, all participants would undergo a re-evaluation. Even the first place would hold little significance. Meng Wuxiao urged Sheng Haitang to temper her zeal, assuring her that she would indeed be able to attend the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition. Should she fail to do so, she would willingly pay with her life, a promise she would not take lightly. Upon hearing Meng Wuxiao's solemn vow, Sheng Haitang, though somewhat skeptical, reluctantly agreed to her proposal. As Meng Wuxiao had surmised, rumors soon emerged confirming that the allocation of spots for the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition had expanded to include the top 6, effectively doubling the number of participants. This news caused quite a stir in Maicheng, with some believing it and others dismissing it as mere gossip, as no official announcement had been made. Meng Wuxiao promptly informed the 3 elders of Sheng Haitang's decision, and they, after brief deliberation, advised the 2 to make their own choices. Meng Wuxiao felt a sense of relief. She would no longer have to endure the harrowing experience of near death. Before long, the rumors were substantiated, and the top 6 prodigies were selected to participate in the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition, scheduled for 6 months hence. This delighted the 3 peak masters and 3 elders of Baixian Gate, as 2 of their disciples were chosen, heralding excellent news. Meng Wuxiao sighed in relief. She would not act recklessly again, having learned a painful lesson about risking everything for a single individual. Sheng Haitang cornered Meng Wuxiao in her room, demanding to know the source of her information, suspecting that it had cost a considerable sum. How could it be so precise? Meng Wuxiao urged her to maintain some distance, lest they attract the attention of Sheng Zongbao. Sheng Haitang scoffed, lamenting that while she fought tirelessly in the selection, Sheng Zongbao had taken Sheng Tingen out for leisure, and the latter seemed to enjoy it more than her 2 companions who were diligently training and learning from one another, which was infuriating. Are you saying that Sheng Ting and is accompanying Sheng Zongbao on an outing? Surely not. Would Sheng Ting agree? Meng Wuxiao felt a sense of wariness towards Sheng Ting and harboring an innate curiosity about his every action. If he refuses to go, they might threaten to demolish the house, blocking the door and causing a scene. Can you endure that? This indeed sounded characteristic of Sheng Zongbao's behavior, and it was entirely reasonable for Sheng Ting and to be unable to withstand such pressure. Upon learning that they had gone out to enjoy themselves, Meng Wuxiao felt an urgency to return to Baixian Gate, uncertain of when she would next visit. She encouraged Sheng Haitang to seize the opportunity and venture out as well. It would be a shame to visit Maicheng without attending the Jiuzhou auction. Meng Wuxiao sent a jade slip to Yi Yun and Qian Wuxuan, requesting their swift presence for an important discussion. The outcome of their prompt arrival resulted in them serving as bodyguards and attendants for her and Sheng Haitang. carrying items, and providing suggestions that were ultimately of little consequence. Qian Wuxian followed patiently behind, while Yi Yun, the earnest child, bore the brunt of the labor. Upon reaching the Jiuzhou auction, Yi Yun could no longer carry anything. Meng Wuxiao was preoccupied with thoughts of the potential value of her auction item, a demon beast egg, hoping it would fill the void in her spiritual stone reserves. As Sheng Haitang entered the Jiuzhou auction, she astutely perceived that a grand auction was indeed underway. With nearly all major factions having reserved spaces, including the three-peak masters of Baixian Gate. Upon noticing their presence, Meng Wuxiao wondered where Shi Wentao was. How could he not be there with the three-peak masters present? In order to better observe the auction's proceedings, Sheng Haitang, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to enter the private room reserved by Sheng Zongbao. Upon entering, she found Sheng Zongbao and Sheng Ting poring over the auction catalog. As soon as Sheng Ting spotted Sheng Haitang entering, he immediately rose to his feet and respectfully greeted her. "Good day, Mississippi." Sheng Haitang, as per usual, gently nodded in acknowledgement. This was Meng Wuxiao's first opportunity to scrutinize Sheng Ting's stature and appearance up close. Were it not for his excessive formality and somewhat subdued demeanor, one could truly lament that he is a well-mannered and cultured young man. The trace of serenity in his features is indeed a rarity in the competitive realm of cultivation filled with formidable individuals. Had he pursued cultivation, it is conceivable that Sheng Haitang would not have retained her status as the foremost prodigy of the Sheng family. Bound for years by the constraints of his illegitimate status, he ultimately ascended to the epicenter of power within the Sheng family, consolidating the forces of the branch families and delivering a profound shock to the lofty clansmen. This compelled Sheng Zongbao to expel him to the desolate city, never to return to the Sheng family. Presently, he appears harmless and unassuming. Yet when the day comes that he possesses power, he may well astonish Sheng Zongbao and Sheng Haitang, if not frighten them. Cough, cough. Meng Wuxia did not realize her intense focus on Sheng Ting was noted by Qian Wuxian, who frowned at her. Yi Yun, observing Sheng family's young master exhibiting a hint of embarrassment, resorted to the clumsiest coughing tactic to jolt Meng Wuxia back to reality. Sheng Haitang shot her a disapproving glance, silently demanding clarification on her prolonged gaze at Sheng Ting. She merely wished to inquire where the young master had procured such a simple yet elegant garment, crafted from exquisite materials and impeccably stitched. Meng Wuxia not only stared for an extended period but also developed a keen interest in his attire. In response to Wuxiao's inquiry, Sheng Ting revealed, "It was made by my nanny. The fabric is indeed of superior quality, a gift of brocade and jade from the family head." So it was a gift from Sheng Zongbao, no wonder. This material is rare, with only a few bolts produced each year, and whenever it is sold, it is swiftly snatched up by prominent families. When fashioned into clothing, it serves to shield against the elements while maintaining a refined silhouette. Indeed, on Sheng Ting, it is worth every penny, perfectly suited to him. Meng Wuxiao's words were heartfelt. Sheng Ting possessed both charm and character. It was regrettably constrained by the Sheng family's expectations and the family head's decisions. Perhaps unaccustomed to receiving compliments in front of so many, Sheng Ting, aside from his polite acknowledgement, was at a loss for words. "Have I not worn garments made of brocade for you to see?" Sheng Zongbao's comment plunged Meng Wuxia into deep contemplation. She genuinely could not recall him wearing such attire, or perhaps he typically wore garments too ostentatious to notice. Observing Meng Wuxiao's evident surprise, she questioned skeptically, "Have you?" This disheartened Sheng Zongbao, feeling overlooked. Sheng Ting was the first to capture her attention so meticulously, a clear indication of preferential treatment. To avoid witnessing Sheng Zongbao's petulant expression, Sheng Haitang hastily picked up today's auction list to peruse alongside Meng Wuxia. They discovered that today's offerings were indeed extravagant, featuring several rare treasures that had not graced the world for years, suggesting a lively atmosphere ahead. Meng Wuxia flipped through the list and noted that her monster egg was placed in a mid-tier position on the auction block. Quite well, Master Jinjin indeed kept his word, arranging a position that was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable for the auction. Meng Wuxiao inquired if Sheng Haitang wished to bid on any items. Xing Haitong pointed to the auction list, remarking that any single item presented today could potentially deplete her family's private treasury. She dared not bid recklessly. Furthermore, today's auction was a competition among major factions. Did she not see the three elders present? They represented by Xianmen and were there to acquire essential cultivation resources, making them one of the primary bidders today. As juniors, they should observe how these esteemed figures competed for items and placed bids. While the group conversed, the prelude of the auction commenced, featuring music and storytelling to build excitement for the items on offer. Yet, as Meng Wuxia contemplated the items on the auction stage, Xing Haitong nudged her to look across the room. Goodness, could it be? The individuals from Zijin City were present. But wait, was it not customary to engage with the people from Zijin City only after arriving at Jiuzhou Island? This encounter felt serendipitous. Meng Wuxia merely cast a fleeting glance at them before diverting her gaze, yet they continued to fixate upon her. Soon enough, they sent over an abundance of drinks and fruits to establish a connection. For such matters, Sheng Zongbao was adept at handling, knowing precisely how to reciprocate. When did you establish relations with them? The comrades from Zijin City are surprisingly self-assured and not easy to contend with. Observing Meng Wuxiao's disinterest, Sheng Zongbao discreetly returned a token of acknowledgement, signifying his stance, but the other party unexpectedly presented a name card, professing sincerity in their desire for acquaintance. Claiming they were all cultivators from Tsangzhou continent, united as comrades, particularly eager to meet Meng Wuxia. Meng Wuxiao expressed that it was her first encounter today, having barely caught a glimpse of their faces, thus no relationship existed, nor would there be any in the future. She mentioned needing to return after the auction concluded and suggested discussing it another time if an opportunity arose. Observing Meng Wuxiao's genuine disinterest in engaging with the individuals from Zijin City, Xing Haitong urged Xing Zongbao to be decisive and disregard them, drawing the beaded curtain to indicate a desire for no further communication. Xing Haitong was intrigued by Meng Wuxiao's indifference towards the overtures from Zijin City. But Meng Wuxia quickly stuffed a piece of pastry in her mouth, suggesting she focus on the auction instead. The first item up for bid was merely an appetizer, designed to whet the audience's appetite. Yet this time, 3 items were unveiled simultaneously, captivating the entire assembly. Should all 3 treasures be auctioned, the revenue in spirit stones would be substantial. Ye Yun was fixated on the spirit stones, contemplating that should a single sect acquire them all, some individuals might face tribulations. Meng Wuxiao was more concerned with the practical implications of the treasures. The forthcoming auction items would likely include one that was less valuable, serving as a buy-one-get-one-free offer. Xing Tingen pondered what Bai Xianmen would procure today and how it might be arranged upon their return. Qian Wuxuan and Xing Haitong were most concerned about Bai Xianmen's actual actions, which could directly affect their own circumstances. Amidst their individual musings, Longting discreetly surveyed the surroundings, sensing a powerful surge of spiritual energy, indicative of formidable experts in attendance. Naturally, such precious and rare treasures would attract the presence of exceptionally strong individuals to maintain order and instill confidence. Moreover, since the auction commenced, various isolation and protective formations have been activated, making entry and exit no simple task. Just as Meng Wuxia contemplated the next auction item, someone passed her a handkerchief adorned with writing. The note read, "The next auction item is the Xiling hairpin. I wish to present it to a fair maiden." Hoping to elicit her smile, Meng Wuxia was immediately overcome with goosebumps, a reaction mirrored by Xing Haitong. Sheng Zongbao exclaimed that such audacity was commendable. He had learned a new tactic. Meng Wuxia hurriedly instructed the bearer to return the handkerchief, demanding it be returned whence it came. Goodness, what a peculiar situation. In a surprising turn of events, the individuals from Zijin City exhibited remarkable confidence during the auction of the Xiling hairpin, continuously driving up the price of this otherwise unremarkable protective spiritual artifact by threefold. It appeared that the foolish had abundant resources, with spirit stones and no place to spend them. This sentiment was candidly expressed by Meng Wuxia to Xing Haitong. As bids were called, Meng Wuxiao realized it was the 3rd young master of Zijin City, Huang Jinyan, a person she held no fondness for. This fellow possessed an inexplicably thick skin, declaring his intention to gift the hairpin to his future significant other, insisting that he must acquire the Xiling hairpin today. This revelation ignited the curiosity of those present, sparking the gossip of many, including the elder clan members, who were eager to witness the antics of Zijin City's third young master. When the Xiling hairpin was grandly presented to Meng Wuxia, the three peak masters of Baixian men were somewhat taken aback, uncertain whether this gesture was a reflection of Zijin City's intentions or merely the will of the third young master. Meng Wuxia declined to accept the hairpin, merely observing it before instructing that it be returned. She had no desire to accept it. As the item was being sent back, Meng Wuxia included a token of appreciation within the box, a mystery known only to her. The third young master felt slightly diminished by the return of the item accompanied by a gift, yet he refrained from displaying his displeasure, as his companions advised against it, insisting upon it would appear rather forced and unbecoming. The Xiling hairpin was a rare creation, imbued with formidable protective powers, capable of repelling foes whose cultivation surpassed one's own by a factor of 2. Sheng Tingan's words carried a hint of provocation. Yet Meng Wuxia's attention was captured by an auction item about to be presented, a renowned drawing brush, its starting bid reasonable, serving as an engaging piece among the plethora of exquisite auction items, suitable for bidders of all levels. Meng Wuxia encouraged Yi Yun to participate in the bidding, instructing him to raise his voice, assuring him that she would cover the cost in spirit stones. This made Yi Yun somewhat anxious, but Meng Wuxia advised him to listen to others as they placed their bids, emphasizing the importance of exuding confidence and strength, ensuring that others could not discern his true capabilities. Ultimately, Yi Yun successfully acquired the drawing brush, though it was not for himself or Meng Wuxia, but unexpectedly for Sheng Tingan. This revelation rendered Sheng Haitong's expression serious once more, as Sheng Tingan was taken aback by the unexpected gift. Unsure whether to accept or decline, he found himself in a state of discomfort. Should Sheng Zongbao express disinterest, I would gladly take it. It may prove useful, Meng Wuxia conveyed. You should accept it. It is a gesture of goodwill from Wuxia, with the hope that you will partake in the Array Master Association's assessments and become an Array Master, rather than remaining hidden at home. Sheng Haitong's words were not to be disregarded, and Sheng Tingan reluctantly accepted the precious drawing brush. Look, we are fellow disciples, and I am acquainted with your sister. I suddenly present you with a gift, yet you deliberate before accepting it. The other party merely encountered me here and offered a gift without inquiry. Why should I accept it? Meng Wuxia's actions provided Sheng Tingan with an answer, leaving him somewhat speechless as he regarded the drawing brush in his hand. In front of your sister, playing tricks is premature. Consider this a lesson to remember. Meng Wuxia then shifted her focus, anticipating the presentation of her beast egg. When the egg made its appearance, astonishment rippled through the crowd, for it was a rare beast egg sealed with intricate array patterns. The starting bid was reasonable, yet prior to the auction, doubts emerged regarding its value. Could it merely be an ornamental egg, one that could not be hatched or deciphered? The auction rules dictated that the highest bidder would prevail. It was a matter of mutual agreement. Afterward, there would be no further entanglements. Consequently, this uncertainty cast a shadow over the egg's value, prompting potential bidders to reconsider their interest. Meng Wuxia observed the discussions around the auction, her concern growing as the number of interested bidders dwindled. For the spirit stones from her drawing brush depended on this income. As Meng Wuxia pondered how to enhance the atmosphere, a surge of spiritual energy tested the beast egg, and as it dissipated, a resonant voice emerged, tripling the bid. This voice originated from a private room belonging to Kain-shaman, likely an influential elder within the sect. Such a development significantly elevated the egg's worth. Meng Wuxia felt compelled to bow to this elder, and upon hearing the increasing spirit stone figures, her worries eased as she began to calculate her earnings. If the bids reached this amount, her storage bracelet would be replenished, silencing Long Ting's criticisms. Unexpectedly, a discerning individual had identified the egg's potential. Should they decipher the array patterns, great surprises might lie within. Sister Baiying, who had remained silent, suddenly addressed Meng Wuxia, hinting at her knowledge of the egg's contents. After hearing this, Meng Wuxia sensed a deeper meaning in Bai Ying's words and inquired whether she had discerned what lay within. Bai Ying replied, "You will discover its contents in due time." This statement was as good as saying nothing at all. Meng Wuxia dared only to silently express her thoughts, wary of provoking the celestial sister's ire. Just as the final bid was about to be made, another voice rang out, raising the price once more. This voice emanated from the general seating area, and when Meng Wuxia looked down, she saw a figure clad in a conical hat making the call. The members of Kaiyunshimen, who were on the verge of securing the egg, were displeased. However, due to their status, they could not voice their frustrations and instead grudgingly increase their bid. Just as onlookers suspected this figure was merely causing a disturbance, the hat-clad individual fell silent, much to the chagrin of Kaiyunshimen, who seethed with frustration, wishing to unleash their wrath upon the interloper. After all, the price had inexplicably escalated. Meng Wuxia remained unconcerned, delighted by the favorable price for the beast egg, optimistic after deducting various fees. This income would adequately support her family for some time. "You appear quite pleased, as if you have won the egg yourself." Sheng Haidang teased her. She replied, "Seeing the members of Kaiyunshimen expend such a fortune on an egg of uncertain hatchability brings me amusement." However, her smile lacked sincerity, prompting Sheng Zongbao to scrutinize her, seeking deeper truths. It was Qian Wuxuan who posed a more sensible question, asking Meng Wuxia if there were grievances between her and Kaiyunshimen. Meng Wuxia countered, suggesting that it was rare for disciples of Bai Xianmen and Kaiyunshimen to be without conflict. The gathered audience agreed, dispelling any lingering doubts. Bai Xianmen had successfully acquired several unique treasures at the Jiuzhou auction, and throughout the event, no one had caused them any trouble. As the auction concluded and attendees prepared to depart, the Three Peak Masters dispatched individuals to inform Meng Wuxia and her companions to refrain from lingering and to return promptly to Bai Xianmen. Meng Wuxia, unconcerned about her spirit stones, quickly departed with the Three Peak Masters, eager to rest. Chapter 89. Preparing for the Golden Core stage as Meng Wuxia was about to follow the three elders back to Bai Xianmen. She took a moment to privately summon Qian Wuxuan and gifted him a storage bag. Inside the bag were spirit stones and a selection of medicinal herbs and pills useful for missions, along with talisman paper and array symbols she had crafted. Upon examining the contents, Qian Wuxuan recognized their practicality. Possessing such a storage bag would greatly benefit him during his tasks and travels. However, he was no fool. He understood that no gift came without strings attached. While it appeared generous in the present, he knew the cost would be recouped in due course. "Senior brother, Qian has protected me. It is only natural for me to prepare a token of gratitude. Though these items seem plentiful, they are merely commonplace. Should I desire you to perform a task for me, I would offer something far more substantial." Meng Wuxia harbored no ulterior motives. She simply wished to befriend Qian Wuxuan, hoping he would not be exploited by the Qian family and miss out on life's opportunities. Noticing Qian Wuxuan's hesitation, Meng Wuxia smiled calmly. "I also wish to thank you for not hindering me during this time. Surely, the Qian family head imparted some advice upon your departure." Her candor struck a chord with Qian Wuxuan, and recognizing her sincerity, he accepted the storage bag. Meng Wuxia urged him to exercise caution in the outside world, to be vigilant of those who might be following him. If he found himself unable to investigate matters of interest, it would be wiser to strengthen himself. Once his power and cultivation reached a level that would deter others from easily provoking him, the answers he sought would come within reach. Qian Wuxuan silently nodded, offering a brief farewell to Meng Wuxia before departing. Upon her return to Baishanmen aboard the spirit vessel, Meng Wuxia still did not see the figure of Shi Wentao. She inquired of Sheng Haidang if he knew where Elder Shi had gone. Sheng Haidang discreetly conveyed that Elder Shi had received a secret order from the sect leader to deal with a traitor within Baishanmen. A traitor? Wasn't that the responsibility of the Shadow Hall? Why assign such a task to an elder of the main peak? Meng Wuxia began to ponder deeply in her chamber, contemplating the timing, the traitor, and the events at hand. After much reflection, a sudden realization struck her. Within the sphere of influence of Baishanmen, There existed a cultivation family known as the Shiha clan, which had produced an exceptionally talented individual. This prodigy, demonstrating rare and rapid advancement in cultivation, had been encountered by the sect leader during his travels and subsequently brought back to Baishaman, where he was accepted as a personal disciple by the peak master of Yufeng. However, after completing his studies at Baishaman and returning to his family, he publicly aligned himself with Baishaman while secretly colluding with other sects to acquire resources, seeking to sever ties with Baishaman and establish his own sect. This audacity greatly displeased the sect leader, having nurtured him into a talent. He showed no desire to repay that investment and instead sought to break free. The sect leader's envoy was dismissed, and attempts to engage him in conversation were rebuffed. Consequently, a decree for his capture was issued, mandating that this ungrateful individual be bound, stripped of his cultivation, and reduced to a mere puppet. Meng Wuxia contemplated this situation, recalling that the Shiha clan possessed a treasured artifact known as the Blood Spirit Dragon, a fully formed spirit dragon capable of summoning a protective array for the clan. Its aura could heal the wounded within the array, rendering it invaluable. Yet, she remembered that after the fall of the Shiha clan, the Blood Spirit Dragon had not been taken away. It seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, only to be discovered and removed by another clan long afterward. Such a magnificent treasure would not reappear for a considerable time, which was indeed a pity. After some deliberation, Meng Wuxia sent a jade slip message to Shi Wintao, informing him of the Blood Spirit Dragon, suggesting that if it were to be sent to the Shi family, his uncle would surely be delighted, as it would bolster the protective array of the Shi family significantly. She concluded her message with a reminder not to overlook her role in this endeavor if they succeeded in capturing it. Meng Wuxiao was nearly direct in her request for a benefit, as she genuinely sought a favor from Yufeng, a passage permit. Upon her return from the Zhuzhou auction house to Baishaman, Meng Wuxiao had already resolved to venture into the Juyu, a perilous place that was jointly controlled by Baishaman and Kainshaman, where disciples could undergo trials. However, it was fraught with danger, with a high likelihood of failure. The sect was reluctant to permit entry without adequate strength and cultivation, requiring 3 passage permits from the main peaks. Meng Wuxiao had secured a permit from the upper peak and intended to exchange a ginseng doll for a permit from Yaoxing Peak. Once she acquired the passage permit from Yufeng, she would possess all 3 necessary permits to enter the Juyu and pursue the Golden Core stage. Indeed, Meng Wuxiao aspired to achieve her Golden Core within that treacherous realm. If Sheng Haitang and the others were to discover her plans, they would surely deem her mad for attempting to break through in such a hazardous environment, where danger lurked at every turn and traps were omnipresent. Should any peril arise during her breakthrough, not only would her life be endangered, but she could also lose her cultivation, becoming a cripple. As Meng Wuxiao mulled over her thoughts, Sheng Tingyan approached her seeking guidance regarding the procedures and requirements for the Array Master Association's assessments. Meng Wuxiao reassured him that with his talent and research into arrays, becoming an array master would not pose a significant challenge. The only notable obstacle was his lack of cultivation in any techniques or mental methods, which was a considerable drawback. His life sword was fashioned from the heavens. He could have practiced the sacred sword techniques of the Sheng family, or even chosen the techniques from Tiana Peak. Yet, he opted not to pursue any of these, which would hinder his progress in many aspects. Meng Wuxiao's counsel was not the first of its kind. It was precisely due to this that, despite joining Tiana Peak, he had not found a master willing to take him as a disciple. Only the Peak master, being lenient, accepted him as a registered disciple, allowing him the freedom to study according to his interests without constraint. After Sheng Tingyan inquired about the necessary preparations, he expressed his gratitude to Meng Wuxiao. As he rose to leave, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Wuxiao summoned her life sword, Ding Kuan, and unexpectedly struck at Sheng Tingyan. His reflexes were swift, and he raised his life sword to defend himself. However, lacking any swordsmanship training, he wielded his sword in a haphazard manner. What a fine sword! Meng Wuxiao did not exert much sword energy, merely feinting a few moves to gauge Sheng Tingyan's response. This fellow had shown such prowess in later stages that he could repel both Sheng Haidang and Sheng Zongbao when they attacked him. Yet he was now merely putting on an act. Observing his life, sword being sent flying, she leapt forward, noting that the blade of the sword from Tian had yet to be unveiled. Truly, it was an exceptional sword. Meng Wuxia sighed once more. Her admiration for Sheng Tingan's life, sword being the first of its kind she had expressed. Previously, others had lamented the misfortune of the sword, regretting its association with an unworthy master. Meng Wuxiao returned the life sword to Sheng Tingan, urging him to prepare diligently for the array master assessment, promising to treat him to a drink once he achieved that status. This took Sheng Tingan aback. He could hardly believe it. He had always been the one to treat others, and no one had ever invited him before. Observing the sincerity in Meng Wuxiao's words, he committed it to memory, responding with a simple acknowledgement before sheathing his sword and bowing as he departed. Chapter 90. One hand delivers evidence. The other hand delivers ginseng while awaiting a response from Shi Wintao. Meng Wuxia immersed herself in cultivation, meticulously planning her future arrangements in the Jiyu and the tasks that awaited her upon entering the golden core stage, scarcely allowing herself a moment of idleness. However, as her thoughts grew increasingly elaborate, she noticed a commotion outside. Many individuals were moving about the spirit vessel, indicating that something significant was unfolding. Meng Wuxia, come quickly. A major event has transpired. It was Sheng Zongbao's loud exclamation. Meng Wuxia opened her door and stepped outside, making her way toward the front of the spirit vessel. Upon arrival, she found the members of Bakshaman gathered at the forefront, with 3 peak masters flanked by 2 other groups. As she approached, she noticed the excitement in the air, with envious and proud gazes directed at her. What could have prompted such attention? Meng Wuxiao walked up to the 3 peak masters and, after exchanging pleasantries, was nearly compelled to turn and leave upon recognizing the other 2 groups. They were representatives from the Zijin city and the Jufu sect, brandishing red invitations and covered items. Meng Wuxia understood the significance of this ceremony. It was a request for marriage. What nuisance! Meng Wuxiao felt an overwhelming urge to kick them off the spirit vessel, wishing they would go elsewhere and leave her be. Wuxia, this is Elder Hung Yi from Zijin City, and this is the esteemed Ba Tong from Jufu sect. They have come to propose marriage for their respective disciples. After introducing Meng Wuxia to the 2 men, the peak master of Yaosheng Peak continued with the introductions. Elder Hung Yi, amiable and gentle, regarded Meng Wuxia with satisfaction, reflecting that this young master from Zijin City had indeed chosen a remarkable female cultivator from Bakshaman, one evidently on the verge of entering the golden core stage. If a marriage alliance could be forged with Bakshaman, it would greatly benefit Zijin City. The esteemed Ba Tongshangren of the Jiufumen gazed upon Meng Wuxia, noting her ethereal demeanor and slender physique, and found her a rather unsuitable match for his disciple. Despite Meng Wuxiao's commendable strength and cultivation, it seemed irrelevant to him, for he harbored no fondness for her. Yet, his foolish disciple was infatuated to the point of obsession. The contrasting emotions of the 2 elders, one delighted and the other displeased, did not escape Meng Wuxiao's notice, igniting within her a desire to vocally express her frustrations. How could one entertain thoughts of marriage at such a tender age, having never even exchanged a word, merely casting a glance? Such naivety, unscathed by the trials of love, displayed a woeful ignorance of the significance of one's career. Meng Wuxia did not employ subtlety in her refusal. She outright declined the proposal, articulating her youthful ignorance and lack of understanding of affection. She expressed gratitude for the misplaced admiration, but insisted she could not depart from her sect so prematurely, as she had yet to repay the kindness bestowed upon her by her masters. Afterward, she took her leave from the 3 peak masters, stating she needed to return to her cultivation, unwilling to waste any more time there. The most pleased was the master of Wu Yufeng, urging Meng Wuxia to hasten her training and not to slacken her efforts. He exchanged glances with the other 2 peak masters, initiating the aftermath of the situation. Elder Xuan Yi, the most dignified among them, engaged in polite conversation with the master of Yao Xingfeng, while Ba Tongshangren appeared rather displeased, uttering a few biting remarks. It is often said that the path of young practitioners is fraught with challenges, Perhaps fate had not yet aligned for these two. When the time comes, the elderly among us will have to labor extensively to organize their union. For now, however, peace reigned. Ultimately, the master of Jing Tianfeng intervened, offering an appropriate response and resolving the matter. The three elders, who had remained discreetly in the background, chuckled upon hearing of Meng Wuxiao's direct refusal, affirming that as a disciple of Bai Xianmen, she had not been misjudged. Her unwavering focus on cultivation, free from worldly distractions, was indeed a blessing for Bai Xianmen. Following this brief interlude, Meng Wuxiao finally returned to Bai Xianmen. She reclined in her chair, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. After such a lengthy absence, she realized she had scarcely spent a few days in the Baixian courtyard. She planned to visit Yao Shengfeng to properly settle the ginseng doll, as she had been away from its native land for far too long. Delaying further could jeopardize the planting season, wasting the precious ginseng seeds. With the ginseng doll's consent, she placed a valuable seed in the spring to nurture it, and was delighted to see the emergence of a seedling. After a brief rest, she proceeded to Yao Xingfeng to meet the Peak Master for a passage permit. You wish to venture into the Jueyu? Did you not just return? The master inquired. Surely, you could wait a few months to cultivate further in Baixian courtyard before embarking on such a journey. The master of Yao Xingfeng had his own medicinal garden and had just returned to inspect the spiritual herbs he had sown. He was startled by Meng Wuxiao's sudden arrival. I will not request your passage permit for free. I offer something in exchange, she declared, producing the sleeping ginseng doll for the master to examine. What is this? My heavens! Upon seeing the humanoid ginseng doll, the master was astounded, as such sights were rare even after many years of the sect's establishment. Now, this doll bore vibrant red ginseng seeds, making it even more precious. The master was utterly enamored by the ginseng doll, nearly overwhelmed with affection. Observing his reaction, Meng Wuxiao found it amusing, biting her lip to suppress a laugh. Master, would it be possible to exchange this for a passage permit? She extended her delicate hand, requesting the item. You are indeed an impatient child. Fearing I might covet your offering without granting you a passage permit, he replied, though he did not immediately hand over the document. Instead, he cautioned her about the dangers that lay ahead, as the territory was often shared with Qian showmen, and while boundaries existed, incursions were not uncommon. I am resolute in my decision, wishing to hone my skills there in preparation for my journey to Jiuzhou Dao. Should I falter upon my arrival there, it may bring shame upon Bai Xianmen, she stated with unwavering determination. Observing her steadfast resolve to venture into the Jueyu, the master of Yao Shengfeng fell into contemplation. Given Meng Wuxiao's current level of strength, the dangers were manifold, and the potential for misfortune loomed large. The loss of a promising disciple would be a significant blow to Bai Xianmen. However, the ginseng doll was an extraordinary treasure, rare and invaluable. If nurtured here, it could yield a thriving ginseng garden, facilitating the creation of numerous elixirs, which would hold great significance for Yao Xingfeng in the long run. Lost in thought, the ginseng doll suddenly stirred awake, startled to find a stranger gazing at it with a silly grin, and swiftly returned to Meng Wuxiao's hands. Observing the master's anxiousness to reclaim it, she again extended her delicate hand, requesting the passage permit. It is agreed, one hand for the permit, the other for the ginseng doll, and no cheating. Otherwise, I shall share this tale with every disciple of Bai Xianmen, she warned. The master sighed, hesitated momentarily, and finally handed her the permit after glancing at the ginseng doll. Upon realizing Meng Wuxiao had entrusted him to a stranger who was grinning at it, the ginseng doll's eyes welled with tears, and it erupted into inconsolable sobs. Take your time to soothe it. This ginseng doll is particularly prone to tears, and I'm quite afraid, Meng Wuxiao remarked, stowing the permit in her storage bracelet. She then offered a respectful farewell to the master of Yao Xingfeng, casting a tender glance at the ginseng doll before hastening to Wei Yufeng. Chapter 91. Entering the Jueyu, having secured the passage permit to the Jueyu from Yao Xingfeng, Meng Wuxiao swiftly made her way to Wei Yufeng to ascertain whether Shi Wentao had successfully retrieved the blood spirit dragon. Shi Wentao had just returned to Wei Yufeng and was reporting to the Peak Master regarding the situation with the Shiha family when he received a series of jade slip messages from Meng Wuxiao inquiring if he had returned. She was waiting at the entrance of his courtyard. Upon reading the messages, Shi Wentao recalled that Meng Wuxia might be seeking to settle accounts regarding the blood spirit dragon, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. It seemed too soon for such matters. Meng Wuxia sat at the entrance of Shi Wentao's courtyard, tossing a spiritual fruit in her hands, anxiously awaiting his return. After concluding his report to the Peak Master, Shi Wentao hurried back to his courtyard and found Meng Wuxia tossing the fruit, clearly impatient for his arrival. "Why did you return so late?" "I have something I need your assistance with," she remarked after inquiring about Elder Shi's well-being. Without taking offense at her complaint, Shi Wentao immediately asked what she required of him. If she wished to cultivate at Wu Yufeng, he would make arrangements without delay. Meng Wuxiao admired his unwavering desire to have her train at Wu Yufeng, recognizing his commendable determination. "I wish to venture into the Jiuyu for training and need a passage permit from Wu Yufeng. Could you assist me in requesting one from the Peak Master?" Upon hearing her intention to enter the Jiuyu, Shi Wentao's expression shifted, and he regarded her with unusual seriousness. The Jiuyu was a perilous locale jointly governed by Qin Shoumen and Bai Xianmen. Although Bai Xianmen organized excursions for disciples to train and patrol, such permissions were granted only after meticulous selection and careful planning. "Are you serious? What do you intend to do there?" His tone was not one of inquiry, but of reproach, his gaze upon Meng Wuxia notably grave. "I am soon to embark on a journey to Jiuzhou Island to participate in the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition. The perils there are no less formidable than those in the Jiuyu, perhaps even more so. I yearn to test my capabilities. If I cannot endure in the Jiuyu, then my chances on Jiuzhou Island would be rendered moot." Meng Wuxia resolved firmly, stating that her preparations were solely for the journey to Jiuzhou Island, thus providing ample justification for her actions, leaving no room for suspicion. In recent years, disciples had seldom been sent there. Only elders from various main peaks had undertaken inspections, and the sect leader had not organized any special expeditions. To my knowledge, the Kaiyan shaman had similarly maintained a rare tranquility. Shi Wentao wished to persuade her further, but was silenced by Meng Wuxia. "What do you mean? Is the Zulinglong now disregarded? Had I known this would occur, I might as well have approached the Sheng family instead. Your Shi family truly lacks integrity." Meng Wuxia's words left Shi Wentao speechless. When had the Shi family ever been untrustworthy? Wait, what had the Shi family even said? With her arms crossed, Meng Wuxiao inquired whether Shi Wentao would assist her. If he refused, she would seek help elsewhere. She shot him a significant eye roll and turned to leave. Just as she was about to step out of the courtyard, Shi Wentao called her back. "Why me? You pose another question. Why? Are you the embodiment of 100,000 questions?" Meng Wuxiao retorted in her mind, but maintained a facade of normalcy, beginning to extol Shi Wentao's virtues. "You are the youngest and most capable elder of the Yufeng, held in high regard by the Peak Master. Your influence and popularity at Yufeng are unparalleled. If you advocate for me regarding the pros and cons of venturing into the Jiuyu, the Peak Master will certainly contemplate the implications seriously. I have faith in your abilities and believe you can procure the passage permit for me." Meng Wuxiao mentioned the Zulinglong once more. It was the ancestral treasure of the Shihe family, indeed a rare spirit beast. With it, the Shi family's territory would possess a more reliable means of defense. Observing the gleam in Meng Wuxia's eyes as she employed both soft and hard tactics, Shi Wentao realized he must visit the Peak Master. With the 3 passage permits to the Jiuyu now in hand, Meng Wuxia felt a sense of relief. She could now venture into the Jiuyu. Her decision to enter the Jiuyu had been made immediately after departing from the Jiuzhou auction. Her aim was to form a golden core and elevate her cultivation to the golden core stage. Wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, she reported her intent to the Zhishir Hall and completed the necessary registration. Coincidentally, Zhishir Wu Yan was present and informed her that the sect leader wished to see her in the discussion hall when she had the time. Upon seeing Wu Yan return, Meng Wuxia deduced that he had located the spirit herb garden and had met with great success. Eager to proceed to the Jiu, she requested to meet the sect leader after returning from the Jiuyu to convey her apologies on her behalf. "You intend to go to the Jiuyu?" Wu Yan appeared somewhat surprised, but did not press for further details. Meng Wuxia explained that it was for preparations for Jiuzhou Island, to which Wu Yin nodded slightly. Very well, I shall escort you. Your paperwork is in order. According to the regulations of the Bakshaman, you are permitted entry. Take this jade token. If danger arises or you need to exit early, simply crush it. Wu Yin personally handed her a small vial and advised her to keep it safe. This is a Huxin Dan. It is not easily concocted. Each vial contains 3 pills, and one is worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. It can protect the heart meridians of those severely injured, granting them a chance of survival. Meng Wuxia was exhilarated. She had yet to possess a Huxin Dan, and Wu Yan's gift was truly timely. After expressing her gratitude to Wu Yan, she formally set off for the Jiuyu. The Jiuyu, a realm that easily breeds despair, is shrouded in uncertainty regarding its vastness and the dangers that lurk within. All who enter face the specter of peril. As Meng Wuxia gazed upon the snow-laden expanse, she had not anticipated being greeted by such a tempest. Fortunately, she had prepared a cloak and warming tea. Otherwise, the chill would have been unbearable. Once adequately equipped, Meng Wuxia began her trek through the snowstorm, utilizing her spiritual force to scan her surroundings, confirming the absence of any human presence. She sought a cave to take refuge until the storm subsided, intending to use the Miguji to locate her destination afterward. The Miguji, a legendary tree, serves as a marker. As long as one holds a branch from it, they can find their way back regardless of time or distance, ensuring they do not lose their path. It is a token that guides one to extraordinary treasures and mystical places. While ascending the peak, Meng Wuxia had rummaged through her master's private vault and discovered a record detailing the uses of the Miguji. Within the Jiuyu, there exists a place rich in spiritual energy, protected by an ancient defense array, where one can acquire mysterious powers, an ideal location for transcending tribulations and ascending. Cultivators entering the golden core stage will experience various reactions depending on the type of core they form. If it is a true heaven golden core, they will be met with 3 bolts of heavenly lightning. For others, only a single bolt will strike. As long as their cultivation technique is profound, they will be able to withstand it. Meng Wuxia aspired to form her core in this natural tribulation site, drawn by its mysterious powers. Since beginning her inquiry into the Tianjua, Meng Wuxia's progress had been sluggish, and she sought to hone her skills here to uncover any underlying issues. As she traversed the snowy terrain, her thoughts were consumed with her objective. She must enter the Golden Core realm. Chapter 92. After the snow comes the rainbow. Meng Wuxia felt she had journeyed far. Her long footprints had been concealed by the snowstorm, leaving her as the sole silhouette in the vast whiteness. Yet, she remained vigilant, periodically employing her spiritual force to scan her surroundings for any signs of danger. After traversing this white wasteland, she sensed a sheltered spot ahead and quickened her pace. There stood a wooden cabin, the architect of which was unknown, offering sanctuary from the tempest. Within, a protective array shielded occupants from the biting wind. Upon entering, Meng Wuxia discerned that it had been constructed by a senior with profound array mastery, intended for weary travelers to find respite. Gazing out at the relentless snowfall, she retrieved the Miguji she had concealed for so long, pondering where it might lead her. Her current cultivation was sufficient to allow her entry into the Golden Core realm. With successful core formation, she could elevate her status and benefits significantly. As she clutched the Miguji within the cabin, lost in thought, she failed to notice the storm outside beginning to wane. Foolish girl, why do you hesitate? Holding the Miguji will not reveal its secrets. Only upon arriving at your destination will you uncover its true nature. Long Ting, unable to remain dormant for too long, reminded her that the Jiuyu exerted a certain suppressive force upon their spiritual forms. Meng Wuxia was jolted from her reverie by Long Ting's words. Indeed, no matter how much she pondered, she remained ignorant of her surroundings and was merely indulging in idle fantasies. Observing the diminishing storm, she noted that the fierce winds had subsided, leaving only a blinding white expanse. To shield her eyes from the glare, Meng Wuxia draped a white veil over her face, extending her spiritual force to resume her journey. Following the guidance of the Miguji, She navigated the path indicated by the branch in her hand. After wandering aimlessly for a while, the white snow surrounding began to melt, revealing green shoots and leaves, dispelling the earlier chill. Meng Wuxiao removed her white veil and gazed upon the transforming landscape, where the white snow dissolved into lush greenery. Was this a transition from a snowy expanse to a verdant paradise? The ever-changing scenery of this desolate realm often eluded her understanding, and Meng Wuxia maintained a vigilant awareness of her surroundings. However, as the snow began to recede, hinting at the arrival of spring, the sounds of ferocious beasts emerged. It seemed these creatures sensed her presence and were now seeking sustenance. Summoning the Qingpeng bird, it let out a fierce cry that suppressed the sounds of the beasts, its overwhelming aura instilling fear in the creatures nearby. Meng Wuxia, wielding the Wujigan, remained alert despite not detecting any other presence besides her own. Yet, in this perilous realm, any lapse in vigilance could lead to fatal consequences. She instructed the Qingpeng bird to scout the distance, urging caution and a swift return if it encountered anyone. After the Qingpeng bird departed, Meng Wuxia leaped onto a large tree, intending to wait for its return before proceeding. However, after only a brief moment, the Migu branch in her hand began to point insistently toward a distant direction, as if urging her to hurry. Sighing at the impatience of the Migu branch, she realized she must continue her journey. Just as she prepared to descend from the tree, a sightless zombie with hollow eyes appeared before her. It did not resemble a disciple of the Baekshunmen, as its attire and adornments were unfamiliar. Could it be a disciple of the Kainshaman? Yet, there was still some distance from the boundary of the Kainshaman. So how could a disciple's corpse appear here? Regardless of the origin, she needed to eliminate this disciple's zombie swiftly to avoid complications. This was one of the dangers of the desolate realm. The corpses of fallen disciples transformed into zombies, emerging unpredictably. Although they were zombies, their combat abilities remained at their previous cultivation levels, making them equal to living opponents in battle. Therefore, disciples entering this realm would carry fire talismans or explosive talismans to deal with such encounters. Otherwise, these zombies would become a relentless threat. Meng Wuxia engaged the zombie in combat, confirming that it was neither a Baekshunmen disciple nor a Kainshaman disciple. Its martial techniques were unfamiliar. Which sect did it belong to? Besides Baekshunmen and Kainshaman, could there be other forces present? It seemed improbable. After exchanging a few blows with the suddenly appearing zombie, she still could not discern its origins. Whatever the case, she needed to deal with it quickly and resume her journey. Taking out several fire talismans she had prepared in advance, she timed her attack and sent a talisman towards the troublesome zombie, igniting a blaze that consumed it. Not wanting to waste time, she pivoted to leave. But before she could move on, several more zombies appeared. This time, they were distinct from one another, making it impossible to identify their sections. Startled, Meng Wuxia drew her life sword to defend against their attacks, no longer concerned with discerning their origins. Equipped with both fire and explosive talismans, she aimed to teach these creatures a severe lesson. The next time they encountered her, they should remember to avoid her. She would not tolerate any foolishness. Her life sword, Ding Kuan, was renowned for its unparalleled sharpness, capable of slicing through anything with speed and precision. Yet striking these zombies felt oddly sluggish. Despite their attained cultivation, they were not living beings. A strike should have cleaved through them effortlessly. Yet, the sensation was far from smooth. Stepping back, Meng Wuxia scrutinized the encircling zombies. Sensing something amiss, she resolved to utilize fire talismans, followed by explosive talismans to eliminate the threat entirely. After launching the fire talisman, the Qingpeng bird returned just in time. With a wave, it swooped down to catch her, and Meng Wuxia seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of explosive talismans surrounding the zombies. A deafening explosion ensued, transforming the area into a sea of flames. From her vantage point above, Meng Wuxia confirmed that nothing remained and patted the Qingpeng bird's majestic wings, urging it to depart. At that moment, the snow and wind fully dissipated, revealing a scene of gentle spring breezes and vibrant green fields. In the distance, a faint rainbow emerged in the sky, its muted colors strikingly beautiful against the backdrop of this enchanting landscape. It was her first time witnessing a rainbow under such conditions, particularly after a snowstorm, evoking a unique sentiment within her. As she observed the fleeting rainbow, Meng Wuxia felt a stirring in her heart, pondering where the Migu branch would lead her. Would it signify the beginning of a new chapter in her life? Gripping the Migu branch tightly, she gazed resolutely ahead, determined to press on. No matter what obstacles lay in her path, she would not be deterred. Entering that realm, she would attain the Jindan stage and become the first prodigy of Bakshaman to reach this milestone, elevating her status within the sect. All of this was for one purpose: to transcend mortality and ascend as an immortal. Chapter 93. Migu Branch. Meng Wuxia commanded the Qingpeng bird to drop her onto a fragrant meadow, where the Migu branch pointed insistently forward. Was traversing this grassy expanse the key to reaching her ultimate destination? Holding the Migu branch that had guided her thus far, she commenced her journey. The meadow was soft and tranquil, devoid of any debris. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of grass. Meng Wuxia pressed on without pause. Her mind focused solely on exiting this vast expanse to discover the true destination of the Migu branch. As she approached the end, she considered closing her eyes, for the scenery remained monotonously green, devoid of even a single flower. Wielding her wujigan, she struck the grass ahead. Though soft and yielding, the grass quickly resumed its original state as if it had never been disturbed. This intrigued Meng Wuxia. After several attempts, she noted that the severed blades of grass quickly healed. Pulling a blade from the ground for inspection, she discovered its remarkable vitality. This was Duanshan grass, known for its resilience. Even after being scorched by fire, it would rapidly restore itself after a rain. Sister Baiying had informed Meng Wuxiao that Duanshan grass could be woven into mats, shoes, and huts, making it a rare and valuable material. Meng Wuxiao marveled at how an unassuming blade of grass could possess such utility. If humans had the same tenacity as Duanshan grass, she mused, what wonders might they achieve? Upon finally exiting the meadow, she did not rush away, but instead beamed at the vibrant greenery, experiencing a newfound admiration for this plant, captivated by its perseverance and unique qualities. When she returned, she intended to take this path again to witness the flourishing grass anew. Continuing on her journey, Meng Wuxia soon found herself in a realm entirely different from before. The trees around her were identical, uniformly distributed in every direction. Even upon close examination, their resemblance was uncanny. Meng Wuxia had never encountered such a spectacle and stood in awe before a tree that mirrored the Migu branch in her hand, contemplating whether she had stumbled into an illusion or a maze. She took out the drawing pen and began to probe in several places to see if there were any formations to be deciphered. However, after searching high and low, she found that there were no formations at all, and her efforts seemed futile. Yet, the trees growing in identical fashion were undeniable. She specifically chose 2 trees that were close together to examine, counting their leaves, but found no differences. Meng Wuxiao wandered through the grove with the Mi Gu Ji in hand, pondering the abnormality of such identical trees. She summoned the Qing Peng bird to explore the extent of the forest, questioning whether there existed only this singular type of tree. The Qing Peng bird informed her that the forest was bound by prohibitions, and no matter how much it flew, it could not escape this place. She then called upon Long Ting, but he outright refused, telling her to solve it herself as he wished to continue resting. Unperturbed, Meng Wuxia continued her exploration, examining each tree one by one, determined to uncover any discrepancies. Her stubbornness was unparalleled, and after inspecting several trees, she finally discovered one that was different from the others, a tree missing a branch. Meng Wuxia held up the Mi Gu Ji, finding it perfectly sized to fill the gap. Upon restoring the missing branch, a powerful gust of wind arose, causing all the identical trees to begin to separate and disintegrate before her eyes, no longer appearing as they once did. As she turned around to assess the situation, she realized that all the trees had vanished, and, in their place, she found herself within a valley surrounded by towering jade pillars adorned with exquisite carvings of golden dragons. Beneath her was a high platform, which resembled an ancient sacrificial altar. Was this the destination that the Mi Guji had led her to? Was the Mi Guji the key to unlocking this ancient altar? Using her mental energy, she explored her surroundings and discovered that this place was heavily fortified with layers of formations that isolated it from the outside world, creating an absolutely secure space. Clearly, without the Mi Guji, one would never find their way into the Mi Gu forest. Only by locating that unique Mi Gu tree and restoring the missing branch could one access this altar. Each step was interconnected, and every component was essential. She had fortuitously completed this puzzle to gain entry here. Meng Wuxia, taking in the solemn grandeur of the altar, seated herself and contemplated her next course of action. She had been suppressing her cultivation, hesitant to break through too quickly into the golden core stage, for a low-level advancement would not bode well. If she attracted heavenly lightning, this place could withstand it and safeguard her life. After surveying her surroundings, she felt satisfied that the Mi Guji had guided her here. After such a long journey, she was utterly exhausted. Summoning the Qing Peng bird and Long Ting, she rested against the Qing Peng bird while instructing Long Ting to examine the golden dragons on the jade pillars, which were truly magnificent. She hoped that when the time came for him to leap through the dragon gate, he would be transformed into a true golden dragon resembling those on the pillars. After observing the golden dragons on the pillars, Long Ting felt an inexplicable discomfort, a fiery sensation coursing through him as he expressed his unease beside Meng Wuxia. Don't be like that. I only wanted you to see what they looked like. There are no ulterior motives. You're not upset that you won TB as imposing as they are in the future, are you? Meng Wuxia, taken aback by Long Ting's discomfort, looked at him with concern, having never seen him like this before. Meanwhile, the Qing Peng bird rolled its eyes and remained still, just as Meng Wuxia became truly anxious. Patting Long Ting and encouraging him, the jade pillar entwined with the golden dragons began to stir. The dragons suddenly came to life, taking flight into the sky. With the dragons no longer restraining the jade pillars, they began to sink, and soon only the high altar remained, surrounded by swirling white mist emanating from the descending pillars. Above, the golden dragons soared, while below, clouds and mist enveloped the altar, creating an ethereal atmosphere where only an immortal could stand. Observing this sudden transformation, Meng Wuxiao entrusted Long Ting to the care of the Qing Peng bird. She had no time to rest. She needed to prepare for her imminent advancement to the golden core stage, marking the beginning of her future journey. Settling into a meditative position, she began to adjust her spiritual energy flow, seeking a state of introspection. In this state, she could shield herself from external influences, fostering a more conducive mindset for her upcoming breakthrough. Following the emergence of the mist, the spiritual energy began to rise, and with an abundance of energy, Meng Wuxia's meditation progressed smoothly, allowing her to experience steady enhancement in a state of comfort and relaxation. With a promising start, she felt a surge of anticipation regarding the golden core she would soon cultivate, hoping for a significant leap in her abilities to lay a solid foundation for her ascension. As Meng Wuxia delved deeper into her meditation, she found herself in an ethereal yet tangible mirror image, walking along a long staircase filled with people. With each step she took, a multitude of figures fell behind her, while countless predecessors continued ahead. She did not look back, stepping steadily upward, devoid of hesitation or despair, resolutely aiming for the increasingly sparse heights. Why had she come? Why had she been granted a second chance at life? Everything she was doing was for one purpose: to become an immortal, to transcend the constraints of mortality, escaping the binds of life and death, and to have the autonomy in her future choices, as long as she avoided becoming Meng Po in the underworld, merely lingering in the celestial realm. Tending to flowers and grass was far preferable to brewing soup day in and day out. The shadow of Meng Po loomed too large for her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her expression grew solemn. The path to immortality was boundless, with countless seekers of enlightenment. Yet, only a select few could ultimately fulfill their wishes and ascend to the immortal realm. Reflecting on the ancestors of the Bai, Xian men who had achieved ascension, they had all undergone trials and tribulations, relinquishing their hearts, their resources, and devoting everything to embark on the path of immortality. At her current age, Meng Wuxia was in her prime, with a long journey ahead. Nevertheless, she aspired to become a miracle of the Bai Xian Men, achieving greatness at the pinnacle of her youth. In this way, beauty and wisdom, luck and the path to immortality would coexist, earning her a prominent place in the annals of Bai Xian Men. Who wouldn't want to take a shortcut? Meng Wuxia simply craved it more intensely than others. The more she pondered, the more beautiful her visions became, wondering if all this would come to fruition after she entered the Golden Core stage. However, as she approached the final stages of her meditation, she noticed that Long Ting's condition remained off, while she absorbed the spiritual energy to prepare for her advancement. It seemed he was also rapidly absorbing the energy. After concluding her meditation, Meng Wuxia took a deep breath and began to unleash her entire cultivation, elevating her power to its peak as she prepared to break through the barriers. Having never experienced the state of fully releasing her cultivation, her meridians began to flow, and a powerful vortex of spiritual energy enveloped her. It appeared that the solid foundation she had built was now revealing its benefits, instilling her with confidence to continue releasing her cultivation. To attain the Golden Core, one must harmonize their spiritual seed's power, cultivation strength, the circulation and absorption of one's spiritual energy, and the perception of the impending heavenly tribulation, ensuring that no errors occur. A single misstep could result in the annihilation of one's cultivation and pose a fundamental threat to the body. In this critical moment, it is imperative to eliminate all external distractions. Otherwise, one risks instant obliteration, with no chance for redemption. Meng Wuxia, aware of the gravity of the situation, focused all her mental energy to comprehend the operation of her internal spiritual energy. The most delicate area of spiritual absorption, where her body's perception was most acute, was precisely where the Golden Core would form. Meng Wuxia calmed her mind, emptying all thoughts to capture the location of the Golden Core's emergence. The spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly into her, while the spiritual essence of the world was decomposed and absorbed through her continuous comprehension. If she could sense the changes in her meridians and the variations in spiritual absorption, the opportunity for the Golden Core's manifestation would present itself in that very moment. As the golden dragon soared above, it began to converge around Meng Wuxia, while the surrounding clouds and mist swirled, encircling the altar. The pure spiritual essence surged toward her, providing the ideal energy for Golden Core formation. In the midst of the fog, Meng Wuxia ran tirelessly, reaching out to grasp the elusive spiritual light. Only by securing these essences could she successfully cultivate the most exceptional Golden Core, bringing her one step closer to immortality and granting her access to greater resources for cultivation, ensuring she would not face failure or abandonment again. Meng Wuxia pressed on, refusing to pause, for only by becoming powerful could she guarantee a smooth path ahead, free from threats. Who among the cultivators has traversed an easy road without enduring numerous trials? It is through relentless perseverance in the face of adversity that one carves out their desired path. However, Meng Wuxia's heart began to waver, her breathing grew uneven, and her tranquility was disrupted, causing her brow to furrow as her body trembled. Should she fail on this altar, though unseen, she would be eternally trapped, unable to escape. The thoughts haunting her mind would dissolve into mere illusions, and the prospect of rising again became uncertain. Gritting her teeth, Meng Wuxia endured the discomfort, striving to regain her composure and avoid succumbing to delusions lest she be ensnared by illusions. As she calmed her restless thoughts, the lotus flower that had long slumbered in her spiritual seed began to emanate a calming fragrance, allowing her to stabilize her thoughts. Almost ensnared by the demonic haze, Meng Wuxia exhaled deeply, recommencing her comprehension of the energies of heaven and earth, her absorption of spiritual energy unwavering. After an indeterminate length of time, she felt a subtle radiance coursing through her meridians, a faint glow slowly emerging within her. Was this the Golden Core she had birthed? So small? Surely not. Meng Wuxia yearned to discern the true nature of her golden core. At that moment, the golden dragon above raised its head and roared, the thunderous sound signaling the arrival of her tribulation. The intensity of the thunder was formidable. Should it strike her, what would be the consequence? Meng Wuxia could not afford to be distracted, praying only that it would not be her demise. As the first thunderbolt descended, the Qing Peng bird unfurled its mighty wings, shielding Meng Wuxia from the initial tribulation. The bird's power, having been nourished by the spiritual spring, proved sufficient to withstand this strike. Yet, as soon as the first tribulation passed, the second thunderbolt followed, more powerful and ferocious than the first. After enduring one strike, the Qing Peng bird would find it arduous to endure another. Meng Wuxia urged it to retreat, warning against overexertion, for failure would risk their cultivation regressing. A perilous situation indeed. The Qing Peng bird remained silent, resolute in its determination to protect Meng Wuxia from the impending tribulation. When the third thunderbolt struck, Long Ting suddenly appeared, bravely withstanding the onslaught. Though a spiritual entity, he was not meant to endure the tribulation, yet he collapsed upon the altar, sustaining no significant harm. Meng Wuxia was taken aback by Long Ting's timely intervention, her fear transforming into joy. This creature had elevated its cultivation to such heights, suggesting it might leap over the dragon's gate. After the 3 strikes of thunder, the full form of the golden core within Meng Wuxia finally became apparent. Crystalline and abundant in spiritual energy beginning to circulate within her. However, before she could jubilantly proclaim her achievement, the resounding thunder above left her momentarily dazed. Was there yet another thunderbolt to descend? Chapter 95. The golden core. Meng Wuxia gazed at the golden core that had finally formed within her, overwhelmed with emotion. From this moment forth, she was a golden core cultivator. Yet, joy was fleeting, for she had yet to navigate the remaining tribulations. Curiously, hadn't the 3 tribulations already concluded? Why did the storm clouds linger, indicating further thunderous strikes? Meng Wuxia collected her wits, focusing her entire strength to prepare for the impending blow. Strangely, the thunderbolts did not strike her, but rather the jade pillars entwined by the golden dragons. After enduring this barrage, Meng Wuxia felt a significant transformation. Her mental energy and the circulation of her meridians had dramatically shifted from her previous state. This was the distinction between realms, each presenting different challenges and enhancements in various aspects of strength. A robust cultivation now served as her shield, a reality she must solidify after entering this new realm. Once the thunder ceased, the circling golden dragons returned to the jade pillars. After ensuring Long Ting had emerged unscathed, Meng Wuxia felt reassured and began to stabilize her hard-won golden core atop the altar. The golden core formed after the tribulation possessed a distinct rank compared to one that had not undergone such trials. Meng Wuxia's golden core, the Wuji golden core, was most favorable for future advancement into the Yuanying stage, a highly coveted achievement among golden core cultivators. Meng Wuxia consumed 3 ascension fruits and several bottles of premium elixirs, commencing the process of solidifying her golden core cultivation. She tirelessly absorbed the spiritual energy that surged within her, nourishing each meridian with great care. As long as she could stabilize her initial golden core cultivation, subsequent breakthroughs would not pose a significant challenge, though they would require abundant natural treasures as the foundation for her cultivation. Meng Wuxia retrieved the spiritual herbs and elixirs she had accumulated in her storage bracelet, commencing the absorption necessary for solidifying her cultivation. After 3 uninterrupted days of absorption, Meng Wuxia stood up, satisfied, stretching her limbs. Now, she was the undisputed champion on the Tianjiao list, no longer challenged by any rivals. Her power as a golden core cultivator evident in the face of those at the foundation establishment stage. Filled with delight, she brandished her Wuji staff, finding it even more adept in her hands. Engrossed in her joy of entering the golden core stage, she momentarily forgot the outside world. It had been nearly 10 days since her entry, inevitably causing concern among the elders responsible for guarding the forbidden domain. Fortunately, Meng Wuxia's life lamp remained illuminated, Otherwise, it would have been easy for others to misconstrue her situation, assuming she had encountered some peril in the absolute domain. With her objectives fulfilled, Meng Wuxia felt a surge of joy and decided to depart swiftly from this realm, yearning to return to her esteemed academy for a well-deserved respite. However, as she prepared to leave, she gazed longingly at the rare altar, wishing to secure another branch of the Migu, hoping to revisit in the future. Yet, the Migu branch eluded her grasp, as if it had intentionally concealed itself, rendering her efforts futile. A pang of regret washed over her as she observed the space gradually fading into an ethereal mist before she turned to depart. In the days spent within the absolute domain, the seasonal scenery had remained unchanged, still vibrant with greenery. As she walked across the verdant meadow, she realized that the place of her emergence was not the same as where she had entered. Ahead lay a dense thicket. After a thorough investigation, she detected no ominous presence. Cautiously, Meng Wuxia brandished her wujigan and ventured into the woods, uncertain if this path would lead her to freedom. A notable characteristic of the absolute domain, aside from its ever-shifting weather and seasons, was its unpredictable entrances and exits. One might find themselves amidst a forest only to emerge in a valley or be compelled to retrace their steps. This constant flux posed numerous challenges, fraught with unknown dangers. As Meng Wuxia traversed the woods, she remained vigilant, observing any changes around her while continuously employing her mental acuity to scan her surroundings. The absence of any unusual aura provided her with a temporary sense of security. The Baixian men would never allow disciples to wander here freely, nor would it be as open as other secret realms. Encountering no one was, in fact, a blessing. She quickened her pace, eager to escape, only to discover that the woods seemed to stretch further away. Clearly, danger lurked here, albeit not overtly apparent. This time, Meng Wuxia summoned her 6 spirit puppets to assist her in navigating the terrain. Once all 6 returned and shared their findings, she selected an inconspicuous path, altering her direction. The woods appeared to guide her forward, yet the true route lay hidden on a less conspicuous trail that went unnoticed. Following the lead of the puppet that discovered the small path, she eventually found herself on the genuine route to freedom. After meandering east and west, she finally emerged. Meng Wuxia exhaled a long sigh of relief, gazing at the Lioli mirror. It had been quite some time, and she was ready to leave. However, upon exiting the absolute domain, she was met with astonished gazes from those around her. Their surprise stemmed not from her safe return, but from her disheveled appearance, matted hair, and a face marred by lightning strikes. In her excitement over successfully forming her golden core, she had neglected to consider her own appearance. Only upon seeing her reflection did she realize the shock she had inadvertently caused. After returning the jade tablet of the absolute domain to the steward hall, Meng Wuxia hurried back to Baixian Academy, eager for a thorough cleansing in the spirit pool. The comfort of this place was unparalleled, making her reluctant to leave. Yet, before she could fully recuperate, messages from the Jade Slip and transmissions from Sheng Haidang flooded in. The Jade Slip contained inquiries from Sherwin Tao, asking if she had returned and inviting her to visit the Wuyu Peak. Additionally, Steward Wei Yin requested her presence in the conference hall to meet the sect master, while Sheng Haidang warned her to be cautious of Qian Jia, who sought to trouble her. With no time for rest, Meng Wuxia quickly organized herself and proceeded to the conference hall to meet the sect master. As this delay had already extended for far too long and further procrastination would be disrespectful, risking punishment. Upon entering the hall, she found the sect master, Steward Wei Yin, several peak masters, and heads of the 4 great clans present. They all appeared quite cheerful. Had there been significant news? As Meng Wuxia entered, she apologized to the sect master, explaining that she had just emerged from the absolute domain and was in disarray, which was why she had taken time to tidy herself before arriving. Unexpectedly, the sect master expressed astonishment at her advancement to the Golden Core stage, recognizing her as the first disciple among her peers to achieve this milestone. The esteemed individuals present immediately discerned her elevated cultivation level, expressing their surprise and admiration. At such a young age to reach the Golden Core stage was indeed a rare feat, previously only seen among disciples of the Wuyu Peak. Meng Wuxia absorbed the reactions around her, standing modestly as she awaited the sect master's address. In truth, the Bai Xian men had successfully acquired the Spirit Herb Garden, secretly obtaining a plethora of rare herbs. After discussions with the reclusive ancestors, it was decided to distribute these resources among the various factions within the Bai Xian men, providing an opportunity for those with strength and cultivation to enhance their abilities and allowing the sect to produce formidable cultivators who could command respect from rival factions. Observing the sect master deep in thought, Meng Wuxia sensed that today would yield significant rewards for her. The sect master succinctly informed her about the Spirit Herb Garden, acknowledging her substantial contributions and declaring her to be a meritorious disciple deserving of reward. Meng Wuxia, anticipating this recognition, understood that the Spirit Herb Garden would save the sect many years of effort, elevating its standing in the Sangzhou continent and empowering it to confront external threats and provocations with genuine strength. Inquiring what rewards were available, Meng Wuxia learned that as long as her requests did not violate the sect's rules, she could ask for anything. Consequently, she presented 3 conditions. First, she requested that no alliances be formed involving her without her consent. Second, the peak master above her would always remain her master, and any succession would require her agreement. Third, she asked to be exempt from participating in the upcoming Tianjiao ranking challenge, automatically withdrawing once the current term concluded. Meng Wuxia's conditions posed no substantial demands on the Bai Xian men, as they were merely matters of the sect master's discretion. The sect master consulted the peak masters and clan heads present for their opinions. With no vested interest in Meng Wuxia, and given that she was not a scion of a prominent family, they had no motivation to oppose her. Even the third condition, while seemingly presumptuous, pertained only to the next 2 years, and thus bore little significance. Seeing no objections from those present, the sect master readily acquiesced to Meng Wuxia's 3 conditions. The reward from the Spirit Herb Garden was also mandated by the reclusive ancestors. Now that she had reached the Golden Core stage, her needs for cultivation resources had changed. Should she require urgent herbs, she could consult with the Steward Hall and Steward Wuyan. The Yaoxing Peak would also tailor elixirs to meet her needs. The privilege of having elixirs crafted by the Yaoxing Peak was indeed an unparalleled honor, to which Meng Wuxia graciously accepted. After her audience with the sect master, Meng Wuxia intended to take her leave, but the sect master urged her to remain, as there was more to discuss. Left with no choice, Meng Wuxia excused herself and proceeded to the sect master's residence to await further instructions. Aside from the conference hall, the sect master's residence served as the hub for managing all sect affairs. While waiting, Meng Wuxia noticed the new young master of the Qian family, Qian Jiangxue, had arrived. Fresh from external training, she was among the top 3 in the previous Tianjiao ranking, demonstrating formidable prowess. Although claimed to be the biological daughter of the Qian family master, she was in fact his brother's child, adopted after the tragic early deaths of his own daughters, none of whom had survived to adulthood. Meng Wuxia also felt sympathy for the Qian family head. Alas, his daughter could not return. Qian Jiangxue sat opposite Meng Wuxia, remaining silent from the moment she entered until she was seated. Merely maintaining silence, devoid of arrogance or rudeness, was already commendable. The two faced each other, neither daring to meet the other's gaze, quietly awaiting the arrival of the sect leader. The sect leader arrived together with the Qian family head and wasted no time in explaining to Meng Wuxia the reason for her presence. The Qian family head had proposed that Qian Jiangxue replace Meng Wuxia to attend the Jiuzhou Island competition. This revelation took Meng Wuxia by surprise. Although she had contemplated various reasons for Qian Jiangxue's presence, she had never imagined such a substitution. How could this idea even arise? Meng Wuxia's astonishment was justified, for the Jiuzhou Island competition was not something one could simply be replaced in, especially under the watchful eyes of the entire Sangzhou continent's cultivation powers. However, Meng Wuxia soon realized that the Jiuzhou Island competition only specified the talents from various sects participating, without mentioning their names. This was indeed a crucial point. It was the talents of Bakshaman, not Meng Wuxia of Bakshaman. The Qian family had eagerly anticipated Meng Wuxia's shocked expression, smugly reminding her that she had previously stated she would undertake a task for the Qian family that would not contravene sect rules or ethics. Now, the Qian family wished for her to relinquish her spot for the Jiuzhou Island trip, to be taken by their young family head instead. At this moment, Meng Wuxiao found herself momentarily speechless. She had indeed made such a statement, and many had heard it. Reflecting on that moment, she wondered how she had come to utter such words. Alas, she now wished she could slap herself. Nevertheless, the words had been spoken. If she continued to lose her composure, the insufferable Qian family head would only take greater delight in mocking her. Thus, Meng Wuxia decided to comply with the sect leader's arrangements. The sect leader inquired whether Qian Jiangxue was confident in reaching the core area of Jiuzhou Island. If she could not attain a certain rank, it would be better not to attend at all. Clearly, the sect leader still held Meng Wuxia in high regard, for her progress was evident to all. A single excursion to the perilous domain had allowed her to enter the Jindan realm, marking her as an exceptionally gifted disciple with both talent and intellect. Qian Jiangxue vowed to exert all her efforts to secure an appropriate ranking for Beikshaman, stating that if she failed to achieve excellent results, she would willingly resign from her position as young family head and take responsibility for this substitution. Such determination was commendable. The position of young family head was not easily obtained, and the Qian family head had only reluctantly agreed to Qian Jiangxue's appointment. Should she fail to achieve commendable results on Jiuzhou Island, her hard-won position would be lost. Would she truly surrender this opportunity to the Qian family, rendering her unable to attend Jiuzhou Island? Upon learning that Meng Wuxia had lost her opportunity to Jiuzhou Island, Sheng Haitang rushed into Meng Wuxia's courtyard, questioning whether her mind was still intact. Had she truly entered the Jindan realm only to be denied? Yet, given the situation, there was little that could be done. It was perhaps for the best, as it was preferable to receiving a fatal blow at the moment of departure. Sheng Haitang revealed that the Qian family had chosen this moment to request her to relinquish her spot because the sect leader had decided to allocate certain resources to the disciples attending Jiuzhou Island, along with special training. By seizing the opportunity now, they would gain access to these resources. Sheng Haitang had already received the corresponding resources for cultivation from the Sheng family. And now that Meng Wuxia had entered the Jindan realm, she too needed to strive for a breakthrough in 3 months, achieving the culmination of her cultivation. It seemed that during this period, both she and Sheng Haitang would be preoccupied, gathering strength for their respective journeys of cultivation. Meng Wuxia gazed at the azure sky, her spirits somewhat buoyed, for the sect leader had arranged for Steward Wien to deliver some beneficial spiritual herbs and elixirs to aid her cultivation, encouraging her to remain diligent. For the matters concerning Jiuzhou Island were far from concluded. Meng Wuxiao released her little flower companion, allowing it to indulge in whatever it fancied to eat. Having been thwarted by the Qian family, she would not easily let go of her temper. She resolved to seek out Sheng Yiming and Sister Jingran. Until she vented her frustration, she had no desire to step outside. After sending messages to both, Yi Yin arrived. By now, everyone was aware of Meng Wuxiao's predicament. She had entered the Jindan stage and been granted permission to refrain from participating in the challenges of the talented disciples. However, she had lost her spot for Jiuzhou Island and could not attend the Jiuzhou competition or the Jiuzhou Academy. Yi Yin came to check on her, suggesting that if she felt down, he could take her to Tianhe Peak for some leisure, or perhaps to the town outside Beikshaman, which was now bustling with activity during its annual open period. Upon hearing about the annual open period of Beikshaman, Meng Wuxia felt invigorated. According to Beikshaman's tradition, there would be a 3-month open period during which disciples from various sects could freely roam the areas under the direct jurisdiction of Beikshaman, as long as they did not cause trouble or chaos and adhered to Beikshaman's regulations. Meng Wuxia resolved to explore and create some mischief for the Qian family. Chapter 97. On a slouch, Meng Wuxia had been lying in her courtyard for several days, having not set foot outside. She even ignored the jade slips notifying her to attend classes at Baixian Academy, instead lounging in the courtyard, gazing at the sky and waiting for Qingping Bird and Long Ting to arrive. Why should she attend classes with such enthusiasm when her opportunities and resources had been usurped? After a few days of languishing in her courtyard, she was finally called out by Yi Yun, who informed her that the Bye town of Baishaman was to host a fireworks festival, with many disciples from other sects attending. This was a lively time of the year, and missing it would mean waiting another 2 years to witness it. Furthermore, he had received a notification from the sect leader instructing him to visit the hidden realm. Meng Wuxia understood that it was an elder of the Hall of Ancestors bestowing hidden lineage, which meant he might not be seen for a while. Coincidentally, she had also received replies from Sheng Yiming and Sister Jingran. Both were busy and unable to return in the short term, advising her to focus on her cultivation at Baishaman and not to dwell too much on other matters. This only fueled Meng Wuxia's frustration when she needed them. They were all preoccupied. Feeling restless in her small courtyard, she decided to step outside, planning to return later to resume her stargazing. Meng Wuxia followed Yi Yun out of Baishaman and headed to Bye town to enjoy the fireworks festival. Bye town was aptly named, as it was situated exactly 100 miles from Baishaman, making it a hub of connectivity and a place where information flowed freely. The fireworks festival, held biannually, was a long-standing tradition in this town, renowned throughout Sangzhou continent. During this time, accommodations would be scarce, necessitating early reservations to ensure a place to stay. Fortunately for Meng Wuxia, her identities as a member of Dantian Pavilion and the Array Masters Association afforded her access to decent places for food and drink. Even though the festival day had not yet arrived, the town was already teeming with people, with even the nearby snack stalls crowded. Meng Wuxia and Yi Yun wandered down a relatively secluded street where an exchange trade was taking place. As long as one had a space and items to trade, they could engage in transactions at any time. This area had fewer regulations than the exchange street and was not as large, typically attracting only a handful of cultivators or casual practitioners during the fireworks festival. As Meng Wuxia and Yi Yun explored, they found only items that were not particularly difficult to obtain at Baishaman, with nothing truly captivating their interest. They encountered fellow disciples setting up stalls to trade, and at the end of the street, they stumbled upon a small tea stall, likely a temporary setup, with only a few seats available. Fortunately, the location was quite good, offering a clear view of the entire street. Meng Wuxia sat down leisurely, observing the exchanges and asking Yi Yun if there was anything he wished to trade. She encouraged him to participate in the trading, not merely to watch, asserting that as long as one had sufficient items, they could be exchanged. Yi Yun indeed desired some medicinal pills. His recent cultivation had been quite frequent, necessitating these pills for stabilization. However, the supply of pills available at his current location was rather limited. Did you notice that cloaked individual? He likely possesses a considerable quantity of pills, albeit he lacks the skill and recommendations. Here, I will provide you with some spiritual herbs. You may exchange them with him. Meng Wuxia produced several spiritual herbs, which, though not particularly precious, were essential for alchemical processes. Yi Yun took the herbs she offered and approached the individual for an exchange. Indeed, he proved to be a person of integrity, not taking advantage of Yi Yun's youth. The quality of the exchanged pills was commendable. Meng Wuxia, upon witnessing this, felt reassured after having a bowl of tea, leading Yi Yun back to the vendor's stall. Meng Wuxia nearly acquired the entirety of the vendor's pills, speculating that he must be an alchemist from Dantian. Yet, she pondered why he would choose to conduct such a low-key exchange of abundant spiritual herbs. Concealing his identity, there must be a reason behind it. Meng Wuxia instructed Yi Yun to secure these pills, for if they were to be sold in a medicinal store, he would need to spend a considerable amount of spiritual stones to acquire them all. Such an opportunity must be treasured. Yi Yun felt fortunate, never expecting to exchange spiritual herbs for so many pills. Otherwise, his supply of spiritual stones would have fallen short. Meng Wuxia also visited several medicinal shops and treasure stores, yet found only items of no use to her. Currently, she sought superior quality goods, which necessitated a visit to buy Baogu in the Juzhou auction house. Observing the bustling crowd, with many cultivators traversing the area in search of their required resources, she noted that while Baili town was not a grand city, it offered a plethora of goods. As long as one possessed spiritual stones, surprises awaited. Meng Wuxia discovered a box of special talisman paper, which could be used for crafting formation talismans, albeit at an exorbitant price. This talisman paper is of little use to anyone but this master. If you offer a discount, I will purchase it all to clear your stock, Meng Wuxia remarked, feeling the price akin to highway robbery. Yet her desire compelled her to negotiate with the shopkeeper. Unfortunately, the vendor only conceded slightly, leading Meng Wuxia to feel that the expenditure of spiritual stones was excessive. Shopkeeper, could you reduce the price a bit more? I am buying it for my junior sister, she added. Upon glancing up, she noticed Sheng Yiming, who was not supposed to return anytime soon. His unexpected presence and generous demeanor surprised her. After obtaining the box of talisman paper, Meng Wuxia ignored Sheng Yiming and attempted to leave. Yet, Sheng Yiming, undeterred, showered her with congratulations on her entry into the Golden Core realm, prompting her to acknowledge him. Speak quickly. I am merely curious about your intentions. I did not come to partake in frivolities, she replied. Sheng Yiming, seeing her willingness to engage, relaxed his demeanor. Meng Wuxia shared her grievances regarding the Qian family, expressing her desire for them to face consequences. Sheng Yiming urged her to elaborate on how he could assist, as dealings with the Qian family were typically the responsibility of Sheng Zongbao and the Sheng family patriarch, in which he had never participated. Meng Wuxia suggested they find a fine restaurant where she could discuss her plans, instructing him to contact Sheng Zongbao to see if her strategy could be realized. Afterward, she assured him that he could reclaim the spiritual stones spent on the talisman paper, which would also demonstrate her current strength to the Sheng family, facilitating her acquisition of more spiritual herbs for alchemy. Meng Wuxia understood that as long as it pertained to alchemy, he would undoubtedly be interested. Thus, they engaged in detailed discussions for half the day. Once Sheng Yiming settled the bill, he hurried back to Bai Xianmen to inform Sheng Zongbao, eager to ascertain the feasibility of her proposal. If realized, the Qian family's losses would undoubtedly shake Bai Xianmen significantly. Yi Yun, having listened attentively, sensed Meng Wuxia's genuine anger, predicting that turmoil would soon engulf the Qian family. It depends on whether he prioritizes money or reputation, Meng Wuxia mused, recalling the pained expression of the Qian family patriarch, which inexplicably brought her satisfaction. After a day of wandering, Meng Wuxia yearned to return and indulge in relaxation. However, Yian urged her to attend classes promptly, noting that since entering Bai Xian Academy, she had scarcely attended a few lessons, while others dared not voice their opinions openly. Whispers circulated behind her back, suggesting that Meng Wuxia disregarded the academy's rules, relying on her cultivation and status as the top student to evade classes. Meng Wuxia thought to herself, having attained the Golden Core realm, she was under no obligation to accept challenges from the Tianjiao ranking. Attending classes seemed unnecessary. Moreover, she had nearly exhausted the books in the library, finding little knowledge left to acquire. Were it not for her need for cultivation resources, she would have considered returning to the peak for guidance. Meng Wuxia encouraged Yi Yun to focus on his cultivation, striving to prove that his abilities transcended mere ranking, serving as an exemplar for many. Upon returning to the top student courtyard, she admired the flowers and plants, settling into her leisurely lifestyle. When Long Ting exuberantly emerged to chat with Meng Wuxia, she was engrossed in a contest with the flower snake, competing on who could consume spiritual fruits faster and in greater quantity. These spiritual fruits had been sent by Sheng Haitang, and others were delivered by the silent sister Jingran, who encouraged her to remain spirited and not to seclude herself over a mere title, suggesting she should set an example for other prodigies by attending class. Yet, Meng Wuxia had no desire for such engagements, longing for a few tranquil days to relish the peace. Upon seeing that Long Ting and the Qingpeng bird had fully recovered, and that Lianhua had awakened, her heart swelled with joy. Sister Baiying had not conversed much with Meng Wuxia lately, often lost in contemplation within the spirit sea. Meng Wuxia refrained from disturbing her, allowing Long Ting and Lianhua to do the same, while she consistently practiced the Wen Tianju, focusing on consolidating and enhancing her strength. The potency of the Golden Core was formidable, and the medicinal pills she consumed had been rapidly depleting. Had it not been for her reserves, she would have faced a shortage. Meng Wuxia utilized her stored spiritual herbs to concoct necessary pills. Yet with her consumption rate, she anticipated needing to replenish her supplies. A message from the silent steward arrived through her jade slip, urging her to attend class and fulfill her role as the top student, setting a leadership example. After some contemplation, Meng Wuxia decided to make an appearance in class. Upon her arrival, the number of students present was minimal. According to the Tianjiao ranking, there were 3 classes daily, taught by 3 elders, and students could freely select which classes to attend. Meng Wuxia's entrance drew the attention of all, as she chose a seat at the back and commenced the lesson. None of her acquaintances were present. Sheng Haitang had been assigned to a solitary class in preparation for the imminent Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition. Yi Yun, who typically attended every class, was now in a secluded secret realm for cultivation. As for Shi Feng, since returning from the Jiuzhou auction house, he had vanished without a trace. Meng Wuxia gazed at the textbook before her, listening and forgetting each word, lost in thought. Wuxia sister, a voice called from the front, jolting her back to reality. It was the elder lecturing, requesting her to answer a question regarding formations, asking her to elucidate a few points for her classmates. With the encouragement of her peers, Meng Wuxia began to respond. Her answers astonished those who sought entertainment, as they were not only detailed, but also accompanied by her illustrative drawings of formations, facilitating both understanding and practical comprehension among her classmates. Meng Wuxia seized the opportunity to expand upon related knowledge, imparting a valuable lesson to the fellow prodigies attending the class. The elder above nodded frequently, quite pleased with Meng Wuxia's answers. He suggested that during her next class, she should specifically discuss the practical applications of various formations in combat, so that the other prodigies could gain further insights. Since it was rare for Meng Wuxia to attend classes, she decided to make the most of it, participating in both the pill refinement class and the formations class. As expected, she was questioned extensively, but she did not shy away. Instead, she took out her alchemy furnace and began refining pills right in class, distributing the finished products on the spot to illustrate how to assess the quality of pills. Although she only attended 3 classes that day, to her, it felt less like attending classes and more like lecturing. She shared practical insights based on her combat experience, responding to the incessant inquiries of the prodigies, leaving her parched by the end of the session. Upon returning to her courtyard, she drank copiously from the spirit spring water to recover. Meng Wuxia resolved not to attend any more classes, finding them too exhausting. Thus, after a single day of classes, she remained in her courtyard, focusing on her daily training and contemplating how to enhance her strength, identifying her shortcomings, practicing alchemy, and fine-tuning her spirit puppets. Her skills with the Qinsi Rao had become significantly more proficient than before. However, the prodigy assessment at the Bai Xian Academy was approaching rapidly, and Meng Wuxia received a notification that she needed to retake the exam. Retake? What retake? It was absurd. Her strength warranted participation in the assessment. Yet she had to retake it, which infuriated her. When she arrived, she found that most of the prodigies had already completed their assessments, except for those who, for various reasons, could not attend on time. The results were quickly released, and those who missed the deadline were required to retake the exam. Upon seeing the names of Yi Yun and Sheng Haitang on the retake list, her indignation subsided. It seemed she was not the only one required to retake the exam. They all had to participate as well. However, the standard for those retaking the exam were stricter, as they had to face assessments from 3 elders. Meng Wuxia was indifferent. She was present and committed to performing well regardless of the examination's nature. The day passed swiftly with assessments in pill refinement, formations, swordsmanship, and written tests. Fortunately, participating in the retake meant she would receive the resources for the month, and with positive results, her resources would increase. Upon receiving these resources, Meng Wuxia felt that perhaps the quantity was excessive. The disciples responsible for delivering the resources were several servant disciples who often came to clean her quarters. Although they had no personal relationship, their envious expressions indicated that she was among those who received resources on time. Meng Wuxia inquired about their current cultivation levels. They exchanged glances and quietly disclosed their levels. After hearing their responses, she nodded and gifted each of them a bottle of pills. These pills have become useless to her, merely a means to exchange for something better. Take these, they can aid in your cultivation. There's no need for gratitude. Consider it my way of thanking you for your care, she said, observing the excitement of these diligent servant disciples as they received the pills. She reflected on the disparity in strength and status. Meng Wuxia encouraged them to train hard, assuring them that with perseverance, they would eventually achieve their aspirations. Yet, she herself contemplated that her strength was still insufficient to command respect within the Baixian men, and she needed to attain a higher level of power to secure the benefits she desired. After gazing at the sky for many days, Meng Wuxia decided it was time to venture outside the Baixian men. If she did not make some noise, it would be unworthy of her current strength. After sorting her storage bracelet, she went to the Deacon Hall to collect her jade token for leaving, departing the Baixian men without informing anyone. She did not travel far, first heading to Baili town to gather information, changing her appearance to resemble a wandering cultivator. News spread quickly here, and one could easily learn about various factions by spending some spirit stones. After several days of inquiry, she discovered several places recruiting guards and others inviting capable wandering cultivators for competitions, offering benefits for both victories and defeats. After careful consideration, Meng Wuxia decided to pursue these two opportunities for practice. The rewards for guards were substantial, and participating in such competitions promised both spirit stones and additional rewards, which piqued her interest. However, her first experience as a guard soon led her into a troublesome situation. Chapter 99. Guarding a nobleman inn by Li Town's task board. Meng Wuxia spotted a mission to escort a shipment of goods and a person in a carriage to the imperial city. The compensation was reasonable, with half of the reward available as an advance. After calculating, she realized that several families in the imperial city were recruiting sparring partners at fair prices, and there was no risk of deceit. The imperial city was the most prosperous city, making it an ideal place to gather valuable resources. Meng Wuxiao accepted the task under her identity as a formation master. The cargo was modest, comprising 10 carts, and the carriage was not particularly luxurious, but clearly not something an ordinary family could afford. She met the overseer, an elderly man in the foundation establishment stage, along with a servant of the same level. Inside the carriage was a remarkably handsome young man who regarded Meng Wuxia with a skeptical gaze. However, upon witnessing her display of strength, he appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised that such a young woman was already a golden core cultivator and a formation master. After securing a guarantee and receiving half the spirit stones, Meng Wuxia began discussing the journey with the overseer. Their group was there to pick up the goods, and once everything was loaded, they intended to return to the imperial city. The individual in the carriage was their young master, referred to as Young Master Yu. Meng Wuxia was only concerned with ensuring a safe arrival at their destination, showing no interest in the attractive young Master Yu. Since joining the group, she had not seen him leave the carriage. She was tasked with escorting the goods and the young master to his family's doorstep, and completing this task would entitle her to the remaining half of the spirit stones. The individuals accompanying her all possessed cultivation levels, were well-trained and understood protocols, following Meng Wuxia's directives without objection. The journey from Baili town to the imperial city was not short. They traveled during the day and rested at night, sticking to the main roads. Only when necessary did Meng Wuxia opt for alternative routes, carefully selected through thorough reconnaissance. Her cautious and responsible approach pleased her employers. One day, as they reached a resting place, they encountered a commotion from a recent skirmish. Though it was not a major issue, it would require some time to settle. The young Master Yu, who had remained in the carriage, insisted that the surroundings were too chaotic and refused to stay there, demanding they proceed to the next location. Observing the impending change in weather, Meng Wuxia discussed with the overseer, suggesting it would be wiser to rest there. Otherwise, the goods and carriage could be at risk of damage. The overseer agreed, but young Master Yu became agitated, adamantly refusing to stay. Watching the demanding young master and the weary group who had traveled a long road, Meng Wuxia sensed the weather changing unexpectedly and wondered what might transpire next. "Master," Please arrange the goods and allow everyone to replenish their food and water. Call the owner here to explain that the commotion was in the hall, not in the lodging rooms, and that there were no issues with the accommodations last night. Given the continuous journey, the weather can change abruptly, and we cannot proceed any further. After giving instructions, Meng Wuxia disregarded the previous warning from the young Master Yu against allowing anyone into his carriage. With a swift motion, she opened the carriage door and pulled him out, insisting he rest in the finest room available. The young Master Yu, taken aback by such treatment, momentarily forgot his irritation. You will remain here and rest while I scout ahead. Remember, if you dare to leave this room, I shall render you speechless for the duration of your stay. As she anticipated his impending declaration of authority as the employer, she preemptively issued a threat and set up protective barriers at the door, ensuring that unless someone could break through, no one could exit. Throughout the journey, the young Master Yu's restlessness was palpable as he issued commands from within the carriage, causing Meng Wuxia considerable frustration. Finally, an opportunity arose to teach him a lesson. As Meng Wuxia returned from her reconnaissance, a torrential rain began to fall. The once bustling inn was now fully booked. Observing the relentless downpour, the master expressed concern, lamenting that if they continued, half of their goods would be lost. The young Master Yu particularly despised traveling in the rain, which could lead to further disturbances. Upon returning to her room, Meng Wuxiao was met with raucous shouts from the neighboring room, demanding food, drink, and fresh clothing, a true nuisance. She had already surmised that their cargo contained numerous precious items, cleverly concealed within seemingly ordinary possessions. This temperamental young master Yu likely hailed from a prominent family, given his insistence on fine food and attire, and despite his unassuming appearance. He probably possessed considerable hidden talents. Meng Wuxiao pondered who he might be, but ultimately, it mattered little. Once they reached their destination, they would settle their accounts and part ways, remaining strangers. That evening, however, a disturbance arose, accompanied by cries of surprise. The talismans in Meng Wuxia's possession illuminated, indicating that someone had tampered with the cargo, and the spiritual puppets she had positioned nearby reacted, suggesting that someone had taken an interest in their goods. Meng Wuxia continued to rest, confident that the master would handle the ensuing matters. During breakfast the following morning, the master engaged in a heated dispute with the innkeeper. Aware of the situation, the innkeeper adopted a rigid stance upon learning of their intent to depart. Meng Wuxia surmised that the previous day's altercation stemmed from the inn's instability, as it sought to lay claim to the guests' belongings. Since a confrontation had already occurred, her intervention would not be out of place. She released 6 spiritual puppets and posed several inquiries to the innkeeper. Recognizing Meng Wuxia as a puppeteer, the innkeeper promptly softened his demeanor, offering a reduction in lodging fees. Meng Wuxia inquired whether there had been any losses, to which the master replied there were none, as they had adequately protected their goods, preventing further theft. She instructed the master to retain half of the lodging fees and ensured the horses were well fed, opting not to pay for their feed. The innkeeper dared not negotiate further and acquiesced. "You are a puppeteer. Did you carve these spiritual puppets yourself?" The young Master Yu, having spotted Meng Wuxia's puppets that morning, expressed curiosity and sought to engage her in conversation to learn more about them. Meng Wuxia urged him to remain obedient in the carriage, cautioning him that even if she were to sell her puppets to him, he would not be able to utilize them and would face backlash. Noting that Meng Wuxia's demeanor was far less accommodating than that of others, the young Master Yu scoffed and ceased conversing with her. However, the master was far more enthusiastic, proposing that Meng Wuxia join his household, offering to draft a cooperative agreement or provide her a place under his patronage, granting access to abundant cultivation resources. When taking on the task, Meng Wuxia had not revealed her true identity, merely claiming to be a wandering cultivator with a family legacy of cultivation methods. The master, genuinely interested, recognized Meng Wuxia as a rare puppeteer and sought to recruit her, but she politely declined, explaining that she preferred her freedom and would find it difficult to adjust to a fixed location. She merely indulged in pleasantries, knowing that once they arrived at their destination and witnessed the splendor of the imperial city, she might reconsider her stance on seeking connections. The young Master Yu's remarks were less than flattering, However, for the sake of the spiritual stones, Meng Wuxia chose not to engage in conflict. After a journey of over 10 days, they finally reached the imperial city. Upon entering, Meng Wuxia noticed a squad of soldiers quietly following behind the carriage. A glance at their attire and weaponry confirmed they were royal guards. It appeared that those within the carriage were indeed of royal lineage. They reached the city gates, marking the conclusion of their protective assignment. The master handed Meng Wuxia the remaining spiritual stones along with an additional token of gratitude. At this juncture, he revealed his true identity, confirming their royal connections and sincerely inviting Meng Wuxia into the imperial city. However, after accepting the spiritual stones and the token of appreciation, Meng Wuxia waved her hand dismissively, showing no interest in entering the city. The young Master Yu, descending from the carriage, called out to her, urging her to reconsider, emphasizing the rich cultivation resources within the imperial city, which surpassed the struggles faced outside. He suggested that with good behavior, there could be additional rewards. Questioning her decision to leave, Meng Wuxia offered no response to his entreaty, simply turning her back and departing. The imperial city held no allure for her compared to the opportunities outside. It was not a place for ordinary individuals. Having been away from the imperial city for some time, she found its bustling nature intriguing and was eager to explore, intending to visit the Array Masters Association first. And if that proved unfruitful, she would proceed to the Pill Heaven Pavilion, noting that the Treasure Pavilion also had a branch there. As Meng Wuxia strolled through the streets, she observed throngs of people gathered at various task boards, all animatedly discussing the latest postings. Stopping a nearby cultivator, she offered several spiritual stones to inquire about the cause of such excitement. It turned out that the 4 great families of the imperial city had begun recruiting capable cultivators, offering remarkably enticing conditions, arguably the best terms proposed in recent years. Meng Wuxia approached one of the task boards, where the recruitment announcements from the 4 great families were prominently displayed, each boasting increasingly favorable conditions. The 4 prominent families of the imperial city were the Bai, Zhu, Xian, and Qing families, all closely allied with the royal family and possessing formidable strength, rivaling that of any sect. Even the Bai Xian sect would not underestimate them. Moreover, their myriad connections through intermarriage with the royal family and various factions rendered their influence on the Zhangzhou continent formidable. Meng Wuxia recalled that disciples from these 4 families had attended the Jiuzhou Academy, holding significant power and status. Their recruitment of talent was indeed a monumental event. The Zhu family offered the most favorable terms and aimed to establish a sect for wandering cultivators, specifically targeting formidable individuals without affiliations. After careful consideration, Meng Wuxia decided to approach the Bai family, which had commendable conditions, accepting only those with outstanding single strengths. This meant that as long as one excelled in a particular field, they could join the Bai family and gain access to their cultivation resources and corresponding protections. Meng Wuxia's sole intention was to observe the recruitment event and identify any exceptional puppeteers to seek guidance on her techniques. However, upon arriving at the Bai family's entrance, she found personnel organizing accommodations for the participants, showing remarkable hospitality and providing everyone with reasonable arrangements. Selection would take place every morning, and those who arrived late or had only recently learned of the recruitment were comfortably housed at nearby inns, with the Bai family covering their lodging and meals, relieving them of any logistical burden. The streets in this vicinity are managed and operated by the Bai family, and arranging accommodation for the cultivators is merely a trifling matter. Yet it does convey the sincerity and courtesy of the Bai family. Meng Wuxia was guided to a relatively quiet inn, which is said to be specifically designated for female cultivators. The place is indeed tranquil, devoid of chaos, and the attendants are evidently well-trained and disciplined, speaking little and moving with poise. Meng Wuxiao's room is neither too large nor too small, situated close to the street, allowing her to gaze upon the bustling scene outside when she opens the window. The inn is not far from the Bai family, with convenient transportation, and it is to be expected that no one dares to cause trouble here. Everything appears orderly and peaceful. After a brief rest, Meng Wuxia sat by the window, observing the lively street. On either side of her were inns and restaurants, as well as alchemy shops and treasure stores, alongside establishments offering exchanges for cultivation resources, catering to the needs of cultivators. After surveying the area, Meng Wuxiao rose to visit a bookstore, eager to explore what techniques and mental cultivation texts it might offer. Typically, such bookstores feature common cultivation methods, providing convenience for novice cultivators. The truly valuable texts must be selected and purchased individually, as the techniques and mental cultivation methods that endure through generations belong to prominent families and sections. What is available here consists mainly of basic cultivation principles, with truly valuable materials being exceedingly rare. As Meng Wuxiao began to browse, the proprietor at the entrance did not intrude, allowing her to peruse at her leisure. After all, given Meng Wuxiao's cultivation level, who would dare to trouble a Jin Dan realm cultivator? As she scanned the shelves, she found nothing of significant value. A few competent techniques were prominently displayed with clear pricing. "Sir, I wish to purchase this technique book. Do you believe these spirit stones will suffice?" Just as Meng Wuxiao picked up a comprehensive alchemy book, a somewhat familiar voice reached her ears. Looking up, she realized it was the young man she had encountered at the Jiuzhou auction. She still owed him a sum of spirit stones. "You have finally gathered enough spirit stones. With determination, should you successfully break through, you could attempt to join the Bai family. If selected, you would have a secure place for cultivation and greater opportunities for advancement." The proprietor, after counting the spirit stones, retrieved the technique book Meng Wuxiao had just examined. Observing the young man, he appeared on the brink of reaching the foundational stage. It seemed he was encountering some obstacles, his cultivation unstable. The technique he desired, while beneficial now, would be of little use in the later stages. It would be more prudent to cultivate another text that promised better results. Meng Wuxiao approached the young man with an alternative technique and a mental cultivation text, inquiring about his previous cultivation methods and whether he had received any guidance. The young man, envious of Meng Wuxiao's high cultivation, shared some of his circumstances, revealing that he was stuck at the qi refinement stage, uncertain of the cause, and seeking her advice. "The issue lies in the technique you are practicing. You possess considerable talent as a cultivator, yet without proper guidance, you have strayed slightly." Meng Wuxiao pointed out his errors, leading the young man to a moment of enlightenment, his face alight with excitement. However, upon viewing the techniques and texts she recommended, he felt somewhat embarrassed, as his current spirit stones were insufficient. "You may have forgotten our encounter at the Jiuzhou auction. You departed in haste, leaving behind a sum of spirit stones. I searched for you everywhere, and to find you here in the Imperial City is surely a twist of fate." Meng Wuxiao purchased a jade slip, imprinting the two texts within it, instructing the young man to keep it safe and not to be negligent. Once he achieved mastery in his cultivation, he would break free from his current limitations and ascend to a new level of power. "With this, I shall no longer owe you spirit stones, and you can engage in a more fruitful cultivation." After ensuring he had secured the jade slip, Meng Wuxiao departed from the bookstore. However, the young man did not leave. Instead, he followed closely behind her, seemingly with something to discuss. Meng Wuxiao inquired if he had any matters to address. The young man, with his head bowed, asked if she could treat him to a meal. All his spirit stones had been spent on purchases, leaving him penniless. Meng Wuxiao waved him to follow her. To her surprise, the young man not only ate but also took some food with him. As they were about to leave, he handed her a very old page, frayed at the edges and distinctly aged. Meng Wuxiao was puzzled by the young man's intentions, but took the old page to examine it, only to discover that it contained inscribed runes that required deciphering. As she studied the page, she unexpectedly unearthed a secret regarding the one Tianju. It seems that having a heart that cherishes talent and a willingness to share a meal is indeed essential. Chapter 101. To become an immortal, one must first be human. Meng Wuxiao gazed at the old page left by the young man, which contained a complex narrative. After deciphering the runes, the true text revealed itself. Holding the thin pages, Meng Wuxiao began her study. The more she understood the content, the more astonished she became, for it spoke of the one Tianju she was currently cultivating. In the biographies of her predecessors, She had read that descendants of the Qin family who practiced the One Tianju would achieve success. However, since the Qin family had faded, no one had succeeded in cultivating it. Although it was a profound inheritance, without tangible results, it was akin to not having practiced at all, a regrettable legacy within the Baixin sect. Despite its connection to the Yun Shui Jin Shanju, they had diverged into separate systems. Now, the hidden secrets of the One Tianju began to surface, revealing to Meng Wuxia a glimmer of hope for her ascension to immortality. After a day and night of diligent study, Meng Wuxia formed new insights regarding her practice of the One Tianju. Yet, in her intense focus on the page, she had delayed her visit to the Bai family. By the time she arrived, the selection process was nearing its conclusion. The Bai family treated the wandering cultivators and capable practitioners with great courtesy, ensuring no negligence in their standards for selection, employing strict criteria in their recruitment. Observing the prominent figures from the Bai family conducting the selection, Meng Wuxia realized the considerable effort they had invested in this talent acquisition. After watching for a while, she was disappointed to find no puppeteers among the candidates. Upon exiting the Bai family, Meng Wuxia decided to visit the Zhu family. Unlike the Bai family, the Zhu family had strict requirements, only accepting cultivators at or above the foundational stage and necessitating recommendations from reputable cultivators. This alone imposed significant limitations. However, every cultivator who registered at the Zhu family received a spirit stone and provisions, with those selected receiving a welcoming gift. Thus, the selection process was more demanding. Overseen by individuals of prestige within the Zhu family, Meng Wuxia searched but still could not find the person she sought. Yet, amidst the crowd, she spotted the young man who had come to observe. Could he be intending to join the Zhu family? Meng Wuxia gently tapped his shoulder. Startled, the young man turned and, upon recognizing her, smiled sheepishly. Meng Wuxia inquired about his purpose for being there. The young man replied that he was merely observing and that if he could break through to meet the Zhu family selection criteria, he hoped to join them. The Zhu family's recruitment of capable cultivators is to serve their interests and expand their influence. At your young age, you could join a sect as an outer disciple or seek a master to learn from. Why pursue entry into this family? Meng Wuxia, seeing his diligent cultivation and innate talent, suggested he consider joining a sect, which would be more advantageous than entering family. Yet, the young man expressed his doubts about his qualifications, feeling that joining a sect will be challenging and that he lacked spirit stones. Observing his dejected demeanor, Meng Wuxia recognized that without strength and support, every step in this realm could be arduous. Seeing his potential, she wished to assist him once more. Recalling that Yanluo from the Bai Bao Ge had once sought a disciple, but had yet to find one suitable, Meng Wuxia then asked if he was aware of the Bai Bao Ge. The young man spoke of his experiences, having worked short-term jobs and traveled extensively over the past few years, driven by the desire to earn spiritual stones and seek resources for cultivation. Meng Wuxia presented him with a jade token, instructing him to seek out Yanluo at the Bai Bao Ge. Upon meeting Yanluo, his fate would depend on his own destiny and fortune. The young man gazed at Meng Wuxia in disbelief, uncertain whether to accept the jade token. Taking it would signify a bond between them, a chance bestowed upon him. Whether he could seize this opportunity would be left to fate. Meng Wuxia urged him to keep the jade token safe, to hasten to Bai Bao Ge, to avoid causing trouble, and to refrain from discussing this matter with others, advising caution to prevent major mistakes. The young man bowed deeply to Meng Wuxia, expressing gratitude for the opportunity granted to him, vowing to repay her kindness once he achieved success. Meng Wuxia felt no aversion to this exchange, nor did she truly believe in the day of repayment. It was merely a tale woven by fate. After departing from the Zhu family, she found a well-situated inn and resumed her study of the old manuscript. She meticulously deciphered the One Tianju recorded within, attempting to channel her spiritual energy to enhance her cultivation of the technique, slowly realizing her breakthroughs. The One Tianju contained an inexplicable power, and as this force manifested, by Ying residing in her spiritual sea, observed Meng Wuxia's practice and extended her hand to sense this suddenly emerging energy. To her astonishment, the One Tianju had been stirred by such pure power. If this energy could be harnessed, it would only benefit Meng Wuxia's future cultivation. Meng Wuxia concentrated wholly on feeling this power, focusing her mental energy to control the immense force it imparted. After a long day of absorption and mastery, she finally stabilized this energy. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wuxia noticed an unusual scent emanating from her. Consequently, she summoned the innkeeper, requesting hot water for a bath and a change of clothes. Following this trial, Meng Wuxia felt her golden core power continuously rising, her spiritual energy flowing more smoothly, and her meridians exhibiting a newfound sensation. Her Wen Tianju had entered an unprecedented realm. Eager to test her current strength, Meng Wuxia began to wander around the imperial city, searching for tasks that would allow her to practice her skills, seeking reasonable opportunities for combat. However, after a thorough search, she found no tasks that could be completed in the short term, leading her to the Dantian Pavilion. Unfortunately, Dantian Pavilion was busy promoting new elixirs and collecting vast amounts of spiritual herbs, with all tasks assigned to their own members, leaving none available to outsiders. She then visited the Array Master Association, only to arrive during a promotional event where array talismans were being offered in a buy-one-get-one free deal, resulting in a crowded atmosphere with no external tasks available. The only option left was to repair the various teleportation arrays within the Imperial City, which required teamwork and offered minimal rewards. At the branch of Baibauge, a treasure recommendation and auction event was about to take place. Although she did not find a task, Meng Wuxia spent a sum of spiritual stones to acquire a number plate, preparing to participate in this event. With a number plate, she secured a private room. Although it was not the most luxurious, it sufficed for Meng Wuxia's needs. While waiting for the event to commence, a well-dressed gentleman politely knocked on her room door, inquiring if he could share her space, offering to split the costs. Recognizing him as a fellow cultivator, Meng Wuxia allowed him to enter, assuring him that the fees could be waived, as it was merely an ordinary room. The gentleman graciously took a seat, watching the upcoming recommendation and auction, asking Meng Wuxia if there were any treasures or auction items that piqued her interest. Meng Wuxia shook her head, explaining that she had rushed over and was still unfamiliar with the day's proceedings, deciding to observe first. "I am Xianqing," he introduced himself, expressing his desire to select a specific elixir, having arrived in haste without booking a room. Thanks to her kindness, he finally found a place to sit. Meng Wuxia paid little attention to his introduction, simply calling for a server to procure a VIP item list. Typically, such events featured items exclusively available in VIP and high-end rooms. However, one could purchase a list for a fee. After reviewing the list, Meng Wuxia noted that only a jade ring caught her interest. Although the other items were valuable, they were not what she needed. She placed the list on the table, turning her attention to the treasure recommendations outside. Chapter 102. Good news comes swiftly. The jade ring Meng Wuxia desired was crafted by a renowned master and was capable of withstanding lightning tribulations. Acquiring such a treasure would aid Long Ting in enduring the lightning tribulations when leaping through the dragon gate, facilitating his transformation into a dragon, a gem she felt compelled to acquire. Meng Wuxia inquired about the artifact's efficacy, contemplating its purchase for Long Ting. Upon hearing this, Long Ting's face lit up with joy, affirming that Meng Wuxia was indeed a person of worth, promising to express his gratitude by surrounding her once he became a dragon. Meng Wuxia playfully cautioned him against such behavior, fearing it would shorten her lifespan. As the artifact was presented, the excitement surrounding it was not as fervent as before. The starting bid was neither high nor low, with potential buyers dwindling to less than half of earlier interest. Meng Wuxia began to raise her bid, while Xianqing observed a relentless bidding until she successfully acquired the exquisite jade ring. Holding the finely crafted ring, Meng Wuxia felt a surge of joy. "Are you preparing for the tribulation?" Xianqing remarked, noting the ring's ability to withstand a lightning strike, suggesting that better artifacts would be required for an actual tribulation. His words were indeed valid. Typically, lightning tribulations involved at least 3 strikes, each more formidable than the last. Without an artifact capable of withstanding them, danger loomed. After securing the jade ring, Meng Wuxia merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. She pondered the considerable amount of spiritual stones spent on this single ring, hoping for even better artifacts in the future when her fortunes improved. Qianqing, sensing her reluctance to engage in conversation, refrained from further discussion. He sought a vial of healing elixir, a potion crafted by a master, which had a notably high starting price. Fortunately, there were not many competitors, and after a round of bidding, he successfully acquired the elixir. Is someone injured internally? If so, they may require the assistance of a spiritual spring for healing. Based on the elixir he had acquired, Meng Wuxia surmised that his injuries were severe enough to jeopardize his future cultivation. If not properly healed, he would soon face challenges. Halting his progress. Do you understand healing? Qianqing ventured, explaining that his elder brother had sustained grave injuries while on a mission and was in need of an elixir master, should she manage to heal him. He would offer a generous reward in addition to the consultation fee. I possess some knowledge, but it depends on the specific circumstances. If I cannot heal him, it would indeed be troublesome, Meng Wuxia replied, acknowledging the complexity of healing. Qianqing, recognizing her youth yet noting her substantial cultivation level and the acquisition of the lightning-repelling jade ring, speculated whether she intended to elevate her own cultivation, as cultivators often attracted lightning tribulations during their ascension. If healing proves unfeasible, that is no matter. My Qian family is not without courtesy and will express gratitude. After revealing his identity, Meng Wuxia discerned that he was a disciple of the Qian family, likely from a specific branch. She requested him to lead the way, assuring him that she would examine the situation without holding him accountable for the outcome. Thus, Meng Wuxia followed Qianqing to the Qian family estate. Upon arrival, she learned that Qianqing was a younger generation member, while his elder brother would later emerge as an exceptionally talented cultivator, renowned and highly respected on the Zhangzhou continent after venturing beyond the 9 provinces. Meng Wuxia conducted an examination and found his injuries to be severe. She instructed Qianqing to assist her in procuring a medicinal pot to prepare a remedy. Meng Wuxia retrieved some ginseng roots and administered an elixir meant to alleviate his condition. The ginseng soup possesses the remarkable ability to sustain even those in a state of unconsciousness, providing them with a breath of life. After 3 days of consumption, it can significantly stabilize their injuries and restore their vitality. Meng Wuxia instructed Qianqing to continuously brew the medicine, and as she observed the necessary elixirs being administered, her brother's injuries began to heal rapidly after 7 days and nights of diligent care. It is imperative to ensure that he refrains from engaging in combat during this time, and the consumption of the elixirs must not cease. In a month's time, he should be able to return to his former self. Crucially, it is advisable for him to recuperate at the Lingquan to prevent any lingering injuries. This marked Meng Wuxia's first experience in healing others. Yet, fortunate for her, no complications arose, particularly with Xuanqing's assistance, leading to a successful recovery. Her brother, Xuanhe, is destined to become a grandmaster in the future. Observing Meng Wuxia's attentive care for her brother over such an extended period, Qianqing felt immensely grateful, for her dedication surpassed that of the alchemist from their family. Although the 2 brothers were not the most prominent disciples of the Qian family, they belonged to a direct lineage. Xuanhe had sustained severe injuries for the sake of the family's interests, and the alchemist dispatched had merely indicated that recovery might not be swift. As Xuanhe lay there recuperating, he sensed that his cultivation remained intact, and his body was subtly recovering, feeling far less discomfort than before. He sighed in relief and expressed his gratitude to Meng Wuxia repeatedly. She left behind a vial of Huanyang Dan, which was the most effective elixir for his recovery. This elixir was one that Meng Wuxia had personally concocted, utilizing numerous high-quality spiritual herbs. Do not rush to thank me just yet. After all my efforts today, please settle my consultation fee. Meng Wuxia extended her hand for Qianqing to settle the bill. Without hesitation, Qianqing requested her to state her price, as the Qian family never shied away from such matters. However, when Meng Wuxia disclosed her fee, Qianqing was taken aback by the sum required in spiritual stones. My elixir is a unique concoction not readily available in any pharmacy, and the ginseng root is genuine, a 1,000-year-old treasure that is invaluable and rare. Do not underestimate its worth. Even a mere breath of life, after 3 days of consumption, can be life-saving. Hence, the cost reflects its true value. Meng Wuxiao recounted the prices of several elixirs, all of which were of exceptional quality and would not be inexpensive even at the Dantian Pavilion. I possess a storage pouch provided by my family, along with my brother's spiritual stones, which should suffice to cover your fee. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. And once I fully recover, I shall express my gratitude once more, Xuan has stated, presenting a storage pouch for Xianqing to hand over to Meng Wuxiao. Upon inspection, Meng Wuxiao confirmed that it was indeed sufficient to settle her fee. However, she did not accept everything. She retained several spiritual herbs for the healing needs of Xuanhe, which moved Xianqing deeply. He mentioned that his brother would still require the assistance of spiritual herbs during his convalescence, expressing profound thanks for Meng Wuxiao's kindness. Meng Wuxiao did not view her actions as particularly noble. She had many of those spiritual herbs in her storage bracelet, and keeping them would serve little purpose. It was better to extend a favor to someone in need of healing, allowing them to remember her goodwill. You need not feel burdened by my kindness. Should we meet again in the future, I hope you will not hesitate to assist me when I am in need. Meng Wuxiao, recognizing Xuanhe as formidable strength, wished for him to remember her, viewing it as an investment for the future. Certainly, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command us, Xuanhe affirmed, establishing himself as a trustworthy ally. After securing her belongings, Meng Wuxiao indicated that she had matters to attend to and prepared to take her leave. Xianqing personally escorted her away from the Xian family estate. As they were about to depart, Meng Wuxiao noticed distinguished guests arriving at the Xian family. Individuals from the royal city. Could they be here to assess the severity of my brother's injuries, perhaps to discuss a potential alliance? Xianqing remarked, furrowing his brow. After bidding Meng Wuxiao farewell, he hurriedly turned to return. Meng Wuxiao found amusement in this. Xuanhe was solely focused on his cultivation and would not involve himself in such burdensome affairs. As she pondered this, her jade slip chimed with messages. Sheng Haidang urged her to return to Bakshimen promptly, citing the presence of significant news, hinting that she might have the opportunity to visit Jiuzhou Island. Additionally, Yin Lao from Baibaoj responded, confirming he had encountered the young man she had introduced and would conduct a thorough evaluation before considering accepting him as a disciple, assuring her there was no need for concern and that he would keep her informed. Sheng Yiming also requested a meeting, indicating he had matters to discuss. However, none of these messages brought her as much joy as the one from her senior sister, Jingran, who inquired about her whereabouts, suggesting they could meet in Bailey Town. Having not seen her for a long time, Meng Wuxiao resolved to depart the royal city for Bailey Town to learn what good news Jingran had to share. Chapter 103. Someone is facing tribulation seated upon the back of the Qingpong bird. Meng Wuxiao found the journey far swifter than her own sword flight. By the time she reached Bailey Town, Jingran had already arrived. Upon their meeting, both were astonished by each other's significant breakthroughs in cultivation, noting how much stronger they had become compared to their previous selves. Jingran had been away for an extended period, and Meng Wuxiao was curious to learn what had occupied her time. Jingran led Meng Wuxiao into a room fortified with protective arrays, presenting her with a remarkable gift from her storage bracelet, a Qianjin herb, renowned for its ability to facilitate a 3-tier breakthrough in cultivation. Although it appeared as a singular leaf, it had matured in an area rich in spiritual energy over a century, making it an exceedingly rare treasure, one leaf worth a fortune. Meng Wuxiao recognized that this particular Qianjin herb had 3 leaves and was approximately 300 years old, guaranteed to elevate one's cultivation by 3 layers. I acquired this spiritual herb in a secret domain. Even if I were to attempt a breakthrough, I cannot stabilize it. It is wiser to progress steadily. You have reached the golden core stage, making this the perfect time for you to enhance your cultivation, Jingran advised, urging Meng Wuxiao to safeguard the herb and not disclose its existence, lest it invite calamity. Meng Wuxiao solemnly thanked Jingran, planning to absorb the Qianjin herb upon returning to Bakshimen, as it aligned perfectly with her intentions. You should remain vigilant regarding recent news from the sect. Rumors abound that prior to the upcoming Tianjiao competition, the Zhouzhou secret domain will be opened. Each sect can only send a limited number of representatives, requiring a lottery for selection. Sheng Haitang and Xinjiang Shui will not be able to enter the Zhouzhou secret domain this time. Strive to secure your place, as there will be great opportunities this year. Jingran had heard this from an elder, who mentioned that calculations indicated a significant opportunity would emerge in the Zhouzhou secret domain this year. If one were to obtain it, ascending to immortality might not be far-fetched. Historically, there had indeed been individuals who ascended to immortality within the Zhouzhou secret domain. Meng Wuxiao felt a surge of excitement at this news. The Zhouzhou secret domain was fraught with danger, yet it also promised numerous opportunities. Securing even one could pave the way for her journey, potentially propelling her to great heights. However, traditionally, only those of considerable standing within Baishaman were selected for such ventures, as those sent had specific missions to uncover hidden treasures within. The sect leader possessed a celestial treasure obtained from there, rumored to hold the power to vanquish immortals, making it one of Baishaman's most treasured possessions. Meng Wuxiao yearned for the diagram of the ascension formation contained within, said to enable those who could activate it, in conjunction with auspicious items, to absorb the immortal aura and ascend to the immortal realm. This desire was not hers alone. Anyone aware of the ascension diagram coveted it. Once, members of the Array Masters Association had glimpsed the diagram, returning to painstakingly replicate it, creating a formation capable of elevating one to a much higher realm. However, the complexity of the drawing was such that even the slightest mistake could result in backlash and the loss of cultivation, making it perilous to attempt without the original creator's guidance. As Meng Wuxia contemplated various possibilities in her mind, pondering how she might access the Zhouzhou secret domain, Jingran observed her deep in thought and chose to remain silent, quietly accompanying her. At this moment, Meng Wuxia sensed a distinct aura, one unlike any she had encountered before. A formidable presence enveloped Baiji town, and she felt the flow of her spiritual energy slow, as if weighed down by an unseen pressure. Senior sister Jingran also felt this overwhelming force, which rendered her immobile, caught by the sudden intensity. Outside, the once clear skies were darkening, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder, heralding a fierce storm. Meng Wuxiao approached the window, opening it to observe the scene outside. The townsfolk were hastily seeking shelter from the impending tempest, while the heavens above were shrouded in radiant thunderclouds. Could it be? Someone was about to undergo tribulation. The ferocity of the thunderclouds and the strength of the aura they emitted suggested a significant trial was at hand. As she scrutinized the sky, a realization dawned upon her. This was an omen of ascension to immortality. The surroundings were awash in golden light, the thunderclouds flickering ominously, poised to unleash a deafening clap of thunder at any moment. The spectacle was unmistakably the precursor to someone's ascension. Meng Wuxiao pondered deeply, struggling to recall who in Baiji town possessed such extraordinary fate to attract this heavenly tribulation. The magnitude of this event hinted that, should the individual succeed, their standing in the celestial realm would be formidable. Even if they failed, the sheer majesty of the event was enough to instill awe in all who witnessed it. Sister Beiying's words piqued Meng Wuxia's curiosity further. She was eager to discover the identity of the one undergoing tribulation. Long Ting, observing the impending storm, felt a thrill of excitement, envisioning his own moment of triumph akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate, with the thunder accompanying his victory as a chorus of celebration. Meng Wuxiao advised him to temper his fantasies with diligent practice, for only through earnest effort could he transform into a golden dragon, lest he be forced to start anew. Meng Wuxiao noted that the site of the tribulation was a secluded area within Baiji town, far from the bustling heart of the town, and seemingly situated in a bamboo grove. Sister Jingran urged Meng Wuxia to pay attention, as the tribulation descended with a grandeur akin to that of a grandmaster achieving perfection and preparing for ascension. If successful, that location would become a sacred ground for immortals, inciting fierce competition among the families of cultivators, and the one who attracted the tribulation would soon gain renown across the 9 provinces. Meng Wuxiao mused that while days of obscurity could stretch on indefinitely, the moment one achieved immortality, their name would swiftly spread, transforming their mundane past into a celebrated legend. Had she succeeded in her own ascension years ago, she would have become a legendary figure in the Bai Xianmen, revered as an ancestral immortal, with her abode transformed into a sanctuary revered by many. Alas, failure had led her to become a mere Meng Po in the realm of the Underworld, eternally brewing soup in her dreary existence, a shadowy nightmare she yearned to escape. The mere thought left her feeling drained, sighing deeply as she resolved that if given another chance, she would ascend to the ranks of the immortals, achieve the status of a celestial sovereign, and ultimately become a deity. Just as Meng Wuxia was lost in her thoughts, the thunder of the tribulation began, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. Sister Jingran pulled her away, urging her to secure the doors and windows and simply await the outcome. Seated in silence, Meng Wuxia listened to the thunderous roars outside, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. She mused that should the trial not be successfully navigated, it would indeed be a great pity. However, should they triumph, the sight of an immortal would be a marvel to behold. To her astonishment, the tribulation continued until dawn the following day. As the rooster crowed and light broke, the townsfolk rushed into the streets, greeted by a dazzling spectacle of colors and the sounds of celebration echoing throughout Baiji town, reminiscent of a dreamlike paradise. This was the beauty that followed ascension, a sight coveted by all, a breathtaking vision of transcending to the celestial realms, where one would be revered as an immortal. Meng Wuxia beheld a figure, enveloped in a gentle luminescence, radiating an aura of purity and celestial grace. As she gazed upon the figure that all revered, a flicker of envy ignited within her heart for the first time, strengthening her resolve to pursue immortality. Chapter 104. Ascension. To elder news of the ascension within Baiji town spread like wildfire across the Zhangzhou continent. The bamboo grove had been protected by several influential families of cultivators, who were deliberating the construction of a shrine for the immortal. The identity of the newly ascended immortal was soon revealed, leaving Meng Wuxia astonished. It was a modest female cultivator known for her scholarly pursuits within the bamboo grove. It was said that she had been cast out by a prominent family of cultivators, and since then had dedicated herself to quiet cultivation, teaching and caring for homeless children, while aiding wandering cultivators. Through her selfless deeds, she accumulated immense merit and ultimately ascended. Some claimed she mastered elixirs, consuming potions that enhanced her cultivation, coupled with her pure heart and stable cultivation, leading her to achieve unity of mind and spirit, thus comprehending the path to immortality. The family that had once abandoned her now claimed credit for her success, asserting that their resources had facilitated her ascension, drawing scorn from many. The narrative surrounding this immortal was one of quiet perseverance, altruism, and mastery of alchemy, marking her as a respected figure among cultivators. Without a sect or backing, her journey to ascension was one forged through arduous training. Before returning to Bai Xianmen, Meng Wuxia visited the bamboo grove. Sensing traces of tranquil years and a unique essence of elixirs lingering there, it seemed that her cultivation of alchemy had reached unparalleled heights. Though she had never revealed her prowess, quietly fulfilling her aspirations and stepping onto the path of immortality, one step at a time. As Meng Wuxiao observed the bamboo grove, she departed silently, recognizing that she was far more fortunate than the female cultivator. She possessed ample resources at her disposal and was determined to become the next immortal. Upon returning to Bai Xianmen, Meng Wuxiao was invigorated, committing herself to rigorous training in the courtyard, and after absorbing the essence of the Qianjin grass, she spent 7 days solidifying her cultivation, experiencing steady progress in both body and mind. Shang Haidang conveyed a message to her that the leaders of Bai Xianmen, including the heads of various peaks and clans, as well as the current elders and stewards, had gathered in the assembly hall to discuss the roster for the upcoming expedition to the 9 provinces' secret realm. Unlike previous occasions, this time there were complications. The timeline was accelerated, and the number of participants had been reduced. It was said that the duration of the secret realm's emergence would be shorter. necessitating careful attention to the timing of departure, as there was always the possibility of being transported out unexpectedly. After solidifying her cultivation, Meng Wuxia ventured to the assembly hall, only to find it securely closed, with disciples of the prominent figures waiting for their masters to emerge. It appeared that the roster would require several days of deliberation before reaching a consensus. As the deadline approached, the headmaster instructed Meng Wuxia to present a proposal on behalf of the upper peaks. Meng Wuxia suggested a drawing of lots, which would ensure fairness and eliminate further disputes. As time was of the essence, the clan heads agreed that using a divine vessel for the drawing was a viable method, ultimately deciding that 5 individuals would be permitted to participate. No wonder the number was halved compared to previous expeditions, raising concerns about the potential for mishaps if only 5 were to enter the realm. The headmaster pondered this and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the proposal. In the drawing, Meng Wuxia was the first selected, which prompted contemplation among the peak masters, for it had never been customary to send disciples into the 9 provinces' secret realm. Although Meng Wuxia's cultivation had reached the golden core stage, she still held the status of a disciple. Sensing their skepticism regarding her status, Meng Wuxia resolved to elevate her standing. Ultimately, the selected individuals included the peak masters of Huangquan Peak and Tiana Peak, as well as the head of the Yu clan and the leader of the Shadow Hall. The master of the Intang had never made an appearance before everyone, which made the anticipation surrounding the list all the more pronounced. When the names were revealed, even the sect leader was taken aback. Meng Wuxiao observed that the list had already been finalized, and with a sense of calm, she stepped forward to discuss her current identity with the sect leader, seeking permission to venture into the Jiuzhou secret realm as a representative of the elder from the Shang Peak. Upon uttering these words, the gazes directed at her transformed significantly. Shang Peak had always maintained a modest number of personnel, unlike the other main peaks, and appointing an elder was not out of the question. Meng Wuxiao's cultivation level had previously set a precedent for such an appointment. Thus, it was not deemed excessive. The sect leader glanced at several peak masters, and no one voiced opposition, all eyes fixed on him. In recent times, there had been attempts to encroach upon Shang Peak, but these had been thwarted by the sect leader, and Meng Wuxiao had also disagreed. Now, as the youngest female cultivator of the Golden Core realm in the Baixian sect, her strength was evidently on the rise. As long as she remained steadfast and encountered no misfortune, the future appeared promising. After a moment of contemplation, the sect leader presented her with a token and a jade scepter, entrusting her with the title of Elder Wuxiao of Shang Peak. He expressed his hopes that she would continue to refine her skills and strive forward, bringing glory to herself, Shang Peak, and Baixian sect. After receiving the token, symbolizing her status as an elder, Meng Wuxiao respectfully acknowledged with a yes. What surprised her, however, was that the peak masters and several clan heads did not voice any dissent, for the status of an elder and the subsequent benefits it entailed were indeed manifestly advantageous. As Meng Wuxia exited the conference hall, she pondered whether today had been too smooth. Was it truly the case that no one opposed her becoming an elder? Upon returning to her courtyard, she began conversing with Sheng Haidang through spiritual communication. Sheng Haidang was not overly surprised by her elevation to elder status. She merely urged her to return alive from the Jiuzhou secret realm, with the hope of joining her on Jiuzhou Island for the Jiuzhou Talents Grand Competition, striving for a place in Jiuzhou Academy. The prospect of Jiuzhou Academy? Meng Wuxia smiled. Following the recent upheaval, her interest in the academy had waned. It was merely a repository of abundant resources with numerous options. If one yearned for places beyond Jiuzhou, the academy seemed but a trifling locale. Meng Wuxia began preparing her belongings for the journey to the Jiuzhou secret realm. From Sheng Haitang's tone, she speculated why no one had opposed her becoming an elder. Perhaps they believed she might not return alive. The dangers of the Jiuzhou secret realm were widely acknowledged, with a survival rate of only 50%, a formidable statistic. The prevailing sentiment was that if even one person returned, it would be cause for celebration. If none returned, it would not be unexpected. It was a curious feeling, as if everyone assumed she would not return, rendering any objections moot. Why argue? Let her have the title. It was merely a spectacle. Meng Wuxiao organized her storage bracelet, feeling somewhat despondent, contemplating that not only must she return alive, but she must also bring back something that would astonish them all. When the time came, she, Elder Wuxia, would claim the largest share of rewards, as long as she could return alive from the Jiuzhou secret realm, regardless of the completion of her mission. Bai Xian's sect would extend encouragement and would not be stingy. Meng Wuxiao regarded her farewells from her senior sister Jingran, Sheng Haitang, and Shi Wentao, assuring them to await her return, promising to share the rewards with them. Be cautious of those from other states heading into the Jiuzhou secret realm. Their customs differ from ours, and we seldom cross paths, so this is an opportunity. If you engage in combat, it will also be a learning experience. If you find yourself unable to cope, make a swift escape. Shi Wentao advised her extensively, even gifting her a storage bag purported to be a life-saving tool. For the first time, Meng Wuxiao found Shi Wentao rather endearing, bowing to express her gratitude. Given the long journey to an unknown land, once aboard the spirit vessel, Meng Wuxiao began her cultivation and alchemy within her chamber. Once they arrived, the physical exertion and spiritual energy expended during the search would necessitate the use of pills for relief and replenishment. Thus, her preparedness would serve as a safeguard. Meng Wuxia thought to herself, she would return in glory. Chapter 105. Jiuzhou Secret Realm. In her quarters, Meng Wuxia diligently enhanced her cultivation and solidified her foundation. Consuming the pills she had brought without reservation, methodically utilizing them, she began crafting high-grade pills from the spiritual herbs she had nurtured for an extended period, ensuring she was well-equipped for any eventuality. During this journey to the Jiuzhou secret realm, she had only encountered the head of the Yu family, exchanging pleasantries, while the others remained strangers to her. The head of the Yu family was preoccupied with her own cultivation and preparations for the Jiuzhou secret realm, as well as familial duties, managing to find a moment to meet with Meng Wuxia. She kindly advised Meng Wuxia to avoid conflicts with individuals from other states upon entering the Jiuzhou secret realm and to steer clear of them whenever possible, as they had no prior connections and would likely not meet again. The purpose of their visit was to seek out their respective needs amidst the inherent dangers, and there was no need to foster discord. The depths of the realm held numerous opportunities but were fraught with challenges. Should she reach that point, she could attempt to seize the chances, but not at the cost of her life. Preserving her existence was paramount. The head of the Yu family also revealed that their sect had a mission to locate a treasure and a royal-level cultivation technique, hoping to find them, but if unsuccessful, they would seek other suitable items. Nonetheless, the preservation of life remained the priority. Meng Wuxia expressed her gratitude for the Yu family head's kind advice, understanding that the realm would feature many subdomains. Any area previously explored would inevitably give rise to subdomains, allowing her to have a clearer understanding upon revisiting. As Meng Wuxia gazed at the increasingly imminent Jiuzhou secret realm, she noted that by the time they arrived, the various sects from the Zhangzhou continent had already entered their respective domains. The Bai Xian sect's spirit vessel landed in a prominent position, facing the forces of another continent in Jiuzhou. Meng Wuxiao observed the multitude of sects, both large and small, densely clustered together. Each state and domain was distinctly defined, maintaining their boundaries without interference, all awaiting the arrival of the Jiuzhou secret realm. On the Zhangzhou continent side, discussions began to circulate among those preparing to enter the Jiuzhou secret realm, with the Bai Xian sect, Qin Shoumen, Yin Tian City, and Luo Xia City gathering to discuss mutual assistance. Once inside, agreeing to offer timely help when encountering one another. After all, danger could arise at any moment within that realm, and being able to provide timely assistance would enhance their chances of survival. As a newcomer with an average cultivation level, Meng Wuxia found solace in her status as an elder, which protected her from being overly underestimated. After a thorough discussion, they reached a verbal agreement deemed acceptable, exchanging the new information each party possessed. Meng Wuxia heard the Qin Shoumen members cautioning that one particular sect from another state consisted of formidable individuals, advising everyone to avoid any encounters with them, as their cultivation methods were vastly different. It was the blood-clothed Rivers people, known for their affinity for spirit puppets and zombies. employing particularly insidious techniques. Meng Wuxia recalled them and understood they would be challenging to deal with. After waiting 3 days, the moment they had anticipated finally arrived, the Jojo Secret Realm's manifestation. Everyone stood solemnly before the entrance, grateful that there were 4 separate entrances, preventing congestion and potential trouble. Remember to quickly communicate once inside. The dangers of acting alone are not to be trifled with. If we can enter and exit together, I'll treat everyone to a feast at Tianhe Peak. The Peak Master of Tianhe Peak, ever the optimist, reminded everyone not to forget their communication talismans and to reach out immediately upon entry. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wuxia followed the others into a beam of light. The world around her faded to darkness for mere seconds before she was transported to a completely unfamiliar location beside a small river, where the aura flowed differently. The scenery was breathtaking, the water was crystal clear, and the surrounding woods stretched endlessly. Meng Wuxia gazed upon the seemingly endless forest, uncertain of what lay within. She took out her communication talisman to contact the other 4, inquiring about their whereabouts. This place diverged from the outside world, as the talisman's effectiveness required a brief moment before any information could be relayed. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Wuxia focused her spiritual energy to scan for potential threats. Searching for any hidden beings or objects. In her probing, she sensed the unmistakable presence of demonic beasts lurking within the woods. It was prudent to seek a safe route, for the aura of these beasts was no illusion. A reckless encounter could lead to her spiritual energy being depleted before she even began her journey. Meng Wuxia instructed the Qingpeng bird to ascend high above the treetops, distancing themselves from the forest, intending to regroup with the others as soon as contact was established. However, the Qingpeng bird warned her of constraints in this realm, revealing that it could only unleash half of its power here. And it sensed the presence of a natural nemesis, a bloodline enemy that could counter its abilities. Meng Wuxia had anticipated various unforeseen circumstances prior to entering. Yet she was taken aback that even her companion could not exhibit its full potential, realizing she had underestimated the differences of this place. The Jojo Secret Realm appeared tranquil and picturesque, yet a probing of spiritual energy would unveil the lurking dangers beneath its serene facade, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Meng Wuxia cautioned the Qingpeng bird to proceed with care, insisting that it should only land her in a relatively safe location and refrain from emerging unless absolutely necessary. Foolish woman, you speak too late. Do you see what lies ahead? The perception of Long Ting heightened, surpassing Meng Wuxia's own, upon his alert. A flock of monstrous birds emerged, each larger than the Qingpeng bird, and they approached with alarming intent. Meng Wuxia urged the Qingpeng bird to descend swiftly and let her down, instructing it to retreat to the spiritual spring and remain hidden. The Qingpeng bird, understanding the gravity of the situation, complied without hesitation, but the monstrous birds had already caught sight of them, shrieking as they drew near. Meng Wuxia began searching for a place to hide, discovering a valley that might harbor a cave, hoping for divine assistance. Summoning her life sword Ding Kuan, she advanced as swiftly as possible, aware that the monstrous bird seemed unable to dive low, screeching above her, intent on capturing her. Fortunately, as she ran, she utilized her spiritual energy to survey the terrain, seeking any potential caves for refuge. After a brief sprint, she spotted a suitable cave and dashed inside without hesitation. To ensure her safety, she set up a barrier formation at the entrance, ready to flee if the monstrous birds breached her sanctuary. Had she been capable of defeating them, she would have done so rather than flee. Upon entering the cave, Meng Wuxia drew a sharp breath. Despite her diligent cultivation of spiritual energy, she had failed to detect the presence of a massive golden python within. Thankfully, the creature remained in slumber, unaware of her intrusion. Otherwise, she might have been swallowed whole. Wuxia remained calm. There is something valuable within this cave. White Ying's voice chimed with excitement, drawing her attention to treasures behind the golden python. Meng Wuxia was well aware that the golden python guarded precious artifacts. Where there was a trace of the python, there would undoubtedly be treasures. However, confronting the python posed a significant risk. Observing the creature, She assessed its cultivation to be at the golden core stage, indicating it possessed an inner core. If she could absorb its core, it would grant her several hundred years of lifespan, and she could even use it for alchemy. This was a rare opportunity presented before her. As she watched the golden python, Meng Wuxiao was taken aback by its failure to notice her presence. Had it realized someone had invaded its territory, it would have eagerly opened its jaws for a feast. Now was the perfect moment to sneak around and ascertain what treasures lay behind it. She consumed a pill that concealed her aura and prepared several incense sticks made from Baidu Chow as a precaution against the golden python, uncertain of their efficacy. Upon reaching the back of the python, she discovered an intricate protective formation deep within the cave, containing layers of formations she could not comprehend. This was a test of her true skill. Meng Wuxia cautiously took out her formation pen, meticulously preparing to decipher the array. To ensure her swift escape should danger arise, she affixed a teleportation talisman to herself, allowing for a quick retreat to the cave entrance if needed. Focusing her spiritual energy and enhancing her aura, she began to dismantle the formation. She reminded herself not to be deceived. Within the layers of formations, illusions were sure to exist. As White Ying observed Meng Wuxia's tension, she offered timely advice, reminding her to pay attention. Although the formation appeared complex and formidable, its core principles remained consistent: protection, defense, and separation. Meng Wuxia tightened her grip on the formation pen, steadying her breath as she delved into the array, step by step. The complexity of this formation proved exquisite. It contained intricate patterns and concealed nodes she had never encountered before. Meng Wuxia felt that all her prior studies paled in comparison to this formation's intricacy. She dared not relax for even a moment. Her expression grew increasingly solemn, her brow furrowed with concentration. Fortunately, after a fierce struggle and a resolute spirit, she finally unveiled the illusion array. Once it was broken, the subsequent challenges would be manageable as long as she remained vigilant. With unwavering determination, she wielded her formation pen to its utmost potential. When the pen broke, it was a grave misstep, yet Meng Wuxia managed to maintain her composure, switching to another pen to continue. After a taxing endeavor, she ultimately triumphed over the formation. Meng Wuxia closed her eyes, mentally retracing her steps through the formation-breaking process. Many moments deserved further contemplation. This experience significantly enhanced her formation skills, and the insights gained were invaluable. As she immersed herself in recalling this precious experience, she found herself transported to a mystical realm, where lofty mountains and flowing waters, quaint bridges, and bamboo cottages coexisted with beautiful spiritual birds soaring above. The breathtaking scenery evoked a heartfelt exclamation from Meng Wuxia. Truly, this was a hidden paradise where the spiritual birds were unlike any she had seen before. The spiritual spring flowing from the mountains surely held delightful brews. As she walked into this enchanting landscape, Meng Wuxia discovered an array of unfamiliar spiritual herbs surrounding the bamboo cottage, and within the spring, a pair of lotus flowers yet to bloom. To her astonishment, this was the Xianjun Academy. Here, 3 days of cultivation would equate to 3 years outside. These spiritual herbs could be used to concoct the Xianshan Dan. Consuming just one would purify the spiritual body and imbue it with celestial essence. Though crafting such a pill was exceedingly challenging, failure meant no successful elixirs would emerge. Meng Wuxia gazed at the unfamiliar herbs. Her interest in the Xianshan Dan peaked, though she remained uncertain about the crafting process. Foolish woman, have you forgotten you possess the 7-colored alchemy furnace? It may hold the answers you seek. Examine it closely. In this realm, Long Ting felt unrestrained, free from the limitations of the outside world. The Qingpeng bird and the flower serpent emerged to harness the spiritual energy here, experiencing an unprecedented pace of cultivation. Meng Wuxiao retrieved her alchemy furnace and began to meticulously search through it. After constant reference, she discovered a washing spirit pill that bore a resemblance to the Xianshan Dan. Memorizing the formula for the pill, she commenced her quest for the requisite spiritual herbs. Her unfamiliarity with certain herbs did not hinder her. She summoned the flower snake, and with each herb she mentioned, it adeptly slithered to assist in locating them. Once she had gathered all the necessary herbs, Meng Wuxia devoted herself entirely to the alchemical process. Remembering the admonition to avoid failure, she concentrated intently on refining the pills, channeling all her mental energy into the furnace. With meticulous care, she added each herb without a hint of negligence. Yet she also exercised boldness in her crafting, determined to succeed without the option of failure. Unbeknownst to her, an entire day slipped by as she diligently refined the pills. With a resounding bang, 6 jade-colored pills emerged. Exuding a fragrange. It was peculiar, as one would typically produce 1 or 3 pills. 6 was indeed an anomaly. Sister Baiying suggested that Meng Wuxia consume 1 to witness its effects. The first would cleanse the meridians, followed by the cleansing of the bones, and then the physical body. This process must be executed seamlessly and without carelessness, lest she risk losing her cultivation and become a mere mortal. Steeling herself, Meng Wuxia swallowed the first pill, feeling her entire network of meridians begin to rupture painfully, a sensation so intense that she could not suppress a cry. No one had warned her of such agony. Ruptured meridians could signify becoming crippled. She refused to allow herself to fall into such a fate, for the hardships of the past years would be in vain. Encouraging herself to endure, she focused on the transformation of her meridians. After a wave of excruciating pain, she observed her meridians visibly reconstructing. Though her previous meridians had been commendable, the newly formed ones were far superior in their capacity to absorb spiritual energy. As a steady stream of spiritual energy flowed into her new meridians, Meng Wuxia felt her golden core undergoing a remarkable transformation, becoming brighter and more stable, resonating with her spiritual sea. This was a novel experience. The spiritual energy coursed through her limbs in a rhythmic cycle, vibrant and unceasing. Seizing the opportunity, she consumed the second pill, hearing the crackling of her bones akin to beans rattling in a bamboo tube, the sound resounding. The sensations in her limbs were most pronounced, gentle yet supportive. Meng Wuxia sensed a profound change within her. Her meridians and bones had reached a qualitative leap, no longer resembling her previous spirit form, and the aura she emitted was distinctly different from before. Noticing a spiritual pool nearby, she entered it after consuming the third pill, commencing the process of bodily reconstruction. This endeavor consumed an entire day. During the remaining hours, Meng Wuxia resolved to solidify her foundation by absorbing the effects of the herbs she was already familiar with. She also observed the transformations in the Qingpong bird and the flower snake, along with Long Ting and Lianhua. It felt as though they had all grown in just these 2 days. Not wishing to waste the final day, Meng Wuxia hurried to complete her preparations. Upon exhaling her last breath of impure energy and emerging from the spiritual pool, she changed into a new set of clothes and realized that her demeanor and form had transformed. Every gesture exuded an ethereal grace. As she wielded her sword, Ding Kuan, employing the perfected Yun Shui sword technique, she discovered her power had increased at least 3-fold. Such a transformation in just 3 days was nothing short of astonishing. Reluctant to linger, Meng Wuxia had not yet communicated with the other 4 from the Baixian men, uncertain of the state of the outside world. Just as she prepared to depart, Sister Baiying appeared, offering a gentle smile and bidding her farewell. She would return to the celestial realm and await their reunion in the future. Chapter 107. Journey to the Depths after exiting the Celestial Lord's residence. Meng Wuxia felt a sense of emptiness within. Sister Baiying had appeared like a shooting star, arriving hastily and departing abruptly, with no forewarning of her arrival and no apparent reason for her departure. Spotting the golden python coiled in slumber, she wondered if it was hibernating. Having emerged, did it not sense her presence? Regardless, she had to swiftly find the others. Surely, they did not believe her to be lost after these few days without news. In truth, that was precisely what they thought. The delay in their communication talismans should not exceed a day, yet 3 days had passed without a response. The jade slips remained silent, and every means of contact had been exhausted. Either they had gone astray or were no longer present. The peak master of Tianhe and the head of the Yu family continuously sought any information regarding Meng Wuxia, lamenting her absence. The shadowy figure of the Dark Shadow Hall leader held more confidence in Meng Wuxia's fate, dismissing the delay in communication as inconsequential, for there was no evidence of her demise. The peak master of Huangquan had heard from subordinates that the disciple from Shangshang Peak was exceptionally fortunate, having received the heavenly foundation and possessing profound cultivation, now ranked first in the Tianjiao list and elevated to elder status by the sect leader. The group had been searching for days and nights and had arrived at a cavern area, speculating it to be a cultivation site, hopeful for some gain. They agreed to search the vicinity and regroup. Each reminded the others to act with caution, as wandering alone could easily lead to trouble and jeopardize their companions. The caverns were filled with items necessary for cultivation. Any valuable treasures would be of great utility to them. Without conducting a widespread search, they still made some discoveries. Realizing they could not linger, they decided to advance further to avoid encounters with others. The peak master of Huangquan wished to search for cultivation techniques, but the cautious Tianhe peak master urged them to leave swiftly, sensing that someone was approaching. Just as they were about to depart, indeed, several figures arrived. Meng Wuxia sent a message to the head of the Yu family via jade slip, informing them of her location and inquiring about the whereabouts of the others, as she had been unable to reach them. Not daring to remain in one place for too long, she moved constantly, inspecting each area meticulously, ready to change locations at the slightest hint of danger. In this cautious manner, she noticed her mental strength steadily increasing, allowing her to sense changes around her with growing speed, reacting instantly to any disturbance. She traced the locations previously discussed by her companions, finding no signs of by Xianmen, indicating unexpected events had occurred to prevent them from coming to these areas. Resolutely, she decided to venture deeper into the Jiuzhou secret realm, where many sought their fortunes, for it was believed to be the most auspicious location. Legends spoke of it as the residence of a hidden sect or perhaps the abode of a celestial being, which explained the myriad of treasures and fortuitous encounters. Meng Wuxia navigated towards the depths of the Jiuzhou secret realm, choosing obscure paths to avoid any chance encounters, hastening her journey. Upon her arrival, she noticed that others had already entered. In her haste, she had failed to realize she had reached the depths ahead of the other four from Bai Xianmen. The silence here was unnerving. This was Meng Wuxia's first impression upon entering. An unsettling stillness pervaded the air, devoid of even the faintest sound of wind or life. In this secluded realm, Dragon Court and his companions found themselves unable to escape, leaving Meng Wuxia to search tirelessly on her own. This area was several times larger than Bakshaman, and even with sword flight, traversing it entirely was a formidable task. As Meng Wuxia explored, she stumbled upon an abandoned spiritual herb garden. Although it appeared desolate, she sensed a peculiar aura emanating from it. Upon entering a nearby wooden cabin, she noticed the surroundings seemed to come alive. The once barren garden was now vibrant with spiritual energy, where several individuals diligently tended to the plants, watering and caring for them. Could this be an image from the garden's past? The area was small, yet it cultivated precious spiritual herbs. The group gathered around a particular herb, its spiritual essence and fragrance wafting through the air, even reaching Meng Wuxia's senses. Could this aromatic scent belong to the rare Fengwei flower? She had only seen it in the Baichao illustrated guide, and this was her first real encounter. The Fengwei flower was reputed to be a vital ingredient in concocting the Yuanshan Dan, with seeds that were exceedingly rare and difficult to nurture, requiring meticulous care to flourish. The individuals took turns guarding the flower, as it bloomed for 7 days before shedding its petals to return to the earth as seeds for future cultivation. After witnessing this vision, Meng Wuxia fell into contemplation regarding the garden's desolation. It seemed to have been neglected for a long time, situated in a remote area, which perhaps protected it from exploitation. She ventured into the garden, bent down, and used her Wuji staff to dig into the soil. Strangely, guided by the vision she had seen, Meng Wuxia unearthed a small red seed. Uncertain of its identity, she placed it into her storage bracelet's spiritual spring, waited to see what would grow. After a lengthy search yielding only this insignificant seed, Meng Wuxia felt a sense of frustration. She once again used her jade slip to contact the other 4 members of Bakshaman, awaiting their news. Just when she was preparing for disappointment, the voice of the Yu family patriarch resonated through the slip, filled with excitement. They had finally established contact. However, it was merely to confirm their presence in the depths of the Jiuzhou secret realm, with no possibility of meeting. Meng Wuxiao realized she had reached a border area of this deep realm, while the Yu family patriarch and the others had successfully entered the core region. In their urgency to obtain what they needed, they planned to conduct a thorough search and retreat immediately to avoid detection. Aware that the time to exit the Jiuzhou secret realm was drawing near, Meng Wuxia felt guilty for potentially delaying their efforts. She decided to search the border area thoroughly, hoping to discover any remnants of cultivation treasures. Chapter 108. A fortuitous find. Seeing that there was little of use in this area, Meng Wuxia intended to move towards the center, hoping to seize something valuable before departing. However, just as she was about to leave, she heard the unmistakable sounds of skirmish. In this otherwise tranquil setting, the noise was glaringly distinct. Employing a concealment elixir, she carefully approached the source of the commotion, discovering 2 individuals engaged in a fierce battle beside a bamboo grove. Judging by their techniques and attire, Meng Wuxia deduced they were not from any sect in Sangzhou, but rather outsiders. The 2 seemed to know each other well, as their combat was filled with animosity, exchanging blows and verbal barbs. Finding a safe vantage point, Meng Wuxia listened intently to their heated exchange, catching the phrase Xianyuan stone. Was a mere stone worth such conflict? Yet the subsequent remarks hinted at something more significant. Within the Xianyuan stone lay the potential for transcendence, capable of unlocking prohibitions and dispelling arrays to grant ascendance. Could it be? This sounded like something from a tale, enigmatic and fantastical. If it were true, why would it merely be a rumor? Meng Wuxia decided to listen further. One combatant scoffed at the other's belief that possessing the Xianyuan stone would grant him discipleship under the sect leader, admonishing him for failing to recognize his unworthiness in Yuntianzu. The aggressor held the upper hand and was on the verge of victory, while his opponent, though battered, refused to yield. You may steal my Xianyuan stone, but you won't survive to return. The defeated fighter glared at his foe with malice, delivering a final desperate counterattack, only to be overpowered and heavily wounded. Despite his injuries, he attempted to rise and continue the struggle. The victor, however, was not unscathed. Nursing a painful arm from the encounter, Meng Wuxiao watched as the victor sat down, panting heavily, preparing to recuperate and swallowing several elixirs. Realizing this was her opportunity, she seized the moment, thrusting her Mingjian Dinkuan through his chest to grant him a swift end. The shock left him wide-eyed, unable to react in time. Withdrawing her sword, Meng Wuxia disregarded the unfortunate soul and turned her attention to the barely breathing individual, inquiring about the Xianyuan stone. As the gravely injured man exhaled a long breath, he looked at her in disbelief but did not express overt agitation, simply uttering 3 words. The Xianyuan stone is a legendary treasure of the Jiuzhou secret realm, renowned throughout Jiuzhou. How could anyone entering here be unaware of it? He seemed skeptical, seeing he was too weak to provide more information. Meng Wuxia swiftly ended his life with another strike. She collected the storage rings of both combatants, but left their other possessions untouched. Returning to the previously abandoned spiritual herb garden, she felt it was comparatively safer there. The contents of the 2 rings included unfamiliar elixirs, spiritual herbs, and precious artifacts, with one box containing a crucial item, a stone covered in talismans, more akin to a stone disc, inscribed with intricate markings. Meng Wuxia carefully stored these items, believing it prudent to study them upon her return. Just as she contemplated her next move, a teleportation array emerged, enveloping her in a gentle light and transporting her away. She found herself back at the location of Bakshaman. However, upon seeing her fellow sect members, she noticed their faces were not filled with joy, but rather shrouded in sorrow. Had no one else returned? That was impossible. She had communicated with the Yu family patriarch, and the 4 had been acting cautiously together, leaving no room for error. Meng Wuxiao had hoped that if they all returned together, it would bring great joy to Bakshaman. Anxiously, she inquired about what had happened and the whereabouts of the others. It was then she learned that the leaders of Huangquan Peak and Tianhe Peak had perished in the Jiuzhou secret realm while protecting the Yu family patriarch and the master of the Shadow Hall. The Yu family patriarch had sustained injuries, and the master of the Shadow Hall had been swiftly evacuated by designated members of Bakshaman. The one sent to assist her, and the Yu family patriarch with a silent steward, the peak master of Yaoxing Peak and Sherwin Tao. With the loss of 2 peak leaders and the Yu family patriarch injured, undergoing treatment, only Meng Wuxia appeared unscathed, though her demeanor and appearance had undergone significant changes. Meng Wuxia recounted her experiences upon entering the realm, weaving a narrative that, aside from the matters concerning the Xingguan mansion, was not overly far-fetched. She mentioned the Xinyuan stone and Xinshin pill, as well as the unripe Fengwei flower seeds, while entrusting the rest of her findings to the silent steward, Wu Yin. You were there to gather herbs, weren't you? Should these spiritual herbs flourish, the reputation of Bakshaman's Yaoxing Peak will undoubtedly soar once more. These items do not appear to belong to our territory, and the techniques contained in these tomes warrant further examination. Seeing Meng Wuxia so eagerly present everything she had gathered, Shi Wentao observed as Wu Yin meticulously counted and recorded each item, stating that he would seek the sect master's guidance on how to manage the subsequent matters upon their return. The hurried opening and swift conclusion of the Jiuzhou secret realm had left it largely deserted. As soon as the realm closed, most outsiders departed rapidly. Without a moment's pause, Meng Wuxia, having lingered longer than the others, was soon ordered by Wu Yin to return to Bakshaman without delay. From Shi Wentao, Meng Wuxia learned of the casualties among various sections. Although Bakshaman had lost 2 peak masters, others had fared worse, with some not returning at all and still waiting in vain. She visited the head of the Yu family, who appeared solemn, expressing her surprise at encountering trouble at the end. The 2 peak masters had exhausted themselves to ensure her safety, while the leader of the Shadow Hall, although seemingly unharmed, had already sensed an ominous fate, having been taken away immediately upon their exit. The 2 peak masters would not return, and she was the only one from this journey to emerge unscathed, a fact that astonished Wu Yin, who remarked that her return would surely astonish everyone. The implication was clear. The people of Bakshaman did not expect her to come back, which made Meng Wuxia roll her eyes. Even as an elder, she was underestimated. Upon her return, it was indeed time to surprise them all. While attending to the Yu family head, Meng Wuxia learned that her companions had prepared for the worst before departing for the Jiuzhou secret realm, ensuring that successors were designated to prevent chaos should they not return. The next head of the family was the newly appointed young master, a promising youth, for whom the Yu family head had even arranged an assistant. Observing the weariness etched on the Yu family head's face, Meng Wuxia sighed at the burdens of such high office. Knowing that the privileges enjoyed came at the cost of extraordinary effort, often requiring years of toil, Meng Wuxia began to contemplate her plans upon returning. Chapter 109. Seclusion. Upon her return to Bakshaman, Meng Wuxia found the atmosphere draped in somber attire, with white banners adorning the entrance. The sect master, clad in plain garments, bore an expression of profound solemnity and sorrow. News of the 2 peak masters' demise had spread early, and despite the forewarnings of peril in the Jiuzhou secret realm, arrangements had been made for the aftermath. Yet, upon the news reaching Bakshaman, disciples from Tianhe Peak and Huangquan Peak were engulfed in grief, spontaneously mourning for their lost masters. The newly appointed peak master had yet to undergo the formal succession ceremony, which would only occur after the previous masters were honored and their souls summoned, following which an auspicious day would be chosen for the true inheritance of the position. As Meng Wuxia witnessed the sect master personally welcoming their return, she felt a wave of melancholy. Of the 5 who set out, only 3 had returned. The head of the Yu family was swiftly taken away by his kin for recuperation, and of the 5 companions, only Meng Wuxia returned wholly intact. The sect master was already aware that Meng Wuxia had relinquished all items discovered within the Jiuzhou secret realm, regardless of whether she had concealed anything. The discoveries were immensely beneficial for Bakshaman. Some sects had even learned of Bakshaman's harvest of spiritual herbs and approached to negotiate terms for a share of the benefits. It is good that you have returned. Do not dwell on it too much. Rest well, And if you require anything, feel free to approach Wuyan. Now that you are an elder, you may have your own cave dwelling on a mountain peak. Simply inform Wuyan of your preferences, and he will make arrangements. These words from the sect master brought comfort to Meng Wuxia, yet it seemed prudent to remain in the main courtyard for the time being. Citing her fatigue from the long journey, she expressed a desire to enter seclusion for cultivation. The sect master, having noticed the remarkable transformation in her cultivation and demeanor, graciously granted her request. Upon returning to Baishaman, Meng Wuxia transmitted information to her senior sister Jingran and communicated with Sheng Haidang, learning that they were both engrossed in their own cultivation pursuits. Sheng Haidang had entered the Golden Core realm and was focused on stabilizing her cultivation, while others attended to their own matters. Settling into her main courtyard, Meng Wuxiao reclined on a lounge chair, gazing at the sky and reflecting on the recent events. Her clarity of thought had never been sharper, and her resolve to ascend to immortality had only strengthened. As she watched the crimson-winged birds and the exquisite birds soar above, she smiled and drifted into slumber, having not rested properly during her lengthy absence. 3 days later, Meng Wuxiao woke and decided to relax in the spirit pool. She changed into comfortable attire, activated the protective and isolation arrays of her courtyard, and commenced her seclusion for cultivation. Summoning Longting, Qingpong Bird, and Huasha, she presented each of them with a Xinshin pill. You have witnessed the medicinal properties of this elixir. Consuming it can indeed alter your meridians and enhance your body's absorption of spiritual energy. I believe its effects will similarly benefit you, aiding in your growth. Longting's eyes sparkled upon seeing the pill. His cultivation had been steadily progressing. Once his spirit body matured and he approached the moment of leap, he would have greater assurance. If Qingpeng Bird could shed its beastly form and transform into human shape, its cultivation path would mirror Meng Wuxia's, steadily advancing toward the opportunity of ascendance. As for Huasha, with a spirit body, there would be no need to scavenge for spiritual herbs to maintain its cultivation, allowing for unrestrained practice. Meng Wuxiao watched as they consumed the pills. Anticipating their rebirth, she wished for her steadfast companions to attain the most favorable circumstances, should they not venture to the immortal realm together. They at least deserve the strength to protect themselves here. Observing the transformation of Longting from a mischievous child to a refined young man, she marveled at the miraculous power of the Xinshin pill. Qingpeng Bird, with its solid foundation, successfully shed its beastly form, attaining human shape and freeing itself from the constraints of the skies, allowed to walk the earth as long as its identity remained concealed. Huasha evolved into a gluttonous youth, following closely behind Qingpeng in search of delicacies. From this day forth, her 3 companions had embarked on a new life, free to explore wherever they wished. Concerned for any potential pitfalls, Meng Wuxia produced several prepared pills for them to consume sequentially, cautioning them against arrogance and emphasizing the importance of stabilizing their current state to avoid any subsequent repercussions or regression. Meng Wuxiao allowed them to retreat to the adjacent room to consolidate their cultivation, urging them not to become overly joyous. Having resolved matters with the 3 individuals, her focus now turned to her own cultivation. The Xianyuan stone she had brought back from the Jojo's secret realm remained an enigma she had yet to decipher. Meng Wuxia took out the Xianyuan stone, scrutinizing it from every angle and meticulously examining the intricate formations inscribed upon it, leaving no detail overlooked. To her, every element of the Xianyuan stone presented a puzzle. Until she unraveled its mysteries, it was prudent not to act rashly, lest unforeseen consequences arise, the resolution of which might exceed her current capabilities. After observing the stone for an entire day and night with no progress, she reluctantly put it away. Next, her gaze fell upon the sprouting Fengwei flower, a source of joy amidst her endeavors. Once it matured, she intended to utilize it in alchemical processes. Meng Wuxia then dedicated herself to the cultivation of the Wentian Ju. As she underwent transformations within her body and the restructuring of her meridians, new insights emerged. With every advancement, she felt subtle shifts within her spiritual sea and the golden core nestled within her, both silently evolving. Concentrating her mental energy, She attuned herself to the minute changes occurring within her body. The lotus within her spiritual sea once again fell into slumber, its aura intertwining seamlessly with her own, creating a sensation of luminescence coursing through her entire being. Meng Wuxia sensed that her golden core was in a constant state of flux, enveloped by a layer of spiritual energy that carried a distinct aura, influencing her cultivation. She speculated that this might be a sign of the elevation in her cultivation brought forth by a breakthrough in the Wentianju. As nearly a month passed in the courtyard, Meng Wuxia discerned a peculiar resonance between the Wentianju she was cultivating and the Yunshui Jinshanju she had practiced previously. The two seemed to attract and merge with one another. This revelation astonished her, for while she understood that both had been cultivated together in the past, their prolonged separation raised concerns about potential risks upon reuniting. This realization compelled Meng Wuxia to approach her subsequent training with even greater diligence, keenly attuning herself to the various distinctions arising from her practice, allowing herself to enter a state of profound immersion. Upon reaching a new realm within the Wentianju, Meng Wuxia felt an intangible force enveloping her. With a mere swing of her sword, it summoned powerful currents of spiritual energy. This was advantageous, providing her with formidable offensive capabilities, should she find herself at a disadvantage. Unleashing sword energy and retreating would serve as a viable strategy. However, just as she prepared to conclude her seclusion and step outside, a pressing concern struck her: what to do with the three individuals in her courtyard. Longting and Qingpeng had already blossomed into youthful forms, while Huasha, though still a spirited boy, was also male. How could they all venture out together without raising questions? Observing Longting flitting about her courtyard, incessantly seeking tasks to occupy himself, Meng Wuxia sighed. In contrast, Qingpeng sat quietly, engrossed in study, adapting to his new circumstances and the nuances of human existence. Huasha had embraced his new body, following Longting's lead in mischief while watching Qingpeng read and write. At times, Meng Wuxia found this life quite delightful. Such close proximity with them had been unattainable before, as they had all been preoccupied with their cultivations, maintaining a certain distance. Yet, as days passed, new concerns emerged. Perhaps it was time to bestow Huasha with a new name. He could not continue to be called Little Flower. What would be an appropriate name? Since he enjoyed eating, how about Little Chef? If he truly became a chef, the name would be quite fitting. Longting's suggestion was swiftly dismissed. How about Xinyan? He proposed, symbolizing a new life and a fresh visage, heralding a new beginning. Qingpeng had encountered this phrase in a book and deemed it quite apparent. However, Meng Wuxia noticed that Huasha did not seem particularly fond of that name. "Let us call you Peach Lord," she declared, noting how he was always fixated on the peach tree, eagerly awaiting its fruit. This name instantly won Huasha's heart, and he embraced it as Peach Lord. After settling this matter, the topic of how to address the three individuals leaving the courtyard surfaced, as well as the question of whether they would part ways in the future or continue together. Longting firmly stated that he would not leave Meng Wuxia before leaping through the Dragon Gate, eager to become a majestic golden dragon. Qingpeng hesitated, mentioning he needed to return to his homeland. The Qingpeng clan had a difficult time reproducing, and his ability to take human form was already a rarity. He had matters to tend back home. Peach Lord wished to accompany Qingpeng, suggesting that the trio would separate for a time. Meng Wuxia found this agreeable. Constant togetherness could lead to friction. She prepared numerous provisions for Qingpeng, reiterating the importance of caution and encouraging him to return swiftly without delay. She resolved that Qingpeng should rent a spiritual boat for his journey home. It would be quicker and help avoid many complications. Though he could transform back into a Qingpeng bird for the journey, his unique status as a rare beast would attract unwanted attention. It was wiser to present himself in human form, behaving normally and avoiding excessive concealment, as such actions could lead to trouble. Once Meng Wuxia arranged Qingpeng's departure, she hosted a farewell banquet in the courtyard, hoping that they would meet again someday. Upon completing her seclusion and bidding farewell to Qingpeng and Peach Lord outside the Baixian Gate, she sought out the silent steward, Wu Yin, to request access to the library of the Baixian sect. This library served as a repository for all events occurring within the Baisian sect and the Jiuzhou continent, located deep within the sect's confines. Typically, only custodians and cleaners frequented this place. Meng Wuxia was well acquainted with the library due to her previous experience of failing to ascend while transcribing various events. However, access to the library required the permission of the steward's hall and a passage token. As an elder now, she could directly approach Wu Yin for her request. Upon learning of Meng Wuxia's intention to consult materials within the library, Wu Yin expressed confusion, noting that she had just emerged from seclusion and was already seeking to delve into the library's resources. He felt compelled to inquire about her motivations. I wish to investigate matters regarding the cultivation of the Wentian Ju I inherited. After such a lengthy period of practice, I find myself plagued by certain questions, she replied, using the Wentian Ju as a pretext to deflect any probing inquiries about her library visit. Many within the Baisian sect were aware of her inheritance, and it was well known that few had successfully cultivated the Wentian Ju, making any difficulties in cultivation a common topic of discussion. After a brief contemplation, Wu Yin consented to her request and provided her with a passage token. With the token in hand, Meng Wuxia promptly made her way to the library, her mind set on uncovering the true nature of the Xianyuan stone. Navigating the familiar halls, she headed straight for the section documenting the events of the Jiuzhou continent. The library, though compact, comprised two three-story courtyards, with the front section recording the affairs of the Baisian sect and Sanzhou continent, while the back section chronicled the Jiuzhou and various strange tales, usually devoid of visitors. Meng Wuxia had spent several years in this library, only to ultimately depart in disillusionment. Now, returning to this hallowed space, her sole desire was to uncover the records pertaining to the Xianyuan stone in her possession. She diligently sifted through the chronicles of the Yuntian continent, noting that the accounts from foreign regions were largely transcriptions from external sources or tales recounted by those who had ventured there. Each word and each rumor, true or false, was meticulously documented, demanding her careful scrutiny. To avoid drawing suspicion, she remained in the front library for half a day, perusing the records related to the Wentian Ju. While perusing the travel records of a predecessor, Meng Wuxia stumbled upon an intriguing account. It spoke of an ancient legend among certain immortal cultivation families, suggesting that if one were to locate the Xinyu Pan and activate the Xiantai formation within, they could be transported to the celestial realm and undergo transformation into an immortal. This artifact, said to have been left behind by an immortal who visited the Yuntian continent, purportedly held the key to returning to the immortal realm. The Xinyu Pan and the Xiantai formation bore a resemblance to the Xianyuan stone, as both were believed to be conduits to the celestial world. The historical records of the Baisian sect contained no such accounts of ascending to the celestial realm through formations. Yet whispers of predecessors who had utilized transcendent formations to reach the immortal realm persisted. After absorbing this information, Meng Wuxia resolved to inquire at the Formation Master Association. After all, the Dantian Pavilion, the Baibauge, and the Puppet Institute were not only well-connected within their domain, but also maintained channels of information regarding external states. Despite the perception that the 9 states were isolated, there existed numerous unique connections, evidenced by the presence of the border forest and the secrets of the 9 states. Those who reached a certain level in their cultivation often sought higher realms for learning, and individuals from external states occasionally ventured to the Zhangzhou continent for training. After reviewing the records, Meng Wuxia did not hasten to depart, but instead revisited the place where she once copied texts and took notes. It remained as solitary and silent as ever. She knew that once she transcended and departed from this place, she would fondly recall those years, which were truly marked by a serene and tranquil existence. In Chapter 111, Seeking the Secret Manual, Meng Wuxia first approached Sheng Yiming at the Dantian Pavilion, requesting his assistance to access the secret library. She sought to uncover some obscure histories concerning external states. Sheng Yiming regarded her with an incredulous expression, already aware that his junior sister had become a junior alchemist at the Dantian Pavilion, although her rank was not as high as his. Meng Wuxia held the record as the youngest ever admitted to the Dantian Pavilion. "Just tell me if you will help or not, senior brother," If you assist me, I shall share with you some alchemical formulas I have learned from others. It is nothing to mention, and elevating your rank should be a simple task. Upon hearing the prospect of a rank increase, Sheng Yiming's eyes brightened, and he beckoned her to follow him. Meng Wuxia understood that her senior brother had a plan. It was not an overly significant matter, merely requiring her to masquerade as a cleaning apprentice, which did not seem too implausible. However, Sheng Yiming, along with another alchemist, facilitated her entry into the secret library while feigning to search for items. Meng Wuxia could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of her mouth at their poor acting and scheming. Regardless, she focused on her quest for the sought-after information regarding external state discussions. She recalled that the Dantian Pavilion compiled various rumors and information brought back by alchemists into volumes for the benefit of future generations. Had it not been for her insufficient rank and the fact that she had not yet participated in the promotion examination, she would not have needed to solicit Sheng Yiming's help. Meng Wuxia diligently searched, meticulously reading every mention of the Yuntian continent and the Xianyuan stone. She devoted an entire day to this pursuit. To avoid raising suspicion, Sheng Yiming assisted her in organizing the shelves of books, ensuring their charade remained convincing. After obtaining the desired information, Meng Wuxia presented several alchemical formulas she had transcribed from the alchemical furnace to Sheng Yiming, encouraging him to study them thoroughly. Sheng Yiming, upon seeing the quality of the formulas, urged her to reach out whenever she required assistance, promising his unwavering support. Upon exiting the Dantian Pavilion, Meng Wuxia promptly made her way to the Formation Master Association, armed with the jade token provided by the president. She ventured to the Formation Tower, which housed a vast collection of formations that had appeared across the Sangzhou continent. Each floor contained a bookshelf dedicated to preserving relevant secrets and fragmented formations from other states. Meng Wuxia traversed each level, gathering a wealth of information. At the very least, she clarified the nature of the Xianyuan stone and its intricate symbols. To decipher the inscriptions on the Xianyuan stone, one required a special type of flame, which might be found in the border forest. This posed a significant challenge, as reaching the border forest necessitated a month-long journey aboard a spiritual vessel, a remote and arduous endeavor, requiring a travel permit issued by the Baisian sect. Meng Wuxia continually replayed the information she had gathered about the Xianyuan stone in her mind. It was said to be an unparalleled treasure left behind by a celestial emperor in the 9 states, capable of unlocking the heavenly ladder to the celestial realm, and possibly even an elixir that could facilitate ascension. The interpretations varied, yet all were connected to the theme of immortality. Holding the Xianyuan stone in her hands, she resolved to seek out the special flame in the border forest upon her return from Jiuzhou Island, regardless of the truth behind the legends. With her determination solidified, Meng Wuxia rented a spiritual vessel and swiftly returned to the Baisian sect. Sheng Haitang sent her a message via a jade slip, urging her to return promptly, as there was a matter of great importance to discuss. Upon her hurried arrival at the Baisian courtyard, she found Sheng Haitang waiting for her. The latter's cultivation had surged, exuding a refined and striking presence. Meng Wuxia regarded her and thought how she truly embodied a rare beauty. Sheng Haitang, uninterested in idle banter, ushered Meng Wuxia into her courtyard and closed the door. She informed her that the Jiuzhou Island had sent travel permits, a remarkable occurrence, as 4 permits had been issued, one each for her Qian Jiangshu, Meng Wuxia, and Sherwin Tao. These permits bore their names, leaving the sect leader and others perplexed upon their arrival at the Baisian sect. Traditionally, permits arrived without names, making this occurrence all the more mysterious. Meng Wuxia, too, found it surprising. How could Sherwin Tao, who had not participated in the selection competition, possess a travel permit? Yet, there was little time to ponder, as the permits were to be activated in 7 days for their journey to Jiuzhou City, where they would rest briefly before commencing the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition, held annually on Jiuzhou Island. Though it was called the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition, it primarily involved the exceptional talents sent from neighboring states, competing for a chance to enter the Jiuzhou Academy, an institution renowned for cultivating the finest talents in the 9 states. A year of study there would undoubtedly lead to a profound transformation, elevating one to the status of an undeniable genius. Meng Wuxia held mixed feelings about this opportunity, half excitement and half apprehension. What she admired was the unwavering ambition and diligence of the students, who immersed themselves in rigorous training. However, she was wary of the harsh survival of the fittest mentality that prevailed. Should one falter, they could easily be devoured by the competition. After a brief discussion with Sheng Haidang about the matters concerning Jiuzhou Island, they were interrupted by a rapid knocking at the door, announcing that the sect leader summoned them to the assembly hall. It seemed arrangements were being made for their journey to Jiuzhou City. Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haitang proceeded together and found Qian Jiangxue and Shi Wentao already present. Shi Wentao's complexion appeared pale, hinting at an undisclosed concern. The sect leader informed the four of them that the individuals permitted to enter Jiuzhou Island were Sheng Haidang and Qian Jiangxue, while Meng Wuxia and Shi Wentao were tasked with completing a special mission in Jiuzhou City. It was this unique mission that warranted the issuance of their travel permits. Thus, it became clear that Meng Wuxia and Shi Wentao were not to participate in the Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition, but rather to undertake some unspecified task, the details of which would only be revealed upon their arrival in Jiuzhou City. The Jiuzhou City is akin to the Bian Jielin, serving as a crucial nexus between the Zhou continent and other external realms. The sole distinction is that beyond Jiuzhou City lies a desolate city, a terrifying domain within the Zhou continent where individuals, be they ordinary or cultivators, seldom return from their ventures. Meng Wuxia observed Shi Wentao beside her. He had ventured to the desolate city and had not reappeared in the Zhou continent. It was a pity for such a devoted cultivator, deeply entrenched in his aspirations. Meng Wuxia, ever curious, pondered why he would journey to such a perilous place. Those who traveled there often had various reasons for their inability to survive in the Zhou continent. Was it merely that he had not encountered a suitable partner, prompting such a drastic decision to go to the desolate city? Perhaps it was the peculiar look in Shi Wentao's eyes, a blend of pity and curiosity that drew her attention, causing the sect leader to clear his throat several times to jolt Meng Wuxia back to reality. The sect leader instructed Meng Wuxia and Shi Wentao to prepare meticulously, emphasizing the importance of not underestimating the journey to Jiuzhou City, where the Baixian sect held a stronghold. Should they encounter any difficulties, the elder couple, Qiu Shuang, responsible for that area, would assist them in resolving issues. The Baixian sect, though maintaining a low profile, was robust enough to protect its disciples and elders. After heeding the sect leader's arrangements, Meng Wuxia followed Shi Wentao to the Wuyu Peak. Upon entering the courtyard, he appeared unable to conceal his frailty. Meng Wuxia discerned that he had consumed a medicinal pill merely to sustain himself for a while. What could have caused such severe injuries? Had the sect leader not noticed? Meng Wuxia assisted him into the house, urging him to rest while she examined his condition. Something was amiss. Who could inflict such grave internal injuries upon him? Anxiously, she produced a medicinal pill for him to ingest, hoping it would alleviate his weakness. This was a precious pill bestowed upon her by the sect leader for life preservation during her journey to the Jiuzhou auction, and it was imperative not to waste it, as the Baixian sect possessed only a scant supply. After consuming the pill, Shi Wentao's body began to radiate warmth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Meng Wuxia then guided him to the Ling Qi, providing him with several spiritual herbs conducive to healing and recovery, instructing him to absorb them thoroughly without reservation. Though the internal injuries appeared not overly serious, they harbored significant hidden dangers, and inadequate recovery could impact his cultivation. Meng Wuxia had a burning curiosity to inquire about the cause of his injuries, as he was a formidable cultivator on the verge of entering the Qiuzhou realm. Even the peak master would not underestimate him. What sort of expert could reduce him to such a state? Had he been ambushed, or perhaps overwhelmed by a group? Could it be that the assailants concealed their true strength and ultimately inflicted severe harm upon him? Numerous scenarios flitted through Meng Wuxia's mind, yet none aligned with reality. Foolish woman, can't you see that he sustained those injuries intentionally? Dragon Ting's words jolted Meng Wuxia, leading her to reconsider the situation. But why? This level of injury would require over a month's recuperation. If not attended to promptly, it would only leave lingering issues for the future. Her curiosity was intensely piqued. Sherwin Tao did not strike her as someone who would engage in such reckless behavior without a compelling reason. As Meng Wuxia and Dragon Ting exchanged hushed discussions, they refrained from articulating any conclusions. Speculation without concrete evidence felt rather pointless. Having observed Sherwin Tao consuming the precious medicinal pill and absorbing the spiritual herbs, she noted that his condition improved significantly, his complexion regaining some color. With relief, she waved goodbye, stating her intention to prepare for their journey to Jiuzhou City and urged him to make necessary preparations, for the outside world was unlike home, and being well-equipped would ensure smooth sailing. Sherwin Tao remained reticent, advising Meng Wuxia to gather items for repairing formations. According to his information, Jiuzhou City was capable of issuing excess travel permits, inviting those unable to reach Jiuzhou Island to the city due to numerous formations in dire need of repair and re-engraving. Meng Wuxia had not anticipated this rationale. Was Jiuzhou City truly lacking in formation masters? Even if there were insufficient formation masters, collaboration with the Formation Master Association was feasible, as its members were scattered throughout the Zhou continent. With a mere command, formation masters nearby would swiftly make their way to Jiuzhou City. Was it possible that the financial negotiations had faltered? This was indeed a significant business opportunity, and the price would undoubtedly be steep. Word had it that the city lord of Jiuzhou was adept at governance, maintaining order and stability amid prosperity. Reflecting on the information she possessed about Jiuzhou City, Meng Wuxia understood it was not a place one could enter or exit casually. Her visits had been limited, leaving her in awe of its mysteries, where myriad external affairs and cultivators converged, along with incoming information and items that highlighted the vastness of the world and the myriad adventures one could encounter within the Jiuzhou domain, experiences unattainable in any single state. Meng Wuxia informed Long Ting of her plans to travel to a distant location, asserting that if she could successfully resolve the tasks at hand, she would promptly seek the Bianjia Lin for a special flame. Regardless of the means, she was determined to unravel the secret of the Xian Yuan stone and verify her potential for ascension. She attempted to contact Yiyan, who remained sequestered in a hidden realm for cultivation and would not emerge anytime soon. It appeared she must await an opportune moment for their reunion. In the following days, Meng Wuxia refrained from leaving her courtyard, aside from brief visits to the upper peaks to retrieve supplies, otherwise remaining indoors. Her seclusion did not deter visitors. As Sheng Zongbao, Old Sheng, and the head of the Yu family dispatched individuals to deliver items they deemed useful for her impending journey to Jiuzhou City, Meng Wuxia welcomed all gifts graciously. Jing Ran, her senior sister, sent her a precious artifact via a spirit bird, a feathered garment known as the Ni Chong Yu, capable of withstanding snow and wind, as well as resisting formation attacks from adversaries of superior cultivation. This was a heartfelt gift from Jing Ran, who had spared no expense to procure it from a Baibao pavilion, renowned throughout the Zhou continent for its exquisite and authentic treasures. Delighted by the finely crafted artifact made from exceptional materials, Meng Wuxia recognized the significance of Jing Ran's generosity. From her spatial bracelet, she selected a variety of items beneficial for cultivation, medicinal pills, and a privately treasured jade slip containing a unique technique, packaging them to send with the Hongyan bird to her senior sister, aware that Shui who was on the verge of a breakthrough. She also prepared high-quality medicinal pills for the exquisite creature. Sheng Zongbao had provided gifts for Sheng Haitang and included something for Meng Wuxia as well. Wishing her a safe return, the Yu family head, having visited Jiuzhou City, understood its customs and deemed it practical to prepare ample spiritual stones and relevant medicinal pills, as the city was relatively insular and lacked flexibility in various aspects. Old Sheng imparted several insights that heightened Meng Wuxia's vigilance. It appeared that Jiuzhou City was undergoing significant alterations to its formations, with plans to reconfigure both the internal and external formations, as well as the pathways leading to the desolate city. Having never visited the desolate city herself, Meng Wuxia was only familiar with hearsay and the records of the Baixian sect. This journey would undoubtedly differ from her previous experiences. Her path to Jiuzhou Academy might be obstructed. Meng Wuxia and Shang Haitang continuously exchanged messages, and she also communicated with Shi Wentao through jade slips, learning that he was in recovery. As long as he took care to rest and adhered to his medicinal regimen, he could fully heal before their trip to Jiuzhou City. Meng Wuxia yearned to inquire about the nature of his injuries, yet the words remained unspoken on her lips. This time, with Shi Wentao and Meng Wuxia as the two elders, the sect leader prudently appointed the peak master of Zhentian Peak and Elder Wuya to escort them to Jiuzhou City, ensuring a swift return upon the completion of their mission. Meng Wuxia shared a room with Shang Haitang, while Shi Wentao required tranquility, and Xianjiang Shui had been indifferent to them since her appearance, leading the two to ignore her as well. Departing from Baixianmen towards Jiuzhou City, the journey was remarkably smooth. During a pause in Shangtian town to replenish supplies and rest, Meng Wuxia finally engaged in conversation with Xianjiang Shui. They had no prior acquaintance, but Meng Wuxia felt a strong urge to guide her, for Xianjiang's ignorance regarding the perils of Jiuzhou Island was disconcerting. Only those who had ventured there could truly comprehend the dangers. The more one understood, the better equipped one would be to survive. Meng Wuxia imparted knowledge about the island's circumstances and potential threats, wishing to instill caution in Xianjiang Shui, urging her not to act impulsively or recklessly. As the inhabitants of the island were the elite from various factions, cultivated with considerable effort and resources, mediocrity had no place there. The foremost strategy was to avoid unnecessary conflicts and ensure a safe return, for survival was paramount. Should misfortune befall them, all words would be futile. Xianjiang Shui listened silently, nodding in acknowledgement and expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. To Meng Wuxia, this response was a delightful surprise. Chapter 113. Jiuzhou City. After a brief respite in Shangtian town, Elder Wuya summoned the four to discuss important matters to heat upon their arrival at Jiuzhou City. He advised them to remain unperturbed in encounters with individuals from other states, urging them neither to provoke trouble nor to fear it. Should reason prevail, a spirit of concession would be wise. Elder Wuya shared newly acquired information with the group, revealing that apart from Shang Haitang and Xianjiang Shui heading to Jiuzhou Island, Meng Wuxia and Shi Wentao would remain in Jiuzhou City to await their assigned tasks. He further disclosed that the invitation extended to numerous individuals was for the purpose of repairing and reconstructing various formations within the city, which required reinstallation of both inner and outer arrays. Specifics and arrangements would be dictated by the city lord upon their arrival. Meng Wuxia harbored her own intentions. Jiuzhou City served as a vital nexus connecting other states. Compared to the limited information accessible elsewhere, Jiuzhou City boasted a wealth of resources and intelligence regarding the other states. As they departed Shangtian town, Meng Wuxia noticed various sects from Zhangzhou continent en route to Jiuzhou Island. Baixianmen had timed their journey well, arriving in Jiuzhou City while many from other states had yet to arrive. Upon reaching Jiuzhou City, Meng Wuxia and Shi Wentao were cordially invited to the city lord's residence. Bidding farewell to Elder Wuya and the leader of Zhentian Peak, they proceeded together to the city lord's abode. On the way, Shi Wentao used a communication talisman to allow for discreet exchanges between them, facilitating the transfer of information. Meng Wuxia inquired about his recovery, offering to assist with any tasks if he was still unwell. Shi Wentao expressed gratitude for her care at Wuyu Peak and the invaluable elixirs she provided, which had significantly expedited his recovery. Meng Wuxia reassured him that there was no need for concern. They were but two in this venture, and mutual support was essential to navigate the challenges ahead. Shi Wentao promised her that as long as he was present, she would face no peril. His words warmed her heart, leaving Meng Wuxia momentarily speechless. They followed their guide to the city lord's residence, where they were led to a secluded courtyard containing 2 rooms. Shi Wentao chose the adjacent room, allowing Meng Wuxia to occupy the central one. Upon inspection, Meng Wuxia noted the courtyard was quite modest, While equipped with the necessities, it exuded simplicity and elegance. The rumors of the city Lord's frugality appeared to hold truth, for aside from its size, the residence bore no extraordinary features. Yet, from the moment they arrived at this resting place, Meng Wuxia sensed an intangible pressure enveloping the surroundings. Meng Wuxia inquired whether Shi Tao had ever encountered the city lord. He candidly revealed that the city lord seldom left Jiuzhou City and rarely appeared on Songzhou continent. Those who had met him were primarily leaders for various sections. Meng Wuxia realized that aside from the prominent figures, the number of individuals who had met the city lord was indeed limited. Bored, she engaged in casual conversation with Long Ting, asking if he had made any discoveries during his exploration of the city lord's residence. Long Ting confirmed he had surveyed the area, yet found it unremarkable, though there were invisible barriers and protective arrays preventing his access to many areas. Meng Wuxia, employing her spiritual awareness, discovered intangible shields obstructing her probing. Certain places remained impervious to her investigation. It seemed the city lord's residence concealed profound mysteries not easily unraveled. Thus, they spent 3 uninterrupted days in this secluded environment. When summoned, they proceeded with Shi Tao to the designated location. Entering a grand hall, they observed a mix of familiar faces and strangers, all distinct in attire. These individuals were likely those invited by the city lord for the reconstruction of formations. Once assembled, a charismatic figure entered, warmly greeting everyone and apologizing for any inconvenience, before elucidating the purpose of their gathering. Meng Wuxia was delighted to behold the legendary city lord, who, despite his youth and amiable demeanor, possessed an aura of remarkable cultivation capable of commanding respect. The city lord eschewed excessive pleasantries, promptly assigning tasks and assuring them of generous rewards upon completion. Meng Wuxia and Shi Tao received 2 assignments, one within the city and another outside. Focused on the restoration of a teleportation array, Meng Wuxia examined the ancient schematic of the array, noting its dilapidated condition, the parchment yellowed with age. Following the guide's instructions, they first attended to the outer teleportation array leading into the city, a relatively straightforward task requiring only adherence to the schematic's directives. Meng Wuxia diligently studied the array diagram, with Shi Tao waiting for her to finish before inspecting it himself. This particular array appeared to have no significant flaws. Merely adjusting the focal point and enhancing the transmission strength sufficed for its restoration. However, Meng Wuxia found it puzzling that Jiuzhou City, typically insular and with limited external contact, would require such an undertaking. The inhabitants rarely ventured out, and outsiders needed specific permits for entry, rendering Jiuzhou City a unique entity within Songzhou continent. As this was Meng Wuxia's first time venturing beyond the city, she had initially hoped to explore its culture and gather necessary information. Yet, they were compelled to prioritize the tasks assigned by the city lord. The practitioners invited to this location were all formidable members of their respective sections. Without much time to ponder, Meng Wuxia and Shi Tao arrived at the designated site outside the city and began the restoration of the teleportation array. Upon activation, it was evident that the array had indeed suffered from years of neglect, presenting numerous challenges that would require time to resolve. Shi Tao advised Meng Wuxia to pay close attention to the damaged sections and begin re-engraving based on the original design. Their collaborative efforts would enhance their efficiency in completing the restoration task. Meng Wuxia remained contemplative, realizing that Jiuzhou City housed numerous formations. Aside from the critical arrays requiring the expertise of the city lord's array masters, the remaining repairs were entrusted to the invited practitioners. This was Shi Tao's first visit to Jiuzhou City, and he exhibited little curiosity, merely pondering the reasons behind the city lord's invitation, considering he was merely a novice in array studies rather than a true array master. Meng Wuxia had only recently joined the Array Master Association and was not surprised by the invitation, though she was curious about the nature of the rewards the city lord might offer. A pragmatic city lord would surely prepare some substantial form of compensation, leaving much to the imagination. Meng Wuxia held the array drawing pen, concentrating her mental energy on the continuous restoration of the teleportation array. If successful, she would be able to return to the city through this very array. The pair was guided here by a young disciple. Observing Meng Wuxia's adept use of the drawing pen and her seamless collaboration with Shi Wentao, could not help but express admiration, noting that this teleportation array was an ancient formation rarely employed outside. Without the array diagram, few could even attempt its restoration. Upon hearing about the ancient array, Meng Wuxiao recalled the key symbols marked on the diagram, which indeed differed from the commonly used teleportation arrays outside. Shi Wentao merely assisted Meng Wuxia in the restoration, and when he noticed her slowing down, he reminded her to focus, assuring her that success was imminent. Meng Wuxia nodded, reminding herself not to overthink. As they were in Jiuzhou City, where many things not found outside were perfectly normal. Chapter 114. The Old Book Pavilion with the aid of the arrayed diagrams records. Meng Wuxia and Shi Wentao, through repeated trials and meticulous re-engraving and reconstruction, successfully restored the teleportation array to a commendable standard. Meng Wuxia felt quite pleased with her restoration skills. This was her first attempt at reviving an ancient array that had endured the test of time. Although it consumed considerable time, the outcome was gratifying, surpassing the original operational level of the array. Shi Wentao was equally satisfied, as this was their first collaboration, and their synergy was commendable, indicating that Meng Wuxia was indeed suited for Wuyu Peak. However, her persistent refusal to study at Wuyu Peak troubled him, and he was determined to persuade her to join. Meng Wuxia and Shi Wentao informed the guiding disciple that the restoration was complete and that they could test the operational capacity of the teleportation array. The disciple responded affirmatively and stood with Meng Wuxia and Shi Wentao within the array. Once activated, the three were swiftly transported back to the city. Upon arrival, Meng Wuxia found herself on a somewhat aged street, and the trio was safely delivered in front of the teleportation monument. Wonderful! We have reached the correct location, and the speed was truly remarkable. There is no need to worry about misdirection or delays. I sincerely thank you both for your assistance, she exclaimed. The guiding disciple prepared to lead them to the next destination. But Meng Wuxiao expressed her desire to explore the old street and experience the mysteries of Jiuzhou City before proceeding. This old street, deemed less prosperous within the city, was a haven for the elderly who cherished nostalgia, remaining there to run their shops. For bustling stories, one would have to venture to the new street and the central thoroughfare, where the scenery near the city lord's residence was also quite delightful. The guiding disciple sincerely introduced the current central area of Jiuzhou City and popular gathering spots, noting that while the old street appeared to have many visitors, it was predominantly frequented by long-time residents. The charm of the old street lay in its scenery. The elderly of Jiuzhou City, who reminisced about its glorious past, were the ones who truly understood its essence and culture. Meng Wuxia's words prompted the guiding disciple to nod in agreement, as he was indeed a native of the old street, possessing an innate affection for his hometown. Seeing Meng Wuxia's genuine desire to stroll through the area, the disciple did not impose any constraints, allowing her to explore freely, provided she could complete her tasks on time. Shi Wentao, who had little interest in wandering the streets, observed Meng Wuxia's continuous inquiries and fascination with the old street, mistakenly believing her interest stemmed solely from its unique scenery. Little did he know, Meng Wuxia was subtly probing for the shop that had been there the longest, searching for any old bookstores or individuals who dealt in information dissemination. This way, upon completing her task, she could seek out leads regarding the Xianyuan stone. The guiding disciple assumed her curiosity was typical of newcomers to Jiuzhou City, who were often filled with wonder about their surroundings. As they approached the exit of the old street, a modestly signposted shop caught her attention. This was the Old Book Pavilion, specializing in second-hand books, and it had been an establishment for generations. Its owner was a distinguished guest of the city lord's residence. These words stirred something within Meng Wuxia, prompting her to scrutinize the interior. Although the storefront appeared small, it comprised 3 interconnected rooms, all filled with books. Standing at the entrance, the enticing aroma of the books beckoned her inside. Meng Wuxia marked the location of the Old Book Pavilion in her mind. Planning to visit it after completing her tasks. The next destination was somewhat distant, and the guiding disciple summoned a carriage for the two to travel. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a modest courtyard, not too close to the city center, having spent quite some time in the carriage. Here, they needed to restore the protective array and isolation array, while adding an invisibility array. It seemed this place belonged to the city lord, as evidenced by the meticulous precautions, including the use of an invisibility array to deter external scrutiny. Meng Wuxiao examined the 3 array diagrams presented to her, which she had never seen before, finding them rather intricate. Shi Wentao took a glance and remarked on their complexity, especially noting that the isolation array could be considered a high-quality diagram. Uncertain if Meng Wuxiao could manage its restoration. Restoring all 3 arrays would require a substantial amount of spiritual energy, truly testing the array master's capabilities. Meng Wuxiao began to study the diagrams meticulously. After some time, she turned to Shi Wentao for his thoughts. I can assist, but if I were to attempt the restoration alone, my abilities would be insufficient, he replied, omitting the truth. Even if he could exert himself, he would refrain from using excessive strength, preferring to preserve his energy, as they were in an unfamiliar place with unknown intentions. It was best not to place oneself in a precarious situation. Should it prove impossible to restore, please speak candidly. Do not force it, and be mindful not to place yourself in a dilemma, Shi Wentao advised, well-intentioned. However, when Meng Wuxiao received the 3 array diagrams, her challenge was not a lack of ability, but rather her awe at the diagrams, which differed significantly from any she had previously encountered or drawn. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, every aspect revealed the craftsmanship of a superior array. If these were to be presented outside, one could exchange them for a significant number of spirit stones. Their mere existence represented a valuable array. Meng Wuxia's eyes sparkled with visions of abundant spirit stones as she began to study and replicate the diagrams with utmost diligence. The guiding disciple, witnessing the process, did not rush them, merely serving as a witness while remaining silent. Meng Wuxiao and Shi Wentao commenced their theoretical explorations based on the diagrams, identifying the crucial elements that required attention and enhancement during the restoration process. Shi Wentao pointed out several key aspects for her to consider. However, his own knowledge of array studies was limited, and the majority of the restoration would rely on her skills and techniques. After extensive theoretical preparation and drawing up a plan, Meng Wuxiao took out her array drawing pen, adjusting her mindset and mental energy, and began the restoration process within the courtyard. Once the array was activated, Meng Wuxiao and Shi Wentao worked in tandem, one assisting and the other fully engaged in the restoration, their cooperation proving remarkably harmonious. However, Meng Wuxiao did not anticipate that the array would continuously change during her restoration efforts. With each successfully resolved issue, another would immediately arise. And as she persisted in her work, she began to feel the strain. Observing her slowing pace, Shi Wentao retrieved a prepared pill from his possession, urging her to take it to restore her stamina and mental clarity. Meng Wuxiao thrived under pressure. After replenishing her energy with the pill, she achieved a state of spiritual harmony and continued to tackle the various challenges present within the array. This formation is not a result of neglect over time, but rather the destruction wrought by the assaults of formidable adversaries and numerous fierce battles. It appears that this secluded courtyard harbors unknown secrets and stories. Meng Wuxiao and Shi Wentao toiled tirelessly for 3 days to restore the area, and as Meng Wuxiao gazed at the unusable array drawing brush in her hand, a pang of sorrow struck her. Fortunately, she had not employed the brush gifted by the president of the Array Masters Association. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. In Chapter 115, Journey to the Boundary Forest, every layer of the formation within this courtyard began to emanate newfound power after Meng Wuxiao's meticulous repairs. Upon activating the protective and isolation arrays, as well as establishing a newly concealed formation, the courtyard's defensive capabilities transformed dramatically, showcasing an entirely new level of protection. Feeling somewhat fatigued after 3 continuous days of relentless repairs that drained both her mental and physical energy, Meng Wuxiao was invited by the guiding disciple to return to the city lord's mansion for rest, as the restoration was deemed successful. Shi Wentao assisted Meng Wuxia into the carriage outside the courtyard and offered her a small yongdan to alleviate her exhaustion. As the carriage journeyed into the city, Meng Wuxia overheard discussions regarding the ongoing Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition on Jiuzhou Island. It was said that some of the Tianjiao had already withdrawn and been returned to Jiuzhou City, and this competition was proving to be exceptionally fierce. The Tianjiao from various states were reportedly taken aback by the conditions on the island. The environment there was far from familiar. The ferocious beasts and natural traps posed significant challenges, with many formations encountered being entirely new. Caution was paramount, and the competitors had to rely on their true strength to carve a bloody path, ultimately emerging victorious in the final confrontation. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Meng Wuxia took time to recuperate in her courtyard. From a disciple who delivered medicinal pills, she learned that they had returned early, with many still absent. Concerned for Sheng Haidang, Meng Wuxia was unaware of Qian Jiangshue's true capabilities and harbored doubts about her survival. Calculating the time, she realized that results would likely emerge in 3 days. After a day of recovery, Meng Wuxia felt revitalized and decided to venture out to the old bookstore in the old street. Shi Wentao, relieved by her recovery, prepared to leave for Elder Qiu Shuang's residence at the Baisian sect stronghold. The disciple overseeing their affairs did not impede their departure, but mentioned that once everyone returned to the city lord's mansion, the lord would honor his previous promise with a token of gratitude, likely within the coming days, advising them not to leave Jiuzhou City hastily. Meng Wuxia held high hopes for the lord's token of gratitude and assured the disciple that she would return punctually after attending to some personal matters and notifying her elders of her safety. The disciple provided each of them with a communication talisman, promising prompt updates and urging timely responses for their return. Eager to seek information about the Xianyuan stone on the old street, Meng Wuxiao encouraged Shi Wentao to visit Elder Qiu Shuang alone, assuring him that there was nothing to conceal. Her primary focus was to gather the desired information. Shi Wentao cautioned her to remain vigilant, as the area was filled with cultivators of varying backgrounds. Once they parted ways, Meng Wuxia hurried to the old street and the bookstore. She directly requested the owner to assist her in locating records related to Sangzhou Continent, Yintian Continent, and Jiuzhou Island, especially concerning ancient formations. The owner, not overly enthusiastic, produced a small wooden bird from behind the counter, instructing Meng Wuxia to repeat her request to it. The wooden bird would then guide her to the information she sought. Holding the intricately crafted wooden bird, Meng Wuxia felt somewhat bemused, realizing her words had been in vain. However, after listening to her requests, the wooden bird fluttered its wooden wings and began to lead her through the aisles of books in search of the volume she needed. Observing the well-organized and meticulously arranged old books, Meng Wuxia admired the owner, who appeared to be engrossed in reading at the entrance. The sheer effort of categorizing such a vast collection was commendable. Meng Wuxia diligently searched for information about the Xianyuan stone, but the findings mirrored her previous knowledge, indicating that only specific flames could unlock the seals on the stone, preventing any understanding of the symbols beneath. After a lengthy search, she discovered a pile of tattered sketchbooks on the lowest shelf, which were mere trinkets drawn by storytellers for children. As her frustration grew from not uncovering new insights, she randomly picked a few to peruse, hoping for a change of pace. The illustrations were vivid, and the content was concise, filled with rumors and secrets, some fanciful and some gossipy, along with the storyteller's interpretations and jests. Meng Wuxia had once enjoyed these tales, often purchasing them during the bustling markets at Tianhe Peak in the Baisian sect, where lively seniors sold such entertaining narratives for a handful of spirit stones, shared among friends for amusement. After reading several of these ancient tales, her mood brightened significantly. However, as she flipped to the next book, her expression shifted slightly. This particular old tale mentioned the Xianyuan stone. It recounted that the stone initially fell in the desolate city outside Jiuzhou City, later brought to Jiuzhou by a cultivator who emerged from there, sparking rumors that possessing the Xianyuan stone would lead to immortality. Eventually, it vanished from the Zhangzhou continent, seemingly smuggled to the Yuntian continent, where it was heavily sealed and guarded. Whether it could truly grant immortality remained a matter of speculation, as no one had genuinely tested its authenticity. The tale indicated that to unlock its secrets, one must first breach the seal to reveal the profound formation within, thus discovering the true nature of the Xianyuan stone. It seemed imperative to venture into the boundary forest. After purchasing several old books and a collection of intriguing tales, Meng Wuxia intended to spark a reading frenzy back at the Baixian sect. However, she could not leave just yet, as the final outcomes from the City Lord's mansion and Jiuzhou Island would not be revealed for a few more days. When news finally reached the City Lord's mansion, Meng Wuxia had already met with Elder Qiu Shuang, and they were anxiously awaiting updates from Jiuzhou Island. Unfortunately, the news that arrived was of Qian Jiangshue's demise and Sheng Haitang's grave injury. Seeing Sheng Haitang unconscious tightened Meng Wuxia's heart. Such wounds were perilous for someone at the Golden Core stage, and a slight misstep could jeopardize future cultivation. Elder Weia assessed Sheng Haitang's condition and expressed urgency, stating she needed to return to the Baixian sect for recuperation, lest her cultivation be irreparably harmed. Observing the elders convene to discuss subsequent matters while Sheng Haitang lay silently in the room, Meng Wuxia quietly administered a medicinal pill to her and introduced a spirit herb into her meridians, at least ensuring her pathways remained intact. It was a pity for Qian Jiangxue, as the Qian family had lost yet another promising talent. Noticing Sheng Haitang's feeble breaths, despite the intake of the medicinal pill and spirit herb showing no improvement, Meng Wuxia proposed to the elders the necessity of seeking the inner core of a millennium-old beast for medicinal use. She resolved that as soon as matters concluded here, they would return to the Baixian sect. Only in her own territory could she truly rest and recuperate, with her meridians and cultivation preserved. Subsequent issues could be addressed upon their return. Elder Wuya and Elder Qiu Shuang, after extensive deliberation, concurred with Meng Wuxia's proposal to seek the inner core of a millennium-old demon beast, albeit with the stipulation of exercising utmost caution and avoiding impulsive actions. The news of the events on Jiuzhou Island swiftly spread throughout Jiuzhou City. This latest Jiuzhou Tianjiao Grand Competition had claimed half of the talented participants, leaving those returning to Jiuzhou City reflecting deeply on their experiences. Meng Wuxiao recalled her own dismal performance in the competition. Had it not been for the exceptionally generous rewards, she would have had no desire to participate again. Chapter 116. The guide, seeing that the members of the Sheng family brought by Sheng Haitang could attentively care for her, Meng Wuxiao felt somewhat reassured and hurried back to the City Lord's mansion to address matters of gratitude. Shi Wentao had arrived earlier and gestured for Meng Wuxia to look towards the front of the hall, where numerous boxes of various sizes were displayed. It appeared that the prudent City Lord had indeed invested significantly this time, preparing an unexpected abundance of gifts as tokens of appreciation. However, Meng Wuxiao was primarily concerned with what she would receive and was curious about the gifts designated for Shi Wentao. Shi Wentao, devoid of any expectations, merely inquired where Meng Wuxiao intended to search for the inner core of the millennium-old demon beast. Meng Wuxia disclosed her destination as the Bianjia Forest. You plan to venture into the Bianjia Forest? The level of danger there rivals that of Jiuzhou Island. Will you be going alone, or will someone accompany you? She was asked. Meng Wuxia affirmed her intention to go alone. Shi Wentao exclaimed that she was mad. He had never heard of a cultivator at the Jindan realm embarking on such a solo expedition. Typically, those heading to the Bianjia Forest would form teams and have guides accompany them. Going alone could lead to a fate where no word would reach the outside world if one fell. Shi Wentao offered a stern reprimand, stating that finding a guide would suffice, though he expressed concern about the cost of hiring one and the trustworthiness of such a guide. What if their intentions were not pure? Meng Wuxiao retorted, her confidence wavering. I have a friend who cultivates near Bianjia Forest. He is reputable and skilled. I can recommend him to you, but remember to remain cautious and avoid arrogance. Prudence is never misplaced. Shi Wentao proceeded to share his friend's name and some background. Retrieving a small pill bottle from his storage ring, adorned with a peculiar drawing of a branch. Why is there a branch drawn on a perfectly good pill bottle? How strange. And the artistry leaves much to be desired. This was painted by his friend, and sure, Wintao warned her to be mindful of her words, lest she provoke the artist's ire. Meng Wuxia shrugged, accepting the token, thinking to herself that her own discernment was not lacking. She would see who could outwit whom. Following this brief interlude, the ever-smiling city lord emerged, expressing gratitude to all present while efficiently distributing the tokens of appreciation. Curiosity surrounded these gifts, and upon receiving them, many opened their boxes, their expressions revealing that the gifts were indeed satisfactory. Meng Wuxiao received a drawing array pen and a tianshan flower. She handed both items to Shi Wentao, who looked puzzled at the gesture. "Why give these to me?" he queried. "Your mastery of array formations is commendable, but practice is key. Using this pen will surely benefit you. As for the tianshan flower, being a disciple of Wai Yufeng, your cultivation method is rather aggressive, often leading to injuries, making this flower ideal for healing." Shi Wentao himself received pills and a treasured artifact, aptly suited to his path. Clearly, the city lord had thoughtfully prepared these gifts, ensuring that they were fitting for each individual's needs. Furthermore, the city lord distributed travel permits for entering Jiuzhou City, welcoming all cultivators who sought to train and learn, indicating a desire to gradually open Jiuzhou City to greater interaction with the outside world. Upon leaving the city lord's mansion, Meng Wuxia set her course for the Bianjia Forest. Shi Wentao handed her a storage bag, advising her to utilize its contents as necessary. For the journey was arduous and the distance to the Baixian sect considerable. He reassured her that even if she failed to locate the inner core, returning safely was of utmost importance. Meng Wuxia accepted the storage bag, bid farewell, and departed Jiuzhou City, embarking on her journey. Fortunately, Jiuzhou City's geographical placement was advantageous, and after several days of relentless travel, aided by the spiritual boat provided by the Fengjin Peak's master, she arrived at Bianjia Town, in close proximity to the Bianjia Forest. This town thrived at the edge of the forest, frequently interacting with the outside world. Upon her arrival, locals approached her, inquiring if she sought to enter the Bianjia Forest, offering necessary supplies and guiding services. After consulting several individuals, Meng Wuxia found the prices to be steep, yet the information they provided varied in detail. Utilizing spirit stones to glean some insights, she discerned that the information was a mixture of truth and falsehood. Following the address provided by Shi Wentao, she located a reasonably well-regarded tea house, inquired there, and subsequently visited another tea house. Ultimately, she found the guide recommended by Shi Wentao at a quaint establishment where she could enjoy snacks and purchase handcrafted spiritual birds. The guide, an elder named Lao Xiang, had grown up in the Bianjia Forest and was well acquainted with the area. While his cultivation level was not particularly high, his astuteness and experience made him renowned in Bianjia Town, and he had many acquaintances. Presenting the pill bottle to him, Meng Wuxiao observed his enthusiasm upon recognizing it. "How is Shi Wentao doing lately? I heard he was nearly beaten to death by his uncle for refusing a marriage proposal. Is he all right? I suppose he must have someone else in his heart, given he did not take a liking to that girl." Meng Wuxiao was taken aback by Lao Xiang's rapid-fire questions. She had never guessed that Shi Wentao's injuries stemmed from a marriage refusal. Had she known, she would have been eager to inquire further. Curiosity piqued. She pressed Lao Xiang for more gossip regarding Shi Wentao. In response, Lao Xiang, equally intrigued by her interest, brewed a pot of fine tea and began recounting tales. Shi Wentao's uncle had arranged a marriage with a prominent family of cultivators, whose daughter was renowned for her talent and was considered a gem within her family. She held a favorable impression of Shi Wentao and was eager to accept the proposal. However, Shi Wentao was adamant about his disinterest in forming a partnership, preferring to dedicate himself to cultivation at Wai Yufeng, seeking opportunities for ascension. He urged his uncle to cease his matchmaking efforts to prevent wasting the girl's time. After years of persuasion, his uncle had finally lost his temper and struck Shi Wentao, inflicting significant injury. Meng Wuxia had also met this uncle, who was evidently caring and protective of Shi Wentao. The severity of his actions this time indicated a genuine anger. After an extended exchange of gossip with Lao Xiang, they eventually arrived at the crux of the matter, discussing the precautions necessary for venturing into the Bianjia forest. Recently, the area had become perilous, with demon beasts roaming about, as well as hunters and cultivators seeking resources. Many cultivators deemed insufficiently powerful chose to avoid the forest during this period. Those who dared to enter typically did so in groups. Recognizing that it was a familiar face seeking his services, Lao Xiang offered a discount, allowing Meng Wuxia to pay a portion of the spirit stones up front and defer the remainder until she returned alive. Alive? She echoed, taken aback by the implication that her return was uncertain. Without hesitation, Meng Wuxia settled the full amount of spirit stones and pills. Impressed by her decisiveness, Lao Xiang praised her, expressing his fondness for friends who were both capable and straightforward. He declared that they would set off the following morning, and he would cover the tea expenses for today. As for the upcoming expenditures, if Meng Wuxia requires his company to explore this place, he is willing to offer a discount. Although Meng Wuxia is not unfamiliar with this location, having visited before and made prior preparations, she found little to procure and suggested they meet again the following day. She presented him with a small tip, claiming it was for his dinner, urging him to enjoy a good meal and to return safely together. Lao Xiang accepted the spirit stone she offered, assuring her that with him around, they would return as they entered, and upon their return, he would treat her to a sumptuous meal, with him covering the bill. Chapter 117. Strange Fire. After an assessment by Lao Xiang, Meng Wuxia proceeded to enter the outskirts of the boundary forest via a narrow path. This boundary forest is divided into 3 sections: the outskirts, the center, and the depths. Generally, one could achieve significant gains in the central area, while the depths require collaboration among sects and the presence of highly skilled cultivators to venture into. There are also secret realms that necessitate joint access, and although some have dared to traverse those depths to reach the outer states, the successful few remain exceedingly rare. Meng Wuxia is aware that several secret paths lead to other states, guarded by the reclusive ancestors of immortal families, who are unlikely to divulge the routes to the outer states easily. Even for powerful and experienced ancestors, the risks of venturing to the outer states are considerable, as the connections between the 9 states have always maintained a delicate and unspoken balance. Upon entering the outskirts of the boundary forest, Meng Wuxia asked Lao Xiang to help her track the traces of demonic beasts, which abound in this area. Beasts over 100 years old are commonplace, while those that are 1,000 years old have the ability to transform, making them elusive and challenging to encounter. Lao Xiang, already aware that Meng Wuxia was in search of the inner cores of 1,000-year demonic beasts for her sex medicinal needs, recognized that this was a gamble that could cost her life. It would be wiser to hire professional hunters for this task. Money is a trivial matter, but losing one's life is significant. With Lao Xiang's assistance, they contacted several hunting teams and negotiated terms. Should they find a beast, it would be fortuitous. If not, it would simply be fate, and no blame could be assigned to others. Meng Wuxia did not disclose her true intention of seeking the special fire that could unravel the curse on the Xianyuan stone, an otherworldly flame that had long resided in this realm. If she could locate this strange fire, it would resolve the subsequent issues with the Xianyuan stone. Having already exchanged some pills and spirit herbs for information regarding the strange fire in the boundary town, Meng Wuxia had amassed considerable knowledge before her arrival. However, aside from knowing its approximate location, she was still unable to ascertain the precise coordinates. As she traversed the boundary forest with Lao Xiang, she appeared to be searching for the traces of 1,000-year demonic beasts, while subtly probing for signs of the strange fire. Unbeknownst to them, they had been searching for 3 days without sight of the 1,000-year demonic beast, yet they encountered danger when someone attempted to rob them. It was truly vexing. Unable to find the beast or anyone else, she thought to herself, "Just wait and see how I will deal with you." Lao Xiang instructed Meng Wuxia to lure the assailants to an open area. During the chase, they unexpectedly found themselves in a binding formation that restricted the robbers' movements. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lao Xiang swiftly scattered a powder, and soon after, the assailants met their end. Meng Wuxia, aware of what had transpired, remained silent and observant, asking him afterward if they should venture towards the central area. Lao Xiang accepted the spirit stones and followed her lead without additional inquiries, fulfilling his role as her guide. Based on descriptions from those who had sought the strange fire and the research she had conducted, Meng Wuxia deduced that clues could be found in the central area of the boundary forest, but if the strange fire was to be located, they would need to delve deeper. In the central area, Meng Wuxia continuously examined her surroundings. In a nearby vicinity within the depths, she detected a faint anomaly. She inquired whether Lao Xiang was willing to accompany her deeper into the forest, to which he candidly replied that he was not inclined to go, even for extra payment. Who would not know that such places are perilous? Many areas there are shared by powerful factions, and outsiders who dare to trespass upon taboos risk not only trouble, but also their lives. His current strength and cultivation were still on the rise. Losing his life would mean losing everything. You are searching for the strange fire, but it is not easily obtained. Many seek it, yet who has succeeded? Meng Wuxiao realized he had discerned her true objective, but out of professionalism, he refrained from questioning further, and she too preferred to keep her motives concealed. Seeing that he was unwilling to proceed, she did not press him further, but inquired if he possessed a map or guide of the area. Lao Xiang produced a rolled-up parchment, claiming it was a reliable map he frequently used, free of charge. He would wait for her to return, and should she not emerge, he would inform Shi Wentao, with costs settled by him. Meng Wuxia told him to wait, confident she would return with the strange fire to surprise him. They parted ways, and she hastened towards the depths of the boundary forest. In her mind, she had identified a location. She simply needed to avoid Lao Xiang and take a detour. Having examined the parchment Lao Xiang provided, she found it quite detailed, showing signs of frequent reference, yet it also contained concealed symbols. However, she quickly recognized that these symbols were merely tracking spells. Such caution was fundamental to Lao Xiang's survival, but Meng Wuxia was unconcerned. The depths were filled with prohibitions, rendering the spells on the parchment of little consequence. Deliberately, she ventured into the forbidden areas of the depths, triggering the parchment to emit a dangerous signal, thereby deceiving any pursuers and allowing her to navigate around them. Within the boundary forest lies a river, the true site of the strange fire. This conclusion was drawn from her prior studies of the Baisian sect, refined through careful analysis and thought, representing her most accurate assessment. It is said that water and fire are incompatible, yet the existence of strange fire suggests a uniqueness. The river serves merely as an illusion, designed to mislead the eyes of those who approach. After a day of travel, Meng Wuxia finally located this river's whereabouts, situated at the intersection of the central area and the depths. While danger lurked, it was not ever present. At the riverbank, Meng Wuxia began her relentless probing and testing. If she could uncover even a slight flaw, she might dismantle the illusion. With focused determination, she meticulously searched, and after numerous attempts, she finally identified an irregularity. A decayed tree beside the river appeared out of place, teeming with abundant spiritual energy. Such a sizable dead tree seemed incongruous. Cautiously wielding her wujigan, Meng Wuxia continued to investigate the vicinity of the dead tree, seeking hidden secrets. Through repeated examinations, she ultimately uncovered a deeply concealed sealing formation. This formation was specifically designed to seal precious treasures and could endure for millennia, typically maintained by special methods that uphold its core. Had it not been for Meng Wuxia's finely honed spiritual awareness, she might have been easily deceived. Taking out her formation drawing brush, Meng Wuxia began to attempt to unravel the sealing formation. Though uncertainty loomed in her heart, the complexity of this formation required utmost caution, as a moment's carelessness could result in the formation rebounding upon her. Success hinged not only on her diligence, but also on her experience and strength. Determined to locate this strange fire, Meng Wuxia knew she would feel immense regret otherwise. Before she commenced, she summoned Long Ting for assistance. One person's strength is limited, but the success rate increases significantly with teamwork. Thus, Meng Wuxia and Long Ting began to collaborate in confronting the sealing formation. Fortunately, after enduring the ravages of time, the formation's power had waned, allowing them to focus their spiritual energy on addressing its challenges. Nevertheless, after a day and night of effort, Meng Wuxia and Long Ting managed to breach a significant portion of the formation. Simultaneously sensing a stirring from below, the fiery energy of the strange fire was beginning to surge forth. The inept woman exerted herself, striving to dismantle the remaining formation with all her might. After a tremor of the earth, the true form of the ancient wood was revealed. It was a unique fire, a rare treasure birthed by nature itself. This flame had not seen the light of day for an extended period, and upon breaking free from the constraints of the sealing formation, a powerful wave of heat surged forth. Meng Wuxia gazed at this extraordinary fire, her eyes gleaming with wonder. It was only when urged by Long Ting that she retrieved a prepared storage talisman and captured the fire within it. The next step was to hasten her departure, feigning ignorance as she returned to the boundary forest. Chapter 118. Unraveling the Xianyuan stone after obtaining the unique fire. Meng Wuxia retraced her steps back to the depths of the boundary forest. Guided by Lao Xiang's paper map, she discovered a relatively safe route to the central area, where she met with Lao Xiang. She feigned a lack of discoveries and suggested they return to the boundary town to inquire about any news regarding the Millennium Demon Beast. With urgency, Meng Wuxia pressed on, hardly pausing, and under Lao Xiang's guidance, they swiftly returned to the boundary town. Upon their return, they learned of a hunting team that had indeed acquired a Millennium Demon Beast's inner core, which was being offered for sale at a high price. Prior to entering the boundary forest, Meng Wuxia had contacted Sheng Zongbao, who informed her of the presence of the Millennium Demon Beast trail. If captured, it would fetch an exorbitant price, prompting the Sheng family to send someone to assist. Once the Sheng family received the news, they responded promptly, and by the time Meng Wuxia returned to the boundary town, representatives from the Sheng family were already waiting for her, including Sheng Zongbao and Sheng Haitong's uncle. In Meng Wuxia's eyes, the arrival of such influential figures, wielding financial power, was significant. Sheng uncle was already negotiating with the hunting team to purchase the Millennium Demon Beast's inner core. Meng Wuxia felt detached from the process, as Sheng uncle was handling the matter, and she simply awaited news. Her thoughts were solely occupied with the Xianyuan stone, eager to unravel the seals upon it and discover its secrets. Upon returning to her lodging, she set up protective and isolation arrays and began to use the unique fire to break the seals on the Xianyuan stone. Initially, she was perplexed, unsure of how the unique fire would interact with the stone. However, as she made contact, she observed the strange seals igniting, transforming into countless small flames. As these flames danced and consumed the surface, signs of melting began to appear, causing Meng Wuxia to panic. All her efforts would be in vain if the stone were to disintegrate. Yet, as the stone's surface melted away, Meng Wuxia stood in astonishment, witnessing an exquisite formation disc emerge, intricately carved and imbued with immense spiritual energy. Such a refined artifact would be nearly impossible to find across the entire Sangzhou continent. Should news of her possessing such a treasure leak, she would undoubtedly become a target for the 100 Immortal sect, jeopardizing her ability to safeguard the precious item and destabilizing her peaceful existence. Meng Wuxia began to strategize her next steps, recognizing that activating the formation disc required numerous specific conditions. She tirelessly studied the artifact in her room, recalling Long Ting's advice to discern the conditions for activation and select an appropriate location. Once activated, such a treasure, exuding mysterious power, would undoubtedly attract celestial phenomena, necessitating a suitable environment. Engrossed in the allure of the formation disc, Meng Wuxia became oblivious to the potent aura she inadvertently emanated, enveloping the inn and deterring any intruders. When she finally set the formation disc aside and ventured out to check if the Sheng family had successfully acquired the desired Millennium Inner Core, she discovered several factions caught in a stalemate. Aside from the Sheng family's desire to purchase the Millennium Demon Beast's inner core from the hunting team, other factions had also arrived, eager to negotiate. However, The hunting team demanded an exorbitant price in spirit stones or equivalent items in exchange. By the time Meng Wuxiao emerged, the conditions had shifted. They now sought a comprehensive payment of spirit stones, treasure artifacts, and medicinal pills. This sparked a flurry of speculation, as the boundary forest began to harbor hidden dangers. The spirit stones and medicinal pills brought by Shung's uncle were already exorbitantly priced. And while the hunting team maintained decorum in their dealings with the Shung family, negotiations were far from smooth, as they insisted on exorbitant prices. Meng Wuxiao worried for Shung Haitong's injuries, hoping for a swift recovery through medicinal remedies to avoid any long-term implications for their cultivation journey. Determined, Meng Wuxiao sought out Lao Xiang, requesting his assistance to speak with the captain of the hunting team. The captain, stalling for a better price and seeking greater benefits, was aware of the looming danger surrounding him. He wished to finalize the transaction before being ambushed and losing everything. Ultimately, an agreement was reached. Spirit stones and a singular treasured artifact would secure the Millennium Demon Beast's inner core. Meng Wuxiao offered half her spirit stones and the unique fire she had recently acquired. This treasure would inevitably draw attention, and rather than face potential disputes over its existence, it was wiser to make a judicious choice and transfer it, ensuring gratitude from the Shung family and a favorable standing with the 100 Immortal sect. Upon seeing the unique fire in Meng Wuxiao's possession, the hunting team captain promptly agreed to the sale. The unique fire from the boundary forest promised substantial returns, enhancing the hunting team's reputation and solidifying their status in the area. After obtaining the Millennium Demon Beast's inner core, Meng Wuxiao also requested a few additional items to offset her significant expenditure. When she presented the remaining spirit stones and the inner core to Shung's uncle, the members of the Shung family were astonished, incredulous at the authenticity of her claims. Meng Wuxiao refrained from elaborating, urging Shung's uncle to hasten their return to the 100 Immortal sect, as the situation had grown precarious. Indeed, on the very day Meng Wuxiao departed, the hunting team fell prey to a clandestine assault, with assailants seeking to seize their treasures, particularly after news of the unique fire's emergence spread, inciting covetous desires among many. During her journey back to the 100 Immortal sect, Meng Wuxiao learned from Shung's uncle that the Qian family had experienced friction with the Shung family following the demise of Qian Jiangxue on Jiuzhou Island. And tensions had escalated with the Shi family, leading to unrest among the four great families. Meng Wuxiao shared her insights, revealing that the Qian family had covert connections with Yintian sect and Luoxia city. Having lost promising descendants, their current strength rendered them the most unstable among the four great families. Thus, it was wise to remain vigilant. Meng Wuxiao harbored no goodwill toward the Qian family, especially considering their patriarch's dubious intentions and resentment toward the 100 Immortal sect, leading to clandestine maneuvers that had not gone unnoticed by the Shadow Hall. This time, Meng Wuxiao had rendered a life-saving favor to the Shung family, and her words would carry weight with Shung's uncle. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Her amicable ties with the Yu family, the presence of Shung Haidang and Shung Zongbao from the Shung family, ensure Wento's attempts to recruit her to Yu Feng all positioned her favorably. She was also curious about the fate of the Qian family patriarch. Perhaps a significant change was on the horizon. Upon returning to the 100 Immortal sect, Meng Wuxiao dedicated herself to intensive training in the courtyard, focusing on her cultivation and the study of the formation disc, unknowingly entering seclusion for 3 months. It was only when Yi Yin came to visit that she was jolted from her studies on the formation disc. Upon seeing Yi Yin, Meng Wuxiao realized that in such a short time, he had undergone a profound transformation, as if he had been reborn. Yi Yin has received the hidden inheritance from the venerable ancestor, and now even the sect master must show him deference, no longer viewing him as an ordinary disciple. Meng Wuxiao encourages him to devote himself to cultivation and seize opportunities for external experiences, as the Baixian sect is merely a small realm within the vast Sanzhou continent. There are many paths outside, and to truly understand one's worth, one must venture forth. Yi Yin inquires about Meng Wuxiao's recent endeavors, noting that the disciples of Baixian sect hold her in high esteem for her willingness to compete for life-saving treasures for her fellow disciples, establishing her as a trustworthy figure in the top of the Tianjiao list. Yiyun's remarks leave Meng Wuxiao perplexed, unaware that her act of sacrificing treasures to save her companions has become a topic of admiration within the sect. Chapter 119. Visitors from Jiuzhou Academy. Meng Wuxiao places the disassembled formation disc on the table. Having studied it with Long Ting for several days to discern its nature and how to activate it, after much contemplation, Meng Wuxiao concludes that the only suitable location for activating the formation within by Xian sect is the hidden realm. She realizes that to unlock this formation disc, she must enhance her own strength, particularly in the realm of formations. Thus, she resolves to focus her recent efforts on the study of formations and alchemy, harboring a premonition that she will require a specific elixir to assist her in this endeavor. Returning to the library, Meng Wuxiao begins her search for rumors and information regarding the formation disc. However, such discs are exceedingly rare, and the scant records provide little insight. After several days of investigation, she learns that activating this formation disc necessitates the alignment of celestial and terrestrial conditions, along with benevolence. Sitting at the entrance of the library, she gazes at the slowly drifting clouds above, sighing deeply. Is this a chance for her ascension to immortality, or a test of her learning? If it truly requires such conditions, why not simply bestow a sign of destiny to guide her to the immortal realm? Upon exiting the library, Meng Wuxiao feels somewhat dejected, her spirit noticeably diminished. Fellow disciples observing her melancholic approach toward Baixian courtyard assume her discontent stems from missing the opportunity to attend Jiuzhou Island and enter Jiuzhou Academy. Some encourage her, asserting that senior sister Wuxiao is exceptional and will surely have another chance to attend Jiuzhou Academy, urging her not to lose heart. Unaware of the visitors from Jiuzhou Academy, Meng Wuxiao responds to her comrades' encouragement with a gentle smile, eliciting further sympathy from them. It is Long Ting who is wandering around. That informs her of the distinguished guests at Baixian sect. The sect master and Elder Wu Yin have gone out to greet several peak masters, as everyone awaits significant news. Realizing that it has been over a month since the return from Jiuzhou Island, Meng Wuxiao recalls that it is customary for Jiuzhou Academy to send representatives to announce the list of new students. Familiar with this process, she knows it involves summarizing the performances of the Tianjiao who participated in the grand competition and visiting their respective sects to formally issue admission notices and leave enrollment credentials, patiently awaiting the arrival of Jiuzhou Academy staff. The presence of Jiuzhou Academy representatives signifies that Sheng Haidang has made it onto the admission list, having been selected for Jiuzhou Academy, which will elevate her status within Baixian sect and enhance the Sheng family's prestige among the noble clans. Meng Wuxiao diligently searches through her storage bracelet, gathering several valuable items to present as a congratulatory gift for Sheng Haidang. However, before she can complete her preparations, she receives a jade tablet message from Elder Wu Yin, requesting her presence at the sect master's residence for an important matter. Surprised, Meng Wuxiao wonders who would not know that there are esteemed guests discussing Sheng Haitang's admission to Jiuzhou Academy. As she approaches the sect master's residence, a warm smile from Elder Wu Yo greets her, offering a clear hint that the visitors from Jiuzhou Academy wish to meet her. Amused, she questions the purpose of their interest, as she did not participate in the grand competition at Jiuzhou Island. Could it be that they seek to recruit her as a student for menial tasks? To her astonishment, a veiled woman beckons her, cheerfully stating that she has already attained the Golden Core realm and is now an elder of Baixian sect, far surpassing her junior. A junior? Meng Wuxiao is taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected familial connection or perhaps a senior relative. Noticing her confusion, the sect master kindly clarifies that this young woman in green is her master's senior sister, who has long departed from Baixian sect and is now a teacher at Jiuzhou Academy, serving as the chief assistant to the dean of Baihu Academy. Meng Wuxiao's eyes widen as memories resurface. Indeed, this green-clad teacher had visited her upon her admission to Jiuzhou Academy, revealing the existence of her master's senior sister, which would provide her with a significant advantage and alleviate many potential troubles. What could be the intent behind this meeting? With a genuine smile, The sect master explains that she has caught the attention of a professor from Baihu Academy, who wishes to take her as a close disciple. Is this truly possible? To be accepted as a close disciple by a professor? Who might that be? Observing the smiles of everyone around her, Meng Wuxiao finds herself in a state of bewilderment, as this scenario is unlike anything she has ever encountered. In her confusion, the green-clad woman mentions that she has restored a small courtyard in Jiuzhou City, where the formations were originally set by the very professor who now values her. He had vowed that the person who could restore the formations he established would become his disciple. Meng Wuxiao ponders this possibility, realizing she had never anticipated such an outcome while cursing the complexity of the formations during their restoration. It seems that fate has a peculiar way of leading one back onto an unexpected path. Meng Wuxiao chuckles ruefully within, having initially intended to distance herself from Jiuzhou Academy, yet now feels that it is inevitable. As Shi Wentao, her assistant in restoring the formations, has also received accolades from the professor, it signifies hope for their future. Upon returning from the sect master's residence, Meng Wuxiao gazes at the Baihu jade token in her hand, unable to muster a smile. There is no room for refusal. She cannot avoid this opportunity. Soon, the news spreads throughout by Xian's sect that Jiuzhou Academy has sent word. Sheng Haidang has been selected by Qinglong Academy as a new student, while Meng Wuxiao has been taken as a close disciple by a professor from Baihu Academy. This momentous occasion prompts the sect master to declare a 3-day celebration, with both inner and outer disciples receiving an additional month as stipend. While the atmosphere outside is jubilant, Meng Wuxiao's heart feels heavy with frustration, as she must reevaluate her future plans, knowing that the activation of the formation disk will require guidance. Following the announcement of admissions from Jiuzhou Academy, Bai Xian's sect receives congratulatory messages from various noble families and sects, basking in newfound glory. Meng Wuxiao gathers with Sheng Haitang, senior sister Jingran, Shi Wentao, Yiyan, Sheng Zongbao, Sheng Tingyan, and Sheng Yiming for a small celebration. With a light-hearted tone, Meng Wuxiao quips that this gathering resembles a family reunion for the Sheng clan, as she, senior sister Jingran, and Shi Wentao merely add to the numbers. As they share drinks and aspirations for the future, each expresses a desire to carve out their own place in the world, making their journey in cultivation worthwhile. Meng Wuxiao's sole wish is to ascend to immortality, to secure her destiny, and to relive her life anew. Sheng Haidang has regained her former spirit, buoyed by the dual assurance of countless elixirs and the esteemed leader of Yaosheng Peak. However, upon receiving her admission notice from Jiuzhou Academy, she exhibited little joy, approaching the matter with a tranquil demeanor. The weight on her shoulders is substantial, encompassing the responsibilities of the Sheng family and her own aspirations, each demanding immense courage and capability to realize. Meng Wuxiao comprehends her plight. Anyone who has traversed Jiuzhou Island knows that such once-treasured things are now but trifles. Chapter 120. Returning to Jiuzhou Academy before departing from Baixiamen, Meng Wuxiao and Sheng Haidang received an abundance of gifts from the sect leader and close companions, amassing a plethora of items, including a multitude of storage pouches. Meng Wuxiao meticulously sorted these gifts, retaining only the useful ones while distributing the remainder into several portions for Sister Jingran and Yiyun, as well as for Sheng Yiming and Sheng Tingyan. They would need to support one another, for an individual is inevitably weak. The assistance of friends can ease many burdens. Meng Wuxiao also did not forget to present a substantial gift to the elder Sheng, hoping she would facilitate matters for these friends, not necessarily in a caretaking capacity, but offering guidance as her capabilities allow is already a significant form of support. The summit has been revitalized, and with the care of numerous companions, she need not worry excessively. This top-ranking academy will soon welcome a new champion. During her time there, it will be her home, and leaving suddenly evokes a twinge of reluctance. The day before the arrival of those from Jiuzhou Academy, Qin Peng delivered a letter to her. It was a farewell missive announcing his departure with Huasha to another state. Yet having heard of her forthcoming journey to Jiuzhou Academy, he sent one of his juniors, whose prowess should not be underestimated, already possessing the cultivation of the out-of-body realm, having grown up in the boundary forest, rich in combat experience, capable of lending her assistance. Upon reading the letter, Meng Wuxia felt a pang of sadness. From their serendipitous encounter on Exchange Street to witnessing his transformation into a humanoid with broader horizons. Now he was bound for foreign lands, leaving her uncertain of when they might meet again. Such a great bird, so heartless, could depart at will without a notion of where it might go. Yet it sent her a fledgling without explanation. Longting expressed his melancholy outright, revealing his reluctance to part from an old friend. Meng Wuxia gazed at the imposing Qingpeng bird, cautiously inquiring whether it had chosen to follow her voluntarily. If not, it was free to go wherever it pleased. She harbored no objections. However, this Qingpeng bird was far more articulate than Qingpeng, clearly stating its desire to accompany her in search of opportunities to attain a humanoid form, valuing her strength and the path ahead. As long as she did not appear weak, it would remain by her side, assuring her of its loyalty. Meng Wuxia pondered for a moment and decided to name it Xiaqing. In her heart, she scoffed, for it was evident to anyone with sight that she was already destined for greatness, possessing the potential for ascension. Amidst these various incidents, Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haitang departed Baishamen, buoyed by the cheers of their sect leader and fellow disciples, embarking on their journey to Jiuzhou Academy beyond the confines of Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou Academy is situated on an island beyond Jiuzhou, a unique landscape amidst the heavens and earth, divided into 4 academies and 3 islands with 7 peaks. The populace is diverse, comprising not only students and personnel from Jiuzhou, but also indigenous people whose ancestors have thrived on this land. On the spirit vessel en route to Jiuzhou Academy, Meng Wuxia shared her knowledge of the institution with Sheng Haitang, cautioning her that upon reaching the island, they would not immediately begin their studies at Jiuzhou Academy. Instead, they must first endure a month of learning the rules and history of the academy. Only after passing an assessment would the academy's instructors formally accept them as students. Life on the island would not be excessively harsh. It was merely an adjustment period to acclimate to the unique environment and regulations of Jiuzhou Academy, encouraging them to forget their pasts and embark on a new academic journey. Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haidang shared a room on the spirit vessel, alongside 3 other rooms occupied by their contemporaries, each student having their own space. Sheng Haidang remarked that it felt as though they were leaving a tiger's den only to enter a wolf's lair, observing that the cultivation and status of the other students were not inferior to theirs and might even surpass them. She wondered what stories would unfold during their month on the island. If brawls were a daily occurrence, she would need to conserve her elixirs, for they would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Upon her departure from Baishamen, the head of the Sheng family had prepared numerous treasures for her, rumored to be half of the family's wealth. However, Sheng Haidang insisted that only a few life-preserving treasures were entrusted to her, urging her to keep them secret, for they were to bolster her strength or safeguard her in critical moments. Meng Wuxia surveyed her storage bracelet and numerous storage pouches, realizing the importance of having reserves. It was an excellent means of fostering friendships. After a lengthy month aboard the spirit vessel, they finally arrived at their destination, the island that serves as the precursor to Jiuzhou Academy. Following the verification of everyone's identities, each individual was issued clothing and identity tokens, outlining the content and requirements of their month-long internship. Meng Wuxia observed that this time, Jiuzhou Academy had recruited many new students, yet few hailed from Sanzhou continent. Individuals like Meng Wuxia, directly accepted as disciples by the Academy's professors, were in a class of their own, rendering her the most renowned among her peers. She longed to proclaim that she too had no desire to be the disciple of a professor whose face she had never seen. Nor did she wish to attend Jiuzhou Academy. Life as an elder at Baishamen had been quite satisfactory, yet here she was, merely an intern student, memorizing rules and history daily, with little novelty in her existence, while also contending with troublesome individuals who sought to provoke her without cause. Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haidang were assigned to different classes and rooms, each enjoying their own quarters, complete with a modest courtyard, simple yet sufficient for their needs. Meng Wuxia cautioned Longting against wandering freely, for this place was unlike the outside world. Many eyes lurked in shadows, observing every disciple's actions and words. At the end of the internship, these observations would determine their standing in the new academy and influence the choice of instructors. Fortunately, her contemporaries were all exceptional individuals, each having been prodigies in their former sex, maintaining their own habits and being quite mindful of their behavior, strictly adhering to the rules. Of course, there were exceptions. Individuals whose words and actions were bolder and more liberated. Meng Wuxia was indifferent, focusing on her studies and refraining from forming close bonds or cliques. Her sole pursuits were cultivation and learning, with occasional visits to the island's market to inquire about departing ships and seek out any recent intriguing tales. She also assisted the island's inhabitants with tasks within her capabilities, leading a fulfilling life. Her actions were duly recorded and submitted, garnering the interest of the Baihu Academy professor who had taken her as a disciple. After reviewing her records, he found her conduct commendable, noting her consistent top scores in assessments, indicating she was a promising disciple who would not disappoint him. After assisting an elder in concocting a potion to remedy ailments incurred during cultivation, Meng Wuxiao received a gossip manual from him, brimming with the intriguing tales of Jiuzhou Academy's significant figures. Perusing through its pages, she was nearly rendered speechless by the revelations concerning the Academy's prominent personalities. Thoroughly entertained by the content, Meng Wuxiao brought this gossip manual to Sheng Haitang, who was engaged in her practice, inviting her to peruse it together. The veracity of the rumors within was uncertain, yet Meng Wuxiao highlighted several credible anecdotes for Sheng Haitang to remember, warning her to tread carefully, for missteps could lead to dire consequences. It has been over half a month here, and both the known and the unknown have led everyone to perceive each other as a threat. The atmosphere, both overtly and covertly, has become rather disharmonious, and some have begun to test the waters, resulting in daily occurrences of minor frictions. As Meng Wuxia gazed at the notification regarding the final examination, she mused that the inevitable had arrived. Chapter 121. Meeting the Master. The final assessment consists of 3 parts. The first is a one-on-one assessment of etiquette. The second is a written examination on the history of Jiuzhou Academy. And the third is a test of strength, conducted in a specific scenario where one must confront fabricated adversaries. Those who secure a place among the top 3 will receive a reward at the freshman orientation ceremony, personally bestowed by the president of Jiuzhou Academy. This reward is an opportunity to enhance one's abilities in the High Ling pool, which may seem ordinary. Yet if one were aware of the true nature of the High Ling pool, they would surely vie for it fervently. Meng Wuxia did not prepare extensively for the examination. In fact, just an hour before the test, she was still concocting elixirs for the islanders who sought her assistance, setting off for the examination hall only as the time approached. After a day of assessments, Meng Wuxia felt unburdened and took St. Haidang for a leisurely stroll along the beach, enjoying the nearby night market festivities. This night market occurs only once a week, and missing it would mean uncertainty about when they could visit again. Though the Sanzhou continent features its own seas, they pale in comparison to the islands here. For the past month, St. Haidang had been immersed in study and cultivation, constantly dealing with provocations and underhanded tactics from others, existing in a state of vigilance and tension. As she surveyed the boundless ocean, the accumulated stress and anxiety about future life began to dissipate, and she sighed, allowing herself to dream of the forthcoming new life. Anxiety is not a safeguard. Remaining perpetually tense can lead one to lose clarity of thought. When challenges arise, one must confront them head-on, continually advance, and strengthen one's self, ensuring that no one can impede your progress. When the day comes to return, you will realize that every moment spent here has been a valuable experience. Meng Wuxiao picked up a large seashell and handed it to the still somewhat reserved St. Haitang, encouraging her not to overthink. This place is indeed a den of dragons and tigers, yet with her strength and astute mind, she would undoubtedly achieve great things. When she returns to Baekshimon, she'll be a renowned cultivator. St. Haitang's cheeks flushed at the mention of sisterhood, her usual pride and aloofness momentarily set aside. The two gazed at the rhythmic ebb and flow of the sea, their hearts lightening as they exchanged playful banter. As they wandered through the night market, they encountered several familiar faces from their cohort. Meng Wuxia and Saint Haidang each purchased a veil to don, hoping to enjoy a tranquil evening. Alas, their peace was soon disrupted by an inconsiderate individual. Saint Haidang noticed someone selling elegant pearl hairpins and wished to acquire the most exquisite pair, keeping one for herself and gifting the other to Meng Wuxia as a token of their sisterhood. This was the first time Saint Haidang referred to Meng Wuxia as a sister, evoking a smile from her, as it was no small feat for the notoriously proud and haughty young lady to extend such camaraderie. However, just as Saint Haidang prepared to claim the pair of hairpins after paying with spirit stones, another hand swiftly snatched them away. Upon recognizing the thief, Meng Wuxia sighed inwardly, lamenting the irony of fate. It was Linglong Yu, the daughter of the Linglong family, a notorious disciple from Jiuzhou Academy who had met a grim fate at Meng Wuxia's hands in a previous life. She took pleasure in bullying students from Jiuzhou, demonstrating a complete lack of reason. Meng Wuxia and several acquaintances had dealt with her previously, and encountering her here was an unexpected turn of events. Please return the items to me. I've already paid with spirit stones, Saint Haidang asserted, noticing Linglong Yu's possessive grip on the hairpins. The latter, exuding an air of disdain, ignored her plea entirely. Linglong Yu dismissively stored the coveted hairpins, scoffing at the mention of spirit stones, and commanded the vendor to refund Saint Haidang, declaring that selling items to someone from Jiuzhou was a waste. Her words ignited a fire within, yet the vendor, caught in a dilemma, stood frozen, hesitant to offend either party. Linglong Yu's attitude remained as insufferable as ever. She treasured a mere hairpin so dearly while they simply wished to enjoy a playful trinket. If you value it so highly, then consider it a gift, Meng Wuxia interjected, restraining the impulsive Saint Haidang, suggesting that they take a step back for the moment. She then picked up another pair of coral hairpins, generously paying for them, and adorned both herself and Saint Haidang, remarking that while pearls may be easy to come by, coral is a rarity, thus rendering it precious. This infuriated Linglong Yu, who stomped her foot in frustration and attempted to engage Meng Wuxia further. However, she was already prepared for the inevitable ruckus and discreetly activated a teleportation talisman, hastily fleeing with Saint Haidang. It was wiser to keep a distance from such petty individuals, lest they spoil the ambience. Yet, the talisman transported them to a bustling food stall, and drawn by the lively atmosphere, both Meng Wuxia and Saint Haidang decided to sample the offerings, patiently waiting for a seat after the proprietor added more chairs to accommodate them. The stall served seafood and grilled fish, and Meng Wuxia requested one of each dish to savor the flavors. As they awaited their meal, an elderly woman approached with a cane, inquiring if she could borrow a seat for a moment. Seeing her fatigue, Meng Wuxia kindly agreed. Once the dishes arrived, noticing the elderly woman's keen appetite, she offered her a pair of chopsticks, inviting her to join their meal. To their surprise, the elderly woman proved to be quite discerning, praising the dishes for their skillful preparation and perfect timing, explaining that she always found the food delectable, which was why the place was so popular. After enjoying their meal, Meng Wuxia and Saint Haidang were eager to learn about other culinary delights from the knowledgeable woman. Just as their conversation blossomed, a group of aggressive individuals encircled them. Meng Wuxia remained unfazed, even calling for the vendor to bring another serving of their favorite dishes. Observing her relaxed demeanor, Saint Haidang mirrored her composure, continuing their activities without alarm. This group was sent by Linglong Yu, intent on confronting them. Linglong Yu had a notorious reputation at the Seven Peaks, and had she not been from the Linglong family, she likely would have faced consequences long ago. With the new student orientation approaching, she looked down upon the newcomers, believing that as they grew stronger and more accomplished, they would not overlook her past behavior. In her arrogance, she sought to assert dominance. But upon witnessing Meng Wuxia's lack of fear or submission, Linglong Yu's anger flared. As she prepared to strike, she ordered her underlings to overturn the table of food. At this, Meng Wuxia could no longer remain passive. She summoned her sword, ready to engage in combat. However, the elderly woman, awaiting her seafood, interjected, lamenting the waste of freshly delivered crabs. Just as Linglong Yu was about to unleash her wrath, she found herself confronted by the elderly woman, who, undeterred, waved at Meng Wuxia and called her disciple. Disciple? Meng Wuxia was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the warmth of the elderly woman's smile, unable to process the revelation. Who could have imagined that a seemingly ordinary grandmother at the dining table would turn out to be a future master? In Chapter 122, as Meng Wuxia entered the Baihu Academy with her master, she had not anticipated that the formidable reputation and standing of her new master, Cheng Yu, at the Jojo Academy would instill fear in the likes of Linglong Yu and others. Upon seeing the identity token presented by Meng Wuxia, their expressions shifted, and they respectfully greeted Professor Cheng Yu, putting away their protective talismans. Her name was Cheng Yu, which sounded somewhat masculine, yet her grandmotherly appearance revealed no hint of disguise. Truly remarkable. Meng Wuxia presented the identity token with reverence, greeting her as Professor. Oh, should she not call her master? Meng Wuxia's inquiry was met with an appropriately measured response. She felt it was too soon to address her as master without having performed the proper apprenticeship rites. Professor Cheng Yu laughed heartily, waving her hand to revert to her original attire and appearance, transforming into a captivating beauty. It was unclear whether this was due to some illusion or a miraculous elixir that maintained her youthful visage. Well, I have accepted your apprenticeship. I thoroughly enjoyed this meal. You need not return to your previous place. Accompany me to Baihu Academy instead. Given your performance, you should rank among the top 3, which will indeed bring glory to Baihu Academy. With that, she bestowed upon Meng Wuxia a pristine identity jade token, instructing her to cherish it. For losing or damaging, it would be irreplaceable. Crafted from a rare jade found in the depths of the ocean, it could not be replicated. Receiving the jade token with solemnity, Meng Wuxia earnestly requested to bring Sheng Haidang along to Jojo Academy, as she could not bear to leave her behind. You have a kind heart. Do not worry. They would not dare harm her, Professor Cheng Yu said, casting a stern glance at Linglong Yu and her companions, who quickly retreated. Sheng Haidang reassured her not to fret, urging her to follow her master, as she would also report to Qinglong Academy the following day. Once settled, she would contact Meng Wuxia without delay, for she was the esteemed young lady of the Sheng family, possessing enduring pride. Thus, Meng Wuxia was led away by Cheng Yu to her residence on a small peak known as Ningyuan Peak. The tranquility of this haven promised peace through all seasons, a place where the great Tao contended, and one could aspire to transcend the mortal realm. Meng Wuxia recited these phrases repeatedly, sensing they reflected her master's philosophy on ascension. Observing Cheng Yu's serene demeanor, she recognized the strong ambition of both her masters. Arriving at nightfall, Meng Wuxia settled in for a restless night, eager to greet her master at dawn. As the sun rose, she hurried to Cheng Yu's courtyard to pay her respects. Cheng Yu, rising late, initially pondered who awaited her in the courtyard before recalling that it was her newly accepted disciple. Surprised by Meng Wuxia's early courtesy, she felt pleased to have such a diligent pupil. However, she valued sincerity over formality. What mattered most was the commitment to diligent practice and the transmission of her teachings without shame. Upon entering her master's abode, Meng Wuxia was astounded to find that Cheng Yu was quite the gourmand, shelves lined not with books, but with jars and containers of delectable treats, filled with exotic spiritual fruits. The fragrant aroma enveloped the room, and as Meng Wuxia's eyes lingered on the tempting delicacies, Cheng Yu's fondness for her grew. There are many unfamiliar items here. Let Guoguo introduce them to you. At Ningyuan Peak, there are no strict rules. Simply focus on your studies and master my skills. You may enjoy the snacks, but do not be too greedy, for I myself have a penchant for indulgence. Meng Wuxia discerned Cheng Yu's familiarity with the treats suggested her own indulgent nature. Curious about her master's tastes in beverages, she inquired about her preferences for wine or tea. Upon learning of Meng Wuxia's fine selections, Cheng Yu beckoned her closer, eager to share in the experience. Meng Wuxia, nearly depleting her storage bracelet's hidden treasures, spent the morning familiarizing herself with the surroundings under the guidance of a rotund, jovial uncle who managed the affairs of Ningyuan Peak. With only a handful of inhabitants, Meng Wuxia calculated that there were merely a dozen or so people residing there. As she accompanied Uncle Guo on a tour, she learned that the welcoming ceremony for new students at Baihu Academy had concluded, and classes would commence the following day. She had missed the initial activities due to her master's influence. Furthermore, the upcoming apprenticeship ceremony would coincide with the awards presentation for the top 3 new students, where her master would publicly announce her acceptance of a disciple, a rare honor at Jiuzhou Academy, attracting widespread attention. Meng Wuxia hesitated to partake in such public acknowledgement, but her master insisted, stating that it would be unwise to downplay the significance of having accepted a top-ranking student. With a deep breath, Meng Wuxia resigned herself to the circumstances. After receiving accolades from the headmaster, she bowed 3 times before Chengyu in front of the gathered faculty and students, respectfully presenting a cup of tea as part of the apprenticeship ritual, thus solidifying their bond. Meng Wuxia was acutely aware of the piercing gazes directed at her, filled with envy and scrutiny from her peers, save for her master's genuine delight. Regardless, she resolved to embark on her new life, and with her master's consent, she exchanged an opportunity to visit the Hailing Pool for a chance to explore the Array Tower, a magnificent structure housing all the formations of Jiuzhou, where ascending each level presented increasing challenges. Meng Wuxia sought to uncover any formations akin to those on the Array plate, hoping to discover methods to activate it. Regardless of the risks involved, her determination pleased her master, who felt fortunate to have such a promising disciple. However, upon spreading the word, some deemed Meng Wuxia foolish for trading a rare chance at the Hailing Pool for the perilous journey of the Array Tower, where untrained students would tread lightly. Meng Wuxia believed she would embark on this journey imminently, yet her master informed her that 3 days were required to prepare her strength, emphasizing that she would practice drawing formations and dispelling them without the aid of a brush, relying solely on her own spiritual energy and mental acuity and advanced skill. Her master's assurance that this intensive training would not endanger her life and that her innate talent would facilitate her progress did little to ease Meng Wuxia's apprehension. On the first day of training, she quickly understood why her master bore the moniker Jade-Faced Rakshasa. When she unleashed her power, it was without mercy, shattering Meng Wuxia's prized array brush in the process. Chapter 123. Initial entry into the formation, Meng Wuxia experienced the first inkling that following her master in learning could pose a threat to her life. The bruises adorning her body were quite alarming, persisting without respite. Had it not been for the life-saving elixirs stored at the bakeshaman, she might have doubted whether these 3 days would mark the end of her existence. Goodness, her master, Chengyu, turned out to be this formidable. Despite being her own disciple, he showed no restraint, launching straight into a perilous confinement formation. It was sheer luck that her limbs remained unbroken. On the first day, Meng Wuxia found herself unable to rise from the ground until Uncle Guo summoned a robust female cultivator to carry her to the spirit pool for recuperation, which helped her somewhat. By the second day, she made progress, absorbing a wealth of knowledge previously unknown to her, particularly in the application and control of spiritual energy. With her extensive learning experience, Meng Wuxia quickly adapted to her master's rigorous demands, demonstrating an ability to perceive, learn, and apply knowledge adeptly. Earning the commendation of her discerning master, she focused intently, striving to understand how to use formations to subdue her opponent, which, in this case, was herself. Still being carried to the spirit pool for recovery, Meng Wuxia feared her bones might shatter under the strain. By the third day, conditions improved slightly as she practiced the techniques learned over the previous 2 days, finally alleviating her fears of imminent demise. Upon receiving a jade token granting her entry into the formation, her master generously presented her with a vial of healing elixirs, claiming it contained a sacred remedy exclusive to the Jiuzhou Academy. Consuming one at the brink of death could save her life. Clutching this life-preserving elixir, Meng Wuxia suppressed her urge to curse, quietly expressing her gratitude to her master. At last, she stood before the towering formation, gazing up at the layers ascending into the heavens, overwhelmed with emotion. She desperately wished to cry. having endured intense training at her master's hands. Upon placing her identity jade token against the grand door, it slowly swung open after verification. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wuxia stepped inside. The first level revealed nothing profound, resembling merely the entrance of a courtyard, devoid of anything extraordinary, merely a grand door within the tower. Ascending to the second level, however, unveiled a spectacle. Formations interconnected one after another, creating a nearly infinite space of formations. Meng Wuxia sighed deeply, channeling her spiritual energy in preparation for a formidable challenge. When she finally reached the third level, breathless and weary, the significance of her master's specialized training dawned upon her. Without mastery over the fusion of spiritual energy and mental force, navigating the formations on this level would cost her numerous formation pens, a considerable expense in spiritual stones. Through the trials of these formations, any oversights during her training would swiftly manifest under life-threatening circumstances, compelling her to strive for improvement and enhancement for survival. Fortunately, as a practitioner at the Golden Core stage, she managed to endure, though the exertion of unraveling each formation drained her completely. These formations, seemingly commonplace, proved to be far more complex once entered, each more troublesome than the last. Rather than hastily ascend to the third level, Meng Wuxia took a moment on the staircase to reflect on the formations she had just deciphered. Each formation stood independently, lacking any correlation, and she sensed no unusual movements from the formation discs. After a period of contemplation, she began her ascent to the third level, feeling an overwhelming urge to curse upon entry. Though few in number, the formations on this level were of a deceptive nature, each capable of triggering a cascade of additional formations upon entry. Without unraveling the critical formation core, escape was impossible. The JoJo Academy's collection was impressive. Housing such bizarre formations, she could only wonder what lay beyond. With determination in her gaze, Meng Wuxia plunged into the fray, eager to discover the intricacies of these formations. However, she stumbled into the first formation, commencing a grueling battle. The formation contained multiple subformations, seemingly innocuous, yet triggering a chain reaction upon contact. Her initial reaction was to lament the treachery of the formation, as her mental energy rapidly dwindled, consumed by the hidden subformations. The elixirs provided by her master became invaluable at this moment. Meng Wuxia speculated whether her master anticipated her current limitations, knowing that her capacity to conquer the levels was finite and that she might soon require the elixirs for survival. Steadying her mind, she sought a safe corner to replenish her spiritual energy, aiming to restore herself to peak condition. Through sheer willpower, Meng Wuxia managed to press through this layer. Upon reaching the fourth level staircase, she gasped for breath, resembling a fish on the verge of dehydration, immobilized in her exhaustion. A sense of dissatisfaction welled within her. Having only navigated 2 levels, the formation discs remained unresponsive. It felt unjust to return after such an arduous journey. Once she felt sufficiently recovered, she continued her ascent. By the time her master arrived to escort her out, Meng Wuxia had barely traversed the 5th level, nearly ensnared by a formation. Though she resisted the urge to utilize the communication talisman provided by her master for help, she was determined to persevere. However, her body had suffered severe depletion. The flow of spiritual energy was no longer swift, and her supply of elixirs had been exhausted. With her own reserves depleted, she could not attempt another level. Ultimately, she was retrieved by her master's spiritual beast. Upon returning to her quarters, she collapsed into a deep slumber, awakening 3 days later at a leisurely pace. Upon her awakening, her master posed no inquiries, instead directing her to the training room to reflect on the formations she had encountered in the tower, urging her to recall every detail she could. Experiences do not equate to the absence of potential usefulness. She needed to identify shortcomings and leverage her strengths. For even the smallest details could influence the resolution of a formation. Meng Wuxia remained in the training room for 7 days, repeatedly revisiting her experiences within the formation tower. Yet her abilities still fell short of reaching a pinnacle. To ascend to greater heights, she recognized the necessity of intensified practice. In her Master S chamber, Meng Wuxiao immersed herself in an extensive array of texts, utilizing her Master S formation symbols to explore new formations, scarcely venturing outside, wholly absorbed in her rapid advancement in formation studies. Unbeknownst to her, the time for her first assessment at the Baihu Academy approached, with her master enrolling her in a written examination, necessitating both theoretical and practical assessments. The Baihu Academy, known for its combat prowess, only accepted students of extraordinary fighting capability. Written assessments were often overlooked, as the martial evaluations garnered the most attention. However, the Jojo Academy's examinations traditionally encompassed both martial and written components, with the choice resting with the students. Gazing at the examination notice, Meng Wuxiao mused that her master truly believed in her passion for learning, adding another layer of challenge. The written examination at the Baihu Academy was renowned for its duration, lasting an entire day. Chapter 124. Anomalies in the Formation Discs. Meng Wuxiao recounted her experiences within the formation to Long Ting in the Linghai, seeking his assistance in analyzing the characteristics of these formations. After exerting herself to reach the 5th level, she returned to Ningyuan Peak, plagued by dissatisfaction. A significant portion of her agitation stemmed from a lack of progress in deciphering the formation discs. Meng Wuxiao utilized her array drawing brush to sketch the formations that obstructed her path, demonstrating her process of breaking through the arrays. Long Ting observed for quite some time and noted that by the time Meng Wuxiao finally withdrew, she had expended a significant portion of her spiritual energy. Yet the formations remained unbroken. Long Ting concluded that Meng Wuxiao's impatience hindered her ability to wield her strength effectively, thus restricting her true capabilities. Although she appeared to be exerting herself fully, her efforts were misdirected. Meng Wuxiao cast a significant eye roll towards Long Ting, who continued his incessant lecturing. In reflecting on her experience of breaking the formations, she recognized that her own restless heart was to blame. After consulting her master, Meng Wuxiao proceeded to the array hall of Baihu Yuan to attend lectures. In Baihu Yuan, there exists a tradition where each morning and afternoon, a dedicated hour is allotted for instructors or elders to elucidate array techniques and relevant knowledge. Any student eager to learn is welcome to attend. Meng Wuxiao diligently participated in these lectures for a month, humbly seeking advice from elder sisters who exhibited a positive attitude. In addition to attending lectures, she also devoted herself to intensive practice in the training room. With the synergistic effects of spiritual herbs and Qian Yulian, her strength witnessed remarkable progress. Observing her relentless efforts, her master brought her before a venerable elder, requesting guidance. Wuxia, learn earnestly from this esteemed elder, and do not let him perceive my disciple as indolent or lacking ambition, her master advised before hastily departing. The elder regarded Meng Wuxia, and just as she was about to exchange pleasantries, he waved his hand, casting her into a chamber filled with arrays. These formations were imposing in their power, and without time to scrutinize them, she activated her spiritual energy to begin dismantling the arrays. To her astonishment, the formations resonated with one another. Each array served as the key to unlocking the next. If one formation remained unbroken, she could not access the subsequent one. Furthermore, whenever she attempted to take a moment to rest, the formations would tremble, denying her any respite. By the time she emerged from the final formation, she promptly succumbed to unconsciousness, sleeping for 3 days. The elder had not exchanged a single word with her. He simply summoned her master to retrieve her, noting her commendable prowess in array techniques, stating that with diligent practice, she could inscribe and summon formidable arrays independently. This elicited hearty laughter from her master, who, after bidding farewell to the taciturn elder, took Meng Wuxia to the spirit pool. He left her a bottle of superior elixirs and a jade slip, departing without offering a word of consolation. Meng Wuxia stared blankly at the jade slip in her hand, which prominently bore the inscription Baihu Yuan Mi Jing Yujian. She recalled that any jade slip with the term Mi Jing was reserved for high-ranking disciples and esteemed elders or instructors. Having been in the academy for less than half a year, was it not excessive to possess such a token? Her master encouraged her to engage in reflection and cultivation within this small secret realm. As the newly admitted students of Baihu Yuan were embroiled in fierce competition for positions and resources, her master wished to prevent her from being sidetracked by these disputes and aimed to elevate her capabilities. Holding the jade slip given by her master, Meng Wuxiao ventured into the small secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm of Qianshan Feng, she noticed a subtle stirring of the arrayed disc within her storage ring. Could there be something here that attracted it, causing it to resonate? Meng Wuxiao produced the arrayed disc and began her search, exploring each peak diligently with her mental energy, seeking out anything of value. While there seemed to be no particularly noteworthy arrays, numerous rare beasts and formidable demon creatures lurked within, leading to inevitable skirmishes. Aside from battling these demon beasts, she also collected some unique treasures for alchemical purposes. As Meng Wuxia continued her search, she observed the patterns on the array disc beginning to change gradually. The deeper she ventured, the more intricate the variations became. She focused her attention on the array disc transformations, yet these changes yielded no substantial findings. Stubbornly, Meng Wuxiao refused to believe that the disc had revealed nothing of significance that day. After relentless probing and searching, she discovered a spiritual forest deep within Qianshan Feng. Upon entering this grove, the array disc began to autonomously absorb the spiritual energy present, resulting in the first crack appearing on its surface. Meng Wuxiao remained in this spiritual grove for quite some time, realizing that it was a place rich in would attribute spiritual energy. Was a crack on the array disc a reaction to the absorption of this wood attribute? She summoned Long Ting to share her hypothesis. Long Ting recalled a rumor he had heard. Ancient treasures required the full spectrum of the 5 elemental powers to awaken their inherent strength, with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth being indispensable. Meng Wuxiao pondered the crack on the array disc, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from her past. During her time at Bai Xianmen, she had read a tale in an ancient book about a mortal becoming an immortal. The story depicted a mortal who lived in a secluded forest, having little contact with the outside world until a chance encounter allowed him to explore beyond his home. However, after a few years, he returned to his forest retreat, dedicating himself to solitary living. Upon reaching 100 years of age, he dreamt of a celestial ladder and began to ascend it in his dream. When he awoke, he had transcended his mortal form and entered the realm of immortals. Meng Wuxia could not fathom why this story resurfaced in her mind. But the image of the celestial ladder lingered, and she envied the mortal who achieved immortality simply by climbing a ladder, a truly extraordinary fortune. She stored the now inert array disc away and checked the time indicated on the jade slip, realizing she was about to be transported out. Upon her exit, she discovered that her cultivation had inexplicably advanced 3 levels, and she sensed the faint signs of breaking through her cultivation constraints. Having been at Baihu Academy for less than a year, her rapid progress exceeded her expectations. She wondered how Sheng Haidang was faring and whether she had safely navigated this period. With thoughts of Sheng Haidang in mind, Meng Wuxiao resolved to visit her, as they had not been in contact since joining the academy. However, as she made her way to see Sheng Haidang, she noticed a throng of students heading in a particular direction, animatedly discussing matters pertaining to the arena. Stopping a passing disciple, she inquired about the commotion. The disciple urged Meng Wuxiao to hurry to the life and death arena to secure a position, as a duel was about to take place. This was peculiar. Battles of the life and death arena occurred almost daily, yet today seemed exceptionally captivating. Sensing something amiss, Meng Wuxiao followed the crowd towards the life and death arena. Chapter 125. The life and death arena. Arriving near the life and death arena, Meng Wuxiao discovered a large gathering, all eagerly discussing the 3 figures standing on the platform, 1 woman and 2 men. This was unusual, as typical duels featured only one-on-one confrontations. Gazing from a distance, she was astonished to recognize the woman standing alone on the stage as the long-lost Sheng Haidang. It turned out that Sheng Haidang had received a reward of a secret realm trial and a precious elixir from the academy, inciting jealousy, among others, leading her to be lured into this life and death arena, which required duels between pairs. The adversaries had already allied, while Sheng Haitang stood alone. It was said that Sheng Haitang's companion had suddenly sustained an injury and could not arrive, leaving her to face the life and death platform alone. According to tradition, if the platform rose and there was no one to fight alongside Sheng Haidang, she would have to engage in battle solo. Meng Wuxiao observed that Sheng Haitang's cultivation had nearly reached her own level, aside from donning a new academy uniform. Her inherent pride and courage had ascended to an even higher echelon, maintaining her status as a young lady with a fiery temperament. Summoning He Sold, Ding Kun, Meng Wuxia leaped onto the life and death platform, standing resolutely beside Sheng Haidang. The unexpected appearance of Meng Wuxia filled Sheng Haidang with both surprise and joy. Any trepidation she had harbored about confronting the two rogues dissipated the moment Meng Wuxia arrived. It seemed that my faith in you is well placed, for we are indeed suited to join forces in this battle. In response to Meng Wuxia's playful teasing, Sheng Haidang, now prepared for the confrontation, let out a charming laugh and proclaimed, "Long time no see," before delving into the backstory behind the current predicament. The two adversaries before them were no pushovers. They were well connected within the Jiuzhou Academy and adept at causing trouble for newcomers, particularly targeting her precious elixir. They had schemed to force her onto the life and death platform, even injuring her companion beforehand to ensure she faced the challenge alone. Fortunately, heaven had intervened by sending Meng Wuxia to her side, and now it was time to settle scores without mercy. Once Sheng Haitang's wrath was ignited, even Meng Wuxia needed to tread carefully. Noticing that Sheng Haidang was genuinely furious and unlikely to relent without inflicting severe damage upon her foes, Meng Wuxia saw this as an opportune moment to hone her skills, having not engaged in battle for some time and focusing primarily on cultivation. After exchanging a knowing glance with Sheng Haitang, the two launched into combat. Their opponents were no slouches either. They had ulterior motives for stepping onto the life and death platform, brandishing arrogance and provocations while wielding their weapons with abandon. They were particularly intent on seizing Sheng Haitang's elixir. Upon witnessing Meng Wuxiao's arrival, disdain was palpable in their eyes. Meng Wuxiao relished such opponents, appreciating their capacity for dialogue alongside their strength, knowing she could unleash her full prowess without restraint, aiming to silence their incessant chatter and disarm their unruly hands. With a cold smirk, Meng Wuxiao's strikes grew increasingly decisive and ruthless, compelling their adversaries to become wary and reactive. Having sparred with Sheng Haidang before, they were intimately familiar with each other's combat styles, having previously exchanged insights at the Bai Xianmen. Their first collaboration against an enemy was remarkably harmonious, and before long, they had sent one of their foes tumbling off the life and death platform. The onlookers were left in awe. The prowess displayed by the newcomers was astonishing, particularly the unhesitant and efficient actions of Meng Wuxia, which piqued the curiosity of the crowd, eager to witness the unfolding outcome. The once boastful opponent, now under the onslaught of their combined might, considered surrender but hesitated, fearing that capitulation would tarnish their reputation. Thus, they gritted their teeth and continued to fight. However, Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haidang showed no inclination to hold back, seeing their opponent stubbornly cling to the fight. They unleashed a dual strike, sending them to meet the King of Hell. Witnessing the fallen and injured foes below, the surrounding spectators regarded Meng Wuxia and Sheng Haidang with newfound respect, some even applauding, acknowledging the brilliance of their combat and affirming their strength. As Sheng Haidang retrieved a storage ring from the lifeless body, she chose not to keep the spoils for herself, but vowed to return the pilfered items to their rightful owner, earning the admiration of the crowd for her generosity. "You are indeed magnanimous. One must wonder what treasures lie within that individual's possession," Meng Wuxia jested, to which Sheng Haidang responded with a wry smile, admitting that while she wished to keep any valuable items for herself, the current reality necessitated forging alliances. Once they had established a firm footing, they could contemplate other pursuits. Meng Wuxia, understanding the challenges of this place, recognized that continuous improvement in strength was essential for survival. After sharing their recent experiences, Sheng Haidang revealed that she had obtained a jade slip as a reward from martial competition, which could assist Meng Wuxiao in her quest to enter a fire attribute secret realm. She explained that this realm was said to be non-threatening and abundant in high-quality spiritual herbs, initially intended for her own resource exchanges. Now, with Meng Wuxiao's ability to concoct elixirs, she urged her to take a look, hoping for a share of any exceptional potions discovered. Sheng Haidang's generosity was soon reciprocated when Meng Wuxia presented her with precious spiritual plants and elixirs prepared by her master, which were meant to aid in her cultivation breakthroughs. As they were the only two friends who had come together, Sheng Haitang's newfound strength was advantageous for Meng Wuxia. This opportunity to explore a fire attribute locale might provide the key to unraveling the mysteries of the formation disk. After securing the jade slip and imparting vital advice to Sheng Haitang, Meng Wuxia hastened toward the secret realm. The Jiuzhou Academy was replete with various secret realms, each serving distinct purposes. Aside from those that opened only once every few years, there were exceptional realms that might only be accessible once in several decades. These realms were commonplace and could be entered with a jade slip. Upon entering the beautifully serene secret realm, filled with spiritual herb gardens, Meng Wuxiao felt a slight pang of disappointment. Yet, the prospect of discovering rare herbs and spiritual plants that would otherwise require substantial spirit stones to procure lifted her spirits. While resting, she sensed an unusual activity from the formation disk. Upon inspection, she indeed found it changing, with intricate formation patterns emerging. Elated, Meng Wuxia began to wander about with the formation disk in hand, keen to discern which direction it was indicating. After searching both east and west, she finally pinpointed the correct direction, which led her to a deep valley. Upon probing with her spiritual sense, she found no remarkable features within the valley, only a lifeless expanse. However, as she ventured deeper, she felt the temperature steadily rising. To her astonishment, she discovered an underground lava flow, realizing the silence was due to the extreme heat. It was so intense that staying for any length of time would be unbearable, had it not been for the protective aura of the Qinya lotus. Meng Wuxiao would not have dared approach. As she stepped closer to the lava, a second fissure appeared on the formation disk. This was it. The formation disk was indeed extraordinary, and Meng Wuxia could not help but laugh with delight. Chapter 126. The Third Fissure. Upon seeing another new fissure on the formation disk, the weight that had burdened her heart vanished, replaced by a fresh surge of motivation. She eagerly sought the remaining attributes, anticipating new surprises from the formation disk. Perhaps this was the moment of a grand opportunity, a chance to fulfill a long-held desire, a yearning that demanded realization, a determination that would not waver until achieved. As she traversed the path of cultivation, she understood that transcending to immortality was the only outcome. Meng Wuxia meticulously gathered numerous useful spiritual herbs from the Qianshan Peak and used her master's jade token to claim necessary herbs from the resource repository, embarking on a focused period of alchemical refinement. As she departed from Bai Xianmen, Shi Wentao gifted her a parting present, a somewhat tattered alchemical manual, an invaluable treasure he had acquired from an esteemed elder. It is her fervent hope that she may restore this ancient alchemical manuscript at Jiuzhou Xuan, which contains the recipes and techniques derived from a once mighty sect of alchemy. Should she succeed in concocting the long-lost elixirs within, it would bestow upon her a wealth of invaluable benefits. On her journey to Jiuzhou Xuan, Meng Wuxia diligently studied this manuscript, discovering that several of the recorded elixirs are remarkably effective in enhancing cultivation and strengthening spiritual power. Should she truly manage to produce them, it would serve as a formidable resource for exchange. Meng Wuxia has taken out the colorful alchemical furnace and has begun the relentless process of refining the elixirs. At this moment, her singular ambition is to exert every ounce of her strength to elevate her cultivation, swiftly unravel the secrets of the array disk, and seize the opportunity for ascension. A person, when fortified by a belief strong enough to propel them forward, will relentlessly pursue their goals, undeterred by the challenges ahead, refusing to abandon their quest until they have carved out their own destiny. Meng Wuxia has laid out the vast collection of spiritual herbs accumulated within her storage bracelet for the purpose of alchemy, even liberating some of her private reserves from the spiritual spring without hesitation, much to Long Ting's chagrin as he exclaims her profligacy. Long Ting, having accompanied Meng Wuxia for a considerable time, has been dedicated to refining himself in hopes of leaping through the Dragon Gate, firmly believing that he will indeed transform into the proud golden dragon of the realm. In Meng Wuxia's eyes, Long Ting is already standing at the threshold of the Dragon Gate, merely awaiting the right moment to metamorphose into a dragon. She urges Long Ting to keep a keen eye, for she is on the verge of successfully refining a long-lost elixir, a feat that would earn her the title of alchemical master. The Qingpong bird, Xia Qing, has been in deep meditation, and although Meng Wuxia refrained from disturbing him, he has emerged to silently accompany her, observing her unwavering focus as she tirelessly engages in alchemy. Xia Qing recalls witnessing a renowned alchemist at work some time ago. Yet today, as he observes Meng Wuxia, he perceives that what she is undertaking transcends mere alchemy. It is an act of desperation, devoid of any moments for rest. As the colorful alchemical furnace blazes continuously, through numerous failures, Meng Wuxia gathers experience, persistently adjusting the configurations and sequences of the herbs, amassing insights amidst the countless failed concoctions. Soon, an enchanting fragrance wafts around her, permeating the entire mountain peak, even drawing the attention of those outside, who sense the potent aura of the elixirs. Upon casting the final batch of herbs into the furnace, Meng Wuxia perceives an intangible shift within herself, her meridians and robust spiritual power radiating a newfound transformation. With each breakthrough in her cultivation, as she enters a new realm, her meridians and spiritual power undergo astonishing changes. As the alchemical furnace emits a thunderous roar, the arrayed disc within her storage bracelet reveals a third fissure, distinct from the previous two, manifesting as if it has shed a layer of skin, altering its appearance. It is akin to a flawless jade disc emerging from stone, concealing countless rivers and mountains within its pristine surface, harboring boundless mysteries. However, Meng Wuxia, having exhausted her energy and spiritual essence, gazes upon the birth of the elixirs with immense joy before succumbing to deep slumber. Thankfully, she had previously established a protective isolation array. As long as no supreme beings akin to her master were to attack, she could enjoy her rest undisturbed. 7 days later, upon awakening, Meng Wuxia is eagerly informed by Long Ting and Xia Qing that her surroundings have been bustling with visitors, all curious to discover what astonishing elixirs she has produced. Her master has been waiting outside, anticipating her emergence. Stretching languidly, Meng Wuxia gathers the 3 ancient elixirs she toiled to create and steps out to see what her master is doing. As expected, her master is indulging in delicious food while awaiting her return. Upon her appearance, her master does not rush to inquire about her findings, but instead asks if she is hungry and if she would like to sample some newly discovered delicacies. Naturally, she is eager to enjoy a proper meal, having gone without one for some time. However, outside, the waiting crowd grows impatient, incessantly inquiring whether she has finished and what elixir she has concocted. Some even begin to probe with their spiritual energy, but her master, being far more formidable, effortlessly erects an isolation barrier to keep the bothersome inquiries at bay. After relishing a satisfying meal, Meng Wuxia does not hesitate to present the 3 ancient elixirs to her master for her examination. Her master, eyes wide with astonishment, scrutinizes them for some time before carefully instructing Meng Wuxia to keep these elixirs safe, warning that their revelation could incite chaos and even seismic competition. She then inquires about Meng Wuxia's next steps. In response, Meng Wuxia asks what her master hopes she will do. Her master regards her with a serious expression and advises her to seize this opportunity to secure or exchange for the greatest possible benefits. Having broken through her shackles, Meng Wuxia has become an undeniable prodigy, With additional resources to propel her forward, she could surpass even her master in strength and establish a new force within Jiuzhou Shuyuan. As she speaks, her master reveals no hints of doubt, her eyes alight with pride and excitement for Meng Wuxia. This is a look Meng Wuxia has never encountered before, one that finally allows her to set aside the long-held vigilance that she could not easily relinquish. Each of these ancient elixirs contains a wondrous power upon consumption. They can facilitate a cultivator's ascension to a new realm. This is the most alluring aspect of these elixirs, the very power that countless seekers covet. Meng Wuxia had already resolved to allocate one elixir to her master, aiding her in attaining a higher status within Jiuzhou Shuyuan, while the remaining two would be exchanged for new cultivation resources. With the array disc now transformed, only two attributes remain to unlock its secrets, marking a crucial step. Only with comprehensive preparations can one grasp the fortuitous opportunities that are both rare and elusive. Unexpected Chapter 127. When Meng Wuxia presented one of the ancient elixirs to her master gasped in astonishment, taking a moment to regain her composure before confirming her understanding and eagerly accepting the elixir that could help her surpass her cultivation barriers. Since the ancient elixir harbors boundless power, immediate seclusion is necessary to absorb its essence and facilitate the final breakthrough. Her master, holding the two remaining ancient elixirs, showcases them to the gathering crowd drawn by their potent aura, articulating the terms they had previously agreed upon. Anything of equivalent value to the ancient elixirs or opportunities for cultivation could be exchanged. Meng Wuxia is taken aback by her master's audacity in trading the two ancient elixirs for a spiritual mountain. Those spiritual mountains are abundant within the realm of Jiuzhou Shuyuan. The one acquired in exchange possesses a spiritual vein, allowing one day of cultivation upon it to equate to 2 days outside. This territory is typically reserved for those who have reached the rank of Grand Elder. It is beyond Meng Wuxia's comprehension which esteemed individual would so generously part with such a treasure. Staring at the deed for the spiritual mountain bestowed by her master, she could hardly believe it was real. Take it. From this day forth, this will be your exclusive spiritual mountain. Cultivate diligently within, and do not forget to spare time for refining more elixirs. Should you require any spiritual herbs that I do not possess, feel free to ask. I shall procure what you need, so pursue your ambitions with confidence. Meng Wuxia swallowed her saliva and carefully stowed away the shimmering Lingshan land deed. Under her master's urging, she proceeded toward the Lingshan. It was no wonder that the ownership of such a spiritual mountain could incite fierce conflicts, leading people to shed blood and sever familial ties. The cultivation environment and all the personnel and items within were akin to a small sect. Meng Wuxia summoned Long Ting and Xia Qing, instructing them to thoroughly explore this Lingshan. The more detailed their findings, the better to uncover any hidden treasures. As she stepped into the Lingshan, the arrayed disc within her storage bracelet emitted a slight tremor, seemingly resonating with some kind of energy. Any reaction or sound from the array disc made Meng Wuxia acutely sensitive. She was determined to comprehend any detail related to it before letting go. Long Ting was enamored with the place, stating that the spiritual energy here was exceptionally conducive to his cultivation. Within merely half a day, he had already begun to experience a transformation in his aura. Xia Qing, shedding his reservations, expressed confidence that if he could cultivate here uninterrupted for 3 months, he would break through to a new realm. Given sufficient time and Meng Wuxia's permission, he believed he could seize the opportunity to transform into human form. Meng Wuxia advised him to focus on his cultivation. She had already informed her master of her intention to enter seclusion for a period of time. Her master, having acquired an extraordinary ancient elixir, would require at least 6 months or up to a year to fully absorb its potency. The effectiveness of this process would depend on her own capability, determination, and a touch of luck. Meng Wuxia transmitted a message to Sheng Haidang via a jade slip, urging her to come to this Lingshan for cultivation. The resources and spiritual herbs here were precisely what she needed at present. With diligent use and hard work, astonishing breakthroughs awaited her. After settling these matters, Meng Wuxia began to explore according to the spiritual vein of the Lingshan, investigating the cause of the arrayed disk's response. With the arrayed disk in hand, she meticulously examined every corner, marveling at the abundance of spiritual energy. Were there to be such a Lingshan in the Zhangzhou continent, not only would the established powers of the major cities, which had long held dominion, fight fiercely for it, but various sects, driven by desperation and ambition, would undoubtedly spare no effort to claim it. Meng Wuxiao reflected on the nature of competition. It was evident that the treasures of the Jiuzhou Academy surpassed anything she had encountered or known previously. Even in this dispersed learning environment, the strength of the practitioners was formidable, as long as one was determined and willing to invest effort in cultivation. The opportunities for learning and resources available here could rival those found in other continents. After several sleepless days of searching, with the arrayed disk showing no further reactions, Meng Wuxia sighed in resignation, realizing she had ventured deep into the Lingshan and sought a suitable place to rest. This spot was elevated, offering a broad view. With clouds and mist stretching endlessly, below, it was unclear whether a sea of flowers or a dense forest lay hidden. Meng Wuxia reclined, gazing at the unreachable sky. Her clear eyes filled with confusion, pondering whether her fixation on the legendary Xianyuan stone had led her arrayed disk into a state of mental turmoil, wasting time on an obsession without a known outcome. Her desire to ascend to immortality and witness the lofty realms weighed heavily on her. Haunted by the shadows of the future, constantly reminding herself of the necessity to achieve transcendence, to become an immortal lord, to return to the divine realm, and distance herself from the identity of Meng Po, avoiding the path she had traversed before. As her thoughts spiraled, Meng Wuxia's eyelids grew heavier, and she unknowingly drifted into sleep. Perhaps the abundant spiritual energy here resonated harmoniously with her own. In her stillness, she was nourished by an unending flow of spiritual essence, allowing her to begin sensing the boundless power yet unknown to her. Each breakthrough brought forth a systematic transformation in her body and meridians, her aura increasingly setting her apart from others. She herself had not anticipated that her transformation encompassed not only a continuous enhancement of her strength, but also a profound change in her mindset. Her unwavering focus on a singular goal, and the confidence that gradually, silently, led her to touch upon enlightenment. Her sleep today was unlike any before. It was natural and profound, imbued with a sense of selflessness and tranquility, enveloping her in relaxation and comfort as she entered an entirely different realm. She could reach for the heavens, touch the earth, gaze upon the mortal world with open eyes, and behold the endless starlight with closed ones. With her left hand cradling a radiant sun and her right grasping a luminous moon, all of existence lay within her heart, in her hands. And before her eyes, there was nothing more magnificent than this. Meng Wuxia turned over, and before she could muster a smile and stretch her limbs, she awakened upon a tranquil, undisturbed sea surface. The world held only the serene waters before her. Looking up, she beheld an infinite blue sky. Lowering her gaze, she saw the sea reflecting her own image. Grounded and serene, she found herself wandering through this vast realm, utterly alone. To her surprise, upon witnessing this scene, her instinctive reaction was to summon her life sword Ding Kuan and the Wuji staff she always held. These two items had once been her most trusted companions in this world, the very essence of her existence, indispensable parts of her being. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were akin to her lifeblood. In her solitude, her thoughts immediately returned to these two objects. Did she forget something, or was it merely the overwhelming stillness surrounding her? Meng Wuxia found herself in a dream within a dream, yearning to turn over, when suddenly the sound of wind reached her ears, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Upon opening her eyes, she saw countless petals scattering around her, drifting toward a direction she intended to follow. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, her spirit soared, and her mood was buoyant as she took to the skies, following the scent of flowers toward that path. Little did she expect that deep within the Lingshan lay a Li Huanjing, which elicited both surprise and joy, prompting her to enter without hesitation. Chapter 128. Li Huanjing Meng Wuxia had been fortunate to encounter a Li Huanjing shortly before her ascension in her previous life. Thanks to the insights gained there, she had broken through her barriers in 3 days and survived the tribulation of life and death, eventually welcoming the heavenly tribulation that offered her the chance to ascend. However, the outcome was a failure in the tribulation, leading to her being concealed by the 100 Immortals sect, followed by years of penance, and then inexplicably finding herself in the Underworld, becoming Meng Po of the Nether Realm. Now, unexpectedly, she found herself once more in the Jiuzhou Academy, face to face with the Li Huanjing. It was uncertain what kind of opportunity this encounter would bring her. The Li Huanjing, as it is known, is a celestial vision closely tied to practitioners, a random illusion bestowed by the heavens along one's cultivation path, offering the fortunate a chance for ascension. Upon entering the Li Huanjing, Meng Wuxia was astonished to discover that she stood in the Underworld, precisely at the boundary between the human realm and the Nether Realm, upon the Naihe Bridge. Below flowed the ceaseless waters of the Wangchuan River, while cold winds howled around her, and the deities who watched over the area cycled day and night. Even the Meng Po's abode, which had been there for an indeterminate duration, appeared eternally unchanged. As Meng Wuxia descended from the Naihe Bridge and stood by the Wangchuan River, she observed the countless resentful souls trapped within its waters, their spirits neither extinguished nor dispersed. Occasionally, when faced with stubborn souls unwilling to traverse the Naihe Bridge, she would fetch a bowl of Wangchuan water to administer to them, and within mere seconds, they would comply. Never had she anticipated arriving here. It was a true surprise. Meng Wuxia lingered in the vicinity for considerable time, realizing that with just a few quick steps, she could enter the Meng Po's abode once more. Yet, she truly did not wish to step inside. Even with her eyes closed, she could envision its interior and its decor style. She had vowed to sever ties with Meng Po entirely, determined not to revisit the dreary, antiquated place. Determined, Meng Wuxia traversed Meng Po Zhuang, heading towards the capital of the Underworld, Fengdu City. However, soon after she resolved to leave, the circumstances around her began to shift. This time, it was the peak of Xianmen. It was a place she did not know when she would have the chance to return. While she had been busy practicing at Xianmen, the feeling had been different, but after such a long absence, she realized that Xianmen was the starting point of her new journey, a sanctuary where she could find her footing in the world. In the small courtyard at Xiangshangfeng, she cherished the Ling Niao tree and the flowers and herbs she had carefully selected, nurturing a small medicinal garden. Every nook and cranny held distinct memories. Though her days of tranquility were fleeting, they provided her with vital support on her path of cultivation. The bitterness of hardship without the sweetness of reward can weigh heavily on the heart. As she gazed at the Ling Niao tree, now home to the spirit birds, a genuine smile illuminated her face. Yet, before her smile could fade, she found herself in a different scene, one resembling a serene and exquisite secret realm. Meng Wuxia surveyed her surroundings. Apart from the breathtaking scenery and herself, there was no other presence, and the only sound was the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Was this the world after becoming an immortal? Beautiful as it was, the silence was overwhelming. The life of celestial beings was what everyone desired. But who truly knew what life was like for the immortals? She had heard Yin Wang lament that life above was no different from that below, with days flowing quietly. Day after day, year after year, witnessing unchanged scenery and continuously meeting new people. Meng Wuxia walked from one end to the other, repeatedly traversing the same path. But the scenery remained unchanged. She decided to lie down in a spot and gazed at the endless white above. However, after a while, feeling boredom settle in, she retrieved some items from her storage bracelet and began to relax. This time, the illusion was peculiar. She had witnessed all her past trajectories and appearances, leading to a silent transformation in her heart. Never before had Meng Wuxiao experienced such tranquility. Allowing herself to unwind without the need to wield her life sword against adversaries or strategize for resources and power. Yet this leisure was fleeting, And before she could fully relax, the scenery shifted once more. The arrayed disc from her storage bracelet suddenly appeared before her. The fourth fissure emerged, finally revealing half of the array disc's true form. It resembled an ordinary woodblock print, akin to those popular by Xian Men, depicting various narratives. Depending on their material and stories, their prices varied, with simple, amusing prints available for a single spiritual stone. Could it be? After expending so much effort, she was presented with merely a woodblock print? This felt utterly trivial. Meng Wuxiao found it hard to accept as she stared at the arrayed disc, which was on the verge of fully revealing its true appearance. While lost in thought, she analyzed the scene she had observed. It depicted a figure ascending a stone ladder, whose face was obscured, clad in flowing immortal robes and barefoot, surrounded by auspicious clouds, spirit birds, and countless blossoms. It seemed as if the individual tread upon a path paved with flowers. How intriguing! She longed to see what lay beyond. Meng Wuxiao adjusted the angle of the arrayed disc for a better view, admiring the exquisite artistry. Were it not for the knowledge that it was a woodblock print, one might easily become captivated by its beauty. With half of it still unrevealed, she decided to refrain from gazing further, fearing it might lead to frustration. Yet when she lifted her gaze to assess her surroundings, she discovered herself amidst chaos, where many were engaged in savage combat, embroiled in a melee. She was already caught in the fray, and before she could continue observing, an assailant wielding a sword rushed toward her. Was this real? This was a deadly skirmish. If she did not act swiftly to defend herself, she would lose her life. Meng Wuxiao summoned Ding Kuan and entered the inexplicable conflict. Fortunately, she had been diligently studying formations and elixirs during this time, never slacking off. Her realm had continuously advanced, and her combat skills remained relentless and precise. Amidst the chaos, Meng Wuxiao remained vigilant to her surroundings. This place seemed to be beyond the 9 provinces. As the flow of spiritual energy and the combat styles and attire of these individuals surpassed her comprehension and knowledge. Where is this? Was she still within the illusion? Or had she entered another world? What was the purpose of this conflict? Who were these people? Though her mind was flooded with questions, none provided answers. After dispatching the current wave of foes, Meng Wuxiao swiftly activated an isolation array to distance herself from these ruthless individuals, seeking clarity regarding the situation. However, her Grandmaster-level isolation array did not shield her for long. As she retreated, the attacks from the melee shattered it. This surprised Meng Wuxiao. The strength of these individuals was formidable, surpassing her own array's defenses. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, she retreated hastily, and upon noticing an injured opponent, she brandished her life sword, demanding answers about her surroundings. After her inquiry, she learned that they were fighting for the chance to ascend and survive. Only the last one standing would be able to leave and ascend to the heavens. Chapter 129. A great dream. Meng Wuxiao observed that this was a ruthless battleground, where everyone fought desperately, each strike drawing blood, leaving no room for distraction. A moment's carelessness could lead to becoming a lost soul. Regardless of how fearsome the Shuro were, they still had to defer to Yin Wang in the Underworld. The pervasive killing intent enveloped Meng Wuxiao, amplifying her spiritual energy, her eyes taking on a hue that was neither fully red nor black. Gripping her life sword Ding Kuan, her aura surged, radiating a pressure that sent those around her scattering. There would be no peaceful exit. She would carve her path through bloodshed, her garments stained crimson, the sword's tip dripping with blood. Only those who survived would hold sway. Meng Wuxiao commenced her merciless slaughter, vanquishing gods and immortals alike. Any who stood in her way, regardless of their identity or reasons, were met with her blade, clearing all obstacles in her path. She would fight her way out, seizing that fleeting chance of survival. Only she, Meng Wuxiao, would emerge triumphantly. With unwavering resolve, she wielded Ding Kuan, relentlessly advancing, her speed increasing, her gaze growing fiercer. As the conflict escalated, she unleashed every technique she possessed, striking down her foes without reservation. Never had she felt such exhilaration, though it was for survival. Breaking through the illusions, the more recklessly she charged forward, the more she realized she was lost in the frenzy of slaughter. Her initial motivations obscured by the carnage before her. Meng Wuxia, how could you ever surpass me? You merely had a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, you would remain a disciple at Xiangshang Feng, forever bound to Bai Xianmen. Meng Wuxia, how dare you harm me? Had I not discovered your talents and brought you back to Bai Xianmen to cultivate, teaching you many skills, you would have remained an unknown orphan, and no one would recognize you. What a joke. You becoming an immortal must be a misjudgment by the sect leader. A young girl, untouched by the trials of life, is at risk of vanishing in an instant. Meng Wuxia, dear disciple Wuxia, it would be wise for you to withdraw from this contest, lest your life be forfeit. It would be a great pity for such a beautiful face to lie forever beneath the earth. Meng Wuxia felt a whirlwind of images flood her mind, recalling every event since her rebirth. Throughout her journey, she has held steadfast to one singular ambition, to attain immortality. Sensing an unsettling disturbance within herself, she swiftly established a protective barrier after dealing with those who sought their demise, closed her eyes, and ingested a Qingxin Dan to regain her composure. On the Zhangzhou continent, among the disciples of the Bai Xianmen, Meng Wuxia found herself favored by the heavenly Tao today, achieving a level of cultivation that permits her entry into the immortal realm, where she would take her rightful place among the immortals. In a daze, she perceived radiant golden lights surrounding her. The thunder in the sky had receded, and clarity emerged as countless colorful clouds gathered. Ethereal melodies filled the air, while spirited celestial birds encircled her, bearing her aloft to the heavens. Though she had once endured tribulations that left her disheveled, she had transformed into a figure of grace and reverence, embodying the essence of an immortal. The reality of her ascension brought forth a beauty and scene that differed from her expectations. Besides the joy of triumph, there was a sense of calmness and serenity amidst her struggles. Yet, before she could truly step through the gates of the celestial realm, the sharp clang of weapons jolted her from a reverie. The barrier was breached, and her beautiful dream was shattered by the harshness of reality. Meng Wuxia felt a heavy blow to her heart, a sudden surge of dark energy erupting within her. To disrupt someone's beautiful dream comes with a price. Regardless of their intentions, she resolved to eliminate these noisy intruders. With a cold snort, she concentrated her spiritual energy, causing the waves in her spiritual sea to surge like tempestuous tides. The most intricate layer of the Wentiang Ju began to show signs of activation, a breakthrough that had eluded her in previous attempts. Unexpectedly, she found a new opportunity to ascend to the critical layer of the Wentiang Ju. As she gazed at the path before her, within reach yet demanding effort, Meng Wuxia decided to lift her sword once more. Harnessing the sword's might, she summoned an endless aura of killing intent to complete her breakthrough. Soon, Meng Wuxia plunged herself into the fray. What had driven her to wield her sword in the past? What had each battle been for? And what of the present? With each swing, she felt her sword energy intensify, becoming increasingly ferocious, her vision consumed by crimson. The shackles of the Wentiang Ju began to dissolve amid the blood-soaked haze. And no matter the cost, Meng Wuxia was determined to reach the end of this path, eager to witness the landscape that awaited. From the moment she embarked on her path of cultivation, she wielded a fateful sword, the only Dinkuan sword in existence, recognized by the Wujigan, and began her study of spear techniques for focus. She had not anticipated that breaking through this layer of the Wentiang Ju would inflict such torment. In response to the pain, Meng Wuxia opened her spiritual sea, utilizing the energy of the Qingyou Yin to alleviate her suffering. Fortunately, the energy of the Qingyou Yin, being the purest essence of the heavens, provided her relief, diminishing the agony that threatened to overwhelm her. During this period, she did not forget to wield her sword in slaying, fighting fiercely for her advancement. Clad in celestial robes, listening to the heavenly music, she tread the path of immortality, stepping into the realm coveted by countless souls. This was the dream she had long pursued, a dream she had glimpsed in both vision and reality, yet never fully realized. It was frustrating. After so much effort, after exhausting her heart and soul, She was merely a step away from grasping the heavens. Mere dreams would not suffice to fulfill her ambition. With a sudden surge of all her spiritual energy, Meng Wuxia raised her sword to the heavens, unleashing a magnificent sword aura that pierced the sky, annihilating all in its path. Indeed, as long as she remained, the road ahead stretched wide and free. With pride, Meng Wuxia stepped forward, traversing the final path. As she walked, she found herself emerging from the illusion, standing upon a jade stone on Lingshan, awakening as if from a dream. In the eyes of the heavens, the myriad occurrences of the world were but grand dreams of individuals. Meng Wuxia surveyed herself and the surrounding scenery, pinching herself to discern if this were truly a dream. Yet upon realizing she had entered a new realm, she gazed upwards at the clear sky, her face breaking into a radiant smile. In Chapter 130, The Ascension to Immortality, Meng Wuxia carefully examined the arrayed disc, now revealing its true form, pondering deeply over the white jade-like plate in her hands. As the facade faded, each crack and fracture offered the white jade an opportunity to emanate its unique essence. When it reappeared in this world, it bestowed upon its possessor a hidden heavenly secret. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed until one encounters a worthy guardian. Meng Wuxia could not help but laugh heartily while holding the white jade plate. It seemed that the vision of ascension she had witnessed in the illusion was not merely a dream. Meng Wuxia gazed at the sky, her face reflecting a subtle disdain. She had not anticipated such feelings on the eve of her imminent opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm. Reflecting on the past and observing the present, she recognized the path she had traversed was marked by memories, each step leading to a moment of introspection at the journey's end. Meng Wuxia informed Long Ting and Xiaqing of her intent to enter seclusion, instructing them not to disturb her during this time. When her spiritual mountain was enveloped by colorful clouds and surrounded by ethereal birds with music resounding, that would signify her emergence. She left a storage bag for Shanghaidang, containing items to enhance her strength and ensure her protection, elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and manuals suited for her cultivation. Hoping she would one day enter the righteous immortal realm and become a formidable fairy, she also penned a letter to her master, requesting the transfer of her belongings from Minyuan Peak to her previous sect by Xianmen, the place where her cultivation journey had begun, believing she ought to give back. Long Ting, thank you for accompanying me thus far. Among the many who have come and gone, you are the one I have known the longest. As she prepared to enter seclusion, Meng Wuxiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Long Ting, who watched her enter. He waved his hand, urging her to strive diligently, as he was nearing the strength to leap over the dragon gate and did not wish to see her fall behind. Meng Wuxia smiled gently, nodded in acknowledgement, and began her final preparations for her transformation into an immortal. She would refine a feathering elixir, unlocking the heavenly staircase of the white jade plate to ascend to the immortal realm. Before arriving at Lingshan, Meng Wuxia had visited the library of Jiuzhou Academy with her master, perusing the records of extraordinary occurrences from the past century, seeking tales of achieving immortality without enduring heavenly tribulations. Though the accounts were scarce, traces could still be found. Among the scattered records, one story of a wandering cultivator caught her attention. A senior from another state, who had lived in obscurity before his ascension, gained fame on the very day he transcended to immortality. He transcended in his dreams, becoming an immortal. Though heavenly thunder struck, it was not a tribulation. Amidst the myriad flashes of lightning, this venerable figure ascended through the light. The jade stone slab on which he rested was later seized by a certain sect, claiming it contained an inexplicable and wondrous power, the culmination of the elder's lifelong cultivation. Stepping into the celestial path, this was the sole record in the Jiuzhou Ibailu. Meng Wuxia, in her relentless search, subtly discovered records concerning the formation disk in her possession, the concealed white jade plate. Indeed, it was a stone of celestial affinity. Yet no documentation existed on its usage, which relieved Meng Wuxia. Had there been records, she would have harbored doubts about its authenticity. On the first day of her seclusion, rather than hastily arranging alchemical practices, she focused intently on the white jade plate, repeatedly attempting to infuse her spiritual energy into it. They say white jade is flawless. Yet Meng Wuxia's discerning eyes could detect hidden fine lines upon the plate. These lines were not mere details. They were the secret keys to an ancient formation. Meng Wuxia concentrated all her mental energy to decipher this formation key. To maintain an uninterrupted effort, she withdrew all the pills and spiritual herbs from her storage bracelet that could enhance and sustain her mental strength, consuming them without pause. Having reached this pivotal moment, she resolved to invest all her resources into this endeavor. As Meng Wuxia felt the strain on her mental faculties, the formation key on the white jade plate finally showed signs of yielding. A surge of joy filled her heart, and her body went limp, succumbing to slumber. When she awoke, 7 days had passed. Revitalized, Meng Wuxiao retrieved all the exquisite spiritual herbs accumulated in her storage bracelet, producing the colorful alchemical furnace to begin crafting the Yuhua Dan. The Yuhua Dan was an essential auxiliary elixir for entering the grand completion realm. And if Meng Wuxiao wished to smoothly ascend to the celestial realm and reach her ultimate destination, she must attain the grand completion stage. However, her current state was still a layer away from that pinnacle, leaving her only able to strive for a pseudo-grand completion state to qualify for entry into the celestial realm. This was a perilous gamble. Success would mean soaring to great heights, while failure could lead to unknown consequences. Meng Wuxia had never gambled with others before. This was her first inclination towards such a notion, a grand wager against heaven and herself. Victory and defeat hinged upon the Yuhua Dan she was currently concocting. She did not believe she would fail, yet uncertainty about her success lingered as she oscillated between hope and doubt. She endeavored to suppress the rising anger in her heart, a feeling she had not experienced in a long time. A moment's carelessness could plunge her into despair. Focusing her mind, she inhaled and exhaled deeply. Before commencing the alchemical process with the colorful furnace, Meng Wuxia consumed the Wuxin Dan obtained from the leader of the Baixian men. No one could achieve a state of desirelessness unless they had already attained something. Once her mind stabilized, Meng Wuxia officially began the alchemical process. The distribution of spiritual herbs, the complementary properties between them, the precise control of the furnace's fire. The formula for the Yuhua Dan was not particularly esoteric. The true test lay in the alchemist's character and their ability to resolve issues should they arise. The steps remained the same. Perhaps the limit lay within the alchemist's own strength. Meng Wuxia dared not be negligent, nor could she afford to be distracted, meticulously adhering to each requirement of the formula. She laid out all her treasured resources. Should she fail, she would lack the means to recreate the necessary spiritual herbs for the Yuhua Dan. Unbeknownst to her, a month passed, when Meng Wuxiao observed a crimson glow emanating from the colorful alchemical furnace. A smile finally graced her lips. The Yuhua Dan was on the verge of completion. By guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the mixture and allowing it to naturally coalesce over 3 7-day cycles, followed by a touch of heavenly fire and maintaining the furnace's temperature, the Yuhua Dan would indeed be realized. As she gazed at the room filled with red light, she refrained from exhaling a sigh of relief, yet her confidence surged, filling her being. 21 days later, heavenly fire descended, infused into the alchemical furnace. Under such meticulous care, Meng Wuxia procured a precious Yuhua Dan. Upon beholding the successfully crafted Yuhua Dan, an impulse to kiss it surged within her. Adjusting her mindset, she optimized her spiritual energy, releasing the pure essence of the Qianya lotus from her spiritual sea to safeguard her heart's pulse. With these preparations complete, Meng Wuxia did not hesitate to consume the Yuhua Dan. As the essence of the Yuhua Dan began to permeate her body, radiating an overwhelming aura, Meng Wuxia sensed a profound transformation occurring within her sinews and bones. Even her meridians were being reforged under the impact of the Yuhua Dan. Her limbs, meridians, spiritual energy, and spiritual sea all experienced astonishing fluctuations. The potency of the elixir was so intense that Meng Wuxia felt an urge to roll on the ground, wishing to shatter her own head. No wonder it is said that entering the grand completion realm is akin to a rebirth. One may emerge with the hope of immortality. Yet should they falter, even a second chance would yield no further progress, leaving many at a standstill. Initially, Meng Wuxia felt only pain and a complete remolding of her being. But as her meridians reconnected, she sensed her body splitting into two halves, one half like ice, the other like fire. It was a simultaneous experience of both extremes. This sudden sensation tested her resolve to the core. From her storage bracelet, she retrieved the Ling Quan talisman, gently activating it to summon a spiritual spring before her. Eagerly, Meng Wuxia leaped into the spring, immersing herself in its waters. This spring contained high-quality medicinal waters capable of healing spiritual fatigue, which she had discovered in a secret chamber at the upper peak and had kept in her storage bracelet until now. However, this would only serve to alleviate her discomfort. Unable to withstand the growing force of the elixir's aura, gritting her teeth, Meng Wuxia steeled herself into a state of focused contemplation. This was a method she had cultivated after practicing the Wentianju. Once in this focused state, it felt as though she was lost in a realm of imaginative freedom. Gradually, Meng Wuxia stabilized herself, her mind finally attuning to the marvelous power of the Yuhua Dan. Deeply captivated, she began to channel this energy into her meridians to break through her current limitations. Meng Wuxia had yet to meet the requirements for the grand completion realm. She was leveraging external forces and the potency of the Yuhua Dan to elevate her realm beyond her current state. Fortunately, her strength was formidable enough to control the intensity of this elevation. Unbeknownst to her, the spiritual spring had transformed into ordinary clear water at some point. Meng Wuxia was undeterred, her singular focus on achieving the grand completion realm leaving no room for distraction. Invited by Meng Wuxia to cultivate on Ling Mountain, Sheng Haitang noticed the spiritual energy in the area seemed to be gradually diminishing, unaware of the cause. Many spiritual birds and beasts were drawn to a specific direction, yet there appeared an invisible barrier preventing her from approaching. Uncertainty loomed. The weather in the vicinity began to fluctuate unpredictably. Despite the clear skies, a sudden rain fell, accompanied by a double rainbow. Longting and Qingniao, once fond of roaming Ling Mountain in search of serene places for cultivation, now remained within the courtyard of the mountain due to the erratic weather. The Ling Mountain, where Meng Wuxia resided, emitted a faint golden light. It seemed as though a heavenly eye had appeared in the sky. What changes were about to unfold? Would it summon a heavenly tribulation? Meng Wuxia's master has successfully absorbed the ancient Dan medicine, breaking free from the shackles that have plagued her for many years. Her cultivation has finally reached an entirely new pinnacle, and she has been summoned by the president of Jiuzhou Academy, receiving a new appointment that elevates her status beyond her previous standing. Determined to achieve the realm of great perfection, Meng Wuxia remains oblivious to the myriad changes occurring in the world around her. Unexpectedly, it took her 7 cycles of the heavens to completely absorb the Yuhua Dan, and only after exhausting all her reserves did she truly attain the great perfection. As Meng Wuxia gazed at her transformed self, she had no time to catch her breath. She promptly took out the white jade plate to perform the final unlocking, aiming to activate the ascending to heaven formation within, summoning the heavenly ladder to transcend into immortality. Meng Wuxia sent a message to Long Ting, requesting assistance to clear the entire spiritual mountain of all beings, urging everyone to evacuate without delay. Though Long Ting felt perplexed and harbored many doubts upon receiving Meng Wuxia's message, he immediately took action, dispersing all the remaining people, spiritual birds, and beasts from the spiritual mountain. Meng Wuxia focused intently on the still pristine white jade plate, her gaze unwavering as she began to unravel its long-hidden secrets. She poured forth nearly all her life's knowledge, driven not only by a fierce determination, but also by an essential courage that demanded victory. The white jade plate had circulated through the ages in Jiuzhou, having been held by countless hands. Those who understood it were few, and many harbored unspoken hopes and hidden thoughts regarding it. Yet, it had never before experienced the unparalleled trust and unwavering anticipation that Meng Wuxia bestowed upon it, a testament to her resolve to restore its supreme brilliance. The white jade plate stirred, radiating a blinding golden light that soared into the heavens. As the dazzling light emerged, the plate began to transform, becoming a high platform from which orderly steps appeared in rapid succession. Was this the heavenly ladder? Would stepping upon it allow her to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal? Meng Wuxiao initially believed she would eagerly ascend, reaching for the heavens to become a celestial sovereign. However, upon gazing at the swirling mist and the seemingly endless ladder, she felt both awe at its height and a sense of confusion. Would she regret ascending? Having come this far, with the heavenly ladder before her, she resolved to take the first step, welcoming whatever challenges awaited her, whether wind, rain, thunder, or lightning. Becoming an immortal was a dream that deserved to be realized. How had she truly arrived at this point of no return? Staring at the infinite ladder, obscured from clear view, she understood that only those who dared to ascend could witness the true vistas that lay ahead. Now was not the time for hesitation or wasting precious moments. Did she not remember who she was? She was the unparalleled Meng Wuxia. With her head held high and her posture straightened, she summoned her destiny sword, Ding Kun, and resolutely stepped onto the high platform, beginning her ascent upon the heavenly ladder. The number of steps on this ladder was unknown, and whether she could ascend to the heavens depended on the recognition of the heavenly path, her transformation into an immortal resting upon her own fate, destined for greatness. Her immortal affinity had arrived, granting her the opportunity to join the celestial realm. For those who sought to force their fate, the connections they forged would eventually reach an end. Those who dared to challenge the heavens, winning against fate, would find entry into the celestial realm dependent solely on their hearts. Meng Wuxiao was neither of those. Her ascent to immortality and position among the immortals was an inevitability. She was destined to be a sovereign of the celestial realm. With each step upon the heavenly ladder, myriad phantoms emerged around her, echoing the past and memories that were to be sealed away. 91, 92, 93. As Meng Wuxiao reached the 99th step, a deafening roar filled the heavens, accompanied by rolling thunder and countless auspicious clouds. Celestial cranes appeared, circling around her as if to celebrate her ascent. She preferred the vibrant and melodious spiritual birds, whose calls were enchanting and lively. Upon witnessing the arrival of these celestial cranes, Meng Wuxiao understood that taking another step forward would lead her to the boundary between heaven and earth. She had entered the sacred land that countless cultivators pursued throughout their lives, the Li Chunhai. It is said that above the 9 heavens lies the Li Chunhai, a boundary separating the celestial realm from the mortal world. Crossing this sea leads to the heavens, while returning across it brings one back to the earthly realm. As Meng Wuxiao approached, she saw a figure standing silently upon the tranquil waters of Li Chunhai, herself, the self she was still tethered to in the mortal world. Chapter 132. An old acquaintance in the celestial realm. Meng Wuxia gazed at her reflection on the Li Chunhai, a silent smile gracing her lips. Aside from catching glimpses of herself in the mirror, she had never seen her own visage so closely. The longer she looked, the more she realized how extraordinarily beautiful she was. The other Meng Wuxia gently waved to her, beckoning her to approach. The other side of the Li Chunhai was the entrance to the celestial realm. Having come this far, what was there to fear or hesitate about? She simply needed to step forward. As her feet touched the surface of the Li Chunhai, the figure meant to guide her began to fade, transforming into a new heavenly ladder just as it was about to vanish. Meng Wuxia observed this newly revealed ladder, which was entirely different from the one she had just traversed. Each step of this ladder bore a copper mirror. As she gazed into the mirrors that failed to reflect her image, she began her ascent upon the first step. Was this the mirror of the 6 realms of reincarnation? Each mirror contained countless memories of reincarnation from numerous individuals. The upper 3 realms, known as the 3 good paths, consist of the heavenly path, the human path, and the Azura path. The lower 3 realms, known as the 3 evil paths, comprise the hell path, the hungry ghost path, and the animal path. During her time in the underworld, Meng Wuxia occasionally visited the various halls of Yama to observe how the judges executed their rulings. Sometimes, she lingered in the 10th hall of reincarnation, engaging in conversation with the on-duty judges and perusing their records. Each realm of reincarnation held its own peculiar tales, yet there were no records of her past. When she inquired of the chief judge as to why that was, he cryptically remarked, "The Meng Po does not ponder the past, nor inquire about the future. That is true freedom." How dismissive! Meng Wuxia first entered the animal path, witnessing the relentless perseverance of all living beings and their self-sufficiency, regardless of their form. Even the spiritual birds of the Bai, Xian men, long unseen, began to transcend their limitations, cultivating into remarkable divine birds. Meng Wuxia smiled knowingly and proceeded to the next step. Thus, she continued step by step, experiencing the myriad transformations within the 5 realms of reincarnation, encountering people and objects that had once been connected to her, each with their own destinies. Upon reaching the final heavenly path of reincarnation, Meng Wuxia widened her eyes, glancing up and down for a moment before attempting to greet the figure before her. "Are you Yama, the lord of the underworld?" In the underworld, there are 10 Yama kings, but it is the 5th king who truly holds authority, and the denizens of the underworld commonly refer to him as the 5th lord. Meng Wuxia harbored mixed feelings toward him. He was a demon-like figure, skilled in issuing empty promises, having owed her numerous unpaid vacations and overtime compensation that she could never forget, no matter how much time passed. "I am the ruler of the underworld. I have heard that today a destined individual seeks to ascend the heavenly ladder into the celestial realm, and I am here to welcome you at the Li High." Seeing Yama, who could recognize her even in ash form, Meng Wuxia felt a twinge of excitement. Perhaps today would mark a reconciliation with Yama, and they might meet often in the future. After all, he was an old acquaintance. "You are too kind. After crossing this ladder, I will have entered the celestial realm, correct?" In response to Meng Wuxia's cautious inquiry, the ruler of the underworld merely smiled, stepping aside to allow her passage, awaiting her to continue her ascent. Meng Wuxia silently cursed under her breath, passing by him and stepping forth. She returned once more to the surface of the Li High. To enter the celestial realm, one must cross the Li High. Meng Wuxia walked upon the serene surface of the sea, gazing at the horizon where no objects yet appeared, feeling an extraordinary tranquility within. However, as she ascended the heavenly ladder, the Ling Shan she inhabited was far from peaceful. Behold, the heavenly thunder and flames. What could this mean? Was it destined to incinerate this place? Were there others upon that mountain? The celestial fire was no trifling matter. To be touched by it would spell annihilation. Once the heavenly flames ignited upon Ling Shan, they attracted the attention of all within the Jiuzhou Academy. Even the long-secluded Shang Tian elder emerged to discern the cause. Yet, the Ling Shan where Meng Wuxia stood was shrouded by an invisible barrier, rendering anyone outside incapable of entry. Long Ting, witnessing the sudden descent of the heavenly flames upon Ling Shan, felt a surge of excitement, recalling the message Meng Wuxia had previously sent him, unveiling the reason behind it. The headstrong girl aspired to reach the heavens in a single leap, permitting no failure. Surely, she would succeed and become a sovereign of the celestial realm. With this thought, Long Ting began to await Meng Wuxia's auspicious news in silence. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Wuxia traversed the Li Chun Sea for an indeterminate duration, walking onward without a glance back. The depths of the sea were unfathomable, the heights of the sky immeasurable, and the human heart incalculable. A faint smile appeared on her face as she gazed into the endless distance. Was this a test of her resolve to ascend to immortality? This was far preferable to being struck by lightning. The sensation of such heavenly tribulation could claim a life. Meng Wuxia lifted her gaze to the sky, which seemed rather dull, as if it delighted in her solitary walk. It appeared to underestimate her. Yet, she was not one with a meek temperament. The Dingkuan sword in her hand was no mere firewood. Secretly gathering her strength, she channeled her spiritual energy into the Dingkuan sword, unleashing a magnificent sword aura that surged across the Li Chun Sea. This towering wave would serve as her introductory gift to the celestial realm. In that moment, Meng Wuxiao felt a surge of exhilaration. At times, it is wise not to be overly gentle, for how else can one ascertain the extent of their own power? As the waves receded, Meng Wuxia emerged from the Li Chen Sea, beholding the celestial realm. In that instant, her form underwent a transformation, shedding the vestiges of the mortal world to reveal an ethereal essence. Clad in white garments, with long hair flowing gracefully, she embodied the demeanor of an immortal. Aware that she had transcended the mundane and ascended to the divine, the Ding Kuan sword transfigured into a phoenix, carrying her into the celestial realm. Upon her arrival, the heavens resounded with jubilant music, vibrant birds took flight, and countless hues illuminated the skies, heralding the arrival of an extraordinary celestial lord. As Meng Wuxia stepped onto the clouds of the celestial realm, she was enveloped in a golden light and transported to the nine heavens palace of the heavenly emperor. Holding the jade tablet and jade scroll that symbolized her identity, along with the palace diagram, she finally grasped the reality. She had become the Xuanji Immortal Lord, presiding over a faction of power, and the name Meng Wuxia had become a thing of the past. Xuanji Immortal Lord? Xuanji Immortal Lord. Xuanji Immortal Lord. From this day forth, I shall be the Xuanji Immortal Lord. Upon entering the Xuanji Immortal Palace, the first task she undertook was to find an auspicious guardian. This guardian was none other than Long Ting, who was poised to leap through the Dragon Gate. By bringing him to the Li Chen Sea, under her celestial power and guidance, Long Ting could metamorphose into a true golden dragon. The Xuanji Immortal Lord summoned Feng Kuan to accompany her in retrieving Long Ting. Thus began a new chapter in the celestial realm, a legendary journey belonging to the Xuanji Immortal Lord. She set for herself a modest goal, to become a deity who commands the universe. If fate allowed her to endure until the heavenly emperor's retirement, perhaps she could succeed him and ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor